Chapter 1. A towering fortress where one could pluck the stars. In the realm of Tianchen Continent. This is a world steeped in martial arts, where the enigmatic Tang sect of Bashu commands attention with its cunning use of concealed weapons, casting its shadow over Shuzhou. Here, Wudong Mountain's Tai Chi manifest the duality of the two forms, transforming two fists into four symbols, and three punches open the gates to the heavens. There exists Longhu Mountain's celestial master, wielding thunder and adorned in golden light, instilling fear in the hearts of malevolent beings. Legends abound of the masters in the depths of Shaolin Temple's Sutra repository, gazing through the autumn waters, engaged in solitary meditation. At this moment, atop Mount Tai, numerous venerable sects and martial arts masters wear grave expressions as they observe the youth with the Guqin poised precariously on the precipice. Yi Tianchen. Today, there is nowhere left for you to flee, surrender. The Tianchen, a high-ranking Shaolin monk, brimming with internal force, bellows with the ferocity of a lion, seeking to bolster his own presence. Yi Tianchen. The Zhishing Tower has been annihilated over the years. How many martial artists have you slain? How many innocent lives have you taken with the Tianchen? Today, as we esteemed sects converge to hunt you down, it would be wise to forego any futile resistance. Another Taoist figure of celestial stature speaks calmly to the youth. A gentle breeze wafts by, yet the youth on the cliff shows no sign of distress. Slowly lifting his head to regard the self-righteous assembly before him, Yi Tianchen feels a deep disdain within. Your words are easy to utter at their core. You merely covet the Tianchen in my possession. As for the slaughter of innocents, that is truly laughable. Since the establishment of the Zhishing Tower, how many of the tasks I undertook were commissioned by you so-called righteous sects? You know full well why feign ignorance? Yi Tianchen is all too aware of these individuals. From the moment of his birth, he was deemed a monster, cast aside by his parents due to his innate 6 fingers. Had it not been for the previous master of the Zhishing Tower passing by and taking him in, he would have perished in the wilderness. From the onset of his cultivation journey, he exhibited extraordinary talent, becoming a top-tier expert in the martial world by the age of 16. After the demise of the former master, Yi Tianchen inherited the Zhishing Tower, acquiring the Tianchen, and, with the addition of the Tianlong Bayan, he reached the pinnacle of martial prowess in just a few years. However, the revelation of the Tianchen's existence, coupled with the decline of the Zhishing Tower following the master's death, led these wolves to set their sights on the remnants of the Zhishing Tower. Now he stands as its sole survivor. At this moment, for Yi Tianchen, who has executed numerous assassination missions, life and death have lost their significance. Yet, he is determined to make these individuals pay dearly today. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Since you have pursued me to this place, I shall host you all splendidly. Prepare to meet your demise. As his words echo, amidst a flash of lightning and thunder, before the esteemed sect can react, Yi Tianchen raises the Tianchen, igniting his own life force and all his power, blood gushing forth to saturate the instrument, which consumes it relentlessly. Boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. A torrent of horrifying melodies surges forth, transforming anyone who dares to approach into a mist of blood in an instant. The very summit of Mount Tai is ruthlessly carved away. It is as if nothing had transpired. Yi Tianchen himself, succumbing to the backlash, plummets from the peak of Mount Tai. 20 years later, in the Douluo Continent. This is a wondrous world where the measure of all things lies in the strength of one soul power. By hunting soul beasts and acquiring soul rings, individuals continuously elevate themselves. Moreover, every child awakens their martial soul upon reaching the age of 6. Wuhuan City is a place of immense sanctity for soul masters across the continent, housing the most formidable power, the Wuhuan Hall. Nestled in the eastern part of Wuhuan City, a towering edifice reaches for the heavens, representing another mysterious force within Wuhuan City, the Zhishing Tower. The Zhishing Tower is renowned throughout the continent. As an assassin organization, its rules are straightforward. Pay the requisite price, and the Zhixing Tower will fulfill the employer's request to eliminate one individual. Whether a soul master of mere 10th rank or one of the 80-plus rank, all can be dispatched at the Zhixing Tower with the right price. Even the legendary Title Douluo has fallen to the hands of the Zhixing Tower's master, which is why the Zhixing Tower remains unyielding in Wuhuan City. At this moment, atop the Zhixing Tower, amidst the drifting clouds, rare and precious flora are meticulously cultivated in the heights of the Zhixing Tower. As a gentle breeze sweeps through, a white-clad man adorned with a silver mask kneels respectfully, addressing the depths of the chamber. "Master, your subordinate has returned successfully from a mission and seeks to report." As the white-clad man finishes speaking, an ethereal melody suddenly fills the chamber, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his forehead. Boom! Finally, the white-clad man seems unable to withstand the weight of this celestial melody, as soul rings begin to manifest around him, revealing 8 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. This white-clad man is indeed a formidable soul Douluo. Clang, clang, clang. As the melody fades, a long-haired man wearing a golden mask emerges, cradling an ancient guqin, his gaze sharp and piercing. "Yangbai, you have performed admirably, and you have made significant progress during this time. You have reached the 89th level. It seems innate is on par with you in cultivation. It appears the time has come to seek your 9th soul ring." Upon hearing the calm words of the man in the golden mask, the white-clad soul Douluo is evidently elated, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The man in the golden mask waves a hand, signaling for the white-clad man to withdraw. If one were to peer closely through the golden mask, they would discover that this masked figure is none other than Tianchen from the Xiantian continent. Tianchen gently caresses the Tianchen in his hands, lost in thought. After plummeting from the peak of Mount Tai in the Xiantian continent, he inexplicably found himself in the Douluo Continent. He even found his form reduced to that of a 6-year-old child, similarly endowed with 6 fingers and abandoned by his parents. Fortunately, upon understanding the unique cultivation system of Douluo Continent, he successfully awakened his martial soul, the Tianchen. From that moment forth, Tianchen commenced his journey of cultivating soul power. He also continued his practice of the Tianlong Bayan, and within a mere decade, he achieved the legendary status of Title Douluo in Douluo Continent. Simultaneously, he gradually established the Zhixing Tower. The earlier mentioned white-clad man is one of the 2 esteemed attendants of the Zhixing Tower, known as the Yin and Yang attendants. Beneath them are 9 soul saint-level elite assassins, 36 soul emperor-level earth-class assassins, and countless Shidi and Kongji assassins below that. Chapter 2. A guest at Zhixing Tower, the Saintess Bibi Dong. The Zhixing Tower. I wonder how long it will take to stand unwavering like the mighty Wuhuan Hall on this continent. Tianchen shook his head, no longer dwelling on the matter. With him at the helm, the Zhixing Tower holds hope and the chance to leave an indelible mark on Douluo Continent. Dragging his slender and lean figure, Tianchen slowly re-entered the tower. Before long, a melodious and enchanting tune began to emanate from within the tower. Like a tide or a gentle rain, even from 100 zhang away, it stirs an inexplicable emotion within the hearts of passing soul masters beneath the Zhixing Tower. Some are suddenly filled with rage, their eyes turning crimson, awakening their martial souls and revealing their soul rings, resembling ferocious soul beasts. Others pause, tears welling in their eyes, struck by an epiphany, their hearts stirred, and their soul power breaking through. As always, the Zhixing Tower retains its air of mystery, captivating the curiosity of wandering soul masters. Meanwhile, within the Saintess Hall of Wuhuan City, a breathtakingly beautiful maiden, akin to a celestial being, gazes solemnly at the shadow before her. This stunning maiden is none other than the current saintess of the Wuhuan Hall, Bibi Dong. And the shadow, of course, is a wisp of divine consciousness from the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong, are you prepared to commence the Rakshasa god's trial? I must remind you, should you initiate it now, you may not possess the capability to complete the first trial. The shadow speaks with an air of dominance and indifference. Bibi Dong raises her head, her exquisite features and fair skin evoking admiration, truly a rare beauty in the world. Alas, at this moment, no one has the opportunity to witness this stunning sight, for her eyes reveal not the innocence of a typical girl, but rather a complex mix of emotions and hatred. Lord Rakshasa, Bibi Dong has made her decision. I wish to commence the trial now. Bibi Dong articulates each word with icy precision, devoid of any emotion. Since you are resolute, I shall refrain from further persuasion. For the first trial of the Rakshasa god, you must, within 3 months, eliminate a soul master who possesses angelic blood and an angelic martial soul, by any means necessary. Can you possibly accomplish this? When the Rakshasa god revealed the first trial's content, Bibi Dong noticeably paused, as she had not anticipated the difficulty of the task assigned by the Rakshasa god. To compel herself to eliminate a soul master possessing an angel martial soul was evidently an affront aimed directly at the Tian family. Nevertheless, as Bibi Dong regained her composure, she nodded. From the moment the divine trial commenced, there was no turning back. Against the formidable Title Douluo, Bibi Dong recognized that there was no feasible way for her to bring down a peerless Title Douluo of the 99th rank. Yet, when faced with the mere 5-year-old Qian Renshue, Bibi Dong ultimately found herself unable to strike. Only regarding Qian Xuanji did Bibi Dong harbor no psychological burden, even nurturing a fervent desire to slay him at that very moment. No one comprehended the depth of Bibi Dong's anguish after Qian Xuanji inflicted harm upon her, nor did anyone grasp the extent of her suffering following the betrayal of her beloved Yu Shaojiang. With unwavering determination, Bibi Dong cast her gaze towards the Rakshasa god, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent, rife with fervor and ferocity. Bibi Dong shall strive with all her might, prepared to face death without regret. The Rakshasa god's shadow smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke before Bibi Dong. Once the Rakshasa god's spirit departed, Bibi Dong turned her attention towards the direction of the papal palace, a ripple of emotion stirring within her predominantly hatred, and even more so, a thirst for vengeance. Qian Xuanji, the wounds you inflicted upon me in the past, I, Bibi Dong, shall repay in kind. With those words, Bibi Dong exited the sacred Maiden Palace, hastening towards the tallest edifice in the Soul Master City, known as the Star-Picking Tower. Upon the Rakshasa god's announcement of the trial's requirements, Bibi Dong had already made her resolution. Though Qian Xuanji fell short of Title Douluo, he remained the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a Title Douluo of the 95th rank, wielding a divine martial soul. The angel martial soul, his strength, not to be underestimated. At present, Bibi Dong was merely an 89th rank soul. Should she attempt to confront him directly, she feared that her own demise would be the price of failure. Thus she contemplated the Star-Picking Tower. This enigmatic faction had never engaged with the Spirit Hall and had never regarded the Spirit Hall with any measure of respect. In Soul Master City, it was widely known that if the Star-Picking Tower sought to eliminate a Soul Master, even those of Title Douluo stature could not escape unscathed. No one could ascertain the true power of the Star-Picking Tower. Yet the ethereal melody of the ancient zither that emanated from it served as a constant reminder to passing soul masters that the Star-Picking Tower had indeed executed Title Douluos. Bibi Dong had once inquired of a Title Douluo elder within the Spirit Hall why the Spirit Hall tolerated the presence of the Star-Picking Tower. The answer she received was unexpectedly straightforward. The elder replied succinctly, "The master of the Star-Picking Tower possessed the capability to slay the peak 95th rank Douluo. If there were no deep-seated enmity between the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower, the Spirit Hall would prefer to avoid provoking the latter lightly." Bibi Dong's intention in seeking out the Star-Picking Tower was to enlist their aid in eliminating Qian Xuanji. The rationale was simple. The regulations of the Star-Picking Tower dictated that as long as one was willing to pay the requisite price, they could arrange for the assassination of anyone. Although Bibi Dong was uncertain if the enigmatic master of the Star-Picking Tower would be inclined to assist, this was the only course available to her, that could easily ensure Qian Sunji's demise. After all, the Rakshasa god's trial had not explicitly stated that Bibi Dong must personally slay a wielder of an angel martial soul. Thus, she could naturally hire an assassin. In a fleeting moment, Bibi Dong had arrived at the foot of the star-picking tower, having departed from the sacred maiden palace. Gazing at the tower that soared into the clouds, Bibi Dong felt a tumult of emotions stirring within her. The star-picking tower was shrouded in mystery, particularly its master, of whom all were aware as a Title Douluo, with a peculiar martial soul, strange ancient Zither, endowed with 6 fingers, known across the continent as the 6-fingered Zither Demon. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong took a hesitant step forward, eschewing conventional pathways, and leapt towards the tower's protruding corners, swiftly ascending towards the pinnacle. With an elegant arc, Bibi Dong's proud silhouette emerged atop the star-picking tower. Surveying the tranquil surroundings, where exquisite and rare flora exuded enchanting fragrances, Bibi Dong found herself momentarily intrigued. The 6-fingered Zither Demon indeed possessed an exquisite taste, proving to be quite unique. Just as Bibi Dong was captivated by the vibrant blooms, intending to reach out and caress a resplendent rose, ethereal Zither melodies resonated from within the tower, separated by wisps of green silk. In an instant, Bibi Dong felt a prickling sense of danger, as if a thorn had pierced her back. Her outstretched hand recoiled immediately the next moment. A transparent blade of wind sliced through the air above the radiant rose, cleaving the clouds overhead asunder. Bibi Dong understood that this was a warning from the mysterious master of the star-picking tower, urging her not to trespass upon his belongings. Startled, Bibi Dong realized why no one dared to provoke the star-picking tower. The master's strength was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Were it not for her martial soul's peculiar nature, endowing her with an innate sensitivity to danger, she would have lost her hand in that instant. Even a typical Title Douluo would likely find it impossible to evade such a bizarre assassination technique. Moreover, the sheer power exhibited was such that even a Title Douluo could not claim to cleave the heavens and earth apart as the master had done with such casual ease. At this moment, the heart of Bibi Dong was filled not only with caution but also with unbridled joy. For this signified that the master of the Starry Sky Tower indeed possessed the power to effortlessly slay Qian Xuanji. As for how to entice him to take action, that depended on Bibi Dong's own prowess. With a smile gracing her lips, she bowed respectfully towards the tower. "I am Bibi Dong, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, seeking an audience with His Excellency the 6-fingered Guqin Demon." As her words echoed, Bibi Dong raised her gaze, only to find no discernible change within the tower, as if she had never graced its presence at all. Undeterred by this, she amplified her voice, declaring once more, "Bibi Dong requests an audience with His Excellency the 6-fingered Guqin Demon." With that, she intended to stride boldly into the tower. However, just as she stepped forward, a chilling voice resounded. "Bibi Dong? Saintess of the Spirit Hall? How intriguing. What brings the Spirit Hall to my Starry Sky Tower? Are they perhaps planning to take action against us?" Upon hearing the master of the Starry Sky Tower finally speak, Bibi Dong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Earlier, when she attempted to enter the tower, her martial spirit had warned her of imminent danger, even death. Yet, she had gambled correctly. The master of the Starry Sky Tower had not sought to eliminate her at first. Chapter 3: The Emergence of the 6-fingered Guqin Demon and the Assassination of Qian Xuanji. Nevertheless, the words of the tower's master clearly conveyed a disdain for the Spirit Hall. This aligns perfectly with Bibi Dong's intentions. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong responded, "Under the mantle of the Qin Yan, I have come to the star-picking tower today, not as a representative of the Spirit Hall, but in my personal capacity." Upon uttering these words, the previously hurried melodies within the tower began to ease into a more tranquil rhythm. "Oh, you represent yourself. The Holy Maiden should be aware of the significance of the star-picking tower. Since you come in your personal capacity, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" At this moment, Tianchen, in the tower, felt a tinge of confusion. To be candid, he was not yet prepared to confront the Spirit Hall. Should the star-picking tower seek to rise, it would inevitably conflict with the Spirit Hall. The might of the Spirit Hall was enough to send shivers down the spine of even a Title Douluo like Tianchen, setting aside the numerous Title Douluo powerhouses. Even the formidable Douluo, the esteemed high priest of the Spirit Hall, a peerless Douluo at level 99, was beyond what Tianchen could currently contend with. Over the past 2 years, Tianchen has harbored intentions of retreat. The initial relocation of the star-picking tower to Spirit Hall City was aimed at attracting exceptional soul masters to join. However, as the star-picking tower seeks to flourish, it has inevitably begun to clash with the Spirit Hall. Consequently, Tianchen has contemplated leaving Spirit Hall City for the two great empires, secretly developing strength to confront the unavoidable obstacle posed by the Spirit Hall in the future. Thus, he refrained from immediately slaying Bibi Dong, intending only to sever one of her hands as a slight punishment. Yet, Bibi Dong's swift reaction did earn her a measure of respect from Tianchen. In response to Tianchen's inquiry, Bibi Dong did not hesitate and quickly replied, under the auspices of the Harp Demon, I have heard that the star-picking tower is enigmatic and unparalleled. Any employer willing to pay the requisite price can expect the star-picking tower to eliminate their target on the spot. Since its inception, the star-picking tower has never encountered a mishap. Every target marked for death has perished. Even the legendary Title Douluo has fallen at the hands of the Harp Demon. I wonder, is what I say not the truth? At this moment, Tianchen was momentarily perplexed by Bibi Dong's intentions. However, upon sensing that she was merely at level 89, not even a Title Douluo, he dismissed her as inconsequential. Casually, he remarked, as you say, the star-picking tower has never erred. But what relevance does this have to your visit? As he spoke, Tianchen ceased his actions, the sound of the harp fading into the night. A beam of moonlight pierced through the clouds he had split, illuminating the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, rendering it both profound and serene. At this juncture, Bibi Dong had made her decision. Stepping forward, she clasped her hands in salute. Harp Demon, I must confess that I have come to the star-picking tower this night with a request. Should you be willing to comply, I would be eternally grateful. As she spoke, a fierce glint flickered in her eyes, akin to a predator fixating on its prey. Tianchen was taken aback by Bibi Dong's audacity in making a request of him, as if she believed him to be a benevolent figure. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that few dared to address him so boldly, making Bibi Dong rather unique. Typically, he dictated terms, and none dared to speak out of turn. Not even the esteemed Yang Bai and Dean He, let alone the other assassins of the star-picking tower. Through strands of dark hair, Tianchen's ethereal and cold voice sent a shiver down Bibi Dong's spine. Ah, so you seek my assistance? Does the Saintess not know that the star-picking tower only undertakes assassination tasks? Do you think that I would consider your status in the Spirit Hall when addressing your other requests? I advise you to recognize your position, lest you provoke my ire. For the life of the Saintess may hang in the balance. At that moment, the last vestiges of Bibi Dong's confidence evaporated, leaving her feeling icy from head to toe, while beads of sweat formed on her brow. She was not ready to perish here, her vengeance yet unfulfilled. Harp Demon, I have come today to request your aid in eliminating a certain individual. Fearing a sudden attack from Tianchen, Bibi Dong finally revealed her purpose. Tianchen, upon hearing this, was filled with curiosity. Logically, as the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, she should not have any enemies daring enough to provoke her. Even if there existed someone Bibi Dong deemed worthy of death, it should be the elders of the Spirit Hall who took action, not her turning to the star-picking tower for assistance. In his perplexity, he resumed playing his harp, curiosity piqued, and asked, pray tell, who is the individual that compels you, the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, to risk coming to me? With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Bibi Dong found herself unable to retreat. Gritting her teeth, she slowly divulged, Harp Demon, the person I wish for you to eliminate is none other than the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Tianchen. Boom. The revelation struck Tianchen with astonishment. Tianchen was indeed the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a powerhouse at the pinnacle level of 95, with the formidable Douluo backing him. The thought of Bibi Dong seeking to have him assassinate Tianchen was truly a rare endeavor. Yet, it must be said that what had initially seemed a tranquil Tianchen was now stirred by Bibi Dong's shocking request, igniting a fervent interest within him. As Tianchen paused, the music ceased once more, and with a flick of his hand, strands of hair swirled around him, finally revealing Bibi Dong's true visage. Her porcelain skin and nearly flawless features rendered her distinctly captivating, exuding an aura of noble sanctity that evoked a sense of reverence. Though Tianchen remained unaffected, he could not help but internally commend the beauty of the Spirit Hall's Saintess. In contrast, upon seeing Tianchen, Bibi Dong was equally astonished. Although his figure appeared somewhat slender, the elegance of his attire added a unique charm, His silver hair cascaded like moonlight, while a gilded mask concealed his face. Yet, through the gaps, Bibi Dong could still discern the extraordinary beauty of the harp demon. With long fingers resting delicately on the ethereal guqin, reminiscent of legend, Tianchen possessed a sixth finger, which Bibi Dong found oddly harmonious rather than unseemly, leaving a lasting impression on her. Saintess, I find it curious that Qian Xuanji is your mentor, the Pope of the Spirit Hall and son of Title Douluo. Why do you believe I would undertake the task of slaying him? Moreover, what leads you to think I possess the capability to do so? It must be noted that the Spirit Hall boasts no less than 10 Title Douluo, while I am the sole Title Douluo of the Star-Picking Tower. Saintess, your confidence in me is indeed remarkable, Tianchen remarked, scrutinizing Bibi Dong, who seemed earnest in her request. Yet, he pondered what could possibly drive her to seek Qian Xuanji's demise. Stepping forward, Bibi Dong gazed into Tianchen's profound and icy eyes, coldly stating, I have come to seek your assistance because I trust that you can eliminate Qian Xuanji. As for the reasons behind this request, I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose that information. It is up to you, Harp Demon, to decide whether you dare accept this commission. A test of courage? How intriguing. As I stated, the Star-Picking Tower operates with assurance. Qian Xuanji is merely a pinnacle Douluo of 95. In truth, he is not as formidable as he appears. The Star-Picking Tower can certainly undertake this task. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression brightened with relief, for she realized the master of the Star-Picking Tower was not deceiving her. Observing the surprise in Bibi Dong's expression, Tianchen swiftly doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Your Excellency the Saintess, do not be too quick to rejoice. While it is permissible to accept this commission, may I inquire what price you are willing to pay? This must be articulated clearly. Chapter 4. The Cost of Humiliation. A heartless Bibi Dong. The life of a Title Douluo is not something to be taken lightly, especially that of Pope Qian Xuanji. What price can the Saintess possibly pay? After speaking, Tianchen quietly gazed at Bibi Dong, his eyes revealing only a hint of mockery. The notion of assassinating Qian Xuanji, how could Bibi Dong, this saintess, conceive it? Tianchen admitted that he was indeed somewhat tempted by such a formidable task. However, as the master of the Star-Picking Tower, he could not forget the rules of an assassin. Merely exchanging words and hoping for a favorable outcome would not suffice at the Star-Picking Tower. At this moment, Bibi Dong fell silent, suddenly realizing a crucial point. The Star-Picking Tower could undoubtedly complete the assassination of Qian Xuanji, but the employer must be willing to pay the corresponding price for the tower to act. As Tianchen had stated, the ramifications of assassinating Qian Xuanji could be unimaginably severe. What could she possibly offer? Minutes later, observing Bibi Dong's silence, Tianchen lost interest. Very well, Your Holiness. It would be best if you return whence you came and do not linger at the Star-Picking Tower. Finally, Tianchen's words seemed to provoke Bibi Dong. This was an opportunity, a chance not only for vengeance but also to complete the first trial of the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong could hardly conceive of any other force capable of assisting her in this nearly impossible endeavor. No, Your Majesty the Harp Demon. I am willing to pay any price. Bibi Dong's eyes were devoid of any emotion. Success or failure hinged on this moment. With a leisurely pace, Tianchen slowly approached Bibi Dong. As the distance between them diminished, Bibi Dong's sense of crisis surged. It felt as though the man before her could take her life at any moment, yet Tianchen made no move, neither releasing his martial soul nor emanating any soul power. At last, Tianchen, towering above her, fixed his cold gaze upon Bibi Dong. A faint glimmer of killing intent evident in his steely eyes. Any price? Bibi Dong, you truly are naive. If I commanded you to die right now, would you comply? Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for words. Had this been 5 years ago, she would have gladly accepted, willing to pay any price, even her life, to see Qian Xuanji perish. But now, she found herself unable to relinquish certain things. Tianchen anticipated Bibi Dong's reaction and was not surprised. Your Majesty the Harp Demon. Aside from that, I am prepared to bear any other cost. Bibi Dong lifted her head to meet Tianchen's gaze, her words resolute and unwavering. Shaking his head, Tianchen extended his slender fingers, gently tracing from Bibi Dong's forehead to her chin, lifting it slightly as he calmly stated, since you are unwilling to perish, then serve me for 1 night. However, in exchange, you shall lose 20 years of your vitality. Are you willing? As his words fell, in a single breath, Tianchen's entire being retreated like a tide back into the tower, strands of hair cascading down as the sound of music began to resonate. Accompanied by the enchanting melody was Yi Tianchen's indifferent response. If you are willing, step inside. If you are afraid, depart now, Bibi Dong. You have but the time it takes for a stick of incense to decide. Should you remain unmoving, I shall ensure your demise. At this moment, Bibi Dong wrestled with her inner turmoil. The prospect of killing Qian Xuanji was easily within the grasp of the man before her. But time slipped away, and just before the incense could extinguish, Bibi Dong's heart turned to ash. With a surge of soul power, her garments slipped away, revealing vast expanses of pristine skin to the cool air, illuminated by the moonlight, each movement utterly captivating. With a cold gaze directed at the tower veiled in shadows, Bibi Dong took a step forward, entering. As dawn broke, with the sun casting its first rays, Bibi Dong emerged from the tower, resembling a soulless specter. Her complexion flushed, yet exuding an icy chill. It appeared as if she had lost all vitality. Strands of silver began to appear at her temples. The moment she exited the tower, a set of glass-like garments draped over her delicate skin, concealing much of her unveiled beauty. Without uttering a word, Bibi Dong leapt away from the star-picking tower. What thoughts occupied Bibi Dong's mind? Yi Tianchen could not know. Shortly after her departure, a languid voice emanated from within the tower, and Yi Tianchen emerged, parting his hair to reveal a faint smile as he observed the direction Bibi Dong had taken. Her decision from the previous night was unexpected for Yi Tianchen. However, he was no saint, and he embraced the alluring encounter that had presented itself. Moreover, Bibi Dong had forfeited 20 years of her vitality. The art of yin and yang, the heavenly demon harp was his forte, the spirit hall. Since they were destined to cross paths, let it begin with you, Qian Xuanji. With that, Yi Tianchen took out the heavenly demon harp. And as its melodious notes filled the air, figures leapt from the star-picking tower, ascending to its pinnacle. We pay our respects to the master. The figures knelt in unison, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Yi Tianchen regarded these assassins of the star-picking tower with satisfaction. They were the backbone of the organization, destined to lead it to dominance across the continent in the future. Casting his gaze around, Yi Tianchen began to issue commands. Yin and Yang stepped forward to receive orders. As his words concluded, the two, Yang Bai and Yin He, glided from the crowd, their long robes trailing behind them. We await your command. From this day forth, you shall no longer undertake assassination missions. Focus entirely on surveilling the movements of the Spirit Hall and Pope Qian Xuanji. I trust you with this task. And once it is complete, I shall personally lead you to hunt the ninth spirit ring. Joy illuminated the faces of Yin He and Yang Bai as they bowed deeply. We will obey the Master's orders. With that, Yin He and Yang Bai swiftly departed from the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, racing towards the Pope's palace. They regarded this task as crucial, as it pertained to their ninth spirit ring. How could they not take it seriously? Once they were gone, Yi Tianchen turned his attention to the other assassins. Heavenly-level assassins, heed my command. We await your orders. As 9 heavenly-level assassins stepped forward, their faces concealed by black cloth. Fervent emotion shone through their eyes. With Yin He and Yang Bai promised their ninth spirit ring, they too eagerly anticipated their own elevation. After all, everything the Master promised, regardless of its magnitude or difficulty, had always been fulfilled without fail, which is one reason these heavenly-level assassins remained so loyal to the star-picking tower. Beneath his intricately designed golden mask, Yi Tianchen mirrored their satisfaction. You need not accept any tasks during this period. Simply ensure that all valuable assets of the star-picking tower within Spirit City are discreetly relocated to the Tiando Empire. Can you accomplish this? Upon uttering these words, the 9 celestial assassins momentarily paused, taken aback by the unexpected task bestowed upon them by their esteemed master. The notion of transferring the precious artifacts from the star-picking tower within Spirit Soul City seemed rather formidable. For such an endeavor implied a departure from the confines of the city itself. They speculated that this may be linked to the Spirit Hall. Yet it was of no concern to them. As celestial assassins of the star-picking tower, their sole duty was absolute obedience to their master. Rest assured, we shall accomplish this task without leaving a trace. Nodding in agreement, Yi Tianchen then addressed the remaining assassins, speaking slowly. As for you, continue with your assigned tasks during this period. However, remember not to reveal your whereabouts. Upon completion, do not return to Spirit Soul City, but proceed directly to the Heavendo Empire. Do you understand? The remaining assassins knelt on one knee, clasping their fists. Master, we comprehend. With the assignments conveyed, Yi Tianchen waved his hand, and in an instant, Both celestial and other assassins transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing from the pinnacle of the star-picking tower. Once all the assassins had departed, Tianchen gradually approached a corner of the tower, gazing in the direction of the spirit hall. A faint smile gracing his lips as he took out the heavenly demon Zither and began to play with abandon. Before long, groups of spirit masters gathered below the star-picking tower, eager to glean insights from the ethereal melodies emanating from Tianchen's performance. Everything seemed as it had always been, cloaked in silence like the ebbing tide. Chapter 5, The Blooming of 1,000 Flowers, and the Swift Thoughts of Tianchen. After leaving the star-picking tower, Bibi Dong raced back to the spirit hall in mere moments. The grand gates and majestic architecture exuded the authority of the spirit hall. As Bibi Dong approached the entrance, intending to slip in unnoticed, the once-closed doors slowly creaked open, revealing the figure she least desired to encounter in her lifetime, Pope Tianchen. In an instant, the memories of past humiliations flooded her mind, and the seeds of hatred grew wildly within her. Bibi Dong struggled to suppress her impulse, merely casting a cold gaze upon Tianchen. After several tense seconds, Tianchen, seemingly irritated by Bibi Dong's icy stare, spoke in a deep, slightly hoarse voice that resonated in her ears. "Donger, I heard you left the spirit hall last night and did not return. Is this true?" From the outset, Tianchen articulated his purpose for coming. Bibi Dong was not only the saintess of the spirit hall, but also a woman he had once possessed. Tianchen was acutely aware of Bibi Dong's animosity towards him. Yet as the Pope of the spirit hall, he believed Bibi Dong ultimately belonged to him. Therefore, regardless of her resistance, even resorting to underhanded tactics, Tianchen was determined to claim her. At that moment, Bibi Dong's expression shifted, revealing a hint of panic intertwined with a seething hatred. She realized that her every move was likely under Tianchen's scrutiny. Strangely, she felt a sense of liberation regarding her visit to the star-picking tower. Although the master of the star-picking tower was also a scoundrel, Bibi Dong acknowledged that without his assistance, she would never have been able to vanquish a peaked Tianchen. "I am the saintess of the spirit hall. I need not report my whereabouts or actions to your holiness. Nor do I require you to send someone to supervise me. Furthermore, your holiness, my name is Bibi Dong, not Donger. You may refer to me as saintess." Bibi Dong fixed her gaze upon Tianchen, concealing her boundless void and murderous intent, leaving him astonished by the sharpness of her stare, prompting him to withdraw his gaze. Bibi Dong's unwavering demeanor left Tianchen at a loss. Observing the frigid Bibi Dong, he resumed speaking. "Bibi Dong, remember your station. You are the saintess of the spirit hall, the disciple of the Pope, and the mother of Schwer." Having exhausted the conversation, knowing further inquiry would yield no fruitful outcome, Tianchen departed with a flick of his sleeve. Finally, after Tianchen's exit, Bibi Dong retracted her fierce gaze and followed the familiar path to her saintess hall. Upon returning to the hall, beside the flower pool, Bibi Dong gradually stepped into the water, her garments sliding off completely. With a splash, she submerged herself, the warm water stimulating her sensitive skin. As she emerged, Tianchen's image began to materialize in her mind. That terrifying power and enigmatic Zither melody echoed in her ears once more. Closing her eyes tightly, Bibi Dong struggled to banish the memories of the previous night. Yet the more she sought to forget, the more those painful recollections surged forth. Suddenly, her tightly shut eyes flew open, and wisps of dark energy emanated from her being, silently enveloping the entire saintess hall. The once blooming flowers by the flower pool withered and perished, and even the water in the pool quickly changed color. "Master of the star-picking tower, I hope you truly can slay Tianchen. Should you fail to deliver, I, Bibi Dong, shall ensure that you and the star-picking tower are obliterated from the Douluo Continent at any opportunity." At last, as Bibi Dong uttered these words, the crimson dark energy in her gaze began to dissipate. The water in the flower pool regained its former clarity, yet the withered flowers could never rise again. Naturally, the commotion on Bibi Dong's side did not escape Tianchen's notice. Upon returning to the Pope's hall and learning of the disturbances surrounding Bibi Dong, Tianchen's thoughts stirred. He had never regretted the events of the past, yet he genuinely wished to possess Bibi Dong. For many years, even though Bibi Dong had never cast him a glance, he remained silent. Alas, I wonder how I can make Donger accept all of this, just as Tianchen was mired in his troubles. The grand doors of the Pope's hall slowly swung open, and with the entrance of two figures, his thoughts momentarily halted. He then regained the dignified demeanor befitting the Pope of the Spirit Hall. "Subordinates Yueguan and Gueme, I greet your holiness." The newcomers were the chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan and the ghost Douluo Gueme. Qiang Sunji gestured for them to forego formalities. Yueguan, Gueme, have you discovered anything noteworthy during this time? Has there been any unusual behavior from the saintess? Upon hearing Qiang Sunji's inquiry, both Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo shook their heads simultaneously. As Qiang Sunji's most trusted aides, he often relied on them, which is why he tasked them with monitoring Bibi Dong's every move. It was they who informed Qiang Sunji of Bibi Dong's nocturnal departure from the spirit hall the previous night. Yueguan stepped forward to recount the events of last night. Your Holiness. After the princess of the Holy Maiden left the spirit hall, she soared towards the star-picking tower. Although old Gue and I trailed her discreetly, her unique martial spirit made us wary of getting too close. When the Holy Maiden neared the vicinity of the star-picking tower, we intended to continue our pursuit. However, the individual there seemed to have sensed our presence. With merely a melody from their instrument, a myriad of transformations unfolded, and a palpable killing intent compelled old Gue and me to retreat. The Hall of Offerings has previously issued a decree forbidding us from provoking the star-picking tower without the Grand Offering's command, hence we lost track of the Holy Maiden. After speaking, Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo bowed their heads, seemingly awaiting Qiang Sunji's reprimand. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Qiang Sunji remained unmoved. This matter is not your fault. The Grand Offering of the Star-Picking Tower has previously cautioned me regarding their formidable strength, advising me to refrain from unnecessary provocations. However, it appears that the Holy Maiden's animosity towards me is intensifying. With that, Qiang Sunji sighed deeply, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Ju Douluo's eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. He raised his head and, with a spark of excitement, said, Your Holiness, the Holy Maiden has already reached level 89. Why not procure a soul ring for her? If you could secure a 100,000-year soul ring for her, she would undoubtedly reconsider her feelings towards you. Gue Douluo, now comprehending Yueguan's implication, chimed in, Your Holiness, fortuitously. Yueguan and I have just learned of the whereabouts of a 100,000-year soul beast. If this endeavor proves successful, how could the Holy Maiden possibly refuse your forgiveness? Oh, at this revelation, Qiang Sunji felt a stir of interest. If achieving this were feasible, he believed that Bibi Dong might indeed forgive him. For who in the Douluo Continent could resist the allure of a 100,000-year ninth soul ring? A slight smile graced his lips as he urged, Ju Douluo, Gue Douluo, do elaborate swiftly. Where, at this moment, is the 100,000-year spirit beast? Witnessing Qian Xuanji's exhilaration, both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo shared in his joy, and they promptly resolved to inform him of the whereabouts of the 100,000-year spirit beast. Your Majesty, it is said that this ancient soul beast takes the form of a blue-silver grass, having transformed and integrated into human society. Presently, it resides alongside Tang Hao the Houtian sect, on the outskirts of the Stardo forest. Furthermore, it is rumored that the blue-silver emperor is with child. Her strength diminished significantly, barely able to contend with a soul Douluo, while Tang Hao himself is merely a soul Douluo as well. Your Majesty, this is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. The longing in Qian Xuanji's eyes revealed his intentions, and as both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo had articulated, this truly is a rare chance. Not only could he win Bibi Dong's favor, but he could also strike a blow against the Houtian sect, truly a double victory. Chapter 6. Qian Xuanji goes on the hunt. The six-fingered harp demon emerges. Excellent. Since heaven has bestowed upon me, Qian Xuanji, such an unparalleled opportunity, how could I allow it to slip away? At this moment, Qian Xuanji began to envision capturing the 100,000-year spirit beast and presenting it before Bibi Dong. Observing this, both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo felt a surge of internal delight. Convey my command. 3 days hence, I, the Pope, shall attend to matters in Wuhuan City. Chrysanthemum Douluo, ghost Douluo, you two shall accompany me on this journey. Be mindful not to let the high priest and others become aware of this. Nodding in understanding, both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo were astute enough to recognize the Pope's desire to keep this from the knowledge of the high priest. After all, the high priest would never allow Qian Xuanji to venture alone into the Stardo forest, and as for the reasons behind this, neither the chrysanthemum Douluo nor the ghost Douluo could fathom it. It was simply a command from the high priest, who could truly know the rationale. In this moment, Qiang Sunji and the Douluo of the chrysanthemum spirit are preparing to embark on their journey to the Stardo forest. Meanwhile, the two esteemed servants of the star-picking tower, Yin He and Yang Bai, have gathered intelligence regarding this matter after a brief interval. Within the star-picking tower, Yi Tianchen, feeling a sense of ennui, strums a tune reminiscent of lofty mountains and flowing waters. Suddenly, a gentle breeze sweeps through, and the two esteemed servants materialize before him, halting his melody. Tianchen raises his gaze and inquires, "What news? Have you discerned the whereabouts of Qiang Sunji?" Kneeling before him, He and Yang Bai relay the information about Qiang Sunji's intent to venture into the Star Do forest. After a moment of contemplation, Tianchen furrows his brow, pondering the motivations behind Qiang Sunji's journey to such a perilous place. If memory serves him correctly, the Spirit Hall does not permit the Pope to traverse the Star Do forest unaccompanied. Have you ascertained the purpose of Qiang Sunji's expedition to the Star Do forest? He further queries. Upon hearing their master's inquiry, He and Yang Bai shake their heads in resignation. Their knowledge is limited to what they have already conveyed. The true intentions behind Qiang Sunji's departure from the Spirit Hall remain shrouded in mystery, known only to him and the Douluo of the Chrysanthemum Spirit. The clandestine agents of the star-picking tower embedded within the Spirit Hall are equally in the dark. Seeing their response, Tianchen does not press them further. Very well. Regardless of Qiang Sunji's purpose in the Star Do forest, it is of little consequence. He is but one mortal. Why should we concern ourselves too deeply? You have both performed commendably. For this expedition to the Star Do forest, you shall accompany me. Once I have dispatched Qiang Sunji, I will also seek out the 9th spirit ring for you. He pauses, then continues, ensure that the top-tier assassins expedite their relocation, and that the others swiftly conclude their tasks in Spirit City. They must depart post-haste. Understood. He and Yang Bai exchange glances, realizing that their aspirations of achieving the status of Title Douluo are finally within reach. Master, we shall take our leave for now. Since you are to procure the 9th spirit ring for us, we must hasten our ascent to level 90. With a wave of his hand, Tianchen dismisses them to make their preparations. Once the two servants have departed, Tianchen strides to the edge of the star-picking tower, gazing out upon the bustling Spirit City, and shakes his head slightly. Following this operation, the star-picking tower may well vanish entirely from the Spirit City. At this moment, Tianchen could already envision the expression on Qian Daolu's face upon discovering that he had slain Qian Xuanji. Qian Daolu, the white-haired man sending the black-haired one to his demise. One wonders if you can bear the burden of this loss, lest you, in a fit of rage, meet your own end prematurely. As these words escaped his lips, Tianchen slowly returned to the pavilion. 3 days later. Today, the papal hall was unusually lively. Previously, it had been occupied solely by Qian Xuanji, but now, in addition to the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo, 4 formidable soul Douluo stood within the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, Qian Xuanji emerged slowly from behind the screen, his heart swelling with an indescribable joy as he gazed upon the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo and the 4 soul Douluo. "We pay our respects to your holiness," exclaimed the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo and the ghost Douluo in unison, followed by the 4 soul Douluo, who echoed their sentiments loudly. Raising his hand to signal for silence, Qian Xuanji indicated that the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo and the others need not be overly formal. Now that everyone is present, I trust the Hall of Offerings remains unaware of this matter? Qian Xuanji inquired cautiously, fixing his gaze upon the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo. To be honest, he feared nothing in the Spirit Hall, save for Qian Daolu alone. Yet, it seemed his own father held little regard for him in any aspect. Were it not for a twist of fate that had led Qian Xuanji to father a granddaughter for Qian Daolu, he would have likely become the target of Qian Daolu's ire long ago. Whether he could maintain his position as Pope remained uncertain. Your Holiness, the Hall of Offerings is certainly unaware of this matter, especially the Grand Offering, the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo reassured him. At present, the Grand Offering is preoccupied with Miss Schwerer. There is no need for your Holiness to worry, they chimed in. The exchanges between the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluos left Qian Xuanji feeling increasingly confident. Nodding, he concluded that since the Hall of Offerings and the Grand Offering were oblivious to the situation, they could proceed. Let us depart. The Star Do Forest, where 10,000-year spirit beasts reside, awaits the arrival of this Pope. Without further delay, Qian Xuanji, along with the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo and the 4 soul Douluos, departed from the Papal Hall, leaving the Spirit City behind as they journeyed towards the Star Do Forest. Meanwhile, after Qian Xuanji's departure, within the Hall of Offerings, a resplendently clad silver-haired elder cradled a delicate and charming little girl who was peacefully asleep. The elder and the child were none other than Qian Daolu and Qian Renxue. Once the little girl had succumbed to a deep slumber, an elderly man with golden hair entered the hall. Brother, the Pope has just left the Spirit City with the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo and the 4 soul Douluos. It seems their destination is the Star Do Forest. Should we intervene? Turning to face the newcomer, Douluo's frail form momentarily trembled before regaining composure. Genie, there is no need to concern ourselves with him. The position of Pope is ultimately ill-suited for him. Once Schwer matures a bit more, she shall assume the role instead. As for the Douluo forest, those formidable creatures have long since lain dormant. Without significant events, they shall not awaken. If Xuanji possesses the ability to rouse them, he would indeed have earned our respect. With that, Douluo redirected his attention to the sleeping Tianchen, his gaze filled with affection. Douluo, taken aback by his brother's words, recognized that these matters were of little concern to him. Douluo's affairs were his own, had it not been for Xuanji's position as Pope. Douluo would have scarcely cared. Moreover, Douluo was correct. Although Xuanji's expedition to the Douluo forest bore risks, he was a Title Douluo of the 95th rank, accompanied by the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo. The typical 10,000-year spirit beasts posed no real threat to their safety. And it was indeed unlikely that the ferocious beast would awaken merely due to Xuanji's presence. Upon reflection, Golden Crocodile Douluo decided to take his leave. As he approached the Grand Hall's entrance, the voice of Douluo suddenly echoed. Golden Crocodile, it seems the one from the star-picking tower has been rather quiet lately. Hasn't he? Golden Crocodile Douluo paused for a moment before responding. Elder brother, the individual from the star-picking tower remains as inactive as ever, continuing to play the guqin and cultivate his spirit. If you are concerned, why not take decisive action to eliminate him? It is not that I am unwilling. Although the one from the star-picking tower is not my match, I fear that attempting to slay him would come at a considerable cost. Even with my full strength, I cannot guarantee his capture. After saying this, Douluo sighed. The emergence of the star-picking tower had unsettled him. He believed that given time, Tianchen would inevitably grow to rival him, posing a significant challenge to the status of the Spirit Hall. Should the day come when Douluo perished, Xuanji alone would not suffice to contend against the star-picking tower. Golden Crocodile Douluo shared this sentiment, recalling a battle he had with Tianchen a year prior, which ended in a stalemate. However, the master of the star-picking tower was still young, and youth is the greatest asset. After departing from the worship hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo left, and Douluo sighed once more. His hopes now rested entirely on Tianchen. If she could bear the weight of the Spirit Hall in the future, Douluo would support her growth. Should she fail, he would have no choice but to fight to the death alongside Tianchen. Soon, Schwer would be 6 years old. In 6 months, whether to strive or to defend would become clear. Chapter 7. In the Douluo forest, the journey continues. Within the worship hall, Douluo was enveloped in heavy thoughts. Meanwhile, in the star-picking tower, Tianchen was similarly preoccupied, though his emotions were not laden with worry but rather brimming with excitement. Has Xuanji departed from Spirit City? Standing at the edge of the tower, Tianchen's fingers trembled slightly, a strong desire to slay a Title Douluo coursing through him. The instincts of a killer urged him to remain calm, but after a prolonged period of inaction, he felt an itch to strike. According to the Lord of the Tower, Xuanji has indeed left Spirit City, accompanied by the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo and 4 soul Douluos. As for the elders in the worship hall, there has been no sign of activity from them. Furthermore, the intelligence we received suggests that Xuanji intends to keep this matter hidden from those old geezers in the worship hall. After He and Yangbai finished speaking, they too sensed their master's insatiable thirst for blood. Tianchen gazed towards the Spirit Hall's worship hall. Reflecting deeply before he spoke again, it seems Douluo has lost all hope in Xuanji. This matter cannot remain concealed from that old man. 99 levels. The sheer terror of his strength is unfathomable. He and Yangbai chose to remain silent, unaware of the depths of this situation. Having no direct experience with Douluo, at this moment, memories began to resurface in Tianchen's mind. When he had slain that Title Douluo, the latter had sought refuge with the second elder of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo, hoping for protection. The result was that Tianchen, witnessed by Golden Crocodile Douluo, had slain that Title Douluo, leading to an unavoidable clash with Golden Crocodile Douluo. With his formidable strength and the mysterious power of the celestial demon harp, Tianchen, at around level 95, had managed to contend with Golden Crocodile Douluo. They battled for an entire day and night until the overwhelming aura of Douluo forced Tianchen to retreat. Now, Tianchen had reached level 96, mere steps away from 97. Yet, he felt no confidence against Douluo, knowing he could only escape. Since then, Douluo had not pursued Tianchen, allowing him to speculate on the reasons. The Spirit Hall had relied on Douluo for its dominance over the continent for so long. If anything were to happen to Tian Douluo during a confrontation with him, even if it resulted in mere injury, the Tian family would face catastrophic consequences. After all, Tian Douluo was growing old. Therefore, regardless of whether Bibi Dong sought him out, Tianchen resolved to leave Spirit City at the earliest opportunity. If the Tian family's young princess awakened her martial soul at 6 and proved inadequate, Tianchen knew Tian Douluo would risk everything to eliminate him. If he were to perish, Golden Crocodile Douluo would guard the Spirit Hall, ensuring no immediate crisis. However, if he continued to develop unchecked, the day would come when even Tian Douluo would find it impossible to confront him. Returning to the present, he took a deep breath, cast one last glance at the Spirit Hall, and slowly exhaled. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, like an arrow shot from a bow. Shadows trailed behind him as he called out, "Let us depart." Inhe and Yangbai exchanged glances before leaping into action, following closely in Yi Tianchen's wake. At this moment, Qian Xuanji remained oblivious to the impending end of his life. After leaving Spirit City, he and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo hurried toward the Star Do Forest. The Star Do Forest, renowned as one of the 3 major habitats of soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, stretched across an area nearly equivalent to that of the Baloch Kingdom, spanning the territories of both the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. 2/5 of the area lay within the Tiando Empire, while 3/5 resided in the Xingluo Empire, forming a vast and primitive forest with complex terrain, including wetlands and swamps. The soul beasts there were formidable. The closer one approached the forest's heart, the stronger the beasts became. Entering a seemingly ominous thicket, Qian Xuanji's mind was consumed by thoughts of the 100,000-year soul beasts. He felt no fear of the dangers that could arise within the Star Do Forest. However, they were not fearful, with 3 Title Douluos and 4 Soul Douluo level warriors. The mere aura they radiated was enough to deter any soul beast below 50,000 years of age. Even soul beasts of 50,000 years or more, possessing considerable intelligence, would not dare to provoke them. Your Majesty, according to the reports, Tang Hao is currently hiding with the 100,000-year soul beast on the outskirts of the Star Do Forest. However, after being discovered by some soul masters, it seems he has ventured further in. Indeed, Your Majesty, the old ghost speaks truthfully. However, Tang Hao is no fool. The depths of the Star Do Forest are far more perilous than human society. I suspect he will not venture into the core area. Nodding in acknowledgement of Chrysanthemum Douluo's words, Qian Xuanji pondered for a moment. The Star Do Forest was vast, and even the outskirts would suffice for a lengthy search. Where was Tang Hao last seen? Qian Xuanji inquired, directing his gaze toward Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo. Your Majesty, it is said that Tang Hao was last spotted in a certain canyon. With a confident smile, Qian Xuanji declared, "Let us head to that canyon's vicinity. Since Tang Hao's 10,000-year soul beast is pregnant, it cannot stray too far." How confident Tang Hao is, never suspecting that someone might seek trouble with him. If he hurries, he is sure to find them. With that said, Qian Xuanji waved his hand, instructing Zhu Gui Douluo to lead the way. Soon, the 7 of them transformed into terrifying shadows, swiftly traversing the forest. After their departure, a mysterious figure descended slowly from the heavens, its toes barely touching the fallen leaves, making not a sound. Qian Xuanji, it turns out you have come to the Star Do Forest for the 10,000-year soul beast. Ah. No wonder this ordinarily unremarkable pope is willing to leave the Spirit City. A 10,000-year soul beast, pregnant, Tang Hao, how insect. How intriguing. Before long, 2 more figures arrived. Unmistakably the 2 offerings, Inhe and Yangbai. Master, a 10,000-year soul beast has emerged. Inhe and Yangbai gazed at Qian Xuanji and the others as they departed, stunned. They had not anticipated that the Spirit Hall would be so well informed about the emergence of a 10,000-year soul beast. Nodding, Tianchen remained indifferent. Having already attained his 9 soul rings, he held little interest in the 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, the unique nature of his Tianma Qin allows him to enhance the age of his soul rings. What is the devil? It is to harm others for one's own benefit. By absorbing the essence, blood, and spirit of soul beasts or the soul power and rings of soul masters, one can grow. Enough of the astonishment. Let us follow and observe. Perhaps your 9th soul ring could also be of the 10,000-year caliber. Ignoring Inhe and Yangbai's astonished expressions, Tianchen vanished like a shadow. Disregarding their shock, Inhe and Yangbai hastily followed, their eager smiles betraying their excitement. Had it not been for the appearance of the 10,000-year soul beast and Tang Hao, perhaps Tianchen would have considered keeping Qian Xuanji here. However, the news of the 10,000-year soul beast was indeed intriguing. The union of humans and soul beasts piqued his curiosity. Especially with the Houghton insect involved, perhaps there would be unexpected rewards. Thus, Tianchen refrained from making any hasty moves, instead opting to bide his time, relishing the prospect of reaping the benefits of others' efforts. Chapter 8. A Fated Calamity, Yin and Tang Hao appears. Within the Douluo forest, a torrential downpour drummed upon the dense foliage as Tianchen and Douluo soared through the treetops. Behind them, for 8-ringed Soul Douluo exerted their martial spirits, barely managing to keep pace with the 3 Title Douluo ahead. Wherever they passed, both soul beasts and soul masters hunting for soul rings trembled in fear at their formidable presence. Meanwhile, Tianchen, along with Innate and Yangbai, strolled leisurely behind Tianchen, unhurried and composed. Master, it has been 3 days since Tianchen began searching, yet there are no traces of the 10,000-year soul beast. Should we not take action? Innate inquired calmly. Innate, you are too impatient. How could a 10,000-year soul beast be so easily discovered by Tianchen? Furthermore, they have not conducted a thorough search these past 3 days. It seems they are aware of the soul beast's precise location. Let us wait a little longer. Tianchen remained silent. Innate was not genuinely eager to eliminate Tianchen, but was merely anxious to assist in obtaining soul rings after his recent breakthrough to level 90. On the other hand, Yangbai expressed genuine interest in the 10,000-year soul beast. Thus, their perspectives did not necessarily conflict. However, Tianchen himself was quite intrigued by the pregnant 10,000-year soul beast. Innate remained calm. Impatience leads to missteps. As a qualified assassin, you must refine your temperament. With Tianchen's words, Innate nodded, recognizing that he must unconditionally comply with his master's directives. As Tianchen and his companions conversed, Tianchen and the others finally emerged from the dense forest into the canyon where Tang Hao had previously appeared. Standing atop the cliff, Tianchen gazed down into the vast canyon, excitement swelling within him. We have arrived. This is the place. I can even sense that infuriating aura of Tang Hao. Hearing Tianchen's exuberance, Douluo was equally thrilled. If they succeeded in this endeavor, their status within the spirit hall would rise significantly. Your Majesty, since this is the case, I and old Gui shall search separately for Tang Hao and the 10,000-year soul beast. Your Majesty can search with the remaining 4 Soul Douluo. Once we locate Tang Hao, regardless of the circumstances, we can swiftly ensnare him. At that point, the 10,000-year soul beast will find it impossible to escape. Nodding in agreement, Tianchen had no objections. It was crucial not to allow the 4 Soul Douluo to search alone, lest they alert the enemy. Both Gui and Gui Douluo were Title Douluo experts, and Tianchen felt reassured by this. Let it be so. Douluo, Gui Douluo, should this succeed. Upon our return to the Spirit Hall, I shall personally commend your efforts. With that, Ju and Gui Douluo surged forward, transforming into 2 streaks of light as they leapt into the canyon. Tianchen and the other 4 Soul Douluo did not idle either, leaping from the cliff to commence their search. Moments after their departure, Tianchen, along with Innate and Yangbai, stood atop the cliff. Master, it seems that the so-called 10,000-year soul beast is indeed hidden within this canyon. Shall we also search? Yangbai inquired cautiously, knowing well his master's temper was not to be trifled with, unlike Inhate's brashness. Observing Tianchen and his entourage, Tianchen smiled softly. Regardless of whether Tianchen found the 10,000-year soul beast, this canyon could serve as Tianchen's final resting place. No need. You two should remain here to cultivate. As for Tianchen, let him pursue the 10,000-year soul beast. I only hope they truly find it. With that, Tianchen settled into a meditative position upon the cliff, his Tianma materializing in his hands. As he closed his eyes to rejuvenate, the sweet sound of music began to drift from the strings under his deft fingers. Innate and Yangbai, seeing this, followed suit, sitting cross-legged on either side of the cliff, quietly beginning their own cultivation, since their master was unhurried. Why should they be anxious? Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Tianchen was oblivious to the countdown of his life. Shortly after entering the canyon, Tianchen uncovered some clues. Someone had undoubtedly been here. Observing the long-extinguished campfire on the ground, Tianchen pondered thoughtfully, as Tianchen and his companions diligently searched for Tang Hao. At a waterfall several dozen miles away, Tang Hao anxiously awaited. Yin, hold on a little longer. It is almost time. Our child is about to be born. At that moment, as a child's cry echoed, Tang Hao's and the 10,000-year soul beast, Blue Silver Emperor's, child finally made its grand entrance. Yin. Tang Hao hurried to Blue Silver Emperor's side, wrapping the newborn in a silk scarf, gazing tenderly at the wailing boy in his arms. Brother Hao, our child. At this moment, Tang Hao was filled with exhilaration as he hurriedly placed the infant into the hands of Lan Yinhuang. Yin, you have worked hard, he exclaimed. Brother Hao, it is no trouble at all. Everything is worthwhile, she replied. However, as soon as she spoke, the infant's cries grew louder. Brother Hao, it seems the little one is hungry, but the child has just been born, and I have yet to produce any milk. Lan Yinhuang's face reflected her distress, and the guilt in Tang Hao's expression softened his heart. It matters not. Yin, you hold the child for now. I shall venture out to find a nurturing soul beast. With that, Tang Hao's body trembled as he traversed the waterfall, entering the dense forest to search for a breastfeeding soul beast. Meanwhile, Lan Yinhuang's expression was somewhat complex as she gazed vacantly at the departing Tang Hao. Before long, Tang Hao discovered a 1,000-year-old swift wind leopard, which appeared to be in its nursing period. In his excitement, Tang Hao unleashed his martial soul, the pressure of an 89th level soul Douluo cascading forth. The immense weight of the Haotian hammer rendered the 1,000-year-old swift wind leopard paralyzed with fear, utterly incapable of resistance. Even too frightened to rise and flee. Ha! A mere swift wind leopard is no match for me. Elated, Tang Hao swiftly lifted the creature in his hands, vanishing from the spot within mere breaths. Little did he realize that this very act would entangle him and Lan Yinhuang in a quagmire. After a prolonged search, Qian had begun to doubt his initial assumptions, pondering whether he had miscalculated and that Tang Hao and the 10,000-year soul beast had not remained in this gorge. Just as he was about to summon Douluo to search elsewhere, a sudden surge of soul power nearly sent Qian leaping with excitement. It was the soul power of a soul Douluo, the unmistakable aura of the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao, I never imagined you would truly be hiding in this gorge. Heaven is aiding me. Donger, wait for me. It shan't be long before I bring you a 10,000-year soul beast. Ha. This intense fluctuation of soul power was not solely perceived by Qian. The Tulip Douluo also sensed this surge. However, neither of them took independent action. Instead, they returned to Qian side. Your Majesty, the Pope, your foresight is truly remarkable. Tang Hao audaciously revealed his soul power fluctuations, as if fate itself was compelling the revered emperor to capture this 10,000-year soul beast. Upon returning to Qian side, the Ju Douluo showered him with extravagant praise, much to Qian delight, coldly observing the direction from which Tang Hao's soul power emanated. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Qian lips. Tang Hao was just ahead. The 10,000-year soul beast could not escape. Onward. Eliminate Tang Hao and seize the 10,000-year soul beast. With that, Qian surged ahead, the Ju Douluo exchanging an excited glance with him before darting after Qian, followed closely by the remaining 4 soul Douluos, who eagerly mimicked their lead. Meanwhile, at the summit of the cliff, upon sensing the unique fluctuations of Tang Hao's Haotian hammer, Tianchen let out a cold chuckle, abruptly halting his actions. The moment the music ceased, Tianchen's body soared into the heavens, leaving Yin and Yang dumbfounded in his wake. Once they regained their senses, they hastily pursued the direction their master had flown. Chapter 9. The Sacrifice of Haotian. Cloak of the Meteor Hammer. Contrasting with the scene, Tang Hao, clutching a wind leopard, quickly returned to the area behind the waterfall. Yin, I have found a lactating wind leopard. It is perfect for nourishing our little one. With a flick of his hand, he rendered the wind leopard incapacitated. The blue-silver emperor gazed at the creature and felt a surge of tenderness. Thank you, Brother Hao. Tang Hao patted her head with a nonchalant smile, though a fleeting glimmer of intensity flickered in his eyes before softening once more. Soon, Tang Hao cradled the newly born Tang Sen beside the wind leopard, encouraging him to nurse. After satisfying his hunger, little Tang Sen ceased his cries. At that moment, outside the waterfall, Ju Douluo, and the 4 other soul Douluos arrived. Sensing the distinct aura of the 10,000-year soul beast behind the waterfall, Qian was filled with excitement. Tang Hao, come forth and meet your demise. With Qian furious roar, the valley erupted into chaos, birds scattering in all directions. Tang Hao, sensing the imminent confrontation, burst through the waterfall, facing Qian and his companions head-on. Observing the hovering Title Douluos around him, his fist clenched tightly, a bitter feeling swelling within. You cannot escape. Tang Hao, surrender the 10,000-year soul beast, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, you shall bring about your own destruction. Qian voice resonated with divine authority, echoing throughout the valley. Humph. Qian, should you wish to take Yin, you must first tread over my corpse. Even in the face of Title Douluos, Tang Hao remained resolute. His gaze fell upon the weary and frail Yin, cradling their son, and a wave of regret washed over him. Yes, he regretted it, for all of this was his doing, his inability to resist the allure of greed. The temptation of the 10,000-year soul ring had proven too great. Tang Hao was acutely aware of his love for Ayin, yet an invisible force constantly swayed his thoughts, urging him toward avarice. He had already stepped into the realm of titles, merely suppressing his level at 89 with the Houtian sect's secret methods with the 9th soul ring. He could attain true Title Douluo status. Thus, he orchestrated everything, believing himself to be the sole architect of this scheme. The arrival of Qian Xuanji and his entourage was a result of his underhanded revelations. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such perilous circumstances. He had brought harm to Ayin. However, now he was prepared to atone with his own life. Tang Hao tightened his grip on the Houtian hammer. Ready to strike first. Very well. Prepare to meet your end, Tang Hao. Attack. Sensing Tang Hao's unwillingness to concede, Qian Xuanji issued the command to engage. Yu Guan. Golden petals spread the flowing glow. Gui Mei. Ghostly shadow earth-grasping hand. At their command, the two Title Douluos, Zhu Gui and Gui Mei, unleashed their attacks. Chaotic cloak. Tang Hao swung his hammer, amplifying his strength with each blow, successfully repelling the two adversaries. Angel's light blade. At this moment, Qiang Sunji launched his assault, wielding a colossal blade that descended with tremendous force. With a single strike, Tang Hao maximized the power of the chaotic cloak, engaging fiercely in combat with Qiang Sunji. A thunderous roar abruptly reverberated throughout the valley, as the intense clash generated a fierce gale that obliterated the trees within the valley, causing boulders on the mountainside to tumble incessantly. In this fierce confrontation, Qiang Sunji was violently struck back, tumbling several dozen yards, his countenance reflecting extreme displeasure. He had unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage. Tang Hao, too, was not faring well. Following a tremendously powerful strike, he immediately coughed up a significant amount of blood, already gravely injured. After all, he was an 8-title Soul Douluo facing a 9-title Super Douluo at level 95. While the profound might of Houtian sect's ultimate techniques was indeed formidable, it came with a considerable backlash. In the face of the inability to swiftly subdue Tang Hao, Yu Guan and Gui Mei interlocked their fingers, embracing in unison to activate their martial soul fusion technique. Suddenly, all 18 of their soul rings illuminated, and a white halo rapidly expanded, ensnaring Tang Hao and rendering him utterly immobile. What the Spirit Hall desired could not be thwarted by anyone. Prepare to become the stepping stone for my ascent, Tang Hao. Qiang Sunji announced, his voice resonating throughout the valley as he stepped through the air. Angel's Sacred Sword. Seizing the fleeting opportunity of Tang Hao's temporary binding, Qiang Sunji hurled the Angel's Sacred Sword, intent on delivering a fatal blow. It is over, Tang Hao. Yet, he was thwarted. Ayin intervened. At the critical moment when the Angel's Sacred Sword was about to pierce Tang Hao's head, several blue-silver emperor vines erupted from the ground, entwining around it and halting its advance. With a firm grip, Ayin instantly shattered the Angel's Sacred Sword into a cascade of radiant light. Release him, and I will accompany you, Ayin declared, stepping forward to shield Tang Hao. Very well, Qiang Sunji pondered for a moment before acquiescing. As long as Ayin agreed to accompany them, their objective would be met. Killing Tang Hao would yield no advantage, after all. He was the heir of the Houtian sect, the foremost sect in the world, and there was no need to engage in a desperate struggle against him. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Spirit Hall ceased their attacks and lowered their guard. Ayin, do not go with them, Tang Hao shouted in alarm as he heard Ayin's intention to leave with the Spirit Hall members. Ayin remained silent, using her blue-silver emperor vines to bind Tang Hao to the ground before turning to place a child in his arms. Ayin, I am sorry. I have brought you harm, Tang Hao lamented, unable to move, his eyes brimming with regret as he watched Ayin's actions. Ayin gently shook her head. Brother Hao, I am aware of your intentions regarding my soul rings, are you not? You need not deny it. I have noticed your gaze upon me on several occasions, which bore an unusual intensity, bloodthirsty, greedy. I merely chose not to believe it, for I love you and chose to trust you. I know I am foolish. I do not blame you. Furthermore, thank you for accompanying me on this journey. I have been truly happy these days, but it is time to conclude. This will be the last time I call you Brother Hao. Since you desire my soul rings, I shall grant them to you. Take good care of our child. Tears streamed down Ayin's face as she resolutely initiated the sacrificial rite. No, Ayin, do not, Tang Hao cried out desperately, breaking free from his restraints in a bid to stop her. It is bad. She is about to sacrifice. Quickly, stop her. Qiang Sunji and the other Soul Douluo were caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, momentarily stunned. Qiang Sunji was the first to react. sharply reminding the others before launching an assault, the angel's sacred sword cutting forth with a formidable beam of golden light. Soon after, the others unleashed their powerful attacks. However, it was already too late. Once the sacrificial rite commenced, it could not be halted. Farewell. Yin's crimson lips parted to deliver her final words. No. Tang Hao's eyes widened in despair as he knelt to the ground, crying out to the heavens. In the next instant, a blue-silver halo enveloped the entire expanse, freezing all beings and things within it as if time itself had come to a standstill. The effect was far more terrifying than the two polar stasis realms of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. All personnel of the Spirit Hall, including the formidable Pope Qiangsunji, found themselves utterly immobilized, their every attack ensnared within the void. It was not until Yin's form transformed into a blood-red spirit ring, encircling the Haotian hammer held by Tang Hao, that the blue-silver aura dissipated, allowing the crowd to regain their mobility. Yin's figure vanished, leaving behind only a seed and a soul bone that shimmered with a blue-silver radiance, falling to the ground. Yin no. Tang Hao watched helplessly as Yin made her sacrifice. He obtained her spirit ring, yet no joy accompanied this acquisition. Instead, he covered his face with one hand, bowing his head in profound regret and self-reproach, tears streaming from his eyes and falling onto the infant cradled in his arms. The members of the Spirit Hall, recognizing the futility of the situation, appeared despondent. Curse it. Qiangsunji swung the angelic sacred sword, cleaving several small hills in his rage. The Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo showed no interest in the blue-silver seed left by Yin but were transfixed by the gleaming soul bone. Indeed, the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. Greed flickered in their eyes, yet they withdrew under Qiangsunji's fierce glare, begrudgingly retreating. Ah, the Spirit Hall. How formidable you are. I shall never coexist with you. At this moment, the radiant golden aura emanating from Qiangsunji roused Tang Hao from his stupor. He opened his mouth and unleashed a furious roar, a sound reminiscent of the depths of the infernal realm. The love and guilt he harbored for Yin, coupled with his own regret and suffering, coalesced into an overwhelming blaze of wrath. Suddenly, Tang Hao lifted his head, his eyes turning a vivid crimson, and his aura surged, transcending the 90th rank and then the 91st, ultimately stabilizing at the 92nd rank, unleashing the formidable pressure of a Title Douluo in an instant. His injuries miraculously healed in that fleeting moment. Chapter 10. Qiangsunji severely wounded. Tang Hao embraces his son, a 92nd rank Title Douluo. The shift in Tang Hao's aura finally caught the attention of Qiangsunji and the Zhuge Duo from the Spirit Hall. They gazed at the pulsating red soul rings adorning Tang Hao, their expressions filled with astonishment. They were momentarily dazed by the astonishing power of a 100,000-year soul ring. Seizing the opportunity presented by their momentary distraction, Tang Hao launched a fierce assault. God of Death's domain. Exploding rings. True body of Haotian. A blood-red halo erupted around Tang Hao, enveloping the 5 adversaries, amplifying his own might while simultaneously diminishing theirs, boosting his strength by 20%. Concurrently, the 9 soul rings adorning him detonated in unison, intensifying the terrifying aura emanating from him. The true body of Haotian coalesced, further augmenting his power. Whirling cloak. Tang Hao's onslaught was executed with such swiftness that each movement was completed in the blink of an eye. The hastily defending Yueguan, along with the ghostly figure and 4 other Soul Douluo-level powerhouses, were successively struck away, creating 3 massive craters upon the valley walls, before collapsing to the ground, spewing blood and exuding a waning aura. Among the 6, 3 of the weaker Soul Douluo lost all signs of life. Yueguan and another Soul Douluo were gravely injured. The ghostly figure, possessing the ethereal defense of a spectral martial spirit, stood protectively in front of Qiangsunji. However, under Tang Hao's relentless hammering, he was swiftly forced back several meters, his legs carving deep furrows into the ground, before he coughed up a significant amount of blood. Great Samurai Hammer. At that moment, Tang Hao unleashed his most formidable technique, the Haotian Absolute Art, infusing all his soul power into his martial spirit. The Haotian hammer suddenly expanded to a height of over 100 meters, gripped in the hands of his true form. It surged towards Qianxuanji and the malevolent ghost shadow with unrelenting ferocity. Humph! The ominous ghost shadow, confident in the extraordinary nature of his martial spirit, let out a disdainful snort, instantly manifesting his ghostly martial spirit to confront the impending assault. Yet, he underestimated the might of the Great Samurai Hammer. Under a multitude of enhancements, the Great Samurai Hammer was far beyond his capacity to withstand. With a thunderous crash, the ghost shadow was sent flying, crashing into the valley and instantly rendered incapable of battle. Tang Hao, You shall pay for this. Angelic true form. Witnessing the ghost shadow's dire fate, Tianchen was consumed by rage. He summoned his angelic true form, the resplendent six-winged angel enveloping him protectively. Ninth soul skill, angelic radiance. Tianchen unleashed his most potent attack, a dazzling beam of lethal light erupting from the mouth of his angelic true form. In the next instant, the Haotian hammer collided violently with the golden light. A cataclysmic shock wave erupted, mercilessly sweeping through the valley, obliterating several surrounding peaks in an instant. The Haotian hammer and the golden light clashed, each refusing to yield, locked in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Prolonged stalemate would inevitably favor Tianchen. For as a level 95 Super Douluo, his soul power nearly doubled that of the newly ascended Tang Hao. Moreover, Tang Hao's strength stemmed from a momentary surge of explosive power, which could not be sustained. As time passed, he would suffer severe backlash. However, the world is often rife with unexpected turns. Indeed, such surprises frequently arise from meticulous human design. An imperceptible white orb, carrying a wisp of red mist, descended from above. The white orb projected itself into the infant cradled in Tang Hao's arms, while the red mist detached and infiltrated Tang Hao's body. At that moment, when Tang Hao's soul power was nearly depleted, he suddenly felt a terrifying surge of murderous energy erupting within him. His already crimson eyes deepened to an even more profound scarlet. Although his dwindling soul power was being corroded by this force, he was astonished to discover that he could harness it. With newfound clarity, Tang Hao channeled this power directly into the Haotian hammer. Die, he bellowed, his eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson light. In the next heartbeat, the Haotian hammer glowed blood red, shattering the stalemate and obliterating the angelic radiance. How can this be? Tianchen was taken aback, disbelief plastered across his face as he watched the Haotian hammer crash down upon the angelic true form. With a shattering sound akin to breaking glass, the angelic true form was instantly annihilated. Tianchen body collided with the Haotian hammer, hurtling away and crashing against the rocky wall of the valley. After creating a massive dent in the stone, Tianchen body rebounded violently, soaring into the air before plummeting back down, sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, motionless and uncertain of his fate. After this strike, Tang Hao's figure flickered as he attempted to retrieve the seeds and soul bones left behind by a yin sacrifice. Subsequently, with a swift motion, he harnessed his remaining strength to smash through the encircling Holy Emperor warriors outside the valley, swiftly fleeing while cradling his son. However, at that moment, a transparent wave of sound surged toward Tang Hao in an instant. Though it appeared quite ordinary, it seemed capable of splitting the heavens apart. Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback, helplessly watching as a yin soul bone was swept away by this sound wave. Without a hint of hesitation, a frantic pulse resonated within him, a primal instinct from the depths of his soul urging him to flee. There were formidable adversaries present, ones Tang Hao could scarcely contend with. Clutching young Tang San, he fled in a frenzy, and the sound wave did not pursue him further, allowing him to vanish swiftly into the valley. Yu Guan and Gue Mei stood, aghast, witnessing this incredible series of events unfold before their eyes. Their hearts trembled with fear. They dared not pursue. Trembling, they approached to investigate and discovered that Pope Tianchen lay there, his bones shattered, blood seeping from his orifices. A sight too ghastly to behold, yet he still breathed. Fortunately, his holiness was not in imminent danger. Old ghost, we must leave the Star Do forest immediately and return to the Spirit Hall. If anything were to happen to his holiness, we could never bear the consequences. Gue Mei stifled a groan, blood spurting forth. He had been gravely injured by Tang Hao's strike. As the Soul Douluo had mentioned, should anything befall the Pope, they would undoubtedly be held accountable. After all, they were the ones who had led Tianchen to seek out Tang Hao and the 100,000-year soul beast. In this endeavor, 3 Soul Douluos fell victim to Tang Hao's decisive strike, while the remaining Soul Douluo was clearly on the brink of demise, drawing in breath more laboriously than ever. Qiangsunji lay gravely injured and unconscious, and the two of them were not faring much better. Jiuhua Pass, indeed. Let us hasten to escort His Holiness the Pope. Despite his grievous wounds, Gue Mei understood the urgency of the moment and swiftly advanced, collaborating with Zhu Dala to lift the unconscious Qiangsunji towards the canyon's exit. At this juncture, Yi Tianchen sat in meditation at the canyon's mouth, the Tianma cradled quietly in his embrace. In one hand, he grasped a shard of bone radiating a cerulean glow, unmistakably the soul bone belonging to Ayin. The sonic wave that had assailed Tang Hao moments prior was wrought by none other than Yu Tianchen himself. It was preposterous to think that Tianchen would allow something so precious to slip from his grasp. Had it not been for the swift sacrificial pace of the 100,000-year soul beast, which could not be interrupted, Tianchen would have endeavored to capture the beast outright. Though he did not succeed, acquiring such a 100,000-year soul bone was not a trivial loss. Moreover, Tianchen had observed the two beams of light during Tang Hao's moment of exhaustion with utmost clarity. They were exceedingly peculiar. From those beams, he sensed an essence of life and destruction, a sensation akin to the unique aura emanating from Title Douluo, an aura divine in nature. It was precisely for this reason that Tianchen refrained from pursuing Tang Hao. Otherwise, with his formidable strength, escape would have been an impossibility for Tang Hao. The notion of divine essence rendered the situation increasingly intriguing. Initially, he had believed divinity to be a mere figment of the imagination within the realm of Douluo Continent. Yet here he was, confronted with undeniable evidence of its existence. At this moment, Tianchen's thoughts grew convoluted, eliciting an indefinable sentiment toward the divine. However, he swiftly dispelled these chaotic musings, for the reason was quite simple. Douluo and Douluo were already on the verge of arriving, supporting the unconscious Sunji. The objective of this mission is about to commence. Although Sunji is gravely injured, Tianchen will certainly not let him escape. After all, he has made a promise to Bibi Dong, has he not? As he pondered, the enchanting figure of Bibi Dong involuntarily surfaced in Tianchen's mind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 11. The melody like a rising tide, an interception on the way. In the blink of an eye, half a stick of incense had passed, and soon, 3 silhouettes began to materialize in the valley ahead of Tianchen. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, and wisps of dense fog began to spread through the damp gorge. Merely 1,000 meters apart, Tianchen could barely discern the approaches of both the ghost Douluo and the unconscious Sunji. Old ghost, we are about to exit the gorge. We must exert ourselves further. His Holiness the Pope cannot be afforded any mishap. Otherwise, in the Hall of Offerings, the grand offering will surely devour us, both alive. The expression on Douluo's face was one of urgent distress, despite having sustained serious injuries in his earlier battle against Tang Hao. However, Sunji was of paramount importance compared to their own well-being. Old Jew, I have already expended all my strength. I cannot go any faster. If I do, my injuries will become uncontrollable. Before he could finish his sentence, Ghost Douluo coughed up a mouthful of blood. Beside him, Douluo shook his head repeatedly, a surge of profound grief and indignation swelling within him. Just as Douluo was about to speak, a hauntingly ethereal and melodious sound of a zither, both mysterious and sweet, washed over them like a tidal wave, enveloping them in an instant. In that moment, both Douluo and Ghost Douluo were taken aback. Their expressions shifting dramatically, they were all too familiar with that melody. This is the melody of the star-picking tower's master. In that fleeting moment, Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances, each perceiving the profound dread reflected in the other's eyes. Old ghost, this is dire. How could that despicable master of the star-picking tower appear here? At this instant, Douluo felt a sudden heaviness in his mind, completely oblivious to Douluo's words. His heart seemed to convulse, rendering him utterly frozen. Old ghost? Old ghost. Under the astonished gaze of Douluo, Douluo's body stiffened, a muffled groan escaped his lips, and he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. At this moment, Douluo disregarded Tianchen and placed him on the ground, hastening to the side of Ghost Douluo to assist him in suppressing his injuries with all his might. Meanwhile, at the valley's exit, Tianchen's cold smile gradually emerged, his movements quickening in an instant. As his melody concluded, he rose and stored away his instrument, advancing step by step toward Douluo and the unconscious Tianchen. Naturally, Douluo was oblivious to Tianchen's approach, for he understood that resistance was futile. Surrounded by a dense fog, he deemed it wiser to remain in place and await the outcome rather than seek out Tianchen's whereabouts. The atmosphere had plummeted to a nadir. Soon, Douluo heard footsteps drawing closer, followed by Tianchen's ethereal voice, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's call. A chrysanthemum flower and a little ghost, so devoted. Even in such dire straits, still standing guard. Regrettably, your luck is rather poor today. Just a Tang Hao, a newly ascended Title Douluo, has reduced you to this state. 4 soul Douluo have perished. Tianchen is gravely injured and unconscious, and the little ghost is also severely wounded. Only you, Douluo, retain the strength to resist. How pitiable. In the spirit hall, Apart from the ancient figures in the worship hall, the rest were merely a band of inept fools. Douluo's face turned ashen. He realized that there was no chance for escape before the master of the star-picking tower. Even during their prime, their hopes were scant. How much less so now? Under the guise of the QNMEN, why indulge in theatrics? Since we are in such a predicament, though I am unaware of your true intentions, there is no need to mock us so. Douluo's sharp voice pierced the air like claws on metal, grating and instilling an inexplicable annoyance. In the thick fog. Upon hearing this, Tianchen's lips curled into a slight smile. With a mere gesture, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted, dispersing the dense fog in the canyon in an instant. His form materialized before Douluo. As you wish, little chrysanthemum. In a gasp of surprise, Douluo beheld Tianchen's godlike presence. A mere 100 meters apart, with each step Tianchen took, a dark and profound soul ring rose beneath his feet. With each of the 7 steps, the soul rings emerged one after another, and by the 7th step, the soul ring transformed from dark to a hint of crimson. The 7th soul ring, indicating Tianchen was nearing the 10,000-year level. Douluo was utterly stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Who could possibly start with a 10,000-year soul ring? His astonishment did not cease as Tianchen took his 8th step. A blood-red soul ring suddenly condensed the air around them. Douluo's gaze fixated on the terrifyingly crimson soul ring, filled with bloodshed and horror. A 10,000-year soul ring. It was indeed a 10,000-year soul ring. Douluo was utterly dumbfounded. Even Ghost Douluo, lying prostrate on the ground, strained to turn his head, witnessing this unforgettable scene. However, this was not the end. The moment Tianchen took his 9th step, yet another blood-red 10,000-year soul ring ascended. At this juncture, both Douluo and Ghost Douluo were already numb. The soul master theories they had accepted dictated that no soul master could begin with a 10,000-year soul ring. Yet what lay before their eyes? No wonder the worship hall advised us not to provoke the star-picking tower lightly. It all made sense now. Douluo's heart screamed in turmoil. He never anticipated that one day, as a 94th level Title Douluo, he would become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Utterly devoid of any power to resist. With all 9 soul rings activated, Tianchen now possessed a soul power nearing 97, radiating an aura akin to a great sun. This terrifying presence could be sensed by soul beasts over 50,000 years old within the Douluo forest. At the core of the Douluo forest, in the lake of life, a massive bull's head slowly emerged from the water, fear beginning to spread in its eyes. This was the pressure of a nearly 98-level Title Douluo. Could the Douluo forest be on the brink of upheaval? As the bull's head retreated into the depths of the lake, regardless of the sentiments of the soul beasts, Douluo and Ghost Douluo dared not contemplate anything. As Tianchen approached step by step, their faces began to reflect a bitter resignation. When he was about 50 meters away, Tianchen halted, regarding the fearful Douluo. The expression behind his golden mask softened, a mysterious smile beginning to bloom. QNMEN, might I inquire what brings you to this place? Clinging to his last shred of hope, Douluo raised his head, nervously meeting Tianchen's gaze. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. With a slight smile, Tianchen glanced at the still unconscious Qian, refraining from unnecessary words. Little chrysanthemum, what do you think our purpose is in mobilizing the star-picking tower? Only to kill. Care to guess whom I have come for? Observing Douluo's hesitation, Tianchen remained unhurried. Given Qian's current state, he need not intervene personally. Time would likely see him perish first. Douluo took a deep breath. Indeed, the star-picking tower would not act without cause. Especially not the master of the tower. However, none among them bore enmity against the star-picking tower, leaving only one possibility. Someone was willing to pay a price for the life of one among them. In a fleeting moment, the image of the spirit hall saintess, Bibi Dong, flashed in Douluo's mind. It dawned on him. No wonder Bibi Dong vanished near the star-picking tower last time. She had gone to negotiate. Yet, the bitter realization struck him. Although the target was not himself, it was surely the Pope, Qian. Douluo was all too aware of the misdeeds committed by Qian in the past. Casting a glance at Tianchen's profound eyes, Douluo sighed softly. If you intend to assassinate our spirit hall's Pope, you may find it difficult to escape the clutches of the worship hall's law. Haha, what a joke. Do you think I fear those old fools? Tianchen replied, you are quite astute, but regrettably, you have allied with the wrong individuals. Without further ado, he turned his focus to Qian. Chapter 12. The 8 Sounds of the Heavenly Dragon Play. Qian meets his end. QNMEN. Wait. As the master of the star-picking tower ceased their conversation, Directing attention to Pope Qian Xuanji, Douluo's heart trembled despite his desire to struggle. Oh, little chrysanthemum. Although Qian Xuanji is your pope, you are also a Title Douluo. Such unwavering loyalty, tut. Could it be that you share an unspoken secret with Qian Xuanji? Observing the flamboyant attire of Douluo, Yi Tianchen's imagination ran wild. Whether in the Xiantian continent or this Douluo continent, there are certainly no shortage of individuals as charming as Long Yang. This peculiar inclination was something Knight Tianchen had merely heard of. Now, witnessing the anxious demeanor of Douluo, could it be that there was truly something between them? As he spoke, the intricacies beneath Knight Tianchen's golden mask became evident. The thrill of Dragon Yang's affection igniting his thoughts. Though Douluo could not perceive the expression concealed by the mask, he could surmise the implications, however. There was no time for lengthy explanations now. Under the crown of the Kin Demon, he had heard of the 3 no-kill principles of the star-picking tower. Why then? Today, would he harm the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Implicitly, Douluo still harbored a glimmer of hope, praying that Knight Tianchen would spare Qian Xuanji. Knight Tianchen cast a cold glance at Douluo, and in that instant, Douluo felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Humph, I thought you. Little Ju and Qian Xuanji shared some clandestine secret. It turns out it was merely about these 3 principles. But, Little Ju, do you truly believe that Qian Xuanji or yourself can meet any of these principles? How foolish. Douluo's heart sank. His cleverness had backfired. The 3 principles dictated. First, do not kill ordinary civilians who are not part of the Soul Master team. Second, do not kill the weak, sick, elderly, pregnant, or those who are lonely. Third, do not kill fellow disciples of the star-picking tower. Qian Xuanji, regardless of the circumstances, had no connection to these rules. At this moment, Knight Tianchen no longer hesitated. He was about to deliver a fatal blow to Qian Xuanji. In a moment of desperation, Douluo exchanged a glance with his companion, both resolute in their determination. Old ghost, let us strike. Dual forbidden domain. In an instant, disregarding his injuries, Douluo unleashed the spirit fusion technique, attempting to ensnare Knight Tianchen. Absurd. You think a mere spirit fusion technique could hinder me? It is but a delusion. Heavenly Dragon S8 sounds. Suddenly, the Tianma Qin appeared in Knight Tianchen's grasp, and as his 12 fingers danced upon the strings, waves of terrifying sound surged forth. Like an unending torrent of a mighty river, invading the spirit fusion technique. In an instant, the entire canyon transformed as sound waves morphed into weapons, long spears, short blades, galloping steeds, and reapers of life. Merely a fleeting encounter, Douluo's desperate spirit fusion technique shattered into fragments. As a consequence, Douluo was also repelled. Sent flying 100 meters away, his bones shattered, devoid of any power to resist. Gazing at the unconscious Qian Xuanji, an eerie smile emerged from beneath Knight Tianchen's golden mask. He could not allow Qian Xuanji to perish so easily. Initially, Bibi Dong had a special request that Qian Xuanji endure torment until death. Qian Xuanji relished this experience. First soul skill, summoning of the death goddess. As the words fell, the first soul ring beneath Knight Tianchen glowed, and a mysterious black mist surged into Qian Xuanji's mind. Boom. In a daze, Qian Xuanji awoke within the realm of his spiritual power, and before him lay no longer a serene and tranquil world, but a scene reminiscent of hell. Blood flowed endlessly, and skeletal remains littered the path. The stench of black sludge, accompanied by eerie, inexplicable sounds, began to creep in. Lay down your weapons, become a Buddha. Lay down your weapons, become a Buddha. In that instant, Qian Xuanji found himself surrounded by vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, their fierce gazes fixed upon him. Qian Xuanji, pay with your life. In a mere moment, all the vengeful spirits and ghosts lunged at him, pinning Qian Xuanji to the ground, relentlessly tearing at him. The excruciating sensation of wanting to live yet desiring death rendered Qian Xuanji momentarily numb. Ah, I am guilty. My sins are profound. I deserve to die. I must die. The cacophony of agonizing cries echoed in his spiritual realm like a relentless tide. Meanwhile, Knight Tianchen maintained his smile, observing the trembling form of Qian Xuanji. Suddenly, Qian Xuanji stiffened, his eyes wide with terror, blood seeping from his eyes. Who knows if this is sufficient? Well, since Bibi Dong worked so hard that night, how could I, Knight Tianchen, not reap my rewards? Fifth soul skill, Feathers of the Illusory God. Abruptly, Knight Tianchen's fifth soul ring glimmered, and he began to place both hands upon the Tianma Qi chain. As the melodies resonated, dark feathers fell from the void like a torrential downpour. descending upon Qian Xuanji's body in a frenzy. And just as the malevolent spirits vanished from Qian Xuanji's spiritual realm, a flurry of black arrows pierced through his form, yet within his spiritual world, he remained an indestructible entity, like a swarm of ants devouring flesh. Qian Xuanji was rendered speechless by the agony. Before night Tianchen, Qian Xuanji trembled, blood seeping from his nostrils and ears. Furthermore, the incapacitated Douluo was unfortunate enough to taste the torment of Knight Tianchen's fifth soul skill. As the spiritual arrows fell, the immobile Douluo felt his spiritual realm suffer a devastating blow. The heart-wrenching pain, even as they were Title Douluo, left them in a state of helplessness, unable to live or die. At that moment, Douluo could envision the fate that awaited the Pope, Qian Xuanji, under Knight Tianchen's watchful eye, sending chills down their spines. They had not anticipated that the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower not only possessed formidable strength, but also wielded such bizarre and cruel methods. They wished to plead for mercy, yet their mouths felt sealed shut. Seeing Qian Xuanji in this state seemed to leave Knight Tianchen still somewhat unsatisfied. This fellow is on the brink of death already. I have yet to unleash my true powers. Regardless, it has been a while since I've savored such delightful torment. Today, let Qian Xuanji experience it fully. Heavenly Dragon S8 sounds, flames of karma engulfing. As the words echoed, with Knight Tianchen's continuous motions, terrifying flames of karma ignited, spreading from a single flicker to envelop the entire canyon. Within Qian Xuanji's spiritual realm, he found himself lost, uncertain of whether he was alive or dead. The descending arrows transformed into flames of karma, enveloping his very soul. In an instant, his entire spirit was consumed by the flames of karma. The sins of his past began to converge, and the searing heat drove Qian Xuanji to the ground, rolling in agony as he sought to extinguish the flames. Yet, all was in vain. How could karma's flames be easily snuffed out? The endless flames continued to ravage Qian Xuanji's soul. In his suffering, his essence gradually dissipated. Finally, seemingly unable to endure this inhumane torment any longer, Qian Xuanji gritted his teeth and ignited his own soul. In that moment, Knight Tianchen beheld as Qian Xuanji's body began to char without flames. Who knows how long it lasted, perhaps just a fleeting instant. But Qian Xuanji's spiritual realm shattered completely, his soul extinguished. The once mighty Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, thus fell. Alongside him, Douluo also endured the torturous flames, yet both managed to withstand the agonizing heat and emerged alive. Very well, Douluo. I shall spare your life. Otherwise, that old fellow Tian Douluo would not know that it was I who slayed Qian Xuanji. Ha. Deliver a message to Tian Douluo. Qian Xuanji is but a mere waste. Yet Tang Hao has divine assistance. With that, Tianchen lost interest in lingering, waved his hand to retract the flames of calamity, and vanished into the depths of the canyon. Simultaneously, at the very moment of Qian Xuanji's demise, within the worship hall of Spirit City, a glass lamp extinguished before the angelic statue facing Tian Douluo, who fixated intently on the scene. No, Xuanji. Chapter 13. The complexity of Bibi Dong, Tian Douluo's wrath. In an instant, the overwhelming aura of Tian Douluo, the 99th ranked Title Douluo, erupted throughout Spirit City. The Soul Masters felt an immense pressure. With some crushed under the weight of this formidable force, their internal organs shattered. Subsequently, Tian Douluo's figure surged forth from Spirit City, racing towards the Stardow Forest. The very sight of Qian Xuanji's lifeless form, in the hall of the Holy Maiden, as the colossal pressure emanating from Tian Douluo dissipated, Bibi Dong struggled to rise. Gazing in the direction he vanished, a devilish smile gracing her lips. At that very moment, the first trial of the Rakshasa god had been completed for Bibi Dong. Qian Xuanji, you wretched fiend, did you ever consider that one day you would perish at the hands of another? With a TSK? She mused on the formidable strength of the star-picking tower master, which was indeed rather fearsome. However, once I ascend to divinity, both you, the star-picking tower master, and Tian Douluo shall meet your demise. With that proclamation, Bibi Dong began to accept the rewards of the first trial of the Rakshasa god. And in the blink of an eye, her power surged from rank 89 to 90. This is primarily due to her current inability to obtain a soul ring. Once she acquires her 9th soul ring, her strength will undoubtedly soar. The overwhelming sensation is intoxicating. Naturally, the commotion on Bibi Dong's side will not attract the attention of other Title Douluos within the Spirit Hall. At this moment, all Soul Masters are eager to comprehend the source of Tian Douluo's wrath. with an astonishing strength of 99 levels. Douluo arrived at the Star Do forest in a mere 15 minutes. The aura he exuded, even more terrifying than that of Tianchen, continuously radiated a perilous warning. All soul beasts within the Star Do forest were instantly frightened by this overwhelming presence. Even those over 50,000 years old were frantically fleeing towards the core of the Star Do forest. Moreover, Douluo's aura not only struck fear into the hearts of formidable soul beasts like the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Deep beneath the lake of life, the slumbering Emperor Tian was awakened by Douluo's arrival. As he gazed in Douluo's direction, he slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, then turned his focus back to the million-year soul beast, the dream-eye silkworm, before him. In a swift rush, Douluo found himself at the canyon where Xuanji had fallen. From a distance, the canyon appeared utterly barren. All flora and forest had turned to ash the moment Tianchen's inferno descended. Shifting his gaze, Douluo beheld the lifeless body of Xuanji. In an instant, he surged forward, reaching the corpse, extending his aged and trembling hands to gently cradle Xuanji in his embrace, tears streaming down his face. Xuanji, who could dare to lay a hand on you? In that moment, Douluo was engulfed in grief and fury. Though he had never held Xuanji in high regard, believing him incapable of sustaining the future of the spirit hall, he was nonetheless his son. Even a tiger refrains from consuming its own cubs. What more could be said of Douluo? His hands glided over Xuanji's lifeless and pallid face, his heart feeling as though it were being cleaved in two. Time slipped away, and with the arrival of a gentle rain, Douluo finally relinquished the now cold body of Xuanji. His gaze shifted to the immobile Douluo. In a heartbeat, Douluo stood beside Douluo. And with a mere glance, he discerned Douluo's predicament. At this moment, Douluo, upon seeing Douluo before him, felt his heart racing with trepidation. The thought of the Pope's demise brought forth unimaginable dread for them. Regardless of the fury surging within him, Douluo extended his aged hand. And an ominous surge of soul power with an eerie sensation swiftly invaded Douluo's body. In mere moments, Douluo was astonished to find his shattered bones beginning to mend. Finally, as Douluo withdrew his hand, Douluo's injuries had healed significantly. At this juncture, Douluo's ancient and profound gaze settled calmly upon Douluo. In the next moment, his lips parted, and a terrifying wave of sound surged forth. Douluo, speak. What transpired? Who is responsible for the Pope's murder? Ignoring his injuries, Douluo struggled to rise. Collapsing to his knees with a thud, his anxious eyes darted around, daring not to meet Douluo's gaze. Great Elder, His Holiness the Pope was slain by the master of the star-picking tower. Douluo steeled himself, knowing that honesty might spare their lives, for otherwise, they feared they would not see the dawn. The master of the star-picking tower? Douluo was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated such a revelation. The star-picking tower was situated within Spirit City. How could anyone dare? Yet, Douluo perceived that Douluo's demeanor suggested he was not lying. The anguish of losing a son, combined with the helplessness of knowing the perpetrator yet feeling powerless to act, aged Douluo considerably. He understood that if the master of the star-picking tower had the audacity to commit such an act, the star-picking tower was likely deserted, its occupants gone. No matter how formidable Douluo was, he could not chase after the master of the star-picking tower across the world. The spirit hall relied on him. And so did Qianrenxue. Upon learning that Xuanji had been slain by Tianchen, Douluo regained some composure, quickly redirecting his focus back to Douluo. Douluo, you two are Title Douluos of level 94, and Xuanji is a Title Douluo of level 95. Even if you were outmatched by the master of the star-picking tower, you shouldn't have been so utterly defeated. Explain this to me. Noticing the absence of any wounds on Xuanji's body that could be attributed to the master of the star-picking tower, Douluo was taken aback, particularly by the aura emanating from the Haotian hammer that lingered on Xuanji. Exchanging glances with each other, despite their palpable anxiety, they understood that this matter could not be concealed from the Great Elder. The inevitable moment had arrived. Douluo struggled to lift his head, gazing into the depths of the canyon, and began to recount the events. Great Elder, His Holiness the Pope was gravely injured and fell unconscious due to Tang Hao from the Haotian sect. Both I and Old Ghost were also wounded by Tang Hao. The master of the star-picking tower appeared when we were attempting to bring His Holiness back to the Spirit Hall, thus we were no match for him. Lacking even the strength to resist, Moreover, the master of the star-picking tower possesses 7 10,000-year soul rings and 200,000-year soul rings. As Douluo spoke, his astonishment grew until he sensed Title Douluo's expression darkening, prompting him to fall silent. Haotian sect, Tang Hao. How could a mere soul Douluo injure Xuanji and the three of you Title Douluos? Douluo, do you take me for a fool? Douluo trembled uncontrollably. And in his panic, he ultimately revealed their quest to find 10,000-year soul beasts and the sacrificial offering of the blue-silver emperor to Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, Douluo, infuriated, struck Douluo and Douluo away with considerable force, exacerbating their previously healing injuries. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. A newly ascended Title Douluo. You all. Douluo was beyond words, feeling overwhelmed by the pain of loss alongside the anguish of betrayal. Douluo, having been thrown aside, coughed up blood. And upon glancing at Xuanji, he seemed to recall something. Great Elder, the master of the star-picking tower has a message for you. Douluo shouted with the last vestiges of his strength. Hearing this, Douluo turned to Douluo, gripping him firmly. Speak. The master of the star-picking tower wants you to know that Tang Hao has divine assistance. Upon uttering this, Douluo could no longer contain his internal injuries and fainted. Meanwhile, Douluo stood in stunned silence, pondering the implications of divine assistance. He was perplexed by whether this was a taunt regarding his son's inadequacy. After a considerable time, Douluo finally grasped the situation. Tang Hao had divine assistance. Otherwise, how could a newly crowned Title Douluo possibly contend against the likes of the formidable Douluo and the illustrious Xuanji, both of whom are also Title Douluos? What began as a mere sorrow of losing a child has now transformed into a perplexing enigma. Chapter 14. Tang Hao slays the Pope. The dispute within the Haotian sect. 3 days later, the Spirit Hall abruptly released a shocking announcement. The Pope, Xuanji, has succumbed to grave injuries, and the perpetrator is none other than Tang Hao of the Haotian sect. Furthermore, the scandal involving Tang Hao's clandestine dealings with a 10,000-year soul beast was also disclosed. The Grand Offering, Douluo, personally demanded the Haotian sect surrender Tang Hao, the murderer of Pope Xuanji. In an instant, this news spread across the Douluo Continent like wildfire. Within the offering hall, Douluo, wearied and cradling the slumbering Qianren, who is merely 5.5 years old, reflects on the decision to frame Tang Hao for the assassination of Xuanji. As he sighs softly, the doors of the grand hall creak open, revealing the aged figure of Douluo, who strides in with deliberate steps. Brother, the news has already circulated. All the imperial families and the top 3 sects are now aware of the situation. Perplexed, questions. Why implicate Tang Hao of the Haotian sect when it was clearly the star-picking tower's master who committed the crime? His confusion is palpable. He cannot fathom Douluo's reasoning behind this course of action. Exhaling a heavy breath, Douluo gently places the sleeping Qianren onto a soft seat and approaches Douluo, his voice slightly hoarse as he begins to explain. Indeed, the master of the star-picking tower is the true assassin of my child. However, all traces of the star-picking tower have vanished from Spirit City. What can we, the Spirit Hall, do about this? Can I personally scour the continent to hunt down the master of the star-picking tower? Who within the Spirit Hall could capture such a formidable figure besides myself? Douluo finds himself at a loss for words. It is true. The star-picking tower has dissolved, and while the Spirit Hall possesses deep reserves, the individual strength of the star-picking tower's master is daunting. Among the Spirit Hall, even a 98th level Title Douluo can only hope to hold his ground, and only Douluo himself stands a chance of prevailing in a confrontation. Yet, without his brother, the Spirit Hall remains vulnerable. Moreover, considering the vastness of the continent, how could the master of the star-picking tower allow the Spirit Hall to easily seize him? Gently patting Douluo's shoulder, Douluo continues, by the way, the master of the star-picking tower is likely now at the 96th or even 97th level. His soul ring configuration has evolved from the former 8 black and 1 red to 7 black and 2 red. At this revelation, Douluo gasps in astonishment. The master of the star-picking tower has advanced at an alarming rate. Such rapid progress is indeed unimaginable. Douluo falls into silence. The swift growth of the star-picking tower's master has caught him off guard. Yet this is not the sole reason for attributing the murder of Xuanji to Tang Hao. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he observes E's continued shock and lets out a slight sigh. The presence of such a formidable adversary within the spirit hall is truly disconcerting. Even the former Tianchen was not as challenging. Brother, I understand your intent now, Genie replies. Since we cannot deal with the master of the star-picking tower in the short term, it would be wise to refrain from further discussion on the matter. The recent demise of the Pope bears a portion of responsibility from the Haotian sect and Tang Hao. The Haotian sect must pay the price for this, otherwise. How can our spirit hall silence the murmurs of the world? Nodding slightly, yet shaking his head, Douluo's thoughts were far more complex. Golden Crocodile, you are indeed correct. This approach can mitigate some of the impact on spirit hall caused by the death of the child. However, I genuinely wish to capture Tang Hao of the Haotian sect. I demand his death, and it must be so. Upon hearing this, even Golden Crocodile Douluo was taken aback. As a member of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao is a Title Douluo level powerhouse. Capturing him would require considerable effort from Spirit Hall. If the Haotian sect is determined to protect Tang Hao, Spirit Hall may suffer significant losses. In Golden Crocodile Douluo's view, they would not truly dare to confront Tang Hao and the Haotian sect. After all, Pope Qian Xuanji is already dead, and Tang Hao serves merely as a scapegoat. Extracting some cost from the Haotian sect would be sufficient to move past this matter. Nonetheless, since his elder brother was unwilling, there must be his own considerations. Golden Crocodile Douluo had nothing more to say. Observing Golden Crocodile Douluo's confusion, Douluo's gaze was filled with deadly intent. Golden Crocodile, do not be perplexed. Do you know that the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower sent a message through the ghost Douluo? Oh, Golden Crocodile Douluo was somewhat surprised. The actions of the Star-Picking Tower's Lord were rather perplexing. After killing someone, why send a message? Gazing towards the statue of the angel, Douluo coldly stated, he said, Tang Hao has divine assistance. Boom. In that instant, Golden Crocodile Douluo felt his head spinning, and he finally understood why his elder brother was so intent on eliminating Tang Hao. Divine assistance implies that a deity stands behind Tang Hao. Golden Crocodile Douluo did not doubt that this was merely the Star-Picking Tower's Lord's trickery. He had crossed swords with Tianchen, a top-tier powerhouse of the continent, and would not just about divine matters. This elder brother, Golden Crocodile realized, tomorrow I shall bring several offerings to the Haotian sect. With that, a similar glint of murderous intent appeared in Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes. Nodding, Douluo did not object, tacitly agreeing to this course of action. Compared to the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower, the movements of a deity made Douluo's nerves tense. The Lord of the Star-Picking Tower could only cause a disturbance after he was gone, but frankly speaking, if one day Douluo were no longer present and the Qian family lacked a suitable heir, the absence of the Star-Picking Tower would not significantly alter the outcome. However, the machinations of a deity could not be ignored. As a descendant of the angel god, he could not afford to be indifferent. Shortly thereafter, Golden Crocodile Douluo slowly exited the Grand Hall, leaving Douluo alone to quietly watch the slumbering Renshua. Meanwhile, when the news of Tang Hao's murder of Pope Qian Xuanji reached the Haotian sect, all members were thrown into turmoil. Within the Grand Hall of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, look at the good deeds your brother Tang Hao has done. He actually consorted with a soul beast for 100,000 years. He even killed the Pope of Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji. Humph. Not only that, it is said that Spirit Hall is furious about this matter. Tang Hao is one of our Haotian sect members. How can we endure this? Spirit Hall will certainly not let us off easily. In my opinion, it would be best for Tang Hao to confess and surrender to Spirit Hall to avoid dragging our disciples and elders into this mess. Several elders of the Haotian sect chimed in, continuously pressuring the current sect leader, Tang Xiao. Their words were filled with blame towards Tang Hao for stirring up trouble and defending Spirit Hall. At this moment, Tang Xiao was at a loss for how to respond. He had only recently inherited the position of sect leader and was merely a rank 92. Most of the elders present were Soul Douluo level powerhouses, with several Title Douluo level elders also applying pressure regarding this matter. Elders, whether this incident is truly the doing of Hao is still open to discussion. Furthermore, Spirit Hall is ambitious and may intentionally sow discord amongst us. It would be wise to wait until the situation is clarified before taking action. Humph. What is there to discuss? Tang Xiao, do not show favoritism merely because Tang Hao is your younger brother. Let me tell you, the death of Pope Qian Xuanji is an undeniable fact, and he was indeed injured by the Haotian hammer. Your words may sound pleasant, but Spirit Hall will not let this go. Do you truly wish to see our Haotian sect's century-old foundation crumble? Before Tang Xiao could finish speaking, a Title Douluo level elder directly interrupted him. showing no regard for his position as sect leader. Just as the atmosphere reached an impasse, the second elder, who had remained silent, suddenly stood up. In the grand hall, everyone instantly fell silent. As the strongest member of the Haotian sect, the second elder, with a rank of 95, naturally held more authority than the newly appointed sect leader, Tang Xiao. Very well, let us set this matter aside for now. The death of Pope Qian Xuanji is indeed a fact, and it is also true that he was injured by the Haotian hammer. However, Tang Hao is still a Title Douluo of our Haotian sect. How could we easily hand him over to Spirit Hall? Let us set this matter aside for the time being and observe how the Spirit Hall chooses to handle it. It is no small feat for our Haotian sect to possess a Title Douluo, especially one like Tang Hao, who wields a 100,000-year spirit ring. We shall face challenges as they come, and let all else rest for now. With that said, silence enveloped the Haotian sect, plunging it into an eerie calm. Chapter 15. The Hunt for Spirit Rings, Shadow and Light in Harmony. Naturally, the events unfolding between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall stirred no emotion in Tianchen, who was deep within the Star Do forest at that moment, walking with serene composure into its depths. Behind him, Inhe, trembling with excitement, could hardly contain his fervor for the impending acquisition of the ninth spirit ring. Master of the Tower, we are about to enter the core area of the Star Do forest, which harbors spirit beasts of 100,000 years. We should proceed with caution, Yang Bai remarked, his expression gradually shifting as he gazed deeper into the forest. Unlike Inhe, Yang Bai's eighth spirit ring was earned from the very depths of the Star Do forest, originating from a formidable earthquake dragon of approximately 70,000 years. There exists a rule within the star-picking tower. All assassins must personally obtain their spirit rings from the first to the eighth. However, for the ninth spirit ring, the master of the tower may intervene directly, regardless of the age of the spirit ring, even if it is 100,000 years old, should an assassin request it. The master would endeavor to secure it for them. Nevertheless, the question remains whether they could successfully absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. In his earlier ventures, Yang Bai, confident in his prowess, had braved the depths of the Star Do forest alone to hunt for spirit rings, only to narrowly escape with his life from a 70,000-year earthquake dragon. Upon his departure from the forest, he even encountered a 100,000-year Titan giant ape. Although he survived that harrowing ordeal, he retained an abiding respect for the perils lurking within those depths. However, upon hearing Yang Bai's caution, Inhe could not contain his disdain. Yang Bai, what a weakling you are. So what if there are 100,000-year spirit beasts in the Star Do forest? If the master of the tower intervenes, what can a 100,000-year spirit beast do? Mere trifles, wouldn't you agree? Yang Bai shot Inhe a glance, choosing not to engage further with him. Ahead, Tianchen overheard their banter, a rare smile breaking through the facade of his gilded mask. Yang Bai, there is no need for excessive concern. As Inhe rightly said, 100,000-year spirit beasts are still rather youthful before me and pose little threat. However, the Star Do forest harbors more than just 100,000-year spirit beasts. Perhaps there are even ferocious beasts that have existed for hundreds of thousands of years concealed within. Tianchen spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words struck Inhe like a potent tonic, emboldening him. Yet Yang Bai's focus was evidently not on the 100,000-year spirit beasts. Rather, the possibility of encountering beasts aged in the hundreds of thousands stirred greater trepidation within him. The words spoken by Tianchen were not mere casual remarks. In the Douluo Continent, it is improbable that only spirit beasts of 100,000 years exist. While those surpassing that age are seldom encountered, only scattered accounts can be found within the texts. However, with Tianchen's ninth spirit ring, now nearing 200,000 years, he speculated that there must be spirit beasts of over 200,000 years hidden away, reluctant to reveal themselves. The Star Do forest, being the largest spirit beast forest in the Douluo Continent, is unlikely to be devoid of formidable beasts lurking within. Master of the building, do we really need to confront the 100,000-year spirit beast for the sake of obtaining spirit rings? Yang Bai began to focus on this hunt for spirit rings, dismissing other irrelevant thoughts. Inhe furrowed his brow, not out of doubt regarding his master's capabilities, but due to the extreme rarity of 100,000-year spirit beasts. Merely locating such a beast would demand considerable time. More importantly, neither Inhe nor Yang Bai possessed confidence in successfully absorbing the spirit ring produced by a 100,000-year beast. The pressure encountered while attempting to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring is markedly different from that associated with a 90,000-year ring. This prompted Yang Bai to voice his concerns. Upon hearing this, Tianchen paused, and both Inhe and Yang Bai halted their steps in unison. The resolution of this matter hinges upon your choices. For within the Douluo forest reside the likes of the sky blue bull python, the Titan giant ape, and other enigmatic entities yet to be discovered. This matter is not a significant concern for me. Although hunting a 100,000-year soul beast poses certain challenges, I am confident in my ability to accomplish it. As for your success in absorbing it, that is a decision you must make for yourselves. However, I do possess an alternative method that can grant you a 100,000-year soul ring. This approach entails no inherent danger, albeit it differs slightly from the former. Tianchen turned to gaze quietly at Innate and Yang Bai, observing how they would choose. Upon hearing this, Innate and Yang Bai exchanged glances, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. They looked towards Tianchen and simultaneously inquired, "Honorable Master, could you elucidate the distinctions of this second method?" Without hesitation, Tianchen spoke plainly. "The second method involves my locating two soul beasts of approximately 90,000 years for you to absorb their soul rings first. Afterward, you may seek out some 10,000-year soul beasts to augment your ninth soul ring, thus enabling it to reach the 100,000-year mark. However, this method has a drawback. Absorbing a typical 100,000-year soul beast yields 2 soul skills, while this alternative provides only 1. The ultimate choice rests with the two of you." Having spoken, Tianchen strode deeper into the Douluo forest, while Innate and Yang Bai initially displayed surprise, which quickly transformed into elation. Compared to directly absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, this method is truly extraordinary. As for the lack of one soul skill, what does it matter? Overjoyed, the two swiftly followed in Tianchen's footsteps, entering the depths of the Douluo forest with hearts full of joy. Upon reaching the core area of the Douluo forest, the number of soul beasts sharply diminished. Every soul beast encountered during their journey was at least 10,000 years old, with most ranging between 30,000 and 50,000 years. Since these beasts were not the target of their expedition, Tianchen and Innate Yang Bai paid them no mind, focusing solely on locating soul beasts of around 90,000 years. Yet, given the vast expanse of the Douluo forest, finding suitable soul beasts was no easy task. For 3 consecutive days, Tianchen led Innate and Yang Bai in a slow search through the forest. During this time, nothing of significance occurred within the Douluo forest. However, outside its confines, the past 3 days could only be described as tumultuous. As Tianchen and his companions ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, the Haotian sect faced the accountability of the Spirit Hall. The members of the Haotian sect listened as the high-ranking officiant personally arrived today, solely to seek the culprit responsible for the death of our Spirit Hall's Pope, Jinshuanji, namely Tang Hao. As the foremost sect among the upper 3 sects, the Haotian sect would not dare to harbor the murderer of our Pope, would they? With a thunderous crash, the golden crocodile Douluo descended from the sky, accompanied by 4 other Spirit Hall officials. In an instant, they arrived at the Grand Hall of the Haotian sect, unfazed by the grim expressions of those present, and explicitly named Tang Hao as their target for capture. Tang Xiao, seated in the position of sect leader, inhaled sharply at the sight of this formidable visitor, the 98th ranked Title Douluo, golden crocodile Douluo. When Tang Xiao's father was still alive, he had once crossed paths with the golden crocodile Douluo, and the outcome was clear. Despite being a formidable 97th level, he was still no match for the 98th ranked golden crocodile Douluo. Yet today, it was not just him who had come. Behind him stood the Kun Glin Douluo, Xian GisH Douluo, Chi New Jersey and Douluo, and Jian GM Douluo. All 4 were Title Douluos above 95 levels, their expressions equally grave. Such a formidable lineup left the Haotian sect somewhat at a loss. Even the typically composed second elder felt a surge of trepidation at this moment. If this matter is not handled properly, the Haotian sect may find itself obliterated from existence. The Spirit Hall has merely sent a few offerings. Yet the Haotian sect is already struggling to withstand the pressure, especially with the formidable Candalia yet to make a personal appearance. Of course, Candalia had an agreement with Tianchen and would not personally intervene against the Haotian sect. Otherwise, the sect would have long since ceased to exist. In light of the current situation, the majority of the elder soul Douluos of the Haotian sect are drenched in cold sweat. Even the Title Douluo elders are swallowing hard, reluctant to utter a word for fear of provoking the golden crocodile Douluo, which could lead to the immediate downfall of the Haotian sect. After all, the level 98 golden crocodile Douluo possesses such power. Chapter 16. The Haotian sect's withdrawal. Tang Hao is wanted. Your Excellency, Golden Crocodile. Although Tang Hao belongs to our Haotian sect, we never anticipated that he would collude with a 10,000-year spirit beast and assassinate the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This incident has indeed left us, the elders of the Haotian sect, in shock. However, Tang Hao has not returned to the Haotian sect since the event occurred, and we have no news of him. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, an elder of Title Douluo rank began to speak, placing the entire blame on Tang Hao alone. The golden crocodile Douluo remained silent, his expression still cold. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. These elders were directly attributing all the guilt to his younger brother. Elder 5, such words are inappropriate. The death of the Pope of the Spirit Hall is indeed shocking to us. However, whether the Pope was truly killed by my younger brother remains uncertain. Why must you be so hasty in your judgments? Enough. Before Tang Xiao could finish, the golden crocodile Douluo's voice thundered, stifling his words. I did not come here to listen to you evade responsibility. Do you Haotian sect consider the death of the Pope of the Spirit Hall a trivial matter? There is no doubt that Tang Hao has conspired with a 10,000-year spirit beast. My words should be worthy of your trust. Additionally, the wounds on the Pope were indeed inflicted by the Haotian hammer, and that is a fact. I am not here to quarrel over inconsequential matters. Regardless of Tang Hao's whereabouts, the Haotian sect must provide an explanation to the Spirit Hall. The death of our Pope cannot be in vain. I warn you. If I am not satisfied today, the lives of the over 1,000 members of the Haotian sect will be beyond my control. With that, the golden crocodile Douluo did not hesitate, summoning 9 soul rings of various hues beneath him, emanating the unique aura of a level 98. The tension within the Haotian Hall escalated as fear gripped the hearts of all present. Following suit, the 4 offerings of the Spirit Hall unleashed their martial souls, intensifying the pressure on the Haotian sect. The second elder of the Haotian sect could no longer maintain his composure. Having initially believed that the Spirit Hall was merely posturing and would not pressure them overtly, now the situation seemed dire. Master, since His Excellency the Golden Crocodile has spoken thus, how do you propose we address the matter of Tang Hao? The second elder directly posed the question to Tang Xiao. Aware that the current circumstances were critical and he could not speak recklessly, it was evident that the Spirit Hall demanded an explanation. Tang Xiao was caught off guard by the second elder's sudden shift in stance. Just the day before, the second elder had vehemently argued that they would confront any adversities as they came, yet now he seemed to have changed his tune entirely. Your Excellency Golden Crocodile, I reiterate, until the facts are thoroughly clarified, the Haotian sect cannot ascertain whether Tang Hao truly killed Pope Qian Xuanji. Therefore, I implore you to grant us some time to investigate this matter, so that we may ascertain Tang Hao's guilt or innocence. Stubborn and unyielding, the Haotian sect has no standing to make demands. Before Tang Xiao could continue, the golden crocodile Douluo waved his hand, sending Tang Xiao flying over 100 meters with overwhelming pressure. Struggling to rise, he found himself unable to do so. The golden crocodile Douluo scanned the assembly and stated, I remind all present once more, we have come here today for an explanation, not to hear the Haotian sect's excuses. With that, he stood firm, awaiting the Haotian sect's response. At that moment, as Tang Xiao was struck aside, the members of the Haotian sect were already paralyzed with fear. Several Title Douluo elders approached the second elder, disregarding Tang Xiao's injuries. Their sole desire was to expel the calamity that was the Spirit Hall. Second elder, the transgressions of Tang Hao cannot burden the entire Haotian sect. Indeed, second elder, while we supported your previous assertions, the current situation is dire. The century-old foundation of the Haotian sect cannot be jeopardized. You must not err in judgment. Since Tang Hao has committed such an egregious error, we of the Haotian sect cannot shield him. They urged the second elder to contemplate carefully, their faith in Tang Xiao diminishing rapidly. In matters such as these, consulting Tang Xiao would be futile unless they were unafraid of death. The second elder had not anticipated that this predicament would fall upon him. Although he wished for Tang Xiao to address the issue, the current circumstances left him hesitant to allow Tang Xiao to utter even a single word. Esteemed elders, there is no need for anxiety. The century-long foundation of our Haotian sect shall not be jeopardized by our actions. Moreover, our sect has always upheld the principle of rewarding merit and punishing transgressions. Since Tang Hao has committed such a grievous error, we cannot afford to show leniency due to his status. The second elder concluded, quietly releasing a breath of relief as he observed the slightly more relaxed expression of the golden crocodile Douluo, feeling a surge of satisfaction within himself for his astuteness. As soon as these words were uttered, the elders of the Haotian sect began to engage in a heated discussion. In my humble opinion, Tang Hao's prior collusion with the 10,000-year spirit beast is grounds enough for his expulsion from our esteemed Haotian sect. He must be cast out. Moreover, Tang Hao's blatant disregard for the bonds among human spirit masters, conspiring with the 10,000-year spirit beast to slay the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qianshuanji, renders this matter even more grave. Mere expulsion is insufficient. Our Haotian sect must also apprehend Tang Hao. Such scoundrels indeed tarnish the esteemed reputation of our Haotian sect, which has been upheld for a century. However, since the Spirit Hall seeks to hold Tang Hao accountable, the manner of his treatment should rightfully be determined by the Spirit Hall. We are merely tasked with capturing him. The words of the elders of Haotian sect fell upon Tang Zhao's ears like a thunderclap. He could scarcely fathom that within such a grand establishment, not a single elder possessed the fortitude to stand firm. Yet, in that moment, he found himself powerless to counter their discussions, merely a helpless observer. Casting a glance towards the golden crocodile Douluo, the second elder wore a smile of ingratiation. Your Excellency, the outcome regarding Tang Hao has been conveyed to you by our esteemed elders of Haotian sect. We shall not tolerate such villainy. The golden crocodile Douluo nodded, retracting his martial soul and spirit rings, addressing the assembly of sycophantic elders with measured words. I find your handling of Tang Hao somewhat acceptable. However, your sect's laxity and discipline has birthed such a disgrace. Haotian sect must provide an appropriate resolution. The second elder exchanged glances with the other elders, all sensing the predicament. The Spirit Hall would surely not relent. Steeling themselves, they prepared to present the conditions of Haotian sect. Your Excellency, you speak truly. We acknowledge our failure in governance. Henceforth, Haotian sect shall withdraw from the world, relinquishing all our possessions on the continent to the Spirit Hall. We beseech your magnanimity to overlook our shortcomings. Upon uttering these words, the second elder felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. Though they had preserved the sect, the cost was exceedingly steep. Yet, soon a smile graced his lips. Despite the heavy toll, they had secured the future of Haotian sect, had they not? A slight smile appeared on the lips of the golden crocodile Douluo, who ceased his pressure. His initial intent had been to confront Tang Hao, and since the latter was absent from the sect, extracting a concession was not unwelcome. As for the obliteration of Haotian sect, an arrangement had been made with Title Douluo. While the golden crocodile Douluo considered such an outcome, he opted to follow Title Douluo's directive. After all, the existence of this Haotian sect, in its current state, bore little distinction from its absence. Remember your words today. Should I discover in the future that Haotian sect has sheltered Tang Hao, the Spirit Hall shall not let this transgression pass lightly. As for Tang Hao, we shall apprehend him ourselves. With that, the golden crocodile Douluo and the 4 attendants departed without a backward glance, leaving the members of Haotian sect standing in stunned silence, witnesses to the unfolding events. Chapter 17. Encounter with the 1,000-gene ant, the arrival of the black and white impermanents. Unbeknownst to Tianchen, who was deep within the Star Do forest, the tumultuous events at Haotian sect were unfolding. Even if he were aware, it would hardly pique his interest. The affairs of Haotian sect were inconsequential, as a few cats and dogs could hardly disrupt the heavens. Rather, Tianchen found himself more intrigued by Tang Hao, questioning why a being of divine nature would choose someone like him, a mere newly appointed Title Douluo. Additionally, the child of Tang Hao and the 100,000-year soul beast emitted a remarkable radiance that could not be overlooked. As they traversed the core of the Star Do forest, the sight of ancient soul beasts occasionally appearing before them invigorated innate and Yangbai. Suddenly, a horde of 1,000-year soul beasts rushed towards them in a frenzy, their expressions filled with terror, as if something far more fearsome were pursuing them. Among the pursuers were 2 formidable soul beasts, the fire cloud evil fox, a 20,000-year beast, and the earth rhinoceros, a 30,000-year creature. Astonished, Innate and Yangbai pondered the implications of such a stampede. Could it be that a 100,000-year soul beast was in pursuit? With no time to waste, Tianchen had little interest in engaging these 1,000-year beasts. They soared into the air, while the panicked creatures fled beneath them, heedless of their presence. In midair, Tianchen glanced back and witnessed towering ancient trees being uprooted, as if an army were on the march. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the relentless pursuers were an innumerable swarm of titan ants, some of which possessed a 1,000-year cultivation. It became apparent why the 1,000-year beasts were in such a desperate flight. Although not every titan ant had achieved a millennium of cultivation, their overwhelming numbers were daunting. Should we not consider a strategic retreat? Yangbai suggested cautiously, recognizing that confronting such a multitude was ill-advised. Just as Tianchen was about to agree, 3 titan ants, each approximately 3 meters in length, emerged from the swarm. Their dark, golden exoskeletons gleamed ominously, and 6 powerful legs supported their massive forms, while 6 eyes glowed with an eerie green light. These were the Titan Ant Kings, each around 90,000 years of age. "Ah, what a fortuitous encounter," Tianchen exclaimed, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. The Titan Ant Kings seemed tailor-made for them. Turning to Inhe and Yangbai, he offered, "Shall we test our mettle against these ancient beasts? It is a rare opportunity to showcase your full strength." Without hesitation, they accepted, reassured by Tianchen's presence. In a swift motion, they surged past the Titan Ant horde, directing their focus towards the 3 Titan Ant Kings. With a flourish, they unleashed their martial spirits, the radiant sun sword and the cold Een blade. Their soul rings flared to life beneath them as they initiated their 1st and 5th soul abilities, Radiant Sunlight and Een Moon Slash. The 2 brilliant beams of energy tore through the dim sky, crashing into the Titan Ant Kings with a resounding impact. The Titan Ant swarm erupted into chaos as the 3 kings were driven deep into the earth, their skeletal structures aglow with a silvery light in response to the shock. In an instant, the Titan Ant Kings, now enraged, soared from the ground, their massive eyes filled with fury, and unleashed a chilling roar that echoed through the forest. As though summoned by the call to arms, the entire horde of Titan ants surged forward to encircle Inhe and Yangbai. These foes are formidable. With impenetrable defenses and boundless strength, we must not engage them in close quarters, Tianchen commanded. Inhe, Yangbai, you shall occupy the Titan Ant Kings, while I deal with the swarm. Understood, they replied in unison. With determination, they unleashed their 8th soul abilities, Ultimate Kill and Een Wind Devastation, channeling their full power into a single, decisive strike, aiming to obliterate their foes. The Titan Ant Kings, however, retaliated with an explosion of tremendous force. For the Titan ants were known for their resilience and immense strength, standing as a testament to the unyielding nature of life itself. This encapsulates the entirety of the unique characteristics of the Ant of 10,000 June. As a spirit beast, it possesses no inherent soul skills. Within the confines of any spirit beast forest, they frequently fall prey to other spirit creatures. Although their defensive capabilities are commendable, they remain ultimately limited, and their lack of offensive means renders their considerable strength difficult to wield. Indeed, many spirit beasts regard the Ant of 10,000 June with disdain. After all, breaching their defenses merely to consume them can be quite laborious. It is precisely due to their tenacious vitality that the spirit beast proliferates abundantly within the spirit beast forest. Generally speaking, a 10-year cultivated Ant of 10,000 June measures approximately 3 inches in length, possessing a pair of sword-like fangs capable of severing hard objects. A 100-year cultivated Ant will not exceed 6 inches in length, while only at the 1,000-year mark does it have the potential to reach a length of 1 foot. This is indeed a rare encounter with the 1,000 Gene ants, as they possess no formidable means of survival, and within their own ranks, instances of mutual slaughter are not uncommon. Typically, soul masters have ventured into numerous soul beast forests, particularly revisiting the Star Doe forest multiple times, where they frequently encounter 1,000 Gene ants. Yet they have never captured their attention, nor have they ever witnessed one exceeding a foot in length. Faced with the pressure from Inhe and Yangbai, the 3,000 Gene ant emperors merely shook their heads, slowly parting their limbs to encircle Yangbai. Gradually, they advanced, their dark golden hues becoming more pronounced. Yet their energy remained entirely contained, showing no signs of leaking outwards. With a low hum, the 1,000 Gene ant emperors flapped their wings and ascended. The 3 brothers, having lived together for many years, moved in perfect unison, their actions mirrored as if reflecting in a polished surface, their wing beats and descent synchronized flawlessly. In an instant, the 3,000 Gene ant emperors charged recklessly towards Yangbai. With immense power and incredible speed, they propelled him over 100 meters away with a single encounter. At this moment, Inhe felt the strain as well. The seemingly endless swarm of ants continued to surge, depleting his soul power rapidly. Lord of the building. Both Inhe and Yangbai recognized that now was not the time for bravado, and they called upon Tianchen. You have performed admirably. Retreat now. Upon uttering this command, Tianchen's Tianmaqin erupted with sound. Waves of blades surged forth like a tide, instantly obliterating the entire swarm of 1,000 Gene ants. Startled by such a fright, disregarding the orders of their emperor, all the 1,000 Gene ants burrowed into the earth, frantically fleeing. With a forceful declaration, heavenly dragonate sounds, break. Tianchen unleashed the overwhelming power of his soul, approaching level 97. 3 transparent, yet ancient and potent swords appeared in the sky, swiftly descending upon the 3,000 Gene ant emperors. In the stillness that followed the explosion, the 3,000 Jin and emperors were left gasping for breath, their vitality waning. Inhe. Young Bai, it is time to commence. Inhe nodded, raising his right hand while enduring the weakness coursing through him, slowly gathering his remaining soul power into his palm. Accompanied by a faint crimson glow, the Sunfire Sword swiftly dispatched 1,000 Jin Ant Emperor. Come forth, my ninth soul ring. Your arrival shall determine whether I can ascend to the pinnacle of power on this continent, guided by the soft red luminescence. The 9,000-year soul ring of the 1,000 Jin Ant Emperor began to drift towards Inhe. Tianchen's gaze was fixed upon the approaching soul ring as he intently commanded. Assume a meditative posture and focus on your martial soul. Obeying, Inhe settled into a cross-legged position, concentrating on the essence of his right-hand martial soul. As the 9,000-year soul ring drew near, he felt an unprecedented pressure, causing his bones to creak under the strain. Before long, the black ring hovered above Inhe's head, offering no chance for reaction. It suddenly contracted, transforming into a bracelet-sized, yet immensely solid black ring that seamlessly encircled the hilt of his Han-In blade martial soul. Inhe felt as though his hand was submerged in molten lava as a torrent of searing energy surged into him, causing an intense heat to course through his body, igniting a fierce internal tremor. Regardless of how the power of the soul ring assails your body, remember to remain conscious. Only then can you better harness its strength in the future, Tianchen reminded him. Soon, Inhe found tranquility. Following this, Yangbai also absorbed his ninth soul ring with ease. From this day forth, they would both stand as Title Douluo at level 91. Chapter 18. The enigmatic Tianchen and the 100,000-year soul ring. Indeed, this formidable soul power is a far cry from what an 80-something level soul Douluo could ever hope to rival. Yangbai reveled in the immense soul power coursing through him, his joy unmistakable. Yangbai, who would have thought that one day we would truly ascend to the ranks of Title Douluo level powerhouses? All of this is a gracious bestowal from the esteemed host. Otherwise, neither of us could have achieved this in our lifetime. We would only be left to lament our limitations. The profound kindness of the host is eternally unforgettable. In the midst of this excitement, I remain steadfastly loyal, for it is indeed the host's intervention that has secured this formidable emperor. Indeed, the host's generosity shall never fade from memory. We express our deepest gratitude to the host. At this moment, Tianchen feels a wave of contentment. From this day forth, the star-picking tower is no longer solely his domain as a Title Douluo. With Inhe and Yangbai by his side, he now has allies for the more challenging tasks that do not necessarily require his intervention. Inhe Yangbai, rise. Your present achievements are the fruits of your diligent training. I have merely provided you with resources and guidance. However, even though you have attained the rank of Title Douluo today, remember that the world is vast and full of wonders. There are always stronger beings beyond your perception. So caution is paramount. It is essential to understand that even the mightiest can fall if they are not careful. Tianchen cannot help but recall his experiences in the Xintian continent. Yes, esteemed host, rest assured, we shall remain humble and composed as we fulfill our tasks. Just then, the third Ant Emperor, despite its injuries, resolved to flee upon witnessing the tragic fates of its brethren. With a sudden burst of its recently regained strength, it began to burrow frantically into the earth. Host, that Ant Emperor is attempting to escape. Inhe pointed incredulously at the Ant Emperor that had already disappeared underground. After all, just moments ago, these three Ant Emperors had been incapacitated by a single strike from their host. Who would have imagined that, in addition to its immense power, the Ant Emperor possessed such terrifying regenerative abilities? Do not worry, it shall not escape, Yangbai declared, soaring into the sky as he unleashed his newly acquired ninth spirit ability, Sword Slash of Mountains and Rivers. In an instant, a golden spectral sword extended across dozens of meters, cleaving toward the fleeing Ant Emperor. With a thunderous crash, the colossal sword struck the ground, violently splitting the earth and landing squarely on the back of the Ant Emperor, sending shockwaves that echoed for hundreds of meters. The ground was splattered with the Ant Emperor's blood and flesh as it let out a chilling roar, its back caving in and its two antennae severed. After a brief struggle, it finally closed its eyes, and a dark soul ring slowly ascended. Yangbai, your ninth spirit ability is truly terrifying. With just a single strike, you have slain this 90,000-year Ant Emperor right on the spot. I'm in awe. Yangbai smiled modestly. Although his ninth spirit ability is formidable, he knows that it still fell short in the effort to slay such a powerful 90,000-year Ant Emperor with a single blow. The formidable Titan Ant King had long expended its final soul energy to flee, offering Yang Bai a fortunate opportunity as it faced his ninth soul skill without any power for defense. However, Yang Bai truly experienced the terrifying prowess of a Title Douluo. It was not merely a boost in soul energy. The consumption was significantly diminished as well. In the past, should he have unleashed such an attack, the damage would not have been so fearsome, and the energy cost of the ninth soul skill alone could have drained him entirely before he attained the Title Douluo rank. The enhancement of a Title Douluo was indeed comprehensive. Well then, Innate, Yang Bai, you may take your time to familiarize yourselves with the various wondrous applications of Title Douluo level. Should I have the leisure, I may offer you some guidance. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of Innate and Yang Bai shifted dramatically, as the terror they once experienced under Yi Tianchen resurfaced in their hearts. They had previously received instruction from Yi Tianchen, but it had solely been about how to endure punishment, even when Yi Tianchen suppressed his cultivation to match theirs. Before the Tianchen, all beings were equal. They had no chance to approach their master and were mercilessly tormented. Haha, master, let us discuss this another time. Indeed, let us first focus on reconstructing the star-picking tower before delving into this matter. Shaking his head, Yi Tianchen realized that these two were likely frightened. He did not wish to dwell on the issue, for their willingness was not theirs to determine. Now, setting aside this topic, who among you wishes to go first? I can immediately employ a secret technique to bestow the soul ring of this 90,000-year Titan Ant King upon your ninth soul ring. A reminder, this process is hardly more pleasant than absorbing a soul ring. With this, Yi Tianchen turned to the two, a smile gracing his face. Innate and Yang Bai exchanged glances, and in a sudden moment, both extended their right hands simultaneously. Ha ha ha. Yang Bai, you're scissors, I am rock. You go first. With that, Innate wore a proud expression, leaving Yi Tianchen momentarily stunned. Did they possess such coordination? With a hint of trepidation, Yang Bai followed behind Yi Tianchen. Approaching the Titan Ant King. Yang Bai, unleash your martial soul. All right, master. As he spoke, Yang Bai summoned his martial soul, the blaze sword. Instantly, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings illuminated beneath Yang Bai's feet. Tianchen, absorbed. In just a fleeting moment, the Tianchen in Yi Tianchen's hands absorbed the soul ring of the 90,000-year Titan Ant King. Suddenly, the Tianchen began to emanate a powerful wave of soul energy, transmuting the Titan Ant King's soul ring entirely into soul energy. As Yi Tianchen deftly plucked the strings of the 6-fingered instrument, pure soul energy began to merge into Yang Bai's 9th soul ring. As this energy coursed into his soul ring, Yang Bai's visage contorted in agony. The influence of the demonic aura from the Tianchen taking hold. Enhancing the age of a soul ring was no simple feat, even with the Tianchen's extraordinary capability. Yi Tianchen was cautious in its use. Every occasion it was employed to augment a soul ring's age resulted in a considerable influx of demonic energy into his being. Should he neglect this, the accumulation would eventually transform him into a mindless killing machine. The only remedy lay in gradually expelling the demonic energy daily, thus limiting him to merely 2 opportunities for enhancing a soul ring's age each year. At this moment, Yang Bai's eyes turned crimson, and his aura became increasingly frenzied. Yet, concurrently, as the soul energy infused into the soul ring, a remarkable transformation began to manifest. The previously pitch-black hue gradually infused with traces of crimson. Ultimately, when Yi Tianchen ceased his movements, the once dark soul ring radiated a vibrant blood red. The 10,000-year soul ring was thus formed. Yang Bai's body was compelled to adapt to this sudden influx of powerful soul energy, and in an instant, his soul power surged, breaking through to level 92. As Yi Tianchen gradually came to a halt, the soul ring of the 90,000-year Titan Ant King had nearly been depleted, with only a trace remaining, which he absorbed. His level 96 soul power began to exhibit signs of loosening. Innate stood in awe. Having never witnessed such an operation, hearing Yi Tianchen recount it was one thing, but witnessing the birth of a 10,000-year soul ring was entirely another. At this moment, Innate was utterly astonished. However, recalling the suffering Yang Bai had endured, he quickly found solace. In this world, no power could be gained without paying a price. All right, Yang Bai, your 9th soul ring is now of the 10,000-year caliber. The trace of demonic energy within you can be expelled gradually over time. Unlike me, you will only have one opportunity to enhance your soul ring in this lifetime. Should you attempt it again, you will be unable to suppress the demonic energy. With that, Yi Tianchen slowly approached Yang Bai, casually suppressing the demonic energy within him. Yang Bai instantly returned to his initial state, yet the beads of sweat upon his brow bore witness to the ordeal he had just faced. Chapter 19. Encountering the Golden Rhinoceros, breaking through to level 97. With a swift glance, Tianchen turned his attention to Inhe. Inhe, there are no soul rings left to utilize, but fret not. With my presence, everything will be easily accomplished. Inhe found himself uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. Nevertheless, before long, Inhe and Yang Bai followed closely behind Tianchen, embarking on a quest for their next target. 3 days later, the trio arrived at a seemingly desolate region. However, Tianchen quickly discerned that this place was more than it appeared. What seemed like barren land was merely a limited area, while beyond it lay dense forest teeming with life. This location seemed to hold some significance. Fixating on the faint yet powerful aura of a soul beast ahead, Tianchen furrowed his brow beneath his golden mask. Master, do you mean to say there is a powerful soul beast hidden here? Inhe, do you truly think there is any need for doubt regarding the words of our esteemed master? Prepare for battle. It is time we sought out the soul beast concealed within to secure your 10,000-year soul ring. Yang Bai's gaze was unwavering as he spoke deliberately to Inhe. Alas, what must come will come. After all, I am a Title Douluo level powerhouse. Why should I begin to feel fear? Inhe felt somewhat dazed. Yet upon observing his master's calm demeanor, he seemed to grasp the source of his own apprehension. Just as Inhe was lost in thought, the barren land began to tremble. Roar, roar, roar. The resounding roars of powerful soul beasts reverberated through the air, even from a distance. Inhe and Yang Bai sensed the impending danger. Finally, when the colossal soul beast approached within several thousand meters, they beheld its true form. It was none other than the legendary golden rhinoceros. Isn't this soul beast already extinct? In an instant, Inhe and Yang Bai recognized the colossal creature before them, the golden rhino, a legendary and formidable soul beast. Its towering form, standing over 20 meters tall, caused both to swallow hard. A faint smile appeared on Tianchen's lips as he turned his gaze towards Inhe and Yang Bai. But that is not all. This golden rhino is a soul beast that has existed for over 100,000 years. How about you two give it a try? It would be a perfect opportunity for some practice. Upon hearing their master's words, even Yang Bai, who already possessed a 100,000-year soul ring, turned pale. What a joke. If this golden rhino truly possessed such ancient power, then facing it would merely result in them being mere fodder. The might of the golden rhino lies in its terrifying defense and unimaginable strength. The 1,000-gene and emperor is just an ordinary bloodline soul beast, whereas the golden rhino boasts a top-tier soul beast lineage. A golden rhino of 100,000 years. Even a peak Douluo of level 95 would barely stand a chance against it. Master, perhaps we should reconsider our target? Inhe's heart raced uncontrollably. The fright he experienced in recent days far exceeded that of the past several years. No way, it's a rare encounter with a 100,000-year soul beast. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Acknowledging your hesitance, I shall take matters into my own hands today. Upon hearing this, Inhe and Yang Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they did not have to confront such a terrifying soul beast, everything would be fine. They were not concerned about whether their master could defeat this 100,000-year soul beast. After all, Tianchen's 9th soul ring had originally been obtained from a soul beast of the same age. Now, despite the formidable strength of the golden rhino, it posed no threat to Tianchen. A 100,000-year golden rhino. How rare, how extraordinary. Since fate has granted us this encounter today, I shall borrow your soul ring. As his words fell, the celestial demon lute appeared in Tianchen's hands, and 9 soul rings, 7 black and 2 red, slowly rose beneath him, clearly revealing his peak level of 96. The terrifying aura caused the rampaging golden rhino to abruptly halt in its tracks. Human, you dare trespass upon my territory? I shall spare you this time. Leave at once. The golden rhino, now aware that the man before it was no ordinary foe, felt its previously soaring battle spirit dissipate in the face of his overwhelming soul power. Little rhino, since you have come this far, I cannot simply take my leave. I have come today to claim your soul ring. Attack. In an instant, Tianchen transformed into a streak of light, unleashing waves of sound from the celestial demon lute that morphed into countless blades infused with powerful soul energy. In a heartbeat, innumerable transparent blades descended upon the golden rhino. Clang, clang, clang. The golden rhino's formidable defense was not to be underestimated, as it showed no fear of Tianchen's attacks. Quite resilient, but alas, if I decree your demise today, you shan't have the chance to survive. The 8 sounds of the celestial dragon. The winds howled ominously. In an instant, a fierce gale surged forth, its terrifying slicing capability rendering the golden rhino incapable of even reacting, as it was mercilessly torn to shreds. Even its formidable defense could scarcely withstand such agony. Ah, human, I shall make you pay for this. Fueled by rage from its own blood, the golden rhino charged furiously at Tianchen. Ha! Seeking death, are we? Ninth soul skill, celestial demon annihilation. This marks the second occasion on which Tianchen has unleashed his ninth soul skill, following his previous encounter with the golden crocodile Douluo. Behind him, a towering phantom of a celestial demon, several hundred meters in height, began to materialize. As the demon's eyes abruptly opened, waves of terrifying demonic energy surged forth. With a commanding presence, Tianchen continued to manipulate the celestial demon Zither, and the immense phantom extended a colossal hand toward the rushing golden rhinoceros. With a resounding crash, the once exhilarating battle came to an abrupt halt. Beneath his mask, Tianchen smirked disdainfully before retracting to Zither. Little rhinoceros, had you chosen to flee today, I would have needed to expend more effort. Alas, your intellect appears somewhat lacking, and thus, I bear no responsibility. As the smoke cleared, what lay before Tianchen was a vast depression in the ground, a crater several hundred meters wide, created by the demon's formidable strike. The 10,000-year soul beast, the golden rhinoceros, now lay battered and bloodied within the imprint, its body in a state of utter ruin. Not a single part of it remained unscathed. Its spine had been shattered beyond repair. Even though Innate and Yangbai were aware of their master's immense strength, they were nonetheless taken aback by this spectacle. The 10,000-year golden rhinoceros had been so effortlessly dispatched by their master, truly terrifying. No wonder he had set his sights on this beast. It was akin to slaughtering a chicken. Gazing at the fallen creature, which clung to life by a mere thread, they realized it was on the verge of death. In an instant, Inhe's eyes gleamed with excitement. A 10,000-year soul beast is a treasure trove. Its flesh could fortify a soul master's physique. And the legendary 10,000-year soul bone is a coveted prize. Such a creature is sure to yield a soul bone. We have struck gold, this time. We have truly hit the jackpot. Inhe rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his eagerness. Tianchen cast a fleeting glance at him, prompting Inhe to adopt a more respectful demeanor. Inhe, let us not concern ourselves with the soul bone for now. First, let us focus on your 10,000-year soul ring. With that, Tianchen swiftly approached the golden rhinoceros and, with a gentle yet decisive motion, delivered a fatal blow that extinguished its life. A crimson soul ring ascended, radiating a striking beauty. Boldly, Inhe followed Tianchen, mimicking Yangbai's previous actions by summoning his martial spirit and soul rings. In a similar manner, Tianchen extracted the celestial demon Zither, drawing forth the immense soul power from the 10,000-year soul ring. However, unlike Yangbai's experience, the Zither erupted with a brilliant crimson light in an instant. Tianchen then directed the crimson soul power into Inhe's ninth soul ring. In mere moments, the ring transformed into a vivid red hue. Yet less than half of the soul power had been consumed. The remaining energy surged into Tianchen's seventh soul ring, which soon transformed into a striking crimson as well, followed swiftly by the sixth soul ring, which began to exhibit traces of red. With a deep exhale, Tianchen felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Not only had Inhe's ninth soul ring attained the 10,000-year mark, elevating him to the 92nd level, but he himself had shattered the limit of 96, successfully advancing to 97. The sensation was truly exquisite. With a slight smile, Tianchen began to rise slowly. Chapter 20. Departing the Great Forest, confronting the Snowy Night Emperor. Approaching the now lifeless golden rhinoceros, Tianchen extended his right hand and swiftly seized the 10,000-year soul bone, which fell effortlessly into his grasp. The 10,000-year right arm bone appeared to be quite impressive indeed. This scene was also keenly observed by Inhe and Yangbai. It was indeed a right arm bone, a soul bone of 100,000 years, unimaginable. Inhe and Yangbai were somewhat astonished. Yet they understood that a soul beast of such age would undoubtedly produce a soul bone. Turning to face the expectant expressions of Inhe and Yangbai, Tianchen offered a faint smile. In the presence of a soul bone of such antiquity, maintaining this level of composure was commendable. Inhe, Yangbai, you two have the opportunity to acquire the right arm bone of this 100,000-year-old golden rhino. How about this? Whoever among you first attains the esteemed title of the 95th level Douluo shall claim the coveted 10,000-year golden rhino soul bone as their reward. Is this acceptable? As he spoke, Tianchen deliberately waved the 10,000-year right arm bone before them, almost causing their eyes to bulge with astonishment. Master, This. Well, never mind, master. The soul bone of a 10,000-year soul beast is exceedingly precious. Although we both yearn to possess such a treasure, it would be wiser for you to utilize it yourself. Inhei, how considerate of you. Such a rare quality. Yangbai jested, yet his gaze reflected agreement. He too recognized the value of the 10,000-year right arm bone, believing that their master was perhaps more deserving of it. Shaking his head, Yi Tianchen understood that they had misunderstood his intentions. I have stated that I am offering it to you. There is no need for such reluctance. Since my cultivation began, I have strengthened my body and refined my form. This soul bone is merely an external object to me, which I do not require. Therefore, you need not be so deferential. The matter has been settled. You both shall strive in your own ways. Ah, thank you, esteemed host. Inhei did not anticipate such a sudden turn of events. Being told to give something away caught him off guard. However, since their host proclaimed that the soul bone was of no value, there was no need for further discussion. After all, decisions made by Yi Tianchen were well understood to be immutable. Gazing at the soul bone of the golden rhino, and then at Yangbai's smiling countenance, Inhei felt a surge of determination. Yangbai, this 100,000-year right arm bone is destined to belong to me. Do not resist. What can I say? My talents are exceptional. Yangbai was momentarily at a loss for words. Inhei's abrupt change of demeanor was astonishing. The question of ownership is not merely a matter of words. If it were an ordinary trinket, he might concede without hesitation. However, the right arm bone of the 100,000-year soul beast, the golden rhino, is something I have firmly set my sights on. You. Let us see who prevails in this contest. Observing the playful banter between Inhei and Yangbai, Yi Tianchen relished this rare moment of levity. He did not intervene. Regardless of who triumphed, he would bestow upon them a soul bone from a 100,000-year soul beast. Let it not be forgotten that Yi Tianchen has hunted more than just one such formidable creature. Now, you two may quarrel and vie for it. But let us wait until we depart from the Douluo forest. Upon hearing their master's words, Inhei and Yangbai ceased their chatter. Esteemed host, once we leave the Douluo forest, shall we proceed to the Heaven Do Empire? Yangbai inquired cautiously. He was uncertain of his master's intentions in traveling to the Heaven Do Empire, especially after they had just slain the Pope Qianshuanji of the Spirit Hall. While the Heaven Do Empire may be somewhat distant from Spirit City, given the Spirit Hall's influence across the continent, locating them would not be particularly challenging. This may provoke a frenzied retaliation from the Spirit Hall, yet they are compelled to heed Knight Tianchen's command, hence the inquiry. Casting a casual glance at Yangbai, Knight Tianchen nonchalantly nodded. Indeed, the destination is the Heavenly Do Empire, and it is to directly establish the Starfall Tower in the city of Heavenly Do. Both Inhei and Yangbai were somewhat perplexed, but before they could voice their thoughts, Knight Tianchen promptly addressed their concerns. Although they had slain the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qianshuanji, they had also garnered significant gains. The Spirit Hall may not necessarily attribute the blame to me. Thus, the city of Heavenly Do is not as perilous as you might envision. Furthermore, with my current strength, unless Qian Dalu personally arrives, for all the offerings of the Spirit Hall come together, neither I nor the Starfall Tower would face any substantial threat. This moment had long been anticipated by Yi Tianchen, who foresaw that Inhei and Yangbai would pose such a question. Moreover, the death of Qianshuanji held little significance for the Spirit Hall, given Qian Daolia's temperament. He would likely harbor greater interest in Tang Hao. Inhei and Yangbai chose silence, for they held unwavering faith in their master. Half a month later, outside the gates of Tiando City in the Tiando Empire, the towering fortress welcomed 3 distinguished guests. Master, we have arrived at Tiando City, Yangbai inquired, a hint of hesitation in his voice as he addressed Yi Tianchen. Let us proceed. Yi Tianchen gestured beneath his gilded mask, and in an instant, Inhei and Yangbai comprehended his intent. Understood. As they began to enter Tiando City, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Within the city, chaos erupted as elite soldiers of the Empire surged into the streets. Every 10 steps stood an elite soldier of the Tiando Empire, and in that instant, the atmosphere of Tiando City turned ominous. My lord, could it be the Spirit Hall? Inhei queried anxiously. Fear not, they are allies, not foes. Yi Tianchen interrupted, halting in place, awaiting the unfolding scene. In mere moments, a battalion of well-trained Tiando soldiers approached with a formidable presence, causing Inhei and Yangbai to bristle, their own formidable aura unintentionally emanating. Finally, as the soldiers drew within 200 meters, Inhei and Yangbai ceased their waiting, unleashing their martial spirits. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings rose beneath their feet. Yet, just as they prepared to strike, the soldiers parted to create a pathway. Gradually, 3 heavenly steeds pulled a carriage through the ranks of soldiers. As the steeds halted, a middle-aged man emerged from the carriage. In an instant, all the soldiers present knelt in unison. "We pay our respects to your majesty." It was at this moment that He and Yang Bai comprehended that it was none other than the Snowy Night Emperor of the Tiandu Empire who had arrived. "Haha, there is no need for such formalities. Rise, my valiant soldiers." With that, the Snowy Night Emperor strode purposefully toward Tianchen and his companions. He and Yang Bai remained on high alert. Although they were formidable Title Douluo, the prospect of facing a vast army of an empire posed a real threat to their lives, and thus they could not afford to be careless. In a fleeting moment, the Snowy Night Emperor stood before the trio, offering a slight smile. "Chimamianxia, it has been far too long." In stunned silence, He and Yang Bai found themselves momentarily speechless. The Snowy Night Emperor of the Tiandu Empire recognized their master? They are completely oblivious to this matter. At this moment, Tianchen appeared relatively calm, gazing at the somewhat weathered visage of the Snow Night Emperor. His lips moved slightly. "Your Majesty, it has been quite a while since we last met. Surely, it must be a decade." In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed, and the once youthful and spirited Snow Night Emperor had transformed into the ruler of the Tiandu Empire. The Snow Night Emperor shook his head helplessly. "Tianchen, it is merely a burden born of being a royal. What can one do about it?" As he spoke, the Snow Night Emperor seemed to reminisce about the first encounter with Tianchen. 10 years ago, Tianchen had not yet ascended to the rank of Title Douluo, merely having just become a soul saint, while the Snow Night Emperor had only recently ascended to the throne. Their meeting in the city of Tiandu was marked by a fierce clash, which led to a deep connection between them. As time passed, the Snow Night Emperor recognized his former dreams in the younger Tianchen, adventuring with a sword. Thus, their fates intertwined. During that period, Tianchen roamed the royal palace, indulging in the finest wines and delicacies, lost in a world of extravagance. Ultimately, after a year, he overcame the confusion that had plagued him since his rebirth in the Douluo Continent. In the night, he bid farewell to the Snow Night Emperor, departing the Tiandu Empire to rebuild the star-reaching tower in Wuhuan City. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had slipped by. Chapter 21. The support of Snow Night and the site selection of Sotawa City. Tianchen, when you left, you vowed to establish the star-reaching tower upon the Douluo Continent. Today, that promise has been fulfilled. Alas, I shall never have the opportunity to wander the world with a sword. The Snow Night Emperor sighed softly, contemplating how different things might have been if his talents had been greater and his cultivation higher. Your Majesty, life is but a fleeting moment, a mere blink in time. Now that you preside over the Tiandu Empire, bringing prosperity to the nation, is that not an achievement in itself? Upon hearing Tianchen's words, the Snow Night Emperor could only smile helplessly, acknowledging that nothing could ever be rekindled. Looking at the two figures wrapped tightly in black and white beside Tianchen, the Snow Night Emperor offered a respectful salute. These two must be the esteemed guardians of the star-reaching tower. It is said that they are both Title Douluo in strength, and seeing them today, they have indeed reached that pinnacle. "We have met your Majesty, Snow Night. We have met your Majesty, Snow Night." The two guardians, He and Yang Bai, did not look down upon the Snow Night Emperor despite their own formidable powers, recognizing him as a sovereign and an old acquaintance of their master, thus maintaining the necessary decorum. "Very well, your Majesty, this is not a place for idle chatter. Shall we convene at our usual location?" "Indeed, let us proceed." "Tianchen, He, Yang Bai, please accompany me to the carriage." Without hesitation, Tianchen approached the carriage, gesturing gracefully as he entered. He and Yang Bai followed suit, while the Snow Night Emperor took deliberate steps to the lavish carriage, where a soldier promptly bent down, allowing him to step onto his back to enter. "Let us depart for the drunken immortal tower." "We obey." As the Snow Night Emperor's command resonated, the carriage began to move towards the drunken immortal tower in Tiandu City, preceded by dozens of elite cavalry and followed by hundreds of infantry, a grand procession speeding forth. Half an hour later, atop the drunken immortal tower, a stunning 8 immortals table was set, where the Snow Night Emperor and Tianchen sat facing each other, with He and Yang Bai standing at Tianchen's sides. The entire drunken immortal tower was tightly surrounded by the Empire's elite guards. Observing Tianchen before him, the Snow Night Emperor relished the rare opportunity to visit the drunken immortal tower. "Tianchen, it has been ages since you last savored the exquisite drunken immortal brew. Today, let us indulge." With that, The Snow Knight Emperor waved his hand, and a soldier approached carrying a long-sealed jar. As the Snow Knight Emperor opened the jar, an enchanting aroma wafted through the air. Come, Tianchen, this is a 30-year-old drunken immortal brew, truly a rarity. Hearing this, Tianchen felt a stir in his heart. He gently touched his forehead, and in a swift motion, the ornate golden mask slipped away. With a quick turn, he placed it into the soul guide device at his waist, revealing his true visage. At that moment, He and Yang Bai widened their eyes in astonishment. Although they had followed Tianchen for 7 or 8 years, they had never seen their master's true face. When Tianchen removed his mask, they were momentarily stunned. Their first impression was one of youth. Tianchen's starry eyes and snow-white skin indicated that he was still quite young. Yet, the terror of his strength only deepened their reverence. The Snow Knight Emperor also cast a curious glance, recognizing that after a decade apart, Tianchen had not changed much in appearance, still exuding that remarkable vigor. However, it was evident that he had matured in demeanor. Initially, Tianchen wore the mask out of necessity when his strength was low. After all, for an assassin, killing was not the most challenging task, protecting oneself was paramount. After achieving the rank of Title Douluo, he had grown accustomed to presenting himself with a mask, no longer concerned with such trivialities. Your Majesty, I have longed for this drunken immortal brew in Wuhuan City. Today, I shall finally satisfy my craving. With those words, Tianchen downed a cup without trepidation. The fragrant liquor flowing from his lips. Instantly invigorated, he felt a rush of energy. He and Yang Bai exchanged glances, incredulous at the transformation. Yet, as the aroma spread, they could not help but swallow hard. Ha. Yin and Yang Guardians, please join us for a drink, since your Majesty has extended the invitation. Do take a seat. Upon hearing their master's words, the two guardians finally settled down, each relishing a cup of drunken immortal brew, unable to restrain their admiration. Tianchen, in your letter, you mentioned relocating the star-reaching tower to the Tiando Empire. Is this true? As the atmosphere relaxed, the Snow Knight Emperor could not resist inquiring. Calming his gaze upon the somewhat excited Snow Knight Emperor, Tianchen nodded. Indeed, the star-reaching tower is no longer suited to remain in Wuhuan City. Relocating to the Tiando Empire is also a personal desire of mine. The Tiando Empire is rife with sects. The muddier the waters, the better. This matter does not concern me, but Tianchen, should the star-reaching tower be established in the Tiando Empire, would you be willing to serve as a guest elder for our empire? The Snow Knight Emperor looked intently at the calm Tianchen and continued, in recent years, the Tiando royal family has found it increasingly difficult to maintain control over the empire. Those sects and academies have begun to disregard the authority of the empire. Furthermore, the Wuhuan Hall is lurking with ill intent. If possible, I hope for your assistance. Knight Tianchen had long anticipated that Snow Knight would put forth this request. Your Majesty Snow Knight, it is not that Tianchen is unwilling to comply. Rather, I fear that my actions might bring trouble to the Tiando Empire in these recent times. If my strength were to advance further, it would be of little concern. However, I am willing to lend my aid when the royal family of Tiando is in peril. What do you think, Your Majesty? Snow Knight had already foreseen such an outcome, yet it was fortunate that Tianchen agreed to assist the royal family in their time of need. Indeed, as you once stated, Tianchen, no dynasty lasts forever. Perhaps one day in the future, the Tiando Empire will fragment and dissolve into nothingness. But with your words, Tiando Empire can consider itself fortunate. It is not that Knight Tianchen is unwilling to serve as an esteemed guest of the Tiando Empire. However, as the master of the star-picking tower, he cannot align himself with any faction. Yet, if the royal family were to face a crisis, given his relationship with Snow Knight, he would not hesitate to offer his assistance. Moreover, with the immense pressure posed by Title Douluo and the Spirit Hall, Knight Tianchen is reluctant to reveal any vulnerabilities. Let us speak of other matters. Tianchen, where do you wish to establish the star-picking tower? In Soto City. Upon hearing this, Emperor Snow Knight furrowed his brow. If it were to be built within Tiando City, it would be straightforward. As the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, he could resolve it in a heartbeat. However, Soto City is not so easily managed. As a renowned battlefield of the Douluo Continent, Soto City is a melting pot of interests where imperial decrees hold little sway. Its proximity to the Xing Luo Empire further complicates matters. Nevertheless, upon reflecting on the nature of Knight Tianchen's star-picking tower and their formidable strength, Snow Knight felt a sense of reassurance. Very well, Soto City. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Tomorrow, I will issue a decree to bestow Soto City upon you. However, Whether the inhabitants of Soto City agree is a matter for you to resolve personally. Nodding in acknowledgement, Knight Tianchen understood that this was the extent of Snow Knight's influence. In truth, he need not have journeyed to Tianduo City. He could have proceeded directly to Soto City. Yet, being on the territory of the Tianduo Empire, it is prudent to bid farewell to certain individuals and matters. For instance, Emperor Snow Knight. From this point forward, Knight Tianchen anticipated that they would not meet again. After all, he has now attained the 97th rank. And it is merely a matter of time before he reaches the pinnacle of 99 and becomes a limit Douluo. The emergence of deities also piques Knight Tianchen's interest. A great era is approaching. Life and death depend entirely on fate. Knight Tianchen is prepared. Chapter 22. Half a year has passed, and the star-picking tower stands tall. A month later, Soto City welcomed a peculiar group of soul masters. In the span of a single night, the intricate powers within Soto City underwent a thorough cleansing. Hundreds of soul masters met their demise on the spot. The newly arrived soul masters were none other than the Earth and profound rank assassins from the star-picking tower. In an instant, the entire Soto City was engulfed in fear. Some soul masters chose to flee the bloody city, while others sought to take advantage of the chaos. Flocking in from all directions, the arrival of the heavenly rank assassins from the star-picking tower further intensified the turmoil, as 9 formidable soul saints descended upon Soto City, plunging the already murky situation into deeper shadows. However, as time passed, a few days later, a brand new edifice was being grandly constructed in the heart of Soto City. Finally, after 3 months, a towering pavilion, standing 100 feet high, emerged within Soto City. When the 3 gilded characters of Star-Picking Tower appeared before the eyes of all, the soul masters within Soto City finally comprehended the events that had transpired over the past months. It was, indeed, the Star-Picking Tower. This legendary establishment can rival the powerful forces of the top 3 sects. However, the soul masters of Soto City could never have imagined that the Star Tower would relocate from Spirit City to their own Soto City. Naturally, they would be oblivious to the reasons behind this. Soon, news of the Star Tower's presence in Soto City spread throughout the entire Tianduo Empire, rapidly reaching the Xinglua Empire and Spirit City. Yet, after this information circulated across the Tianduo Empire, some sects within it found themselves engulfed in gloom. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, as one of the top 3 sects, thrived within the Tianduo Empire, with its enterprises scattered throughout the land. With 2 Title Douluos of level 95 or above safeguarding the sect, its influence was unparalleled. Yet at this moment, the sect master, Ning Fengji, appeared burdened with worry. Pacing back and forth in the main hall of the sect. "Fengji, what troubles you so?" As Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, the sword Douluo Qinshin entered the room. The presence of the sword Douluo momentarily calmed Ning Fengji, who gazed at him and sighed, "Uncle Jian, we have discovered the root cause of the recent chaos in Soto City." "Oh, shouldn't that be good news?" Qinshin replied. "Soto City has been in turmoil, and many of our sect's businesses have been forced to cease operations. Since we have identified the source of the chaos, we should send our strongest to resolve it without such urgency." Qinshin was aware of the recent disturbances in Soto City, which had significantly impacted the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. After glancing at Qinshin, Ning Fengji shook his head in resignation, his expression growing more troubled. "Uncle Jian, could it be that the root cause behind the chaos in Soto City is far from simple?" Qinshin inquired, his brow furrowing as he sensed the underlying issue. "If necessary, I shall personally handle it." His words exuded confidence. At level 96, he was nearly invincible within the Tianduo Empire. With a heavy sigh, Ning Fengji replied, "Even if you were to intervene personally, I fear it may not suffice." The sword Douluo was taken aback. "What? Fengji, is there truly a matter in the Tianduo Empire that I, Qinshin, cannot resolve? Even if it's the work of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I possess the capability to address it." Before Qinshin could elaborate further, Ning Fengji interjected, "Uncle Jian, what if I told you the chaos in Soto City is due to the Star Tower?" At this revelation, Qinshin felt as though a bucket of cold water had extinguished his fervor. "The Star Tower? Fengji, are you certain you are not mistaken? It is indeed the Star Tower? But wait, hasn't the Star Tower always been situated in Spirit City? Why has it suddenly moved to the Tianduo Empire and to Soto City at that?" Qinshin was visibly perplexed, yet upon hearing the name Star Tower, he regained some composure. They were well aware of the Star Tower's formidable reputation, particularly the terrifying strength of its master, who could contend with the golden crocodile Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Such prowess was beyond even Tianchen's reach. Ning Fengji wished fervently that he was mistaken, yet the truth remained. The Star Tower had indeed arrived in the Tiandu Empire, in Soto City. Uncle Jian, the information is reliable. Moreover, our informants in Spirit City report that the Star Tower has been vacated. I suspect a conflict has arisen between the Star Tower and the Spirit Hall. Indeed, that is plausible. After all, one cannot slumber peacefully beside a tiger. Although it's unclear why the Spirit Hall has refrained from taking action against the Star Tower over the years, it is inevitable that friction will occur between the two factions. Sighing deeply, Ning Fengji continued, however, the arrival of the Star Tower in the Tiandu Empire could spell trouble for our 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Tianchen nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Star Tower operates in secrecy and maintains no affiliations with any faction. It is, after all, the foremost assassin organization on the continent. My greatest concern is not merely the relocation of the Star Tower to Soto City, but the fact that the Tiandu Empire was on the verge of being under our control. The sudden emergence of the Star Tower, a force we cannot contend with, is bound to disrupt our sect's stability, potentially altering the political landscape of the empire. Ning Fengji had not mentioned that in recent months, the Tiandu royal family had distanced themselves increasingly from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. A sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Very well. Since we cannot prevent the Star Tower's arrival, let us withdraw all our enterprises from Soto City. It would be best to avoid any conflict with the Star Tower. If confrontation is unavoidable, we can unite with the other 2 sects. The top 3 sects are interconnected, and we need not fear the Star Tower. That is all we can do, Ning Fengji said, as if he had expended all his strength. His years of planning seemed to unravel with the arrival of the Star Tower. While some rejoiced, others despaired. In contrast to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's concerns, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan reveled in delight. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that the Star Tower would relocate to the Tiandu Empire, settling in Soto City? This time, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect is surely in for a busy period. Ning Fengji, oh Ning Fengji, your meticulous plans spanning several years have been abruptly disrupted by the arrival of the star-picking tower. You must be feeling quite unsettled at this moment. Yuanjin is filled with joy, for in recent years, their blue electric tyrant dragon family has been persistently suppressed by the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. They have continuously lost various enterprises within the Heavendoe Empire, hence the arrival of the star-picking tower brings him much delight. After all, if the sky falls, there is a tall figure to bear the brunt. The blue electric tyrant dragon family has largely retreated into a semi-reclusive state, and they are not particularly fearful of the onslaught from the star-picking tower. In fact, Yuanjin believes that at a critical juncture, the star-picking tower could serve to restrain both the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the Spirit Hall. This event was nothing short of a tremendous surprise for him. At this moment, Yuanjin's thoughts were certainly unknown to Ning Fengji. Besides them, when the Haoyan sect learned of the arrival of the star-picking tower in the Heavendoe Empire, they chose to ignore it completely. After all, the Haoyan sect had already secluded themselves. Why should they concern themselves with such trivial matters? The sentiments of the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects were largely similar, with some rejoicing while others lamented. All of this, however, was of little consequence to Tianchen, who was far away in Heavendoe City. After spending over 3 months in Heavendoe City, he finally bid farewell to the Snow Knight Emperor and prepared to journey to Soto City. A month later, atop the star-picking tower in Soto City, as a melodious and flowing sound of the zither rose, reminiscent of the ebb and flow of the tides, sometimes crashing against the shore, other times a gentle trickle, the soul masters throughout Soto City were stirred to their core. This signifies that the master of the star-picking tower, the enigmatic 6-fingered harp sorcerer, has finally arrived in Soto City. Chapter 23, Pope Bibi Dong, Qianrenxue awakens. As Knight Tianchen made his entrance into Soto City, this news swiftly reached the Spirit Hall. In the worship hall, Title Douluo was attentively listening to the golden crocodile Douluo recount the events transpiring in Soto City. Brother, I never anticipated that the master of the star-picking tower would venture into the Soto City of the Heavendoe Empire, which leaves me somewhat perplexed. Logically speaking, the star-picking tower should act with discretion, yet they have appeared so brazenly without fear of retaliation from our Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Title Douluo remained unfazed. This is merely as expected. We have publicly stated that Jier was killed by Tang Hao. Thus there has been no overt conflict between the star-picking tower and the Spirit Hall. Moreover, what do you think the master of the star-picking tower fears? Do you think he fears you or me? He fears neither. If I am not mistaken, he is now at least level 96 or even 97. His martial soul is unique, his soul rings are peculiar, and his strength has significantly increased. Even you, in your current state, would likely find it challenging to contend with him. The golden crocodile Douluo fell silent, acknowledging his elder brother's words. The master of the star-picking tower had no need for trepidation or concealment. Furthermore, I believe that the young fellow's arrival in the Heaven Do Empire is likely tied to his interest in Tang Hao. I have never doubted the master of the star-picking tower's ascent to this level. In fact, he is far more formidable than I was in my youth. He may indeed harbor an even greater fascination with the divine. The golden crocodile Douluo nodded in understanding. The yearning for the divine at level 99 is no less fervent than his own desire to break through that threshold, even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance. He would seize the opportunity, especially when it concerns the divine. Just as Tianchen Douluo was about to continue his discourse, a cold yet enchanting voice echoed from outside the grand hall. Great Elder, Bibi Dong requests an audience. Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo ceased discussing the star-picking tower, sitting upright as he observed Bibi Dong gracefully enter the hall. You have arrived, Bibi Dong, Tianchen Douluo remarked. His gaze devoid of emotion as he regarded her, while also sensing her formidable level 92 prowess. The great elder has summoned you. How could Bibi Dong dare to refuse? Bibi Dong met Tianchen Douluo's gaze with calm composure. A fleeting glance at the golden crocodile Douluo beside Tianchen Douluo brought a smile to her lips. I did not expect to find the second elder here as well. The golden crocodile Douluo nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. The reason for your summons is surely evident to you. As Tianchen Douluo spoke, Bibi Dong's attention returned solely to him. Great Elder. Bibi Dong understands that the Spirit Hall cannot be without a leader for even a day. It is a tremendous honor for Bibi Dong to be considered for the position of Pope. Calmly observing Bibi Dong as she concluded her statement, Tianchen Douluo sensed that she was not to be underestimated. However, the current state of the Spirit Hall necessitated that Bibi Dong assume the role of Pope. You are the Holy Maiden of our Spirit Hall and thus inherently qualified for the position of Pope. Moreover, as the mother of Schwer, you possess both emotional and rational grounds for this appointment. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong felt a pang of unease, a surge of unspoken fury igniting deep within her. The implication of Tianchen Douluo's words was unmistakable. It was not solely her status as the Holy Maiden that warranted this recognition, but also her role in bringing forth an heir for the Tian family. This is the fundamental reason she can assume the papal position, even though Tian Xuanji is deceased. Bibi Dong still feels a deep-seated resentment, which has only intensified during this period, as the fact that she did not personally take his life gnaws at her. However, when confronted with the papal seat, Bibi Dong chose to endure. The decision regarding the succession of the Pope rests solely with the Grand Offering. After regaining her composure, Bibi Dong calmly replied, Very well. In a month, you shall take up the mantle of Pope. Tianchen Douluo's decisive words allowed Bibi Dong to exhale, her smoldering fury trailing behind her as she slowly departed the offering hall. Once Bibi Dong had left, golden crocodile Douluo could no longer suppress his thoughts. Brother. It seems Bibi Dong still harbors a grudge against Zither. Her overwhelming hatred, no matter how well concealed, is unmistakable. Is it truly wise to allow her to succeed the papacy of the Spirit Hall? Tianchen Douluo sighed deeply. Golden crocodile, some matters are not easily clarified. The ghost orchid Douluo has shared certain insights regarding the relationship between Zither and Bibi Dong. Do you believe Zither ever held animosity toward the master of the star-picking tower? Golden crocodile Douluo shook his head. I have not heard of such a thing. Indeed, Zither and the master of the star-picking tower had no conflicts whatsoever. So why would the master seek his demise? The answer lies with Bibi Dong. According to the ghost orchid Douluo, it was Bibi Dong who approached the master of the star-picking tower, offering a significant price to have Zither eliminated. What? Golden crocodile Douluo was taken aback. If that is the case, why does our elder brother remain so composed? Why even allow Bibi Dong to ascend to the papacy? Are you perplexed? Do not forget, regardless of circumstances, Bibi Dong is Schwer's mother, a member of the Tian family. Furthermore, this is merely a conjecture. Apart from the elder generation, who else within our spirit hall is suited to inherit the papacy? Golden crocodile Douluo fell silent, realizing the truth in Tianchen Douluo's words. The younger generation within the Spirit Hall had suffered a significant loss, and with Tian Xuanji's demise, Bibi Dong was indeed the most suitable candidate. Suddenly, both Tianchen Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo appeared to age a little more. By the way, brother, Schwer will soon turn 6. It is time for her to awaken her martial soul. Upon hearing this, Tianchen Douluo instantly perked up, compared to the worries brought by Bibi Dong and Tianchen. He was evidently far more invested in matters concerning Tianchen Shui, which provided him with a rare source of joy. As for Shui Er's martial soul awakening, it need not be disclosed to others. Let us witness it together in the offering hall. If Bibi Dong wishes to attend, she may, but if not, it is of no consequence. In 3 days, we shall awaken Shui Er's martial soul. Understood, brother. I shall take my leave. With that, Golden Crocodile Douluo exited the offering hall, leaving Tianchen Douluo alone amidst the grand hall. 3 days later, within the offering hall, all the offerings of the spirit hall gathered to witness Tianchen Shui's martial soul awakening. As the sound of measured footsteps approached, Tianchen Douluo gently took Tianchen Shui's small hand and presented her before the assembled offerings. We have the honor of meeting the grand offering. No need for excessive formalities. Today is Shui Er's martial soul awakening. Your presence is a fortune for my family. Upon speaking, Tianchen Douluo noticed Bibi Dong standing silently among the crowd. Seeing her lack of intent to approach, he made no effort to compel her. Grand offering, the awakening stone. Nodding, Tianchen Douluo placed the stone in the center of the gathering. Shui Er, proceed, place your hands upon the awakening stone, and sincerely feel the power that belongs to the angel god. As Tianchen Douluo spoke, a hint of tension seeped into his tone. Young Tianchen Shui could only vaguely grasp the meaning of martial soul awakening. Though surrounded by a crowd, she felt a bit frightened. Yet she understood her grandfather's anticipation for her awakening. Thus, she confidently approached the awakening stone, placing her hands upon it to earnestly connect with her martial soul. After a brief moment, as the offerings began to grow anxious, a radiant light erupted from within Tianchen Shui. It was a brilliance of purity and goodness. In an instant, the small figure of Tianchen Shui was enveloped in resplendent light, followed by the manifestation of a towering six-winged angel god behind her. The overwhelming radiance of the angelic form filled Bibi Dong with profound disdain. Excellent. Truly excellent. Shui Er has awakened a formidable angel martial soul. Our Tian family has a worthy successor. In that moment, Tianchen Douluo was overwhelmed with elation. He had no doubt that Tianchen Shui would awaken the angel martial soul, for she carried the bloodline of their family within her. What truly delighted him was the powerful surge of soul energy emanating from Tianchen Shui. The surge of soul power emanated, indicating a level of innate full soul power. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the angelic statue outside the worship hall, casting radiant beams of angelic light upon the diminutive figure of Tianchen Shui. In an instant, the awakening stone shattered, and Tianchen Douluo was left utterly shaken. This is the inheritance of the angel god. Innate full soul power at level 20. Tianchen Douluo was astounded. The angel god inheritance he had pursued for a lifetime had, on this day, fallen upon his granddaughter, Tianchen Shui. The angel god. A deity. Is it possible that our Tian family is destined to have a divine being born? At this moment, alongside his elation, Tianchen Douluo felt a tinge of melancholy. The inheritance he had desperately sought for a lifetime had so effortlessly descended upon his granddaughter. Meanwhile, the other worshippers were all smiles, exclaiming, "Congratulations, great worshipper. Congratulations, Miss Shui Er." The sounds of joy echoed, yet no one noticed that among the crowd, the figure of Bibi Dong quietly vanished from the hall the instant the angel goddess inheritance was bestowed. Only Tianchen Shui, with a perplexed and forlorn gaze, observed the unfolding scene. Chapter 24. Tianchen Douluo's transformation. News of Tang Hao. Soon, this grand event belonging to the spirit hall and the Tian family came to a close. After the elders from the worship hall departed, Tianchen Douluo cast a profoundly complex glance at Tianchen Shui. To be honest, the inheritance of the angel god, which he had pursued for a lifetime but could never attain, had so easily fallen upon his granddaughter. He himself, at level 99, was just a step away from becoming a deity. Yet, a slight deviation could lead to a vast difference. From the moment Tianchen Shui awakened her martial soul, everything had changed. Alas, it seems that the inheritance of the angel god is ultimately beyond my reach. However, it is still fortunate that Shui Er has inherited the divine position. In an instant, the murky gaze of Tianchen Douluo sparkled with renewed vigor. Though he had lost the chance at the angel god position, since Tianchen Shui had inherited it, he must protect her growth. Shui Er, how fortunate you are. Rest assured, with this old man by your side, no one and nothing in the Douluo Continent shall threaten you. I will ensure your path is clear. Just as Tianchen Douluo made this silent vow, the golden crocodile Douluo slowly entered the room. Golden crocodile, you have arrived. With a frail gait, the golden crocodile Douluo smiled at Tianchen Douluo. Big brother. Shui Er has indeed astonished all the worshippers in the hall with her innate soul power of level 20, coupled with her six-winged angel as a divine martial soul. Her future is boundless. The golden crocodile was eager to congratulate his brother. Hearing this, Douluo felt a swell of pride as a descendant of the angel family. Tianche's talent was truly exceptional. Golden crocodile, while Shuesh possesses remarkable talent, she is still young. Before she truly matures, we, along with the elders of the worship hall, must safeguard her. He mused that in the future, Shuo would undoubtedly rise to support the spirit hall, ensuring the Qian family's legacy. In response, the golden crocodile Douluo nodded. Big brother's words resonate with me. Rest assured, with you watching over Shuer, along with myself and the other old friends from the worship hall, she will face no danger. Indeed, Douluo agreed, jesting that without their protection, the spirit hall would be rendered unnecessary. By the way, golden crocodile, do you have any news regarding Tang Hao from the Haotian sect? Douluo remained particularly concerned about Tang Hao, as Night Sky Qin's warning of divine assistance had left a lasting impression on him, akin to a thorn in his side. However, with Tianche's talents now apparent and her acquisition of the angel god's inheritance, this thorn had become a matter of great importance. He would obliterate any person or circumstance that posed a threat to Tianche, especially the existence of another deity. Moreover, even after Tianche received the angel god's inheritance, his yearning to ascend to godhood had not diminished. Naturally, he could not strip his granddaughter of her divine inheritance. Nor did he possess the means to do so. The choice of the angel god was beyond his influence. However, should he acquire information about the so-called divine being associated with Tang Hao, there remained a possibility for him to attain another divine inheritance. After all, it was all about taking matters into one's own hands. Upon hearing his brother inquire about Tang Hao, the golden crocodile Douluo's lips curled into a smile. Big brother, I was just about to share this with you. Our spies at the Haotian sect report that there seems to be a trace of Tang Hao nearby. If I am not mistaken, he is likely seeking refuge within the Haotian sect. Unfortunately, the members of the Haotian sect appear unwilling to involve themselves in this matter. Observing the almost certain expression on the golden crocodile Douluo's face, Douluo revealed a contemplative smile. Without Tianchen, the Haotian sect had become a mere collection of scattered individuals, hardly worthy of concern. It was entirely possible for Tang Hao to be lurking near the Haotian sect. Very well, golden crocodile, take a few of the elder worshippers with you. If Tang Hao is indeed hiding in the vicinity of the Haotian sect, remember, if you cannot capture him alive, then eliminate him on the spot. He must not be allowed to escape. A murderous intent surged in Douluo's voice. Although he yearned to capture Tang Hao alive to extract information about the deity, should circumstances dictate otherwise, he would not hesitate to ensure his permanent demise. Sensing his brother's intense emotions, the golden crocodile nodded. Big brother, rest assured, once I locate Tang Hao, I will capture him alive for you. And if that proves impossible, I will ensure his death. Excellent. Golden crocodile, I entrust this matter to you. Their conversation was unbeknownst to Tang Hao, who was currently hiding near the Haotian sect. His expression grave as he observed the approaching figure. Brother Hao, you have finally come. But you should not have. As the figure spoke, his features became clear. It was none other than the current leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao's elder brother, Tang Xiao. Seeing Tang Hao in disarray, Tang Xiao felt a pang of discomfort. Fully aware of the circumstances between Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor, Yin. In fact, Tang Xiao had once harbored feelings for the Blue-Silver Emperor himself. As his elder brother spoke, Tang Hao furrowed his brow tightly. Lowering his gaze to the sleeping infant in his arms, determination filled his eyes. Elder brother, I know that I have brought disaster upon the Haotian sect. Yin has already made her sacrifice, and as for me, I do not mind. If the spirit hall seeks to capture me, I would rather die. However, our child is innocent. If possible, I implore you, for the sake of our brotherly bond, to take our child back to the sect for nurturing. Upon mentioning the Blue-Silver Emperor's sacrifice, Tang Xiao visibly stiffened, his expression turning complex as he regarded Tang Hao. After regaining his composure, Tang Xiao finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Brother Hao, did you truly kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Jian Sundiji? Tang Xiao's breath quickened, for if Tang Hao truly had not slain Qian Xuanji, there existed a possibility to persuade several elders to accept Tang Hao. Even the Spirit Hall might find a pretext to brush the matter aside. Alas, disappointment engulfed him. Upon observing Tang Hao's hesitant expression, his heart sank. Tang Hao's uncertainty stemmed from his own ambiguity regarding whether he had indeed taken Qian Xuanji's life. Brother, I too cannot ascertain this matter. That day, Qian Xuanji, accompanied by the chrysanthemum demon Douluo and four-soul Douluo, sought to coerce me into surrendering Yin. Ultimately, Ayin sacrificed herself for me, enabling my ascension to Title Douluo. Following this, I engaged them in a fierce battle, and inexplicably, just when my soul power had been depleted, it suddenly rejuvenated. Even surpassing its previous might, I unleashed my explosion ring, employing the cloak hammer technique, severely injuring and repelling them all, while Qian Xuanji was sent flying, his fate unknown. I had initially intended to retrieve a Yin's soul bone for examination, but at that moment, a terrifying sound wave compelled me to retreat urgently. Thus, I remain uncertain whether Qian Xuanji perished at my hands. Upon the utterance of those words, Tang Xiao found himself in a state of confusion. Even if Qian Xuanji did not perish directly at the hands of his younger brother, it was evident that he had suffered grievous injuries. The spirit hall would undoubtedly not spare his brother. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xiao could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, brother Hao, you were so foolish. The spirit hall has always cast a covetous gaze upon our Houten sect. Ever since grandfather's disappearance, our sect has been under relentless suppression by the spirit hall. Your entanglement with Qian Xuanji will certainly be seized upon as leverage against us. Yet, they seek to capture Ayin. Tang Hao exclaimed aloud. Have you never coveted a Yin's soul ring? Tang Xiao's gaze settled calmly upon Tang Hao, causing him to wilt. Seeing Tang Hao's expression, Tang Xiao chose not to pursue the matter further. Very well, at this juncture, discussing other matters is futile. As for the child between you and Ayin, I cannot unilaterally decide this matter. However, rest assured, I shall do my utmost to persuade the elders to permit his stay. As for you, brother Hao, I am afraid I am powerless. Alas. A bitter smile crept upon Tang Hao's face as he nodded. Thus, I express my gratitude, dear brother. Chapter 25, The Resoluteness of the Houten Sect and the Arrival of the Golden Crocodile. After his clandestine meeting with Tang Hao, Tang Xiao wasted no time and returned directly to the Houten sect, intending to convince several elders to take in Tang Hao and Yin's child. Meanwhile, Tang Hao swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Soto City. Ever since the star-picking tower relocated to Soto City, it swiftly scrutinized every nook and cranny of the city, along with its soul masters. At the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, within the tower, Tianchen leisurely raised a goblet of intoxicating brew, a faint smile gracing his lips as he savored its contents. At that moment, Inhe approached the tower's entrance with measured steps. Tower Master, Inhe requests an audience. Setting down his goblet, Tianchen lifted his gaze, his lips moving slightly. Enter. Creek. Tower Master, we have thoroughly investigated the situation in Soto City. Seeing Tianchen nod, Inhe continued without hesitation. The soul masters within Soto City are not particularly powerful, predominantly comprising soul venerables, with soul sect and soul king level masters being exceedingly rare. Of course, there are those above soul kings, as there once was a soul emperor from the 7 treasure glazed tile school stationed here. However, since our star-picking tower's arrival, this soul emperor has vacated Soto City. Furthermore, the spirit hall possesses a tertiary branch, overseen by a mere 53rd level soul king. Tianchen nodded. Soto City lies at the intersection of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. Although there is a substantial number of soul masters, most are of lower ranks. Nevertheless, such power is rather commendable. Across the entirety of Douluo Continent, Title Douluo level experts predominantly belong to a select few factions and typically refrain from venturing out. Most Soul Douluo level experts toil in seclusion, striving to attain the title. Therefore, among the roaming soul masters, those of Soul Saint or even Soul Emperor level are considered formidable. By the way, the 7 treasure glazed tile school must possess significant assets in Soto City, or else they would not have dispatched a Soul Emperor to oversee the area. Tianchen mused with a hint of amusement. Indeed, Tower Master, your conjecture is accurate. The assets of the 7 treasure glazed tile school account for over half of Soto City's economy. It can be said that prior to our star-picking tower's arrival, the entire Soto City was nearly under the control of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Indeed, although Ning Fingji cannot break through the Soul Douluo realm due to his martial soul, he is quite astute for a sect leader. I suspect that their influence extends beyond just Soto City. Within the Heaven Do Empire, the 7 treasure glazed tile school likely commands a vast array of assets. To claim they are as wealthy as a nation would not be an exaggeration. Inhe concurred, acknowledging the formidable nature of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, not only for its strength but also for its remarkable scheming. Moreover, there is another matter. According to reports from our spies within the Spirit Hall, the Golden Crocodile Douluo departed from Spirit City 3 days ago, accompanied by several offerings of the Spirit Hall. Their direction seems to be towards us. Or perhaps the Houten sect. Upon hearing this news, Tianchen pondered briefly before dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand. There is no need for worry. The golden crocodile's target will not be our star-picking tower. As long as Douluo remains unyielding, our tower need not be anxious. Now, you may take your leave. Understood. Innate promptly vanished from the tower. Douluo, you have indeed taken an interest in Tang Hao. Haotian sect. Tang Hao. TSK. What a predicament awaits. Tianchen murmured to himself, no longer preoccupied with such trifles. Should the golden crocodile succeed in capturing or slaying Tang Hao, it would indicate that the divine entity's interest in him was merely fleeting. In that case, Tianchen would not need to involve himself. However, if the golden crocodile himself could not apprehend Tang Hao, then things would become intriguing. At that point, Tianchen would undoubtedly intervene. Within the grand hall of the Haotian sect, all elders possessing a sole Douluo level of power had gathered. Tang Xiao, seated in the position of sect leader, addressed the assembly, stating his purpose for convening this meeting. Esteemed elders, I have obtained some news regarding my brother Hao. As soon as these words were spoken, all the elders perked up with keen interest. Sect leader, quickly tell us, where is that calamity bringing Tang Hao at this moment? We shall capture him and hand him over to the spirit hall for judgment. Indeed, Tang Hao has committed an egregious error. How dare he show his face? Several elders clamored, eager to apprehend Tang Hao immediately. Tang Xiao's expression darkened slightly, as he had yet to mention the matter of Tang Hao and Yin's child. And this group of elders was already in an uproar. How should one express this? Several elders, upon hearing Tang Xiao's voice, completely ignored it and continued discussing how to deal with Tang Hao. Finally, Tang Xiao shouted, and only then did the elders, somewhat puzzled, turn to face him. Noting the pallor of his countenance, they ceased their chatter and awaited his next words. My younger brother Hao and the transformed 10,000-year soul beast have a child. Regardless of whether my brother Hao killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Chen Xuanji, this child is ultimately innocent. Therefore, I wish to bring this child back to the Haotian sect for nurturing. What do you elders think? Upon hearing this, the elders' expression shifted dramatically. Sect Master, you must think this through. The child of Tang Hao and the 10,000-year soul beast cannot remain in our Haotian sect. Setting aside the grave mistake committed by Tang Hao that has forced our sect into seclusion, the mere existence of a child born of a 10,000-year soul beast is a disgrace to our Haotian sect. Furthermore, if the Spirit Hall learns that we are harboring this child, they will not spare us. Surely, Sect Master, you must weigh the gravity of this situation. In that moment, Tang Xiao found himself at a loss for words. He had thought that the matter was merely about a child, and that the elders would not oppose. Yet, he was mistaken. From the moment the Haotian sect began to compromise, some had already lost their backbone, recognizing that he could not persuade the opposing elders. Tang Xiao turned his gaze to the second elder. Second elder, how do you view this matter? His eyes were filled with hope, longing for the second elder to support him. Alas, the second elder's response extinguished that flicker of hope in an instant. Tang Xiao, as the leader of the sect, you must prioritize the greater good. As you said, this child of Tang Hao is indeed innocent. However, if the Spirit Hall discovers that we have taken this child in, have you considered the consequences? Let us not forget our previous agreement with the Spirit Hall as Golden Crocodile Douluo. What is one child compared to the legacy of the Haotian sect? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao understood the second elder's stance. In that instant, he gritted his teeth, scanning the faces of the elders present, and found not a single one willing to agree to take in the child. Suddenly, Tang Xiao sprang to his feet. He had intended to use his authority as sect leader to force a decision, but upon seeing the calm expressions of the elders, he let out a heavy sigh and slumped back into his seat, his eyes filled with confusion. 50 miles outside Suodo City, Golden Crocodile Douluo was currently approaching with the two attendants, Qianjun and Jiang Mo. Brother, we are 50 miles from Suodo City. I've heard that the star-picking tower has relocated here. Should we? Casting a glance at Qianjun, Golden Crocodile exhaled deeply. Qianjun, do you think that with just the three of us, we can do anything in Suodo City? The matter of the star-picking tower will be handled personally by the Grand Priest. Let us move. The Haotian sect is not far now. In a few days, we shall reach it. Tang Hao, we cannot allow him to escape. All right, brother, I will follow your lead. Haotian sect, Tang Hao. Let us see how you will escape this time. Qianjun cast a cold glance in the direction of Suodo City before following Golden Crocodile Douluo as they sped toward the Haotian sect. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was anxiously awaiting news from his elder brother, Tang Xiao. As Tang Hao's hopeful gaze fixed on the horizon, He saw Tang Xiao approaching with an expression as if his soul had been drained, his eyes devoid of focus. Elder brother, what news? The elders must have agreed to let me keep the child in the Haotian sect, right? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao snapped back to reality. But his gaze toward Tang Hao became evasive. In an instant, Tang Hao sensed his brother's unusual demeanor. Chapter 26. Tang Hao encounters Golden Crocodile. A crushing confrontation. How? Tang Xiao began. I thought the elders would not oppose allowing you and a Yin's child into the Haotian sect. However, the reality is quite the opposite. They are exceedingly averse to anything associated with your name. The child of you and A Yin is even less likely to be accepted. I'm sorry. How? At this moment, Tang Hao appeared calm. Elder brother, I do not blame you. If the elders cannot accept me, Tang Hao, nor an innocent child, then I shall leave. I will not cause you any trouble. With that, Tang Hao's demeanor grew cold, and without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from Tang Xiao's sight. How? At that moment, Tang Xiao wished to call him back, but he felt utterly powerless, even as the sect leader. After parting from Tang Xiao, Tang Hao resolved to leave the realm of the Haotian sect. As he flew onward, his pace was hindered by the burden of the child. However, just as he was about to exit the confines of the Haotian sect, an unprecedented sense of crisis erupted in his mind. Not good. But by the time Tang Hao uttered these words, it was too late. Before him, Golden Crocodile Douluo advanced with determined steps. The moment Golden Crocodile's murky eyes met Tang Hao's, they ignited with a fierce light. Tang Hao, I did not expect you to dare return to the Haotian sect. Such courage is commendable, yet alas, it is merely a sheep entering the tiger's den, a self-inflicted trap. You have slain the Pope of my spirit hall and colluded with the 10,000-year soul beast. For each of these offenses, you deserve to die. If you are wise, you will come with me back to the spirit hall immediately. Otherwise, not only will you perish, but the Haotian sect will also face dire consequences today. As he spoke, 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, began to emerge beneath Golden Crocodile Douluo's feet, and a massive golden crocodile roared behind him. The oppressive aura of his 98th level was as formidable as a mountain, overwhelming Tang Hao. In that moment, Tang Hao lost the composure he had exhibited before his brother. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, and as he turned to flee, 2 more elders with profound auras appeared before him. Boom. As the soul rings of Tianchen and Jiang Mo lit up, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, Tang Hao felt a surge of dread at their 96th level prowess. At this juncture, it would be a lie to claim Tang Hao was unperturbed, with 3 Title Douluo above the 96th level standing before him. He genuinely did not know how he could survive. Facing Golden Crocodile Douluo once more, Tang Hao forced a bitter smile. The Spirit Hall certainly holds me in high regard. Sending a 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo to confront me. Since evasion is not an option today, I shall fight with all I have. With that, he gently placed the small Tang San down and summoned his martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, which fell readily into his hands, as 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red soul rings glimmered beneath him. At this moment, the strength of a rank 92 was akin to a solitary boat adrift in the vast ocean. Appearing remarkably feeble, suddenly Tang Hao darted towards the Tianchen Douluo and the Jiangma Douluo, raising the Haotian hammer high above his head. Channeling all his soul power into its surface, manifesting his martial soul, the Grand Sumeru hammer, he unleashed a tremendous roar, elevating the hammer's power to its zenith. In an instant, Tang Hao's assault reached the Tianchen Douluo. At that moment, the Tianchen Douluo exhibited no sign of fear in his eyes. With his martial soul manifested, he activated his 8th soul skill, Tianchen Iji. In a flash, his movements were as swift as lightning, and the coiling dragon staff in his hand met Tang Hao's Haotian hammer with tremendous force. The impact was thunderous. In just a single exchange, Tang Hao was violently propelled away by an overwhelming force, blood spurting from his mouth. Indeed, the disparity between a rank 92 Title Douluo and a rank 96 was glaring. Even though Tang Hao wielded the premier weapon martial soul, the Golden Crocodile Douluo observed silently, refraining from intervening. He wished to see what merits Tang Hao possessed. Recalling how he had once wounded the Zhu Gui Douluo and severely injured the Qian Xuanji. Regrettably, the strength Tang Hao demonstrated at this moment left the Golden Crocodile Douluo unimpressed. However, as he was sent flying, Tang Hao seized the opportunity presented by the Tianchen Douluo strike to distance himself from Tang San, attempting to redirect the battlefield. Without hesitation, the brothers Tianchen and Jiangma charged towards Tang Hao. United, the 2 rank 96 Title Douluo swiftly overpowered him, within mere exchanges. Tang Hao was sent flying 100 meters by a strike from the Tianchen Douluo, just as he attempted to rise and continue his resistance. He suddenly heard the voice of the golden crocodile Douluo. Tang Hao, if you wish for this little brat in my grasp to continue living, it would be prudent for you to surrender unconditionally. I am of advanced age, and my strength is beyond my control. We must spare the child from suffering. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao turned sharply to the golden crocodile Douluo, realizing that at some point, little Tang San had been taken into his palm. Startled, the child began to wail uncontrollably. The golden crocodile Douluo paid no heed, watching Tang Hao intently, eager to witness how he would choose to respond. At that moment, Tang Hao was consumed by fury, his body trembling violently, veins bulging, yet he quickly quelled his rage. He never anticipated that a rank 98 Title Douluo would resort to threatening him with a child who had yet to reach his first birthday. Nevertheless, the golden crocodile Douluo showed no concern for how others would perceive him. Before departing from the Hall of Spirits, he had promised his elder brother, Title Douluo, that he would capture Tang Hao alive. Given Tang Hao's evident weakness, even the combined might of the Tianchen and Jiangma brothers had nearly brought him to the brink of death. Should he intervene, Tang Hao would surely be obliterated. Thus, the golden crocodile Douluo opted for a more straightforward approach, targeting Tang Hao's vulnerability to compel him to beg for mercy. How disgraceful, one might think, for a revered elder of the Hall of Worship, a rank 98 Title Douluo, to resort to such despicable tactics. The golden crocodile smiled slightly. You are correct, Tang Hao. I am indeed a rank 98 Title Douluo of the Hall of Worship. Yet, this little brat hardly qualifies as human. The very existence of a union between a human and a 100,000-year soul beast is an aberration. At that moment, Tang Hao again heard the cries of his and a yin's child, the wails growing louder. Ultimately, he found himself yielding. As the Haotian hammer vanished from his grasp, the Tianjun and Jiangma Douluo seized the opportunity, striking Tang Hao's ankle. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, the two Douluo supported Tang Hao by his arms, bringing him before the golden crocodile Douluo. Tang Hao, you are but a wretched sinner. Why bother with such means to deal with you? When you murdered our Hall of Spirits Pope, you should have known this day would come. You cannot blame anyone but yourself. Chapter 27. The Weakness of the Haotian Sect. The power of the Azura god emerges. Upon subduing Tang Hao, the golden crocodile Douluo approached him directly. Channeling his soul power, he sealed all of Tang Hao's soul energy. He then turned his gaze towards the child born of Tang Hao and the 100,000-year soul beast, the Blue Silver Emperor. Tang Hao, I never expected you to actually father a child with a soul beast. For countless years in the Douluo Continent, it seems you were the first. As he spoke, the golden crocodile Douluo glanced with a hint of intrigue at the small figure of Tang San in his grasp. Strangely, at this moment, little Tang San no longer cried or fussed, a stark contrast to the earlier commotion when the golden crocodile Douluo held him. Instead, within his diminutive eyes lay an unsettling emptiness, profound and haunting, and the golden crocodile sensed an almost imperceptible aura of malice emanating from the child in his hands. In an instant, the once carefree demeanor of the golden crocodile Douluo shifted into one of deep concern, his brow furrowed. Could it be that a child born of the union between human and spirit beast is inherently imbued with the essence of the spirit beast? The golden crocodile Douluo pondered this quietly, though he soon dismissed the notion. While instances of human and spirit beast unions are exceedingly rare, the golden crocodile Douluo, a figure of great renown within the Douluo Continent, possessed extensive knowledge of martial souls and spirit beasts. Such a precedent had never before occurred in the Douluo Continent. As the golden crocodile Douluo's thoughts fluctuated between uncertainty and clarity, Tang Hao, whose soul power had been sealed, felt as though his heart were shattering. The guilt of failing Ain had already begun to fracture his spirit, and now, confronted by the spirit hall and the formidable presence of the golden crocodile Douluo and the 1,000-gene demon suppression, the confidence he once held in becoming a Title Douluo crumbled in an instant. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped Tang Hao, filling him with despair as he gazed upon the solemn expression of the golden crocodile Douluo, fearing for his child's safety. Golden crocodile Douluo, come at me with whatever you have. The child is innocent. Finally, unable to contain himself, Tang Hao roared at the golden crocodile Douluo. In that moment, the golden crocodile Douluo's attention was drawn away from the small Tang San, shifting to Tang Hao. Tang Hao, how utterly absurd it is for you to speak of innocence to me. As a soul master who has ascended to the realm of a Title Douluo, you must understand the countless lives we have taken along our path. How many among them can truly be deemed innocent? Today, having fallen into my grasp, your life is no longer your own. and the same applies to this little wretch in my hand. You. For a moment, Tang Hao found himself at a loss for words. Enough of this. Further discourse serves no purpose. Qianjun, Jiangma, take Tang Hao with us. We shall visit the Haotian sect to collect our dues. The timid individuals have already breached the agreement made on that day. Surely, they must contribute something in return. Indeed. I will heed your counsel, second brother. The two esteemed guardians of the celestial sect swiftly carried the incapacitated Tang Hao, following the golden crocodile Douluo as they hastened towards the celestial sect. Upon returning to the sect, Tang Hao found himself somewhat distracted, grappling with the realization that, as the leader of the celestial sect, he was powerless to determine the fate of Tang Hao and Yin's child. His heart was heavy with both guilt and profound anger. The elders of the celestial sect, consumed by fear for their own lives, continued to retreat, leaving Tang Hao utterly helpless. What could he do, given that he lacked overwhelming strength? As Tang Hao momentarily lost himself in thought, the deep, resonant tolling of bells within the celestial sect snapped him back to reality. A sense of dread washed over him. The instant the bells rang, he dashed towards the great hall of the sect. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he arrived at the grand hall. Upon entering, his heart plummeted. There lay Tang Hao, his body marred, motionless on the ground, with only his faintly opened, weary eyes betraying his lingering life. How, brother? Tang Hao exclaimed, but his next step halted abruptly. The reason was simple. The golden crocodile Douluo had suddenly appeared before him, his overwhelming aura rendering Tang Hao breathless. The golden crocodile Douluo smirked. Since the sect leader of the celestial sect is present, I shall not prolong this any further. As you can see, Tang Hao, the murderer of our spirit hall S-Pope, has been personally apprehended by me. Upon hearing this, several elders of the celestial sect exchanged glances before one elder of Title Douluo rank stepped forward. Your Grace, since Tang Hao, the culprit who killed Pope Qiang Sunji, is now in your custody, why must you come to our celestial sect? We had previously agreed that Tang Hao would be dealt with by the spirit hall. Moreover, he has long been expelled from our sect and is no longer one of us. You may dispose of him as you see fit. With this elder's declaration, the remaining elders of the celestial sect, also of Soul Douluo rank, echoed his sentiments. The golden crocodile Douluo remained silent, instead fixing his gaze upon Tang Hao. Sect leader Tang Hao, what say you? Tang Hao, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. The elders of the celestial sect grew anxious, casting him imploring glances. The golden crocodile and the other guardian, Qianjun, exchanged mocking shakes of their heads. The celestial sect was truly beyond salvation. Well then, since sect leader Tang Hao chooses to remain silent, what of the second elder of the celestial sect? What are your thoughts? Seeing Tang Hao's hesitation, the golden crocodile's eyes sparkled with cunning. He had achieved his goal, and the seeds of discord had been sown. Perhaps the celestial sect would fracture without needing intervention from the spirit hall. The second elder, sensing the spotlight shifting to him, felt a wave of unease. What could he possibly say? Previously, when Tang Hao had not been caught, it was inconsequential, but now, should he permit the spirit hall to deal with Tang Hao? How would he face Tang Hao in the future? Yet, the celestial sect could not afford to utter a refusal. In a moment of inspiration, the second elder mimicked Tang Hao's silence, attempting to feign ignorance. But the golden crocodile Douluo was not so easily deceived. Since the second elder chooses to remain silent, it can only be assumed that he has tacitly agreed to the terms of our previous arrangement. Indeed, the celestial sect is still a bastion of integrity. With a smile, the golden crocodile Douluo turned to Tang Hao, enunciating each word with clarity. The second elder was flabbergasted. Could it truly be that simple? Tang Hao cast a deep glance at the second elder, then surveyed all the elders present. The golden crocodile Douluo was pleased to witness the effect of his manipulations. Very well, esteemed members of the celestial sect, since you were so cooperative, I shall refrain from elaborating on the matter of any internal collusion regarding Tang Hao. Initially, I intended to hold someone accountable for this, yet your willingness to acquiesce has rendered such actions unnecessary. Qianjun Douluo also wore a grin, clearly entertained by the unfolding drama. Oh, by the way, this little child in my hands is the offspring of Tang Hao and that 10,000-year spirit beast. How do the esteemed elders propose to handle this matter? Should we leave it to the spirit hall to manage as well? The golden crocodile Douluo's smile widened, his demeanor radiating a sense of triumph. Tang Hao instinctively wished to plead for the release of Tang Hao's child, but upon seeing the indifferent expressions of the elders, he gritted his teeth and spoke up. Your Grace, this child is ultimately innocent. If you would trust us, please allow the celestial sect to handle this matter. At this declaration, the faces of the celestial sect elders shifted dramatically. They were eager to disassociate themselves from any connection to Tang Hao. No. The child born of Tang Hao and the 10,000-year spirit beast possesses tainted blood. How can we allow such a progeny to disgrace our lineage? It should be left to the spirit hall, to your grace, to deal with personally. The initial Title Douluo elder stepped forward to voice his opposition, completely disregarding Tang Zhao's feelings. Indeed, the 10,000-year spirit beast and humans have been adversaries since time immemorial. Tang Hao has forsaken all moral balance. Why should the celestial sect bear responsibility for the child born of such a union? Moreover, Tang Hao is no longer one of us. You. Tang Zhao was incensed, blood spewing from his mouth. Very well. The celestial sect is indeed commendable. I admire your principles. Since the celestial sect is not a refuge for filth, I shall personally deal with this child. With that, the golden crocodile surveyed the room, noticing the elder's lack of opposition, a chilling smile gracing his lips. A child born of a 10,000-year spirit beast is, in essence, half human, half beast. Such a wretch cannot be allowed to live. Today, I shall put an end to this. As he reached to snap the child's neck, Tang Zhao cried out in desperation, and Tang Hao's eyes brimmed with hatred and tears. Just as the golden crocodile's fingers were about to grasp the child's life, a dark crimson divine light descended from above, instantly propelling the golden crocodile and everyone present hundreds of meters away. In that fleeting moment, the severely injured Tang Hao, previously sealed of all his soul power by the golden crocodile, felt the seal within him dissolve instantaneously, and his wounds began to heal. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Hao swiftly embraced Xiao Tang San and charged out of the Tianchen clan with remarkable speed. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, the golden crocodile Douluo rose from the ground, slightly disheveled, gazing incredulously at the spot where Xiao Tang San had just stood. Upon noticing that Tang Hao had vanished without a trace, he was momentarily stunned. Is this what the star-picking tower master meant by divine assistance? The golden crocodile Douluo could hardly believe that anyone could slip away in such a manner right under his nose. The divine light from earlier was so powerful that it equaled the strike of a level 99 limit Douluo, if not more formidable. Aside from the minor injuries sustained by the golden crocodile, the other Douluo, including the demon subduing Daw and several elders of the Tianchen clan, were significantly wounded in an instant. As he stepped out, the golden crocodile found no trace of Tang Hao, not even a lingering aura. How infuriating. Tang Hao, how could you escape so easily? Frustrated and somewhat powerless, the golden crocodile sighed and took the injured Douluo with him as he left the Tianchen clan, determined to inform his elder brother, Douluo, about the events that had transpired. A day later, in Soto City, atop the star-picking tower, Tianchen was intently listening to the news brought by Yang Bai. Master, we have news from the Tianchen clan. Tianchen nodded. Tang Hao should be nearby. With the golden crocodile Douluo personally intervening, it would be difficult for Tang Hao to escape, unless... Tianchen did not continue, gesturing for Yang Bai to proceed. You are correct, Master. The golden crocodile from the spirit hall indeed managed to capture Tang Hao near the Tianchen clan. However, an unforeseen incident occurred within the clan, allowing Tang Hao to escape miraculously. Oh, he truly managed to escape? Pray tell, what transpired at the Tianchen clan? Upon hearing that Tang Hao had indeed fled, Tianchen's interest was piqued. Yang Bai wasted no time and recounted the events. According to the information received on that day, the golden crocodile Douluo took Tang Hao to the Tianchen clan to hold him accountable, but for reasons unknown. Just as the golden crocodile was about to eliminate Tang Hao and the child born from the 10,000-year soul beast, a dark red beam of light descended from the heavens, instantly sending everyone present, including the golden crocodile Douluo, flying 100 meters away. Except for the golden crocodile from the spirit hall, others were severely injured. And 2 elder-level soul Douluos from the Tianchen clan fell in that moment. As Yang Bai finished speaking, Tianchen's brow furrowed in contemplation. It seemed that Tang Hao and the child born from the 10,000-year soul beast were not to be underestimated. Initially, Tianchen merely suspected that Tang Hao had divine assistance, as it could have been a secret technique of the Tianchen clan that he was unaware of. However, it was now nearly conclusive. Tang Hao, or the child born from the 10,000-year soul beast, must indeed have some connection to the divine. Tang Hao, it appears that not only Douluo is intrigued by you. I shall keep my eye on you as well. May you survive. After silently wishing this, Tianchen waved his hand, dismissing Yang Bai. After several days of travel, The golden crocodile Douluo entered Spirit City with a grim expression. In the offering hall, Douluo had been waiting for him. Upon seeing the golden crocodile's sullen demeanor, Douluo smiled slightly. Golden crocodile, you have returned. Given your expression, I presume you have yet to capture Tang Hao? He stood up and approached the golden crocodile, patting his shoulder. Do enlighten me, golden crocodile. How did Tang Hao manage to elude you in the demon subduing Douluo? Sighing heavily, the golden crocodile replied, Elder brother, you are unaware. Tang Hao is merely a rank 92 spirit master. Even with the Haotian hammer and a 10,000-year soul ring in his possession, he is still rather insignificant. Just the combined strength of the demon subduing and the golden crocodile alone could easily defeat him. Douluo nodded. A rank 92 Title Douluo. Even with a 10,000-year soul ring, would at most be equivalent to a rank 94 Title Douluo, making him no match for the demon subduing Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo. To capture Tang Hao, I intended to threaten him with the child born from the 10,000-year soul beast, and then the demon subduing Douluo, and I would cripple Tang Hao's legs. However, just as I was about to eliminate Tang Hao and the child, an unexpected event occurred. A dark red divine light descended from the heavens, sending me flying 100 meters away, and everyone else was severely injured. By the time I regained my bearings, Tang Hao and the child had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace whatsoever. Perhaps it is indeed as the star-picking tower master suggested. Tang Hao has divine assistance. The golden crocodile knelt on one knee, awaiting punishment from Douluo. Upon hearing the golden crocodile utter those words, Douluo began to take the matter seriously. If he had once pursued Tang Hao merely due to his trust in Knight Tianchen's words, he was now nearly convinced that there was a connection between Tang Hao and the divine. Gently lifting the golden crocodile, Douluo suddenly laughed. Fear not, golden crocodile. This matter is of little consequence. If divine assistance truly exists, you are powerless to contend with it. After all, the power of the divine is far too terrifying. As he spoke, Douluo approached the statue of the angel. Gazing at the imposing figure, he momentarily fell into thought before his expression firmed with resolve. When a god descends to perform miracles, it can only mean one thing, a search for a successor. Whether it be Tang Hao or the child born of the 10,000-year soul beast, I, Douluo, shall not allow anyone but Qianren to ascend to divinity. He silently vowed, then turned to the golden crocodile. Set aside thoughts of Tang Hao for now. The next time news of him arises, I shall personally intervene. Whether it is Tang Hao or that child, they must die to eliminate any threat to my spirit hall. Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile smirked coldly. While he was indeed powerless against Tang Hao with divine assistance, his elder brother possessed formidable strength. Unless a god were to personally intervene, or if Tang Chun Poseidon were to take action, no one could prevent him from eliminating Tang Hao. Rest assured, elder brother, during this time, I shall diligently gather information regarding Tang Hao. Await good news. Douluo nodded, and the golden crocodile Douluo exited the hall to make arrangements. Shortly after the golden crocodile left, a charming little girl entered the hall, rushing into Douluo's embrace. Grandfather, Shuer misses you. Douluo laughed heartily, warmly holding Qianren as he gently replied, Shuer, your grandfather misses you too. With her head drooped, Qianren pondered momentarily before asking, Grandfather, what were you and Grandfather Jean discussing for so long? I've grown rather impatient. My dear Shuer, your grandfather and I were engaged in important matters. You need not inquire further. You are still young, and some matters will come to you in due time. Grandfather, I am not a child anymore. I have awakened my martial soul. Observing Qianren's proud demeanor, Douluo affectionately stroked her hair and smiled gently. Since you have awakened your martial soul, it is indeed time for you to learn some things. How about this? In a few days, I shall take you to hunt for soul rings. And your grandfather Jean will accompany us. Great. It's a promise, grandfather. Seeing Qianren's obedient understanding, Douluo's smile deepened. Very well. It's settled then. Chapter 29. The New Pope's Ceremony. A gift from the star-picking tower. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Today, the Spirit City was bustling with excitement. The reason was simple. The new Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, was officially assuming her position. Today marked the grand ceremony of Bibi Dong's inauguration. Dressed in the distinctive attire of the Pope, Bibi Dong's strikingly white legs were particularly eye-catching, not to mention her ample curves and slender waist. Her entrance captivated the attention of all members of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, a venerable elder of the Spirit Hall, bearing the crown symbolizing the Pope, approached Bibi Dong step by step. Honorable Pope, I, On behalf of the Spirit Hall, present to you the Pope's crown. Looking at the crown before her, once donned, Bibi Dong would officially become the Pope of the Spirit Hall. No longer bound by the constraints of anyone in the hall, save for the High Priest Title Douluo. Bibi Dong slightly lowered her head as the elder carefully placed the crown upon her head. At that moment, the Spirit Hall erupted in fervor. Long live Pope Bibi Dong! Long live the Spirit Hall! The voices surged like an ocean, resounding to the heavens. Witnessing such a spectacle, even Bibi Dong felt a twinge of joy, and she spoke. Everyone, today is the most solemn day for our Spirit Hall. I hope you will set aside past grievances and share in today's glory. With the Pope's words, the crowd responded, we shall comply. Let us raise a toast to the Pope, congratulating you on assuming the position. While many flattered her, some merely came to witness the commotion, such as from the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Though they raised their cups, they did not shout slogans like others. Bibi Dong was indeed a remarkable individual, having brought the Spirit Hall under her command within just a few years. Ning Fengji harbored no fondness for Bibi Dong, as a woman on the throne of the world's foremost power did not sit well with him. Moreover, her ruthlessness was beyond what ordinary individuals could withstand. Crucially, the interests of the Spirit Hall clashed with those of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, making it impossible for Ning Fengji to harbor any goodwill toward Bibi Dong. Sword Douluo exclaimed, such a woman as the Pope of the Spirit Hall brings only disadvantages. Fengji, we should keep our distance from her. Indeed, we of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have always maintained our distance from the Spirit Hall, and this occasion shall be no exception. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Yuanjin expressed his displeasure at Bibi Dong's presence on stage, saying, if that rascal Xiao Gang had chosen Bibi Dong back then, my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would have already been the #1 sect on Douluo Continent. How infuriating! What a pity for the lost opportunity, he lamented. Just as Yu Yuanjin continued to grumble internally, a powerful voice suddenly snapped him back to reality, urging him to look toward the source of the sound. All esteemed offerings, please enter. With that proclamation, Tianchen Douluo led the way, followed by Jin Yi, Qian Jun, and other offerings, as they gracefully made their entrance. At this moment, Tianchen Douluo wore a serious expression, his aura as a rank 99 Title Douluo subtly emanating, capturing the attention of everyone present. Your Holiness, my esteemed offerings, we have arrived a bit late. As he approached Bibi Dong, Tianchen Douluo began to smile, quietly observing her. Bibi Dong reciprocated with a slight smile. Yet the fleeting glimmer of malice in her eyes did not escape Tianchen Douluo's keen gaze. Shaking his head, Tianchen Douluo felt a tinge of helplessness. After all, there were no more suitable candidates for the Pope than Bibi Dong herself. Bibi Dong was taken aback by the High Priest's presence amidst the busyness, and she would never think to reproach him or the other offerings for their tardiness. High Priest and esteemed offerings, please take your seats. With a gesture inviting them to sit, Tianchen Douluo and the others exchanged knowing smiles before gradually settling down. At that moment, amidst the crowd, when Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo noticed that even the ancient Tianchen Douluo had arrived, they felt a tightening in their throats. A rank 99 Title Douluo was an exceedingly rare sight. Indeed, aside from Tianchen, who was missing from Haotian's sect, Tianchen Douluo stood alone in the continent. Though Poseidon in the ocean was also a rank 99 Title Douluo, as the high priest of the sea god, he could never set foot on the mainland. At this moment, in the presence of Tianchen Douluo, everyone held their breath, even as he made no move or released any aura. The mere mention of his name could send shivers down one's spine. Tianchen Douluo remains as formidable as ever. I wonder if Jian Daoqinshin will ever get a chance to duel with him in this lifetime. While Ning Fengji, with his mere rank 79, felt apprehensive, Sword Douluo's fighting spirit surged. This was the atmosphere among the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, upon seeing Tianchen Douluo emerge, Yu Yuanjin's brows furrowed. He mused to himself, Tianchen Douluo seems unscathed. I had thought he had passed on in the offering hall. The Spirit Hall remains as formidable as ever. Tianchen Douluo's purpose for attending today was clear, to inform the world of soul masters that he, Tianchen Douluo, the rank 99 limit Douluo and true guardian of the Spirit Hall, was very much alive, warning those with ambitions not to presume that a change in Pope would allow them to act with impunity. This can indeed be considered as Tianchen Douluo providing a stage for Bibi Dong. Everyone is well aware of this. However, it must be said that Tianchen Douluo's maneuver is exceptionally effective. At this moment, whether it be the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, or even the lower four sects. Nearly all the soul masters present have etched the spirit hall into their minds, forever remembering the divine majesty of Douluo. Just as everyone was astonished by the arrival of Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo, another sudden voice echoed through the hall. Jiaxing Tower, Elder Yangbai has arrived. The instant the words fell, the atmosphere turned icy, particularly for Bibi Dong. Her expression darkened in an instant. Even Douluo furrowed his brow. Then, draped in a white robe, Yangbai stepped into the hall, stating, "I have come at the behest of my esteemed master to congratulate the newly appointed Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. I hope you will not hold it against me for coming uninvited." After speaking, Yangbai lifted his gaze, patiently awaiting further remarks from the Spirit Hall. Prior to this, Tianchen had assured him that there would be no danger, as this was the inauguration ceremony of the Pope. The Spirit Hall could not afford to lose face by causing trouble for Yangbai. Bibi Dong responded swiftly, her face breaking into a smile as she sensed the unique aura of a Title Douluo emanating from Yangbai, feeling slightly taken aback. "Since the master of Jiaxing Tower has this intention, we at the Spirit Hall are grateful for your kind gesture. Elder Yangbai, please take a seat." After finishing her words, she glanced at Douluo, noticing his lack of response, and dismissed further thoughts. At this moment, Douluo was also uncertain of Jiaxing Tower's true intentions. However, given that today was the Pope's inauguration ceremony, and the master of Jiaxing Tower was not personally present, Douluo felt no desire to take action. It is said that silence is golden, and when one finally speaks, it is earth-shattering. Douluo would not be foolish enough to act against the recently ascended Title Douluo before him, as that would only serve to alert the snake in the grass. A cold smirk appeared on Yangbai's lips. "Your Grace, please wait. I did not come empty-handed today. My master has prepared a gift for you." With that, Yangbai retrieved a so-called gift from the soul tool at his waist. The moment the gift was revealed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. And even Douluo sprang to his feet. Bibi Dong's expression darkened further, for the gift Yangbai presented was none other than the Pope's authority. A relic exclusive to the Popes of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 30. Bibi Dong's humiliation and Douluo's request to meet. As Yangbai unveiled the Pope's authority, among the crowd, several soul masters who recognized it gasped in shock. Ningfengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School stood up abruptly, fixated on the Pope's authority in Yangbai's hand. "Is this truly the Pope's authority?" Ningfengji was taken aback. He then glanced at Yangbai before slowly sitting back down, his expression shifting from astonishment to a smile. "Fengji, how curious it is that Jiaxing Tower possesses the Pope's authority of the Spirit Hall. Isn't this a symbol of the authority of the Pope of the Spirit Hall throughout the ages? It truly perplexes one." The Bone Douluo felt a sense of confusion. For typically, the Pope's power resides in the hands of the Pope themselves, who generally keeps it in close custody. How could this time befall the star-picking tower? Ningfengji, unsure of the reasons, shook his head. At this moment, the cause seemed insignificant. He was eager to observe how the Spirit Hall would respond. Not only the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but also the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, with Yu Engine exclaiming in astonishment. The star-picking tower truly possessed extraordinary capabilities, even managing to seize the authority of the Pope from the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall, TSK, the star-picking tower, peaceful days seemed a distant prospect. Yu Engine chuckled lightly and exchanged glances with Ningfengji, both discerning a hint of mockery in each other's expressions. In stark contrast to the amusement of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Bibi Dong, her face clouded with anger, trembled slightly. She was acutely aware that this papal authority must have been opportunistically acquired by that fellow from the star-picking tower during Qian Xuanji's demise. Yet, today marked her coronation ceremony as the Pope. What was the intention behind this gift? Bibi Dong's fury surged within her. The aura exclusive to a level 92 Title Douluo began to emanate from her being. One by one, soul rings began to materialize beneath her feet. At the instant the 9th soul ring appeared, all present were struck with astonishment. For Bibi Dong's 9th soul ring was, astonishingly, a 100,000-year soul ring. The spectral figure of the Death Spider King materialized behind her, exuding a menacing intent towards Yangbai. Observing this, Yangbai scoffed dismissively. Was Bibi Dong truly a Title Douluo? Immediately, beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul ring began to materialize as well. The tension in the atmosphere escalated, given their equal level 92 prowess. Ningfengji, Yu Engine, and several other soul masters stood in stunned silence. In that moment, Both the newly appointed Pope Bibi Dong and the esteemed offering from the star-picking tower possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. They were momentarily taken aback. Was it truly so effortless to acquire a soul ring of 100,000 years? Yang Bai turned his gaze towards Bibi Dong, refraining from any aggressive action, and calmly remarked, "Your Holiness, what is the meaning of this? My esteemed master is well aware that the authority of the Pope is a symbol of the Soul Hall's successive pontiffs. Thus, with the best of intentions, I have brought this papal authority to the Soul Hall as a gift for your Holiness. Such actions might dishearten my master. Furthermore, my master has expressed that the relationship between yourself and him is profound. I hope that your Holiness will not make things difficult for me." Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong was infuriated, realizing that Tianchen had inadvertently touched a sensitive nerve. Just as Bibi Dong contemplated imparting a lesson to Yang Bai, the imposing figure of Title Douluo suddenly appeared before them. The immense pressure caused both Yang Bai and Bibi Dong's martial souls to retreat into their bodies. Observing this, Yang Bai smiled, unperturbed, and slowly stepped back 2 paces. There is no need for the Pope to be enraged. The newcomer is a guest. Since the master of the star-picking tower has shown such goodwill, and this papal authority is indeed a relic of my soul hall, I must extend my gratitude to the master for returning it. I presume this papal authority was accidentally lost by the previous pope when my son, Tianchen, ventured into the Stardo forest. Truly, the master of the star-picking tower has acted with sincere intentions. Although Title Douluo spoke with a smile, his words struck Yang Bai's ears with a dissonant harshness. Truly, as a limit Douluo of the 99th rank, he was indeed formidable. While Yang Bai marveled internally, his exterior remained unchanged. Beside him, Bibi Dong struggled to contain her rising fury. She could not comprehend how the master of the star-picking tower could remain so composed after Tianchen's demise at his hands. However, such concerns were not her priority at the moment. With Title Douluo personally intervening, she had no choice but to relent. The Grand Offering had remarked that Bibi Dong had been remiss earlier, urging Yang Bai not to take it to heart. Shaking his head, Yang Bai rolled his eyes beneath his white robe. He had no faith in Bibi Dong's words. Understanding the Pope's anxiety to safeguard her possessions, he chose to remain indifferent. "Your Holiness, please accept this," he declared, presenting the papal authority with both hands before Bibi Dong. After glancing at Title Douluo and noticing no change in his demeanor, Bibi Dong took the papal authority from Yang Bai's grasp. Below, Ning Fingji and Yu Yuanjin were somewhat disheartened to see no conflict arise between the Title Douluo of the star-picking tower and Bibi Dong. Had it not been for Title Douluo's presence, the atmosphere might have been far more exhilarating. Observing that Bibi Dong had accepted the papal authority, Yang Bai felt no inclination to linger within the spirit hall. With the Pope having graciously accepted the gift from his master, his mission was accomplished. "Farewell, everyone," he announced. Striding purposefully out of the grand hall, Bibi Dong cast another glance at Title Douluo. Seeing his continued lack of reaction, she could only sigh and permit Yang Bai to depart. This scene further deepened the sense of tedium for Ning Fengji and his companions, who secretly hoped that Bibi Dong would take direct action against the venerable figure of the star-selecting tower. However, Title Douluo remained as steadfast as a seasoned veteran, maintaining order amidst the gathering, leaving no one daring to act recklessly. Thus, the grand ceremony for the Pope's succession came to a close, marking the definitive end of Tianchen's era. From this day forth, in the Douluo Continent and the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong shall make her official entrance. The era belonging to Bibi Dong has arrived. Following the ceremony, Bibi Dong entered the Pope's hall, a space that felt achingly familiar. Memories of past grievances began to resurface in her mind. The specter of Tianchen seemed to materialize before her, and despite her awareness that the past had long since faded, she found herself momentarily disoriented. Sitting upon the throne that belonged solely to the Pope, she reveled in the power that the position bestowed upon her, lost in a state of intoxication. Yet, almost immediately, her expression hardened. The events of the Pope's succession ceremony, particularly the unexpected appearance of Tianchen, had truly unsettled her, filling her heart with animosity and lethal intent towards him. Of course, her fury also extended to Title Douluo, who had intervened, yet she lamented her current lack of strength to retaliate. 3 days later, Yang Bai safely returned to Soto City, his mind preoccupied with the fear that the Spirit Hall might send assassins after him, prompting him to hasten his pace without pause. Only upon entering Soto City did he finally feel at ease. After all, even as a Title Douluo, he remained wary of the Spirit Hall, which boasted over 10 Title Douluos, a formidable presence in any circumstance. At the pinnacle of the star-selecting tower, as Yangbai reported back. Tianchen regarded him with a smile. Ah, splendid. I had thought you would not return, Yangbai. Yangbai furrowed his brow, perplexed. Master, did you not say this mission would entail no danger? Tianchen feigned surprise. Oh, did I say such a thing? It was merely conjecture on my part. I couldn't be entirely certain, after all. It would seem quite normal for the spirit hall to detain you if they desired. Yangbai, momentarily at a loss for words, soon recognized the playful expression on Tianchen's face, realizing it was all in jest. Just as he was processing this, a formidable assassin of the heavenly rank arrived outside the tower. My lord, I seek an audience. Upon witnessing this, Tianchen's smile faded. Come in. At the sound of his ethereal voice, the heavenly assassin cautiously entered the hall. Noticing the gravity etched upon the assassin's face, Tianchen directly inquired, what has transpired? Reporting to you, my lord, there is an 85-level soul Douluo outside the city who wishes to join our star-selecting tower. Tianchen's interest was piqued. Oh, is that so? Who is this individual? Without hesitation, the assassin responded, Douluo. Chapter 31. Douluo's resolution, Tianchen's test. Douluo? It is he. Before Tianchen could fully comprehend, Yangbai exclaimed in surprise. Tianchen had heard of Douluo, but had no personal connection, while Yangbai appeared to have some acquaintance with him. Turning to Yangbai, Tianchen casually asked, Do you know Douluo? Yangbai nodded affirmatively. Master, I do know Douluo 20 years ago. We were close friends, adventuring together across the continent. Who would have thought that today we would have the chance to reunite here? Oh, in that case, he is indeed an old acquaintance of yours. However, gaining entry into our star-selecting tower will not be an easy feat. Let us permit the esteemed Douluo to enter. An 85th-level soul Douluo is indeed commendable. With a wave of his hand, Tianchen signaled, and the celestial assassin promptly exited the pavilion, soon returning with Douluo before the star-picking tower. Our esteemed master awaits you at the pinnacle of the star-picking tower. Lord Douluo, proceed at your leisure. With that, the celestial assassin vanished from Douluo's sight. Douluo, tall and slender, resembled a javelin, with hair and beard of deep green, and eyes that sparkled like emeralds. His very presence exuded an ethereal quality, akin to a phantom. His expression was devoid of emotion, or rather, his features bore a rigid countenance, his cheeks were sunken, his wild green hair unkempt, and he was clothed in a simple gray robe. Gazing at the towering star-picking tower before him, Douluo was filled with deep reflection. His purpose for this journey was to join the star-picking tower. He had attended the coronation ceremony of Bibi Dong, witnessing the event from the audience. The moment Yangbai unleashed his martial spirit, Douluo recognized him. After all, some martial spirits are truly unique. Just as his own Phosphor Serpent Emperor was unrivaled in toxicity, he could not be unfamiliar with the radiant sun, sort of an old friend. Yet, it was precisely this familiarity that stirred unrest within him. Douluo recalled that he had once been on par with Yangbai, perhaps even slightly stronger. However, 20 years had elapsed, and Yangbai, once comparable to him, had become a renowned Title Douluo, even possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring. Douluo could not deny the stirrings of ambition within him. Thus, he had come today. No longer hesitating, Douluo lightly tapped his toes, and in a few graceful movements, he landed firmly atop the star-picking tower. Upon his arrival, he saw his former friend, Yangbai, waiting for him, while Tianchen remained seated within the pavilion, refraining from meeting Douluo directly. Douluo clasped his fist in greeting. Brother Yangbai, it has been a long time. Yangbai smiled faintly, returning the gesture. Brother Douluo, it is a joy to reunite after 20 years. How fortunate we are. Douluo nodded. Aside from minor changes in their appearances, their personalities remained unchanged. Noticing Douluo's searching gaze, Yangbai understood he was looking for their master. Thus, he spoke plainly. Brother Douluo, I have heard you wish to join our star-picking tower. Is this true? At this, Douluo's face flushed slightly with shyness. After all, they were old acquaintances, and he felt somewhat awkward seeking refuge with someone else. However, his expression soon steeled. Brother Yangbai, to speak candidly, I have indeed come today to join the star-picking tower. Might you facilitate an introduction? Douluo was forthright, yet Yangbai did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he scrutinized Douluo. Brother Douluo, it is not that I wish to decline, but our master has stated that despite our past acquaintance, to join the star-picking tower, you must undergo an assessment to qualify. There are no other options. Douluo could only nod in resignation. After all, if anyone could simply join the star-picking tower, it would not have become the most enigmatic force in the continent. As Douluo nodded, a transcendent voice echoed from within the pavilion. Douluo, since you genuinely desire to join my star-picking tower, you must prove your worth. Your current strength is at 85. I shall not make it difficult for you. I will suppress my strength to 80. If you can survive for the duration of an incense stick, the star-picking tower will accept you. Should you perish, it is simply your fate. What path to choose? Ponder well. After all, life is singular. Douluo glanced at Yongbai, but Yongbai could offer no intervention. Remaining still and unmoving, Douluo understood that Yongbai could not interfere in this matter. His entry into the star-picking tower relied solely on himself. Under the guidance of the Kinnan demon, I am willing to give it a try, without regrets. With that declaration, Douluo's countenance grew solemn and resolute. At this moment, he believed that their master would only utilize 80 levels of soul power, while he himself was at 85. In any case, he held the advantage. If Yongbai were to discover Douluo's thoughts, he would surely be unable to suppress his laughter, for he knew well of their master's terrifying prowess. An 80-level soul master was more than sufficient to contend with an 85-level opponent. Hearing Douluo's confident words, Tianchen could not help but shake his head. Very well. Douluo, let us commence. As the words fell, the Tianchen materialized in Tianchen's hands. After suppressing his soul power to 80, he began to play with all 12 fingers. Waves of sound surged forth from the pavilion, hurtling directly towards Douluo at angles so acute that he was astounded beyond compare. In an instant, Douluo's 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, shone brightly. Phosphor Serpent Emperor. 7th soul skill, true form of the Phosphor Serpent Emperor. Realizing there was no time to evade, Douluo chose to confront the onslaught head-on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound waves, sharp as blades, struck Douluo the moment his martial spirit's true form was unleashed. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds echoed as Douluo realized his body was turning a deep crimson. In some areas, the sound waves had even sliced through his flesh, causing blood to flow slowly. In just one strike, Douluo abandoned his earlier disdain, his expression grave. In the following moment, he resolved that mere defense would not suffice to endure for the duration of an incense stick. He must take the initiative. 5th soul skill, Serpent Python Heavenly Shield. In an instant, an endless green soul power, mingled with dreadful serpent venom, began to coalesce into 8 shields before Douluo. Then, he stepped forward, intent on closing the distance to the pavilion. Navi. Inside the pavilion, upon observing Douluo's approach, Tianchen no longer held back. 1st soul skill, Deathly Resonance. Suddenly, Douluo's steps faltered, and his eyes grew hazy. In his mental realm, an imposing figure, the deathly Avalokiteshvara, descended as the incantation began to penetrate his consciousness, distorting his expression into one of agony. No, I cannot surrender. It is all an illusion. In mere moments, as Douluo forcefully broke through his mental confines, he could not suppress the blood that spewed forth. Witnessing this, Tianchen nodded. Douluo was decisively resilient, preferring to suffer injury than remain under the control of his 1st soul skill. Not bad. 6th soul skill, Phosphor Serpent Emperor's Break. With that, Douluo unleashed his 6th soul skill, and the Phosphor Serpent Emperor behind him lunged forward fiercely. A mere display of skill, the 3rd soul technique. Abyss of the Demon Sea. As the 3rd 10,000-year soul ring of Tianchen illuminated, the ground beneath Douluo's feet suddenly became ethereal. In an instant, he plummeted into this illusory realm, seemingly boundless and endless. Having completed this feat, Tianchen stowed away his celestial demon Zither. If Douluo could emerge within the span of half an incense stick, what harm would there be in joining the star-picking tower? Yet, should he fail to escape, his fate would be sealed in death. Chapter 32. Douluo breaks through and joins the star-picking tower. As Tianchen stepped out of the pavilion, he noticed the trace of tension etched on Yongbai's face. The moment Yongbai perceived Tianchen's emergence, his expression reverted to its usual aloofness. With a gentle smile, Tianchen pointed towards the abyss where Douluo was ensnared by his soul technique. What troubles you, Yongbai? When did your heart begin to soften? Upon hearing this, Yongbai's countenance turned ashen. For an assassin, wavering emotions are the gravest sin. Yet now, facing Douluo, he found himself unexpectedly indecisive, even contemplating a plea for Douluo's reprieve. Before Yongbai could voice his thoughts, Tianchen interjected. Yongbai, as an assassin, it is best to remain devoid of emotions unless your strength has reached a certain pinnacle. However, you are now a Title Douluo, one of the elite on this continent. There is no need to concern yourself with trifles. Douluo's desire to join my star-picking tower must be a trial he endures on his own. No one can assist him. The star-picking tower is not a sanctuary for the weak. Without sufficient capability, I have no interest in him. But rest assured, I did not exert my full strength just now. I retained some of my power. Should Douluo remain trapped after half an incense stick, he shall merely be gravely injured. For the sake of your past acquaintance, I shall spare his life. Upon hearing this, Yangbai was overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, master. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, he fixated on the dark abyss where Douluo had vanished. Unbeknownst to Douluo, who was engulfed in the depths, the external world was rife with tension. Tianchen's third soul technique was rather peculiar. Within the abyss of the demon sea, one's greed, obsession, and fixation would be magnified infinitely. Should one become ensnared in such a manner, escape would be impossible, leading ultimately to a shattered psyche and a singular path towards demise. At this moment, though the world around Douluo remained shrouded in darkness, he could feel his cultivation surging rapidly. From the 85th level Soul Douluo, he soon ascended to the 90th level. Suddenly, a blood-red soul ring descended upon him without warning. His aura began to swell. In an explosive moment, he shattered the shackles of the Title Douluo, his soul power soaring to unprecedented heights, and the distinctive aura of a Title Douluo enveloped him in an overwhelming euphoria. I, Douluo, have become a top-tier powerhouse of this continent. Title Douluo, I have achieved it. In that exhilarating moment, the once dark world began to illuminate. Countless soul bones of 10,000-year soul beasts materialized before Douluo's eyes. Varied and vibrant, the aura emanating from them left Douluo breathless with excitement. Indeed, they were genuine 10,000-year soul bones. Without hesitation, the entranced Douluo plunged into this unexpected realm of 10,000-year soul bones. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Yangbai's expression grew increasingly grim, laced with anxiety. The half-incense stick's time was swiftly approaching. Yet Douluo showed no sign of escaping Tianchen's soul technique. Master, is your third soul technique truly so difficult to break free from? Yangbai turned to the grinning Tianchen, his voice laced with tension. In response, Tianchen shook his head. My third soul technique is not overwhelmingly powerful. It's merely that Douluo has encountered a setback. Although I suppressed my soul power to the 80th level, my mental acuity at that stage is on par with any ordinary Title Douluo. The third soul skill, even when wielded by a Title Douluo with greatly enhanced spiritual power, cannot be sustained for long. However, I am merely at the 8th level of soul power. Thus this third soul skill can only endure for the duration of a half-incense stick. Fear not, for Douluo shall not meet his demise. Upon hearing this explanation from their master, Yangbai nodded in a semblance of understanding. To put it plainly, Douluo's entire prowess is centered around his toxic abilities. Not to mention his spiritual power, even his physical strength pales in comparison to that of a similarly ranked Soul Douluo. It can be said that the third soul skill of our master is particularly effective against Douluo. Alas, Brother Douluo, you must not succumb to your indulgence. For the time of half an incense stick is nearly upon us. Regardless of Yangbai's mounting concerns, Douluo in the realm of soul bones was presently engrossed in selecting suitable soul bones, one after another. He was unwilling to relinquish even a single piece of the 100,000-year soul bones. Mine, all mine. I, Douluo, shall take every last one of the 100,000-year soul bones. By the way, I almost forgot. I must also choose a set of soul bones for Yinner. The moment Douluo mentioned Yinner, he suddenly realized that something felt amiss within him. The image of the petite figure of Douluo Yin began to materialize in his mind. In a daze, it seemed as though he could hear her tender voice whispering in his ear. Grandfather, why must you go to Soto City? Grandfather is striving to become a Title Douluo to better protect Yinner in the future. Boom. In an instant, tears began to cascade from Douluo's eyes. The entire realm of soul bones began to warp and twist. The 100,000-year soul bones he clutched so tightly turned ethereal. False. All of it was a deception. It dawned on him that everything was but an illusion. Yinner, thank you. In the final moment, when Douluo Yin's voice resonated in Douluo's ears, he suddenly awoke. The 8th soul skill, time stasis. With the activation of his 8th soul skill, the entire abyss of the demon sea came to a standstill, and all confusion abruptly ceased. Douluo began to survey this remarkably lifelike illusory space. Without a hint of hesitation, he steeled his resolve and attempted to shatter this confinement. 6th soul skill, phosphorescent serpent emperor's break. As Douluo infused all of his soul power into his 6th soul skill, it transformed into an unparalleled terror. With the cataclysmic force of his sixth soul skill crashing down upon this still space, it shattered like a mirror, causing the realm constructed by Tianchen's third soul skill to collapse. In the midst of Yang Bai's intense anxiety, just before the time of half an incense stick concluded, Douluo finally broke free from the constraints of Tianchen's third soul skill, emerging into Yang Bai's line of sight. Haha, Brother Douluo, you have truly succeeded. Unbelievable. Simply astonishing. Congratulations, Brother Douluo. From this day forth, we shall walk the same path. Observing the ecstatic expression on Yang Bai's face, the exhausted Douluo felt the world around him sway, and in his dazed state, a relaxed smile graced his lips. He then slumped to the ground. Yang Bai, witnessing this, hurried to Douluo's side. Brother Douluo? Brother Douluo? In this scene, Tianchen felt an inexplicable oddity and promptly spoke up. Yang Bai, Douluo is merely exhausted from depleting his soul power. Take him below to rest. Once he has recovered, bring him back to see me. With that, Tianchen waved his hand and entered the pavilion. While Yang Bai realized that Douluo was indeed fine and led him away from the summit of the star-picking tower. Before long, enchanting and soul-stirring melodies emanated gently from the pinnacle of the star-picking tower. In just a few short days, Douluo had fully recuperated. Moreover, after undergoing the tempering of Tianchen's third soul technique, the abyss of the demon sea, Douluo's state of mind had significantly improved. After a prolonged period of stagnation, his soul power finally found release, allowing him to break through to level 86 within mere days. At the summit of the star-picking tower, Yang Bai had now brought the recovered Douluo before Tianchen. I pay my respects to the Tower Master. Upon seeing Tianchen, Yang Bai's demeanor grew solemn, and though Douluo seemed somewhat bewildered, he mimicked Yang Bai's actions. With clasped fists, he knelt on one knee. I, Douluo, pay my respects to the Tower Master. Noticing Douluo's dazed expression, Tianchen remained unfazed, knowing he would soon adapt. There is no need for excessive formality. Douluo, since you have successfully passed my assessment, I shall honor my promise and permit you to join the star-picking tower. However, you must contemplate this carefully. Joining the star-picking tower is easy, but to depart from it, one must either die or I must perish. Otherwise, anyone who dares to betray shall face my wrath, no matter where they attempt to flee. Do you understand? Hearing Tianchen's cold yet steady words, Douluo's heart raced. The weight of those few sentences seemed to carry an enchanting power, revealing the grim fate that awaited him should he ever contemplate betrayal. Raising his head, Douluo fixed a resolute gaze upon Tianchen. Rest assured, esteemed Tower Master. Now that I, Douluo, have entered the star-picking tower, it shall be my foundation from this day forth. To live as a member of the star-picking tower and to die as a ghost of the star-picking tower. Should I violate this oath? May I face divine retribution? Upon hearing this, a slight smile graced Tianchen's lips. Douluo, it appears, is quite astute. Knight Skychen jestingly remarked. No need for divine retribution. Should you violate this oath, I shall be the first to sever your neck, without waiting for heaven's punishment. However, there is no need for excessive anxiety. The star-picking tower does not impose many restrictions. If a task arises, it must be completed promptly. At other times, you are free to manage your own affairs, whether it be cultivation or listening to music, as long as you do not act recklessly under the banner of the star-picking tower. After all, you, Douluo, are an 86th level soul Douluo, not a caged bird of our tower. Indeed, esteemed Tower Master, Douluo understands. Yang Bai, standing nearby, could not help but smile. Although their Tower Master often exhibited a cold demeanor, it must be acknowledged that he was exceedingly lenient towards all members of the star-picking tower. The tasks that allowed a soul Douluo level soul master to intervene were indeed rare, and in truth, most of Douluo's time still belonged to himself. At this moment, Douluo found himself uncertain whether to laugh or feel apprehensive. Their Tower Master seemed rather different from the typical aloof Title Douluo. Despite possessing unfathomable strength, he appeared to be rather indifferent to all matters. Shaking his head, Douluo decided not to ponder further. Having already joined the star-picking tower, such thoughts were futile. It was better to focus on his duties and cultivate joyfully. With this thought, a smile finally broke across Douluo's face. Observing his foolishly naive grin, Knight Skychen inexplicably felt as though he might have misjudged him. Why did Douluo seem different? Douluo, I am aware of your motives for joining the star-picking tower, which are, fundamentally, twofold. Firstly, to gain the entirety of the star-picking tower as your backing, seeking our protection. Secondly, you wish to find the opportunity to achieve the status of Title Douluo within our ranks. These matters do not concern me. Upon uttering these words, Douluo suddenly felt a wave of breathlessness wash over him. His secrets had been nearly stripped away. Before he could offer an explanation, Tianchen continued. Anyone who joins the star-picking tower is assured the protection of both myself and the entire organization. That is beyond dispute. However, if you wish to discover the opportunity to break through to the Title Douluo level, that will depend on your own diligence. If you, Douluo, prove yourself worthy and contribute to the star-picking tower, I shall not be stingy. What Yongbai possesses, you shall also have. 100,000-year spirit ring is, in my eyes, no trivial matter. At these words, Douluo was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be so easy to obtain 100,000-year spirit ring? Glancing at the smiling Yongbai and the composed Tianchen, he felt a mix of skepticism and anticipation. There is no need to elaborate further, for the time being. You shall accompany Yongbai. Coincidentally, it is time for our annual 1,000-kill order to be issued, and you too shall take charge of this matter, Tianchen declared, leaving no room for hesitation. In an instant, Tianchen returned to the tower, leaving behind the somewhat dazed Douluo and the slightly worried Yongbai. Understood, Yongbai replied. Turning to the still bewildered Douluo, he shook his head. Brother Douluo, let us go. Once the 1,000-kill order is issued, we will have our hands full. With that, Yongbai leaped from the pinnacle of the star-picking tower. Douluo hastily followed. He had many questions that needed answering. In a flash, the two arrived at Yongbai's usual quarters. Filled with curiosity, Douluo could not help but inquire, Brother Yongbai, how should we handle the 1,000-kill order? As soon as the topic was broached, Yongbai's expression grew troubled. He then forced a smile and said, Brother Douluo, you must have heard of our 1,000-kill order, but it is not as simple as you might think. Douluo furrowed his brow. He too had heard of the 1,000-kill order. It was said that the star-picking tower issued this order annually, during which time all soul masters and commoners of the Douluo Continent could come to the tower to post tasks, as long as one was willing to pay a price acceptable to the star-picking tower, whether it involved assassinating high-ranking soul masters or dealing with ruffians. The tower would mobilize all its forces to complete the tasks within 3 months, regardless of right or wrong. However, knowing this was one thing, Douluo was acutely aware that to truly manage this endeavor, he and Yongbai would be in for a grueling time. Once all tasks were accepted, it would be their responsibility to oversee and ensure each one was completed successfully. Brother Yongbai, I have only heard a few things about the 1,000-kill order. I know it is complicated, but beyond that, I am entirely uninformed. Upon hearing Douluo's sigh, Yongbai's previously troubled expression shifted as he observed Douluo's worried demeanor. He patted Douluo's shoulder. Do not fret, Brother Douluo. In past years, it has been myself and innate in charge. With my presence, this matter is manageable. Let us proceed with issuing the 1,000-kill order first. Douluo nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom and taking things step by step. Days later, as the 1,000-kill order was announced, it sparked fervent discussions throughout the entire Tiandu Empire, starting from Sutua City. Soon after, the news spread across the entire Douluo Continent. In an instant, Sutua City was abuzz, with various factions and people flocking to it. Meanwhile, in the southwestern region of the Tiandu Empire, within the nodding city of the Fasnuo province, a middle-aged man with short hair was tightly clutching the news regarding the issuance of the 1,000-kill order. His eyes were filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Chapter 34. An audacious scheme to assassinate Yulomian? Just as this middle-aged man was momentarily lost in thought, a passing teacher at the Nodding Academy noticed his unusual demeanor. Instantly, the teacher scoffed at him. Oh my, who do we have here? Gripping the news about the 1,000-kill order? Why, it's you, master. TSK, shouldn't you, as a figure from the Wuhuan city, be above such concerns? Is there truly someone who makes you so angry yet unable to voice it? But perhaps it is possible, considering that you are only at the 29th rank. With a dismissive wave, the teacher continued, Never mind, master, the 1,000-kill order is a rare opportunity, and you must not let it slip away. After a round of mocking laughter, the teacher walked away, leaving Yu Xiaojiang alone in a state of disarray. Other teachers at the Nodding Academy witnessed this scene, smirking as they glanced at Yu Xiaojiang before departing. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang was on the verge of exploding with rage. His round face flushed crimson, and his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Humph! These fools are merely frogs at the bottom of a well. They have no idea of my capabilities. Although I am only at the 29th rank, my research on the 10 theories of martial souls is enough to drive Title Douluo experts wild. Yu Xiaojiang seethed inwardly. Yet he also recalled the teacher's earlier words about the 1,000-kill order being a rare opportunity. If he did not seize this exceptional chance, it would be a grave loss. Resolute in his decision, Yu Xiaojiang no longer hesitated and confidently strode out of Nodding City, heading towards Suatua City. The impact of the 1,000-kill order extended far beyond this. At the seven-treasure glazed tile school, within the main hall, Ning Fingji's expression was grim. Just then, the Sword Douluo entered with a similarly somber demeanor. Seeing the Sword Douluo's arrival, Ning Fingji rose. Uncle Jian, how did it go? Did those individuals truly head to Suatua City? The Sword Douluo remained silent for a moment before responding with a hint of resignation. Fengji, we were unable to stop them. Several soul respect level individuals took advantage of the chaos and entered Suatua City. Upon hearing this, Ning Fingji furrowed his brow, exhaling a heavy sigh as he slowly sat back down. It seems there is no way to prevent this matter. Very well, we shall face it head-on, if necessary. Let those agents and our representatives enter the sect, and we will personally protect them. No matter how powerful the star-picking tower is, they cannot afford to meddle in our seven-treasure, glazed tile school's affairs over trivial matters. Jian Douluo nodded in agreement. There was no other course of action. The events surrounding the Seven Treasures Liuli sect were inevitably linked to the issuance of the 1,000-kill order by the star-picking tower. Once, the star-picking tower was situated in Wuhuan City, and even when it issued the 1,000-kill order, ordinary people, unless driven by deep-seated hatred, would refrain from conducting business under the watchful eyes of the Wuhuan Temple. After all, the star-picking tower was fearless in the face of the Wuhuan Temple, though the lower-ranked spirit masters were not so fortunate. Now, having arrived in Suatua City within the Stardo Empire, the tensions were palpably evident. Particularly, the Seven Treasures Liuli sect had nearly monopolized the entire industry of the Tiando Empire. In its quest for expansion, the Seven Treasures Liuli sect had caused the untimely demise of countless spirit masters and innocent civilians, the numbers of whom were incalculable. The arrival of the star-picking tower was akin to a beacon of hope in the darkness for those yearning for vengeance against the Seven Treasures Liuli sect. The timing of the 1,000-kill order could not have been more fortuitous. The outcome was predictable. Throngs of aggrieved spirit masters and civilians flocked towards Suatua City, eager to seize the opportunity for retribution. However, the intelligence of the Seven Treasures Liuli sect was not to be underestimated. The majority of these individuals were intercepted and eliminated along the way. Yet, regrettably, a few managed to slip through the cracks and enter Suatua City. In an instant, the Seven Treasures Liuli sect found itself on high alert. This, however, was not the most terrifying consequence following the announcement of the 1,000-kill order. Once the news of the order spread throughout the Tiando Empire, officials in various locales seemed to undergo a transformation. Those who had previously been miserly and indifferent suddenly began distributing supplies to the common people with unprecedented zeal. Some even took to the streets, bearing thorns, in a bid to atone for their past transgressions. In Tiando City, as Emperor Xueye received numerous urgent reports and uncovered the unusual behaviors of various sects and officials during this time, he could not help but reflect. After years of governance, during which he had issued countless imperial edicts to no avail, the officials and sects now trembled in fear due to the mere issuance of a 1,000-kill order by the star-picking tower. Indeed, the absence of power rendered all words meaningless, a truth that Emperor Xueye was compelled to acknowledge. Nevertheless, none of this could deter the relentless influx of spirit masters and civilians towards Suatua City. Consequently, the atmosphere in Suatua City grew increasingly vibrant. Especially beneath the star-picking tower, countless spirit masters gathered, yearning to hear the melodies of the tower's master and glean insights from them. This extraordinary scene did not escape the notice of the hastily arriving Yu Xiaojiang. As he traversed the streets of Suatua City, his mind was consumed by the excitement of impending revenge. Before long, Yu Xiaojiang arrived before the towering edifice of the star-picking tower. Who would have imagined that the star-picking tower would one day depart from Wuhuan City? Yet, it was understandable. The Wuhuan Temple was no benevolent entity, and conflicts between the two factions, of which he was unaware, surely had occurred beneath the surface. Never mind that, the task at hand was paramount. With that thought, Yu Xiaojiang sat cross-legged at the entrance of the star-picking tower, awaiting the release of the 1,000-kill order at dawn the following day. The night passed swiftly, like a whisper. As the first light of dawn broke, an array of golden rays cascaded upon the star-picking tower, reflecting a uniquely beautiful radiance. With a creak, the grand entrance of the star-picking tower slowly swung open, revealing two figures before Yu Xiaojiang and the throngs of eager attendees. Young Bai, clad in a white robe, stepped forward, and beneath his feet, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, suddenly materialized. The distinct aura of a Title Douluo rendered all present momentarily breathless. rooted in place. Observing this, Douluo, attired in green robes, also advanced a step, summoning 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, beneath him. The presence of such formidable soul power silenced any inclination to underestimate the situation. Yangbai glanced around, and with a subtle movement of his lips, a resonant voice echoed clearly in the ears of all present. Today marks the commencement of the Star-Picking Tower's 9th 1,000-kill order. This order shall last for 3 months, encompassing a total of 3,650 tasks. Those in need may now enter the Star-Picking Tower in an orderly fashion to receive assignments. However, let it be known that we at the Star-Picking Tower only regard the cost. If one seeks to gain without giving, it would be prudent to depart at once. Lastly, any who dare to cause trouble within the Star-Picking Tower shall be dealt with mercilessly. With that, Yang Bai's overwhelming aura of menace enveloped the crowd. In that instant, hearts raced as the audience understood the gravity of the situation. Even the initially confident Yu Xiaojiang found himself queuing obediently. Among those who entered the Star-Picking Tower, some emerged elated, bearing expressions of vengeance fulfilled, while others appeared despondent, clearly having failed to meet the tower's demands. After a day and a night of waiting, at last, it was Yu Xiaojiang's turn to enter the Star-Picking Tower. Upon entering, he approached Douluo, brimming with excitement. After a cursory glance at Yu Xiaojiang, Douluo lost interest. What vendetta could a mere great spirit master possibly harbor? Raising a cup of tea, he took a sip. Yet, when Yu Xiaojiang spoke, he nearly spat it out. I want to kill the blue electric tyrant dragon clan, Yulomian. Chapter 35. The 10 Theories of Wuhuan. Douluo scoffed. Cough, cough. Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the middle-aged man before him, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. However, after a moment's thought, he could not recall why. At that moment, Yang Bai was also drawn closer by Yu Xiaojiang's unique target for assassination. As Yang Bai approached, Yu Xiaojiang began to feel a pang of anxiety. The oppressive presence of a Title Douluo was undeniably intimidating. With a slight smirk, Yang Bai addressed him directly. The blue electric tyrant dragon clan you mentioned, Yulomian, is a soul Douluo of level 85 or above. This commission can indeed be accepted by the Star-Picking Tower. However, esteemed sir, you are merely at the 29th level. I truly wonder what sort of price you could possibly offer for us to undertake this task. After all, to assassinate Yulomian, the Star-Picking Tower would need to dispatch a Title Douluo to accomplish it. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was instantly elated. He had been worried that the Star-Picking Tower would refuse due to the necessity of a Title Douluo's involvement, yet unexpectedly, they displayed no fear whatsoever. Ha ha ha, indeed. Your esteemed rank, since you dare to entrust this task to the Star-Picking Tower, I have already made ample preparations. Yang Bai, however, furrowed his brows. The individual before him was merely a 29th level soul master. What warranted such confidence? Pray tell, what can you offer? Yu Xiaojiang straightened his posture. While he might concede that he was somewhat lacking in soul power, he was unassailably confident in his research on the 10 theories of martial souls. Your Excellency, the price I can offer is neither a plethora of gold nor precious treasures, but rather a tome. It is the culmination of over a decade of my research on martial souls, the 10 theories of martial souls. Before Yang Bai could process this revelation, Douluo, who had initially been deep in thought, suddenly recognized the identity of the man before him. Rising to his feet, a tone of mockery tinged his voice. I wondered who it could be, boasting so boldly about having us at the Star-Picking Tower assassinate Yulomian from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. So it is you, Yu Xiaojiang, son of Yu Yuanjin, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. In an instant, the confident expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face drained away, replaced by a pallor of disbelief. He had been recognized. Yang Bai, too, began to understand. This 29th level so-called waste was indeed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and moreover, he was the son of its leader. A profound interest welled up within Yang Bai. To seek the assassination of his own uncle, this Yu Xiaojiang truly possessed an audacious spirit. Yu Xiaojiang quickly regained his composure. Since he had been recognized, there was no need for further concealment. Indeed, I am Yu Xiaojiang, the son of the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. However, the Star-Picking Tower would not abandon this commission simply due to my identity, would it? Besides, I have heard that the Star-Picking Tower never discloses the identities of its clients. Why must you concern yourselves with who I am? Having calmed down, Yu Xiaojiang decided to embrace the situation. As long as the Star-Picking Tower ultimately accepted this commission, it would all be worthwhile. Yang Bai nodded in agreement. Sir Yu Xiaojiang, you speak true. The star-picking tower indeed need not concern itself with your identity. However, what exactly is this so-called price you mention? What significance do the 10 theories of martial souls hold? Is it truly worth slaying a soul Douluo under the protection of a title Douluo? Brother Yongbai, there is no need for further inquiries. You may not be aware of what Yu Xiaojiang's so-called 10 theories of martial souls are, but I am well informed. Oh, pray enlighten me, Brother Douluo. Seeing the derisive expression on Douluo's face, Yongbai had already surmised that the so-called 10 theories of martial souls held little value. Yet, his curiosity compelled him to know more. Brother Yongbai, the so-called 10 theories of martial souls proposed by Yu Xiaojiang are nothing but a collection of useless drivel. Years ago, he gained access to the Martial Soul Hall's library through his connection with the saintess of the Martial Soul Hall, who is now the current pope, Bibi Dong. Who knows how much he plagiarized from the martial knowledge compiled by the Martial Soul Hall over the ages. After returning to the Tianzhou Empire, he began to extensively promote his so-called 10 theories of martial souls. In my view, they are utterly worthless. Would you not agree, Yu Xiaojiang? Upon hearing Douluo's words, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer contain his frustration. You, who are you? I, Yu Xiaojiang, bear no grudge against you. Why must you disparage my 10 theories of martial souls? These are the fruits of my labor, painstakingly researched, and bear no connection to the library of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's visage twisted into a grotesque mask, teetering on the brink of madness. Who am I? Yu Xiaojiang, you are not worthy to know. With your so-called 10 theories of martial spirits, get out of star-picking tower this instant. Do you truly believe that such worthless trash deserves our star-picking tower to hunt down Yu Luomian? Such delusions. Yongbai has come to understand that this Yu Xiaojing before him is nothing but a charlatan, foolishly attempting to exploit them to eliminate a spirit Douluo. Instantly, Yongbai's expression darkened. Had it not been for Douluo exposing Yu Xiaojiang's so-called theories, he might have squandered even more time. Just a mere fraud. Daring to deceive me? Seeking death. Suddenly, with a swift flick of his sleeve, Yongbai unleashed a terrifying surge of soul power, sending Yu Xiaojiang's body hurtling dozens of meters away from the star-picking tower. Boom. He crashed violently to the ground. Puffed, as blood gushed forth. Yu Xiaojiang felt that not a single part of his body remained unscathed. After struggling for some time, he still found himself unable to rise. Inside the star-picking tower, Douluo observed Yongbai's furious demeanor, suppressing a chuckle. Brother Yongbai, there's no need to waste your breath on such an incompetent fool. With that strike, even if Yu Xiaojing survives, he will surely shed his skin. Hearing this, Yongbai felt considerably more at ease. Death is not imminent. During the issuance of the 1,000-kill order from Star-Picking Tower, all employers who enter our domain will not have their lives taken, regardless of negotiations. Unless, of course, the employer seeks to exchange their life for another. That Yu Xiaojiang was merely gravely injured by me. Let it go and move on. Douluo nodded. For outside the star-picking tower, many awaited entry, and the likes of a mere Yu Xiaojiang, a level 29 individual, were not worthy of their attention. Before long, within the star-picking tower, both Douluo and Yongbai found themselves engrossed in their duties once again. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was far from comfortable. After lying outside the star-picking tower for most of the day, he was finally transported for treatment at a considerable cost of gold soul coins. 3 days later, outside Soto City, a bullock cart carried Yu Xiaojiang, who was entirely swathed in bandages, lying motionless as the cart jolted along. Star-picking tower. How dare they spout nonsense? The 10 theories of martial spirits that I, Yu Xiaojiang, have dedicated my life to cannot possibly be dismissed as mere scrap. Just wait. If I do not avenge this grievance, I, Yu Xiaojiang, vow never to be human again. At the moment when Yu Xiaojiang silently swore, murderous intent surging within him, the cart swayed violently, and he was unceremoniously thrown off. Chapter 36, A Special List, The Slaughter Begins. Yu Xiaojiang's departure did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the soul masters and civilians waiting outside the star-picking tower. In just half a month, the 1,000-kill order issued by the star-picking tower had amassed a total of 650 commissions. This was something that would typically take at least 2 months in Spirit City, yet here in Soto City, it unfolded with remarkable ease. Once all tasks were filled, the originally planned 3-month period was shortened by more than 2 months. The star-picking tower closed its doors once more. Everyone knew that a grand feast of slaughter was about to unfold in the Heavendo Empire. At the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, Yongbai and Douluo stood respectfully before Yi Tianchen, reporting on the situation regarding the 1,000-kill order. Master of the tower, this year's 1,000-kill order has been completely filled, comprising a total of 650 tasks. Among them, there are no assassination targets at the Title Douluo or Spirit Douluo level. There are 6 Spirit Sage targets, over 70 Spirit Emperor targets, over 300 Spirit King targets, more than 1,000 Spirit Ancestor targets, and around 1,000 Spirit Master targets. Additionally, there are several hundred ordinary individuals. Of all the costs incurred, nearly 1,000 opted for life exchanges. Please provide further instructions. Upon hearing Yang Bai's report regarding this year's 1,000 kill order, a complex expression flickered across Tianchen's face. 1,000 individuals choosing to exchange their lives is no trivial matter. It is evident that those targets for life exchanges must carry a heavy burden of blood debt. With a soft sigh, Tianchen chose not to dwell on these matters. The existence of the star-picking tower serves as a sword hanging over the heads of many in this world, offering a glimmer of hope for vengeance to those in despair. Yang Bai, Douluo, you both have done well. Since the list is at hand, let it be posted within the tower, allowing the various levels of assassins to undertake these tasks. Understood. However, Master, while there are no targets at the level of Spirit Douluo or Title Douluo in this mission, there are several Spirit Sages and Spirit Emperors who are not easy to deal with. At this, Tianchen furrowed his brow. Yang Bai is a Title Douluo level powerhouse. Yet there are no targets above Spirit Douluo on this list. This can only imply that there are some unique individuals present. Speak up. It seems there are some from the 3 great sects or the Spirit Hall among this list. After all, you, Yang Bai, are a Title Douluo. Nodding, Yang Bai glanced at Douluo, and then Douluo spoke slowly. Master, while the rest of the list is inconsequential, there are 3 Spirit Sages and 12 Spirit Emperors, along with several dozen commoners who belong to affluent merchants, all of whom have taken refuge in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. They are all members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and even the various businesses of the school are managed by this group. Indeed, Master, if the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School continues to shelter these individuals, with my strength at level 92, even with Brother Douluo and Innate assisting, we cannot guarantee success in assassinating these individuals under the school's protection. With Yang Bai's addition, Tianchen was taken aback by the sheer number of those targeting the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. It seems that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has been engaging in numerous covert activities. In that case, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School indeed poses a challenge for you. However, you may proceed with other tasks for now. As for those assassination targets within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, leave them to me. It appears I must pay a visit to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School myself. That is fine. Ning Fengji is a clever man. It is time for a meeting. Yang Bai complied. Hearing that the master would personally handle matters concerning the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yang Bai felt considerably relieved. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses 2 Title Douluo level powerhouses, both exceeding level 95. Although Yang Bai has confidence in himself, he currently cannot contend with such formidable opponents. Soon, as the 1,000 kill order was fully issued, the assassins of various ranks from the star-picking tower began to receive their tasks. They surged forth from the tower like a tide, with the majority targeting commissions within the Heavendo Empire. The slaughter was officially set in motion. Within a vast estate, the owner, a spirit sage, was currently reveling in the fruits of labor provided by the slaves within the estate. As the soul sage indulged in the exquisite delicacies of the mountains and seas, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. In an instant, a celestial-level assassin from the star-picking pavilion soared into the grand hall. The long wind broke, a level 72 battle soul saint. Initially intrigued by the identity of this intruder, soon realized he was merely a lavish individual. However, since he had found himself on the star-picking pavilion's list of 1,000 killings, today marked his demise. With those words, the celestial-level assassin abruptly unleashed his martial spirit. With a formidable strength of level 78 and an extraordinarily sinister technique, within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, the assassin departed the estate without a trace. Casually discarding, a unique murder token belonging to the star-picking pavilion was embedded deep into the entrance. Inside the grand hall, the soul sage had been utterly obliterated, his remains reduced to fragments. Blood stained the entirety of the room. Moreover, whether in bustling marketplaces or in desolate areas, wherever a name appeared on the 1,000 kill order, the assassins from the star-picking pavilion would arrive as promised. Gradually, over the course of nearly a month, the star-picking pavilion completed almost all of the 3,650 commissions. What remained were merely those who hid within the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. In the past month, the entire Tiandu Empire has undoubtedly been shaken to its core. Across various regions, Sporadic reports of soul masters and ordinary citizens falling victim to the assassins of the Star Picker Tower have emerged. Almost everyone within the confines of the Tiandu Empire has come to understand what the Star Picker Tower signifies: death and destruction. Yet, where there is joy for some, there is sorrow for others. At this moment, Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is profoundly anxious. He cannot bring himself to believe that the notorious Thousand-Kill Order of the Star Picker Tower would overlook the key members of his sect. However, to this day, the Star Picker Tower has remained ominously silent. Ning Fengji is acutely aware that this silence is merely the calm before the storm. He understands the formidable strength of Tianchen, yet he feels compelled to take a gamble. Should fortune favor him, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could retain its absolute dominance within the Tiandu Empire. Conversely, should he fail, it would be a devastating blow to the entire sect. Those who have aligned themselves with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School have done so primarily for protection. And if there comes a day when the sect can no longer guarantee their safety, it will inevitably descend into decline. Just as Ning Fengji's expression turned increasingly grim, Sword Douluo Qinshin and Bone Douluo Gurong entered the hall together. Chapter 37. Ning Fengji's Despair. The storm approaches. Upon entering the grand hall, Sword Douluo Qinshin and Bone Douluo immediately perceived Ning Fengji's troubled demeanor. Fengji, we have news. As soon as the words left Sword Douluo's lips, Ning Fengji sprang to his feet, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, is it news from the Star Picker Tower? At that moment, Ning Fengji felt a level of tension he had never experienced before. The Star Picker Tower must have included members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School on their Thousand-Kill Order. Yet, over a month has passed without the slightest reaction from the tower, while Ning Fengji remained in a state of heightened anxiety. Fearing a sudden assault from the Star Picker Tower, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo exchanged glances, both lowering their gazes. Sword Douluo began to speak earnestly about the information they had gathered. Fengji, it appears that the Star Picker Tower has completed all their commissions except for those concerning our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. During this period, through the intelligence network of our entire Tiandu Empire, more than 3,000 individuals have fallen victim to the assassinations orchestrated by the Star Picking Tower. Consequently, we surmise that the Star Picking Tower has likely designated our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as its final target. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's expression turned grim. Alas, Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, since the Star Picking Tower has completed its other commissions, we, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, must also prepare ourselves. The Star Picking Tower possesses at least 2 Title Douluos, particularly the Master of the Star Picking Tower. And I truly wonder if our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School can weather this storm. As these words were spoken, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo fell silent. The Master of the Star Picking Tower is not an ordinary Title Douluo. He is a formidable entity who can contend with the second priest of the Spirit Hall, the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo, without faltering. Although both of them are powerful Title Douluos, when faced with the Master of the Star Picking Tower, neither Sword Douluo nor Bone Douluo felt any semblance of confidence. However, witnessing Ning Fengji's deep concern, Bone Douluo proposed an idea. Fengji, why not seek assistance from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? With Yu Engine joining our ranks, even if the Master of the Star Picking Tower were to come personally, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would remain unscathed. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji shook his head. He understood the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and Yu Engine all too well. Bone Uncle, that is impossible. Yu Engine would never extend a helping hand to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If someone important from his clan were also targeted by the Star Picking Tower, perhaps we might have an opportunity to ally with him. But at present, it is solely our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School that is being pursued by the Star Picking Tower. How could Yu Engine possibly assist us? Bone Douluo fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. Indeed, it would be fortunate if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan did not seize the opportunity to plunder the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, provoking the Star Picking Tower without cause would not be lost on Yu Engine, who knows the weight of the situation. By the way, Sword Uncle, has there been any response from the Spirit Hall? The mention of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan reminded Ning Fengji of the Spirit Hall. He was not naive. If the Spirit Hall could provide support, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would not need to fear the Star Picking Tower's advances. Thus, Ning Fengji pinned a letter to Pope Bibi Dong. Sword Douluo hesitated for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. Fengji, indeed. The newly appointed Pope Bibi Dong has replied, but It seems she is unwilling to involve herself or provide assistance to our 7-treasure glazed tile school against the star-picking tower. It appears we must rely solely on ourselves. As Sword Douluo's words settled in, Ning Fingji felt a wave of despair wash over him. Bibi Dong was no fool. Upon receiving the letter from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she merely glanced at it before reducing it to ashes. Not to mention that if the Spirit Hall were to assist the 7-treasure glazed tile school, they would need to dispatch at least 3 or 4 Title Douluos. And not of the same caliber as the likes of the Ghost Douluo. Only the esteemed members of the Spirit Hall could guarantee the safety of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. This alone was something Bibi Dong could not achieve, let alone the fact that the esteemed members of the hall would not heed her commands. She had yet to win over all the elders of the Spirit Hall to her side. How could she possibly assist the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Moreover, Ning Fengji's letter merely flattered the Spirit Hall without mentioning what benefits could arise from aiding the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Naturally, Bibi Dong had little interest in responding. In fact, she might even wish for the star-picking tower to uproot the 7-treasure glazed tile school entirely. After all, the Spirit Hall maintained a facade of righteousness and could not openly target the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Conversely, the star-picking tower, led by Tianchen, was untroubled by any judgments from the Douluo Continent regarding its actions. Whether the opinions were favorable or unfavorable, the star-picking tower acted solely based on its own terms. Of course, Bibi Dong also harbored concerns that aiding the 7-treasure glazed tile school might expose her own involvement in the assassination commission against Tianchen. At least, not at this moment. She had yet to firmly establish her position as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. In stark contrast to the tense and anxious atmosphere surrounding the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Tianchen, high atop the star-picking tower in Soto City, appeared relaxed and carefree. Since the issuance of the 1,000-kill order, the status of the star-picking tower in Soto City has become increasingly unassailable. However, these developments hold little significance in the eyes of Tianchen. What truly pleases him is the throng of soul masters eager to join the star-picking tower, a prospect that brings him great satisfaction. Nevertheless, the star-picking tower has yet to accept these soul masters. Tianchen believes that their motivations for joining the tower are not purely to serve its interests. Each harbors their own ambitions. As for the necessity of fresh blood in the star-picking tower, Tianchen prefers to nurture talent himself. Yet, it is still somewhat premature for the star-picking tower to consider such matters. Both Inhe and Yongbai, as well as the other assassins from the 4 levels of Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, remain in their growth phase. The star-picking tower is still on the ascent. Gazing from the pinnacle of the star-picking tower towards the direction of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, Tianchen's eyes began to glimmer with anticipation. If memory serves, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect boasts 2 Title Douluo level powerhouses, along with Ning Fingji, a rank 79 support-type soul master. Tianchen is convinced that a visit to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will be nothing short of spectacular. Inhe, come to me. With this command, Inhe, who had been diligently cultivating within a room of the star-picking tower, instantly transformed into a wisp of shadow and vanished. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the apex of the star-picking tower. Inhe pays his respects to the tower master. Upon Inhe's arrival, Tianchen nodded in acknowledgement. No need for excessive formalities, Inhe. I have a task for you today. Do you possess the confidence to accomplish it? With a smile gracing his features, Tianchen observed Inhe's brow furrow in concern. He sensed that the task might not bode well. Yet, Inhe found no room for refusal. Tower master, please speak plainly. Inhe shall exert every effort. After saying this, Inhe cast a glance at his master, noting the upward curve of Tianchen's lips, which sent his heart plummeting. He understood that this was not a favorable sign. Indeed, the next moment, Tianchen's words nearly caused Inhe to stumble. Inhe, I require you to eliminate all those listed under the 1,000-kill order who are hiding within the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Do you believe you can manage this? Tower master. This. Observing Inhe's dazed expression, Tianchen chose not to press him further. Very well, let's proceed. I shall personally handle the Title Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. The rest is up to you. At these words, Inhe was overcome with joy, knowing that his master would not abandon him. Tower master, Inhe obeys. Filled with elation, he followed closely behind Tianchen, the two of them soaring into the sky like swift birds, leaving behind only fleeting shadows as they vanished from the pinnacle of the star-picking tower. 3 days later, At the gates of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, Tianchen gazed appreciatively at the grand architectural complex before him. Indeed, the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is remarkable, a sect that controls the entire industrial realm of the Tiandu Empire. This place hardly resembles a sect's headquarters. It could easily be described as a grand city. Intriguing indeed. But now that I, Tianchen, have arrived, it seems the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect's fortune may be waning. Tianchen silently mused, and one must admit, the wealth of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect rivals that of a nation. At this moment, Inhe stood behind Tianchen, equally astonished. Although he had long been aware of the sect's astonishing wealth, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. As he observed the scene before him, his eyes reflected not only a glimmer of anticipation, but also an overwhelming desire for bloodshed. Master, the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect truly lives up to its reputation. Its opulence rivals that of the Spirit Hall. However, with your personal visit today, I fear the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect will forever remember this day. Nodding slightly, Tianchen cast another glance in the direction of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect before turning to Inhe. Inhe, the prosperity of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect is but an illusion. In this world, absolute strength is a myth. All beautiful things are ultimately ephemeral. Very well. Let us proceed. Surely, that fellow Ningfengji has long been on high alert. Remember to eliminate everyone on the list of the 1,000 kill orders, leaving no one behind. As for the other disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed sect who dare to obstruct, you may dispose of them as well. However, do not harm the others. It is not yet time for the annihilation of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Keeping them alive may prove advantageous in the future. Upon hearing this, Inhe was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't today meant for the complete destruction of the Seven Treasures glazed sect? It seems he had grown a bit overly excited. Nevertheless, regarding Tianchen's orders, despite his confusion about why the sect was not to be eradicated directly, Inhe would resolutely carry them out. Fear not, esteemed leader. There are precisely 72 individuals, neither more nor less. I have committed their names to memory and shall ensure none escape. Very well, let us go. It has been nearly half a year since I have had a proper exercise. I hope the Seven Treasures glazed sect does not disappoint me. At your command, esteemed leader. With that, Tianchen took the lead, advancing step by step toward the entrance of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, while Inhe followed closely, his expression gradually turning cold. As the specter of slaughter loomed near, Inhe was fully prepared. Before long, the two arrived outside the gates of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. At this moment, several patrolling disciples of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school also noticed Tianchen and Inhe. However, before these disciples could even utter a word, a mere glance from Inhe unleashed an overwhelming pressure at the Title Douluo level, instantly reducing these disciples to a mere mist of blood. Suddenly, Tianchen and Inhe effortlessly leaped into the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Along their path, not a single disciple dared to approach them. The reason was quite simple. Beneath Inhe's feet rose a manifestation of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings. The unique aura of a Title Douluo was enough to deter any attempts at interruption. These disciples felt that even a mere glance in their direction might lead to their obliteration. Simultaneously, as Inhe's Title Douluo presence enveloped the entire Seven Treasure glazed tile school, Ningfengji and the Bone Douluo, who had long been waiting inside the main hall, immediately sensed the disturbance. Fengji, they have arrived. The star-picking tower. Ningfengji exhaled a breath of cold air. As the leader of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, he was not one to cower in the face of death. The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with resolve, as seasoned Title Douluo. They were not afraid of Tianchen's arrival. Before long, as Ningfengji and the 2 Title Douluo stepped out of the hall, they beheld Inhe clad in black robes and Tianchen in plain white attire. At that moment, Ningfengji's heart sank to the depths of despair. Although only 2 individuals had come from the star-picking tower, it was evident that the man in black was one of their esteemed worshippers. The ominous presence of his blood-red soul rings constantly reminded Ningfengji of the man's formidable strength. However, what filled him with the most dread was the smiling visage of Tianchen. Given the respect shown by the man in black, it was clear that this gentleman in white was none other than the enigmatic leader of the star-picking tower, the Title Douluo known as the Harp Demon. Observing Ningfengji's tense and grave demeanor, Tianchen appeared rather nonchalant. I wonder what brings the Harp Demon to my Seven Treasure glazed tile school today? Despite being fully aware of the star-picking tower's intentions, Ning Fengji still wished to avoid immediate confrontation. If possible, he hoped to avert any conflict. After all, it was evident that they faced two Title Douluo level powerhouses, along with one of immense and inscrutable strength. Ning Fengji felt utterly uncertain of his chances. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words tinged with fear, Tianchen did not rush to act. Ning Sect Master, I did not expect our first encounter to occur under such circumstances. Why pretend to be oblivious to my purpose? If today you could hand over those individuals listed on the star-picking tower's 1,000 kill orders, perhaps I would be inclined to let matters rest. Otherwise, the seven-treasure glazed tile school may well pay a heavy toll in lives today. At these words, Ning Fengji's expression darkened, while the sword Douluo and bone Douluo's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Are you threatening my seven-treasure glazed tile school, Harp Demon? Threatening? Sect Master Ning. If that is your interpretation, then there is no need for further discussion. Innate, proceed with the task. Remember, leave no one unaccounted for. Tianchen, weary of idle chatter, commanded Innate to commence his actions. Since the seven-treasure glazed tile school believed they could withstand his might, Tianchen was determined to impart a lesson today. Upon receiving the command from his master, Inhate's expression brightened beneath his black robe, and in a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, surging into the seven-treasure glazed tile school to seek out his targets. No. Ning Fengji's countenance instantly changed as he witnessed this scene. The sword Douluo, seeing this, prepared to fly forth and obstruct Innate, but before he could act, Tianchen appeared before him in an instant. Sword Douluo Tianchen, you should remain here. With a thunderous clap, Tianchen unleashed a torrent of soul power that forced the sword Douluo to retreat involuntarily. Master of the star-picking tower, you are courting death. At this moment, Ning Fengji began to feel anxious. If the master of the star-picking tower managed to stall him and the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, then the black-robed Title Douluo would be free to wreak havoc within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, with three of them unable to safeguard themselves. There was little room for further contemplation. It seems you have underestimated my resolve. With that, a dark soul ring erupted beneath Tianchen's feet. And in the blink of an eye, 6 black soul rings and 3 blood-red soul rings appeared, causing Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo and bone Douluo to draw sharp breaths in astonishment. 6 10,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul rings. How can this be possible? Ning Fengji stood frozen in place. Chapter 39, The Alliance of the Ningbone Sword and the Might of the Heavenly Demon Zither. Immediately, Tianchen's soul power at level 97 erupted. Waves of terrifying soul power caused the area outside the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect's Grand Hall to become a whirlwind of flying sand and stones. The imposing presence of a Title Douluo pressed down upon all the soul masters of lower ranks, making them feel as though they were being crushed by a mountain. With a thunderous sound, the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, possessing the rank of Soul Saint, fell to their knees, unable to move. It was indeed a Title Douluo of level 97, with 300,000-year soul rings and 6 10,000-year soul rings. The master of the star-picking tower was terrifying beyond belief. No wonder even the 98-ranked Golden Crocodile Douluo of the Spirit Hall's second elder was unable to contend with him. At this moment, witnessing Tianchen's full strength, sword Douluo Tianchen could not help but swallow hard. This fearsome configuration of soul rings was something he had never heard of or seen throughout the entire Douluo continent. Master Ning, you still have time. I offer you one final chance. Hand over all assassination targets listed in my star-picking tower's 1,000 kill order. I will ensure the safety of your Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Otherwise, if I truly take action, your sect may face dire consequences. Under immense pressure, Ning Fengji furrowed his brows. The strength of the star-picking tower's master at level 97 indeed exceeded his expectations, particularly with such a frightening soul ring configuration. However, he was unwilling to surrender. No matter the cost, they must fight today. The reason was simple. If the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect handed over those individuals, it would lose all trust from soul masters and merchants throughout the entire Heavendo Empire. Master of the star-picking tower, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Since you insist on forcing the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect into battle, then let it be. Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, attack! With Ning Fengji's furious shout, 7 soul rings instantly rose beneath him. As the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, a level 79 auxiliary system soul saint, he was not to be underestimated. Had it not been for his martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, which restricted him to the soul saint level, he might have already become a Title Douluo. The first soul skill, Seven Treasures Linglong Heart. As Ning Fengji's first soul ring lit up, two streams of light flew into Sword Douluo Tianchen and Bone Douluo's bodies, prompting them to release their martial souls without hesitation. 7th Soul Skill, 7 kills True Body. 7th Soul Skill, Bone Dragon True Body. They each activated their martial soul true forms, and facing Tianchen, a Title Douluo of level 97, they knew they had to give their all. Instantly, a barrage of sharp sword energies surged towards Tianchen. Seeing this, Bone Douluo conjured countless bone spikes around Tianchen, launching a fierce assault. Quite interesting. Sword Douluo Tianchen. Bone Douluo Gu Rome, one at level 96, the other at level 95, along with the so-called number 1 auxiliary master, Ning Fengji. Let me see what confidence your 7 treasures glazed sect possesses to dare strike at me. Heavenly Demon Zither, Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. Break. Tianchen's Heavenly Demon Zither appeared in his hands, and as he strummed the strings, waves of terrifying sound energy swept forth, effortlessly neutralizing all attacks from Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Boom, boom, boom. The endless waves of sound and the sword energies clashed in the air, causing the buildings surrounding the 7 treasures glazed sect's grand hall to collapse as though bombarded, filling the air with screams and wails. 7th Soul Skill, 7 treasures True Body. The 7 treasures are famed for their strength, speed, and control. Seeing this, Ning Fengji wasted no time. He had already expended all his soul power to assist Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to the fullest. Fengji, well done. Watch my technique. 8th Soul Skill. 7 kills Thunder Strike, a sword shattering the heavens. Kill. Ha ha ha. Old Sword Master, I shall join you. 8th Soul Skill, Gate of Space. With Ning Fengji's enhancement, Sword Douluo's power now exceeded the limits of level 96, nearly matching that of a level 97. Bone Douluo experienced a similar surge in strength. In mere moments, Bone Douluo utilized his 8th Soul Skill to suddenly close in on Tianchen, within 3 meters of his back. 9th Soul Skill, Heavenly Bone Divine Dragon Wave. In an instant, Bone Douluo combined spatial power with soul power, aiming to inflict tremendous damage upon Tianchen. He sealed off the surrounding space, rendering Tianchen immobile and unable to evade. Old Sword Master quickly. In their cooperation, they executed a terrifying combined attack in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even the immovable Tianchen couldn't help but admire the strength of Sword Douluo Tianchen and Bone Douluo's alliance. United, they could likely overpower any ordinary level 97 Soul Master, especially with Ning Fengji assisting them. It seemed today, I have indeed arrived at the right place. I hope you can provide me with a vigorous workout. Heavenly Demon Zither. 7th Soul Skill, Heavenly Demon Possession. Heavenly Demon True Body. In an instant, a phantom of the Heavenly Demon emerged behind Tianchen, swirling with overwhelming demonic energy. Simultaneously, the 8th Soul Skill of Sword Douluo and the 9th Soul Skill of Bone Douluo arrived. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul energy erupted from Tianchen's Heavenly Demon True Body, the combined soul power impact from the 3 sent even Ning Fengji, a level 79 Soul Saint, flying several dozen meters. Whoosh. After this strike, Bone Douluo quickly retreated. Just as he dodged, a bolt of black lightning shot from Tianchen's eyes. The spot where Bone Douluo had just stood was instantly blasted into a deep crater. Old Sword Master, this fellow's soul power is too formidable. If we act separately, it may be difficult to breach his defenses. Then let us combine our efforts. Sword Douluo wasted no time, soaring to Bone Douluo's side. Seeing this, Bone Douluo let out a sigh of relief. He had expended an enormous amount of soul power from continuously activating his martial soul, true form, and 9th Soul Skill. If he were to attack alone, he feared being caught by Tianchen, leaving Sword Douluo with even less chance. Fengji, it's time to exert our full strength. Sword Douluo looked at Ning Fengji, who nodded in agreement. 7 treasures glazed, 7 treasures heart, 7 treasures together. In an instant, Ning Fengji activated all 7 of his soul skills simultaneously. The terrifying amplification caused the previously depleted soul power of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to surge back to fullness. Whether in strength, speed, or defense, the 7 treasures glazed tower was pushed to its utmost limits. Come forth, master of the star-picking tower. My 7 treasures glazed sect is not something anyone can easily provoke. 9th Soul Skill, Divine and Demonic Dual Slash. Having reached this critical point, Sword Douluo Tianchen could no longer hold back. The 9th Soul Skill represented his most devastating offensive capability. Likewise, Bone Douluo unleashed his own 9th Soul Skill. In an instant, the 9th Soul Skills of both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo intertwined, unleashing an unparalleled aura that surged forward relentlessly. Witnessing this spectacle, the smile on Yi Tianchen's lips gradually morphed into one of madness. At this moment, the collaboration of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo was tantamount to a full-force strike from a Title Douluo of level 98. This filled Yi Tianchen with immense excitement. Haha, since your 7-treasure glazed tile school is so obstinate, today I shall ensure you learn a profound lesson. 9th soul skill, Heavenly Demon Annihilation. In an instant, Yi Tianchen's blood-red 9th soul ring erupted with an extraordinarily blinding radiance. From the heavenly demon Zither, torrents of black demonic energy surged forth, coalescing into a towering phantom of a celestial demon, reaching a height of 100 meters. The terrifying aura caused both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to furrow their brows, sensing impending doom. In the blink of an eye, as Yi Tianchen unleashed a palm strike, the celestial demon phantom transformed into a colossal hand, descending with an overwhelming force towards Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Boom, boom, boom. With each clash between the gigantic hand and the two Douluos, they were violently propelled back several dozen meters by the sheer force. Finally, as Bone Douluo's soul power began to wane, Sword Douluo was on the verge of collapse. In an explosive moment, both were ruthlessly slammed onto the main hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. With a resounding crack, the entire main hall was reduced to ruins. At that moment, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were drenched in blood, their bodies marred with countless injuries. Ningfengji, too, suffered backlash, letting out a stifled groan as he collapsed to the ground. The terror emanating from Yi Tianchen's heavenly demon Zither instilled a profound sense of despair within them. Chapter 40. Darkness and Slaughter, the Fall of 7-Treasure Glazed Tile. Observing Ningfengji's expression, a mix of anger and fear, Yi Tianchen's smile grew ever more radiant. How do you find it, Lord Ning? Today, I am quite earnest in dealing with the three of you. I must admit, compared to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, your 7-treasure glazed tile school is indeed considerably stronger. Even the Haoyan school, in my eyes, pales in comparison without the presence of Tianchen, making your 7-treasure glazed tile school appear even more formidable. Alas, it is unfortunate that you, Ningfengji, chose to ignore my goodwill. Though my star-picking tower may not be able to confront the Spirit Hall, dealing with your 7-treasure glazed tile school is hardly a challenge. You. Ningfengji's eyes reddened with fury. At that moment, he yearned to devour Yi Tianchen alive. The phrase killing both body and spirit aptly describes Yi Tianchen. Lord Ning, I advise you to keep your composure. After all, excessive anger can be detrimental to one's health. Currently, you are merely suffering from backlash-induced injuries. Do take care not to let your wrath consume you. By the way, look, it seems that you are not the only ones in distress. A certain envoy from my star-picking tower is also in action. With that, Yi Tianchen gestured towards the busy figure of Innate. Ningfengji followed his gaze. Before him, Innate plunged his frost blade into the body of a soul saint from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The soul saint's eyes were vacant, his body riddled with wounds. As he felt the long knife pierce his chest, he sensed his life force gradually ebbing away. The soul saint, filled with an overwhelming sense of despair, trembled as he gripped the dark blade that had pierced him with relentless force, blood incessantly dripping from his palms. Yet, all was in vain. A severely injured soul saint stood no chance against the Title Douluo powerhouse. In that fleeting moment, as the sinister blade completely penetrated the soul saint, his eyes began to slowly close, and his labored breaths faded into whispers. No, demons. You from the star-picking tower are all demons. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Ningfengji felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. The 7-treasures glazed tile school was now akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, with an endless tide of blood about to be unleashed. Yi Tianchen approached Ningfengji, and with a resounding thud, he brought his foot down, sending Ningfengji, who struggled to rise, crashing back to the ground. Master Ning, do not be hasty. This is merely the beginning. Your 7-treasures glazed tile school has dozens of individuals listed on my star-picking tower's death list. Take your time. Each will have their turn. Ningfengji's heart twisted with anguish upon hearing this. He had never imagined that merely 2 individuals from the star-picking tower could wreak such havoc upon the entire 7-treasures glazed tile school. Gradually, he felt himself becoming numb to the chaos around him as the dark blade continued to strike, rendering nearly everyone in the 7-treasures glazed tile school unable to withstand its wrath. Even those at the Soul Douluo level were filled with trepidation. At that moment, they could afford no further contemplation. Survival was paramount. For these Soul Douluo level soul masters, the dark figure had little interest. His true goal was always the individuals on the star-picking tower's death list. As time passed, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school transitioned from utter chaos to a state of numbness. The dark figure encountered virtually no resistance, and, within merely over an hour, had slain all those marked on the death list. Afterward, he reluctantly dispersed the chilling blade, and with a light step, he knelt beside Tianchen, clasping his hands in salute. Master, all individuals on the Seven Treasures glazed tile school's death list have been eliminated. With a slight smile, Tianchen gestured for him to rise. Well done, Innate. Grateful for the praise, Innate cast a mocking glance at the prostrate Ningfengxi. Although he had not witnessed how his master tormented the leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and the two Title Douluos, the sight of Ningfengxi and the two Title Douluos rendered immobile filled his mind with vivid images. Tianchen then turned his gaze back to Ningfengxi, shaking his head at the pitiable sight before him, and proceeded toward the entrance of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, speaking as he walked. Ningfengxi, I shan't make things difficult for you regarding the calamity that has befallen the Seven Treasures glazed tile school today. Rest assured, your school is not yet doomed. I shall not pursue total annihilation. After all, my initial target was never you. With that, he continued, it is time for me to depart. By the way, your Seven Treasures glazed tile school must have amassed quite a collection over the years, correct? I shall not take too much, merely half will suffice, as a ransom for the lives of the others in your school. At first, Ningfengxi felt a flicker of hope upon hearing the first part of Tianchen's words. For as long as the Seven Treasures glazed tile school remained, there was a chance for recovery. Even if, after this ordeal, the school's influence would undoubtedly wane significantly. However, the latter part of Tianchen's statement filled him with anguish. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school was a treasure trove beyond compare, and half of its collection would amount to an unfathomable loss. Yet, faced with this reality, he had no choice but to silently watch as Tianchen and Innate plundered the Seven Treasures glazed tile school like locusts. Especially Innate, who filled 3 soul tools to the brim. After Tianchen and Innate departed, only Ningfengxi and the sword-bone Douluo remained, bewildered and disheveled in the wind. On the road back to Soto City, Innate exhibited great elation, for this venture had proven bountiful and relatively perilous. However, he was also perplexed as to why his master did not seize the opportunity to annihilate the Seven Treasures glazed tile school outright. Master, I find myself puzzled. Why did you not directly destroy the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? With your strength, it should pose no challenge. Casting a sidelong glance at Inhate's bewildered expression, Tianchen halted his steps and gazed toward the direction of Spirit Hall. Innate, the time for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school's demise has not yet arrived. They remain a thorn in the side of the Spirit Hall. The waters of Douluo Continent grow murkier yet richer, allowing for the subtle art of angling amidst chaos. Time is needed for the star-picking tower to gather strength, yet the intentions of its master remain shrouded in mystery. Days later, Tianchen and Innate returned to Soto City, where tranquility seemed to reign. However, the entire Tiando Empire was ablaze with gossip. The news of the star-picking tower's master descending upon the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and the severe injuries inflicted upon Ningfengxi, sword Douluo, and bone Douluo spread like wildfire. The citizens of the Tiando Empire were abuzz with speculation, many unable to fathom the implications. As one of the upper 3 sects, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school boasted 2 Title Douluos above level 95 and the continent's foremost support soul master. Their downfall evoked profound sorrow. Upon hearing this news, Yuanjin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was initially taken aback. The immense strength of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school failing to withstand the star-picking tower hinted at the latter's extraordinary prowess. Soon, however, delight ensued, as the calamity befalling the Seven Treasures glazed tile school promised significant advantages for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Swiftly, under Yuanjin's guidance, numerous soul masters and wealthy merchants from the Tiando Empire sought the clan's protection. In a heartbeat, the Tiando Empire was swept into turmoil. At the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, upon learning of the events surrounding the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, was momentarily perplexed. Logically, the star-picking tower should not have spared Ningfengxi and the others. Yet, curiously, it had refrained from total annihilation. Glancing towards the worship hall, Bibi Dong began to comprehend the motives of the enigmatic kin master from the star-picking tower. Qian Daolu, the 99th level Title Douluo, remained an insurmountable hurdle for the star-picking tower and for Bibi Dong herself. Detached from the situation, she chose not to dwell on it, for she had yet to fully seize control of the Spirit Hall, and it was not yet time for her to scheme. Chapter 41. 5 years in a flash, schemes unraveling. Since the star-picking tower's incursion into the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the sentiments towards it within the Tiandu Empire became exceedingly complex. The influence of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school plummeted in the aftermath of these events. In an instant, the entire Douluo continent fell into a state of calm, as all parties sought to consolidate their strength. Pope Bibi Dong aimed to command the Spirit Hall. Grand Priest Title Douluo devoted himself to nurturing Tianchen. The star-picking tower required time to bolster its elite forces. And the Seven Treasures glazed tile school likewise needed time to heal its wounds. As spring gave way to winter, atop the star-picking tower, Tianchen extended his slender fingers, watching as the snowflakes danced downwards. A crystalline flake settled upon his palm, only to melt into a droplet of dew, cascading gently to the ground below. 5 years had slipped by, a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of time. Tianchen withdrew his arm, gazing at the swirling snow, filled with reflection. Since the incident with the star-picking tower and the Seven Treasures glazed tile school 5 years prior, he had refrained from taking any decisive action. During these years, he had immersed himself in the study of divine matters. Standing at the pinnacle of level 97, he could, if necessary, break through to level 98 at any moment. As Tianchen pondered, Innate and Yangbai appeared like specters, swiftly arriving at the summit of the star-picking tower. Yangbai unleashed his soul power, vaporizing the snowflakes that clung to him. With a grave expression, he regarded his master, and Innate mirrored his demeanor. After a shared glance, they sighed softly, prepared to convey the truth. "Master, Innate and I have returned." Stealing a glance at the solemn expressions of Innate and Yangbai, Tianchen maintained a composed exterior, though a flicker of disappointment stirred within him. Still no news regarding Tang Hao? Upon hearing this, Innate and Yangbai lowered their heads, admitting their failure to uncover any trace of Tang Hao. "Master, we have yet to find any sign of Tang Hao. It is as if he has vanished into thin air." The search for Tang Hao had begun 3 years prior. Driven by Tianchen's desire to unveil the secrets of divinity that Tang Hao possessed. Shaking his head, Tianchen had grown accustomed to the absence of news. "Very well. If there is no word of him, so be it. I refuse to believe that Tang Hao can remain hidden indefinitely. You have both excelled, reaching level 94. Innate, Yangbai, do you recall my words? Whoever first breaks through to level 95 shall be rewarded with 100,000-year soul bone. Continue to strive." A faint smile graced Tianchen's lips, igniting enthusiasm in Innate and Yangbai, dispelling their earlier disappointment. "Rest assured, master, that golden rhinoceros soul bone will undoubtedly belong to me." Innate exclaimed with a mischievous grin, to which Yangbai responded, "Let us hope so, Innate. May you truly surpass me." After a soft reply, Yangbai fell silent, standing by Tianchen's side, contemplating the falling snow with a heart full of emotion. "Master, Douluo has reached level 89. It may not be long before we add another Title Douluo to the star-picking tower," Yangbai mentioned. Tianchen was not taken aback by this revelation. Douluo's talents were commendable, though his focus on poison cultivation had hindered his overall advancement. Throughout his years at the star-picking tower, Douluo had taken on few tasks, aside from his annual responsibilities regarding the 1,000-kill order. He had nearly dedicated himself entirely to training in the Sunset Forest. Thus, a 3-level rise in 5 years was not particularly remarkable. Douluo's unique methods allow his ascent to level 89, yet achieving Title Douluo status poses a challenge. The distinction between level 89 and level 90 may seem minor. Yet history is replete with soul masters ensnared at this threshold. Yangbai pondered this, acknowledging the truth, yet recalled how both he and Innate had once broken through barriers. Regardless, let us not dwell on such trivial matters. You may both depart. Should Douluo reach level 90, I shall personally assist him in acquiring a soul ring. Understood. Innate and Yangbai exchanged glances before vanishing from the summit of the star-picking tower. Simultaneously, within the spirit city, Bibi Dong sat high upon her papal throne. As she gazed upon her 2 Title Douluos from years past, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Yet, considering Tiandu Douluo in the worship hall, she restrained herself. "Elder Ju, Elder Gue, what brings you both to seek an audience with me today?" Before her stood Yuguan and Gue Mei, and the tale of their visit would unfold in due time. 6 years ago, after Yuguan and Gue Mei were brought back to Wuhuan City by Tiandu Douluo, they have been playing a transparent role within the Wuhuan Temple, in the Hall of Offerings, due to the matter concerning Qian Xuanji. None of the offerings treated Yuguan and Gue Mei with any semblance of kindness. Even within the Elder Hall, since Bibi Dong ascended to the position of Pope, They began to marginalize the two, despite both being formidable Title Douluo. However, the Wuhuan Temple is not lacking in Title Douluo. After much contemplation, the two concluded that it would be best to follow Bibi Dong, for she is not only the Pope but also a Title Douluo of the esteemed 95th rank. Observing Bibi Dong's icy demeanor, Yueguan and Guimei exchanged knowing glances before promptly kneeling before her, offering a deep bow. Your Holiness, we are honored to meet you. Today, we, Yueguan and Guimei, have come to seek your patronage. Upon uttering these words, Douluo grasped Douluo's hand, lamenting with great sorrow. Hearing this, Bibi Dong's brow furrowed in concern. For it was indeed true that Douluo and Douluo had endured considerable hardship within the Spirit Hall in recent years. This matter concerning Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, is abundantly clear. However, both Douluo and Douluo have previously expressed their opinions about her. Elders Ju and Gue, as esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall and formidable Title Douluo, you must surely comprehend the implications of aligning yourselves with my faction. Upon hearing this, Douluo and Douluo felt a sudden pang in their hearts. Fully aware that the Spirit Hall has now split into two factions, one led by Bibi Dong and the other by the Grand Offering. Nevertheless, they were no longer concerned about the intricacies of the situation. After all, rather than being caught in the crossfire, it would be more advantageous to join a single side. Your Holiness, rest assured, from now on, Yueguan and Guimei shall heed only your commands. Should there be any betrayal, may Yueguan and Guimei meet their doom. After speaking, Douluo cast a reluctant glance at Bibi Dong, whose expression had noticeably softened. Ju and Gue, being Title Douluo, were on the verge of reaching level 95. Accepting them would undoubtedly bolster Bibi Dong's strength, thereby stirring her interest. In that case, Yueguan and Guimei, remember the words you have spoken today. From now on, serve me well, and I, Bibi Dong, shall not treat you unjustly. With that, Bibi Dong unleashed her formidable spirit power of 95, and 9 spirit rings slowly emerged, especially the 10th ring, which was 10,000 years old. Douluo and Douluo recognized this as a warning. They were unperturbed, for they had no other paths available to them. Chapter 42. Holy Soul Village, Tang San, the Gears of Destiny. Upon completing her declarations, Bibi Dong revealed an enigmatic smile. Over the years, she had steadily consolidated her power within the Spirit Hall. Aside from being unable to command the offerings of the Hall of Offerings, she was essentially the deity of the Spirit Hall. It was time for her to proceed with her plans. In contrast to the Star-Picking Tower and the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had maintained a more low-key presence over the past 5 years. Following the visit of Yi Tianchen and Yin He to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School 5 years prior, its influence had significantly waned. In an effort to stabilize the school, Ning Fengji relinquished many unnecessary enterprises. Within the Grand Hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji anxiously observed his daughter, Ning Rongrong. Today marked the day of her soul awakening at the age of 6. Douluo and Douluo were also present. Though they appeared noticeably older than 5 years ago, their heads sprinkled with silver strands, perhaps due to the battle against Yi Tianchen, which had shattered their confidence as seasoned Title Douluo. Fengji, do not be overly anxious. Rongrong is exceptionally gifted, and her soul awakening should be commendable, reassured Douluo. Indeed. Fengji, my nephew is right. We have watched Rongrong grow up, and her awakening will surely be remarkable. Douluo observed the innocent and lively Ning Rongrong, feeling a renewed sense of vitality as they anticipated her awakening. Ning Fengji, upon hearing this, found solace in their words. The legacy spirit of their school was undoubtedly the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. It merely depended on the innate soul power she possessed. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, my concerns stem from the fact that Rongrong is the heir to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, hence my cautiousness. Ning Fengji regarded Douluo and Douluo. His heart stirred with emotions. Had it not been for his gamble 5 years prior, perhaps Douluo and Douluo would not seem so lifeless today. Sensing the hint of regret in Ning Fengji's gaze, Douluo and Douluo stepped forward and placed their hands on his shoulders. They had never regretted their confrontation with Yi Tianchen, especially Douluo, who truly understood what it meant to face a genuine powerhouse of the Douluo Continent. In the past, he had overestimated himself. Fengji, cast aside the unhappy thoughts. Today is Rongrong's soul awakening ceremony. Let us commence. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. 6-year-old Ning Rongrong was unaware of the significance of the soul awakening, yet she keenly sensed her father and grandfather's eagerness for her to awaken her soul. Thus, guided by her father's instructions, she began the awakening process. As her spirit manifested, a 7-layered small tower emerged from her tiny palm. A flawless artifact radiating brilliant light, the 7-treasure glazed tower. Observing this, Ning Fengji visibly relaxed. Having sensed the faint soul power within Ning Rongrong the moment the small tower appeared. Though not immensely powerful, it indicated an innate level above 7. Ha ha ha. I told you, Rongrong's talent would not disappoint. Gu Douluo beamed with joy. Fengji, let Rongrong test her innate soul power. Jian Douluo, equally excited, wished to ascertain the extent of Ning Rongrong's innate power. Nodding in agreement, Ning Fengji was eager to proceed. Rongrong, come, let us measure your innate soul power. He instructed her to place her palm upon the awakening stone. As a surge of light illuminated the room, Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo finally discerned the extent of Ning Rongrong's innate soul power. It was a staggering level 9. Remarkable! Remarkable! Rongrong's talent can be deemed among the finest on the continent. Jian Douluo's words were not an exaggeration. Across the Douluo continent, only a handful of individuals possessed innate soul power at level 9. The existence of those with full innate power was virtually unheard of, let alone someone like Qian Renshua, who had innate power at level 20. Therefore, innate soul power at level 9 is almost the pinnacle of talent. Gazing at the radiant 7-treasure glazed tower, Ning Fengji's heart swelled with pride. With Ning Rongrong, the 7-treasure glazed tile school now harbored renewed hope. In the southwest of the Tiando Empire lies the Fasnuo province. Holy Soul Village, merely upon hearing its name, seems to evoke a sense of wonder. However, in reality, it is just a small village of over 300 households located south of Notting City in the Fasnuo province. The village is named Holy Soul due to the legend that a soul sage-level spirit master once emerged from this place a century ago. This is also the eternal pride of the sacred soul village. Surrounding the village lies vast expanses of arable land. The grains and vegetables produced here are destined for the city of Notting. Although Notting is not considered a large city within the Fasno province, its proximity to the border of another empire renders it one of the primary trading hubs for merchants from the two great empires. Consequently, Notting thrives, and as a result, the common folk in the surrounding villages enjoy a significantly better quality of life compared to other regions. As dawn breaks, a faint hue of pale white emerges in the distant eastern sky. On a small hill rising only 100 meters nearby the sacred soul village, a slender figure has already appeared. It is a child, no more than 5 or 6 years of age, clearly accustomed to basking in the sun's warmth. His skin bears a healthy wheat-like hue, and his short black hair looks remarkably neat. Though his attire is simple, it is undeniably clean. For a child of his age, scaling this 100-meter hill is no trivial task. Yet, curiously, upon reaching the summit, he appears neither flushed nor breathless, exuding an air of serene contentment. Seated atop the hill, the boy's gaze is fixed intently upon the eastern sky, where the pale white hue gradually brightens. He inhales slowly through his nose and exhales gently from his mouth, creating a delightful rhythm of breath. At that moment, his eyes widen in astonishment. Within the brightening horizon, a subtle glimmer of purple seems to flicker. Such a phenomenon would undoubtedly escape the notice of anyone lacking extraordinary eyesight and focus. The appearance of the purple aura captivates the boy's full attention. He ceases to exhale. Drawing in breath softly and steadily, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the fleeting purple light. The purple aura does not linger for long. As the pale white of dawn is gradually enveloped by the rising sun's hues, the purple dissipates entirely. Only then does the boy slowly close his eyes. Releasing a long breath of impure air, a stream of white vapor escapes his lips, dissipating into the air. After a moment of stillness, the boy opens his eyes once more. Whether due to the fleeting influence of the purple light or not, a faint glimmer of violet sparkles in his gaze. Though this hue does not endure for long, when it does exist, it is strikingly vivid. With a resigned sigh, the young boy wears an expression of helplessness that one would not expect from his tender age. Shaking his head, he murmurs to himself, still not enough. My Xiantian skill remains unable to break through the first barrier. What should be done about this? This is indeed Tang-san. With a blend of 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts determination, 6-year-old Tang-san could only return home for now. On the western side of Holy Soul Village, at the village's entrance stood 3 earthen houses that could be deemed the most rudimentary in the entire village. Atop the central house, a wooden sign approximately 1 meter in diameter was affixed, adorned with a crude depiction of a hammer. In this world, the hammer universally symbolizes the blacksmith. Upon entering the house, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, who had been idly sitting, suddenly turned his gaze towards him. Sensing the faint aura emanating from Tang San, Tang Hao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Just as in the original narrative, Tang Hao had chosen to conceal himself in this small village to evade the pursuit of the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower, rarely utilizing his soul power. However, unlike the original, Tang Hao did not allow Tang San to lead an ordinary life. Instead, he endeavored to nurture him. He aimed to provide his son with a secure environment for growth, for he was well aware that his son was anything but simple. From the moment Ain had sacrificed herself for him, he had sensed something extraordinary, as his soul power was completely restored, and his combat strength surged. If this were merely a coincidence, the incident in which the golden crocodile Douluo captured him at Houghton sect had solidified his belief in this matter. The tiny Tang San possessed a strength capable of overwhelming even the golden crocodile Douluo. Tang Hao was convinced that as long as he could safeguard his son's growth, revenge would one day be attainable. Watching his son step through the doorway, a slight smile graced Tang Hao's lips. "You've returned, my boy." Upon hearing his father's greeting, Tang San nodded. He sensed something amiss with his father, yet as a disciple of the Tang sect, he refrained from prying, maintaining the caution he had always possessed, even in the presence of the man who was his father in this world. Chapter 43. Father and Son Face to Face. Tang San awakens. "I'm back, father." Tang San slowly entered the house, observing the stove still sputtering with fire, his brow furrowing. He felt an inherent complexity in his father, who, despite appearing ordinary, emanated an intense, almost perilous aura that eluded Tang San's understanding. Nevertheless, as this was his father after his rebirth, Tang San chose to bury his questions deep within his heart, seemingly aware of the peculiarity in Tang San's gaze. Tang Hao smiled slightly, unconcerned. Tang San was on the verge of awakening his martial soul, and Tang Hao had already made a decision in his heart. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the dilapidated door. "Is Tang Hao home? Is Xiao San in there?" Upon hearing the voice, Tang Hao recognized it as Old Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Without acknowledging Old Jack's knocks, he turned to Tang San. "Xiao San, go open the door." Obediently, Tang San approached the door and effortlessly swung it open. As soon as he entered, Old Jack's gaze locked onto Tang San. "Xiao San, you are already 6 years old. It's time for you to awaken your martial soul." Coincidentally, a dignitary from the Spirit Hall has come to our village today to assist the children in awakening their martial souls. You must hurry. If you become a soul master, our Holy Soul Village will gain some glory. Tang San, somewhat confused, nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Old Jack did not linger and proceeded to the next household. After Old Jack departed, Tang San turned to Tang Hao, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Father, what exactly is a martial soul? And what is a soul master? Could you enlighten me?" Tang San chose to confront his father directly. His Xiantian skill had reached an impasse, and he sought other means to progress. Tang Hao smiled gently, opting not to withhold the truth. "Xiao San, although you are only 6 years old, I can sense that your inner world is beyond that of a mere child. You possess extraordinary gifts, and I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. A martial soul is the most fundamental aspect of the Douluo Continent. Upon reaching the age of 6, one can awaken their martial soul to gain formidable strength." Tang San nodded, having gleaned fragments of information about martial souls from the villagers, so he was not particularly surprised. "Then, how are soul masters categorized? What type of soul master is the most powerful?" Tang San was concise and precise. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao summoned a yellow soul ring beneath his feet. A soul master begins their journey by awakening their martial soul at the age of 6. Those with exceptional talent may possess innate soul power of level 7 or higher. Subsequently, through meditation and training, they can continuously enhance their soul power. At level 10, one must hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, just as I have beneath me. Each subsequent 10 levels requires an additional soul ring to break through. Beyond level 10, one becomes a soul master. At level 20, a great soul master. At level 30, a soul venerable. At level 40, a soul sect. At level 50, a soul king. At level 60, a soul emperor. At level 70, a soul sage. Those above level 80 attain the status of a Douluo. As for those who surpass level 90, they are the pinnacle of power on the continent, known as Title Douluo. As he spoke, a second yellow soul ring illuminated beneath Tang Hao, followed by a third purple soul ring. Tang San was astonished. His father was indeed no ordinary individual, as he was a soul venerable of over 30 levels. But that was not the end. Soon, a fourth purple soul ring appeared, followed by a black soul ring of 10,000 years, and then the sixth, seventh, and eighth rings. Tianchen was left in utter shock. His father was a powerhouse of the Douluo level. Just when he thought this was enough to astound him, a blood-red, terrifying soul ring began to rise beneath Tang Hao's feet. The blood-stained and violent aura made Tang San feel insignificantly small. Yet in that moment, Tang San was also exhilarated. His father was a Title Douluo, the most formidable being on the entire continent. Observing his son's excitement, Tang Hao swiftly retracted all his soul rings. Xiao San, it is not that your father has kept the truth from you all these years. Rather, I feared that revealing my identity might endanger you. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a bit dazed. Was he his father a Title Douluo? How could there be any danger? Sensing Tang San's confusion, Tang Hao sighed with a wry smile. On the continent, although Title Douluos are exceedingly rare, they are not uncommon within certain powerful factions. I had to hide here as I inadvertently offended a superpower, having possessed the soul of a man in his 20s. Tang San understood his father's meaning. Father, I do not blame you. With a comforting smile, Tang Hao gazed at Tang San, eager to facilitate his son's awakening of the martial soul. Xiao San, you are now 6 years old. Let me help you awaken your martial soul. With that, Tang Hao set up the awakening stone. Observing this, Tang San did not hesitate. He followed Tang Hao's instructions and began the process. In a brief moment, a radiant light suddenly appeared in the palm of Tang San's hand, revealing a blue-silver grass. Upon seeing this, Tang Hao felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, for such an awakening inevitably brought back memories of the past. However, a flicker of disappointment quickly followed in his eyes. Father, I have another martial soul in my left hand. Suddenly, upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao began to investigate intently. A remarkably exquisite small hammer was now gently hovering in the palm of Tang San's hand. In an instant, Tang Hao vigorously rubbed his eyes, and once he confirmed that he was not mistaken, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Ha ha ha, the heavens have favored me, Tang Hao. For I possess dual martial souls, one being the blue-silver emperor and the other, the Haotian hammer. This talent is truly exceptional. At this moment, Tang Hao was filled with immense excitement, for Tang San possessed an extraordinarily formidable gift, bordering on the terrifying. Little San, hurry, come and test your soul power. As the words fell, Tang San, following Tang Hao's guidance, placed both hands upon the awakening stone. In an instant, a brilliant light emerged, illuminating the entire room. Innate full soul power. Splendid, splendid. I never expected that I, Tang Hao, would have such a son. Hearing his father's exuberant voice, Tang San conjectured that his talent must indeed be considerable. However, more than pondering his innate abilities, he was eager to discover how to break through the first level of the Xiantian art. Father, since you mentioned that a soul master's growth requires soul rings, let us go now. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao shook his head. He was not inclined to hastily seek out a soul ring for his child just yet. Little San, do not rush. The soul rings greatly enhance a soul master's strength. The soul rings produced by soul beasts start from white for those below 10 years, yellow for those from century-old beasts, purple for millennium beasts, and black for 10,000-year beasts. As for the blood-red soul ring on my person, it is of 100,000 years. Tang San nodded, indicating his understanding. Tang Hao continued, thus, I hope you will not simply choose any soul ring. I have made arrangements. I will send you to the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, where there are individuals who can assist you. Little San understands. Meanwhile, far away in Soto City, atop the star-picking tower, Tianchen was filled with interest towards Douluo. Chapter 44, Douluo's Breakthrough, the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. At this moment, atop the star-picking tower, Tianchen sat quietly within the pavilion, while He and Yang Bai stood on either side. In the center, Douluo looked at his master with an expression of sheer excitement. Tianchen, too, exhibited a fleeting look of astonishment. Not long ago, he had heard Yang Bai mention that Douluo had reached level 89. Initially, Tianchen intended to summon Douluo that day to having He and Yang Bai impart some insights on breaking through to the Title Douluo. Yet, who could have known that Douluo had unexpectedly attained level 90? He had become a quasi-Title Douluo. In contrast to Tianchen's relatively composed demeanor, He and Yang Bai stared with wide eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. Noticing the attention of his master and the two attendants upon him, Douluo felt a mix of nervousness and elation. Finally, Tianchen broke the silence, his deep gaze reflecting a hint of surprise as it fell upon Douluo. Douluo, I am quite curious. Some days ago, Yangbai informed me that you had indeed broken through to level 89. To this, I was not particularly surprised, as a 3-level increase in 5 years is not extraordinarily remarkable. However, upon seeing you today, it appears you have successfully advanced to level 90. The disparity between the 89th and 90th levels is nothing short of astronomical. Countless soul masters remain forever halted at this very threshold. I am quite intrigued. How did you manage to achieve this? As he spoke, Tianchen was filled with curiosity, for it was inconceivable that Douluo had ascended to the 90th level without reason. In this regard, Tianchen felt certain that he could not be mistaken, for the talent of Douluo could hardly be deemed extraordinary. It was merely average at best. Therefore, since the ascension to the 90th level was not achieved through conventional means, it must have been facilitated by external forces. Yet, what conceivable external force could propel a soul Douluo, who had only just broken through to the 89th level less than a month ago, to the 90th level? To describe this as extraordinary would be an understatement. Upon hearing his master inquire, Douluo hesitated momentarily. However, thinking of his esteemed position as a member of the star-picking tower, and knowing that even his 9th soul ring would be procured with his master's assistance, Douluo felt no more hesitation. Master, I must confess, I have consumed a rare celestial herb. Clenching his teeth, Douluo proclaimed loudly. Indeed, Tianchen was internally astonished. His conjecture had proven correct. Douluo had indeed surmounted the formidable level of 90 through external aid. Yet, what kind of celestial herb could elevate Douluo by a level? Tianchen's curiosity deepened. Observing Douluo's flushed face, Tianchen smiled faintly. To be honest, the mere fact that Douluo was willing to disclose the specific reason made him feel that Douluo was worthy of cultivation. Very well, Douluo, I am not interrogating you. There is no need for such anxiety. Rest assured, regardless of the origins of your celestial herb, I shall not resort to forceful seizure. The star-picking tower has always upheld freedom. How could I engage in such acts? Nevertheless, I do wish to ask, does this so-called celestial herb truly possess such remarkable effects? Upon hearing his master's words, Douluo felt considerably reassured. As for Tianchen's inquiry, he did not hold back. Master, to be frank, within the Sunset Forest, I possess a cultivation cave, a naturally formed spring. The spring water is divided into 2 sides. One side is as scorching as magma, while the other is unbearably frigid. When I first discovered this unique spring, it was already home to numerous celestial herbs. Thus, I have treated it as both a medicinal garden and a place for cultivation. Not long ago, after breaking through to level 89, I intended to solidify my cultivation at this spring of ice and fire. However, I did not expect to find a nearly mature celestial herb among the few I recognized in my medicinal garden. If left to mature, that herb would wither immediately. Moreover, as this herb has the effect of consolidating one's foundation and enhancing vitality, I consumed it directly. Consequently, I unintentionally ascended to level 90. With this revelation, Tianchen's focus shifted to the spring of ice and fire. This is most likely the fabled Eye of Ice and Fire. The Tianchen continent has indeed chronicled such a paradise, but it was merely a legend, at least. Tianchen had never heard of anyone discovering the Eye of Ice and Fire. To think it would actually manifest in the Douluo Continent. The remarkable utility of the Eye of Ice and Fire has indeed stirred Tianchen's interest. If he could train his body within the Eye of Ice and Fire, he would no longer require soul bones or similar items. However, the focus of innate and Yangbai was evidently not on the Eye of Ice and Fire. They were oblivious to its potential benefits. They were merely aware that there existed numerous divine herbs unknown even to Douluo within it, which instantly exhilarated them. It is known that Douluo could elevate his soul power by 1 level with a single divine herb. Innate and Yangbai were not greedy. They would be content with merely half a level increase. In an instant, Douluo sensed the insatiable gazes of innate and Yangbai, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Innate? Yangbai? What seems to be the matter? Upon hearing Douluo's feeble voice, innate and Yangbai exchanged glances, managing to suppress the fiery urge within their hearts. Ahem, Douluo, it's nothing. We simply haven't been active for quite some time, and we are a bit overly excited. In this scene, Tianchen was left speechless. Were these two truly so desperate? Although Yangbai's explanations appeared riddled with inconsistencies, Douluo merely rolled his eyes in response. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. The ice and fire spring water was of uncertain value to him, and the various immortal herbs within were unfamiliar, making him hesitant to consume them recklessly. Therefore, rather than guarding a treasure he could not utilize, he thought it wiser to inform his master. Perhaps, in a moment of delight, his master might even grant him 100,000-year soul ring. Each time Douluo witnessed the soul rings illuminating beneath Innate and Yongbai's feet, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Resolute in his intentions, Douluo was not one to waver. Master, if it pleases you, I humbly offer this ice and fire spring. After all, I can only stand by and watch. If you could recognize those immortal herbs and leave one for my granddaughter, I would be utterly content. He earnestly implored, kneeling on one knee, his expression brimming with desire. In that moment, Yongbai could not help but commend Douluo in his heart. This is indeed the approach of a wise individual. After all, even if the master of the household remains indifferent to this peculiar spring, Douluo's actions reflect his loyalty. In the future, the master will certainly not neglect him. Conversely, should Douluo choose to keep this secret, even if the master does not require it, there would still be reservations, which would ultimately be detrimental to Douluo. Clearly, Tianchen exhibits a profound interest in this unique spring. The conditions for the formation of the ice and fire duality are exceedingly stringent. If it were to occur naturally, it would necessitate the convergence of volcanic and glacial regions. However, as far as Tianchen is aware, the sunset forest does not possess such features. This implies that the ice and fire duality in the sunset forest is not a natural formation, but rather the result of some extraordinary treasure. This greatly piqued Tianchen's interest. Douluo, regarding the dual-natured spring of ice and fire, I shall not conceal from you my profound desire to explore it. As for the celestial herbs contained within, I cannot claim to recognize them all, yet rest assured, your granddaughter shall undoubtedly acquire at least one. My sincerest gratitude to you, esteemed host. Douluo felt elated. With his master so pleased, surely his 10,000-year soul ring was secure, along with the celestial herb for his granddaughter, Douluo. Esteemed host, if that is the case, shall we embark on a journey to the sunset forest to retrieve those celestial herbs? What say you? Douluo inquired eagerly. The duo of Innate and Yongbai exchanged glances, their excitement palpable at Douluo's suggestion. They could scarcely contain their eagerness to seize the celestial herbs and enhance their cultivation. However, Tianchen remained unhurried. The ice-fire duality lay within the sunset forest and could not escape. Before setting out, he needed to make some preparations. No matter, Douluo, for now. You should continue your cultivation at the ice-fire spring. While consuming the celestial herbs may elevate your cultivation to level 90, I perceive your aura is weak. These herbs will ultimately serve as external aid. You must devote time to thoroughly refine them and solidify your soul power. You would want your progress to stagnate after attaining the title of a Title Douluo, would you? Upon hearing this, Douluo promptly recognized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, although he had reached level 90, he required time to adapt to this newfound power and should not rush. Master, I understand. During this period, I shall remain at the ice-fire spring and diligently cultivate, awaiting your arrival. It is as it should be. Rest assured, once your foundation is solidified, I shall personally assist you in acquiring your soul ring. In the future, you too shall possess a 10,000-year soul ring, just like Innate and Yongbai. My deepest thanks to you, esteemed host. Soon, Douluo departed directly from the star-picking tower, leaving Innate and Yongbai feeling restless. However, without Tianchen's command, they dared not venture forth to the so-called ice-fire spring. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with those celestial herbs. Chapter 45, Tangsan pays homage to his master. Tang Hao's presence revealed. 3 days swiftly passed. Outside Nodding City, a middle-aged man clad in a gray-brown cloak and black robe quietly gazed upon the city before him. Beside this middle-aged man, a 6-year-old boy's eyes glimmered with a hint of brilliance. It was indeed Tang Hao and his son Tang San who emerged from the village of the Holy Soul, as they gazed upon the somewhat lively city of Nodding ahead. Tang San's lips moved slightly as he turned to his father. Father, is this the city where that prodigious spirit research genius resides? He inquired. A hint of skepticism in his tone as he observed its modest size. Tang Hao paused for a moment. The implication behind Tang San's words was unmistakable. He harbored doubts about the individual his father had chosen. After all, if this person were truly a master of spirit research, would they remain in such a small town as Nodding? At that moment, Tang Hao found himself at a loss for words. However, they had arrived, and it was best for Tang San to witness the reality with his own eyes. Little San, whether this is true or not, you shall discover for yourself upon meeting him. Let us proceed. Nodding is one of the smallest cities within the Tiandu Empire, and you will be much safer here. Once you are settled, I must also calculate the interest owed to those individuals, he added. Tianchen nodded, refraining from further inquiries. This was equally true regarding the adversaries his father had mentioned. He understood that the time for revealing the entire truth had not yet arrived. Gently touching his wrist, a confident smile graced Tianxan's face. Adorning his wrist was the first creation he had fashioned since entering this world, a testament to his craftsmanship. As he had completed every step himself, it was a hidden crossbow. In the Tang sect's history, such devices were considered the most rudimentary of concealed weaponry. The key to crafting a hidden crossbow lay in the strength of its mechanism and the intricacy of its design. The hidden crossbow that Tianxan had made was equipped with a safety device, ensuring that accidental harm was utterly impossible. A complete set typically consisted of 3 arrows and a sleeve. The one he possessed was no exception. The material for this crossbow was wrought iron, painstakingly forged over nearly 100 days. At this moment, Tianxan realized that, with his profound internal energy yet to break through and his physical development limited to that of a 6-year-old, he would face grave peril should he encounter a spirit master, as the likelihood of survival would be exceedingly slim. This hidden weapon is indeed a means of survival. Tang Hao glanced at Tianxan, his brow slightly furrowing before relaxing once more. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to remain silent and strode purposefully into the city of Nodding. Upon entering, it was not long before Tang Hao led Tianxan directly into the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Meanwhile, within the academy, Yu Xiaojing found himself in a state of dejection. Ever since he was rejected by the star-picking tower 5 years ago and returned to the academy, he had faced disdain from the faculty. Just as Yu Xiaojing languished in boredom, 2 figures slowly entered his chamber. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine, awakening him to a profound sense of danger. Who could it be? Suddenly, Yu Xiaojing beheld the 2 individuals standing before him. One tall and one short, none other than Tang Hao and Tianxan. Yu Xiaojing, son of Yu Yuanjin, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and a founding figure of the 10 theories of martial souls. Tang Hao gazed steadily at Yu Xiaojing, his tone calm and composed. However, in Yu Xiaojing's eyes, the situation appeared quite different. He perceived a sharp glint in Tang Hao's gaze. At this moment, Tianxan regarded his father's words about the master researching martial souls with a hint of disdain. Could this coward truly be a master in the study of martial souls? Tang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile as, beneath his feet, soul rings began to rise one by one. Suddenly, 9 soul rings appeared beneath him, and the blood-red 100,000-year soul ring left Yu Xiaojing momentarily stunned. The unique aura of Tang Hao, the Title Douluo, instantly permeated the entirety of Nodding City. Although it arrived swiftly, it departed just as quickly. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing fully comprehended that he stood before a Title Douluo, gazing at the iconic Haotian hammer. Yu Xiaojing could not help but swallow hard. He had encountered the Haotian crown before. In just an instant, he recognized Tang Hao's true identity. Tang Hao waved his hand, signaling Yu Xiaojing to dispense with formalities, and then turned his attention to Tianxan. This is my son, Tianxan. His martial soul is blue silver grass, with innate full soul power. He will henceforth follow you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing felt a bit bewildered, but nodded mechanically. Faced with the Title Douluo, did he dare utter a word of dissent? However, upon seeing Tianxan's calm demeanor, Yu Xiaojing could not resist glancing at him. This is actually the 3rd dual martial soul in a century. Startled by the master's words, Tianxan's gaze shifted, and he subtly raised his left wrist, his eyes revealing a mixture of uncertainty and surprise. Yu Xiaojing regarded him with a composed expression and smiled. Are you curious as to how I know you possess a dual martial soul? I once investigated 647 individuals with the blue-silver grass martial soul, of which only 16 possessed soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Furthermore, none of those 16 had soul power exceeding rank 1. Yet you possess innate full soul power at rank 10. According to my research on the 10 core competencies of martial souls, the innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. Clearly, blue-silver grass does not meet this criterion. Thus I am certain you must possess another martial soul, a very powerful one at that. Tianxan's gaze gradually steadied, and he retorted, there are exceptions to every rule. Why can I not be one of them? Yu Xiaojing excitedly nodded in agreement. Indeed, exceptions exist, but your martial soul is blue-silver grass. Thus you are evidently not that exception. In the last century, only 2 dual martial souls have emerged in the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. Yet there have been 19 individuals with innate full soul power. I have meticulously studied each of their martial souls, and all were formidable in nature. The youngest among them has already reached the level of Great Soul Master. Aside from the 14 who inherited powerful martial souls through family lineage, 5 were exceptions. Their origins were not noble, yet they too possessed innate full soul power. This anomaly pertains to the existence of mutated martial souls. Based on my years of research on mutated martial souls, no martial soul has been shown to mutate with blue silvergrass. Your blue silvergrass is merely ordinary. Thus I can confidently affirm the accuracy of my judgment. What exactly is a mutated martial soul? Tianchen inquired. Yu Xiaojiang meticulously explained. This necessitates a discussion on how martial souls are inherited. The martial soul one possesses is directly linked to the martial souls of one's parents. In the most common scenario, one inherits the martial soul from either the father or the mother. This illustrates the familial inheritance of martial souls. Among these, there exist exceptions known as mutated martial souls. These also stem from the martial souls of the parents, but due to a certain degree of mutation between the father's and mother's martial souls. The inheritor's martial soul may manifest a mutation, resulting in the emergence of a new martial soul. Mutated martial souls can possess remarkable strength, even exhibiting innate full soul power. However, the vast majority of mutated martial souls tend to be feeble. Such mutated martial souls resemble the offspring of consanguineous unions, where the probability of deficiency is high. Yet there remains the potential for the emergence of extraordinary intellect. Tianchen nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly, he took a step back to increase the distance between himself and Master Yu Xiaojiang. Following this, he knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing his head 3 times to the master. This time, it was Yu Xiaojiang who was taken aback. What is happening here? Teacher, Tianchen respectfully called out. Please accept me as your disciple. Yu Xiaojiang smiled with some smugness, clearly pleased, as he bent down to lift Tianchen up. Silly boy, why must you bow your head to pay respects when becoming a disciple? Do you not know that this is a gesture reserved for honoring kings and parents? A simple bow will suffice. The customs of Douluo Continent are evidently different from those of Tianchen's previous life. However, Tianchen did not believe that his formality was excessive, solemnly stating, once a teacher, always a father. You deserve my reverence. The Tang sect placed great emphasis on etiquette, and the teachings from his upbringing had long been deeply ingrained in Tianchen's heart. Chapter 46. Yi Tianchen's thoughts, arriving at Nodding City. Witnessing this, Yu Xiaojiang felt an even greater sense of pride. Yet, there was one thing Yu Xiaojiang would never utter. The affair between Tang Hao and the 10,000-year soul beast. The Blue Silver Emperor was well known throughout the Douluo Continent. Yu Xiaojiang was no fool, since Tang Hao had proclaimed that Tianchen was his son. How could he possibly possess only the blue silver grass martial spirit and not the Haotian hammer? This is undoubtedly impossible. Of course, his theory is not entirely inaccurate. It is nearly inconceivable for someone to possess innate full soul power with the blue silver grass. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang felt that Tianchen was sent by heaven to save him. If Yu Xiaojiang could nurture Tianchen to become a renowned Title Douluo, his theory would surely gain acceptance among the masses. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Xiaojiang directed his gaze towards Tang Hao, for he was indeed the main character. A hint of confusion flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. Initially, he simply intended for Yu Xiaojiang to look after Tianchen. However, upon witnessing Tianchen's unwavering desire to apprentice under Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Hao had no choice but to acquiesce to his wishes. Since Xiao San is determined to take you as his master, Yu Xiaojiang, I trust you will guide him well in the future. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was filled with elation. Ha ha ha, rest assured, Lord Hao Yin, I shall devote myself entirely to teaching Xiao San. Tang Hao nodded, choosing to say nothing further. Little did Tang Hao anticipate that his presence, exuding the aura of a Title Douluo in Nodding City, had already been relayed back to Soto City by a land-level assassin from the Star-Picking Tower who was on a mission in Nodding City. At the pinnacle of the Star-Picking Tower, Yi Tianchen, as usual, engaged in daily meditation while playing the guqin. Just as he was about to continue his melody, a shadowy figure materialized before him. Master, I have some news regarding Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianchen swiftly approached the shadowy figure, a smile gracing his face. For the past few years, Tang Hao has evaded detection, and yet Yi Tianchen remains unperturbed, for he cannot fathom how a Title Douluo of such caliber could endure solitude. Speak, what news do you bring regarding Tang Hao? Inhe nodded solemnly and recounted, Master, my subordinate has reported from a Great Earth assassin that a Title Douluo has been sighted in Nodding City of the Tiando Empire's Fastnuo province. Moreover, the aura resembles that of the Haotian hammer. However, due to the limitations of our grade Earth assassin's strength, he dared not investigate further and hastily returned to report. Upon hearing this, Tianchen gazed southwest, a powerful intuition stirring within him. It must be Tang Hao. Ever since the incident involving Tang Hao 6 years prior, the Haotian sect has maintained a state of seclusion. Besides, the only Title Douluo possessing the Haotian hammer, aside from the few members of the Haotian sect, must be Tang Hao himself. Nodding City, you say? I see. Innate, that great Earth assassin has performed commendably. Yi Tianchen's smile grew radiant. Master, shall I accompany you to investigate further? To ascertain whether this Title Douluo is indeed Tang Hao? Yi Tianchen shook his head. If it is truly Tang Hao, your presence would only serve to startle him. There is no need. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. I am eager to discover the capabilities of Tang Hao, who even the formidable golden crocodile could not subdue. Even with divine assistance, I must test him. Innate was taken aback. His master intended to personally venture to Nodding City? Master, should I not accompany you? He recalled their thrilling encounter at the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School and felt a surge of excitement. He wished to engage with Tang Hao as well. After all, he and Tang Hao had both achieved Title Douluo status around the same time. With a knowing smile, Tianchen replied, Innate, there is no need for you to accompany me. Tang Hao is a Title Douluo of the 98th rank, one who even the golden crocodile could not capture. Are you suggesting that you might surpass him? He continued, it is best for you to remain stationed at the star-picking tower. During my absence, ensure that you care for Yongbai. Innate hesitated, wanting to voice his thoughts, but upon reflecting on the golden crocodile's failure, he conceded that he might indeed find it challenging. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianchen leapt from the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, transforming into a streak of light as he soared southwest, leaving Innate standing in place, a glum expression upon his face. Meanwhile, as Tianchen swiftly approached Nodding City, Douluo in the Spirit City, within the Hall of Worship, received news of the Title Douluo's appearance in Nodding City. The golden crocodile pushed open the hall's grand doors and strode forward. Elder brother, we have news. A mysterious Title Douluo has appeared in Nodding City. The golden crocodile suspected this Title Douluo to be Tang Hao. At this, Douluo, who had been meditating, opened his eyes wide. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the hall of worship, instilling a sense of dread. Tang Hao in Nodding City, Douluo murmured, his eyes clouding with contemplation. Golden crocodile. Is this information reliable? The golden crocodile faltered at this question, for the report from the Nodding City Spirit Hall merely indicated the presence of an unfamiliar Title Douluo's aura. Whether it was indeed Tang Hao was but a conjecture. Elder brother, it is not certain that this is Tang Hao. The Nodding City Spirit Hall only reported an unknown Title Douluo's aura. The local Spirit Hall's head is far too weak to discern the nature of that Title Douluo's spirit. Upon hearing this, Douluo's expression soured. Observing this, the golden crocodile pressed on, Elder brother, should we not send someone to investigate? Douluo shook his head. The information is uncertain. Sending someone may yield no results. Furthermore, if it truly is Tang Hao, ordinary individuals would be of no use. Understanding this reasoning, the golden crocodile felt the weight of desire to capture Tang Hao, who had become an obsession for him. Gritting his teeth, he realized that his elder brother would likely not acquiesce, especially given the current need for Douluo's presence to safeguard the Spirit Hall, particularly after Bibi Dong ascended to the role of Pope. Elder brother, regardless of whether this Title Douluo in Nodding City is Tang Hao, I wish to investigate, he implored. Kneeling before Douluo, hands clasped in reverence, determined to remain until he received permission. In contrast, Douluo, witnessing the golden crocodile's fervor, could not help but smile. Very well, golden crocodile, if you wish to go, then go. I have never blamed you for the previous incident, but remember, if it is truly Tang Hao, you must strike decisively. Even if he has divine assistance, that deity cannot constantly monitor him. As long as you are swift. The golden crocodile nodded gratefully. Thank you, elder brother. With that, he departed the hall of worship, heading straight for Nodding City. After the golden crocodile's departure, Douluo gradually rose, contemplating the direction in which the golden crocodile vanished. Tang Hao, Tianchen, Haotian sect. He uttered these names softly, and his aura, unique to a 99th rank, surged into the heavens. Had it not been for his duty to protect Qianrenxue, perhaps it would not have been the golden crocodile making this journey. Simultaneously, in the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong sensed the terrifying aura exclusive to Douluo and instinctively furrowed her brow. The presence of the angel god made her feel uneasy. Humph. Douluo, what madness possesses this old fool? Unable to act against Douluo, Bibi Dong could only suppress her disdain. As Tianchen and the golden crocodile rushed towards Nodding City, their quarry, Tang Hao, remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, he was traversing the spirit beast forest within the empire, accompanied by Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang in search of suitable spirit rings. Upon entering the forest, Tang San appeared exhilarated, anticipating the acquisition of his first spirit ring, which might even elevate his Xiantian skill to the next tier. Glancing into the slightly shadowy woods ahead, he inquired, "Father, teacher, how should I choose my first spirit ring?" "Little San, your first spirit ring should naturally be added to your blue silver grass. Ideally around 400 years old, which is the limit for spirit masters. Once your blue silver grass is fully adorned with 9 spirit rings, you may attempt to augment the Haotian hammer with spirit rings. This way, your Haotian hammer's first spirit ring could reach a millennium level, or even 10,000 years. This is the terrifying aspect of the twin spirits." Yu Xiaojiang replied with a hint of melancholy. Deep within Yu Xiaojiang's heart, despite Tang San now being his disciple, he harbored an inexplicable envy. He envied his disciple's formidable talent. Had he possessed such abilities in the past, perhaps he would not have felt so subservient before Tang Hao. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Tang Hao's murky eyes, clearly indicating his agreement with Yu Xiaojiang's words. "Little San, your teacher speaks the truth. Now is not the time to augment the Haotian hammer with soul rings. Remember this, until you reach the rank of Title Douluo. You must refrain from using the Haotian hammer. Only in life and death situations should you reveal it. Otherwise, you will invite calamity upon yourself." Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaojiang hesitated, fully comprehending Tang Hao's intent. In recent years, the Spirit Hall has relentlessly pursued any trace of Tang Hao. It can be said that if Tang San were to inadvertently reveal his Haotian hammer, he would surely face the frenzied pursuit of the Spirit Hall. Once the Spirit Hall takes action, even Tang Hao, a Title Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring, may find it impossible to escape unscathed. Tang San, not lacking in acumen, realizes that his father, a Title Douluo, remains so cautious for a reason. It indicates that he has undoubtedly provoked some transcendent beings. "Father, teacher, rest assured, I will not easily expose the Haotian hammer." However, Tang San inquired, "Father, could you tell me who our enemies truly are?" He yearned for knowledge. After speaking, Tang San gazed calmly at his father, Tang Hao. Noticing the resolute determination and remarkable maturity in Tang San's eyes, Tang Hao hesitated for a moment, then let out a sigh. "Little San, since you wish to know, I shall tell you." He glanced at Yu Xiaojiang before turning back to Tang San, beginning to share. "Do you know who your mother is? You might never guess that your mother is, in fact, a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form. Initially, when I met Ayin, everything seemed to progress positively. However, just around the time you were born, the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, arrived." At this point, Tang Hao paused, seemingly lost in reminiscence, tears welling in his eyes. Tang San furrowed his brows, listening intently to his father's recounting of the past. Only Yu Xiaojiang maintained a serene demeanor, for he was already aware of these events. "Ayin sacrificed herself to save you and me, which allowed me to break through to Title Douluo and engage in a fierce battle with the Pope, Qian Xuanji, ultimately inflicting severe injuries upon him. At that moment, I was nearly exhausted and hastily fled with you. Little did I know, Qian Xuanji would later succumb to his injuries. Consequently, the Spirit Hall was enraged. And to this day, I remain their primary target for capture." Tang Hao selectively revealed certain truths to Tang San, omitting the darker aspects of his past. Upon learning all of this, Tang San's expression grew increasingly solemn. "Father, is the Spirit Hall truly that powerful?" He voiced his final query, eager to comprehend the extent of their adversary's strength. In response, Tang Hao fell silent, prompting Yu Xiaojiang to step forward. "Little San, the might of the Spirit Hall surpasses your imagination. Although the Haotian Douluo is also a Title Douluo and possesses a 100,000-year spirit ring, the Spirit Hall has at least 10 Title Douluos. The most terrifying are the elders of the Worship Hall. Among them is the Angel Douluo, Qian Douluo, a peerless level 99 Douluo. The second elder, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, ranks as a level 98 Super Douluo. Additionally, there are several others in the Worship Hall above level 95, coupled with the Title Douluos from the Elder Hall. The Spirit Hall stands as the most formidable force in this world." Upon finishing his words, Yu Xiaojiang fell into silence. It was precisely due to his fear of the Spirit Hall's power that he had distanced himself from Bibi Dong and left Spirit City. At this moment, Tang San's heart was filled with complexity. The thought of confronting such a terrifying superpower in the future sent shivers down his spine. Teacher, aside from the spirit hall, is there truly no other force capable of contending with them? At this remark, Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly shook his head. It is not entirely absolute. While the spirit hall is powerful, it cannot act with impunity across the continent. The forces of Douluo Continent can be divided into one hall, one tower, 3 upper sects, for lower sects, 2 great empires, and several major families. Among them, the star-picking tower and the upper 3 sects boast the presence of Title Douluo. The spirit hall is particularly wary of them, especially the star-picking tower. It is rumored that the master of the star-picking tower can rival the golden crocodile Douluo of the spirit hall. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang's face twisted in anger. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the spirit hall, but his disdain for the star-picking tower was even greater. Meanwhile, Tang San's mind erupted with thoughts. He was indifferent to the so-called upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, but upon hearing the name star-picking tower, he felt a jolt of surprise. Before coming to the Douluo continent, there had also been a star-picking tower in the heavenly mystic continent. Just as Tang San was about to inquire further about the star-picking tower from Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Hao suddenly discovered a suitable spirit beast for Tang San's soul ring. A phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, approximately 400 years old, has been found for you, little San. With that, Tang Hao grasped the air, and an overwhelming force pinned the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake to the ground, rendering it immobile. Hurry, little San. You must personally slay the spirit beast to absorb the soul ring. Hearing this, Tang San set aside his curiosity about the star-picking tower and quickly raised his left arm. A silver flash darted forth as an arrow pierced the snake's head. In the next moment, a yellow soul ring slowly ascended. Without a moment's delay, Tang San swiftly absorbed the soul ring. Following the absorption, his soul power surged to the 11th level. Simultaneously, his Xiantian skill also broke through to the first layer. Gradually rising to his feet, Tang San lifted his right hand. A faint white light shimmering on his skin, followed by a surge of deep blue-silver grass erupting from his palm. A distinct yellow ring rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body in a graceful dance. This was the hallmark of a soul master at the first ring. Previously, the blue-silver grass was less than half a finger in width, but now it had expanded to 3 fingers, with the blades being several times thicker. Adorned with peculiar patterns, dozens of strands of blue-silver grass swiftly spread outward, their tips raised, resembling a multitude of phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snakes foraging about. The blue-silver grass bore no trace of the snake's scent, only a delicate aroma reminiscent of tea, a fragrance both intoxicating and perilous. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled with excitement, suppressing his exhilaration as he asked, "How is its resilience?" To demonstrate, Tang San responded with action. One of the strands of blue-silver grass that had detached from his palm suddenly soared and wrapped around a small tree, about the thickness of an arm. With a firm tug of his right hand, the tree bent, yet the blue-silver grass remained taut, showing no signs of breaking. "Excellent. This is truly remarkable," Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed with great enthusiasm, and Tang Hao nodded slightly in approval of Tang San's first soul skill. Soon, the trio set off on their journey back to Nodding City. Upon returning to Nodding City, life seemed to settle into a tranquil routine. Under Yu Xiaojiang's guidance, Tang San smoothly enrolled in the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. He successfully became the leader of Dormitory 7. Lying on his bed, Tang San was burdened with thoughts. His mother was, astonishingly, a 100,000-year spirit beast, and she had an adversary in the spirit hall. For a moment, Tang San felt overwhelmed, and his mind was filled with questions regarding the star-picking tower that his teacher had mentioned. At that moment, a melodious voice called from outside, "Is this Dormitory 7? Everyone turned to the door, their eyes widening in surprise. A charming young girl stood at the entrance, seemingly of similar age and height to Tang San. Her delicate face was a rosy hue, akin to a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Despite her simple attire, she appeared impeccably neat. Her long black hair was styled into a braid that cascaded down her back. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated curiosity. In her hands, she held a brand new school uniform. The boys in the dormitory were taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a beautiful girl. Tang San couldn't help but whisper to Wang Sheng, "Can boys and girls share dorms here?" Wang Sheng nodded, also lowering his voice. "We're all just kids. The school does not segregate dormitories by gender. It's strange, though. There were no working students last year, yet 2 have appeared this year. Boss, go on. Give her a taste of authority." Perhaps not." Tang San, having just become the so-called leader of Dormitory 7, found himself confronted with an unexpected dilemma. He couldn't bring himself to bully a girl. The girl at the door blinked her large eyes, noticing that no one inside was responding to her. She looked up at the sign that read Dormitory 7, and a sweet smile spread across her face. Hello, I'm Xiao Wu, as in the dance. Hello, I'm Tang San. It seemed as if fate had orchestrated their meeting, for Tang San had encountered the 100,000-year spirit beast, Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Tianchen had arrived outside Nodding City. Without alarming anyone, he strolled through the streets of Nodding City, attuned to the fluctuations of soul power in the air. However, after much effort, he had yet to make any discoveries. Tang Hao's aura seemed to have vanished into thin air. Could it be that Tang Hao merely passed through Nodding City? Tianchen pondered, skepticism creeping in, yet having come this far, he could not simply abandon his pursuit. Tang Hao, oh Tang Hao, you better not let me find you. Calming himself, Tianchen began to search Nodding City inch by inch, leaving no corner unexplored. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Suddenly, a peculiar aura caught his attention. This, the aura of a 100,000-year spirit beast. How intriguing. This little Nodding City harbors a 100,000-year spirit beast. Just as Tianchen was about to investigate this 100,000-year spirit beast, deep within Tang Hao's heart, an inexplicable sense of dread surged. A nameless terror made his heart race. In an instant, Tang Hao understood that he was being watched. Glancing at Tang San's location and the 100,000-year little rabbit, Tang Hao gritted his teeth, and suddenly, the unique aura of Title Douluo enveloped the entirety of Nodding City. In an instant, Tang Hao soared into the sky, fleeing towards the outskirts of Nodding City. Tianchen also halted his steps at that moment. Tang Hao, you have finally emerged. However, your ploy to draw the tiger away from its mountain seems a bit too late. Haha. Well, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. In the blink of an eye, Tianchen ascended into the sky, moving with such speed that he soon caught sight of Tang Hao. At this moment, Tang Hao sensed the terrifying aura behind him, yet in order to protect his son and the 100,000-year spirit beast from discovery, he aimed to lure Tianchen even further away. After all, that 100,000-year spirit beast was the soul ring he had reserved for Tang San. The sudden upheaval in the city of Nodding sent tremors through the hearts of all soul masters, and within the Nodding Soul Master Academy, Xiao could not help but shudder. It was the aura of a Title Douluo. Fear gripped her heart, for if discovered by a human Title Douluo, she was certain that her fate would be sealed in death. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing swiftly sought out Tang San, aware that the enemies of Tang Hao had arrived. It was highly likely that a super Douluo-level powerhouse was among them. Without a moment's delay, Yu Xiaojing found Tang San and prepared to leave Nodding City. Catching Tang San off guard as he was whisked away, at a distance of 10 miles outside Nodding City, Tianchen's figure suddenly appeared before Tang Hao. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Tianchen wore a smile as he observed Tang Hao's frantic escape. With a flick of his fingers on the Tianma chain, a terrifying soundwave surged forth, slicing toward the rapidly fleeing Tang Hao. In an instant, this soundwave obliterated everything in its path. Tang Hao sensed the impending danger and hastily halted, striking the ground with great force. The soundwave whizzed past, narrowly missing his head, leaving a stinging sensation on his face. Upon landing, Tang Hao finally discerned the identity of the figure before him. Clad in simple garments, with an ancient zither in hand, stood a youth with flowing white hair. Tang Hao was almost certain that this Title Douluo-level powerhouse was not a member of the Wuhuan Hall. Who, then, was this enigmatic figure? We bear no grudges. Why must you obstruct my path? Regaining his composure, Tang Hao cautiously regarded Tianchen and began to inquire. Observing Tang Hao's demeanor, Tianchen found no sign of unusual behavior. He appeared dazed and foolish, leaving him puzzled as to why divine assistance would come to such a one. Tang Hao, a disciple of the Haotian sect, was a Title Douluo of level 94, possessing a soul ring of 100,000 years. It seemed rather odd. How could that old man, the golden crocodile Douluo, fail? Boom. The moment Tianchen uttered the name of the golden crocodile Douluo, Tang Hao instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The Title Douluo before him was indeed an enemy. Who, then, was this figure? Taking a step forward, 9 soul rings slowly emerged beneath Tang Hao as the Haotian hammer materialized in his grasp. The overwhelming aura of the Title Douluo enveloped the area, stirring up sand and stone, creating a tense atmosphere. Noticing Tang Hao's anxious demeanor, Tianchen shook his head slightly. And in an instant, his eyes sparkled with intensity. He addressed Tang Hao with deliberate clarity. I am Tianchen, the master of the star-picking tower. Boom. In that moment, Tang Hao felt a ringing in his ears. The individual before him was none other than the master of the star-picking tower, the mysterious 6-fingered Qin demon. Chapter 49, The battle erupts as Haotian faces his arm's doom. In a daze, Tang Hao suddenly recalled a scene from 6 years prior. The eerie sound wave from that time bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he faced today. With this thought, doubts crept into his mind. Gazing at Tianchen's tranquil demeanor, devoid of any turbulence, Tang Hao could not help but ask, "Master of the star-picking tower, was it you who forced me to retreat 6 years ago in the Stardo Great Forest?" Tianchen smiled faintly, a mysterious curve gracing his lips. Tang Hao was not foolish. He immediately recognized that he was the one who had seized the 10,000-year blue-silver Emperor's soul bone 6 years prior. Without further ado, Tianchen offered no explanations, his gaze directed at Tang Hao akin to that of a lifeless entity. As Tianchen took a step forward, a series of 10,000-year soul rings rose beneath his feet. When the 7th soul ring illuminated, the mesmerizing crimson hue of the 10,000-year soul ring suddenly emerged. At that moment, Tang Hao's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the 8th blood-red 10,000-year soul ring and the 9th 10,000-year soul ring gradually ascended, the aura unique to Tianchen's 97th rank swiftly overwhelmed Tang Hao's presence. At this juncture, beads of sweat began to trickle down Tang Hao's forehead, one by one. The terrifying configuration of soul rings was something Tang Hao had never encountered in his lifetime. Feeling the imposing aura radiating from Tianchen, which was hardly inferior to that of the golden crocodile Douluo, Tang Hao could not feign calmness. Suppressing the shock within, he still yearned to resist. Under the demon harp, "I, Tang Hao, hold no grudge against you. Why must you relentlessly obstruct my path?" Observing Tang Hao's unwavering demeanor, Tianchen shook his head. "I have heard that you, Tang Hao, possessed divine assistance, even causing that golden crocodile Douluo to falter. I am eager to witness just how formidable this divine power truly is." In an instant, Tianchen chose not to linger in conflict with Tang Hao. With a flick of the demon harp, a terrifying wave of sound transformed into countless blades, descending upon Tang Hao like a torrential storm. Caught off guard by the swiftness of the attack, Tang Hao resolved to fight fiercely. Haotian Hammer, 7th Soul Skill. Haotian True Body. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from the Haotian Hammer, lightning crackling around it as it surged forward to meet the multitude of sword energies. The ground trembled beneath the might of Tang Hao's strike, creating deep fissures. When the Haotian Hammer clashed with Tianchen's blades, the two distinct powers of Title Douluo's collided, unleashing a shockwave that obliterated all life within 100 meters. Even Tang Hao found himself reeling from the powerful impact. The Haotian Hammer trembled in his grasp, and he realized that escape was becoming increasingly unlikely. The legendary hammer indeed lived up to its reputation, capable of contending with a 95-level Super Douluo despite Tang Hao's own 94-level strength. Feeling the faint tremors in his hand, Tianchen could not help but admire Tang Hao's prowess. It was evident that he was formidable, at least in Tianchen's eyes. The duo of Yin He and Yang Bai would likely struggle against Tang Hao alone. However, with such power, it appeared that escape was not in Tang Hao's future. Without further contemplation, Tianchen began to play a seamless, flowing melody that reverberated through the skies, employing the principle of yielding to overcome strength. He sought to test the limits of Tang Hao's might. As the notes of a heart-wrenching tune filled the air, an inexplicable sense of lethal intent accompanied them. Delicate waves of sound spread out like fine threads, causing Tang Hao's eyes to widen in surprise. Without hesitation, he swung the hammer down again, determined to shatter everything in his path. Yet as the Haotian hammer struck the threads, he realized he had gravely miscalculated. The threads yielded effortlessly to the force, bending gracefully like a fist striking cotton, utterly ineffective. Just as Tang Hao was grappling with confusion, a thread of sound silently grazed his cheek, leaving a sudden gash that drew blood. The sight of his own blood illuminated the gravity of his predicament. Whirlwind hammer. In a desperate attempt to evade the impending onslaught of silken threads, Tang Hao's heart raced. As he unleashed the whirlwind hammer, he struck at the threads with increasing ferocity, each blow amplifying his strength. At last, Tang Hao's speed surged, creating a whirlwind that swept away the delicate threads. With one final, unhesitating strike of the whirlwind hammer, he directed all his power toward Tianchen. A palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from him, warping the very air around him, darkening the skies overhead. The overwhelming force of his 81st strike astonished Tianchen, who recognized the strength of a Haotian sect disciple. Come forth. 4th soul skill, Demon Shield. As Tianchen activated his 4th soul ring, an immense, black shield materialized above him, emanating a sinister aura to absorb Tang Hao's powerful strike. The impact resonated through the air, shaking the earth. Tang Hao, now consumed by rage, swung the hammer with reckless abandon. In an instant, a force even more terrifying than his previous strike rebounded, sending him flying. As the black shield dissipated, Tianchen brushed off the dust from his pristine robes. Observing Tang Hao's labored breathing with a hint of disappointment, he believed he could now contend with a 95-level Title Douluo. Yet, he still fell short of his ambitions. His goal remained simple: to press Tang Hao until the so-called divine power emerged. Killing Tang Hao had never been his true intent. With the activation of his seventh soul skill, Tianchen summoned an ethereal figure behind him. In the blink of an eye, a colossal sword descended toward Tang Hao. Exhausted, he could only watch as the gigantic blade approached. With a resounding crack, the sword cleaved the earth, creating a chasm and severing Tang Hao's left arm in the process. Chapter 50. The Torment of the Past, the Emergence of the Sure Divine Power. As Tang Hao's left arm was severed, a warm stream of blood gushed forth. Stunned, he gazed at the scene before him, his senses dulled by the rapidity of the event. Pain finally surged through him, engulfing him in a heart-wrenching agony. At that moment, he could no longer maintain his composure. Despair threatened to overwhelm him. Why? Why are so many powerful beings seeking to trouble me? He had barely survived the encounter with the 98-level golden crocodile Douluo, and now he faced an adversary no less formidable. Tang Hao felt that his fate was sealed. The loss of his left arm left him numb on one side, and soon he sensed his legs trembling beneath him. Gazing upon the calm and collected Tianchen, Tang Hao succumbed to utter hopelessness. His body could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing heavily to the ground. Breathing heavily, he was consumed by the pain coursing through him. Observing Tang Hao's wretched state, Tianchen's smile grew ever brighter. However, at this moment, Tang Hao was not yet destined to perish. In a mere heartbeat, Tianchen stood before him. With a gaze fixed upon the seemingly defeated Tang Hao, he slowly retrieved a soul bone from his soul guide device. This is indeed the soul bone of the 100,000-year soul beast, the blue-silver emperor. Is that all you can muster? Observe what I hold in my hand. Upon hearing the mocking voice of Tianchen, Tang Hao slowly opened his eyes. When he beheld the soul bone in Tianchen's grasp, veins bulged on his forehead, and an unnamed fury ignited within his heart. This is a yin soul bone. Demon, return it to me. Tang Hao extended his right arm, frantically waving in the air, as if attempting to seize the soul bone from Tianchen, yet his efforts were in vain. Noticing that his actions had some effect, Tianchen grew even more exhilarated. TSK, you, Tang Hao, are indeed the Title Douluo of the Haotian sect. Oh, wait, I misspoke. The Haotian sect does not acknowledge you, Tang Hao. Alas, it is all my fault. 6 years ago, I ventured into the Star Do forest and inadvertently slayed the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian on the spot. I truly wonder what the people of the Spirit Hall were thinking to insist that you, Tang Hao, were responsible for his death. TSK. What a pity that such a trivial matter has led you to such a wretched existence. You, Tang Hao, was on the brink of exploding with rage. He should have realized it sooner. Back then, Qian was merely gravely injured by him. With the presence of the chrysanthemum Douluo, death was utterly improbable. Now, hearing Tianchen speak so freely, Tang Hao understood everything. Qian had been killed by the master of the Star Tower, yet the blame fell upon him, Tang Hao. In an instant, memories of the past assailed him. Within the Haotian sect, the elders' accusations and curses, their cold glares, and the profound sense of helplessness in the face of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao's fury had materialized. If looks could kill, at this moment, Tang Hao had wished to dismember the smiling face of Tianchen before him. Unfortunately, he lacked the power to do so and could only watch helplessly as Tianchen grinned. Sensing the turmoil within Tang Hao, Tianchen became even more exhilarated. Tang Hao, do you believe that your death today will resolve everything? No. In Nodding City, I shall personally capture that 100,000-year soul beast, and I must thank you, Tang Hao. For the beast is exceedingly precious. Let me guess, the infant you once held must be around 6 or 7 years old now. And the little hybrid born of the 100,000-year soul beast is likely within this Nodding City. Could it be that this 100,000-year soul beast was intended for your 6 or 7-year-old child? Today, however, it shall be bestowed upon me. Provoked by Tianchen's words, Tang Hao descended into a state of madness. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Tang Hao slowly rose to his feet, grasping the Haotian hammer tightly in his right hand. His eyes glimmered with murderous intent. After a laborious struggle, he finally managed to stand upright. Master of the star-picking tower, you deserve to perish. Witnessing this scene, Tianchen remained unfazed, and with a subtle flick of his finger, Tang Hao's body was pierced through. He was sent flying back 100 meters. This time, Tang Hao struggled for an extended period, yet he could not rise again. With a strength of level 94, he found himself utterly powerless against the formidable Tianchen, who possessed a strength of level 97. Alongside the terrifying Tianchen and the configuration of soul rings, it was evident that he had no means of resistance. But is this truly the case? Tang Hao, do you not possess divine power within you? Unleash it. Ha ha. Divine? It appears to be nothing more than a jest. Today, I shall bring about your demise. And the god you rely upon remains indifferent. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Amidst his scornful words, Tianchen wielded his soul power, transforming it into a long whip that lashed out violently at Tang Hao. The attack struck directly at his soul, and Tang Hao found himself devoid of any means to counter it. He could only endure the indescribable pain with wide eyes. Simultaneously, he questioned himself, does he truly have divine assistance? Yet, if not, what was the purpose of that incident within the Haotian sect? As Tang Hao glanced at the gaping wound in his chest, his consciousness began to waver. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, a dark red divine power slowly surged into his mind. At that moment, Tianchen sensed something amiss, yet his countenance revealed no trace of fear, only an exquisite smile. Success. He had finally garnered the attention of that deity. In an instant, Tang Hao's body stood tall, his eyes radiating a dark red glow. His aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The soul power that was once merely level 94 began to surge uncontrollably, ascending to levels 95, 96, and culminating at level 99 before ceasing its growth. The Haotian hammer in his hand had also taken on a dark red hue. The overwhelming aura caused Tianchen sprout a furrow in concern. The guardian of the divine position is not one you can harm. Withdraw at once. Spare yourself. Tang Hao spoke slowly, but Tianchen was not one to retreat easily. Ha ha ha. Level 99. TSK. Truly, the prowess of a god. Merely a trace of divine power can achieve such heights. I shall see how you respond. God, I shall slay you too. Humph. Stubborn fool. Come and meet your end. The moment his words fell, the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's grasp erupted with an unfathomable force. It crashed down upon Tianchen's head. The 7th soul skill, Tianchen. The 8th soul skill, Tianmajinu. A torrent of soul power gushed forth from Tianchen's body. A corporeal embodiment of the Tianma manifested, directly opposing Tang Hao's cataclysmic strike. Like a deity descending to earth, the sheer might of that single blow obliterated all living beings within a 1,000-meter radius. At this moment, Tianchen's once pristine garments lay in tatters, yet the fervor of battle gleamed in his eyes. Excellent, excellent. Now this is the power a god should possess. A mere trace of divine power, ha 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 ha. I do not believe that Tang Hao's body can withstand such an onslaught. This assassin has made significant strides compared to the previous book, yet the new volume promises to be even more remarkable. Welcome to all for a taste of it. Chapter 51. The epic battle concludes, Yu Xiaojiang speculates. As the words fell, the ethereal shadow of the celestial demon behind Tianchen solidified into reality. The 8 sounds of the celestial dragon kill. The true form of the celestial demon wielded a gigantic sword, transforming it into an ancient zither. As the celestial demon plucked the strings, waves of terrifying demonic energy surged forth, accompanied by an endless torrent of sound. They morphed into countless demonic soldiers, overwhelming and directly targeting Tang Hao. Mortal, how dare you? Tang Hao shouted in fury, and in an instant, the Haotian hammer in his hands swelled dramatically. A powerful aura beginning to radiate. The great samurai hammer. Boom. As Tang Hao gathered horrific energy within the Haotian hammer, he swung it fiercely at the oncoming deluge of attacks from Tianchen. In that fleeting moment, countless demonic soldiers dissipated into wisps of demonic energy in the air. Yet, the momentum of the Haotian hammer did not diminish, sending Tianchen flying 100 meters away. Feeling the terrifying energy within the Haotian hammer, even though Tianchen's form had vanished, a smile still curled at the corners of his lips. Truly, the power of the divine. Conversely, Tang Hao, witnessing that his efforts had not forced Tianchen back, felt a stir of agitation. A strand of divine power could not sustain him for long. Furthermore, his own body was nearing its limits. He had to conclude this battle swiftly. Explosions. Suddenly, the soul rings beneath Tang Hao's feet began to change color, transitioning from yellow to purple, then to black, until finally, 8 black and 1 red soul rings materialized beneath him. But this was just the beginning. The 9 soul rings beneath Tang Hao began to erupt, one after another. The terrifying soul power of the 9 rings surged into the Haotian hammer, the ultimate essence of the great Sumeru hammer. Death. Seeing Tang Hao's godlike prowess, Even the usually composed Tianchen was momentarily taken aback. The power of the divine exceeded his expectations. Yet, soon, Tianchen became frenzied. The ninth soul skill, transformation into a celestial demon. In an instant, Tianchen unleashed his second ninth soul skill, showcasing the terrifying nature of a 100,000-year soul ring. But this was still far from enough. Transformed into a 100-foot-tall celestial demon, he obscured the heavens, the demonic energy surging. The entire city of Notting, at this moment, witnessed this horrifying spectacle. Soul masters trembled in fear, anxious that these two titans might inadvertently unleash their soul skills upon Notting City. Meanwhile, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang watched the breathtaking battle unfold. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang appeared somewhat dazed. Was this still the Tang Hao from his memories? Tang San was equally astonished, but his predominant feeling was one of concern. The ninth soul skill, Celestial Demon Annihilation. Suddenly, Tianchen, transformed into a celestial demon, concentrated all his soul power in his palm, unleashing an unparalleled brilliance in a single fierce moment. Bang, bang, bang. The astonishing power erupted at the epicenter of their clash, and in the blink of an eye, this immense energy surged towards the walls of Notting City. With a thunderous roar, the entire city wall was reduced to ashes by the terrifying aftershock. At the center of the battle, Tianchen, disheveled and trembling, slowly let crimson blood trickle from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes burned with fierce determination. He understood that after this cataclysmic strike, even that formidable divine essence was nearly depleted. Meanwhile, Tang Hao's body was also on the verge of collapse. Mortal, I did not expect you to still be alive. This has indeed surprised me. With that, Tang Hao prepared to turn and depart from this place. The divine power is on the verge of dissipating. Observing Tang Hao's silhouette, Tianchen shouted loudly, "A deity is merely this. Dare you reveal your name?" As the words fell, Tang Hao's form abruptly paused, slowly turning his head. Upon seeing Tianchen's battle-ready demeanor, he let out a light chuckle. "I am Shura." With that, he transformed into a dark crimson beam of light, vanishing from sight. Watching Tang Hao's retreat, Tianchen did not appear disheartened. Instead, he seemed even more exhilarated. Is this the power of a deity? Indeed, it is formidable. Shura, one day, I, Tianchen, shall claim your divine head. With that proclamation, Tianchen coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Although he was not gravely injured from the final clash with Tang Hao, his soul power was nearly exhausted. Of course, Tang Hao was not in a much better state. That strand of Shura's divine power was also close to depletion. After meditating for a while, Tianchen exhaled a breath of turbid air, recovering a third of his soul power. Rising slowly, he shook his soul power, clearing every speck of dust from his pristine robes. Glancing toward the direction of Notting City, Tianchen recalled that 100,000-year soul beast still resided there. With heavy steps, he began to walk toward Notting City. Meanwhile, within the city, upon witnessing the conclusion of the fierce battle, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang wasted no time. Yu Xiaojiang seized Tang San's arm, and they fled from one side of Notting City. At this moment, Tang San could not afford to remain in Notting City. Yu Xiaojiang would certainly not take such a risk. Even though Tang San was deeply concerned for his father, he did not hesitate. He understood that if he did not leave Notting City and his father's enemies found him, the monumental battle between his father and the mysterious figure would be rendered meaningless. Moreover, for those of the Tang sect, the paramount concern was ensuring their own safety. Tang San would never gamble with his life. The two fled at a remarkable speed. Although Yu Xiaojiang's strength was modest, he was still a rank 29 soul master. Coupled with years of cultivation, under the reckless urging of his soul power, he darted forward like an arrow, swifter than a rabbit. While Tang San possessed only rank 11 soul power, his speed, when utilizing the Ghost Shadow Phantom, matched Yu Xiaojiang's pace without faltering. In no time, they had exited Notting City, sprinting toward a dense forest. Finally, after a stick of incense had burned, they came to a halt. Yu Xiaojiang collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, his soul power nearly depleted. Sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his clothes. Tang San was not much better off, appearing particularly disheveled as he brushed away the leaves atop his head. Looking at his teacher, he furrowed his brow and took a deep breath, softly speaking. "Teacher, have we escaped far enough?" Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, gazing at Tang San with a slight smile. "Don't worry, Xiao San. We have ventured at least 20 miles from Notting City. That Title Douluo should not pursue us. Furthermore, that Title Douluo had just engaged in battle with your father, so we are safe for the time being." Nodding, Tang San felt a sense of relief. "Teacher, Do you know the identity of the Title Douluo who fought my father? Tang San's inquiry caught Yu Xiaogang off guard for a moment. Before he began to recall the scene in detail, in his mind, the overwhelming shadow of the sky demon and the eerie melody of the zither emerged. After a thorough search, a matching Title Douluo flashed in his memory. However, upon recalling the name, Yu Xiaogang felt uncertain. Yet, seeing Tang San's eager expression, he felt compelled to share his thoughts, regardless of accuracy. Xiao San, if I am not mistaken. The Title Douluo who just battled your father should be the master of the star-picking tower, the enigmatic six-fingered Zither Demon. As Yu Xiaogang pronounced the name of the star-picking tower with deliberate clarity, Tang San's brow furrowed. When had his father entangled himself with the star-picking tower? This left Tang San momentarily silent. In the entire Douluo Continent, the most formidable spirit hall was already a formidable adversary for him and his father. Now, with the addition of the star-picking tower, Tang San found his emotions in a state of turmoil, unable to discern whether he felt more apprehensive or tranquil. Exhaling a deep breath, he realized that the path ahead would likely not be an easy one. Chapter 52. The 10,000-year soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu. As for the circumstances surrounding Tang San, Tianchen remained blissfully unaware. Even if he were informed, it would scarcely matter to him. At this moment, Tianchen stepped into the city of Nodding, feeling the unique aura of a 10,000-year soul beast as he gradually made his way into the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu curled up in a secluded corner, her petite form trembling slightly. The transformation of a 10,000-year soul beast is easily detectable by a Title Douluo before reaching the 60th level. Even an ordinary soul Douluo could discern the true identity of a 10,000-year soul beast if they were attentive. Moreover, Xiao Wu was a soft-boned rabbit, a creature considered quite commonplace on the Douluo Continent. Despite the mystery surrounding how she possessed 10,000-year cultivation, Xiao Wu buried her head deeper, tears beginning to well in her eyes. When she departed from the Star Doe forest, both the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape had urged her to reconsider, yet her heart was resolute in her desire to enter the human world. Now, it was too late for regrets. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Wu seemed to dream of her mother once more. In the Star Doe forest, her mother wore a gentle expression, holding a wooden comb as she meticulously styled Xiao Wu's flowing hair. The warm spring breeze mingled with the essence of nature, creating an illusion of a world devoid of conflict and bloodshed. Those days were intoxicating for Xiao Wu, but in an instant, the scene shifted. 3 human soul masters intruded upon the Star Doe forest. The leader, a Title Douluo, adorned with a golden crown and wielding a scepter, emanated an aura of nobility that was simultaneously repugnant. This is indeed Pope Bibi Dong. The other 2 are the spirit Douluo. Following closely is the mother of Xiao Wu, pierced through the body by a venomous sting. No. In an instant, Xiao Wu awakened from her stupor, tears cascading down her porcelain cheeks. Just as she felt lost and engulfed by a sense of impending doom, a calm yet chilling voice resonated in her ear. Little rabbit, how bold you are, daring to venture alone into the human realm. TSK, this truly surprises me. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu's face turned ashen. Mechanically, she turned her head to behold the visage that would forever be etched in her memory. It was none other than Tianchen. Boom. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations of soul power emanating from the young man before her, Xiao Wu's expression became eerily vacant. This is the essence unique to the Title Douluo of humanity. She realized that she had indeed been discovered. Knight Tianchen, gazing at the small girl before him, who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years of age, found it somewhat incredulous. It was not out of pity, but rather the notion that a soul beast of 100,000 years should not enter the human realm at such a tender age. Even the Blue-Silver Emperor, who was with Tang Hao, only ventured into the human world after nearly reaching adulthood. At this moment, Knight Tianchen felt that this 100,000-year-old little rabbit appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence. Observing the dazed expression of the 100,000-year soul beast staring blankly at him, the tranquility on Knight Tianchen's face vanished in an instant. Regardless, the 6 or 7-year-old girl before him had achieved transformation after 100,000 years. Abruptly, Knight Tianchen extended his slender hand. Strands of soul power transformed into dark threads, binding the entirety of Xiao Wu. In merely a moment, countless black threads penetrated her body, and crimson began to seep through. The overwhelming pain jolted Xiao Wu back to consciousness. Feeling as though her life was about to slip away, her heart shattered. Filled with unwillingness, she had yet to avenge her mother. She did not wish to die. Struggling to lift her head, she gazed at the Title Douluo before her. And with trembling lips, she uttered, I cannot die yet. Please, I beg you, spare me. Knight Tianchen scoffed derisively. Spare her? 100,000 years, soul beast? Is that even conceivable? Little rabbit, cease your futile struggles. I fail to comprehend how sparing you would benefit me. 100,000 years, soul beast, were I to slay you. Though I do not lack soul rings, I could still absorb your essence. Moreover, you could provide me with 100,000 year soul bone. Do you truly believe I would let you go? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu fell silent. Indeed, she was, after all, a soul beast. 100,000 year soul beast devoid of any capacity for resistance. Why would this Title Douluo let her off? Listening to Knight Tianchen's utterly indifferent words, Xiaowu's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. As if she had come to terms with her fate, her eyes began to close slowly, awaiting the arrival of death. But at that moment, Knight Tianchen's cold voice resounded once more. Do you dare to take a life? I can grant you the chance to live. As the words fell, Xiaowu's eyes snapped open, disbelief mingling with a fervent desire to survive. I can. In an instant, the black threads in Knight Tianchen's hand vanished, and Xiaowu fell to the ground, her body drenched in blood. Yet, she still struggled to rise, gazing at the Title Douluo before her. Then lowering her head once more, Knight Tianchen smiled slightly. This little rabbit, though appearing harmless, was indeed 100,000 year soul beast transformed. However, the soft-boned rabbit held little value for Knight Tianchen. Although his subordinate, Douluo, required a 9th soul ring. Knight Tianchen felt the soft-boned rabbit was not quite suitable. Douluo's path was one of poison, necessitating exceedingly toxic soul beasts. Not the 100,000 year soft-boned rabbit before him. As for soul bones, he already possessed 300,000 year soul bones. Having one more or one less made no difference. Xiaowu gasped slowly, the vitality within her ceasing to ebb away in an instant. Despite her body being covered in blood, she knelt before Knight Tianchen with a thud. Thank you. Knight Tianchen shook his head, looking at Xiaowu, and then spoke. I have stated, you must dare to kill for me to spare your life temporarily. Now, I shall observe you as you take a life. With that, Knight Tianchen's immense spiritual power swept across the entire Notting City's Soul Master Primary Academy, quickly locating an individual burdened by karma. With a gentle motion of his palm, even from hundreds of meters away, the individual was violently drawn before Knight Tianchen. With a casual slap, the individual lost the ability to move, bound by soul power. He then retrieved a dagger from his soul tool and tossed it before Xiaowu. Act now, take the dagger, pierce his chest, and stab towards his heart. You have half a stick of incense's time, if he is not dead by then. You need not live. With that, Knight Tianchen crossed his arms, calmly observing the scene. Xiaowu appeared dazed, though the words were spoken. When faced with the prospect of killing this living being before her, she hesitated. Yet, she understood all too well that this Title Douluo was not one to show mercy. If she did not slay the man before her, it would be her life that was forfeit. Observing the hesitation of the 100,000 year soul beast, Knight Tianchen smirked wickedly. He then directly released the man's restraints. Now, only one of you can survive. Young man, you may kill this little girl before you. In return, I shall allow you to leave. Suddenly, the man burdened by karma revealed a murderous glint in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, a long sword appeared in his hand. He lunged towards Xiaowu's forehead. Xiaowu was taken aback, hastily dodging, yet still sustaining a cut to her arm. Following that, another sword strike came, and Xiaowu descended into madness. Just as the sword was about to descend upon her, she sidestepped, and the blade pierced her abdomen. In that same moment, she drove the dagger fiercely into the man's chest. Instantly, torrents of warm blood gushed forth, splattering across Xiaowu's face. Chapter 53, The Arrival of the Golden Crocodile. Confronting the celestial being, Xiaowu stood momentarily stunned. The first life she had taken left her feeling somewhat awkward. With all her strength, she pushed the man's corpse away. Trembling as she looked at Knight Tianchen, then staggered and fainted. This 100,000 year soul beast was intriguing. She had never taken a life before. However, from this day forth, you shall be a blade in my hand. Slaughter shall forever accompany you. With that, Knight Tianchen's palm gently descended upon Xiaowu's forehead. A wave of soul power surged through her entire body, initiating a rapid recovery. Even the wound in her abdomen began to heal swiftly. After a quarter of an hour, Xiaowu gradually awakened from her stupor. As her eyes opened, she beheld the blurred figure of Knight Tianchen. Little rabbit, remember, from this day forth, you shall be the assassin of my star-picking tower. This is the price for your survival. Xiaowu numbly nodded, having no choice but to reluctantly accept the whims of fate. With the utterance of this phrase, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing this scene, Tianchen smiled faintly. He gently lifted Xiaowu's petite form and prepared to depart from Notting City. The purpose of his journey had been fulfilled. He had successfully witnessed the power of the divine, even if it was merely a trace of divine strength, a mere wisp of divine thought. As Tianchen was about to leave Nodding City with Xiao Wu, an elderly man outside the city wore a grim expression, sensing the lingering aura of battle. His eyes brimmed with astonishment. "The master of the star-picking tower. I never expected you to be interested in Tang Hao as well, arriving here before me." In a breath, the man's face grew cold and piercing. It was none other than the golden crocodile Douluo, who had rushed from the spirit hall. Standing resolutely at the gates of Nodding City, the golden crocodile Douluo had already suppressed his aura, waiting for Tianchen's arrival. Meanwhile, Tianchen strolled leisurely, carrying Xiao Wu, and within moments he exited the city gates. Suddenly he halted, placing Xiao Wu gently in a corner of the gate. He then turned his gaze towards a figure 100 meters away, releasing a breath of stale air, a smile gracing his lips. With a single step forward, his 97th level of spirit power erupted, plunging Nodding City into a state of panic once more. "Ha ha ha, golden crocodile Douluo, it has been quite some time. I did not anticipate your presence in Nodding City today. I suppose you are here for Tang Hao, am I right?" As he spoke, Tianchen advanced another step, and the golden crocodile Douluo, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his own aura, reaching a staggering 98th level. The terrifying spirit powers of the two clashed, creating an oppressive atmosphere that compelled the soul masters within Nodding City to flee in haste. At this moment, Xiao Wu gradually began to awaken, and upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback by the scene before her. How is it that yet another Title Douluo level powerhouse has appeared? Xiao Wu felt immensely unfortunate. There were so few Title Douluos in the entire Douluo Continent, and even fewer in Nodding City. Why did this happen to her? Alas, at this moment, she could only pray for Tianchen's safety. Otherwise, she could already envision the dire consequences of falling into the hands of that elder. Although Tianchen was not a virtuous person, at least she could survive, couldn't she? The master of the star-picking tower. Who would have thought you would arrive in Nodding City ahead of me? Where on earth is Tang Hao? Inform me, and I shall spare you today. Listening to the whimsical words of the golden crocodile Douluo, Tianchen chuckled softly. What a joke. Did he really think she needed to inform him? Golden crocodile. It seems you have lost your wits. 5 years ago, you had the opportunity to capture Tang Hao and his son, yet. TSK. The power of the divine, not so pleasant, is it? Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile's face turned ashen. This incident was a blemish on his life. And yet Tianchen chose to bring it up. This infuriated the golden crocodile. Master of the star-picking tower, from your words, it seems you two were unable to deal with Tang Hao. I witnessed the aftermath of that fierce battle from a distance. As for the power of the divine, did you not also experience it firsthand? Why must you mock me? Indeed, this is the truth, a faint smile gracing Tianchen's lips. Allow me to speak candidly. Genie, Tang Hao has indeed escaped, yet this was a deliberate act on my part. My journey here was solely to personally experience the might of the divine. Not only have I witnessed it, but I have also engaged in battle with a deity. The nuances of this experience are beyond your comprehension, Genie. You should hasten to depart. Perhaps Tang Hao has not ventured far, and you might still pursue him. Upon hearing these words, although Genie's countenance remained exceedingly grim, the fury within him had considerably diminished. To have battled a god is truly remarkable. At the very least, he, Genie, had never achieved such a feat, however. Tianchen's hope that Genie would simply depart was utterly futile. For at this moment, Genie had also noticed the trembling figure of Xiao Wu, stricken with fear. With a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth, the Douluo Genie gazed upon Xiao Wu. Master of the star-picking tower, I did not anticipate that your journey would yield such unexpected gains. 100,000-year soul beast, the soft bone rabbit, transformed into a human. It truly evokes my deep envy. Having come this far, I, Genie, cannot return empty-handed after you. Master of the star-picking tower, have already experienced the power of the divine. This 10,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit, entrusted to me, what do you think? In an instant, Xiao Wu's expression changed dramatically. This old rascal truly had his sights set on her. However, Tianchen's words eased her anxious heart considerably. Golden crocodile Douluo, you may entertain beautiful thoughts, but this little rabbit already belongs to my star-picking tower. How could I possibly relinquish it so easily? Furthermore, I genuinely fail to comprehend what confidence you, Golden Crocodile Douluo, possess to compel me to surrender this little rabbit. You, Tianchen, do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. In a fit of anger, The golden crocodile ceased to refer to Knight Tianchen as the master of the star-picking tower and called him directly by name. Upon hearing this, Knight Tianchen merely shook his head. Suddenly, terrifying soul rings began to ascend beneath his feet. In an instant, 6 black 10,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul rings materialized, causing golden crocodile Douluo to furrow his brow. Knight Tianchen, you are merely putting on a brave face. Your recent battle with the divine must have drained you significantly. I cannot believe you can still contend with me. As his words fell, 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, lit up beneath the golden crocodile's feet, thickening the atmosphere outside Nodding City. At this moment, Knight Tianchen was also deep in thought. After his battle with Tang Hao, nearly all his soul power had been expended. Now, he had barely recovered a third. Under ordinary circumstances, Knight Tianchen would not fear the golden crocodile, for his combat prowess now far surpassed level 98. Yet, alas, even the most skilled artisan cannot work without materials. The lack of soul power left him in a difficult predicament. Noticing Knight Tianchen's momentary hesitation, the golden crocodile realized his assumption was correct. A level 97 Knight Tianchen, if fully powered, would not engage in such lengthy discourse with him. Given the golden crocodile's understanding of Knight Tianchen, he likely would have already launched an attack. Now that Knight Tianchen appeared uncertain, it indicated a glimmer of hope for him. Since Tang Hao had escaped, it was futile to continue searching. However, this 10,000-year-old rabbit was a different matter. If he could bring it back to the spirit hall and force it to be sacrificed to Qian Renxue, the golden crocodile knew his elder brother would be exceptionally pleased. As for failure, it would merely mean a retreat for the golden crocodile. Although he was aware that he might not be Knight Tianchen's match, he also knew that Knight Tianchen could not stop him from leaving. Seeing that Knight Tianchen remained inactive, the golden crocodile understood he could wait no longer. Knight Tianchen, surrender the 10,000-year soul beast. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Upon hearing this, the initially hesitant Knight Tianchen was suddenly amused by the audacity. The old fellow truly believes that I fear him? Golden crocodile, since you are so insistent, I shall test today just what you can do against me. Chapter 54. The Might of Yi Tianchen. Golden crocodile reluctantly retreats. Heavenly demon Zither. 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, as Yi Tianchen strummed the strings, a horde of terrifying demonic shadows surged forth like an army, brandishing their demonic blades, and in the blink of an eye, they descended upon the golden crocodile Douluo. Upon witnessing this, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of golden crocodile Douluo's mouth. Unfazed, he stepped forward with his right foot, and his aura underwent a remarkable transformation. 7th soul skill, true form of the golden crocodile. Suddenly, a colossal golden crocodile emerged behind golden crocodile Douluo, its thick scale shielding him entirely. As the demonic shadows approached, golden crocodile Douluo remained motionless, standing firm as a mountain. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless demonic shadows crashed upon the true form of the golden crocodile Douluo, self-destructing upon impact. The terrifying force caused the ground within a 10-meter radius to collapse. Yet, golden crocodile Douluo remained composed, unaffected in the slightest. Haha. Golden crocodile Douluo truly lives up to his reputation as an indomitable defensive force. Come again. 5th soul skill, feathers of illusion. As Yi Tianchen unleashed his 5th soul skill, black feathers began to gently descend from the sky above their battlefield. Like falling snow, they rained down upon the ground with a thunderous crash. Every black feather ignited spontaneously. In an instant, they all landed upon golden crocodile Douluo's true form. In that moment, the entirety of golden crocodile Douluo's true form was engulfed in black flames. At this moment, he felt as if his true form was being eroded. The black feathers struck at his very soul, rendering golden crocodile Douluo's physical defenses utterly ineffective. Master of the star-picking tower, you certainly possess some skills. You never used this trick against me in the past. 3rd soul skill, Death Swirl. In an instant, golden crocodile Douluo transformed into a whirlwind, generating a tempest centered around his true form. All the descending black feathers were swept away by the cyclone. Without a moment's hesitation, golden crocodile Douluo recognized that their exchanges were merely tests. It was time to get serious. 8th soul skill, Golden Might Break. In a flash, a golden radiance streaked across the sky. Like a terrifying meteor, everything in its path was obliterated in an instant. Yi Tianchen dared not underestimate him, after all. Golden crocodile Douluo was a pinnacle existence at level 98. 7th soul skill, true form of the heavenly demon. 8th soul skill, wrath of the heavenly demon. In mere moments, The spectral form of the heavenly demon appeared behind Tianchen, a massive hand of demonic energy gathering to obscure the sky, crashing violently into Golden Crocodile Douluo's 8th soul skill. Boom, boom, boom. Like the sound of thunder, the area outside Nodding City trembled as if trampled by 1,000 armies. All vitality instantly extinguished. At this moment, even the trembling Xiaowu, leaning against the wall, was flung several meters away by the terrifying shockwave. After the clash, Golden Crocodile Douluo gasped for breath, having released his true form and 8th soul skill. Even he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Tianchen, too, found himself in a precarious position. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, his soul power rapidly depleting. Gritting his teeth, Tianchen made a resolute decision, facing the relentless assault of Golden Crocodile Douluo. He could no longer afford to drag this out. He desired a definitive strike. 9th soul skill, transformation into the heavenly demon. 9th soul skill, annihilation of the heavenly demon. In mere moments, Tianchen prepared to unleash the 2 soul skills associated with his 100,000-year soul ring. However, he soon realized something was amiss. As he transformed into the heavenly demon, his soul power was nearly exhausted. With no other choice, Tianchen extended his right hand, allowing drops of crimson blood to fall onto the heavenly demon Zither. Blood sacrificed to the heavenly demon, grant me your power. With a pale complexion, Tianchen seemed to transform entirely in an instant. From the heavenly demon Zither, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, enveloping Tianchen's form. In that moment, his once diminished soul power was replenished like an unending river. The second 9th soul skill was successfully unleashed. In an instant, outside Nodding City, a towering heavenly demon loomed in the sky, its body swirling with demonic energy. Golden Crocodile Douluo was forced to retreat over 100 meters. He had faced Tianchen before and understood the immense power of his 9th soul skill. However, he soon realized that retreating would not suffice. Tianchen, transformed into the heavenly demon, took a step forward, covering 100 meters in an instant, appearing before Golden Crocodile Douluo. The heavenly demon clenched its fist and struck fiercely at the Golden Crocodile. Puff. Golden Crocodile Douluo had no chance to react, sent flying by the punch. Aware that evasion was futile, he decided to confront the attack head-on. 9th soul skill, ultimate violent kill. As the 100,000-year soul ring beneath Golden Crocodile Douluo illuminated, all his soul power converged into a single point. The true form of the Golden Crocodile expanded to a length of 100 feet. Its head was enveloped in a thick layer of golden light, the hardest part of its body. In an instant, the Golden Crocodile began to roll violently, its speed creating fierce gusts of wind outside Nodding City. Finally, its speed reached a critical point, launching like a cannonball toward Tianchen's heavenly demon true form. Tianchen, unwilling to be outdone, gathered all his soul power, mingled with wisps of demonic energy, forming a colossal sword. In the blink of an eye, he swung the sword down. The clash with the Golden Crocodile was fierce once more. This encounter was no less intense than Tianchen's ultimate strike against Tang Hao, empowered by the slightest touch of Azura God's might. At the moment of collision, the terrifying shockwave sent Tianchen spiraling backward, crashing into the walls of Nodding City. With a thunderous sound, the wall crumbled instantly. Amidst the ruins, Tianchen gradually stood up. Puff. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, and in a daze, he realized he had sustained severe injuries. Even more alarming was that his soul power was nearly depleted. Yet, compared to Golden Crocodile Douluo, Tianchen was still in a relatively better state. In the moment of impact, Golden Crocodile Douluo was also sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. Despite his unparalleled defensive capabilities, he too was now riddled with broken bones. That last strike had taken everything he had. Alas, Tianchen had exerted himself to the limit as well. Struggling to crawl out of the pit, Golden Crocodile Douluo gasped for breath, blood seeping from his joints. Gazing towards Tianchen, although Golden Crocodile Douluo knew that Tianchen was likely out of soul power, he still refrained from advancing. If they continued to clash, neither would stand a chance if Tang Hao were to suddenly appear. Exhausted from their efforts, Golden Crocodile Douluo straightened his posture and retreated towards the spirit hall. Under the night sky, Tianchen did not dare to delay even for a moment. His gaze fell upon Xiaowu, who had been knocked unconscious by the shockwaves of the battle between two combatants. With a swift motion, he grasped her firmly in his arms, propelling himself forward with a powerful push of his toes, depleting his soul power as well as the internal energy of the 8 sounds of the sky within him. Nevertheless, he surged ahead with remarkable speed towards Suatua City. After a day and a night, within the confines of Suatua City, before the star-picking tower, Tianchen expended his last ounce of strength, landing heavily atop the tower. In an instant, the figures of innate and Yang Bai appeared at the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, gently setting down the small rabbit in his arms. Tianchen felt utterly exhausted. Master, Master! Innate and Yang Bai were taken aback by the disheveled state of their beloved master. However, there was no time for contemplation. Innate hurriedly fetched a cup of fresh tea from within the tower and respectfully offered it to Tianchen. Master, please have a cup of tea. Without hesitation, Tianchen raised the cup to his lips and drank it all in one go. After a moment of respite, he felt somewhat rejuvenated. Looking at Innate and Yang Bai, he could not help but smile wryly. He had been somewhat careless this time, not anticipating that the old rascal, the golden crocodile, would also catch wind of the commotion in Notting City. However, Tianchen soon regained his usual composure. Innate, Yang Bai, take this little rabbit down for treatment and bring her back to see me tomorrow. With that, he trudged into the tower, beginning the arduous task of recovering his lost soul power. It was only then that Innate and Yang Bai noticed the diminutive form of Xiaowu. Innate, this is 100,000-year soul beast, Yang Bai exclaimed in shock. What on earth had their master been up to? Such an unexpected acquisition. Innate was equally astonished. Had their master gone to find Tang Hao? Why hadn't he brought Tang Hao back, but instead returned with a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit? Moreover, judging by its appearance, it seemed that this 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit had only recently taken form, which was not supposed to occur in the human realm. The two exchanged bewildered glances, both utterly perplexed. Yet, their master had given them instructions, so they dared not ask further questions. Yang Bai gently cradled Xiaowu and, together with Innate, sought out a healing soul master within the star-picking tower. Meanwhile, the golden crocodile Douluo, with a speed that surpassed Tianchen's, made his way to the outskirts of Wuhan City after a day's journey, his heart filled with complex emotions as he gazed upon the towering Wuhan City. The last time he had attempted to capture Tang Hao, he had failed to apprehend him and his son. Now, an unexpected complication had arisen with the master of the star-picking tower. The mere thought of that 100,000-year soul beast stirred a desire within him. Yet, Tianchen was no ordinary foe, and the golden crocodile Douluo found himself at a loss. With a soft sigh, he forced a smile and strode purposefully into Wuhan City. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the offering hall. Before he could push open the grand doors, Tianchen Douluo within sensed his approach. With a casual wave, a surge of soul power enveloped the entrance, slowly swinging the doors wide open. The golden crocodile Douluo hesitated momentarily but steeled himself and entered. Upon entering the hall, he found his elder brother looking at him with a calm expression, seemingly having anticipated his return. You're back, golden crocodile. Without any unnecessary inquiries, Tianchen Douluo simply uttered 5 words, which immediately struck a nerve in the golden crocodile Douluo. Brother, this time, I have failed again. Upon uttering these words, Tianchen Douluo straightened up. Did this mean that Tang Hao was indeed hiding in Notting City? Oh, could it be that the divine being has intervened? Tianchen Douluo felt a surge of anxiety. The incessant failures suggested that this divine being was indeed seeking a successor. Otherwise, there would be no reason to protect a newly appointed Title Douluo so fiercely. What troubled Tianchen Douluo was the ongoing rivalry between the Wuhan Hall and the Haotian sect. If Tang Hao were to ascend to divinity, Tianchen Douluo knew well that he would stop at nothing to bring ruin to the Wuhan Hall. However, unbeknownst to Tianchen Douluo, the golden crocodile had not even caught a glimpse of Tang Hao. Listening to his brother's probing inquiries, the golden crocodile appeared somewhat restless, feeling embarrassed to admit the truth. Nevertheless, facing his brother, he could not evade the matter. Taking a deep breath, he began to recount his tale. Brother, upon arriving in Notting City, I discovered that Tang Hao was indeed hiding there. However, I did not confront him directly. When I arrived, the master of the star-picking tower had already engaged Tang Hao in fierce battle. By the time I reached the battlefield, Tang Hao had vanished without a trace. As he spoke, the golden crocodile's voice grew somber. Tianchen Douluo furrowed his brow at these words. He had not expected the master of the star-picking tower to make an appearance in Notting City. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Tianchen had likely received news of Tang Hao's whereabouts. As for how Tang Hao managed to fight against Tianchen and escape, Tianchen Douluo speculated that it was the influence of the divine being at play. Observing the somewhat dejected expression on the golden crocodile's face, Tianchen Douluo's expression softened. Regardless of the circumstances, since Tang Hao had piqued Tianchen's interest, Tianchen Douluo believed that Tianchen would not allow a person under divine protection to continue existing in this world. In Tianluo's mind, he, along with Tianchen and the golden crocodile, were all of the same ilk, individuals willing to eliminate any destabilizing factors by any means necessary. Even if it meant resorting to violence. They simply belonged to different factions. Very well, golden crocodile, let it be. If Tang Hao has escaped, then he has escaped. In the future, Tianchen will likely pursue him relentlessly, which, in a way, is a fortunate turn of events. However, why do you appear so disheveled? At this point, Douluo could not help but scrutinize the golden crocodile's dusty visage, which suggested that he had been embroiled in a fierce battle. Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile hesitated before responding, "Brother, after arriving in Nanning City, I also engaged in a fierce battle with Tianchen." Upon concluding his remarks, Jin Yi adjusted his robe nonchalantly. Douluo, somewhat speechless, pondered how these two could still engage in conflict, given that neither could truly overcome the other. Wouldn't such a skirmish merely squander their soul power? Anticipating his elder brother's confusion, Jin Yi proceeded to elucidate. "Brother, you are unaware that during this encounter in Nanning City, Tianchen not only fought to a standstill against the formidable Tang Hao, aided by divine assistance, but also captured a 10,000-year soul beast in the form of a young girl." Jin Yi mused that if he could bring back this 10,000-year transformed soul beast as a tribute for Xiao Shui, it would be quite advantageous. He could not contain his excitement, recalling that Tianchen had been nearly depleted of soul power at that time. At this juncture, Douluo found himself at a loss for words. After all, Jin Yi's intentions were to secure a 10,000-year soul ring for his granddaughter. What could he possibly say? However, the mention of a 10,000-year soul beast in transformation stirred Douluo's interest. As Jin Yi suggested, if his beloved Shui could possess a tribute from such a soul beast, it would undoubtedly facilitate her ascension to the angelic divinity. Yet, observing Jin Yi's demeanor, it was clear that their clash had not yielded favorable outcomes for him. Ultimately, a mere 10,000-year soul beast was of little consequence. Since Tianchen had seized it, Douluo resigned himself to the situation. After all, he would not stray an inch from the spirit hall, nor from Qianrenqi. Jin Yi, let it be this way. I trust you must have sensed his growth from your encounter. Tianchen, alas, had fully matured. Even should I personally intervene, I could not hope to restrain him. Now, you should rest well. Yes, brother. Jin Yi refrained from further commentary, nodded, and departed. Once Jin Yi had left, Douluo's thoughts became rather intricate. He could only hope for his granddaughter to grow swiftly. Shui, grandfather awaits your arrival. The day you become a soul Douluo, I shall dismantle Bibi Dong. You shall ascend as the pope of our spirit hall. After uttering these words coldly, Douluo slowly approached the statue of the angel, settling into a state of deep meditation, devoid of any superfluous movements. Meanwhile, atop the star-picking tower in Soto City, after a night of recuperation, Tianchen had finally replenished his expended soul power. Exhaling a deep breath of stale air, he began to contemplate his future direction. Having reached the pinnacle of 97 levels as a Title Douluo, he was on the verge of breaking through to 98. Perhaps in a few short years, he would successfully shatter the barrier to 99, achieving a status akin to that of Douluo. Yet, a stark reality loomed ahead. He did not wish to remain confined as a Title Douluo for eternity, but aspired to ascend to divinity. These two words may seem light and trivial, yet Tianchen finds himself utterly devoid of any insight. After all, ascending to divinity is no simple feat, just observing the terrifying power wielded by Tang Hao, even with a mere trace of divine energy, highlights the staggering chasm that exists between a god and a Title Douluo, akin to the vast expanse between heaven and earth. Alas, it is unexpected that the Title Douluo realm, once fervently desired, has now become a shackle. What does divinity truly signify? Perhaps the old fellow, Douluo, possesses a deeper understanding. After murmuring to himself for a moment, Tianchen shook his head, casting aside the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. At this juncture, such musings bear no significance. It would be wiser to seek answers regarding divinity only after achieving the esteemed rank of 99. With these thoughts in mind, Tianchen fell into a tranquil state reminiscent of days long past. However, it was not long before He and Yang Bai arrived, escorting Xiaowu. As they soared towards the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, the little girl held in Yang Bai's grasp appeared unusually calm. Xiaowu was already aware of the formidable presence of this power, having heard of the star-picking tower during her time in Nanning City. She understood the potential fate that awaited her. After all, the two individuals beside her were both Title Douluo level powerhouses. Xiaowu realized that her life would either be spent as a soul ring for a soul master or she would remain in the star-picking tower indefinitely. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining for Xiaowu. Despite the dangers she faced as a century-old soul beast, she felt a sense of safety here. Knowing that as long as the esteemed figure remained silent, she was safer than anywhere else. Chapter 56, Xiaowu's Killing Intent, the Pope's Dual Martial Souls. Before Xiaowu could delve deeper into her thoughts, Innate and Yangbai had already reached the summit of the star-picking tower. After gently landing, Yangbai released Xiaowu and offered a slight bow to Tianchen. Innate, Yangbai, pay respects to the lord of the tower. Tianchen waved his hand, signaling them not to be overly courteous, then shifted his gaze towards Xiaowu. A casual glance revealed to him that the injuries the little rabbit had sustained were no longer critical, though she stood before a man of immense power. Xiaowu could not deny her nervousness, for this was no ordinary Title Douluo. Sensing the flicker of trepidation within her, Tianchen smiled gently, exuding a warmth that left Innate and Yangbai momentarily entranced. However, they knew better than to interfere in matters concerning their master. Little one, do share where you hail from, Tianchen said, his tone calm and inviting. Xiaowu, upon hearing this, hesitated no longer and refrained from concealing the truth. Fully aware that this man could discern her every thought. I am Xiaowu, and I come from the Douluo forest. Nodding. Tianchen found no surprise in her revelation. Had she mentioned any other location, he might have resorted to drastic measures. After all, the star-picking tower only accepted those who were unwaveringly loyal. Upon learning that this 10,000-year spirit beast hailed from the Douluo forest, Innate and Yangbai were taken aback. It was known that no news had circulated regarding the existence of a 10,000-year soft bone rabbit within those woods. However, considering the forest's formidable reputation and the fearsome beast of over 10,000 years of cultivation that Tianchen had previously mentioned, it became less shocking. In the vast expanse of the Douluo forest, it was not improbable for a 10,000-year soft bone rabbit to remain hidden. I am quite curious, typically, if a 10,000-year soul beast wishes to take human form and cultivate a martial soul, it should first attain a level of 60 or above within the forest before entering the human realm. Yet, you appear no older than 6 or 7. With your cultivation merely at the 10th level and lacking even a single soul ring, what compels you to seek entry into the human world? This question prompted Innate and Yangbai to listen intently, both feeling a profound sense of intrigue. Xiaowu, in response, began to recall her mother, and her expression shifted from one of fear to one of fierce determination. Tears began to trickle down her cheeks as an aura of faint killing intent emanated from her small frame. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her youthful face radiating resolve. I seek vengeance for my mother, she declared with a fierce cry. Even Innate and Yangbai, seasoned in the ways of killing, could sense the genuine malice coursing through Xiaowu's heart. Yet, Tianchen's focus was evidently elsewhere. Xiaowu's words implied that her mother was also a 10,000-year soft bone rabbit, likely slain by human soul masters. Ignoring Xiaowu's distress, Tianchen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he teasingly inquired, "And whom do you wish to slay?" This question piqued the interest of Innate and Yangbai. For anyone capable of killing a 10,000-year soul beast must undoubtedly be a Title Douluo. Images of Bibi Dong surfaced in Xiaowu's mind, and a fierce killing intent ignited within her eyes. The spirit hall, the Pope, Bibi Dong. Upon hearing the name Bibi Dong escape Xiaowu's lips, Innate and Yangbai's reactions diverged sharply. Innate was left astounded, realizing that it was Bibi Dong who had slain Xiaowu's mother. His true astonishment stemmed from the fact that the previous Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian had been disposed of by the star-picking tower itself. Should Xiaowu choose to remain at the star-picking tower, might the scenes of year unfold once more? In contrast to Innate, Yangbai perceived Xiaowu's aspirations as somewhat fanciful. After all, Bibi Dong is nearly a 95-level Title Douluo. Xiaowu is merely a transformed soft bone rabbit of 100,000 years. What merit does she possess to claim she could slay Bibi Dong? Unless their master were to intervene personally, even with both Yangbai and Innate joining forces, there exists little assurance of vanquishing Bibi Dong. However, Yangbai comprehends his master's disposition well. Compelling their master to personally confront Bibi Dong is not an impossible feat. As for Tianchen, upon hearing Xiaowu utter Bibi Dong's name, he maintained an expression of serene composure. Whom Xiaowu desires to slay is her own affair, within the star-picking tower. No one shall act on her behalf. Furthermore, Tianchen's intention in bringing her back was merely to have her serve the star-picking tower, to undertake tasks on its behalf. It is not that Tianchen is captivated by Xiaowu's talent. After all, He cannot simply stand by and watch Tang Hao take advantage of the situation without consequence. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Wu felt a measure of tranquility wash over her as she spoke Bibi Dong's name. This is her belief in survival. To avenge her mother. Xiao Wu, as you mentioned, Bibi Dong absorbed your mother's spirit ring? At that moment, Yang Bai noticed something suspicious. Bibi Dong had already achieved the rank of Title Douluo 5 years ago, having gathered all 9 spirit rings. Although the 9th spirit ring is also of 100,000-year level. Yang Bai, having personally interacted with Bibi Dong, felt that the aura of slaughter and malevolence emanating from that 9th spirit ring could not possibly belong to a soft bone rabbit. Xiao Wu was somewhat bewildered but nodded numbly, trusting that De Ming and Air Ming, who witnessed this matter, would not deceive her. However, this raised an intriguing question. How could Bibi Dong, having already achieved Title Douluo 5 years ago, absorb another spirit ring? Yang Bai's mind was filled with doubt, as not everyone was like their own master. Moreover, even their master did not absorb spirit rings, rather. He merely utilized the power of the absorbed spirit rings for his own gain. Upon hearing Yang Bai's words, In He also realized the implications. Although he was unaware of Bibi Dong's specific circumstances, it was evident that Yang Bai would not speak without reason. Yang Bai scrutinized Xiao Wu once more, confirming that she was not lying. The confusion in his heart began to perplex him. He could only turn to his master. Tianchen smiled slightly, gazing at Yang Bai, and gradually explained, Yang Bai, there is no need for doubt. I am well aware of Bibi Dong. She possesses dual martial souls. I discovered this 6 years ago during the night of Yin Yang complementing, but I did not fear her talent. Thus, I kept it to myself. Now that you have your doubts, it is better to enlighten you regarding some of Bibi Dong's background to prevent future troubles at her hands. Dual martial souls. In He and Yang Bai were instantly taken aback, fully aware of what it meant. It allowed one to elevate one martial soul to the level of Title Douluo before adding spirit rings to the other. Initially, from the first spirit ring, it could be a 10,000-year spirit ring. Furthermore, Bibi Dong directly hunted 100,000-year spirit beasts. However, recalling their own master's equally astonishing spirit ring configuration, they understood why he remained unperturbed. Yet, they were not in the same position. Today, they had truly opened their eyes. The world was vast and full of wonders. A 100,000-year spirit beast transformed into a human at the age of 6, boldly proclaiming to assassinate Bibi Dong. The Pope of the Spirit Hall was, in fact, a dual martial soul possessor. In He and Yang Bai found it difficult to assess the situation. In contrast to the shock felt by In He and Yang Bai upon discovering Bibi Dong's dual martial souls, Xiao Wu appeared particularly despondent. A nearly 95-level Title Douluo, a dual martial soul possessor, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Did she truly stand a chance against Bibi Dong? Xiao Wu was uncertain. But as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she was unwilling to give up. Looking towards Tianchen, a flicker of determination ignited within her heart. Perhaps this man before her could offer her greater opportunities. She understood that even if she were asked to leave the star-picking tower at that moment, she would not depart. Chapter 57. Speculations from all sides. The journey through the sunset forest. Quietly observing Xiao Wu's resolute gaze, Tianchen felt a subtle stir within his heart. This fierce determination is commendable and evokes a sense of the star-picking tower. Little bunny, from this day forth, you shall remain temporarily within my star-picking tower. Thereafter, you will be under the tutelage of the dark offerings, who will instruct you in the arts of murder and cultivation. In 6 years, you shall commence your missions. Remember, you possess but a single life. You must perish within the confines of the star-picking tower if you are to meet your end. Upon hearing the words of the Tower Master, Little Dance felt no hesitation in her heart. She promptly knelt before the dark offering. Dark offering, I entrust myself to you from this day forward. The expression of the dark offering was somewhat complex. Truth be told, he had no desire to involve himself in this matter. Yet he could not refuse the command of his master. Moreover, observing the resolute gaze of Little Dance, he understood that she would never possess the strength to vanquish Bibi Dong, especially considering she was a 100,000-year soul beast. In the realm of humanity, she is a coveted prize. Alas, Master, I shall comply. As he spoke, the dark offering gently lifted the kneeling Little Dance and placed her behind him with a hint of reluctance. Yang Bai simply observed in silence. Yet the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his amusement at the predicament of the dark offering, offering him silent encouragement. In truth, Tianchen also felt a measure of helplessness. Little Dance was of little use dead, and releasing her was not an option given her status as a 100,000-year soul beast. Thus, they would care for her, considering she was only 6 years old. After some contemplation, Tianchen decided this course of action was prudent. Turning to the dark offering and Yang Bai, he proceeded to address another matter, the medicinal garden mentioned by Douluo. By the way, Yang Bai, dark offering. In 3 days, you shall accompany me to the sunset forest to investigate the medicinal garden that Douluo spoke of. Upon hearing this, the previously forlorn expression of the dark offering instantly transformed into a smile. He had been eagerly anticipating this day. Yang Bai also displayed a subtle smile, clearly intrigued by the prospect. We understand. With a shared glance, the dark offering and Yang Bai spoke in unison, prompting Tianchen to wave them off. After their departure with little dance, Tianchen let out a gentle sigh. Although his soul power had fully recovered, the blood sacrificed to the heavenly demon Zither during his clash with the golden crocodile had left him somewhat drained. His essence would require time to replenish. Shaking his head, Tianchen returned to the pavilion, resuming his quiet cultivation as he awaited the journey to the sunset forest 3 days hence. Meanwhile, as the star-picking tower and the spirit hall in Soto City fell into tranquility, the events transpiring in Notting City rapidly spread throughout the Douluo Continent. Initially, the Haotian Douluo Tanghao emerged unexpectedly, managing to withstand the formidable strength of the star-picking tower's master without defeat. Subsequently, a fierce battle unfolded outside Notting City between the second offering of the Spirit Hall, the long-absent golden crocodile Douluo, and the master of the star-picking tower, culminating in a standoff as both parties retreated. The entirety of the Douluo Continent buzzed with speculation, predominantly astonished, both at Tanghao's terrifying prowess and the formidable strength of the star-picking tower's master. After all, to confront two such titans without succumbing is no feat an ordinary Title Douluo could achieve. Particularly noteworthy is the golden crocodile Douluo, a renowned Title Douluo of the 98th rank. Upon learning of the events in Notting City, Ning Fengji became visibly agitated. He simply could not fathom how Tanghao possessed the capability to contend with Tianchen without defeat. While others were oblivious, Ning Fengji was acutely aware. Setting aside the terrifying and enigmatic heavenly demon Zither in Tianchen's possession, one must consider Tianchen's unparalleled prowess at the 97th rank. In the entire realm, apart from the golden crocodile Douluo from the Spirit Hall and the long-vanished Tianchen of the Haotian clan, Ning Fengji could not conceive of anyone capable of challenging Tianchen. Even the golden crocodile Douluo could only muster a feeble resistance. Furthermore, the incredulous configuration of Tianchen's soul rings left Ning Fengji bewildered. He contemplated whether Tanghao was truly that formidable or if the seven-treasure glazed tile school was simply lacking in strength. Drawing a sharp breath, Ning Fengji felt dizzy from the implications. At that moment, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo hurriedly entered. Fengji, have you heard? Tanghao in Notting City. He is astonishingly powerful. The bone Douluo, in his excitement, struggled to articulate his thoughts, clearly overwhelmed by the revelation. How can a Title Douluo who has only recently ascended to such heights contend against a 97th rank opponent? Moreover, that opponent is none other than the master of the star-picking tower. Reflecting on his own experiences from years prior, even the sword Douluo could not restrain his curiosity. Fengji, is this matter truly credible? At that moment, Ning Fengji was reluctant to accept the reality. Yet the soul masters of Notting City had witnessed everything with their own eyes. Indeed, Uncle Jian, it is no exaggeration. This matter is indeed true. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo fell into a moment of silence before exclaiming in astonishment. No, Wenji. It is utterly impossible for Tanghao to possess the strength to contend with the master of the star-picking tower. Unless he harbors some hidden secret. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, why would the Spirit Hall relentlessly pursue him? Years ago, when the golden crocodile Douluo personally came to the Haotian sect to capture Tanghao, he managed to escape. There must be some secret concealed within Tanghao. The sword Douluo's expression grew fervent, akin to the clouds parting to reveal the sun. However, soon after, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a look of profound confusion. What sort of secret could Tanghao possibly possess that would captivate both the golden crocodile Douluo and the master of the star-picking tower? The bone Douluo also shook his head. How could they possibly know what had transpired with Tanghao? Yet, Ning Fengji suddenly laughed aloud. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. Regardless of what secret Tanghao possesses, can we not simply investigate and uncover the truth? Compared to seeking help from others, neither the star-picking tower nor the Spirit Hall can rival our seven-treasure glazed tile sect. Boom. Ning Fengji's words seemed to open a Pandora's box. As a glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of the sword Douluo, and the Bone Douluo. Unbeknownst to Tang Hao, he had caught the attention of yet another formidable force. One could only wonder how Tang San would react upon learning all of this. Meanwhile, in the Spirit City, within the Hall of the Pope, when Bibi Dong learned of the happenings in Notting City, she immediately understood why the golden crocodile Douluo had been absent from her sight lately. He had gone in pursuit of Tang Hao. How intriguing! A mere Tang Hao, who had only recently achieved the rank of Title Douluo, could compel the golden crocodile to personally intervene multiple times. Not even Tianchen could detain him? To claim that Tang Hao harbors no secrets, who would believe such a statement? Bibi Dong murmured to herself, her interest piqued by this matter. After all, her third trial of the Rakshasa God assessment required her to personally slay a Title Douluo of level 95 or above and devour their soul. As for the second trial, slaying a 10,000-year soul beast and attaining the rank of Title Douluo, she had accomplished that years prior. The delay in the third trial was not only due to insufficient strength but also because of the difficulty in selecting an appropriate target. There are very few Title Douluos who have reached level 95 or above, and Bibi Dong dared not act recklessly. However, as for Tang Hao, once he reaches level 95, Bibi Dong could wield the power of the Spirit Hall to complete her third divine trial. Why not seize the opportunity? It might even unveil the secrets behind Tang Hao. Bibi Dong felt a flicker of excitement, yet everything must wait for a while longer. Strategize before acting, an approach that never goes out of style. 3 days later, Tianchen leapt from the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, heading straight towards the direction of the sunset forest. Close behind him, He and Yangbai followed closely, all making their way to the medicinal garden of Douluo in the sunset forest. Chapter 58. The eyes of ice and fire reveal countless celestial herbs. 2 days later, the trio entered the sunset forest. At this moment, Douluo was already waiting, having received news from Yang by a day prior indicating that the master would arrive. Thus, he did not dare to delay and had been waiting for quite some time. Subordinate Douluo pays respects to the master. Upon seeing Douluo, Tianchen's expression remained unchanged. At this moment, he was eager to ascertain whether the spring truly was the legendary eyes of ice and fire. Enough, Douluo. There is no need for excessive formalities. Quickly rise and lead us to witness the medicinal garden you spoke of. Douluo was momentarily taken aback but dared not refuse. Subordinate obeys. In a short while, propelled by the terrifying speed of the four, they arrived at the medicinal garden described by Douluo, a cavern resembling a heavenly pit. Tianchen paid no heed to Douluo's proud expression. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the scene within the cave. To his astonishment, the hot spring before him was not as he had envisioned. The spring was relatively small, divided into 2 sections. In the oval-shaped pools, the colors of the spring water were astonishingly milky white and crimson red. Even more peculiarly, although they shared the same pool, the 2 waters were distinctly separated, never encroaching upon one another, each maintaining its own territory. The rising steam, generated by the juxtaposition of the 2 springs, ascended continuously until it slowly dispersed at the mountain's summit. Tianchen gazed at the spectacle before him, his body trembling with excitement. He had never anticipated witnessing such a magnificent sight in this world. Although he had never seen the eyes of ice and fire with his own eyes, he recalled a similar description from his memories. This is the eye of ice and fire, a natural treasure trove. The so-called treasure basin does not refer to mere gold and silver, but rather to a unique natural environment that serves as a veritable treasure trove for medicinal plants. Within this extraordinary setting, ordinary flora cannot thrive, for they are ill-suited to the peculiar climate. Yet, it is a nurturing ground for all rare botanical species. Furthermore, it significantly accelerates the growth of these exquisite plants, allowing them to mature in a fraction of the time. To illustrate, if a lingzhi mushroom were to grow in any corner of the treasure basin for a decade, it would yield effects equivalent to a century's worth of growth. The unparalleled conditions of the treasure basin are a convergence of nature's finest offerings, a sanctuary where the essence of heaven and earth amalgamates. The ice and fire dual eyes. Indeed, they manifest before me. This term denotes the remarkable spring that stands before me, a duality of extremes, where 2 forces counteract each other. A rare gem that may take millennia to form. In a lifetime, to witness such a convergence of celestial essence within the treasure basin. How could Tianchen not be exhilarated? The ice and fire dual eyes not only nurture flora but also possess profound effects on the human body. Should humans or animals dwell near this spring, they will be swiftly bombarded by the opposing energies of extreme heat and cold, if they do not vacate promptly. their bodies will inevitably succumb to catastrophic failure. However, for someone like Douluo, who harbors lethal toxins, this environment presents immense advantages. The extremes of heat and cold serve to counteract toxins, making it an ideal locale for his cultivation. Surrounding the ice and fire Douluo are an array of diverse plants, each displaying an enchanting variety, resembling a veritable paradise of flora. Yet, all the plants here are exceedingly rare, and upon a mere glance, Tianchen finds himself utterly awestruck. Not far from him, at the edge of a milky white hot spring, there lies a cluster of objects resembling tiny insects. Cautiously, Tianchen crouches down to observe, his heart swelling with profound astonishment. Could it be snow silkworms? The pinnacle of cordyceps, the snow silkworm. He instantly recognizes the entities before him, and his heartbeat quickens with excitement. Cordyceps itself is a precious medicinal material. The term cordyceps refers to a specific type of parasitic fungus. This fungus thrives by parasitizing the larvae of moths and bees that reside in high-altitude environments. It infiltrates their bodies, drawing sustenance until the mycelium fills the host, causing it to perish. By summer, the spores of the fungus proliferate within the deceased insect, ultimately producing a stick-like fruiting body from the top of the host. It is this very phenomenon that gives rise to cordyceps, with snow silkworms being another name for the most esteemed variety. This species of cordyceps is characterized by its grayish-white exterior adorned with ring patterns. It possesses a total of 8 pairs of legs, with the 4 pairs in the middle being the most pronounced. The texture is smooth yet easily breakable, with a slightly flattened break surface that exhibits a white hue tinged with yellow. The fruiting body is slender, ranging from deep brown to chestnut brown, and is cylindrical in shape, generally exceeding the length of the host insect, with a slightly swollen apex that bears spores. The outer coloration is bright yellow, while the inner part is white and plump, surpassing ordinary cordyceps not only in size but also in efficacy. At this moment, the snow silkworm presented before Tianchen is more than twice the size of what he remembers from his previous life. This cluster contains at least several pounds. Although the snow silkworm cannot be classified as a rare treasure of nature, its quality is such that Tianchen had never even heard of it before. Shortly thereafter, Tianchen's attention was drawn to another plant beside the snow silkworm. The specimen boasted a yellow-brown exterior and a yellow-red cross-section. The leaves were arranged alternately, with slender, curved petioles, and the leaf blades were ovate heart-shaped, tapering to a point. During summer, small, yellow-green flowers with purple spots would bloom from the leaf sap, their shape curvilinear and rather peculiar. Is this the cinnabar lotus? How could it grow so large? Unlike cordyceps, which is known for its nourishing properties, the cinnabar lotus prefers shady and cool environments, possessing a strong chill nature that counters heat. It is also a precious medicinal herb, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in treating fire toxicity. Both the snow silkworm and the cinnabar lotus are rare treasures indeed. Were it a usual encounter with these two herbs, Tianchen would undoubtedly be captivated by them. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to observe them in detail, as his gaze was soon drawn by a faint and delicate fragrance. It was a large, pale pink flower, devoid of leaves, with a stem measuring 3 feet in length and blossoms of considerable size, their diameter reaching a full foot. Each petal appeared to shimmer like crystal, translucent and exquisite. The pale pink flower swayed gently in the mist, growing beside the confluence of red and white springs. Despite being over 10 meters away, Tianchen was still able to perceive the subtle, enchanting aroma. The flower's center was a soft lavender, resembling a cluster of purple diamonds embedded within. The fragrance wafted from afar, yet was not overpowering. It exuded a gentle, refreshing scent, reminiscent of the purest maiden's essence. Upon beholding this magnificent pink flower, Tianchen momentarily stood in a daze, for he could not immediately identify the flower due to the distance. Instinctively, he quickened his pace, approaching the grand blossom to inhale its fragrance. The floral scent remained unchanged by his proximity, still that faint, refreshing aroma that penetrated the heart. It provided a modicum of relief to Tianchen, who had begun to feel a degree of discomfort near the eye of ice and fire. What flower is this? It seems somewhat peculiar, and yet, Tianchen vaguely recalls having seen this flower in his mind, though he cannot immediately remember the details. The only certainty he possesses is that this flower is not a mere treasure of the earth but a true celestial marvel. Instinctively, Tianchen turned around, intending to examine other herbs when he suddenly beheld a strange sight. The surrounding darkness transformed into a soft pink hue, creating a luminous dome approximately 10 meters in diameter. Despite its faint color, Tianchen, possessing the keen senses befitting a Title Douluo, quickly discerned that he was not imagining things. Turning back to gaze at the large flower, he realized that this delicate pink glow emanated from it as its focal point. In an instant of clarity, the name of this flower sprang forth from his lips, the ethereal fragrant silk flower. Taking a deep breath, Knight Tianchen swiftly circled around the Eye of Ice and Fire. With just a cursory glance, he had already spotted countless treasures. Even rare items like the 9th-rank purple grass were present. He had already identified 7 or 8 varieties of celestial medicinal herbs. The superior herbs were innumerable. Among these herbs, while toxic varieties comprised over half, numerous beneficial ones also existed, akin to the 2 springs in the Eye of Ice and Fire, each holding its own significance. At this moment, not only was Knight Tianchen filled with excitement, but Inhe and Yangbai were equally elated. Gazing at the abundance of Earth's treasures, their hearts brimmed with joy, and their feelings towards Douluo grew warmer. Chapter 59, Octagonal Shimbing Grass, Fiery Apricot Blossoms. Naturally, Douluo was well aware of Inhe and Yangbai's intentions, especially as they drooled in anticipation. Without hesitation, Knight Tianchen approached a white octagonal fairy grass. The top of this white herb resembled a large flower, octagonal in shape, with its center shimmering like ice crystals. No fragrance wafted from it, and its location marked the central point beside the cold extremine spring. Drawing a dagger from his soul guide, Knight Tianchen made a swift cut. As the cold gleam of the dagger passed, the octagonal white flower fell, landing among the herbs. And in an instant, a chill spread forth, coating the surrounding herbs in a light frost. This plant was known as the octagonal shimbing grass, a wondrously cold flower that could freeze one's heart and paralyze the nervous system. Within a 10-meter radius, the chilling aura was overwhelming, and prolonged exposure could lead to a heart poison beyond remedy. Not only was consuming it perilous, but even being near it was ill-fated. To harvest it, one must employ iron or gold implements. After severing the octagonal shimbing grass, Knight Tianchen did not linger but swiftly made his way to the other side of the Eye of Ice and Fire, towards the center of the blazing yang spring. This time, his objective was a plant resembling a cabbage, yet entirely enveloped in a vibrant crimson hue. After a moment's hesitation, Tianchen positioned himself 10 meters away, slowly raising his palms. As he concentrated his soul force, his hands gradually transformed into an inky black. In the briefest of moments, he had arrived beside the fiery herb, swiftly sweeping his hands to excavate it from the ground. In stark contrast to the frigid 8-pointed ice grass he had previously harvested, this time he secured a specimen of the highly toxic celestial herb known as blazing fire apricot blossom. This rare entity thrived in searing landscapes and could endure even within lava. Its properties diametrically opposed to those of the 8-pointed ice grass. Inhe, Yangbai, and Douluo observed this spectacle without any movement. Although they were unaware of their master's intentions, they remained vigilant, respecting his silence. Glancing at the central position of the ice and fire duality spring, a faint smile graced Tianchen's lips. He then extended his long, slender hands, inhaling deeply to draw both the 8-pointed ice grass and the blazing fire apricot blossom into his grasp. One emanated extreme cold, while the other radiated intense heat. At that moment, even with an abundance of soul force, Tianchen felt the immense pressure emanating from the 2 celestial herbs. Despite their toxicity, once subdued by their natural counterforces, they lost their previous overwhelming potency, dissolving upon entry and flowing smoothly down his throat. Tianchen savored the delightful flavor, silently hoping that they would not exhibit excessive ferocity henceforth. Within a mere 3 breaths, a violent tremor coursed through Tianchen's body, followed by a layer of icy blue energy rising from beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he was entirely enveloped in blue, soon to be succeeded by a surge of red, rendering him akin to a freshly cooked shrimp. The alternating hues of blue and red appeared extraordinarily peculiar. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianchen leaped directly into the depths of the ice and fire duality spring. Master! The expressions of Inhe, Yangbai, and Douluo turned ashen in an instant. Their master was taking an immense risk. However, it was far too late for them to intervene, and they could only hope for his safety. With a splash, Tianchen fully submerged into the spring, sinking swiftly. He had refrained from entering the water immediately after consuming the 2 celestial herbs, choosing instead to allow the effects to take hold. Had he acted even slightly sooner, he would have met with certain demise upon entering the water. Now, with the effects in play, he felt naught but the overwhelming sensations brought forth by the 8-pointed ice grass and the blazing fire apricot blossom, rendering his perception of the external world utterly nullified. Tianchen's decision to select these two herbs had been made after careful contemplation. The two types of celestial-grade poisonous herbs surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire are not of the highest quality. They are merely commonplace. If one were to encounter either herb alone, the mere proximity would plunge them into grave danger, let alone consuming it. However, when these two herbs converge, the opposing forces of ice and fire create a harmonious effect, presenting the sole opportunity to ingest both. Naturally, the unique properties of ice and fire within the herbs do not dissipate. After consumption, Tianchen must still endure the formidable baptism of ice and fire. Should his body falter under the strain, he would face immediate obliteration. Fortunately, Tianchen is a formidable Title Douluo of the 97th rank, and thus finds this pressure within a manageable realm. His decision to consume the herbs is chiefly motivated by the Eye of Ice and Fire before him. According to the records of the Tianchen continent, the only means to enter the Eye of Ice and Fire is to simultaneously ingest the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. These two herbs embody the essence of the ice and fire duality, born from the extremes of their respective springs, and only they possess the power to counteract the terrifying force of these waters. As Tianchen plunged into the spring within the ice and fire duality, the waters surged momentarily. In a fleeting instant, amidst the undulating waves, Tianchen quietly submerged. The surface of the water returned to its tranquility, with the milky white and crimson hues remaining distinctly separate. The mist lingered in the air, enveloping everything in a profound silence. Time flowed like water, transitioning from dawn to dusk, merely a cycle of the sun's ascent and descent. As darkness fell once more, shrouding the earth, the realm of the ice and fire duality was once again enveloped in shadow. Yet Tianchen, submerged within, had not resurfaced. It seemed as if he had completely vanished from the waters. Innate, Bai, and Douluo could only stand vigil at their posts, awaiting the safe return of their master. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Tianchen was immersed in the ice and fire duality. Streams of both extreme yin and yang energy penetrated his being, cleansing his meridians. His bones and flesh began to grow stronger, and even his internal organs were continuously fortified. The volatile medicinal power within him started to transform into pure soul energy, merging with the immense soul power that resided within. In an instant, as Tianchen opened his eyes, the rate of absorption accelerated dramatically. The entire ice and fire duality began to form a vortex around his body, incessantly transmitting energy. Innate, Bai, and Douluo, who had been waiting anxiously, were left utterly astonished. They could distinctly sense the intense fluctuations of soul energy emanating from beneath the ice and fire duality, a presence that belonged to their master. Moreover, this aura was continually intensifying. The expressions of Innate and Bai shifted from initial concern to profound envy. Yet they were acutely aware that, in the face of such a formidable ice and fire duality, even as Title Douluo, they dared not take reckless risks. It appears our master is unharmed. Rather, he is experiencing an extraordinary opportunity, exclaimed Innate, a grin spreading across his face, mirrored by Bai's joyful countenance. As Douluo sighed in relief, his curiosity piqued. What exactly was this ice and fire duality, and what wondrous effects did it possess? Though he remains oblivious to the entirety of the situation, he will soon find clarity once the master of the building emerges. At long last, as dawn breaks, a radiant beam of golden light pierces the cave from the east. Above the ice and fire duality, a unique aura, characteristic of a level 97 Title Douluo, begins to surge throughout the cavern. Subsequently, Tianchen leaps forth from the ice and fire duality, suspended in midair, his presence resembling that of ethereal beauty and grace. In an instant, the cave is filled with an enchanting fragrance. Chapter 59. Breaking through level 98, the trio cultivates together. Yet, this is not the end. As immense waves of soul power continuously emanate from Tianchen's being, his internal soul power reaches an unprecedented limit. As the waters rise, the soul power within him, unrestrained, begins its ascent towards level 98. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Tianchen realizes that it is better to allow than to obstruct. His previous reluctance to break through stemmed from a fear of destabilizing his foundation and diluting his soul power. However, he can no longer suppress it. With a thunderous roar, Tianchen unleashes a torrent of soul power, akin to a colossal wave, and in the blink of an eye, he shatters the barrier of level 98. Simultaneously, he does not remain idle. Following this breakthrough, he embarks on the purification of his soul power. One must never underestimate the impact that soul power purity brings to a soul master's combat prowess. The purer the soul power, the more devastating its destructive capability. In contrast, those with mixed soul power may seem formidable when casting their soul skills, yet their true damage is as insubstantial as a reflection in water. This is the essence of level 98 power. Exhaling a breath of turbid energy, Tianchen reflects on the undeniable truth that personal strength enhancement is the most righteous path. Meanwhile, Innate, Yangbai, and Douluo, upon witnessing Tianchen's ascension to level 98, are immediately engulfed by an unparalleled pressure. Fortunately, all three are Title Douluo level experts. Innate furrows his brow while Douluo, who has yet to acquire his 9th soul ring, grits his teeth, his legs trembling incessantly. However, the immense pressure soon recedes like a tide, leaving Douluo drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. With a delicate push off the void, Tianchen appears beside them in an instant. The astute Innate hastily approaches, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master. Today, as you break through to level 98, our star-picking tower shall surely ascend to greater heights." Yangbai stands by, somewhat speechless, bemused by Inhe's exuberance. Douluo, however, remains composed, for to him, the distinction between Tianchen being level 98 or 97 bears little significance. He cannot contend with any of them. With a smile gracing his lips, Tianchen, touched by Inhe's eagerness, resolves to reward him handsomely. "Inhe, over the years, you have served the star-picking tower with utmost dedication, faithfully executing my commands, and managing all matters with great aplomb. Very well, since today I have encountered this extraordinary realm, I shall bestow upon you a chance for transformation. What do you think?" As the words of Tianchen echoed, the little heart of Innate began to thump wildly with excitement, his eyes brimming with joy. "Ha ha ha, esteemed host." Innate expresses his gratitude. After saying this, the conspicuous figure did not forget to raise an eyebrow at Yangbai, who could only respond with exasperation. Nodding slightly, Tianchen extended his hand, and with a surge of soul power, he firmly grasped the exquisite fragrance of the celestial flower. "Innate, open your mouth." "Huh." As Innate pondered the strange request from his host, the celestial flower was abruptly thrust into his mouth by Tianchen. With a gentle lift of Inhe's chin, he instinctively tilted his head back, allowing the celestial flower to be swallowed whole. Cough, cough, cough. As Tianchen retracted his arm, Innate found himself utterly perplexed. "Esteemed host, did you not say you would grant me a transformation?" Before Innate could finish, he noticed a familiar smile appearing at the corner of Tianchen's mouth, and he immediately sensed impending doom. Indeed, in the next moment, Tianchen seized Innate by the shoulder and, with a swift motion, hurled him directly into the eye of ice and fire. "Host, you." Before Innate could complete his exclamation, his entire body had already plummeted into the depths of the eye of ice and fire. Thump, thump, thump. Upon entering the eye, Innate was instantaneously engulfed by the terrifying duality of ice and fire. In this moment, Yangbai swallowed hard, while Douluo furrowed his brow in deep concentration. Enveloped in darkness, he channeled his soul power, striving to absorb the energies within the eye of ice and fire to refine his own being. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Upon hearing the words of the master of the house, the initially hesitant Innate gritted his teeth and commenced the circulation of his soul energy. In an instant, the ethereal fragrance of the exquisite celestial essence within him began to exert its medicinal effects. The celestial essence transformed into streams of pure soul energy, rampaging through Inhe's body. Coupled with the terrifying power of the duality of ice and fire, Innate trembled in sheer agony. At this moment, Tianchen slowly turned his gaze towards Yangbai and Douluo. The instant Tianchen shifted his attention, Yangbai felt an ominous foreboding. "Master, is this truly the case?" Yangbai cautiously inquired, though deep down he already comprehended the impending circumstances. "Oh, what is the matter, Yangbai? Do you not aspire to swiftly ascend to the 95th level?" Upon hearing these words, Yangbai's expression dramatically transformed, from initial trepidation to sheer elation. "Master, is what you speak of genuine?" In an instant, Yangbai placed his unwavering faith in Tianchen's words, for his master was not one to utter falsehoods. At that moment, even Douluo could not resist such a monumental allure. Despite glancing at Inhe's somewhat anguished visage, the prospect of becoming more formidable was too enticing to forego. Observing this scenario, Tianchen nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such opportunities were indeed rare. In the ice-fire duality, I was a sight seldom encountered. Turning his gaze towards the medicinal garden, after selecting his target, Tianchen summoned the 8-petal immortal orchid with a mere thought, causing it to float before Douluo. Given Douluo's comparatively weaker prowess, this celestial herb was more fitting for him. Following this, with a subtle movement of his hand, a coxcomb phoenix sunflower appeared before Yangbai. You too, consume these swiftly, then enter the ice-fire duality eye. With that, Tianchen chuckled lightly and ventured deeper into the medicinal garden to identify more celestial treasures. Yangbai and Douluo gazed at the myriad of immortal herbs before them, their hearts swirling with complex emotions. After exchanging glances with Innate, they found their answer. Brother Yangbai, please. Douluo waved his hand with a sense of grandeur. Haha. Brother Douluo, let us partake together. In a flash, the two celestial herbs were consumed, and without a moment's hesitation, they leaped directly into the ice-fire duality eye. The extremely cold spring water instantaneously engulfed them, igniting a sensation of both searing heat and freezing chill upon their skin. Simultaneously, the energy contained within the ice-fire duality eye began to permeate their bodies. As the effects of the celestial herbs commenced to diffuse, they too experienced the same agonizing pain that Innate had initially felt. Nevertheless, Yangbai and Douluo showed no signs of retreat. Amidst the torment, their soul power began to churn vigorously, and both Innate and Yangbai felt the long-dormant soul power surging rapidly. Their soul power swiftly reached the pinnacle of the 94th level, yet it did not cease to grow. Instead, it continued to accumulate, poised to reach an extraordinary zenith. Quantitative change would inevitably lead to qualitative transformation. Douluo, however, was different. Already possessing a soul power of the 90th level, his growth was limited. Consequently, the soul power that entered his being, upon reaching its limit, began to fortify Douluo's physical form. Tianchen observed quietly, unperturbed by any potential mishaps that might befall the three of them. In recent days, the energy of the Eye of Ice and Fire has been absorbed by him to the extent of more than half. As a result, there is no longer any significant danger posed by the Title Douluo. This is why Innate, Yangbai, and their companions are now so remarkably unharmed. As the three of them transition from initial suffering within the Eye of Ice and Fire, they have now achieved a state of profound tranquility. They have acclimatized to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Chapter 60. The Poison of Douluo, the 10,000-year soul bone. After a day and a night, Innate, Yangbai, and Douluo have nearly exhausted the medicinal power within their bodies. The remaining energy within the Eye of Ice and Fire is now minimal. Following this period of absorption, although the three do not exhibit the ethereal grace akin to Tianchen, their physical forms have been significantly strengthened. The enhancement of their corporeal strength has led to an overall improvement in their physical qualities, including both speed and reaction time. More importantly, the soul power within them has been tempered within the Eye of Ice and Fire, becoming increasingly pure. This is truly a serendipitous encounter. Suddenly, Tianchen's tightly shut eyes flew open, fixating on Douluo. In an instant, with a mere clasp of his hand, Douluo's form was extracted from the ice-fire duality eye by Tianchen. At this moment, Douluo found himself in a state of bewilderment, pondering the peculiar turn of events. Was he not diligently cultivating within the ice-fire duality eye? Seemingly perceiving the confusion in Douluo's heart, Tianchen offered a knowing smile and began to elucidate. Douluo, this ice-fire duality eye is not a place for you to linger. Otherwise, the toxins of ice and the venom of the blazing sun will accumulate within you, leading to a point where you can no longer suppress your own toxic prowess. The ultimate outcome would be nothing short of death. Upon hearing this, Douluo shuddered in alarm, fully aware that his master would not speak idly. Furthermore, it was no surprise that Tianchen, a formidable Title Douluo at level 98, could discern the drawbacks of his toxic abilities. Master, you speak the truth. The toxins within me. Douluo sighed, acknowledging that as his cultivation advanced, so too did the toxins within him. Yet, while these toxins could enhance his combat strength, they also posed a constant threat to his very life. This is a matter that Douluo is not oblivious to. However, often he finds himself compelled to continue his training despite his awareness. Observing the dejected expression on Douluo's face, Tianchen gently patted his shoulder. Fear not, for I am here. Your toxic affliction is not insurmountable. I possess two methods, pray tell. Which would you prefer? Please, speak freely, master. Douluo replied. Tianchen nodded and articulated his proposed methods. The first approach is quite straightforward. I shall personally intervene, utilizing my profound soul power to expunge all the toxins residing within you. However, this course of action will subject you to excruciating pain. and there exists the peril of your meridians fracturing, potentially leading to your demise. Furthermore, as your entire prowess is predicated upon your toxic mastery, cleansing your body of these toxins will result in a significant diminishment of your strength. Are you willing to undertake such a risk, Douluo? Douluo, somewhat speechless, regarded his master's half-smiling demeanor, feeling rather disheartened. My entire strength is intertwined with my toxic arts. Such a loss would be untenable. Very well. I have another method that allows you to have your cake and eat it too. Ah, master, do enlighten me, Douluo exclaimed, instantly invigorated by the prospect. This method, though not overly complex, hinges upon the fact that your toxic backlash stems from your mastery of toxic arts. If you possessed a weapon spirit, the resolution would be simpler. You could merely concentrate the toxins within your weapon spirit, and all issues would be swiftly resolved. However, as you currently wield a beast spirit, the toxins have fused with your very essence. Even though your soul power can exert some control and suppression, they have become an integral part of your being, thus inflicting considerable harm upon your body. To retain the potent toxins while safeguarding your health, you must find a host to serve as a repository for the toxins. I believe a soul bone would be an excellent choice. Upon hearing this, Douluo began to ponder. A connoisseur of toxins himself, he quickly grasped Tianchen's suggestion. With a gleam in his eye, he inquired, Master, are you suggesting that I force the toxins into the soul bone within me, thereby preventing harm to myself? Tianchen nodded. Precisely. Furthermore, your granddaughter could also benefit from this approach. If you procure a suitable soul bone for her, she can channel her toxins into it while practicing her toxic arts, thus avoiding any adverse effects. This notion filled Douluo with excitement. Yet he soon considered the potential drawbacks. He furrowed his brow and remarked, Master, I have cultivated the biphosphorus snake spirit for over 60 years. My body has long since merged with the toxins. It is no simple task to expel them, and should anything go awry, the backlash may be even more severe. Are you suggesting I embark on a path to self-destruction? Tianchen replied calmly, this is the only viable solution. However, I do not advocate for you to directly force the toxins out with your soul power, as you correctly pointed out. Such an approach would yield no benefits and could provoke a stronger backlash. It is imperative to employ certain medicinal aids to guide the process, gradually filtering the toxins from your meridians and bones, concentrating them within the soul bone. This shall be an arduous journey, one that cannot be accomplished within a mere day or two. After all, you are presently a vessel of toxicity. However, it is not as though Tianchen is entirely indifferent to this matter. When the time comes, he will provide the necessary medicinal herbs for Douluo. In truth, Tianchen possesses a much simpler method, yet it carries the risk of Douluo succumbing to madness. His celestial demon Zither has the capability to directly dissipate the toxins within Douluo's body. Nevertheless, it is prudent for Douluo to refrain from becoming entangled with such malevolent energy. Just as Douluo sank into contemplation, Tianchen silently retrieved a soul bone from the soul guide device. This is the trunk bone of the 100,000-year soul beast that Tianchen hunted when he broke through to the 90th level. When the soul bone appeared before Douluo, he was instantly captivated. Much like a cat detecting the scent of fish, his gaze fixated upon the 100,000-year soul bone. This is indeed the trunk bone of a 100,000-year soul beast. My heavens! Douluo was left in a daze, wondering what his master intended to do with such a precious treasure. Before he could recover from his astonishment, Tianchen tossed the soul bone, which landed securely in Douluo's embrace. His heart raced, pounding in excitement, as he stared blankly at Tianchen. Master, is this a reward for your subordinate? Douluo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tianchen smiled slightly. What is the matter, Douluo? Do you not desire it? If so, I shall take it back. No, 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 master. How could Douluo dare to refuse your generous gift? I am profoundly grateful for your bestowal, Douluo expressed with sincere gratitude. With a dismissive glance at Douluo, Tianchen shook his head. Holding the 100,000-year soul beast's trunk bone, Douluo appeared as if he had acquired a priceless treasure, examining it from various angles before reluctantly placing it into his soul guide. At that moment, Douluo felt incredibly fortunate to serve under his master. Ignoring Douluo's gaze, which seemed to melt with admiration, Tianchen turned his attention to the Innate and Yangbai, who were still engaged in their endeavors within the ice and fire two elemental eye. Regarding the gift of the 100,000-year soul bone to Douluo, Tianchen felt no hesitation. For the ice and fire two elemental eye was far more valuable than a mere soul bone. Moreover, considering Douluo's affiliation with the star-picking tower, he would eventually distribute such treasures. However, it was more pressing for Douluo at this moment. Meanwhile, within the ice and fire two elemental eye, Innate and Yangbai had reached a critical juncture. Their soul power had reached its limit. Even their physical bodies could no longer absorb any energy. At this moment, there was only one path to take: breakthrough. Only by advancing to the 95th level could they find any room for progress. They seemed to realize this dilemma. And now was the optimal moment to break through. The ice and fire two elemental eye could still provide some energy, and their divine herbs had yet to be fully digested. If not now, when? Chapter 61. Breakthrough to 95. Innate and Yangbai rejoice. At this moment, Innate and Yangbai were fully aware. Innate turned to glance at Yangbai, and they locked eyes instantaneously. A smile crept across Inhe's face, radiating joy. Yangbai, today I shall break through to the 95th level. The soul bone of the golden rhinoceros in our master's possession surely belongs to me. Inhe, haha, just wish me luck. Rest assured, should you find yourself in peril in the future, I, with the 100,000-year soul bone, shall lend you my aid. What do you think? Yangbai? Yangbai remained speechless, perplexed by Inhe's confidence. Oh, Inhe. Do you truly believe you are the only one capable of breaking through to the 95th level today? I, Yangbai, shall also strive for the 95th level. I refuse to believe you can surpass me. With that, Yangbai accelerated the circulation of his soul power, swiftly absorbing the remaining energy from the ice and fire two elemental eye. Simultaneously, a vortex of air formed above Yangbai's head. As abundant soul power from the surrounding environment began to pour in, Yangbai then exerted himself to refine this ambient soul power, purifying it repeatedly. Upon witnessing this, Inhe grew anxious. He did not wish for Yangbai to achieve the breakthrough first. Following suit, he summoned the chaotic soul power from the environment above him, and his body began to transform. Fortunately, the two had significantly strengthened their physical forms over the past day and night. Otherwise, such reckless absorption of chaotic soul power would have been perilous. Typically, soul masters cultivate by meditating to harmonize with the ambient soul power, allowing it to become gentle before absorbing it for refinement. Who would dare to act as recklessly as Inhe and Yangbai at this moment? In no time, the cave was devoid of all wandering soul power, and Tianchen frowned at the sight. Inhe and Yangbai had reached a critical moment. He could not allow their efforts to be in vain. Tianchen unleashed a powerful assault upon the rocky ceiling. The mountain crumbled in an instant, and with a wave of Tianchen's hand, the shattered debris was cast hundreds of meters away. At this midnight hour, a silvery moonbeam illuminated the ice and fire two elemental eye. As the air circulated freely, Inhe and Yangbai began to draw soul power from the distant reaches of the world. Suddenly, the vortex of soul power above their heads expanded several-fold, and the torrential influx transformed their expressions. They labored to refine the abundant chaotic soul power, sweating profusely, even while still immersed in the ice and fire two elemental eye. Meanwhile, as the moonlight bathed the ice and fire two elemental eye, the terrain shifted dramatically. The divine herbs and spiritual roots trembled gently. Tianchen no longer hesitated. The ice and fire two elemental eye had depleted its energy and could no longer sustain the growth of these divine herbs and treasures. Witnessing the subtle changes in the spiritual roots, Tianchen acted swiftly. He quickly harvested all the mature divine herbs into his soul guide. The immature ones, except for the toxic specimens, were returned to the ice and fire two elemental eye to release pure soul power to support Inhe and Yangbai's breakthroughs. Having completed these tasks, Tianchen approached Douluo, observing the now barren medicinal garden, feeling somewhat remorseful. However, when Douluo turned to look at Tianchen, he fell into a state of tranquility. Douluo, you have reached the limit of the 90th level. Your 100,000-year soul ring shall await the conclusion of Inhe and Yangbai's breakthroughs, after which we shall hunt together. Upon hearing this, Douluo's sorrow over losing the medicinal garden transformed into uncontainable joy. He had long awaited this day. Meanwhile, within the ice and fire two elemental eye, Inhe and Yangbai commenced their assault. The barrier to the 95th level was vastly different from the breakthroughs below that threshold. The latter merely required the accumulation of soul power, and a breakthrough was simple. However, the 95th level represented an immensely significant threshold. If the levels from 91 to 95 were the realm of the pinnacle powerhouses of Douluo Continent, then soul masters above the 95th level were akin to nuclear weapons of a force or empire. The implications were entirely different. As Inhe and Yangbai exerted their utmost to breach this barrier, their bodies began to operate under immense strain. Their physiques swelled, veins bulging, and their forms turned crimson. Even now, in certain places, blood mist has begun to seep forth. At this moment, even Tianchen is unable to assist the two. They must rely solely on their own strength. The pivotal moment to transcend the 95th level has arrived. Crack. At last, with a sharp sound, Yang Bai's body commenced a rapid transformation. His 95th level barrier has been breached. In a thunderous eruption, the soul power within him, previously constrained, surged wildly into what seemed to be a newly manifested realm. A look of joy illuminated Yang Bai's face. He had managed to surpass In He before him. However, at the very instant Yang Bai achieved his breakthrough, In He also shattered the 95th level barrier, his own tumultuous soul power pouring forth in a torrent. He couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Although In He felt a twinge of discomfort for not breaking through before Yang Bai, he was nonetheless now a 95th level Super Douluo. It is only at this level that they possess the strength to represent the star-picking tower in the vast continent. Otherwise, even if the two joined forces before their breakthrough, they would find themselves powerless against formidable opponents like the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. Tianchen, witnessing In He and Yang Bai's swift ascension to the 95th level, felt a profound sense of joy. Many affairs of the star-picking tower would no longer require his direct involvement. Meanwhile, Douluo was engulfed in a myriad of complex emotions. He had thought that upon reaching the Title Douluo rank, he could draw closer to Yang Bai and the others, but unexpectedly, their distance had only widened. 95th level. Such formidable beings, even the venerable Douluo could scarcely believe he would ever reach such heights. After all, within the realm of Douluo, the number of soul masters is vast, yet those who have attained the illustrious rank of 95 or above are fewer than 20. It is not an exaggeration to say that achieving this is an arduous task, fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, at this moment, Douluo's resolve grew ever stronger. He believed that if he diligently fulfilled his missions, there would come a day when he too would seize such an opportunity to become a true paragon of strength within Douluo. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Douluo pondered these thoughts, the duo of In He and Yang Bai simultaneously emerged from the ice and fired two-headed eye. Standing before Tianchen, Master, we have honored our mission and have successfully broken through to the 95 level, Yang Bai declared with exuberance, while In He's joy was tinged with a hint of regret. Observing the two, Tianchen smiled softly. You have both performed admirably. A 95-level Title Douluo is indeed a rare sight in this world. In the future, the star-picking tower will entrust you with even greater responsibilities. Excellent. Excellent. Haha. Yang Bai, sensing the underlying meaning in his master's words, felt a shadow of gloom cloud his joy. Without paying heed to the thoughts of In He and Yang Bai, Tianchen prepared to fulfill his promise. With a flourish of his hand, a 10,000-year soul bone materialized in his palm, the right arm bone of the golden rhinoceros. Yang Bai, you are the first to reach the 95 level. This soul bone is yours. With that, Tianchen extended the soul bone toward Yang Bai, who beamed with delight, casting a glance at In He before exclaiming, Thank you for your cultivation, Master. From now on, I shall strive even harder. He proudly accepted the soul bone, a look of treasured awe upon his face. Chapter 62. The sinister poisonous swamp, the thousand-eyed poisonous toad emerges. At this moment, In He's countenance had darkened entirely. He felt he would have no face to show to others in the presence of Yang Bai. Tianchen shook his head, a light smile gracing his lips. This was a rare instance for In He to experience a setback, which was beneficial in curbing his usual exuberance. However, Tianchen was not one to withhold what was due. He reached into his waist-mounted soul-guiding device and swiftly drew forth another soul bone. Exuding the aura of a 10,000-year soul beast, In He was instantly stunned. This is a 10,000-year right leg bone. Observing In He's captivated expression, Tianchen deliberately waved the soul bone before him and slowly spoke. What do you think, In He? This 10,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone is quite splendid. Is it not? Master, how could a soul bone from a 10,000-year soul beast be anything less than exceptional? In He replied, his gaze fixated on the soul bone, utterly transfixed. Since you find it to your liking, it is yours, Tianchen declared, tossing the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone into In He's hands. In He was left in a state of astonishment. Was this truly a gift for him? He had assumed his master was merely inquiring about it. He never anticipated he would actually receive such a soul bone. Yang Bai rolled his eyes at In He, thinking him a typical case of someone gaining an advantage yet pretending to be modest. Well then, In He, just accept what master has bestowed upon you. This soul bone seems reminiscent of the 10,000-year soul beast belonging to Tang Hao from 6 years ago. What? Are you perhaps afraid of Tang Hao and reluctant to accept it? Yangbai chuckled heartily. Inhe, of course, was not deterred by the thought of Tang Hao. He was simply taken aback in this moment. After all, the feeling of something lost and then regained was beyond Yangbai's comprehension. With trembling hands and a racing heart, Inhe cradled the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone as gently as one would hold an infant. At this moment, even Tianchen furrowed his brow slightly. Inhe exhibited a rather peculiar disposition. As dawn broke the following day, the four of them rose without a backward glance, vanishing from the spot. The Eye of Ice and Fire has temporarily become inoperative, and its restoration will require at least a millennium. After departing from this place, the four individuals ventured deeper into the Sunset Forest, intent on procuring the ninth spirit ring for Douluo. As they gradually approached the heart of the forest, the surroundings began to transform. Unlike the Douluo forest, the Sunset Forest exuded an eerie and ominous atmosphere, as if everything around was steeped in bloodshed and treachery. The Douluo forest, in contrast, was vast and majestic, embodying the essence of a primeval wilderness. Leading the group was Tianchen, who, with his formidable soul power at level 98, continuously sensed the spirit beasts in the vicinity. Although the Sunset Forest did not boast the same variety of spirit beasts as the Douluo forest, it was indeed the most suitable habitat for Douluo's needs. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous spirit beasts under 50,000 years old, and astonishingly, one-third of these were highly toxic creatures. As a master of poison, Douluo was particularly exhilarated. Is it true that the Sunset Forest harbors spirit beasts of around 80 to 90,000 years? Inhai inquired cautiously after some time. In his recollection, he had never heard of any high-aged spirit beasts residing in the Sunset Forest, considering he was a Title Douluo level expert, and such information was well within his grasp. However, before Tianchen could respond, Douluo interjected. Inhai, you are mistaken. The rumors about the lack of high-aged spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest stem from their inability to approach it. To my knowledge, there exists an 8,000-year-old phosphor serpent king within, Douluo asserted, fixing his gaze upon Tianchen, confident that his master possessed some knowledge on the matter. Yet, what Tianchen was about to reveal left the three of them utterly astonished. Douluo is correct. While the Sunset Forest may not be as fearsome as the Douluo forest, it does indeed harbor spirit beasts over 50,000 years old. And it is entirely possible that even one reaching 100,000 years exists. Let us proceed and investigate further. Moreover, the spirit beasts here are more compatible with Douluo's martial spirit. With this declaration, the matter was settled. And Inhai fell silent as they continued deeper into the forest. After 2 hours of traversing, Tianchen's previously steady pace abruptly halted. The three others instantly became alert, releasing their soul power to scan the surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Tianchen's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed that Douluo's ninth spirit ring was within reach. Let us move forward. There lies a promising location ahead where Douluo's ninth spirit ring may await us, he urged, leading the way. After walking approximately 10 miles, a vast expanse of murky swamp appeared before them. At this moment, Tianchen sensed a seemingly faint yet remarkably potent spirit beast aura. Ihai gazed at the boundless black mire, his brow furrowing as he sniffed the air. Instantly confronted by an overwhelming stench, his face contorted in disgust. Master, this place reeks so foully. Can there truly be spirit beasts concealed here? In response to Inhai's probing inquiry, Tianchen remained silent, merely observing the seemingly bottomless black swamp before him. Eventually, he spoke. Inhai, it seems you still harbor doubts about my word. If that is the case, should a spirit beast indeed appear, let it be your responsibility to handle it. I, along with Yangbai and Douluo, shall refrain from intervening. We will merely watch you demonstrate your prowess. Upon hearing this, Yangbai could no longer suppress his laughter. This darkness is truly a case of creating trouble where none exists. Now, we find ourselves in a predicament. In this dark mire, should there truly be a soul beast lurking, even one with an age of 50,000 years, Yangbai firmly believes that Inhe would find it a considerable challenge. Moreover, the foul stench emanating from the swamp adds to the discomfort. At that moment, Tianchen's expression subtly shifted as he turned to Inhe. Inhe, you must venture into this mire immediately. It is best for you to witness the presence of the soul beast with your own eyes. Go. Without affording Inhe any opportunity for negotiation, the command from his master left him with no choice. Gritting his teeth, Inhe lightly tapped his toes and soared into the void, landing precisely upon a decayed piece of wood. As the soul power within him surged, the rotting wood began to glide forward. Moments later, All that remained visible to Tianchen and the others was the diminutive figure of innate. Observing this, Yang Bai stepped forward, a hint of curiosity in his demeanor as he softly inquired, "Master, is it truly possible that there exists a soul beast within this black mire that is over 50,000 years old?" Douluo also leaned in, eager for an answer. With a mysterious smile, Tianchen gestured towards the distant black mire and spoke slowly, "Indeed, there resides a thousand-eyed venomous toad, approximately 80,000 years of age. This time, it is indeed dark enough to brew a pot." Chapter 63, The Emergence of the Phosphorescent Serpent King, A Clash of Beasts. Upon hearing the name of the thousand-eyed poison frog, Yang Bai found himself momentarily bewildered. He had never encountered such a soul beast before, only aware of its name. In contrast, Douluo's reaction was markedly different. Upon learning of the existence of an 80,000-year-old thousand-eyed poison frog, his expression drastically changed. It was astonishing that such a creature still roamed the world, particularly one of such formidable age. "Incredible, simply incredible." Yang Bai, noticing Douluo's murmurs, felt a surge of curiosity. Was the thousand-eyed poison frog truly deserving of such alarm? "Douluo brother, does this thousand-eyed poison frog possess some extraordinary qualities?" In response to Yang Bai's inquiry, Douluo's brow relaxed slightly. "Brother Yang Bai, you are unaware. The thousand-eyed poison frog is no ordinary beast, renowned for its terrifying venom. The term thousand-eyed merely refers to the outlets through which it exudes its toxic liquid. Consequently, its venom is nearly impossible to evade. And given its habitual dwelling in the depths of murky swamps, it becomes even more challenging to hunt. An 80,000-year-old thousand-eyed poison frog would pose a significant challenge, even for a formidable being who has surpassed level 95. Furthermore, the thousand-eyed poison frog possesses remarkable stealth capabilities, capable of concealing its presence." Upon hearing Douluo's explanation, Yang Bai felt a mix of astonishment and a burgeoning smile. Indeed, as his master had proclaimed, it was dark enough to brew a pot. While Yang Bai and Douluo continued their discourse, innate, who had ventured into the swamp, felt a sense of ennui. His master truly excelled at frightening others. In such a desolate place, devoid of life, how could one expect to encounter a soul beast? Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, innate diligently searched through the swamp, only to find nothing of note. Just as he was about to retrace his steps, a shadow, several meters in length, suddenly erupted from the mire beneath him, gaping wide and roaring. In an instant, innate could not afford to discern the identity of the soul beast. He immediately summoned his soul power and soared into the sky. Bang! The speed of a level 95 Title Douluo is not to be underestimated. Although the thousand-eyed poison frog launched a surprise attack, innate successfully evaded the maw of the abyss. Quack! 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 Suspended in the air, innate finally caught sight of the beast that had assaulted him. Locking eyes with the thousand-eyed poison frog, he grimaced. "How revolting! The thousand-eyed poison frog?" Innate furrowed his brow. This creature would not be easily dealt with. Nonetheless, beneath him, 9 soul rings began to illuminate, one by one. As the rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 red, emerged, a distinct aura exclusive to a Title Douluo erupted forth. Exhaling a breath of murky air, innate recognized that his master, along with Yang Bai and Douluo, were all observing him. "You foul frog, how dare you ambush me?" 7th soul skill, Cold Shadow True Form. In an instant, a chilling and formidable long blade materialized behind innate, its icy glimmer sending shivers down one's spine. At that moment, the 80,000-year-old thousand-eyed poison frog sensed the imminent peril. The intelligence of an 80,000-year-old soul beast is not to be underestimated. In mere moments, the thousand-eyed poison frog vanished into the depths of the swamp. Simultaneously, its presence weakened drastically. Innate smirked disdainfully. "As long as you reveal yourself, you shall not escape so easily." 5th soul skill, Shadow Moon Slash. In an instant, as innate swung the long blade, 2 beams of icy light surged forth, plunging into the mire and striking the thousand-eyed poison frog. Quack! Aware of the approaching danger, the thousand-eyed poison frog refused to remain passive. It unleashed a torrent of venom from its mouth, solidifying the swamp around its body. Inhate's Shadow Moon Slash merely managed to cleave a small opening in the hardened muck. At this juncture, Tianchen and the others were also observing the fierce confrontation between innate and the thousand-eyed poison frog. Witnessing the creature's resilience, Tianchen found it utterly astonishing. This ability is indeed formidable. However, it possesses an obvious flaw. Once removed from the mire, this thousand-eyed poison toad becomes utterly ineffective. Yangbai soon comprehended why Douluo remarked that the thousand-eyed poison toad was a tough adversary. Should I lend a hand to Inhei? Yangbai softly suggested. He did not doubt Inhei's capability to handle the 80,000-year thousand-eyed poison toad. Rather, he wished to witness the extent of his strength augmentation after achieving level 95. Tianchen cast a sidelong glance at Inhei and promptly shook his head. No need, Yangbai. That thousand-eyed poison toad does not pose enough challenge for you to unleash your full power. Inhei has yet to make a serious move. This 80,000-year thousand-eyed poison toad will not last much longer. Upon hearing this, Yangbai had no choice but to relent. How could he argue against his own leader's words? Moreover, he recognized the truth in them. In the arena, upon witnessing the thousand-eyed poison toad effortlessly block his fifth spirit ability, Inhei remained unfazed. However, it was time to conclude this encounter. With a chilling gaze, the aura of slaughter enveloped Inhei with immense intensity. Eighth spirit ability, Shadow Wind Devouring. In an instant, as Inhei's long blade descended fiercely from behind him, torrents of shadowy winds mingled with the blade's radiance cascaded onto the petrified mire that encased the thousand-eyed poison toad. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, when a level 95 Title Douluo unleashed their full might, the 80,000-year thousand-eyed poison toad evidently struggled to withstand the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the petrified mire upon its back shattered into ruins, and the blade's brilliance struck down upon the toad's rear. Roar! Blood streaked across its back as green blood gushed forth, accompanied by a sudden eruption of toxic mist. In a moment of desperation, the 80,000-year thousand-eyed poison toad disregarded everything, expelling a torrent of venom that blanketed the area. Observing this, Inhei could only dodge to evade the onslaught. Seeing this, the thousand-eyed poison toad swiftly retreated into the depths of the mire, frantically fleeing. Inhei, no need to pursue. Just as Inhei intended to follow up with a finishing blow, Tianchen's voice resonated in his ear. Confused, Inhei had no choice but to heed his leader's words. Casting a reluctant glance at the thousand-eyed poison toad that had disappeared into the mire before soaring back to join Tianchen and the others. Upon landing, Inhei's face was etched with bewilderment. Tianchen smiled gently. Inhei, there is more than just the thousand-eyed poison toad lurking in this vicinity. There is also a nearly 90,000-year green phosphor serpent king concealing itself. Now that you have wounded the thousand-eyed poison toad, do you think the green phosphor serpent king will remain inactive? At these words, not only Inhei, but even Yangbai and Douluo were taken aback. They understood that the sudden return of Inhei was due to this revelation. The intention of their leader was clear to all three. Douluo's objective on this journey was precisely the green phosphor serpent king, and the 80,000-year thousand-eyed poison toad was not to be overlooked. Unlike the thousand-eyed poison toad, if the green phosphor serpent king sensed any disturbance, it was likely to flee without hesitation. Although the Sunset Forest was not as vast as the Stardoe Forest, it was by no means small. If that were to happen, capturing it would require considerable effort. The green phosphor serpent king and the thousand-eyed poison toad were evenly matched, each a formidable opponent to the other. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Should either the green phosphor serpent king or the thousand-eyed poison toad expose a flaw, the other would seize the opportunity to devour its rival. Indeed, just as the thousand-eyed poison toad fled into the depths of the mire, the green phosphor serpent king, from a distance, caught the scent of blood emanating from the thousand-eyed poison toad. The scent of blood triggered its instincts, and it realized that the thousand-eyed poison toad was at its most vulnerable. Within the Sunset Forest, both the green phosphor serpent king and the thousand-eyed poison toad were well acquainted with each other. Soon enough, the green phosphor serpent king launched its assault. From a considerable distance, Tianchen discerned a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly emerge from the dimly lit forest. The green phosphor serpent king had arrived. Its serpentine body, several dozen meters long, twisted and moved gracefully, adorned with two horns atop its head, exuding an aura reminiscent of a dragon's transformation. Its deep green scales shimmered, and the dark forked tongue slithered forth, pinpointing the direction of the thousand-eyed poison toad as it prepared to deliver a lethal strike. Chapter 64. A chance encounter amidst mutual destruction. Hiss. With a low, resonant sound, the green phosphor serpent king abruptly accelerated. Its speed surpassed even that of a typical Title Douluo. In an instant, it dove into the foul-smelling mire. With a single bite, it targeted the hiding place of the thousand-eyed poison toad. Just as the green phosphor serpent king's jaws descended, the healing thousand-eyed poison toad sensed an unprecedented threat. Without a moment's hesitation, it leaped desperately attempting to escape. However, as it vaulted from the mire into the air, the green phosphor serpent king's massive jaws seized one of its hind legs. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of venom surged through the fangs of the green phosphor serpent king and flooded into the body of the thousand-eyed poison toad. Simultaneously, the green phosphor serpent king coiled tightly around the thousand-eyed poison toad. Feeling the excruciating pain coursing through its body, the thousand-eyed poison toad refused to submit, opening all of its venomous outlets to unleash a cloud of toxic mist, enveloping the green phosphor serpent king. Countless venomous droplets capable of petrifying the mire cascaded onto the green phosphor serpent king. Strangely, its body did not undergo any petrification, however. The toxin from the thousand-eyed poison toad began to corrode its form. Left with no choice, the green phosphor serpent king relinquished its grip and swiftly retreated. Having injected its venom into the thousand-eyed poison toad, there was no need to engage in a direct confrontation at that moment. Observing from a kilometer away, Tianchen and his companions had already concealed their presence, quietly witnessing the unfolding drama. Yongbai Inhe. It appears that the thousand-eyed poison toad may not withstand the green phosphor serpent king today. You two should strike together when the time comes, ensuring that we capture the green phosphor serpent king. Rest assured, leader. Yongbai and Inhe nodded in understanding. Douluo was equally exhilarated, for he was on the cusp of achieving Title Douluo status. Inhe, Yongbai, I am grateful for your assistance. Douluo bowed in gratitude to both Inhe and Yongbai, then turned to Tianchen, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Before long, the thousand-eyed poison toad could no longer endure the effects of the green phosphor serpent king's venom and began to go into a frenzy. The struggles of a creature on the brink of death are often the most fervent. The thousand-eyed poison toad fixed its gaze upon the green phosphor serpent king not far away, gathering its spirit power beneath its feet. With a sudden leap, it launched itself from the mire, catching the green phosphor serpent king off guard, which had not anticipated the toad emerging from the depths. In an instant, the toad crashed against the serpent's body, and it clung tightly to the green phosphor serpent king, unleashing a torrent of toxins. For a moment, the green phosphor serpent king writhed in agony. At this juncture, it paid no mind to anything else, wrapping its entire serpentine body around the thousand-eyed poison toad. As it endured the corrosive effects of the toad's toxins, it gradually gathered strength. Finally, as the thousand-eyed poison toad thrashed violently, the venom of the green phosphor serpent king coursed throughout its form. As the deadly embrace of the phosphorescent serpent king tightened, it soon found itself on the brink of collapse. With a commanding voice, Tianchen declared, "Now." In an instant, Inhe and Yongbai surged forward like cannonballs. 7th Soul Skill, True Body of Cold Shadow. 7th Soul Skill, True Body of Blazing Sun. As they charged forth, 2 streaks of light swiftly approached the phosphorescent serpent king. At that moment, the creature's eyes widened in terror. Yet, ensnared by the thousand-eyed poison toad, it found itself unable to escape. Moreover, having been entangled for so long, the phosphorescent serpent king was beginning to weaken. In an instant, a colossal sword pierced its midsection, pinning it firmly to the ground. Meanwhile, Inhe's cold shadow blade struck the serpent's tail. Hiss. The phosphorescent serpent king writhed in pain, dark green blood gushing forth from the wounds left by the sword and blade. In that moment, it still harbored thoughts of escape. However, all of this was undeniably futile. Before Inhe and Yongbai, 2 Title Douluos, the only fate awaiting the phosphorescent serpent king was death. Seeing that the phosphorescent serpent king was under the control of Inhe and Yongbai, Douluo hurriedly flew over. After all, he needed to personally slay the serpent to absorb its soul ring. Upon Douluo's arrival, Yongbai offered a slight smile and conjured the blazing sun sword. "Brother Douluo, take action." Douluo nodded, lifting his right hand to grasp the sword, concentrating his soul power into his palm. Accompanied by a dark green aura, the blazing sun sword swiftly ended the life of the phosphorescent serpent king. "Come forth, my 9th soul ring. You shall determine whether I can become a top master of the continent." Drawn by the dark green glow, the 90,000, your soul ring of the phosphorescent serpent king began to drift towards Douluo. Yongbai's gaze fixed upon the approaching soul ring as he solemnly advised, "Brother Douluo, be prepared. This 90,000, your soul ring, is no trivial matter." Douluo nodded, settling down into a meditative position, focusing entirely on his martial spirit. As the 90,000, your soul ring drew near, he felt an unprecedented pressure, causing his bones to emit faint creaks under its weight. Soon, the black ring hovered above Douluo's head, offering him no chance to react before it abruptly constricted, transforming into a compact, solid black ring that settled upon his phosphorescent serpent martial spirit. Douluo felt as though he had plunged into molten lava, an intense energy surging into him, the searing heat flooding his body, igniting a fierce fire within. His body trembled violently. An hour later, the Title Douluo level of power was indeed a force entirely beyond the comparison of a mere rank 90. As Douluo reveled in the overwhelming soul power coursing through him, his joy was palpable. Ha! Brother Douluo, congratulations. Just then, Tianchen approached, calmly addressing him. Douluo, unleash your martial spirit. Very well, thank you, my lord. In that moment, Douluo released his martial spirit, the phosphorescent serpent king. Instantly, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings illuminated beneath Douluo's feet. The celestial demon harp, absorb. In an instant, the celestial demon harp in Tianchen's hands absorbed the soul ring of the 80,000, your thousand-eyed poison toad. Suddenly, the harp emanated a powerful wave of soul power, converting the entire soul ring into pure soul energy. As Tianchen skillfully plucked the strings, pure soul power began to infuse into Douluo's 9th soul ring. As this energy flowed into the ring, Douluo's expression twisted into one of fierce intensity. His eyes turned crimson, and his aura grew increasingly ferocious. Yet simultaneously, as the soul power infused the soul ring, significant changes began to manifest. The once pitch-black ring gradually revealed hints of crimson. Finally, when Tianchen ceased his movements, the formerly dark soul ring had transformed into a vivid blood red. A 100,000-year soul ring was thus formed. Douluo's body began to adapt to this sudden surge of formidable soul power, and in an instant, his soul power soared to rank 92. With a sigh of relief, as Tianchen gradually halted, the soul ring of the 80,000, your thousand-eyed poison toad was nearly exhausted, leaving only a small remnant for Tianchen to absorb. At this moment, had Douluo not witnessed it with his own eyes, who would have believed that a 100,000, your soul ring could be acquired in such a manner? With a profound gaze directed at his master, Douluo was undeniably astounded. Slowly approaching Tianchen, he knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in reverence. His eyes reflected both the joy of breaking through to Title Douluo and deep gratitude. My lord, all that I possess today is bestowed by you. Such a great favor. I know not how to repay. I can only pledge my unwavering service to you henceforth. Douluo spoke earnestly, his gratitude for Tianchen sincere. A 100,000, your soul ring. Is this something that an ordinary soul master can possess? Observing Douluo's demeanor, Tianchen smiled gently, raising his hand slightly. And an invisible surge of soul power lifted Douluo into the air. Douluo, everything that has transpired today is rightfully yours. I merely acted on a whim. However, from this moment forth, you shall be recognized as a true powerhouse of this continent. Since the establishment of the star-picking tower, only Innate and Yangbai have held the title of patrons. Thus, from now on, you shall also be a patron of the star-picking tower. With your rank of 92, you have earned this distinction. Upon hearing these words from Tianchen, Douluo was momentarily taken aback. He had merely expressed gratitude to his master, yet somehow he had become a patron without fully comprehending how. For a moment, he stood in daze. However, a remark from Yangbai swiftly brought him back to reality. Ha! Douluo brother, why aren't you thanking the master yet? From now on, you are also one of us at the star-picking tower. Nodding, Douluo finally grasped the situation. The prospect of becoming a patron of the star-picking tower filled him with unexpected joy. When he initially joined the tower, he held no official position. Now, this recognition from his master indicated that the star-picking tower had fully acknowledged him. Gratitude illuminated Douluo's face as he looked at Tianchen, who remained quietly smiling. And he felt a profound sense of determination. I thank you, master. With a wave of his hand, Tianchen dismissed the sentiment. Enough. It has been some time since we left the star-picking tower. It is time to return. As his words faded, Tianchen's figure vanished, leaving only traces of his presence. Innate and Yangbai, witnessing this, were immediately invigorated, soaring into the sky. A glimmer of joy crossed Douluo's eyes as he unleashed his Title Douluo level soul power, swiftly following in their wake. Before long, the four of them, having traveled at full speed, returned to Suatua City. With a swift motion, they landed atop the star-picking tower, marking the conclusion of their journey to the sunset forest and the ice and fire duality. Innate, Yangbai, and Douluo quietly withdrew, while Tianchen gazed at their departing figures, feeling quite satisfied. From this point onward, The star-picking tower was poised to allow He and Yang Bai to operate independently. Just as Tianchen intended to engage in quiet cultivation, Yang Bai returned. Master, a letter arrived a couple of days ago from the Tiandu royal family, signed by the Snow Knight Emperor. Yang Bai, realizing the urgency, had no choice but to interrupt Tianchen. Nodding, Tianchen accepted the letter from Yang Bai. It read, to Tianchen, personally opened, written by Snow Knight. Slowly, he unfolded the cover and began to read. Tianchen, when you see this letter, I hope to receive your assistance. The Tiandu royal family is on the brink of collapse. All its splendor is merely superficial. Without a Title Douluo to safeguard the Tiandu Empire, the sects and academies act with impunity. If possible, Tianchen, I implore you to send a powerful individual to Tiandu City. After silently perusing Snow Knight's letter, Tianchen's expression remained calm. Snow Knight's intention was clear. He sought a powerful figure to maintain order among the academies and sections. However, it was impossible for He and Yang Bai to be sent. Reflecting on the matter, Tianchen felt a sense of resignation. He would assist Snow Knight this once. Yang Bai, summon Douluo. I have matters to discuss. Although unsure of the contents of the letter from the Snow Knight Emperor, Yang Bai sensed its gravity and quickly fetched Douluo. Before long, Douluo returned to the pinnacle of the star-picking tower. Master, what is it that you require of your subordinate? Douluo inquired, puzzled, as he had only just returned. Casting a gentle glance at Douluo, Tianchen spoke slowly. Douluo, if I were to ask you to travel to Tiandu City and serve as a guest patron of the Tiandu Empire, would you be willing? At this proclamation, Douluo's countenance shifted dramatically as he stood there in shock. Master, do you no longer require my presence? His face bore an expression of deep melancholy. After just becoming a patron of the star-picking tower, he was to be dispatched so soon. Tianchen realized he had not communicated clearly. Douluo, my intention is not to send you away from the star-picking tower, but to have you serve in dual capacities. Rest assured, the Tiandu Empire holds no authority to command you. I will inform you whenever there is a matter of importance. Moreover, your granddaughter resides in Tiandu City, making this the most suitable opportunity for you. Upon hearing this, Douluo began to comprehend Tianchen's true intention. Essentially, he was being asked to hold a nominal position at the Tiandu royal family, a proposition that had startled him. Ha ha ha, I thought you no longer wanted me, master. In that case, I am willing to go. Nodding, Tianchen permitted Douluo and Yang Bai to depart. Ah, Snow Knight, what I owed you in the past has nearly been repaid. He mused silently, choosing not to dwell on it any further. And he retreated into the tower to engage in tranquil cultivation. Meanwhile, Douluo and Yang Bai began their preparations. Without hesitation, Douluo resolved to treat this task as a mission. It would not require constant vigilance or violence. Glancing towards Tiandu City, he felt a surge of excitement, recalling that his last visit had been a year ago to see his granddaughter. This time is different. Douluo is on the verge of becoming renowned throughout the world. 3 days later, outside the city of Tiandu, Douluo slowly approached the city gates. Gazing at the familiar scenery, his heart brimming with anticipation. Soon, Douluo's figure appeared at the Tiandu Junior Soul Master Academy. The reason he did not head straight to the Tiandu royal family was that his granddaughter, Douluo, was still studying at the academy. Naturally, Douluo had to see his granddaughter first. With purposeful strides, he made his way toward the academy, surrounded by children around 10 years old. At this moment, despite being a Title Douluo with a soul ring spanning 100,000 years, the excitement within Douluo remained palpable. Before long, he arrived at a relatively quiet little house. His granddaughter resided here. As the granddaughter of Douluo, certainly did not need to share a roof with anyone else. After all, Douluo was a genuine Title Douluo, well known throughout the academy. This status provided her with a form of protection. Although Douluo had not enjoyed much of her grandfather's company over the years, she had never been bullied. Inside the small house, a 10-year-old girl was diligently practicing her cultivation. In Douluo's heart, she believed that her grandfather's absence was due to her own weakness, fearing that her presence might bring him danger. Thus, she dedicated herself to her training with fervor. Just as she finished her practice and stood up, the door swung open. Chapter 66, The Joy of the Snowy Night, Douluo's Devotion. The moment the door opened, Douluo, bearing an air of age yet filled with vitality, instantly captured Douluo's attention. Grandfather. Without a moment's hesitation, Douluo rushed to Douluo and embraced him tightly. Ha ha ha, Yenner, I see you. How are you, my dear? Are you happy? The 10-year-old Douluo had begun to form her own thoughts. Her face flushed as she clung to her grandfather. I'm happy, very happy. However, her expression soon transformed into one of sorrow. Seeing this, Douluo assumed his granddaughter had been bullied. You know, what troubles you? You were just happy moments ago. Has someone in the academy wronged you? Humph. Who dares to bully my granddaughter? Quickly, tell grandfather, and I shall deal with them. At his words, the sorrow on Douluo's face vanished like a storm passing, replaced by a gentle smile, with a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Douluo felt a surge of warmth, leaving Douluo somewhat bewildered. Humph. Silly grandfather, no one bullies me in the academy. They all know I am your granddaughter and often avoid me. Douluo was even more perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. Sensing her grandfather's bewilderment, Douluo tightened her embrace and shared her feelings. Grandfather, every time you visit me, it's just a fleeting moment before you leave in haste. Though I have grown accustomed to it, I still wish you could spend more time with me. Grandfather, you have come this time. But I suppose you will soon depart again. Upon hearing these words, Douluo finally comprehended the meaning behind his granddaughter's sentiments. Alas, Yenner, over the years, it has been my failing as your grandfather not to have been by your side. In this moment, Douluo felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Yenner's parents departed early, and he had single-handedly raised her from childhood to the present. The thought of not having adequately accompanied his granddaughter over the years brought moisture to Douluo's eyes. Yet, his gaze soon firmed with resolve. Yenner, rest assured. From now on, your grandfather shall remain by your side. Upon the return of his grandfather, it was declared that he would remain for an extended period. This pronouncement left Douluo momentarily stunned. She was well aware of her grandfather's temperament, and thus, this revelation genuinely astonished her. Is it true, grandfather? Nodding slightly, Douluo offered a faint smile. Indeed, my dear Yen. With exuberance, Douluo leaped into her grandfather's embrace. At that moment, Douluo comprehended the true reason why his master had entrusted him with this mission, not solely due to his formidable strength, but also to allow him to spend quality time with his granddaughter. For the foreseeable future, he would not be departing from Tiando City. Grateful to his master, Tianchen, Douluo silently expressed his appreciation while tightly holding his granddaughter. After a while, Douluo took Douluo's hand and appeared before the gates of the Tiando Imperial Palace. Douluo's small head tilted in confusion. Why had her grandfather come to this place? Soon, after Douluo presented a letter to the guards, the grand palace gates slowly creaked open. Approaching them was none other than the snowy Night Emperor, whose face radiated warmth and joy. His request for aid from Tianchen had been a mere trial, yet he was astonished that a Title Douluo had truly been dispatched. Although not the dual guardians he had anticipated, a Title Douluo was more than adequate. Upon seeing Douluo, the snowy Night Emperor felt an almost palpable aura of terror and slaughter emanating from him. If he had not known Douluo personally, he would have found it hard to believe this was the same man. The transformation in his demeanor was striking. Upon encountering the snowy Night Emperor, Douluo remained humble. I pay my respects to your majesty, the snowy knight. And I, too, pay my respects, your majesty. Douluo chimed in, her voice bright and clear. The snowy Night Emperor's smile widened even further. No need for formalities. Matters regarding Douluo have been thoroughly communicated by Tianchen. However, it seems I shall be troubling you. Douluo, for a while. Your majesty is too kind. Since this is a commission from my master, I shall have no objections whatsoever. The snowy Night Emperor nodded in affirmation. Douluo, Miss Douluo, please, step inside. At that moment, the snowy Night Emperor felt no hesitation. A Title Douluo was deserving of the utmost respect wherever he went. Moreover, this individual was the new guardian of the star-picking tower and would henceforth serve as a guest elder of the Tiando royal family, which further elevated his status in the emperor's eyes. Not long after, Douluo led Douluo into the royal hall. The grandeur of the hall was undeniable, exuding opulence, with even the most commonplace items priced exorbitantly. However, Douluo remained unfazed by the lavishness. Upon entering, he guided Douluo to a table where they took their seats. The snowy Night Emperor, with a smile, settled across from Douluo. Might I inquire if Tianchen has briefed you on the specific matters at hand? As he spoke, he gestured for refreshments to be prepared. Douluo raised an eyebrow at the snowy Night Emperor's inquiry. Although he did not understand the reason behind it, he did not hesitate in his response. Your Majesty, my master has sent me to Tiando City to serve as a guest elder of the Tiando royal family. I believe this is well within your knowledge. Upon hearing Douluo's words, the snowy Night Emperor's face lit up with excitement. Ha ha ha, Douluo, you jest. Although I am the emperor of the Tiandu Empire, if Tianchen had no desire to assist us, I could not compel him. It is only through your own words that I truly grasp the situation. Douluo nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. If his master were unwilling, there was no force in the world that could compel the star-picking tower. Nonetheless, he harbored some curiosity. Prior to arriving in the Tiandu Empire, Yangbai had mentioned that his master shared a close bond with the Snowy Night Emperor. Hearing the emperor refer to Tianchen with such familiarity confirmed this connection. At the same time, the Snowy Night Emperor pondered when Douluo had joined the star-picking tower and attained the rank of Title Douluo. However, upon reflection, it mattered little since Douluo was about to become a guest elder of the Tiandu royal family. His gaze shifted to Douluo, Douluo's sole granddaughter. If he wished to strengthen the ties between the Tiandu Empire and Douluo, it would be wise to approach Douluo first. Ha ha ha, Douluo. Your granddaughter is nearly 12 years old now. Upon mentioning Douluo's face brimmed with joy. Your Majesty, to be candid, she has 2 more years to go. The Snowy Night Emperor nodded, continuing, I perceive that your granddaughter possesses remarkable talent. She is indeed a child of destiny. Our Tiandu Royal Academy is quite esteemed. If you have no objections, I propose that once she turns 12, she may enroll directly into the academy for her studies. What say you, Douluo? Douluo, initially puzzled by the emperor's sudden interest in his granddaughter, soon realized the underlying intent. He was not overly concerned. Recognizing that if it could ensure Douluo's better protection in the future, the Tiandu Royal Academy might indeed be a commendable choice. Upon reflection, Douluo found a sense of relief. He offered a faint smile to the Snow Night Emperor and graciously replied, I am most grateful, Your Majesty. Haha. It is but a trifling matter. Such a small affair is hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, as you are about to become a guest elder of the Tiandu Empire, you shall naturally possess these privileges. Chapter 67. Reactions at the Feast of Honor. Ha ha ha, then I shall humbly accept. Douluo did not stand on ceremony with the Snow Night Emperor. As he stated, his status as a guest elder would bring tremendous benefits to the Tiandu Empire. Far beyond mere trifles. Once Douluo reveals his status as a Title Douluo at the formidable level of 92 with a soul ring of 100,000 years, all sects and academies within the Tiandu Empire would inevitably harbor apprehension toward the imperial family. Even the formidable 7-treasure glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan could not afford to overlook Douluo's presence. As for the lower 4 sects and the scattered Soul Master academies, their concerns would be even more pronounced. In the snow-laden night, both Xueye and Douluo were acutely aware. After discussing the matter concerning Douluo, the Emperor Xueye did not hesitate and delved straight into the subject. In 3 days, I shall host a grand banquet to celebrate your esteemed position as a guest elder of the Tiandu Empire, Douluo. I wonder if this arrangement meets your approval? Douluo grasped the underlying implication of Xueye's words. In essence, it was a call to showcase his prowess. The role of guest elder was not something to be concealed. Rather, Xueye merely sought the formidable presence that accompanied Douluo's title as a Title Douluo. Therefore, Douluo harbored no objections to the matter. Your Majesty, please proceed with your arrangements. Just inform me when the time comes. Excellent. Douluo indeed possesses great spirit. Following the splendid banquet, Douluo took his leave from the imperial palace, returning to the modest abode of Douluo within the Tiandu Junior Soul Master Academy. The next day, as the sun ascended, the news of Douluo's new status swiftly spread across the land, thanks to an official decree from Emperor Xueye. Many within the Tiandu Empire recognized Douluo's name, yet few comprehended how he had ascended to the rank of Title Douluo in such a brief time. Moreover, he had joined the imperial family as a guest elder, stirring movements among various factions. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, upon receiving the invitation from Emperor Xueye, Yuenjin's countenance shifted dramatically as he read the contents. Humph. Douluo has indeed become a Title Douluo. What astonishing speed. The notion of being a guest elder was enticing, yet the Tiandu royal family seemed intent on asserting dominance over all factions. Nevertheless, I must witness for myself what qualifications Douluo possesses to warrant such a decision. Although Yuenjin was surprised by the news, he felt no trepidation. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had always operated discreetly and held no conflicts of interest with the royal family. Furthermore, as a Title Douluo of level 95, he had no reason to fear a mere Douluo. In contrast, when the news reached the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji expressed a differing sentiment. The current situation within the Tiandu Empire was exceedingly intricate, and although the 7-treasure glazed tile school was a formidable entity, Ning Fengji had grown considerably more cautious since the events surrounding the star-picking tower 5 years prior. Douluo, in merely 5 years. You have achieved the rank of Title Douluo. This indeed surprises me. However, since Emperor Shuya himself has extended an invitation, I shall personally attend and observe Douluo's capabilities. With this resolve, Ning Fengji wasted no time and departed the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School alongside the Sword Douluo, Tianchen, heading directly towards Heavendoe City. In addition to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the other 3 sects also dispatched representatives to Heavendoe City. 3 days later, the city was abuzz with activity as factions congregated, each eager to attend the grand event. The presence of high-ranking soul masters was palpable as they made their way towards the imperial palace. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Heavendoe Palace, Emperor Shuya donned a resplendent dragon robe, exuding authority, while ministers gathered solemnly and royal offspring stood at the ready. Finally, as Emperor Shuya addressed the assembly, the ceremonial proceedings were set to commence. Convey my orders, open the palace gates, and welcome our esteemed guests. As the command echoed through the palace, the gates slowly swung open, allowing the awaiting factions to enter. The grand hall soon swelled with attendees. Observing the multitude of soul masters arriving, Emperor Shuya felt a profound sense of joy. The greater the number present, the more indelible Douluo's impression would be in their minds, enhancing the intended intimidation. The sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, has arrived. With this announcement, all eyes turned towards the entrance. Ning Fengji approached with deliberate steps, followed closely by Tianchen, whose formidable aura sent shivers through the assembly. So, this is Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He certainly commands respect. And behind him is the Sword Douluo, Tianchen, a Title Douluo of level 96. He embodies the true strength of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. A murmur of discussion erupted among the guests. Emperor Shuya, eschewing any pretense, personally approached the entrance to greet Ning Fengji. Ha ha ha, Sect Master Ning has graced us with his presence. This indeed surprises the Heavendoe royal family. Ning Fengji smiled faintly. Your Majesty, you jest. Douluo's attainment of Title Douluo is a significant event, and given his position as a guest elder of the Heavendoe Empire, how could I possibly refrain from attending? With a nod, Emperor Shuya acknowledged the sentiment, understanding that Ning Fengji was no ordinary figure. He had not anticipated that Douluo would instill such trepidation in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lord Yu Engine of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has arrived. Soon after, Yu Engine entered the Grand Hall. Once all the guests had gathered, Emperor Shuya began to lay the groundwork for the proceedings. Ha ha ha, today I am truly honored. All present are formidable individuals of the Heavendoe Empire, and it is indeed a rare occasion for us to convene. As you are all aware, Douluo has achieved the rank of Title Douluo. From this day forth, he shall serve as a guest elder of the Heavendoe royal family. With that declaration, Emperor Shuya exchanged a glance with a nearby soldier, who promptly understood the cue. Moments later, Douluo stepped forward into the hall, drawing the gaze of all attendees, eager to witness the grandeur of a Title Douluo. As Douluo approached, a subtle smile graced his lips. At that moment, however, the Sword Douluo Tianchen and Yu Engine exchanged glances, unleashing their formidable pressures toward Douluo simultaneously. In an instant, Douluo's advance halted as he felt the immense weight of their Title Douluo level presence. Initially furrowing his brow, he soon broke into a broad smile. Recognizing this as a display of intimidation from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. However, Douluo was not alone. He had the backing of the star-picking tower and would not be cowed. With a determined step forward, he shattered the ground beneath him, and a series of soul rings began to rise around him. 8 rings of yellow, purple, and black materialized dramatically, diminishing the pressure from Yu Engine and Tianchen considerably. The spectacle was far from over. As a subtle smile graced the corners of Douluo's lips, the 9th soul ring, a staggering 100,000-year soul ring, suddenly materialized before the astonished crowd. The resplendent crimson hue of the soul ring captivated everyone present, drawing them closer in awe. This, 100,000-year soul ring. How could this be possible? How could Douluo possibly possess a soul ring of such extraordinary age? At that moment, Ning Fengji's heart was in turmoil, incessantly shouting in disbelief. While he harbored doubts about Douluo attaining the title of a Title Douluo, he had attributed it merely to luck. However, how could one possibly rationalize the existence of a 100,000-year soul ring? A soul ring of such age signifies the presence of a 100,000-year soul beast. This undoubtedly left Ning Fengxi in a state of astonishment. Chapter 68, The Sword Douluo's Trial, The Power of Douluo. At this moment, it was not only Ning Fengxi who felt this way, Yu Yuanjun shared the sentiment as well. However, his emotions were predominantly tinged with jealousy. Why was it that Yu Yuanjun lacked a 100,000-year spirit ring, while Douluo possessed one? He could not comprehend this, and his heart was filled with profound discomfort. In truth, compared to them, the shock experienced by Emperor Xueye was no less significant. Initially believing that Douluo was merely an ordinary Title Douluo, he was now confronted with the revelation of a 100,000-year spirit ring. In this way, the significance is transformed. The 100,000-year soul ring holds profound meaning, and Xueye is acutely aware of it. Now, even the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan dare not underestimate Douluo any longer. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those present in the hall, Douluo appears particularly at ease at this moment. With a sudden surge of his 92nd level soul power, even the sword Douluo Xin and the clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Yu Yuanjun, who secretly joined forces, are rendered ineffective. A smirk curls at the corners of Douluo's mouth as he strides purposefully toward the hall. All the soul masters present feel the overwhelming waves of Douluo's 92nd level soul power. The Title Douluo looms like a mountain, pressing down on all the soul masters and leaving them somewhat breathless. As he enters the hall and surveys his surroundings, Douluo's face remains strikingly calm, devoid of any expression. Esteemed guests, today marks my first appearance as a Title Douluo. From this day forth, my title shall be Poison. As his words resonate, an icy aura envelopes the room, and all present can sense the chilling presence beneath their feet. Simultaneously, some begin to grasp the terrifying implications of Douluo joining the Tiandu Empire. A Title Douluo skilled in poison, possessing a 100,000-year soul ring, would be akin to a war god should conflict arise with the empire. It is evident that Xueye has also realized this predicament, his face blooming with a radiant smile as he hurries forward. Ha ha ha. Esteemed guests, you have all heard. I hereby announce that from this day forth, Douluo shall serve as a guest elder of the Tiandu Empire. His status is equivalent to that of a prince. As he speaks, Xueye gazes at everyone present, unable to conceal the joy in his eyes. Ha ha ha, congratulations to your majesty Xueye. Congratulations to Douluo. As the ministers of the Tiandu Empire echo their agreement, the soul masters present feel a sense of helplessness. At that moment, however, Sword Douluo Xin steps forward. Brother Douluo, I never imagined that one day you would achieve Title Douluo status, and to possess a 100,000-year soul ring at that. It truly fills me with envy. Upon hearing this, all eyes turn to Sword Douluo, who stands at the esteemed rank of 96. Douluo responds with a self-deprecating smile. Sword Douluo, you jest. I merely had the fortune of luck. This 100,000-year soul ring was acquired by mere chance. Yet you, Sword Douluo, at the pinnacle of 96, have reached a realm that is not easily attainable. This is truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo smiled silently. Having achieved his objective of demonstrating the enduring strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one Douluo is hardly enough to instill fear in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Douluo was well aware of this, yet candidly speaking, even with a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone, he could never match Sword Douluo Xin. Perhaps He and Yangbai could contend with him. At that moment, the previously silent Yu Yuanjun also rose to his feet. Ha ha, Sword Douluo Xin is a level 96 Title Douluo. Brother Douluo need not take it to heart. I believe that with Brother Douluo's 100,000-year soul ring, reaching level 95 is merely a matter of time. However, I wonder if today we might witness the extent of your prowess, Brother Douluo. Upon this declaration, the entire assembly was taken aback, for it was evident that Yu Yuanjun was challenging Douluo to a duel. Douluo wore a smile on his face, yet inwardly, he was assessing the gap between himself and Yu Yuanjun. While Yu Yuanjun may not rival Sword Douluo Xin, he remained a formidable level 95 Super Douluo. Coupled with the formidable Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit, Douluo understood that he too would not stand a chance. Ha ha ha, the clan leader Yu is jesting. Douluo possesses the strength of a Title Douluo. Perhaps I am somewhat inferior to clan leader Yu, yet I am by no means weak. If you doubt it, clan leader Yu, you may put it to the test yourself. Instantly, the atmosphere grew somewhat frigid, and with a cold smile, Yu Yuanjun ultimately retained his composure, refraining from launching an immediate attack. After all, this is a guest of honor from the Tiandu royal family. While it is acceptable to speak casually, engaging in conflict requires careful consideration. At this moment of heightened tension, the Snow Knight Emperor stepped forth to serve as the mediator. Duga Minxia, Yuzu Chang. You are both formidable Title Douluo, the true foundation of our Tiandu Empire. What distinctions can there be among you? Come. It is a rare occasion for us all to gather. Allow the Tiandu royal family to extend our hospitality. With just a few words, Snow Knight eased the atmosphere. However, Dugubo silently took note of the events of the day. The sword Douluo Xin from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School expressed his sentiments more subtly. While Yu Yuanjin was brazenly domineering, did he truly believe Dugubo was a solitary figure? Yu Yuanjin's arrogance stemmed from an incident 5 years prior at the star-picking tower involving the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Following that event, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had absorbed many of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's assets. Moreover, the influx of soul masters into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had further inflated Yu Yuanjin's pride. Yet he failed to consider that even the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, boasting 2 Title Douluo of level 95 or above, had suffered a devastating blow. Let alone his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Aside from Yu Yuanjin himself, a Title Douluo of level 95, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan possessed no other Title Douluo. The saying goes that pride precedes a fall. The seeds of misfortune sown by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan today will surely bear bitter fruit in the future. A grand feast belonging to the Tiandu royal family concluded swiftly. Dugubo rose and departed with grace, preferring to spend time with his granddaughter rather than dealing with these individuals. However, the conclusion of the feast did not signify the end of the matter. The news of Dugubo being a Title Douluo of level 92, along with the revelation of his 100,000-year spirit ring, soon spread throughout the Tiandu Empire. The formidable individual known as Poison gained instant fame throughout the entire Tiandu Empire. Upon returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji found himself increasingly perplexed. He could not fathom why Dugubo possessed a soul ring that had endured for a staggering 100,000 years. This is certainly not a coincidence. The secrets concealed within are, as Ning Fengji believes, far from simple. However, despite his deep contemplation, he could not fathom the true reason behind it. At that moment, his 6-year-old daughter, Ning Rongrong, burst into the room. Father, come play with Rongrong. The adorable 6-year-old Ning Rongrong had yet to develop the temper of a pampered young lady. Upon hearing his daughter, Ning Fengji's face broke into a warm smile, characteristic of a loving father. Haha, my dear Rongrong, father is currently occupied. Shall we play together once I finish my tasks? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong pouted and crossed her arms, marching up to her father with an expression of sulky defiance. Her delicate voice brimmed with indignation. I don't want to. Helpless, Ning Fengji conceded to his precious daughter, setting aside his thoughts on the matter of Dugubo's century-old soul rings. He scooped up Ning Rongrong and left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Palace. Chapter 69, The First Ring Congealed, Xiaowu at level 11. Atop the star-picking tower in Soto City, upon receiving news about the happenings in Heavendo City, Dugubo respectfully handed the information to Tianchen. After reviewing the message from Dugubo, Tianchen's expression remained inscrutable. His decision to send Dugubo to Heavendo City as a guest elder of the Heavendo Empire was motivated not only by the influence of Emperor Shuiyi, but also by his desire to plant a thorn within the heart of Heavendo City. This maneuver would help stabilize the Heavendo Empire, preventing the chaotic emergence of various factions. However, the mention of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan in the letter caused Tianchen to furrow his brow. Yu Yuanjin, a Title Douluo of level 95. Wielding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon as his martial spirit, this fellow possesses remarkable audacity. It is indeed time to address the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Have you not observed how the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has learned to be prudent? Contemplating silently, Tianchen set aside the letter in his hand. The matter concerning Dugubo shall be momentarily set aside. At that moment, the ever-watchful Innate could no longer restrain himself and stole a glance at Tianchen, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation, as if he were on the verge of speaking yet held back. Naturally, this was easily discerned by Tianchen. He turned his gaze towards Innate and smiled gently. Innate, stammering is hardly a commendable habit. If there is something troubling you, feel free to voice it. Upon hearing this, Innate ceased his hesitations and expressed his dilemma. Master, there is a matter I must discuss with you, and I hope you will acquiesce. Oh? Speak freely. With an affirmative response, Innate proceeded to articulate, Master, the little rabbit you entrusted me with last time, named Xiaowu, seems to be on the verge of cultivating her first soul ring. The process of a soul beast forming a soul ring must not be interrupted, and coincidentally, I need to enter seclusion to refine the soul bone you provided. Thus, I wish to bring Xiaowu to you. What are your thoughts on this? As he spoke, Inhei's voice grew increasingly faint until it eventually dwindled to silence, met by Yi Tianchen's icy countenance. A jolt of realization struck Inhei. He had seemingly overstepped his bounds. With a swift motion, Yi Tianchen's finger tapped Inhei's forehead, delivering a light reprimand. Is it not possible for you to allow that little rabbit to cultivate her first soul ring before you refine the soul bone? Inhei hesitated momentarily but mustered the courage to respond cautiously. Master, the issue is that Yang Bai has already begun refining his soul bone. I do not wish to fall behind him. Is that all? Tianchen finally comprehended the situation. Indeed, Inhei and Yang Bai were akin to a pair of rivals, neither willing to yield to the other. The absurdity of Inhei's words prompted a chuckle from Tianchen. Very well, Inhei. Bring the little rabbit here and proceed with the refinement of the soul bone. However, should you succeed in refining after Yang Bai, I shall have to provide you with some stern guidance. Do you understand? Upon hearing the word guidance, Inhei's complexion shifted dramatically, and he nodded vigorously before hastily fetching Xiaowu. In mere moments, Xiaowu was placed atop the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, and without so much as acknowledging her bewildered expression, Inhei vanished into thin air. He could not afford to refine the soul bone after Yang Bai. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. However, Xiaowu was evidently perplexed, having been diligently training and nearly ready to form her first soul ring, only to be unexpectedly whisked away by Inhei to the tower's summit. She cautiously glanced at Yi Tianchen, relieved to find no malice in his gaze, dispelling her initial fears of impending danger. Little rabbit, Inhei mentioned you are to cultivate your first soul ring, so commence your endeavor here. Yi Tianchen remarked curtly before striding back into the tower without further words. Xiaowu was thoroughly bewildered. What had transpired? Shaking her head vigorously, she decided not to delay. Since the master insisted she begin cultivating her first soul ring here, she had no choice but to comply. Calming her mind, Xiaowu initiated her attempt. Unlike humans, once soul beasts take on a corporeal form, they do not need to absorb soul rings. They can generate them independently. However, the quality of the soul ring depends on the individual's capacity, akin to a divine soul ring, but limited to the lifespan of the soul beast prior to its transformation. Soon, Xiaowu sat cross-legged outside the tower, entering a state of tranquility to cultivate her first soul ring. At that moment, Yi Tianchen's voice echoed once more from within. Little rabbit, I advise against hastily producing each soul ring. If possible, strive to enhance the age of the soul ring. With that, Yi Tianchen's voice faded entirely, leaving Xiaowu in contemplative silence. Not a novice in cultivation, she understood that the higher the age of the soul ring, the greater its power. Thus, she followed Yi Tianchen's advice. After settling into a meditative state, Xiaowu began to draw upon the soul ring within her. In a short span, a white soul ring materialized before her. Yet, she refrained from hastily absorbing it, instead continuously infusing her soul power into the white ring. As her soul power gradually flowed into the ring, it began to transform, eventually becoming a yellow soul ring of 100 years. Nevertheless, Xiaowu did not cease her infusion. Merely 100 years was insufficient. Tianchen, observing from the tower, noted Xiaowu's progress in forming her first soul ring, but refrained from intervening. A true stronghold does not require excessive assistance. Those nurtured in a greenhouse cannot thrive. Moreover, Xiaowu was ultimately a soul beast, and Tianchen harbored some reservations. As time passed and night fell, Xiaowu's first soul ring shimmered a deep yellow, indicating an age of 400 years. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Yet the thought of her impending rival, a Title Douluo with dual martial souls, spurred her to endure. Finally, as she pushed the age of her first soul ring to 500 years, Xiaowu felt on the brink of exhaustion. No, 500 years is not enough. It must be more. A glint of madness flickered in her eyes. Her first soul ring could not merely be 500 years. With a fervent cry, Xiaowu's first soul ring surged in age once more. Chapter 70. Bibi Dong's plan, Qian Rinchua's foolishness. At last, upon reaching 600 years, Xiaowu coughed up a mouthful of blood, which trickled down her chin, staining her pristine gown with splashes of crimson. Despite the 600-year threshold, she remained undeterred. Pressing on, as the age of her soul ring reached 700 years, her body began to ooze blood, and her bones creaked ominously. At this juncture, Xiaowu teetered on the brink of madness, disregarding all caution in her pursuit of elevating the age of her first soul ring. Suddenly, A chilling voice resonated from the tower. Little rabbit, 700 years is your limit. Do not be insatiable. If you continue to push beyond, you will perish. Only by living can you seek vengeance. If you die, all will be lost. The moment Tianchen's words fell, Xiaowu jolted back to reality. She had indeed lost her senses. Enduring immense pain, she summoned her last reserves of strength to begin the slow absorption and refinement of the soul ring. Tianchen, observing from within the tower, could not help but admire the tenacity of this little rabbit. Her relentless spirit was commendable. Nonetheless, he understood that her audacity stemmed from her nature as a soul beast. The initial surge of soul power was indeed formidable. Ordinary individuals must be vigilant against the impact of soul energy when absorbing and refining soul rings, as the power of these rings does not inherently belong to them. Upon entering the human body, this power can become exceedingly violent, complicating the absorption process. However, Xiaowu is an exception. The first soul ring she condensed is derived from the energy stored within her body prior to her transformation. The process of refining it is remarkably gentle, devoid of the usual concerns. Furthermore, Xiaowu's physique is significantly stronger than that of an average 6-year-old child. As she is currently in her form as a 100,000-year soul beast, it is entirely natural for her to possess such vitality, cultivated from a young age. After successfully condensing and refining her first soul ring, Xiaowu finds herself utterly exhausted. As her internal soul energy breaks through to the 12th level, she promptly falls into unconsciousness. Tianchen, however, shows no interest in tending to this little rabbit and pretends not to notice. At this very moment, as Xiaowu condenses her first soul ring, Qianrenxue within the spirit hall has just completed the absorption of her 5th soul ring. Indeed, at the tender age of 12, Qianrenxue has already attained the cultivation level of a soul king. As she gracefully enters the offering hall, she discovers her grandfather awaiting her return. Welcome back, Xiaoshui. How did the process of obtaining your soul rings go? Upon hearing her grandfather's inquiry, Qianrenxue refrains from providing an immediate answer. Instead, she illuminates the ground beneath her feet with a series of soul rings: yellow, purple, black, and black. This astonishing configuration of 5 soul rings would leave most in awe, yet it merely elicits a nod from Title Douluo. Compared to the original narrative, Title Douluo has invested significantly more in Qianrenxue this time around. With an abundance of rare materials accumulated, her physical strength has surged remarkably. Her second soul ring begins at 1,000 years. Moreover, the 4th soul ring, a 10,000-year soul ring, was obtained through Title Douluo's coercive tactics, compelling a 10,000-year soul beast to willingly sacrifice itself. One could say that Qianrenxue was born into privilege. Nevertheless, despite having acquired nearly everything that soul masters yearn for, she still feels a profound sense of discomfort. The source of her discontent is singular: Bibi Dong. From the moment of her birth, Qianrenxue vividly recalls that Bibi Dong has never engaged her in more than 3 conversations. Yet, Bibi Dong is her mother. Conflicted, Qianrenxue finds herself at a loss. Title Douluo is not oblivious to this matter, but he is reluctant to impose his will. Grandfather, everything went smoothly. It was quite satisfactory. With that, Qianrenxue departs the offering hall, leaving Title Douluo alone in the grand chamber. As he gazes at her retreating figure, a profound sense of loss and melancholy envelopes him. As a peerless Douluo at the 99th level, how has he come to this state of affairs? Sighing softly, Title Douluo approaches the statue of the angel, placing his hands together and kneeling before it. After Qianrenxue's departure, she strides purposefully towards the Pope's hall, determined to confront Bibi Dong and seek clarity. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong is engaged in a discussion with the ghost Douluo. Seated regally upon the Pope's throne, she addresses the ghost Douluo with a measured tone. I have heard that the royal family of the Heaven-Do Empire has recruited a Title Douluo named Douluo, who possesses a 900,000-year soul ring. Is this true? Bibi Dong's voice, calm yet imbued with authority, fills the air. The ghost Douluo, cautiously observing her demeanor, waits until he discerns no signs of discontent before responding. Your Holiness, it is indeed true that the Heaven-Do Empire has secured a Title Douluo. I have encountered Douluo before. He is skilled in the use of poison. However, I harbor doubts regarding his claim to possess a 10,000-year soul ring. Such treasures are exceedingly rare. What merit does he possess to attain such power? The ghost Douluo scoffs at the notion, unwilling to believe that Douluo could indeed possess a 10,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong offers a chilling smile, her gaze sharpening with a hint of murderous intent. In an instant, the ghost Douluo realizes the gravity of the situation and hastily kneels, lowering his head in submission. Yuedwan. There are always greater powers beyond our own. The leader of the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City, the Platinum Bishop Salus, has confirmed that Douluo possesses a 10,000-year soul ring. This is no mere fabrication. As Bibi Dong's words resonate, the ghost Douluo readily admits his fault. It was my oversight, Your Holiness. I beg for your forgiveness. Ignoring the ghost Douluo's plea, Bibi Dong rises and continues. The Heavendo Empire is also a target for the annihilation of our Spirit Hall. The emergence of this Title Douluo is far from auspicious. Furthermore, the Heavendo Empire is home to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Haotian School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. They say one should pick the softest fruit, yet the Heavendo Empire is far more formidable than the Star Luo Empire. Do either of you have any strategies? With a dramatic flourish, Bibi Dong turns and resumes her seat upon the Pope's throne. The Ghost Douluo and the Spirit Douluo find themselves momentarily speechless. Beyond what Bibi Dong has mentioned, the Heavendo Empire is also shrouded in the enigma of the star-picking tower, leaving the Ghost Douluo at a loss for solutions. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Leave me. With that, the Ghost Douluo hastily retreats. Come forth, do not hide. After the Ghost Douluo exits, Bibi Dong's voice echoes ominously, prompting Qian Rinxue, who had been lurking in the shadows, to step forward. Your Holiness, Mother. Qian Rinxue struggles to utter the word mother. Bibi Dong gazes at Qian Rinxue, her heart trembling at the hesitant address. However, she quickly regains her icy composure. Miss Schwer, what have you been eavesdropping on? This is the Pope's Hall, not the offering hall. In an instant, the temperature in the entire Pope's Hall plummets, a chilling aura laced with malice permeating the atmosphere. Qian Rinxue trembles slightly. Is the exalted Pope truly so ruthless? She cannot fathom it. After all, she is her daughter. At this moment, Bibi Dong observes Qian Rinxue, and an unsettling resemblance to Qian Xuanji begins to surface in her expression, mingled with a hint of disdain. Before Qian Rinxue can speak further, Bibi Dong raises her hand, unleashing a terrifying wave of soul power that ejects Qian Rinxue from the Pope's Hall, the grand doors closing slowly behind her. Staring at the firmly shut doors, Qian Rinxue feels a sense of desolation, yet more so, she is overwhelmed with disappointment. Over the years, she had appeared before Bibi Dong on more than one occasion. Yet Bibi Dong had never cast a glance in her direction. It was uncertain how long she had lingered outside the grand entrance, but as Qian Rinxue slowly rose to her feet, her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. She was resolute in her mission to make Bibi Dong realize that she was not merely a delicate flower sheltered within a greenhouse. She was capable of offering her assistance. With this thought in mind, Qian Rinxue retracted the sorrowful expression from her face, replacing it with an icy resolve. Before long, she found herself back within the worship hall. Tianchen Douluo rose slowly from before the angelic statue, turning to gaze at the entrance as Qian Rinxue stepped through the door, a gentle smile gracing his lips. She still has not accepted you? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback. But then she realized that she could not deceive her grandfather. The Pope was indeed preoccupied with his duties, and after uttering those words, Qian Rinxue refrained from elaborating further. In response, Tianchen Douluo shook his head, a helpless smile escaping his lips. He certainly knew the disposition of the granddaughter he had raised. However, as for Bibi Dong, alas, Tianchen Douluo found himself utterly powerless in that regard. Yet, deep in his heart, he believed that Qian Rinxue did not need to engage with Bibi Dong. Since she would be seeking the angelic heritage and achieving divinity in the future, there was no need for her to linger in the mortal realm. My dear child, do you understand why your mother, Bibi Dong, treats you in such a manner? After a penetrating gaze at Qian Rinxue, Tianchen Douluo resolved to divulge the past to her. It was better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one. Ultimately, the choice should belong to her alone. As he spoke, Qian Rinxue became fully attentive. With a soft sigh, Tianchen Douluo began his tale. My dear child, your father was the Pope of our Spirit Hall, and your mother, Bibi Dong, was your father's disciple, a revered saintess of our Spirit Hall. What? Qian Rinxue was left utterly astonished, realizing that her father was, in fact, her mother's teacher. This is quite the ethical dilemma. Observing Qian Rinxue's reaction, Tianchen Douluo found it unsurprising, as he shared the same sentiment. Where, there is no need to be so agitated. Allow your grandfather to explain slowly. Nodding, Qian Rinxue regained her composure and focused intently on her grandfather once more. Your mother fell in love with a man who was nothing but deceitful. His name was Yu Shaojiang, the son of Yu Yuanjin, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. He was born with a wasteful martial spirit, destined to remain a mere 29th level soul master throughout his life. When your father discovered this, he was filled with rage, for he harbored feelings for your mother as well. At this point, Douluo glanced at Rinxue, noting her unchanged expression, and continued. Later, your mother actually attempted to elope with that useless Yu Xiaojing, only to be caught by your father. In a fit of anger, your father. From that moment on, your mother became pregnant with you. She has harbored immense resentment towards your father, wishing she could take his life herself. Upon hearing this, Rinxue began to understand why her mother, Bibi Dong, treated her with such disdain. Yet, why should she bear the burden of her father's mistakes? At the same time, she started to feel pity for Bibi Dong. After a moment of contemplation, Rinxue suddenly raised her head and asked her grandfather, "So, grandfather, was my father killed by my mother, Bibi Dong?" Taken aback by her question, Douluo initially hesitated on how to respond. However, he soon realized that since the truth had been laid bare, he should divulge everything to Rinxue. "Swear, regarding your father's death, you are aware that the official narrative from our spirit hall claims he was killed in collusion with the Haotian Sex Tang Hao and 100,000-year soul beast. But that is not the case. The true culprit behind your father's demise is Tianchen, the master of the Starry Sky Tower." "What? Tianchen? The master of the Starry Sky Tower? That six-fingered harp demon." It was indeed him. Having grown up in the spirit hall, Rinxue was familiar with Tianchen's reputation, a 97th level Title Douluo, with 6 10,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul rings. His strength surpassed even her second grandfather, the golden crocodile Douluo. Noticing her bewilderment, Douluo spoke gently. "Swear, what you do not know is that this matter is far from simple. Your mother once visited the Starry Sky Tower. Perhaps that was the occasion on which she paid the price for you Tianchen to take your father's life." As he spoke, Douluo's demeanor shifted, revealing a terrifying aura of killing intent on his aged face. Rinxue fell silent, her heart heavy with the multitude of complex emotions she had just uncovered. Sensing her turmoil, Douluo softly reassured her. "Swear, you need not concern yourself with the matters of your parents. Your grandfather will handle everything. This includes the master of the Starry Sky Tower. Your sole focus should be on your cultivation, striving to become a Title Douluo as soon as possible. When that time comes, I shall ensure the title of Pope of the Spirit Hall is reclaimed for you." Upon hearing this, Rinxue hesitated, for she had no desire for the position of Pope. Yet, in the presence of her grandfather, who had nurtured her, she found it hard to refuse. "Grandfather, rest assured, Swear will diligently cultivate to achieve Title Douluo soon." As she uttered these words, even she doubted her ability to remain indifferent. Douluo merely shook his head slightly, for he understood his granddaughter all too well. Despite her outward demeanor of being obedient, sensible, and striving for progress, he knew that deep down, Rinxue bore an uncanny resemblance to Bibi Dong, equally stubborn, or perhaps more accurately, obsessively so. "Let us hope for the best. Swear, you may leave now. Your grandfather wishes to rest." With gentle words, Douluo watched as Rinxue departed the Hall of Offerings. After her exit from the depths of the hall, the golden crocodile Douluo emerged slowly. "Elder brother, Swear, you should not have revealed all of this to her. Given her temperament, she may find it difficult to focus on her cultivation." Douluo nodded, fully aware of this reality. "Golden crocodile, it is better to face pain swiftly than to endure it slowly. One day, Swear will learn the truth. Rather than waiting for the moment when everything comes to light, it is wiser to allow her to choose her own path now. While we are still here, alongside the Hall of Offerings, she at least has our support, preventing her from facing the future all alone." The golden crocodile sighed softly. "Indeed, if that is the case, elder brother, we must prepare ourselves. Swear's nature will not allow her to simply act as if nothing happened. I fear she may seek vengeance against Tianchen. You are aware that Tianchen's strength has likely surpassed 97 levels by now." Nodding, Douluo was not overly concerned. His granddaughter was merely stubborn, not foolish. Tianchen's formidable power could only be matched by Douluo himself. "Do not worry, golden crocodile. We shall confront whatever comes our way. There is nothing to fear." With that, the two chose not to delve deeper into the conversation. Chapter 72, The Dark Veil of Training, An Egg Against a Rock. Meanwhile, in Soto City, atop the Starry Sky Tower, ever since Xiaowu had been brought by Innate 3 days prior, she had been tirelessly recuperating from her injuries, striving to enhance the longevity of her soul rings. After 3 days, she had nearly returned to her former self. For the past 3 days, Tianchen has been engrossed in quiet cultivation within the pavilion, entirely indifferent to Xiaowu's fate. The reason is quite simple. Xiaowu possesses a soul guide device at her waist, and Tianchen has long lost count of how many carrots this little rabbit has extracted. Moreover, having just broken through to the 98th level, Tianchen requires time to consolidate his cultivation. After all, towering buildings rise from the ground, regardless of the levels attained in cultivation. This fundamental principle remains etched in Tianchen's mind. As Tianchen immersed himself in his practice, a sudden aura erupted from the star-picking tower. Instantly, Tianchen opened his eyes. This overwhelming presence could only belong to Yangbai. A mysterious smile crept upon Tianchen's lips. If memory serves him right, he had indeed mentioned something to Innate 3 days prior, just over an hour after Yangbai refined the soul bone. A terrifying aura emanated from Inhe's cultivation area. Clearly, Inhe had also successfully refined the 100,000-year soul bone. At this moment, despite having successfully refined the 100,000-year soul bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor, Inhe's countenance bore no trace of joy. Instead, he was drenched in sweat from anxiety. How could Yangbai refine his so swiftly? That soul bone belonged to the 100,000-year golden rhino. Logically, refining my Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone should have been easier in comparison. Alas, this is a predicament. While Inhe continued to mutter to himself, a melodious tune began to resonate from the pinnacle of the star-picking tower. This enchanting melody represented a tremendous opportunity for the soul masters waiting below the tower. For Inhe, however, it was a source of profound dread. Indeed, the next moment, Tianchen's voice echoed in Inhe's ears. Inhe, congratulations on refining the soul bone. Come to see me at once. In an instant, Inhe propelled himself upward, reaching the summit of the star-picking tower in the blink of an eye. Upon landing, he did not exhibit his usual nonchalance. Rather, he approached the pavilion with palpable tension. He then bowed deeply, exclaiming, Inhe, pay my respects to the master. Suddenly, the grand doors of the pavilion swung open, revealing Tianchen before Inhe, who greeted him with a gentle smile. Inhe, it seems you made a promise to me 3 days ago. Do you still recall? As Tianchen spoke, his warm smile caused Inhe to instinctively shrink back. Inhe certainly understood what his master was referring to. At this moment, there was no retreat. He could only brace himself. Master, Inhe does indeed remember. This time, Inhe spoke recklessly, fully prepared to accept the consequences. Bowing his head, he braced himself for the impending, terrifying unilateral assault. The moment Inhe's words fell, Yangbai sensed his aura and swiftly soared to the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, observing the unwilling expression on Inhe's face. Alongside the faint smile of his master, Yangbai decisively chose to remain silent. He quietly approached Xiaowu, crouched beside her, and gently inquired, Xiaowu, do enlighten me. Has your teacher Inhe made any promises to our esteemed master? Xiaowu, puzzled, wondered what this was all about. Uncertain, she recounted all of Inhe's actions from 3 days prior to Yangbai. After all, in the presence of a 95-level Title Douluo, Xiaowu opted for honesty. Upon absorbing all the information, a subtle, mocking smile crept across Yangbai's face. The darkness looms, a perplexing sight indeed. At this very moment, the shadowy figure seems oblivious to the joyful presence of Yangbai, who has arrived unnoticed. Since you are aware, shadowy one, then follow me. With that proclamation, Tianchen soared into the sky like a magnificent rock. The trembling figure of Inhe stood up, gritting his teeth, and with a determined effort, transformed into an ephemeral shadow in an instant. Ha ha ha, Xiaowu, let us go. Today, I shall show you how your teacher, Inhe, falters. Before Xiaowu could utter her consent, Yangbai had already whisked her away, disappearing from the spot. 30 miles beyond Soto City, in a desolate forest, the sound of rushing winds echoed. Tianchen and Inhe soon arrived at this location. Moments later, Yangbai appeared with Xiaowu atop a towering tree. 100 meters away from Inhe, a splendid spectacle awaits. Yangbai chuckled, while Xiaowu gazed on with curiosity. In the clearing, Tianchen stood firm, observing the visibly anxious Inhe, before declaring, Inhe, come forth. Let me witness the extent of your prowess at level 95. Inhe nodded, realizing there was no point in fear now, his expression shifting to one of resolve as he exhaled slowly. In an instant, soul rings began to emerge beneath Inhe's feet. 9 rings, yellow, purple, black, and crimson, radiated an ominous aura. The power of his soul at level 95 erupted, sending forth a formidable wave of energy. Xiaowu, perched on the tree, nearly succumbed to the overwhelming force, but Yangbai's swift reflexes saved her from being swept away. Master, I shall not hold back. With that declaration, Inhe's seventh soul ring flared to life. Seventh soul skill, true form of cold shadow. Without hesitation, Inhe unleashed his martial spirit's true form. After all, engaging with his own master, Inhe was not foolish enough to fear the depletion of his soul energy. Such matters often dictate that enduring prolonged pain is less favorable than confronting immediate suffering. Fifth soul skill, Shadow Moon Slash. As the adage goes, the best defense is a good offense. At this moment, Inhe was resolutely leaving no avenue of retreat for himself. In an instant, two gleaming arcs of cold light surged forth, arriving before Tianchen in the blink of an eye. With a gentle smile, Tianchen did not even resort to the use of the heavenly demon Zither. Instead, he unleashed a tremor of soul power throughout his being. A wave of soul energy instantly collided with Inhe's fifth soul skill. Boom. In that fleeting moment, Inhe's fifth soul skill was utterly shattered by Tianchen's force. Observing this, Inhe remained undeterred, for this outcome was anticipated. Eighth soul skill, Shadow Wind Devour. Without hesitation, Inhe unleashed his eighth soul skill. A tempest descended abruptly, within which terrifying blades of light swirled. Exuding a bloodthirsty aura, it enveloped Tianchen entirely. Yet, even in the face of this, Tianchen did not retreat an inch. With his palm gathering soul power, he struck forcefully, meeting the onslaught of Razor Winds head-on. Clash! 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 Tianchen's palm, imbued with concentrated soul power, emitted a metallic resonance with every collision against the blades of light. Quite commendable, Inhe. Your eighth soul skill possesses a certain intrigue. However, it is now my turn to make a move. With that said, Tianchen stepped forward, his soul power erupting dramatically, causing Inhe's eighth soul skill to dissipate entirely. As Tianchen advanced, dark soul rings gradually ascended beneath his feet. In an instant, 3 blood-red soul rings emerged. At this moment, Inhe's scalp prickled, and beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Yang Bai's expression was a stark contrast to Inhe's. His visage bore no trace of panic, only exhilaration. Beside him, Xiaowu found it difficult to form a judgment. Naturally, she was equally astonished, as a 10,000-year soul beast. She was not oblivious to the might of a Title Douluo. Yet, witnessing this scene was a first for her, the last time in Nodding City. She had been swept away by the shockwaves of Tianchen and the golden crocodile's battle before she could comprehend the situation. Now, gazing upon the two formidable figures and the blood-red soul rings, Xiaowu felt an inexplicable envy rather than repulsion. Perhaps at this moment, she understood that this was the hallmark of true strength among humans. Compared to her pitiable kin, her current desire was to swiftly grow stronger and exact her revenge. Chapter 73. Yang Bai caught in the crossfire, joining forces against the demon of the Zither. In the arena, as all 9 soul rings of Tianchen materialized, Inhe became acutely tense. If all went as expected, Inhe was on the verge of an unforeseen calamity. He was certain he would not perish. But a protracted recovery period of 10 days to half a month seemed inevitable. Tianchen beamed brightly, and the heavenly demon Zither appeared in his hands in an instant. Threads of demonic energy flowed languidly over the Zither, and though no hint of murderous intent emerged, the overwhelming aura was still suffocating. Inhe, come and test it. Heavenly Dragon's 8 sounds. Break. As Tianchen's 6 fingers danced across the strings, waves of sound accompanied by an endless barrage of blades cascaded toward Inhe. At this moment, Inhe's pupils dilated, and in a mere moment, the sound waves descended upon him. With no time to contemplate, he activated his martial soul's true form, unleashing all his soul power to mount a desperate defense. Boom, boom, boom. Each blade of light that struck Inhe's martial soul true form felt as though he were being struck by a colossal hammer. The sensation was particularly unbearable. His body was forced back with each wave, retreating several meters with every assault, leaving the ground beneath him pockmarked and uneven. Meanwhile, Tianchen's 6 fingers moved ever faster, the waves multiplying and intensifying without a hint of abating. Realizing the dire situation, Inhe understood he could not afford to retreat any longer. Focusing all his soul power into his martial soul true form, he delivered a powerful slash, severing the waves of sound before him. Seizing the moment, Inhe soared into the sky. 9th soul skill, blade breaking the heavens. Rumbling as Inhe's 9th soul ring illuminated, a blood-red, 100-meter giant blade coalesced in the sky. The crimson blade was unmistakably formidable. With sufficient power amassed, Inhe unleashed his 9th soul skill for the first time. Flash. As Inhe's voice fell, the massive blood blade descended from above with such speed that even Tianchen couldn't help but marvel. 4th soul skill, heavenly demon shield. As Tianchen activated his 4th soul skill, a shield formed instantly before him, composed of soul power mingled with demonic energy. Without a hint of worry, he knew that while Inhe's strike was indeed powerful, it still fell short of breaking through his fourth soul skill. Bang, bang, bang. As the blood blade struck the heavenly demon shield, a crimson light erupted skyward, and a formidable wave of soul power surged from the two combatants, radiating outward in a frenzied torrent. 100 meters away, Yangbai swiftly grabbed Xiao Wu and soared into the air in mere moments. The towering tree beneath them was reduced to splinters by the expanding blade light. As the smoke cleared, Inhe was left drenched in sweat, his complexion pale and fatigued. His arm trembled incessantly as he lifted his gaze to behold his master, who remained utterly unfazed, nearly causing him to falter. "Master, your might is unparalleled. Inhe truly cannot withstand it any longer." Having uttered this, Inhe noticed Yangbai and Xiao Wu in the distant sky. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. "However, Master, while Inhe alone cannot withstand your might, if Yangbai joins me in this endeavor, I believe you will regard us with newfound respect." With these words, Inhe rose swiftly, pointing towards Yangbai in the sky. "Look, Master, Yangbai has come as well. It seems he wishes for you to personally test him." Tianchen followed Inhe's pointed direction, fully aware of Yangbai's intentions for joining the fray. Nevertheless, Inhe was correct. Since it had come to this, why not test them together? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the voice of Tianchen resonated in Yangbai's ears. "Yangbai, do not dawdle. Join us in this endeavor." Boom. Upon hearing these words, Yangbai was momentarily bewildered. How did the drama of the day end up involving him? Nevertheless, no matter how resentful Yangbai felt at that moment, he had to heed the words of his master. Casually placing Xiao Wu 1,000 meters away, Yangbai plunged into the battlefield. As he landed, Inhe mischievously blinked at Yangbai. Yangbai instantly felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Stop dawdling. Both of you attack together." With Tianchen's command, Yangbai and Inhe ceased their hesitation. Yangbai unleashed his martial spirit, 9 soul rings emerging simultaneously. 7th soul skill, true body of the blazing sun. 7th soul skill, true body of the cold shadow. "Inhe, let us strike together." "No problem." In a swift motion, Inhe soared behind Tianchen while Yangbai faced him head-on. At this moment, both began to treat the encounter with utmost seriousness. Yangbai took the initiative to launch an assault. His blazing sun sword, infused with immense soul power, unleashed a relentless barrage of sword chi directly towards Tianchen. Meanwhile, Inhe was not idle. At the instant Yangbai initiated his attack, he too unleashed his cold shadow blade. Quite astute. Realizing that his soul power had been considerably depleted, he opted for a surprise attack from behind. Well done. 5th soul skill, Feather of Illusion. In an instant, a flurry of black feathers coalesced in the sky, descending at a speed so swift that even Inhe and Yangbai were caught off guard. With no time for further contemplation, both retracted their attacks and retreated. In that fleeting moment, the sky filled with feathers descended upon their martial spirits. A searing pain that scorched their very souls compelled them to furrow their brows. Only when truly confronting their master could they perceive the despair that others felt. Seeing their martial spirits on the verge of collapse, Inhe and Yangbai exchanged glances, each comprehending the other's intentions. They could not afford to remain passive. 9th soul skill, blade that shatters the heavens. 9th soul skill, sword that cleaves the mountains. In unison, they unleashed their 9th soul skills. With Inhe's soul power nearly depleted and Yangbai dripping with cold sweat, the blood-red blade and colossal sword struck simultaneously, and a satisfied glint appeared in Tianchen's eyes. Their combined attack could nearly rival that of the sword Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Without a hint of defense, Tianchen unleashed all the soul power within him. The power of his 98th level soul formed a colossal black halo. Bracing for their formidable strike. Boom. As the blood-red blade and giant sword descended, Tianchen felt an incredibly sharp killing intent piercing through his soul power defenses. Immediately after, a luminous radiance enveloped Inhe's right leg, with Yangbai's right arm shining similarly. Golden strike. Blue-silver guardian. Boom, boom, boom. Without any warning, the two struck Tianchen's body with tremendous force. This is the accompanying soul skill obtained after the two refined their soul bones. Just at this critical moment, amidst their immense joy, a formidable surge of demonic energy erupted from Tianchen's body as if it had been provoked. His soul power became increasingly wild and turbulent. The intensity of their strike was matched only by the brutality of their recoil. Bang, bang, bang. As they were thrown back, A mouthful of blood could no longer be contained and surged forth. Tianchen swiftly retracted his 9 soul rings and gently approached innate and Yangbai. With a flow of soul power infused into them, their expressions began to improve. Glancing at innate and Yangbai, Tianchen smiled and remarked, "Your abilities are quite commendable, especially that final strike. The soul skill granted by 100,000-year soul bone often catches others off guard and can serve as a means of survival. Well done. Well done." Upon hearing such praise from their master, the two could only muster a wry smile. They had indeed shared similar thoughts during that final moment, yet it was a pity. Shaking their heads, innate and Yangbai slowly rose, surveying the devastated ground, and began to reassess their own strength. In the distance, Xiaowu stood in stunned silence, realizing just how formidable the master of the star-picking tower truly was. And as for innate and Yangbai, their usual reticence had concealed their true prowess. Surely, every human soul master who reaches the level of Title Douluo is no ordinary individual. Chapter 74, The Trail of Tianchen, Visitors from Haotian Sect. Beyond astonishment, Xiaowu recognized just how far she was from achieving Title Douluo herself, solidifying her resolve to cultivate diligently. After the trial, Tianchen led innate, Yangbai, and Xiaowu back to the star-picking tower in Soto City. Everything seemed to fall into a tranquil silence. However, within the confines of Qian Rinshue's room in the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere was far from serene. Over the past few days, Qian Rinshue had pondered many matters, including her father's death and her mother Bibi Dong's suffering. All these experiences felt like deep scars etched upon her heart. She was uncertain about what actions she should take or what she could achieve. After much contemplation, Qian Rinshue suddenly stood up, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. "That's it, the Tiando Empire. If I can resolve the issues plaguing the Tiando Empire, might my mother find happiness and thus accept me? No. Why should I seek her acceptance?" In an instant, Qian Rinshue's mental state underwent a dramatic shift. Perhaps, through repeated disappointments, she had grown stubborn. Meanwhile, far away in a dense forest within the Tiando Empire, 2 figures stood, slightly breathless, gazing toward a distant village, not far from the imperial city of Tiando. This location lies 800 miles to the east of Tiando City, embraced by towering mountains. Before the 2 individuals stood a quaint village, seemingly no different from other settlements. Wisps of smoke curled upwards from various parts of the village, signaling the approach of midday meals. At the village entrance, a group of mischievous children frolicked, while in the adjacent fields, several laborers were busy gathering their farming tools, preparing to return home for lunch. Unfolding the sheepskin map in his hands, Yu Xiaojang meticulously scrutinized it once more, and he was certain he had not erred in his search. Indeed, this was the place. The map indicated that the renowned Haotian sect resided within this very humble village. How could the once greatest sect in the world have fallen to such a state? The 2 individuals in question are Tang San and Yu Xiaojang. Ever since departing from Notting City, Yu Xiaojang has been racing with Tang San towards the Haotian sect. In truth, it is not only Yu Xiaojang who would be astonished upon arrival, even Tang Hao would share the same sentiments. Following the Haotian sect's announcement of its closure, it has remained shrouded in secrecy. The map they possess is several years old. Embracing the philosophy of making the best of their circumstances, Yu Xiaojang carefully stowed away the map as he and Tang San strode towards the seemingly inconspicuous village ahead. Simultaneously, he was engulfed by a wave of inexplicable nostalgia. Once upon a time, the Haotian sect was the preeminent sect of the Soul Master realm on the Douluo Continent. Yet now, it has fallen to conceal itself within a humble village, a situation that evokes a sense of melancholy. While this might serve to effectively shield them, the reality remains that for a family with such a formidable legacy, this is an immense blow. Tang San, observing the scene before him, felt a pang of sorrow. The Haotian sect appeared dilapidated and forlorn. While the calamity that befell the sect was undoubtedly his father's fault, one must ponder whether his father had any alternatives at that time. Tang San recognized that as the son of Tang Hao, he would naturally lean towards his father's perspective on the matter. However, the sands of time have shifted. It is no longer a moment for assigning blame, but rather a time to contemplate how to rejuvenate the sect and redeem the past disgrace. Amidst the turmoil of thoughts, Tang San and Yu Xiaojang arrived at the entrance of the village. Just as they intended to proceed, several middle-aged villagers, recently returned from their labors, obstructed their path. "Please leave. We do not welcome outsiders here," declared a robust middle-aged man, his gaze filled with suspicion as he scrutinized Tang San from head to toe. Tang San sighed inwardly, standing firm. "I am not an outsider. I have merely returned home." The villager paused, incredulous. "Home? We have no noble young masters like you here. We are all simple country folk. Which home do you speak of? Tang San, without needing to see, sensed the growing tension among the villagers as they tightened their grips on their farming tools. Their subtle movements suggested an encirclement. Reluctant to squander time, Tang San slowly raised his left hand, a dark aura emanating from his palm, imbued with a heavy and commanding presence as the Haotian hammer materialized silently. Gripping the hammer tightly, he smiled slightly. Does this suffice as proof? Upon seeing the Haotian hammer, the villagers initially froze, but their demeanor quickly relaxed. When they looked at Tang San again, their gazes were now filled with respect. No further obstacles arose, and Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang swiftly ascended the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, a panoramic vista unfolded before them. On the other side of the rocky hill, the landscape was no longer monotonous. An abundance of verdant foliage adorned the slopes ahead. They ventured forth, one following the other, deeper into the mountains. Through careful observation, Tang San noted the peculiar nature of this mountain range. The majority of the peaks were steep, separated by ravines. To navigate the mountains, ascending and descending would undoubtedly incur substantial exertion. If defenses were to be established atop each peak, it would necessitate traversing one formidable obstacle after another. Even if the assailants outnumbered the defenders tenfold, breaching the defenses would not be a foregone conclusion. The terrain was exceedingly treacherous. After a brief journey, they arrived at the precipice of the mountain beneath them. At an elevation of 500 meters, the clouds and mist swirled around them. Tang San focused intently and could not help but chuckle. It turned out that at the mountain's edge lay a thick iron cable, as robust as a man's arm, stretching far into the distance. It was evident that it must be connected to another peak. The ethereal mist beautifully concealed it, making it quite difficult to discern without careful observation. Although the cable swayed in the air, anyone with sufficient strength could stabilize their body and traverse it with ease. This was something that even a spirit master of the 20th rank could accomplish effortlessly. Tang San immediately grasped the intention behind this arrangement. Should an enemy make an advance, it would be entirely feasible to retreat to the second mountain via the iron chain when the initial defense faltered. Severing the chain to buy precious time and continue utilizing the second mountain as a shield against the assailants. Such a design could only be deemed ingenious. Tang San was unperturbed even by the circumstances he encountered in Notting City, let alone this mere iron chain before him. With a leap into the air and a subtle shift of his feet, he found himself perched atop the iron chain, which inclined steeply upward, indicating that the peak ahead was higher than the previous one. Utilizing his innate spirit power, coupled with his 6-year-old physique, he glided forward as if he were affixed to the chain itself. Yu Xiaojiang, following closely behind, mirrored his actions. The distance between the two peaks was considerable, stretching nearly 1,000 meters. As they progressed, they gradually reached the midpoint of the iron chain, where the influence of the mountains caused the chain to sway increasingly, oscillating almost in unison from side to side, with a range nearing 10 meters. The journey ahead unfolded in a seemingly endless repetition, though the chasm between the mountains deepened with each step. Upon reaching the fourth peak via the iron chain, the conditions of the chain began to alter due to the cold and moisture. A layer of ice had formed on the chain connecting the fourth and fifth peaks, rendering it perilously slippery and significantly increasing the difficulty of their advance. Chapter 75, Tang Zhao's Fury, the Elder's Hatred. Upon finally reaching the summit, Tang San felt little concern. But behind him, Yu Xiaojiang's face had turned pale. The fifth peak, also the final ascent into the Haotian sect, stands as a secluded sanctuary. Perched atop this mountain is the Haotian sect, an establishment devoid of pavilions or lofty towers. Yet, it resembles a fortress, its gray edifice seamlessly merging with the mountain itself, almost enveloping the entire summit. As one approaches the sect, the imposing stone structure looms like a bastion, its main entrance towering 5 meters high. While it may not rival the grandeur of the Papal Hall, this solid stone construction exudes a remarkable robustness. Above the entrance, 3 bold characters are intricately carved, resonating with a majestic spirit that stands resolutely against the surrounding peaks. Haotian sect. Before the main gate, 2 young men clad in gray promptly bow in greeting upon seeing the approaching figures, yet one of them obstructs Tang San's path, requesting him to present the sect's token. A token? Tang San is momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what this token entails, casting a puzzled glance towards his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang. With a smile, Yu Xiaojiang replies, "It is the Haotian hammer. Is there anything else that could more convincingly attest to your identity as a direct disciple of our sect? They merely wish to verify your credentials, as you are unfamiliar to them. It is but a formality. Just show them." Only direct descendants of our sect are permitted to enter here. The affiliated and outer disciples remain in that village outside. Upon hearing this, Tang San waved his left hand, and a surge of dark energy enveloped him, revealing the towering Haotian hammer in his grasp. After seeing the Haotian hammer, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang faced no further hindrance. Two disciples of the Haotian sect escorted them inside, where they announced their arrival. The architecture of the Haotian sect exudes a weighty ambience rather than luxury or simplicity. As they entered the main building, resembling a grand castle, they traversed a spacious hall and ascended to the second floor via an inner staircase. Along the way, they encountered numerous disciples clad in gray robes. The two guides brought Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang to a grand archway at the innermost part of the second floor and halted. Rapping twice on the door, they announced, "Sect Master, we have brought the guests. Come in." A deep and resonant voice responded from within, sounding remarkably familiar to Tang San, reminiscent of his father, Tang Hao. Upon entering the room, they found themselves in a space exceeding 100 square meters, furnished simply with a broad table, bookshelves lining two walls, and two long sofas. A noble woman sat gracefully on one of the sofas. Upon seeing Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang in their white attire, her smile brightened significantly. Tang San immediately noticed the noblewoman but was captivated by the imposing figure behind the table. Standing over 2 meters tall, with a robust physique and chiseled features. His hair was short and gray. Clad in the same humble gray attire, he stood as the very essence of the castle. While his height may not be extraordinarily tall, if Tang San were to describe this man in a single word, it would be majestic. Though Tang San's father's eyes were clouded due to an old injury, this man, who bore a striking resemblance to Tang Hao, appeared younger. His piercing gaze fixed upon Tang San, emanating an overwhelming presence that enveloped him with immense pressure, yet curiously. This pressure seemed to bypass Yu Xiaojiang entirely. When Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Tang San, a hint of urgency flickered in his eyes. To Yu Xiaojiang's astonishment, as Tang San stepped into the room, he remained unfazed by the oncoming pressure. His stance shifted to a T shape, his back straightened, and the elegance on his face was replaced with profound respect. Bowing deeply, he knelt before the man radiating such grandeur. "I pay my respects to the sect master." Each of the 6 words was articulated with clarity and coherence. The man behind the desk momentarily shifted his gaze, and all pressure dissipated, leaving Tang San feeling as if his very strength had been sapped away. He steadied himself, slightly swaying yet maintaining his kneeling position. "Rise," the resonant voice commanded. Indeed, this man was the current sect master of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao's elder brother, Tang Xiao, known by the title Xiao Tian. Tang San did not rise immediately. Instead, he bowed his head thrice, his forehead touching the ground with 3 distinct thuds. Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow and hurried to assist Tang San. "What are you doing? You cannot bear the burden of your father's matters alone." Both she and Tang Xiao understood that Tang San's 3 bows were in homage to Tang Hao. Standing upright, Tang San declared, "It is only right for a son to repay his father's debts. Sect Master, I am willing to take on all responsibilities for my father." Tang Xiao's expression shifted from indecisiveness to anger, striking the stone table before him with force, exclaiming, "You speak such arrogance at a young age. Can you truly bear it?" With a soft sound, the table disintegrated into dust, showcasing his profound and terrifying power without disturbing the surrounding environment. Yu Xiaojiang stood by, astonished. That table was crafted from 2 tons of the hardest granite. Destroying it was one thing, but reducing it to dust silently was another feat entirely. Tang San knelt again, stating, "I do not know if I can bear it, but I offer my life to serve the sect, dedicating all my abilities to its cause." Tang Xiao turned away, opening the window behind him, and with a flick of his hand, the stone dust lifted and drifted outside. "How can I allow a child to shoulder such burdens?" "Tang Hao, will you continue to evade your responsibilities?" Tang San's mind conjured images of his father's battles. "Sect Master, my father does not evade. He has no face to confront the sect. He lacks the right to return." Tang Xiao's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. "Is he well?" Before Tang San could respond, Yu Xiaojiang interjected, "Xiao Tian, the situation concerning Tang Hao is dire. I brought Tang San here to seek the protection of the Haotian sect. You may not know, but a few days ago, in Notting City, for reasons unknown, Tang Hao clashed with the 6-fingered pianist from the Starry Sky Tower. As a result, Tang Hao has gone missing." With this revelation, Tang Xiao's expression darkened. When had Tang Hao provoked the master of the Starry Sky Tower? Speechless, he felt a pang of guilt and regret. Yet, recalling the resolute demeanor of the elder's back then ignited a fierce anger within him. Had it not been for the elder's obstinate opposition, cowardly in their self-preservation, his brother would not have been left so isolated. This young nephew before him would not have to hide from various factions at such a tender age. Casting a glance at Tang San's youthful face, which exuded determination and courage, Tang Xiao silently resolved. 5 years ago, he had failed to protect his brother and nephew. Now, he would not allow Tang San to suffer even the slightest harm. Very well, little San, I will send someone to investigate your father's situation. Rest assured, your father, a Title Douluo with 100,000-year spirit ring, will not come to harm. As for you, remain in the Haotian sect for now. In a few days, I will convene a sect meeting and initiate you as a true disciple of the Haotian sect. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Tang San's lips. If that were to happen, he would be most agreeable. Would his father having offended so many powers, including the Spirit Hall and Starry Sky Tower? Could he truly remain unafraid? The answer was no. It was simply that, without a protective force, Tang San felt powerless to change his circumstances. Thank you, uncle. Tang San expressed his gratitude. At this moment, Tang San's address has transformed from sovereign to uncle. This situation brought a sense of warmth to Tang Xiao. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Yuehua felt an overwhelming sense of comfort in her heart. At this moment, the 3 members of the Tang family were closely bonded, completely oblivious to the subtle shadow of gloom that lingered on Yu Xiaozhang's face. Yu Xiaozhang never anticipated that events would spiral beyond his control. His intention in bringing Tang San to Haotian sect was merely to seek protection for both himself and Tang San. After all, he was perplexed as to why Tang Hao had once again attracted the attention of the star-picking tower, whose power Yu Xiaozhang had witnessed firsthand. It was indeed unfathomable. If the star-picking tower were to entangle them in the matter of Tang Hao's escape, Yu Xiaozhang feared he would face dire consequences. Tang San, however, was the reason Yu Xiaozhang was willing to take such risks. He aspired for Tang San, possessing dual martial souls, to become a Title Douluo, thus elevating his own reputation as his mentor and redeeming past humiliations. Now, with Tang Xiao suggesting that Tang San join Haotian's sect, it felt as if all his efforts were in vain. Yet, despite his inner reluctance, Yu Xiaozhang had no choice but to suppress his feelings. As a 29th level soul master, he held little sway against Tang Xiao. Concealing his concerns, Yu Xiaozhang maintained a facade of joy, while internally he was shrouded in darkness. Upon hearing Tang San express his willingness to join Haotian's sect, Tang Xiao felt an immense sense of relief. Perhaps he could make amends for the debt he owed to Hao. Soon, his gaze fell upon the smiling Yu Xiaozhang, and he could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Little San, may I ask who this gentleman is? Observing the middle-aged man before him, Tang Xiao felt a mix of confusion and a hint of disdain. He could distinctly sense the mere 29th level fluctuations of soul power within Yu Xiaozhang. Such a level of strength was exceedingly rare within Haotian sect, aside from the occasional young child. Hearing his uncle's question, Tang San turned to his teacher, Yu Xiaozhang, and promptly introduced him. Uncle, this is my teacher, Yu Xiaozhang. He is the son of Yu Yuanjin, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I owe my journey to Haotian sect to his assistance. It was evident that upon hearing the name Yu Xiaozhang, Tang Xiao's frown deepened. He had assumed the identity of someone else, only to realize it was the very person known for his sycophancy and for appropriating the achievements of the Spirit Hall's research. As he observed Yu Xiaozhang's smiling demeanor, Tang Xiao's expression gradually soured, replaced by an icy demeanor. He could not comprehend how a 29th level soul master could possibly befit his younger brother. How? As a mentor. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiao refrained from expressing his frustration. Realizing that Tang San had credited Yu Xiaozhang for their journey thus far, he could not afford to burn bridges so hastily. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Esteemed Yu Xiaozhang, son of the renowned Yu Yuanjin. It has been many years since our paths crossed, and you have remained unchanged since then. How time flies. And we barely recognize each other. In those days, you were quite the celebrated figure in Spirit City, with the 10 great theories of martial souls bringing you into the limelight. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Xiaozhang interpreted Tang Xiao's words as a veiled mockery, although he lacked any evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Suppressing the fury within, Yu Xiaozhang greeted him with a facade of cheerfulness. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency Tang Xiao, you jest. I was compelled to study the 10 great theories due to deficiencies in my martial soul. Regrettably, I remain at the 29th level to this day. In contrast, Your Excellency has risen to become one of the foremost Title Douluo in this era within just a few years. I have heard you are also the leader of Haotian sect. Surely, under your guidance, the sect has flourished over the years. As Yu Xiaozhang's words fell, his eyes scanned the room before ultimately resting on Tang Xiao. At this moment, Tang Xiao's feelings towards Yu Xiaojiang had evolved from mere dislike to a subtle undercurrent of hostility, with a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Yu Xiaojiang's remarks were nothing short of a jab at him, alluding to the pressures Houghton sect had faced under the Spirit Hall's suppression, leading to its enforced closure. Their initial exchange was fraught with tension, and Tang San sensed a hint of discord, though he remained unaware of the deeper complexities at play. He instinctively felt that there was something amiss between his uncle and his teacher. Upon contemplation, Tang San swiftly took action. "Uncle, rest assured. My teacher has treated me exceedingly well, and I have learned a great deal in recent days. Moreover, my father personally sought out my teacher for me." This statement from Tang San was clearly intended to dissuade Tang Xiao from further discussing the matter of his teacher. Feeling a sense of guilt towards Tang San, Tang Xiao respected his wishes and chose to disregard Yu Xiaojiang for the time being. Once Tang San became a true disciple of the Houghton sect, Yu Xiaojiang's presence or absence would bear no significance. "Well, since you have expressed it so, you and your teacher should retire for the night. Leave your admission to the Houghton sect to me." With that, Tang Xiao shared a glance with Tang Yuehua, and the two gradually exited the room. After their departure, Tang San refrained from inquiring about the conflict between his teacher and his uncle, recognizing that some matters were beyond his purview. Furthermore, Tang San truly wished to rest after the exhausting days he had endured. He was merely a child just over 6 years of age. As Tang San began to relax, Yu Xiaojiang felt a mix of emotions, yet he resolved to take things as they came. This was not the time for anxiety. What if a breakthrough were to occur? Shaking his head, it wasn't long before Yu Xiaojiang too succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua swiftly made their way to the main hall of the sect. "Elder brother, it appears that this child, Tang San, has endured much hardship over the years. At such a tender age, he displays remarkable maturity, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he is adept in strategy. Alas, had we been able to retain him within the Houghton sect back then, he would not have suffered so greatly." Nodding in agreement, Tang Xiao echoed her sentiments. "Yuehua, now that Tang San is within the Houghton sect, I have no concerns on that front. My worry lies with Hao. The master of the star-picking tower, that six-fingered harp demon, possesses terrifying power, rivaling even the golden crocodile Douluo of the Spirit Hall. If Hao's being targeted by the star-picking tower, it could spell great danger. Regrettably, as his elder brother, I lack the means to assist him." With that thought, Tang Xiao's spirits sank, and Tang Yuehua shared his dismay. Compared to Tang Xiao, Tang Yuehua felt an even deeper sorrow, for while her elder brother held the title of Title Douluo, her own capabilities were far more modest. After a moment of silence, Tang Yuehua shifted the conversation towards Yu Xiaojiang. "What about Yu Xiaojiang?" Upon mentioning his name, Tang Xiao's face contorted with anger. "Yu Xiaojiang? That man is nothing but a fraud. I cannot fathom how he deceived Hao into entrusting Tang San to him. Regardless, we cannot allow such a mediocre individual to continue instructing Tang San." Tang Yuehua concurred with Tang Xiao's assessment. They both understood Yu Xiaojiang's true nature and could surmise his motives for becoming Tang San's teacher. At just over 6 years of age, Tang San had only recently awakened his martial soul, yet Tang Xiao could distinctly sense the fluctuations of Tang San's 12th level soul power. Yu Xiaojiang merely sought to leverage Tang San's prodigious talents to redeem his own reputation as a failure. "Elder brother, speaking of which, if you convene the sect assembly, will the elders agree to Tang San's admission as a disciple of the Houghton sect?" After all, they were. Tang Yuehua's voice trailed off, but Tang Xiao understood her unspoken concern that the elders might refuse due to Hao's influence. However, Tang Xiao was imbued with a newfound confidence. 6 years ago, he was merely at the 92nd level, but through years of dedication and the ample resources of the Houghton sect, he had reached the 95th level. Even the second elder was of equal rank. The previous events had merely been a result of his insufficient strength and lack of influence within the sect. Now, possessing the formidable power of a 95th level Title Douluo, his words carried significant weight. He could not fathom that as the sect leader and its strongest member, he would be unable to secure Tang San's position as a disciple. "Rest easy, Yuehua. This is not 6 years ago. Today, I am a Title Douluo at the 95th level. The elders of the Houghton sect, save for the second elder, would not dare oppose me." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from Tang Xiao, a testament to the confidence that his strength had bestowed upon him. Tang Yuehua intended to add more, but seeing her brother's unwavering certainty, she chose to remain silent. Soon, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 3 days, Yu Xiaojiang has been consumed by an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing that Tang San might truly remain within the Houghton sect. should that occur. All his efforts would dissolve into mere illusions, wasted and lost. As the morning sun gradually illuminated the Haotian sect, the resounding clang of bells echoed within the grand hall. Upon hearing the chimes, all elders within the sect hastily set aside their tasks and rushed to the grand hall. In a short span of time, every elder of Title Douluo rank and above had gathered. They each found their seats and sat quietly, maintaining their composure despite the uncertainty of the situation. Soon, the initiator of this sect assembly, Tang Xiao, made his entrance from outside the hall. We pay our respects to the sect master. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in the mind of the grand elder, the customary etiquette befitting Tang Xiao was duly observed. Step by step, he ascended to the hall. And as he took his seat, the assembly of the Haotian sect commenced in earnest. Esteemed elders, it has been 6 years since our Haotian sect was compelled to seal its gates, and thus, this assembly has not convened since. Today, I, Tang Xiao, have summoned you all for a matter of great importance. With these words, Tang Xiao surveyed the room, noting that the expressions of the gathered elders remained unchanged. At this moment, the second elder rose to speak. Ha ha ha, since the sect master has called this assembly, there must be a compelling reason. As elders of the Haotian sect, we cannot decline. Please, sect master, share your concerns. Although our strength may pale in comparison to yours, our wealth of experience can surely provide you with valuable insights. As the second elder concluded his remarks, the other elders nodded in agreement, stroking their beards. The tranquility of recent years has brought a notable cheer to their faces. Observing this scene, Tang Xiao felt a surge of irritation within, yet he restrained himself for the sake of Tang San. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Esteemed elders, I have summoned you here today for the sake of a single individual. This person is also from our Haotian clan, possessing the same martial spirit, the Haotian hammer. Might I inquire if you would be interested in meeting him? Upon hearing this, the elders of the Haotian clan became intrigued. Ordinarily, they presumed no one from their sect would be revealed to the outside world, but exceptions do exist. It was worth meeting this individual nonetheless. Such news indicated that the sect master was indeed concerned for the clan's future. Indeed, our Haotian clan is in need of fresh blood, they expressed. Unaware that the individual Tang Xiao intended to present was none other than Tang San. In their minds, their sect master had relinquished that notion 6 years prior. They believed he would not be so foolish. With a faint smile, Tang Xiao awaited this moment. Yuehua, please bring Xiao San and the others here. With Tang Xiao's words, Tang Yuehua nodded and departed with a smile. Before long, Tang San and Yu Xiaojing followed closely behind Tang Yuehua, slowly entering the grand hall. As they stepped into the main hall of the sect, all the elders of the Haotian clan focused their attention on Tang San. They instinctively overlooked Yu Xiaojing. For who among them had a prodigious talent still lingering at the 29th level in middle age? Tang San, feeling the countless gazes upon him, sensed the formidable aura emanating from each elder present and could not help but reflect, a withered camel is larger than a horse. Although the Haotian clan lacks elite combat strength, there are indeed numerous formidable Title Douluo among them. Elders, this is Tang San, and his martial spirit is the Haotian hammer. What are your thoughts? As Tang Xiao spoke, the elders of the Haotian clan became increasingly interested, beginning to scrutinize Tang San. Remarkable, this young lad, despite his mere 6 years of age, possesses 12th level soul power. He is truly a rare talent. They mused. The sect master's discernment is commendable. To achieve such cultivation at just over 6 years old, his innate soul power must be considerable. The second elder was particularly pleased, acknowledging the exceptional talent before him. Ha ha, young friend, may I inquire about your innate soul power? Tang San, hearing this, glanced towards his uncle, who smiled encouragingly, signaling that he could speak freely. Feeling at ease, Tang San replied, Esteemed elder, I possess full innate soul power. What? Have we misheard? Full innate soul power? We have a disciple with full innate soul power in the Haotian clan? Several elders were taken aback, fully aware of what full innate soul power signified. As long as he did not perish, he was destined to become a Title Douluo without a doubt. They cannot afford to disregard this, despite their hypocrisy and timidity. Submissively bowing before the spirit hall, it does not imply that they are devoid of ambition. Should the Haotian clan secretly nurture such a remarkably gifted disciple, it would undoubtedly herald only advantages for the future of the Haotian clan. At this very moment, Yu Xiaojing, standing beside Tang San, also observed the reactions of the elders from the Haotian clan. Their expressions of overwhelming excitement sent a chill down his spine. These individuals dared to covet Tang San for themselves. Not a chance. However, At this juncture, he lacked the authority to speak out. Yet he understood well that if this group of elders were to discover that Tang San was the son of the Title Douluo Tang Hao, the situation would become even more captivating. With this thought in mind, Yu Xiaojiang remained unperturbed, confident that everything was under control. Chapter 78, Yu Xiaojiang's Confession, The Elder's Dilemma. The elders of the Haotian clan, now filled with astonishment, gazed at Tang Xiao with expressions that had softened considerably. Regarding the events of 6 years prior, it was not merely Tang Xiao who harbored resentment. The elders of the Haotian clan felt similarly. They had always believed that the protection of the Haotian clan and its enduring legacy were of paramount importance. They vehemently disagreed with Tang Xiao's statements from 6 years ago. At this moment, upon hearing Tang San proclaim himself as possessing innate full soul power, the joy within the second elder became impossible to contain. Gradually approaching Tang San, he soon stood before him. "Young man, unleash your martial soul. We must behold its magnificence." His eyes brimmed with desire and excitement. In response, Tang San revealed no hesitation. He gently raised his hand, and as his soul power coalesced, a remarkably exquisite small hammer materialized before the second elder. Simultaneously, a resplendent golden soul ring began to ascend beneath Tang San's feet. Both the second elder and the other elders of the Haotian clan instantly recognized that the age of Tang San's soul ring was likely substantial. As they sensed the 12th level soul power emanating from Tang San, the second elder trembled slightly, fixated on the soul ring at Tang San's feet, his breath quickening. The first soul ring boasted an astonishing age of over 400 years. Incredible, simply unfathomable. This is truly a divine gift bestowed upon me by the Haotian sect. Turning his head, the second elder gazed upon the multitude of elders seated in the hall, and the smile upon his face spoke volumes. "Sect leader, should you wish to welcome this young friend into our Haotian sect, I, along with all the esteemed elders, would wholeheartedly concur. This extraordinary talent is indeed a rare find." As the second elder's words resonated, Tang Xiao's heart blossomed with joy. He was certain that with Tang San's exceptional abilities, the elders of the Haotian clan would not raise any objections. Indeed, such a remarkable talent is seldom seen in this world, and our Haotian clan, eager for talent, would naturally not allow such a gifted disciple to be lost to the outside world. The second elder's assertion is entirely correct. We all stand in support of his words. As the other elders echoed in agreement, Tang Xiao realized that today's matter was, for the time being, settled. Since all esteemed elders deem this affair feasible, from this day forth, Tang San shall be a disciple of our Haotian clan. Do any of you have objections? After Tang Xiao spoke, he gazed at the elders, who merely shook their heads. Such an exceptional disciple, how could they possibly oppose? Just as everything seemed poised to reach a conclusion, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer restrain himself. A sly smile crept upon his lips. Previously silent, he stepped forward. "Esteemed elders, I am Yu Xiaojiang, son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader, Yu Yuanjin. Tang San is indeed my disciple, and I am immensely thrilled that he can become a disciple of the Haotian clan today. I am genuinely happy for him. However, I have a small request. Is it appropriate for me to voice it?" Upon hearing these words, the second elder and the others were momentarily taken aback, their minds racing to ponder how Yu Xiaojiang had arrived at their Haotian clan and that he was Tang San's teacher. Yet, considering his affiliation with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the elders chose not to pursue the matter further. The second elder smiled gently, displaying an amiable demeanor. "As a friend of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and Tang San's teacher, feel free to express your thoughts. We are all ears." After this, the other elders nodded in agreement. For some inexplicable reason, Tang Xiao suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, when Yu Xiaojiang began to speak, everything was about to undergo a monumental shift. "Since esteemed elders of the Haotian clan are willing to lend me their ears for a few words, I shall speak candidly. It is rumored in this world that the Haotian sect stands at the pinnacle of the 3 supreme sections. As a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, I, Yu Xiaojiang, am acutely aware of this. What I wish to convey is a humble request. The father of Tang San, an old acquaintance of mine, is currently being pursued due to trivial matters. I wonder if the esteemed elders of the Haotian sect could extend their assistance to rescue Tang San's father from peril. Such an act would not only earn the heartfelt gratitude of myself, Yu Xiaojiang, but I believe that Tang San would also be profoundly appreciative of the elders' benevolence." Upon hearing this, Tang San felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. His mentor had never sought personal gain on his behalf, always considering his welfare and that of his father. As he reflected on this, he felt the corners of his eyes moisten, yet what predominated was a sense of hope. a yearning for the elders of the Haotian sect to lend their aid in saving his father. The second elder and the other esteemed elders of the Haotian sect exchanged glances, silently communicating with one another. However, it did not take long for them to reach a consensus. What difference would it make to assist Tang San's father? After all, they were all formidable beings of the Soul Douluo rank and above. In this vast world, where can one not go? Esteemed Lord Yu Xiaojiang, please speak plainly. What exactly has befallen Tang San's father? Whatever assistance we can offer to Tang San's father, we shall undoubtedly extend our hands. As the foremost of the upper three sects, it is our undeniable responsibility to address such trivial matters. At this moment, Tang Xiao, witnessing the situation slipping beyond his control, finds his resentment towards Yu Xiaojiang reaching an unparalleled intensity. This fellow insists on intervening at the most critical moment. Isn't this akin to roasting him over an open flame? A hint of a smile flitted across Yu Xiaojiang's face as he began to narrate the tale. As an elder of the Haotian sect, it is worth noting that the other elders were indeed familiar with Tang San's father, the renowned Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. Hence, Tang San is, in fact, the son of the Haotian Douluo. It is only fitting that he is recognized as one of your own from the Haotian sect. Boom. Yu Xiaojiang's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving all the elders of the Haotian sect utterly astounded. They had never anticipated that Tang San would be the offspring of Tang Hao. After all, 6 years ago, following their firm rejection, it was presumed that Tang Xiao would not dare to raise such matters again. Yet, here they were, confronted with an unexpected turn of events. The second elder wore a complex expression as he glanced at the somewhat guilty Tang Xiao before shifting his gaze to Tang San. To be frank, he held high hopes for Tang San. However, the fact remained that he was the son of Tang Hao, the very center of the Haotian sect. Moreover, Tang San was born of a union between Tang Hao and a 100,000-year-old soul beast, which, in a certain sense, rendered him a hybrid. He hesitated, while the other elders of the Haotian sect exhibited a different sentiment. During the 5 or 6 years of Tang Hao's absence, they had grown accustomed to a life of comfort and would certainly wish to avoid any entanglement with all matters concerning Tang Hao. Should the Spirit Hall discover that they had clandestinely accepted Tang Hao's son, they would be left utterly defenseless against any potential retaliation. At that point, they would be nothing more than lambs led to the slaughter. This prompted other elders to begin murmuring, and their expressions toward Tang San and Tang Xiao underwent a dramatic transformation. Witnessing the plan take effect, although Yu Xiaojiang's face appeared to be filled with worry, his heart was already brimming with joy. However, this was not the end. He still needed to stoke the flames for the Haotian sect. Several elders of the Haotian sect. Might I inquire your thoughts? Are you willing to lend your support to Tang San's father? Yu Xiaojiang, will speak candidly. Some time ago, for reasons unknown, His Majesty Haotian found himself in conflict with the master of the Star-Gathering Tower. After an intense battle, His Majesty Haotian vanished without a trace. It is precisely for this reason that I brought Tang San to the Haotian sect in haste, hoping he could find refuge within the sect. It appears that the esteemed elders, with their sense of righteousness, will surely not abandon Tang San, nor neglect His Majesty Haotian. Suddenly, several elders from the Haotian sect, upon hearing these words, rose to their feet. What does this mean? This fellow Tang Hao has not only provoked the Spirit Hall, but now even the Star-Picking Tower has begun to take an interest in him? Immediately, the atmosphere on the scene grew peculiar. Tang San gazed at the elders of the Haotian sect before him, feeling somewhat at a loss. He did not comprehend the reasons behind it all. Yet he could sense that his master was still pleading on behalf of his father. This deeply moved Tang San. Chapter 79, Tang Xiao's Resoluteness. The chaos of the Haotian sect. Regardless of how others perceived the situation at this moment, Tang Xiao harbored a fervent desire to slay Yu Xiaojiang on the spot. This fellow speaks without restraint, and shockingly, he has revealed this matter. It is utterly despicable. Yet, Tang San maintains an attitude of ingratitude, which only serves to infuriate Tang Xiao further. At this moment, however, the words Master of the Star-Picking Tower flashed through the mind of the second elder. What does the title of Master of the Star-Picking Tower represent? Despite the fact that the Haotian sect remains secluded, they possess some knowledge. 5 years ago, it was merely the Master of the Star-Picking Tower who single-handedly ascended to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and utterly dismantled the entire sect. It is worth noting that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect boasts 2 Title Douluos above level 95. Moreover, according to known information, the Master of the Star-Picking Tower's strength is hardly inferior to that of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Back then, a single Golden Crocodile Douluo nearly swept through their entire Haotian sect, instilling fear in all and rendering them unable to act recklessly. Now that Tang Hao has provoked the master of the star-picking tower, should he take in Tangsan? The second elder cannot fathom the catastrophic repercussions that would ensue if the master were to learn of this. Furthermore, at that point, the spirit hall would undoubtedly become aware of the situation. Under the pressure of these two formidable forces, what path would the Haotian sect be able to take? These are matters that the second elder must contemplate. At this moment, several elders present have begun to voice their opinions. I thought he was an extraordinary individual, a person of remarkable talent, but it turns out he is merely the offspring of that sinner, Tang Hao. How did such a person arrive at our Haotian sect? Esteemed sect master, should you not provide us with an explanation? Tang Hao is a calamity within our Haotian, and your actions leave us utterly perplexed. In my humble opinion, we ought to expel Tang San from the Haotian sect forthwith, otherwise. Should the spirit hall and the star-picking tower catch wind of his presence and lay blame upon our sect, what recourse will we have to defend ourselves? The century-old foundation of the Haotian sect must not be jeopardized. Esteemed sect master, I implore you to heed our counsel. Swiftly send this harbinger of disaster, Tang San, away from our mountain. Thus, we may safeguard the peace and integrity of our Haotian sect. This is the right path. Listening to the elders' furious tones and their accusations directed at him, Tang Xiao could no longer contain his anger, striving with all his might to regain his composure. Tang Xiao turned his gaze towards the second elder, eager to discern his thoughts. Sensing the attention cast upon him, the second elder exhibited a moment of hesitation. Yet the incessant complaints from his peers weighed heavily on him. The thought that the Haotian sect might face the dual threat of the spirit hall and the star-picking tower due to Tang San left the second elder with no choice but to heave a resigned sigh. Master, while the words of the elders may seem extreme, they are not without foundation. Our century-long legacy of the Haotian sect is indeed rare. If it were to be destroyed over such trivial matters, we would have no face to meet the old sect master in the afterlife. Therefore, regardless of Tang San's extraordinary talents, our sect cannot accept him. I hope the master understands that the interests of the Haotian sect must always take precedence. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xiao's fleeting hope was extinguished in an instant. He should have anticipated this outcome. As his expression turned icy, the soul power within him began to surge violently. The eruption of his 95th level soul power caused 9 soul rings of varying hues to rise slowly beneath his feet. The exquisitely crafted Haotian hammer manifested in his hands with a sudden brilliance. Elders, 6 years ago, I had already made concessions to you. You cowardly and timid individuals. What face do you have to remain in the Haotian sect? Today, regarding Tang San, regardless of your agreement, he shall be a disciple of our sect. Should the star-picking tower and the spirit hall seek retribution, I, Tang Xiao, will bear all consequences alone. Elders, what say you? Listening to Tang Xiao's frigid declaration, both the second elder and the others shifted in their expressions. They had not anticipated Tang Xiao would adopt such a hardline stance, forcing them into a corner. In an instant, the atmosphere within the grand hall of the Haotian sect grew tense and suffocating. Tang Xiao, as the master of the Haotian sect, is this how you consider the sect's welfare? You would shoulder all consequences alone? If the spirit hall and the star-picking tower truly seek retribution, what value do you hold? What qualifications do you possess to claim you can bear everything? Is it merely due to your 95th level strength? Let me remind you, though we may not match your power, you should be well aware of the might of the spirit hall and the star-picking tower. 6 years ago, you were utterly powerless before the golden crocodile Douluo, were you not? Do you truly believe that reaching the 95th level enables you to contend with the spirit hall and the star-picking tower? The second elder's icy words were laden with fury. Tang Xiao, in your eyes, are we elders merely cowardly souls? This we do not deny. However, the strength of the spirit hall and the star-picking tower renders our resistance utterly futile. If the golden crocodile Douluo were to return to the Haotian sect, what assurance do you have? We fear death, for we know that opposing the spirit hall and the star-picking tower leaves us with no chance whatsoever. It is like striking a stone with an egg or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Haotian sect has already fallen. Since the disappearance of our ancestor Tianchen, our decline has been evident. Your father merely struggled in vain. He was only at the 97th level, barely ensuring the survival of the Haotian sect. So what qualifications does Tang Xiao possess to speak so arrogantly? The sect leader, with high aspirations yet low abilities, believes himself to be above all, while in truth, his strength is mediocre at best. Anyone can boast, but there is only one in the Haotian sect. At this moment, the elders of the Haotian sect erupted in indignation, vociferously criticizing Tang Xiao. Were they wrong? Perhaps, in a certain sense, their actions were justified. Had they resisted recklessly 6 years ago against the golden crocodile Douluo, would the Haotian sect still exist today? Most likely it would not. The elder's mindset remains unchanged. When faced with insufficient strength, one must yield. What good is it to flatter and smile? Only by surviving can one hope for a turnaround. Tang Xiao found himself momentarily speechless, wishing to voice a retort but feeling utterly powerless. Indeed, everything he said, though righteous, would be rendered meaningless should the star-picking tower and spirit hall launch an assault. The destruction of the Haotian sect would be inevitable. At 95 levels, he is merely a top-tier powerhouse within the Haotian sect, while countless more powerful exist within the spirit hall. The terror of the star-picking tower lord has been personally experienced by the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. For a moment, Tang Xiao's expression grew dazed, unsure of what to do. Observing this scene unfold in the Haotian sect, Yu Xiaozhang's demeanor remained calm, even tinged with a hint of gloating. His disciple would never serve as the sacrificial garment for the Haotian sect. Tang San was his sole opportunity for ascendance, and even if it meant offending Tang Xiao, Yu Xiaozhang was undeterred. A cold smile flickered across his lips as he approached Tang San, gently patting him on the shoulder. Little San, it seems the Haotian sect still refuses to accept you and your father. The events of the past are long gone. At this moment, Tang San's expression soured. He had hoped to find a pillar of support, but it now seemed a stroke of luck that they had not been killed on the spot. Acknowledging his teacher's words, Tang San nodded, understanding the situation. They should not have come to the Haotian sect, and he felt a twinge of guilt towards his uncle. Because of him, his uncle, the sect leader, had clearly fallen out with the elders of the Haotian sect. Thus, a sense of retreat began to brew within Tang San. Teacher, perhaps we should leave. Since the elders of the Haotian sect do not welcome me, I, Tang San, am not one to cling stubbornly. The world is vast. Where cannot we go? Even if the spirit hall and the star-picking tower target me, so what? A man born in this world cannot remain oppressed for long. Chapter 80. Tang Xiao resigns as sect leader. Tang San leaves the Haotian sect. Upon hearing Tang San's impassioned words, a faint smile graced Yu Xiaozhang's lips, clearly satisfied. In stark contrast, Tang Xiao felt immense distress. He remained unwilling to accept defeat, refusing to live in guilt. Looking at the elders, Tang Xiao summoned his courage for one last attempt. Esteemed elders, you have your beliefs, yet the fresh blood of the Haotian sect is on the verge of withering. Tang San is indeed my disciple's son, but he possesses innate full soul power, and his martial spirit is the Haotian hammer. Given time, a powerful Title Douluo will undoubtedly emerge from our ranks. At that time, perhaps we can turn the tide and restore the glory of the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao hoped the elders would reconsider. The second elder fell silent. He understood Tang Xiao's intentions, yet the risk was far too great. If word of Tang San's existence were to spread, the Haotian sect would face insurmountable ruin. The second elder feared that before Tang San could truly grow, the spirit hall and the star-picking tower might discover his whereabouts. Sighing softly, he shook his head. Tang Xiao, I comprehend your intentions, but we cannot wager the Haotian sect on this. Forgive our inability to assist. Tang San must not enter the Haotian sect. You all. Tang Xiao was nearly driven to laughter by anger. After all this time, these old fellows had not taken a single word to heart. Esteemed elders, do not forget, I, Tang Xiao, am the sect leader of the Haotian sect. All matters pertaining to the Haotian sect are solely determined by me, Tang Xiao. The purpose of summoning all esteemed elders today is merely to inform you, regardless of your agreement, from this day forth, Tang San shall be recognized as a disciple of the Haotian sect. Upon the utterance of those words by Tang Xiao, a tempest of outrage erupted among all the elders of the Haotian sect. Humph, Tang Xiao, how grandiose your airs are. 6 years ago, when confronted by the spirit hall, you were but a turtle retreating into its shell. And now, you dare to reprimand us? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Tang Xiao, it appears you have been bewitched. Do you think we were oblivious to the infatuation you and your brother had with that 10,000-year soul beast? Now, you wish to forsake the century-long legacy of the Haotian sect for that same soul beast and the unruly offspring spawned by Tang Hao, disregarding everything we have built. What audacity you possess to claim the title of sect master. How could the Haotian sect ever accept someone like you as its leader? Today, you presume to threaten us for the sake of a monstrosity born of a soul beast. Who knows what outrageous deeds you will commit in the future? Indeed, you and your brother are cut from the same cloth. Silence. Tang Xiao, evidently struck at a sensitive point, bellowed in an attempt to silence the elders of the Haotian sect. Yet, his efforts were in vain. Rather than quieting down, they escalated their accusations, bringing to light the intricate entanglements between Tang Xiao, the Blue-Silver Emperor, and Tang Hao. This revelation left Yu Xiaojiang utterly astounded. He had only been aware of Tang Hao's connection with the 10,000-year-old beasts, yet he had not anticipated that both brothers were profoundly knowledgeable in this domain. Truly, they are brothers, sharing the same inclinations. Meanwhile, Tang San, upon overhearing the elders of the Haotian sect brazenly discussing his father and mother, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, igniting countless murderous intentions in his eyes. Were it not for his insufficient strength at that moment, he would have eradicated every last one of these elders. How outrageous! So, this is how you esteemed elders treat me, the leader of the Haotian sect. Ha! If this is the case, then I shall have no further ties to the Haotian sect. From this day forth, I, Tang Xiao, am no longer the leader of the Haotian sect. Where it goes from here is of no concern to me. As he spoke, the Haotian hammer in Tang Zhao's hand began to tighten slowly. His fury demanded release. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Yu Xiaojiang quickly seized Tang San and attempted to leave the Haotian sect. The elders of the Haotian sect, upon seeing Tang San's intention to depart, rushed forward to intercept him. For both Tang San and Tang Hao, they represented ticking time bombs for the Haotian sect. If possible, these elders wished to capture Tang San and send him to the Star-Picking Tower or the Spirit Hall, severing all ties with the Haotian sect thereafter. Seeing this, Tang Xiao swiftly positioned himself in front of Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang, take little San and leave at once. I will handle these elders. With that, Yu Xiaojiang grasped Tang San's small hand and fled down the path they had come. Along the way, the disciples of the Haotian sect were bewildered and did not attempt to stop them. Inside the main hall of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao cast a deep glance at the departing Yu Xiaojiang and slowly exhaled a heavy breath. He then turned to face the furious elders before him. Esteemed elders, from this day forth, I, Tang Xiao, am no longer a member of the Haotian sect. I advise you to allow Tang San to leave safely. I wish to avoid confrontation with you. However, should you choose to disregard my counsel, then you shall bear the consequences. Tang Xiao. All the elders present glared at him with fury, their eyes locked onto Tang Xiao, who evoked their utmost ire. Tang Xiao, are you truly resolved to act in this manner? The second elder spoke calmly. Tang Xiao smiled faintly, gazing at the elders of the Haotian sect, and shook his head. My actions are of no concern to you. Humph, you provoke me at your own peril. Do you truly believe that one man can obstruct us? Such delusions. Esteemed elders, unleash your full power and capture Tang San. At this point, the second elder no longer cared for anything else, since matters had escalated to this point. Any sense of camaraderie was rendered inconsequential. Tang San is a prodigy. If I let him go, he will undoubtedly seek revenge once he grows stronger. Boom, boom, boom. The Haotian hammer appeared in the hands of the elders, their feet adorned with 8 soul rings of varying colors. The second elder, alongside 3 other elders, summoned 9 soul rings beneath them. 7th soul skill, Haotian true body, chaotic cloak of hammers. Seizing the initiative, Tang Xiao suddenly activated Haotian true body, causing the Haotian hammer in his hand to swell instantly, and with a thunderous crash, he swung it down. All the elders braced themselves for impact. After all, they were Title Douluo at level 95 and did not dare underestimate him. In the instant of their collision, the entire main hall of the Haotian sect erupted, sending all elders and Tang Xiao flying backward. The ordeal is far from over. At this moment, the flames of fury within Tang Xiao have been ignited, and the Haotian hammer in his grasp becomes increasingly reckless. All notions of camaraderie and the future of Haotian dissolve into the weighty strike of his hammer. Amidst the crowd, the soul power disperses. Tang Xiao, being in the prime of his life, finds his only challengers to be a select few elders of Title Douluo rank. Nevertheless, apart from the second elder, the other 3 struggle to hold their ground. Haha, Haotian sect. Great Samurai hammer. Explode. 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 In an instant, Tang Xiao unleashes the exploding ring, his soul power surging dramatically. Each strike demands a tremendous sacrifice from the elders of Haotian sect. Even the second elder finds it taxing, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. Madman, you lunatic, Tang Xiao. At this moment, Tang Xiao resembles a war deity, and the elders of Haotian sect dare not approach him lightly. They are unwilling to engage in a battle akin to Tang Xiao's explosive combat, deeming it unworthy. As both sides become ensnared in a stalemate, it soon becomes apparent to Tang Xiao that Tang San and the others have vanished without a trace, and he raises the Haotian hammer high. With a single strike, he too disappears from sight. As the smoke clears, all that remains is a chorus of furious curses from the elders of Tianchen sect. Chapter 81. The Moonlit Night of 24 Bridges. Half a month later, at the Douluo City Elementary Soul Master Academy, after departing from Tianchen sect, Tianchen and Yu Xiaojiang do not venture elsewhere. Instead, they return to Douluo City. As the saying goes, the most perilous locales can often be the safest. Upon returning to Douluo City, life seems to settle into a tranquil rhythm. At this moment, Tianchen seeks guidance from his teacher regarding cultivation. Teacher, the longer the soul beast has been cultivated, the stronger its power becomes, and the effects of the resulting soul rings improve correspondingly. In what remarkable ways does this power manifest? Tianchen inquired. A stiff smile, characteristic of Yu Xiaojiang, crept onto his face. This is an excellent question. The primary distinction between soul rings produced by soul beasts of varying ranks lies in the additional attributes they confer upon the soul master and the capabilities of their skills. For instance, if we consider it from a quantitative perspective, should your blue-silver grass martial spirit embark on a path of a control-type soul master, acquiring a decade-old soul ring that is compatible with your attributes would enhance your control over the blue-silver grass by 10. Conversely, a century-old soul ring would augment your control by 100. This principle extends further. Thus, whenever feasible, all soul masters endeavor to pursue more potent martial spirits. Tianchen pondered, does this not imply that those with greater influence can obtain superior soul rings? The nobility could easily leverage their familial power to hunt stronger soul rings for themselves. A glimmer of approval shone in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. The fact that you arrived at this conclusion indicates that you have contemplated this matter thoroughly. However, the reality is far more complex. To elaborate, the prerequisites for obtaining a soul ring are exceptionally stringent. Firstly, one must personally slay the soul beast in order to acquire its soul ring. The soul ring exists for only a fleeting moment. If it is not attached to oneself within the span of an hour, it loses its efficacy. Furthermore, soul beasts are inherently proud creatures. None would allow themselves to be captured. Should they suffer grave injury at the hands of an adversary, they would choose to self-detonate, sacrificing their own lives rather than being subdued. This effectively eliminates the situation you mentioned, even if one were to enlist help in hunting soul beasts. If they are not the ones to deliver the final blow, acquiring a soul ring would prove exceedingly challenging. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. The wisdom of humanity cannot be easily surpassed by soul beasts. The most effective method of hunting soul beasts is to form a group and approach the habitat of the soul beasts, ensuring that the final strike is executed by oneself, thereby securing the soul ring. Thus, it is true that nobles and those with influence possess a certain advantage in the hunt for soul beasts. However, just because such individuals can easily obtain soul rings does not inherently make them more powerful than ordinary soul masters. No one can be certain that the attributes of the soul beast they encounter will be the most suitable for them. While the level of the soul beast is undeniably important, the compatibility of attributes is equally crucial. A soul ring, no matter how exceptional, will yield no beneficial effects if it clashes with one's own martial spirit. Rather, it could prove detrimental. Most importantly, each soul master faces restrictions on the absorption of soul rings at different stages. For instance, as a 12th level soul master, you can only absorb the soul ring of a century-old soul beast given your current soul power. Attempting to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring would lead to a singular outcome. Your body would be unable to withstand it and would be obliterated by the power of the soul ring. During the absorption of a soul ring, no external force can assist. One must rely solely on oneself. Consider this. Those who require assistance to hunt the soul beasts they need are unlikely to possess the resilience necessary. It is entirely possible that even absorbing a soul ring suitable for them, within their control range, could result in catastrophic consequences. Tianchen, remember that the world is fair. To obtain something, one must exert commensurate effort. Taking shortcuts is the folly of the inept. The theory of martial spirits that I have studied is merely to facilitate the process for soul masters in their endeavors, allowing them to become stronger in the face of equal power. Do you understand? Tianchen nodded earnestly. He was not one to rely on shortcuts. It was far more solid to progress steadily toward his goals through his own efforts. Had it been possible to take a shortcut, he could have easily secured a 10,000-year soul ring with his father's assistance from the start. Little San, this is for you. Yu Xiaojiang's soft voice roused Tianchen from his reverie. When he turned to look at Yu Xiaojiang, he noticed that a belt had appeared in his hands. It was a beautifully crafted belt, entirely black with subtle dark stripes that were hardly discernible at first glance. Embedded evenly along its length were 24 pieces of milky white jade. each the size of an adult's thumbnail in rounded shape. The lustrous quality of the jade indicated its rarity. "Thank you, teacher." Tang-san accepted it without hesitation. Aware that one should not refuse a gift from an elder, he had witnessed such gestures during his time in the Tang sect, where inner sect elders would present a token upon accepting disciples. The belt from his teacher carried the same sentiment. "This belt has accompanied me for many years and has been overlooked for far too long. I hope it shines with its due brilliance in your hands in the future." Upon grasping the belt, Tang-san immediately sensed its extraordinary nature, as if faint currents of energy flowed within it, bridging through the belt and stored within the jade pieces. 30 years ago, when I acquired it, I did not know its name. However, based on my years of research, it can be classified as a top-tier soul guide device, serving the purpose of storage. By simply infusing your own soul power into it, each piece of jade can provide 1 cubic meter of storage space, making it convenient for storing such items. The term soul guide device was entirely new to Tang-san, although he was still uncertain of its full implications. His teacher's explanation left him astounded. 24 pieces of jade equated to 24 cubic meters of storage space, which meant he could store 24 types of hidden weapons. Tang-san's gaze ignited with fervor, his desire to enhance his Xiantian skill reaching unprecedented heights. He longed to possess sufficient internal strength to practice various uses of hidden weapons immediately. With this belt, he would no longer need to worry about storage issues for his hidden weapons. Before Tang-san could inquire further, his teacher preemptively explained, a soul guide device, as the name suggests, is an instrument utilized through martial soul power. Genuine soul guide devices are rare, and most lack offensive capabilities. Soul masters themselves do not require weapons. Soul guide devices can be likened to artifacts. The methods of their creation and origin have long been lost to time. This belt was acquired during an adventurous expedition with a few friends and was bestowed upon me as a reward. To me, it holds little significance, but I believe you may find it useful in the future. Let us bestow upon it a name." Gazing at the 24 smooth jade stones, Tang-san was almost instinctively reminded of a famous line from a past life, the bright moon over the 24 bridges. Thus, he decided to name it the bright moon over the 24 bridges. Yu Xiaojiang paused slightly, his expression inscrutable, and nodded in agreement, saying, "It is a beautiful name, albeit somewhat lengthy." Tang-san inwardly sighed. Perhaps this could be regarded as a reminiscence of his previous existence. The master explained, "Utilizing it is quite simple. Infuse your soul power into one of the jade stones, and you will perceive the existence of its space. If your reflexes are swift enough, the items within may appear as if conjured from thin air. However, mastering its properties will require diligent practice. This shall also be a lesson for you in the days to come." Without the need for his teacher to remind him, Tang-san understood the significance of mastering the art of extracting essence from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges, nodding in agreement with great urgency. Chapter 82. Tang Hao peers, entrusting Yu Xiaojiang. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had flown by. For Tang-san, this year was filled with accomplishment and satisfaction, having broken through the first barrier of the Xiantian skill. Through diligent cultivation, he made significant strides in his practice. By his own estimation, he had reached a mid to upper level of the second stage of power, with his soul force likely between levels 16 and 17. With childhood memories in tow, Tang-san returned to Holy Soul Village. The small village where he had lived for 6 years was now within sight. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable emotion began to swell within him. If he had to encapsulate it in a single phrase, he would say, "It feels wonderful to have a home," even if that home consisted only of himself and his father. Before long, Tang-san found himself at the entrance of Holy Soul Village, with his home situated at the village's edge. As the familiar sight came into view, his heart surged with excitement, and he quickened his pace, nearly bounding to his doorstep. The door stood ajar, just as it had been when he left, a habit of Tang Hao's. As there was little of value in the blacksmith shop that could be stolen, Tang-san hurried inside. Everything appeared unchanged. The blacksmith shop was as untidy as ever, even more so than before he departed, with an array of disordered items strewn about. Yet this chaotic ambience brought him a deep sense of nostalgia. "Oh, Xiao-san, you've returned," a gentle voice called out. Emerging from the back room was an elderly figure. Upon seeing him, Tang-san momentarily froze. "Grandpa Jack, you're here too." The person who stepped out was none other than Old Jack, the village chief, who wore a bittersweet smile as he handed Tang-san a piece of paper. "Take a look. This was left by your father 6 months ago." A wave of tension washed over Tang-san as he hastily accepted the paper and lowered his gaze to read. The note contained only a few hastily scribbled lines. Yet the rugged and bold handwriting conveyed a profound sense of character. Xiao San, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed. Do not worry. Nothing happened to me outside Nanning City last time. Do not seek me. It is impossible for you to find me, though you are still young. You possess the ability to take care of yourself. A fledgling eagle must learn to spread its wings to soar higher. Do not fret over me. You have inherited much of your mother's delicacy. Your father is a useless man. You are growing up, and I need to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. One day, we will meet again. Tianchen silently shook his head, carefully folding the paper and tucking it into his bosom. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. The house is in such disarray. I want to ask you to stay. I still have some tidying up to do. Old Jack was taken aback. He did not expect such a dismissal from the young Tang San, and with a sigh, he acquiesced. Very well. However, if you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned and left. Once old Jack departed, Tang San found himself alone in the blacksmith shop. He remained silent, beginning to tidy the cluttered room, organizing the scattered belongings. Meanwhile, at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, Yu Xiaojiang sat in his room, engrossed in his studies, feeling an emptiness within him now that Xiao San had returned home. Despite his silence, his feelings for this disciple had deepened over the past year. This morning, as Tang San left, he had hesitated about visiting his home, ultimately dismissing the thought for reasons he could not articulate. Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, as aside from Tang San, no one else ever visited him. Come in, he said, putting down his book with a calm demeanor. The door opened, revealing a tall figure clad in a simple gray robe, with unkempt black hair cascading over his shoulders. His weathered face bore the marks of time, and his murky eyes seemed to betray a life nearing its end, incongruent with his roughly 50 years of age. Greetings, master, the newcomer spoke in a deep, raspy voice. For reasons unknown, as soon as this person entered, Yu Xiaojiang felt a surge of instinctual tension, his soul force unconsciously enveloping him. Who are you? He asked slowly. Rising to his feet, curiosity reflected in his gaze. The gray-clad figure replied calmly, Tang Hao. Tang Hao? Yu Xiaojiang's typically composed demeanor shattered in an instant, his pupils widening as he fixed an unwavering gaze on the man before him. His hands gripped the desk, fingers turning pale. You were Hao? You vanished outside Nanning City a year ago. I thought you Tang Hao waved a hand, interrupting Yu Xiaojiang. There is no need to dwell on the past. While others may deem you a madman, I recognize your tenacity. Yu Xiaojiang's emotions gradually settled, his rigid expression softening slightly. Xiao San has returned home. Why are you here? Tang Hao nodded slightly, responding, precisely because he has returned home. I am here. As his father, it is only right that I meet you. I must depart, and my only concern is him. Thus, I wish to entrust Xiao San to you. You're leaving? Where to? He is your son, Yu Xiaojiang said. Glaring at Tang Hao, his eyes filled with intensity. Tang Hao maintained his cold demeanor. He's also your disciple. I must leave. There are many matters I must attend to. He will not find happiness by following me. I have no other demands. His life is his to choose. It has been 7 years since I left this world, and now he has grown up. There are things I must do. Additionally, with Xiao San by my side, I have no assurance of his safety, whether from the Spirit Hall or the Star-Picking Tower. Yu Xiaojiang inhaled deeply. I know not what transpired in your life, but it is evident that Xiao San is deeply attached to you. Do you not think that leaving like this would be too cruel for him? Tang Hao replied coolly. He has chosen to walk an extraordinary path. Remaining with me would be the true cruelty. Enough. I have said all I needed to say. Please remember, he is my son. With that, Tang Hao raised his hand, and a dark token clattered onto the table before Yu Xiaojiang with a resounding thud. With a finality that echoed through the room, the door slammed shut, and Tang Hao's towering figure vanished. Yu Xiaojiang stood there for a long moment, motionless, staring at the door. Eventually, he lowered his head slowly, his gaze settling upon the token. A bittersweet smile crept onto his lips as he realized, to his astonishment, that his idol had transformed into this. Alas, Tang Hao, you left just like that. What should I do with the little third party from now on? What if the Star-Picking Tower or the Spirit Hall comes looking for us? Sigh. Chapter 83. Lyra and Xieye. In the grand hall of the Spirit Hall, a woman sat majestically on a high throne. With a stunningly beautiful visage, her skin was as fair as snow, and her long, vibrant wine-red hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her snow-white hands gripped a golden scepter tightly, adorned in a luxurious robe that exuded elegance and authority. She was none other than Bibi Dong, the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness, we have received news from the main hall of the Ballot Kingdom. A cardinal in crimson garb knelt within the hall, holding a letter in hand. "Present it," Bibi Dong commanded, her voice cold yet filled with undeniable authority. As her words fell, a man dressed in a chrysanthemum-patterned attire stepped forward, respectfully accepting the letter from the cardinal and handing it to Bibi Dong. With a delicate hand, she withdrew the letter and read it intently with her beautiful eyes. Thud. The sound of the scepter striking the ground echoed as Bibi Dong's expression turned icy. Her eyes ablaze with unspoken fury. "The village of Fengming has been slaughtered." Her tone was calm, yet it felt like a thunderclap, shaking everyone present in the hall. "What?" The assembly gasped in disbelief, knowing that Fengming village was the birthplace of their revered pope. How could anyone dare commit such an atrocity? "Your Holiness, what is the extent of the casualties?" The man in chrysanthemum attire inquired. "All the old and weak have perished, leaving only a handful of women and children alive." Bibi Dong's voice was laced with suppressed rage. Though she held no particular affection for Fengming village, it was still her homeland. This act was tantamount to a slap in her face. Who could be so audacious as to commit such heinous acts? The man continued, his tone reflecting indignation, as this was a direct challenge to the authority of the Spirit Hall. Who else could it be but those vile soul masters? The letter also states that their target was not merely Fengming village. This is a premeditated act of revenge. Bibi Dong's gaze was sharp. "Yu Egwan, I entrust this matter to you. Be sure to capture every single one of these wicked soul masters without fail." "Understood," Yu Egwan replied. The letter mentioned that a steward from the Fasnuo main hall and 2 children named Lyra and Yu had reported to the Spirit Hall about the elimination of those soul masters and the rescue of the women and children. "What should we do about this?" Bibi Dong's gaze shifted. "Do we know the strength of these 2? Yu Egwan queried. "The steward is a soul king of level 51, wielding the martial soul, Mad Lion, at the age of 48. The 2 children are around 11 or 12 years old, possessing nearly 30 levels of soul power." Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly. "Your Holiness, I believe we need not concern ourselves with the steward. A simple reward will suffice. However, those 2 children are exceptionally gifted. We should cultivate them vigorously." A figure in black beside Bibi Dong chimed in. "Indeed, we should claim such talent for ourselves." Bibi Dong concurred. "Send these 2 to the genius training camp. If they can win the championship in the selection competition in 3 months, they will become my foremost disciples." "By your command." The assembly echoed in agreement. The Genius Training Camp was a specialized institution established by the Spirit Hall to recruit children under 12, aimed at selecting talents for the Spirit Hall. Every 3 years, there was a selection competition, and this year marked the commencement of that event. In this camp, mediocrity had no place, as every member possessed innate soul power of level 6 or higher. Currently, even students at the Great Soul Master level were present. If Lyra and Yu could stand out and claim victory, they would indeed be qualified to become disciples of the Pope. After several days of travel, Lyra and Yu finally arrived at Spirit City. Spirit City is truly bustling, Lyra exclaimed in admiration, having witnessed many prosperous cities along the way. Even the capital of the Tiandu Empire seemed inferior compared to the grandeur of Spirit City. This city is revered as the holy city in the hearts of all soul masters, Yu declared with reverence. Lyra did not contest this. Her brother spoke the truth. Those so-called sects aside, the common soul masters held the Spirit City in high esteem. "Brother, where shall we go now? Should we head straight to the Spirit Hall?" Lyra asked brightly. "No, we must first go to the relay station, where the Spirit Hall's stewards responsible for receiving guests will be. We must wait for orders there, as is customary," Yu explained. "Oh, stop right there." Shortly after, their carriage was halted by the holy knights guarding Spirit City. "Disembark," Yu instructed. Lyra nodded, and the 2 alighted from the carriage. "We come from the Fasnuo Spirit Main Hall, and here is our documentation." Yu presented a document bearing the seal of the Fasnuo Provincial Spirit Hall. After verifying the document, the knight bowed slightly and said, "The relay station is just ahead. Please walk there." Carriages were not permitted near the relay station, as it was close to the Pope's palace. Unless one was a figure of elder status, even a platinum cardinal had to dismount and walk. The Pope's authority was not to be trifled with. "Thank you for your trouble." Following her brother, Lyra entered the relay station. Inside the relay station, there were many children, including a dozen or so peers sent from various spirit branch halls or sub-halls. Generally, those talented enough to be sent here possessed innate soul power of at least level 7. "The bishop has arrived. We welcome the bishop." Everyone bowed in unison. A red-robed bishop entered, his strength at the soul saint level, holding a far superior rank than all present. "By the command of the Pope." Stewards from all branch halls and sub-halls are to bring their talents to report to the Spirit Academy tomorrow. Those who pass the Academy's assessment shall remain. Those who fail must return to their original locations without exception. The red-robed bishop proclaimed loudly. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Where are Hulaina and Xiaoyu from the Fasnuo main hall? The red-robed bishop inquired. We are here. Though surprised that the bishop personally called their names. Xiaoyu held Hulaina's hand and stepped forward. Are you Xiaoyu and Hulaina? The red-robed bishop asked. Yes, my lord. The red-robed bishop scrutinized them for a moment and said, Xiaoyu is to be rewarded with 20,000 gold soul coins for his merit in eliminating the evil soul masters in Foaming Village. As for Hulaina, the Pope has decreed that she shall join the Genius Training Camp immediately and participate in the talent selection competition without fail. Genius Training Camp? Hulaina asked, somewhat puzzled. What is this Genius Training Camp, my lord? The cardinal remarked, the Genius Training Camp is a dedicated venue for selecting talent for our Spirit Hall. Anyone aspiring to join the Papal Palace must enroll in the Genius Training Camp and participate in the triannual selection competition. Only the top 3 prodigies are granted the privilege of joining the Papal Palace. Those who rank within the top 10 are exempt from examinations and may enter the Spirit Academy, receiving the benefits of elite students. Your admission to the Genius Training Camp signifies the Pope's esteem for you. Do not disappoint His Holiness. Yes, I shall remember this. Hulaina replied softly. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow, you will be escorted to the Genius Training Camp by designated personnel, the cardinal said gracefully as he departed. Leaving the room filled with individuals exchanging glances at Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Chapter 84. Yangbai encounters Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Once the cardinal had left, Hulaina felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. Glancing at her brother Xiaoyu, an idea sparked in her mind, and she approached him. Brother, this place is so dull. Since we have just arrived in Spirit City, shouldn't we explore a bit? Xiaoyu looked exasperated. His sister was delightful in many ways, yet rather impulsive. Sister, we are in Spirit City. We are still quite young. I worry about what might happen if we venture outside. Xiaoyu was inherently cautious. Aware that Spirit City was no ordinary place, and he treaded carefully, given the multitude of powerful individuals present. Humph. If you refuse to accompany me, I shall go alone. With that, Hulaina raised an eyebrow, exuding charm and allure. Ignoring her brother, she made her way outside. Wait for me, sister. Seeing his sister had already left, Xiaoyu found himself helpless and hurriedly followed her. Walking along the bustling streets of Spirit City, Hulaina skipped playfully, approaching a rather dubious-looking man. She had noticed something amiss about him earlier, suspecting him to be a rogue. What is my sister up to? Xiaoyu wondered, gazing curiously at her. Though she appeared to stroll leisurely, Hulaina positioned herself directly in front of the dubious man. Hello, uncle. May I ask if there are any candy shops nearby? Having just emerged from a secluded spot, the man was momentarily taken aback by her sudden appearance. As he looked up, a peculiar gleam lit up his seemingly innocent face, and certain parts of his body began to stir with unwelcome intentions. It must be said that the young girl who had unexpectedly appeared before him was remarkably enchanting. With her smooth, fair complexion, long, lustrous hair, and a figure that, while not overly voluptuous, held a certain appeal, especially with the youthful blush adorning her cheeks. She was undeniably tantalizing to someone of his ilk. The dubious man's eyes sparkled with interest as he thought, what a beautiful and charming little girl. Is this a gift from heaven? He cleared his throat, hastily suppressing the inappropriate glimmer in his gaze, straightening his posture to present a facade of propriety. A transformation so swift that, had Hulaina not been observing him intently, he might have deceived others. Of course, I am a good person, he declared with exaggerated righteousness. What is your name, little girl, and how old are you? A blush crept across Hulaina's cheeks as she replied, My name is Hulaina. The dubious man paused momentarily, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard. The tender morsel presented before one's lips should not be squandered. It would be a grave disservice to oneself. In the future, you shall undoubtedly blossom into a great beauty. Hulaina, there are no confections for sale in this vicinity. Come with your uncle, and he shall take you to procure some sweets before escorting you home, shall we? Hulaina smiled sweetly, nodding obediently. All right. The lascivious uncle had not anticipated how easily this young girl could be deceived. Seeing her acquiescence filled his heart with joy, and he cast his beady eyes around before leading her down a secluded path according to his memory, to avoid alarming her. He restrained himself from grasping Hulaina's delicate hand. My dear girl, why are you out so late to buy sweets? This place is rather desolate. Aren't you afraid of encountering nefarious individuals? The uncle feigned a stern expression, complemented by his seemingly simple demeanor, lending him an air of deceptive propriety. Hulaina blinked her beautiful large eyes and asked, "Uncle, are you a bad person?" At that moment, the uncle's wicked intentions surged within him. With his soul power at level 46, had he been more vigilant, he might have detected the following presence of Xiaoyu. Yet, his thoughts were solely fixated on the girl beside him, oblivious to all else. Stealing glances at Hulaina, he noted her slender waist swaying gently as she walked. Though her hips were not particularly ample, her waist was exceptionally thin, creating a curve that caused the uncle, a notorious libertine, to swallow hard. Coupled with Hulaina's nearly flawless visage, akin to leaves swaying in the breeze or rain-soaked banana plants. The wicked fire that had previously dwindled within him began to rekindle. For a man of his age, external allure was of paramount importance. The Hulaina before him was incomparable to the common fowl in the grass. As they ventured further into the obscurity, the number of passers-by dwindled. The uncle led Hulaina around a corner into a dim, secluded alley. "Uncle, where are the sweets? It's so dark here. I'm a bit frightened." Hulaina whispered, her voice tinged with anxiety. The uncle chuckled. "Hulaina, consuming sweets late at night isn't good for your health. How about I show you something else instead?" "What good thing?" Hulaina inquired curiously. The uncle halted, reaching to unfasten his belt, eager to reveal what he deemed a good thing. Suddenly, Hulaina laughed. "Uncle, look into my eyes." The uncle froze. His hand stilled as he beheld a pair of enchanting red eyes that ensnared his very being, leaving him in a state of paralysis. In the next instant, all that remained before him was a fleeting purple shadow. A tightening sensation gripped his neck before he could unleash his martial soul. Hulaina's arms had already coiled around him. In a heartbeat, he felt an overwhelming force lifting him off the ground. Had he been a strength-type soul master, he might have had a chance to stabilize himself. Unfortunately, he was a control-type soul master, and without the ability to summon his martial soul, his strength was drastically diminished. Coupled with the exhaustion from a day's labor, he found himself disoriented, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of stars. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who had been following closely, rushed over. Observing his sister, he sighed, "Sister, let me handle this. Your actions are perilous." Hulaina stuck her tongue out at him, retorting, "Brother, if I hadn't intervened, your nature would surely have kept you indifferent." Xiaoyu had no retort, just as Hulaina stated. Even if he had discovered the uncle's true nature as a libertine, he would not have taken action unless his sister was threatened. In the midst of their exchange, the lascivious man's eyes suddenly flared open, his expression a mask of rage. "You are courting death," he bellowed. "Fourth soul skill, sinful flower." Silently, he activated his soul skill, and soon Xiaoyu and Hulaina detected a peculiar odor wafting through the air. "Brother, what is that smell? It's so foul." Xiaoyu wrinkled his brow, about to speak when he noticed his sister collapsing. He instinctively reached out to support her, but realized with horror that he too was succumbing to weakness. "Ha! Two little wretches, attempting to ambush me. Since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, I shall not be merciful." In an instant, the previously prone uncle sprang to his feet. Just as he extended his greasy hand to seize Hulaina, a flash of crimson light pierced through. Crack! The lascivious man slowly lowered his head, discovering a gaping wound in his chest. Blood gushed forth, and he crumpled heavily to the ground. Moments later, a figure appeared before Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Upon closer inspection, it was Yang Bai. These two little ones possessed some spirit. Two soul masters above level 20 daring to provoke the soul sect. Quite bold, indeed. You were fortunate to have encountered me today. Otherwise, Yang Bai glanced at the lifeless form of the lascivious man, acknowledging the dire fate that awaited Hulaina had she fallen into his hands. "Oh well. Since fate has brought us together, I shall escort you both home." With that, Yang Bai swiftly carried one of them in each arm and departed from Spirit City. Upon his arrival in the Spirit City, he was entrusted by Tianchen to retrieve intelligence from the Spirit Hall during this period. The operatives of the star-picking tower embedded within the Spirit Hall had found it inconvenient to act, as Bibi Dong seemed to be orchestrating significant maneuvers, prompting the intelligence personnel of the star-picking tower to exercise considerable caution. Consequently, Tianchen personally dispatched Yang Bai, a Title Douluo of the 95th rank, as he was unlikely to encounter unforeseen circumstances. After a night of travel, at dawn the following day, Yang Bai, burdened with the two individuals, reached an open area 300 miles from the designated city. Gazing at the two little ones in his grasp, Yang Bai felt a twinge of perplexity. Was the soul skill of that dubious man truly so enduring? These two little ones have been in a deep slumber throughout the night. Without much thought, Yangbai shook his head and continued his journey towards Soto City. At this moment, Xiaoyu and Hulayina began to show signs of awakening. Hulayina, in her dazed state, felt her body trembling up and down, left and right. This sensation jolted her into full consciousness. Struggling to open her eyes, she was greeted by a sight of an untamed forest. To her bewilderment, she realized she was moving at an incomprehensible speed. In an instant, Hulayina couldn't help but exclaim. Just then, Yangbai noticed that the little girl in his hands had awakened. Hearing her somewhat piercing cry, he slowed down. Little girl, you've awoken? Don't scream unnecessarily. I haven't done anything to you. A sudden, resonant male voice reached Hulayina's ears, prompting her to look up. And she immediately understood her predicament. At that moment, she was being carried by a middle-aged man, leaping through the treetops. Turning her head, she glanced at her brother, who was in a similar situation. Though she felt quite anxious, she also breathed a sigh of relief. At least her brother was still with her. Hulayina quickly discerned that this middle-aged man was not the lewd individual from the previous night, which calmed her heart, leading her to speculate that both she and her brother had been taken by him. Sir, could you please set us down? Hulayina timidly inquired. Yangbai paused for a moment and then landed on a flat area. With a gentle release, he let Hulayina tumble to the ground. Stumbling to her feet, Hulayina felt her head still spinning. She regarded the middle-aged man before her with newfound caution. Sir, you saved my brother and me last night, didn't you? Hulayina asked cautiously, uncertainty lacing her voice. Yangbai chuckled softly. Little one, last night you were rather foolish, attempting to capture that flower thief. You failed to catch the chicken and instead lost your rice. You are still quite inexperienced. Had I not arrived in time and fortuitously encountered you, you should know what your fate would be at this moment. Hulayina was rendered speechless, acknowledging her earlier recklessness. Just then, Xiaoyu, who had remained unconscious, also regained consciousness. Sister. With a sudden burst of energy, Xiaoyu sprang up, standing protectively in front of Hulayina. Though still dazed, he cautiously scrutinized Yangbai. Who are you? What do you intend to do with us? Xiaoyu asked, wary of a sudden attack from Yangbai. He even summoned his martial spirit, manifesting two yellow soul rings that appeared rather feeble. Yangbai shook his head slightly, a hint of amusement dancing on his lips. As he took a step forward, a yellow soul ring instantly glowed beneath his feet, followed by a second yellow ring, a third purple ring, and a fourth purple ring. In an instant, Hulayina and Xiaoyu were on high alert. Yet, it didn't end there. In a flash, the fifth black soul ring flickered to life, followed by the sixth, seventh, and eighth. A soul Douluo, Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Boom. With another step, a crimson ninth soul ring, 100,000-year ring, erupted in a dazzling display, leaving both Xiaoyu and Hulayina frozen in place. A Title Douluo, 100,000-year soul ring. Hulayina was so shocked she could scarcely discern reality from illusion. She pinched her arm, feeling the sting, confirming that they had indeed encountered a Title Douluo. Senior. Xiaoyu's face bore a bitter expression, never expecting to witness such a scene in his lifetime. We were merely playing around. Please do not hold it against us. Yangbai smiled gently, observing the now docile Xiaoyu, and Hulayina, shaking his head. Hold it against you? I am not so petty. However, you two are individuals I rescued from the spirit hall, so you must pay some price. You should realize that without me, the fates of you siblings would be dire. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Yangbai's words. He then bowed deeply. Senior, please tell us how we may repay your great kindness. Upon hearing this, Yangbai's interest was piqued. Money is insufficient. A life is worth far more. I saved you both, and I do not seek mere material wealth. However, if you possess any rare treasures that could enhance a Title Douluo's strength, I would not ask for much. A small offering would suffice. Hulayina felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. This man had quite high demands. Sir, we only have a modest amount of silver. Xiaoyu's voice trailed off. What? That makes matters rather difficult, Yangbai exclaimed. After all my efforts to rescue you, I cannot simply let you go like this. How about this? Since you cannot afford what I desire, you shall accompany me and assist me with my tasks for a few decades. Just in time. I need fresh blood for the star-picking tower, and you two are not weak. At least, you are quite capable for your age. I do not disdain you. Come with me. Before Xiaoyu and Hulayina could protest, Yangbai seized them and continued his journey towards Soto City's star-picking tower. Xiaoyu and Hulayina were utterly dumbfounded. The man before them was indeed a Title Douluo of the star-picking tower. This is quite a predicament. Chapter 86. Xiaowu unravels the mystery of the Star Douluo Forest. With the formidable strength of a level 95 Title Douluo, it took Yang Bai merely over 2 hours to arrive at the outskirts of Soto City. Gently placing Xiaoyu and Lyra down, Yang Bai strode confidently into the heart of Soto City. He harbored no fear that the siblings, Xiaoyu and Lyra, might attempt to flee. After all, they were not foolish. As they traversed the streets of Soto City, Xiaoyu and Lyra experienced a stark contrast to their previous encounters. If the Spirit City epitomized luxury, nobility, authority, and strength, Soto City appeared rather unremarkable. However, neither dared to underestimate this place. As the saying goes, a humble abode is only adorned by virtue. The mountains may not be lofty, but they gain renown through the presence of immortals. The Spirit City gained its fame from the Spirit Hall nestled within, and in this regard, Soto City was not far behind. The enigma and might of the star-picking tower instilled a quiet trepidation in the hearts of all on the continent. Following closely behind Yang Bai, Lyra cast her gaze around, surprised by the intriguing nature of Soto City. There were no solemn soul masters patrolling the streets, no layers of checkpoints scrutinizing every passerby. It appeared rather liberating. Brother, what do you think? Lyra, possessing a courageous spirit, decided to remain at ease, understanding that escape was futile in the presence of a powerful Title Douluo. Thus, they relaxed their demeanor. Before long, Yang Bai led them to the entrance of the star-picking tower. Wow, this is the star-picking tower, towering into the heavens. It may lack the opulence of the Spirit Hall, yet it possesses a unique charm. Lyra was animated, while Xiaoyu wore a frown. The two siblings presenting a striking contrast. Turning back, Yang Bai gazed at the two little ones he had brought along, ultimately deciding to present them before Tianchen. After all, if they were to become part of the star-picking tower in the future, they would require the approval of their esteemed master. You two siblings, stop looking around. Soon I shall take you to meet my master. Do not falter, or else, I cannot guarantee your safety. Xiaoyu nodded hastily, signaling his understanding, while Lyra's thoughts were elsewhere. Upon hearing that she was about to meet the legendary master of the star-picking tower, the enigmatic Qin Mo, her heart raced uncontrollably. Completely forgetting that she had been taken away by a formidable Title Douluo, Yang Bai, with a glance at Lyra, found himself speechless, marveling at her carefree spirit. With a resigned shake of his head, Yang Bai then led the two towards the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, soaring through the sky. At this moment, at the summit of the star-picking tower, Innate and Xiaowu fortuitously found themselves present as well. Observing Xiaowu, Tianchen raised an eyebrow and directly inquired, "Little rabbit, I did not have the time to attend to you previously. Today, Innate has brought you here, and there is no need for you to feel anxious. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming you. I wish to ask, how much do you know about the Star Douluo Forest? In other words, what 10,000-year soul beasts reside within?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaowu's expression shifted to one of vigilance. She was uncertain of the master of the star-picking tower's intentions and was reluctant to divulge anything about Deming and Air Ming. Sensing the hesitation in Xiaowu's eyes, Tianchen chuckled softly. "Little rabbit, do you believe I am negotiating with you? Your only option is to respond. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your absolute safety." With that, Tianchen cast a glance at Innate, who felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing that the words of his master were no jest, having spent time with Xiaowu, Innate found her quite likable and now wished to assist her. Yet he hesitated to speak up. The master is not that Xiaowu does not wish to share everything regarding the Star Douluo Forest. Rather, she cannot betray her former friends. Upon hearing this, Tianchen was not angered but rather pleased, for Xiaowu's reaction indicated that she possessed considerable knowledge. He then adopted a more tranquil demeanor. "Little rabbit, there is no need for bargaining. Besides, I merely wish to gather some insights into the secrets of the Star Douluo Forest. Should you have any connections with those 10,000-year soul beasts, I would not press you unduly. If there is anyone in this world with the least interest in 10,000-year soul beasts, it would be me. I doubt anyone else could claim otherwise. This includes your guardian, Innate, whose 10,000-year spirit ring does not originate from a 10,000-year soul beast. If possible, I would not be averse to befriending such soul beasts. Speak freely." With the situation as it was, Xiaowu knew she had no choice but to muster her courage and reveal what she knew. "Master, concerning the Star Douluo Forest, my knowledge may be limited. However, I assure you that I will not conceal anything. Yes, speak plainly. The truthfulness of your words, I shall judge for myself." Nodding, Xiaowu began her account. "The Star Douluo Forest is enigmatic and unpredictable. As far as I know regarding 10,000-year soul beasts, aside from myself and my mother, there are Deming and Erming. Deming is a sky blue bull python, likely over 100,000 years old, and Erming is a Titan giant ape, also a 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, my mother once mentioned that several other 10,000-year soul beasts dwell within the forest, such as the golden rhino and the seven-colored divine deer. However, I have never encountered them. I merely maintain a good relationship with Deming and Erming. After Xiaowu's revelation, Inhe was astonished, despite her seemingly delicate demeanor. He knew she was a 10,000-year soul beast. Yet hearing about her friendship with the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape filled him with a sense of awe. Tianchen fixed his gaze on Xiaowu's eyes, seeking to discern some truth, but alas, she appeared to be truthful. His lips moved slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. Xiaowu, are there only 10,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo forest? Do you know where the legendary ferocious beasts might be hidden? This is the true purpose of Tianchen. To him, soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years are inconsequential. He could even hunt sea soul beasts in their absence of soul rings. Naturally, the soul masters on the continent are aware of the abundance of sea soul beasts. Yet they refrain from pursuing them due to the time and effort involved. Furthermore, sea soul beasts are generally solitary, which dissuades soul masters from targeting them. Tianchen's desire to engage with ferocious beasts is straightforward. He seeks to inquire about divine matters. He does not believe that these entities, which have existed on the Douluo Continent for countless years, are ignorant of such knowledge. While he could consult Title Douluo, given their relationship, he deems it unwise. Upon hearing Tianchen's inquiry about ferocious beasts, Xiaowu furrowed her brow. She had indeed heard of this term in passing. However, she lacked detailed understanding. As for ferocious beasts, I have merely heard some rumors, Xiaowu confessed, but I am unaware of the specifics. It is said that once soul beasts surpass 100,000 years, they can transform into human form and continue their cultivation. They can also endure the tribulation of 200,000 years to become ferocious beasts. Yet, Xiaowu cannot wait that long and must instead choose to transform. Ferocious beasts must face a tribulation every 100,000 years until they withstand the tribulation of 1,000,000 years. At that point, they can attain divinity. However, these are merely rumors, tales my mother shared with me during her lifetime. I cannot ascertain their truth. For now, I only know that soul beasts of 100,000 years can take on human form. Upon hearing the mention of divinity, Tianchen felt a surge of fervor. Tang Hao's companion, known as Shura, is a true deity. Only those who have experienced the might of a god can yearn for it endlessly. Contemplating this, Tianchen fell into deep thought. Inhe, standing nearby, was equally astonished. The revelations of the day, ferocious beasts, tribulations, gods, were realms he had never ventured into. He could not fathom the power of a 200,000-year ferocious beast, nor the terror of one that had existed for 1,000,000 years. What, indeed, was the nature of a god, that legendary being? As Tianchen remained silent, Xiaowu stood still, hesitant to move. Meanwhile, Yongbai, along with Lyra and Xiaoyu, arrived at the pinnacle of the star-picking tower. Upon landing, Yongbai sensed something was amiss. Why was his master so quiet? Observing Inhe and Xiaowu's silent anticipation, he quickly realized he might have arrived at an inopportune moment. Noticing that his master was entirely oblivious to his presence, Yongbai pulled Lyra and Xiaoyu to one side, holding his breath in deference. Lyra and Xiaoyu, having never encountered such a scene, exchanged glances with the Title Douluo beside them, unsure of how to proceed, and thus remained obediently still. Tianchen sensed Yongbai's arrival but felt no concern. He still had questions for Xiaowu. Xiaowu, does it imply that these ferocious beasts must be hiding in some secluded place? Within the vast and mysterious Douluo forest, which place is the most extraordinary? Extraordinary? Xiaowu felt a bit bewildered, yet instinctively recalled the Lake of Life. Esteemed host, if we are to speak of the extraordinary, it must undoubtedly be the heart of the Douluo forest, that very Lake of Life. On ordinary days, should we find ourselves unfortunate enough to be injured, entering the Lake of Life allows for swift recovery. However, that realm is under the protection of the Daming. As for you, Knight Tianchen, if you cease your pursuits, Xiaowu shall refrain from further remarks. The Lake of Life does sound intriguing. Thus, once I find the time, Xiaowu, you shall accompany me to the Douluo forest. Fear not. As for those Daming and Erming, as long as they are sensible, I shall not impose upon them. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu felt an overwhelming joy and quickly expressed her gratitude to Knight Tianchen. Thank you, esteemed host. With a wave of his hand, Knight Tianchen signaled for Inhe to escort Xiaowu away. Seeing this, Inhe did not dare to delay and prepared to depart with Xiaowu. Upon turning, he noticed Yang Bai and the two little ones beside him. With a quick thought, Inhe decided to stay. Chapter 87. Inhe and Yang Bai both take apprentices. Xiao Wu felt a sense of having survived a calamity. Yet she was immensely grateful to be alive at this moment. Moreover, she felt a great deal more at ease and was curious about how this mysterious host managed to bestow upon Inhe and Yang Bai soul rings that had existed for 100,000 years. As Inhe remained, Xiao Wu did not dare to wander and obediently stayed beside him. Though Yang Bai was unaware of the particulars exchanged between Inhe and Xiao Wu, seeing that the conversation had concluded, he approached Knight Tianchen with Hulaina and Xiaoyu in tow. Subordinate Yang Bai pays respects to the host. Yang Bai immediately performed a grand gesture of respect. And Hulaina and Xiaoyu, not wanting to be remiss, followed suit, kneeling on one knee and bowing their heads. Knight Tianchen nodded, signaling Yang Bai to rise. Yang Bai, I had merely instructed you to go to Spirit City to gather information regarding recent events. Why then have you returned with two little ones? After saying this, Knight Tianchen scrutinized Hulaina and Xiaoyu, and to his surprise, he found himself taken aback. These two young souls are approximately 11 or 12 years of age. One possesses a soul power of level 30 and has yet to acquire a soul ring, while the other, at 27, also demonstrates considerable potential. Upon hearing these words from his master, Yang Bai felt a surge of optimism. Observing Hulaina and Xiaoyu, he gradually spoke, Master, these two young ones are a pair of siblings I happened to bring back from Wuhuan City. The boy is 12 years old and boasts a soul power of level 30. The girl, at 11, is already at level 27. You mentioned that our star-picking tower requires fresh bloodlines, so I took the liberty of bringing them here. With a chuckle, he continued, Master, what do you think? Knight Tianchen, understanding Yang Bai's intentions without needing to inquire further, turned his gaze towards Hulaina and Xiaoyu. Young ones, please introduce yourselves. Should you manage to impress me, you shall be welcomed as part of the younger generation of our star-picking tower. However, should I find you wanting, I must warn you that your lives may be forfeit, as you have just overheard some confidential matters of our esteemed tower. Knight Tiansan's tone was calm and measured. Yet Xiaoyu and Hulaina were instantly taken aback. They were utterly bewildered. In all honesty, they had heard nothing at all. Nevertheless, in the presence of the seemingly youthful master of the star-picking tower, neither dared to defy him, for the reputation of the tower's illustrious leader, the Harp Demon, was well known, and they were not inclined to take such a gamble. Xiaoyu was the first to lift his head and, with solemnity, began to introduce himself. I am Xiaoyu, age 12. My martial soul comprises 2 crescent blades. I stand as a level 30 quasi-soul master. This is my younger sister. Before Xiaoyu could continue, Yi Tianchen raised his hand to stop him. You speak for yourself, and she speaks for herself. There is no need for you to speak on her behalf. Indeed, Xiaoyu responded with a hint of helplessness, not daring to retort, and then turned to look at his sister. At that moment, Hulaina's heart raced wildly. She had not anticipated that her playful fishing expedition would lead to this. However, this was not the time for regrets. She quickly raised her gaze toward the legendary master of the star-picking tower. Up close, Hulaina felt a bit dazed. Legends spoke of the master of the star-picking tower as being exceedingly ruthless, leaving a path strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. Yet, upon seeing him, Hulaina felt that the reality seemed somewhat different from the rumors. In that instant, she found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her daze, Xiaoyu discreetly nudged Hulaina. Instantly awakened, Hulaina realized that now was not the time for such thoughts. The little Hulaina, Xiaoyu's sister, was 11 years old, a soul master of level 27 with the fox spirit as her martial soul. Having said that, Hulaina couldn't resist stealing a glance at Yi Tianchen. Seeing him remain unfazed, she quickly lowered her head. Yang Bai, standing nearby, felt somewhat awkward. Both of these young individuals had considerable talent, but Hulaina seemed a bit too exuberant. Yang Bai wondered if their master would be displeased by this. However, he was unaware of Yi Tianchen's true thoughts at that moment. Observing Xiaoyu and Hulaina, Yi Tianchen felt no murderous intent. Rather, he found the situation amusing. Turning to Yang Bai, he placed the decision in Yang Bai's hands. Yang Bai, you brought them here. You decide how to handle this. Yang Bai was taken aback. How should I handle it? He didn't know. He merely felt that integrating fresh blood into the star-picking tower was a good thing, so he had brought them back. Master, why don't we establish an academy in the star-picking tower to recruit fresh talent? As soon as he spoke, Inhe burst into laughter from a distance. The star-picking tower was not the place for an academy, after all. Yang Bai, I suggest you simply stay close and mentor them, Establishing an academy doesn't suit us. Inhei added with a mischievous grin. Hearing Inhei's words, Yangbai hesitated. Indeed, the star-picking tower was not suitable for establishing a Soul Master Academy. Seeing their exchange, Tianchen shook his head. All right, you need not discuss further. Here is what we'll do. Yangbai, from now on, these two little ones will be your disciples. You will teach them well. It is true that the star-picking tower needs fresh blood, but establishing a Soul Master Academy is not appropriate. By the way, little rabbit, would you be willing to take Inhei as your master? Upon saying this, Tianchen glanced at Xiaowu. Previously, he had let Inhei teach her, but since she had not formally accepted him as her master, it always felt a bit off. Inhei's expression immediately turned sour. Although he had grown accustomed to Xiaowu being by his side, he often found he didn't have to concern himself with her since she had not formally acknowledged him as her master. Now, with this situation, he would have to pay attention to her. At this moment, the happiest one was undoubtedly Xiaowu. If she could truly take Inhei as her master, she felt that her position in the star-picking tower would be secure. From now on, she would no longer have to worry about being suddenly dismissed. Moreover, having the star-picking tower as her backing would alleviate many troubles. With a flash of inspiration, Xiaowu knelt before Inhei. Inhei, today I wish to take you as my master. Xiaowu understood that her teacher did not mind her being 100,000-year soul beast in human form. Rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble in the future. From now on, you are my master. I hope you will accept me. At that moment, Tianchen was utterly stunned. He had merely suggested it offhandedly to tease Inhei, yet this little rabbit. Truly, she was 100,000-year soul beast. Although she appeared foolish at times, she was quite sharp when it mattered. In contrast to Tianchen's amusement, Xiaoyu and Lyra were astonished by the revelation of Xiaowu being 100,000-year soul beast. They could hardly believe their eyes at the sight of this adorable 6-year-old girl being 100,000-year soul beast in human form. It seemed that among everyone present, they were the least impressive. Yangbai, witnessing this scene, felt somewhat relieved. Serves Inhei right for being so pretentious. Inhei, now in a dilemma, realized he couldn't refuse, especially with Xiaowu looking at him with such eager eyes. Having been caught in a situation where he had to eat his own words, Inhei found solace in the fact that he would only have to mentor Xiaowu. Meanwhile, Yangbai had to manage 2 students, making Inhei feel less burdened. Very well, today I, Inhei, shall accept you as my disciple, Xiaowu. Remember, your transformation as 100,000-year soul beast is of no consequence here in the star-picking tower. From now on, train diligently. You must seek revenge for your mother. I can be of no assistance. Xiaowu understood and replied, Thank you, master. She was overjoyed, and Inhei managed to force a smile. Tianchen observed this scene, realizing that the matter had been settled, and refrained from intervening further, instead turning his gaze to Yangbai. Yangbai felt awkward, now directing his attention to Xiaoyu and Lyra, who were still oblivious to the situation, with things being as they were. Why hadn't they knelt before their master yet? Seeing this, Inhei suppressed a laugh. Looking at Xiaowu, he felt much more favorably towards her. At least she genuinely wished to take him as her master, while Yangbai's students were a bit more troublesome. Yangbai's face turned grim as he looked at Xiaoyu and Lyra, feeling both speechless and frustrated. Finally, Xiaoyu seemed to sense that the atmosphere was off. He looked up and saw Yangbai's darkened expression, Inhei's smirk, and the calm demeanor of the master of the star-picking tower. What's the matter? Do you siblings not wish to take me as your master? Yangbai's cold voice startled Xiaoyu. At this moment, he dared not refuse. Disciple Xiaoyu pays respects to the master. Upon speaking, Xiaoyu nudged his younger sister. Lyra, not to be outdone, followed suit and knelt down. Lyra pays respects to the master. Seeing that they had finally come to their senses, Yangbai sighed with relief. He had feared that the 2 little ones would stubbornly refuse, which would have left him in an awkward position. All right, from now on, you siblings shall be my disciples. Yangbai chuckled heartily. Allow me to introduce you. That is Inhei, a Title Douluo of level 95, just like me. And the one beside him is Xiaowu, 100,000-year soul beast in human form, as you have just witnessed. This is the esteemed master of the star-picking tower. Henceforth, you must heed the words of the master. With a slight smile, Yangbai made his intentions clear. From now on, let the likes of Xiaoyu and Lyra listen to him and their master. As for Inhei, Tianchen shook his head, pondering over these 2 individuals. Alas, it is best to disregard them for now. The matters of the divine take precedence, and Tianchen was disinclined to concern himself with trivialities. Very well. You may all take your leave. As commanded, Inhe and Yangbai both bowed simultaneously, and subsequently departed from the pinnacle of the star-picking tower with their respective disciples. Chapter 88. Yangbai encounters Douluo, hunting for soul rings. As Yangbai accepted Xiaoyu and Hulayina as his disciples, far away in Wuhuan City, Bibi Dong was engulfed in confusion. Just moments ago, a subordinate reported that Xiaoyu and Hulayina had mysteriously vanished from Wuhuan City. This situation left Bibi Dong seething with anger. She had held high hopes for both Xiaoyu and Hulayina, believing they could be nurtured as the next generation of the Spirit Hall. Yet now, for no apparent reason, they had vanished, igniting her profound fury. At that moment of her wrath, Douluo cautiously entered the room. "Your Holiness, I present myself before you," Douluo announced, his demeanor careful, for he was intimately involved in this matter. Bibi Dong's expression was icy as she fixed her gaze upon him. Her voice laced with disdain. "Well, have you found those two youngsters?" Douluo found himself at a loss for words. He had scoured the entirety of Spirit City with his team, yet the two children remained elusive. Faced with Bibi Dong's inquiry, he was unsure how to respond. "Your Holiness, my subordinates are urgently searching for them. I assure you, we shall have news soon." "Humph, Yu Guan. Are you implying that you have no information on them at this point? What are all these capable adults doing? They can't even keep track of two children. What use do I have for you?" With that, Bibi Dong sprang to her feet, her soul power surging, a palpable aura of dread enveloping Douluo. Sensing the overwhelming menace, Douluo trembled with trepidation. "Your Holiness, please temper your anger. Grant your subordinates a bit more time. We will surely find them." Bibi Dong fell silent, observing Douluo's palpable anxiety, before gradually regaining her composure. The two talented youngsters were not worth her discontent towards him. "Very well, Yu Guan. You may go and search at your leisure. If you find them, remember to bring them back, alive or dead matters not. If they remain lost, then let it be. Our plans must commence. Two mere children hold no significance." Douluo nodded and retreated slowly. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Offerings, when Douluo sensed the formidable aura emanating from Bibi Dong, he furrowed his brow. Is Bibi Dong already at rank 95? Such terrifying talent for cultivation. Paired with her dual martial souls, I must be cautious of her in the future. With that, Douluo resumed his meditation. As time passed, a month slipped by unnoticed. The Spirit Hall had abandoned the search for Xiaoyu and Hulayina, unaware that they had been taken to the star-picking tower by Yangbai. Today, the tower welcomed a unique visitor, Douluo, accompanied by his granddaughter, Douluo. Upon arriving at the star-picking tower, Douluo led Douluo straight to the pinnacle, intending to pay his respects to Tianchen. As they reached the summit, Douluo set aside his casual demeanor, adopting a serious countenance. The melodious strains of a guqin drifted from within the tower, stirring something within him. His master likely anticipated his arrival. "Your subordinate Douluo pays respects to you, master." At this proclamation, Tianchen emerged from the chamber, having set aside the heavenly demon guqin. "Douluo, you have arrived. Yangbai informed me of your visit to hunt for soul rings in the Sunset Forest." Douluo nodded in agreement. Indeed. His granddaughter Douluo had recently reached rank 20, perfectly coinciding with Yangbai's disciple, Xiaoyu, who was at rank 30. This presented a splendid opportunity for the two youngsters to meet and hunt for soul rings together. "Yinner, quickly greet the master," Douluo gently urged his granddaughter. At that moment, Douluo, shyly hiding behind her grandfather, felt intimidated by the esteemed title of the Master of the Star-Picking Tower, which she had heard frequently at the Tiando Academy. However, encouraged by her grandfather, she bravely stepped forward. Yinner pays respects to the master. Her voice, sweet yet timid, carried a hint of shyness, yet her curious gaze revealed her intrigue towards Tianchen, the legendary master of the star-picking tower. Observing Douluo, Tianchen smiled faintly, noting that while her talent may not rival that of Xiaoyu and his sister, having a Title Douluo for a grandfather would surely pave her path to success. "Haha. Little girl, do not be afraid. Your grandfather is my subordinate. I have no intentions of causing you harm. Now, tell me, how do they describe me at the Tiando City Academy?" Douluo hesitated, caught between words. Douluo, undeterred, chimed in, "Master, in our academy, everyone says that the master of the star-picking tower is one of the most powerful soul masters in the world. Of course, they also say that you are ruthless and merciless, but today, seeing you, I can tell you are not like that." Douluo was taken aback. His granddaughter spoke her mind without reserve. Yet, Tianchen reacted with amusement rather than anger, appreciating the innocence and honesty of children, free from ulterior motives. "Very well. Douluo, As for the celestial herb I promised you, it may pose risks for Yennefer at her current age. We shall wait until she reaches her soul sect before she consumes it. Yes, I will express my gratitude to the master on behalf of Yennefer. Enough of this chatter. We are all part of the star-picking tower. Take the little one to find Yongbai. With a wave of his hand, Tianchen dismissed them. And Douluo needed no further prompting, swiftly leading Douluo away from the pinnacle of the star-picking tower. In no time, they arrived where Yongbai was located. Upon entering, Douluo immediately spotted Xiaoyu and Lyra. Assessing the two children, he nodded approvingly. Both exhibited commendable talent, even surpassing that of his granddaughter. At this moment, Xiaoyu and Lyra exchanged glances, both puzzled by the presence of this seemingly extraordinary elder. However, being in the star-picking tower, they felt no fear of ill intentions. Are you looking for our teacher, elder? Lyra inquired, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Douluo chuckled. You must be Lyra. Your teacher mentioned you, indeed quite spirited. I am Douluo. Your teacher has likely spoken of me. Lyra gasped in surprise, recognizing him as the formidable Title Douluo at rank 92. For some reason, she felt as though she had encountered a plethora of Title Douluos at the star-picking tower. Ah, it is the esteemed Elder Douluo. Our teacher has shared tales of your exploits. Please come in. Our teacher just stepped out and should return shortly. At a crucial moment, Xiaoyu remained calm and composed. His thoughts were rather simplistic, although the elder before him was a formidable Title Douluo. His own master was equally powerful, if not more so. Just as his master had stated on the day he became a disciple, within the Star Tower. He and his siblings were merely required to heed the words of their master and the tower's leader. Nodding in agreement, Douluo made no further ado and entered the room to take a seat. No sooner had he settled down than Yongbai walked in from outside. Haha. Brother Douluo, how have you been of late? Yongbai's voice elicited a broad smile from Douluo. Brother Yang, everything in Heaven Do City is splendid. It seems that in just a few months, you have already taken in 2 fine disciples. Truly a cause for celebration. Yongbai chuckled. You flatter me, Brother Douluo. These 2 little ones are simply fated to be my disciples. I invited you, Brother Douluo, so we could journey together to the Sunset Forest to procure soul rings for the young ones. As he spoke, Yongbai's gaze fell upon Douluo's granddaughter, Douluo. This must be your granddaughter, Douluo, correct? What a well-behaved little girl. Ha ha ha. Yennefer, quickly greet your grandpa Yang. Douluo, exhibiting great politeness, added to the harmonious atmosphere. After a brief conversation, the 3 of them rose together, accompanied by Douluo and Lyra, and set off for the Sunset Forest. Along the way, Lyra looked around curiously, displaying no concern for any potential dangers they might encounter. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was filled with profound reflections. Once, he and his siblings had faced numerous hardships. He had never imagined that one day he would venture so leisurely to hunt for soul rings. At this moment, a genuine sense of belonging began to blossom within his heart for Yongbai, this unexpectedly arrived mentor. Brother Yongbai, he remarked, as we venture into the Sunset Forest. I presume you shall assist the little rascal Xiaoyu in acquiring the 1,000-year 3rd spirit ring. My, how swiftly time passes. The last time we visited the Sunset Forest, I had yet to attain the rank of Title Douluo. How fleeting the passage of time is. Yongbai offered a slight smile, as Douluo seemed to take delight in his own accomplishments. Brother Douluo, he responded, it is merely a 1,000-year spirit ring, after all. It is just an opportunity to unwind. You, my friend, have already obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring, achieving the rank of Title Douluo, and have significantly extended your lifespan. In this brief span of time, it is hardly significant. Along the journey, Douluo and Yongbai engaged in extensive discourse, though much of it was mere flattery of one another. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, Lyra, and Douluo began to slowly connect among themselves. The age difference among the 3 was minimal. The 9-year-old Douluo frequently shared intriguing novelties from the city of Tianchen, captivating Lyra's attention. Thus, they gradually approached the Sunset Forest. After a day's travel, the 5 stood before the forest. Since Xiaoyu required only a 1,000-year spirit ring, and Douluo needed merely a spirit ring of 700 or 800 years, they did not need to venture deep into the Sunset Forest. Yongbai and Douluo exchanged knowing smiles, and without hesitation, they led the 3 young ones into the forest. Chapter 89, The Title Douluo Battles the 1,000-Year Soul Beast. When it came to the Sunset Forest, Douluo was as familiar as if he were returning home. He and Yongbai walked at the forefront of the group, their formidable presence as Title Douluos enveloping the surrounding area for miles. Soul beasts over 5,000 years old, which occasionally roamed the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, sensed the aura of these human powerhouses and fled frantically deeper into the forest. As they progressed, Yang Bai began to feel somewhat bored, after all. Had it not been for the safety of these three young ones, there would have been no need for their personal involvement in other factions. Title Douluo level experts typically only hunted soul beasts over 50,000 years old. It could be said that Dugu Yin was fortunate to have a good grandfather. And Xiaoyu and Lyra were blessed with an excellent teacher. Dugu, I wonder what spirit ring you plan to acquire for your little Yin today? I would like to keep an eye on it. Dugubo hesitated momentarily before responding. My Yan's martial soul is the same as mine, the Emerald Serpent Emperor. Therefore, if we can find a toxic beast of around 600 or 700 years, that would suffice. Nodding in understanding, Yang Bai acknowledged the ease of this task. For the Sunset Forest was abundant with toxic creatures. And what soul beast do you intend to hunt for Xiaoyu? Dugubo inquired. Xiaoyu's martial soul leans towards strong offensive and agile capabilities, so a swift and powerful armor-piercing soul beast of approximately 1,200 years would be ideal. Upon hearing this, Dugubo glanced at Xiaoyu and nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, what Yang Bai suggested was quite fitting. While the two conversed, Lyra took on the role of the group's lively atmosphere. Brother, what kind of spirit ring do you think you can acquire at level 30? And little Yin, you too. Oh, why am I only at level 27? I want a spirit ring as well. How unfair, how unfair. At this moment, Xiaoyu merely wished to silence his younger sister, feeling utterly embarrassed, while Dugu Yin frowned slightly, finding Lyra's chatter a bit excessive. After traveling for over an hour, a sudden rustling noise echoed ahead, accompanied by a series of low growls. From a distance, Yang Bai discerned what it was, a rather intimidating long snake. With a swift motion, he prepared to unleash a sword strike to slay it, but Dugubo suddenly intervened. Wait, Yang Bai, that long snake would serve perfectly as my Yan's second spirit ring. This is a golden-ringed snake. Observe, its length measures merely 3 meters, adorned with 7 golden rings along its body, signifying that it is approximately 700 years old. The golden-ringed snake is remarkably distinctive. In a century, its growth does not exceed 3 meters, but by the millennium, it may reach 9 meters. A golden-ringed snake that has existed for 10,000 years can attain a staggering length of 27 meters. The length of each specimen and the number of golden rings adorning its body can effortlessly indicate its age. The golden-ringed snake, with its formidable venom, poses a lethal threat. A mere bite can transform an ordinary individual into a mass of corrupted blood. Even a soul master, if of insufficient ability, would find it exceedingly difficult to expel its toxins, ultimately facing a grim fate. Having conveyed this dire information, Dugubo shifted his gaze to his granddaughter, Dugu Yin. His previous warnings were primarily directed at her, as there were instances when he could not remain by her side. Thus, he seized the opportunity to impart knowledge. Not only Dugu Yin, but also the 2 other young ones, Xiaoyu and Lyra, attentively listened, their heads tilted in concentration. Their understanding of soul beasts had previously been minimal, as the Junior Soul Master Academy seldom covered such topics, rendering them a blank slate in this regard. Upon concluding his explanation, Dugubo remained proactive. With a casual wave of his hand, a plume of dark green toxic mist enveloped the golden-ringed snake in an instant. Within moments, the creature was rendered immobile, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. Observing this, Dugubo smiled faintly, confident in his ability to handle a soul beast of merely 700 years. Yinner, go ahead and slay it yourself, then absorb its soul ring. Your grandfather, and I shall protect you. Thank you, Grandpa. Dugu Yin beamed with joy, acutely aware of the significant advantages that power brings. The disparity between possessing influence and lacking it is quite pronounced. At this moment, Dugu Yin, with a Title Douluo grandfather by her side, could effortlessly embark on the hunt for soul beasts without the slightest concern for unnecessary troubles. Moreover, in her selection of soul rings, her desires would be met with precision, each choice meticulously tailored to complement her martial spirit. This is merely the hunting of soul beasts that have existed for a few centuries. When the time comes to hunt soul beasts that have endured for 10,000 years, those without the support of a formidable force often find it exceedingly difficult to capture a soul beast that matches their absorption limits. In contrast, individuals like Dugu Yin possess the capability for their grandfather to hunt virtually any soul beast under 100,000 years with ease. Even when it comes to soul beasts that have lived for 10,000 years, should the need arise, Dugubo is certainly not incapable. For he has the entire star-picking tower backing him. Such are the advantages of great power. Dugu Yin hurriedly approached the golden-ringed serpent. Showing no hesitation as a dagger materialized in her hand, plunging it deeply into the serpent's body. After a brief struggle, the 700-year-old golden-ringed serpent ceased its writhing, and a yellow spirit ring gradually ascended. Without hesitation, Douluo promptly sat down cross-legged to begin her absorption. Approximately an hour later, she ceased the process. Although a 700-year spirit beast represents the pinnacle for most, it posed no challenge for Douluo. Throughout her life, Douluo had bestowed upon her numerous rare treasures, rendering her physique far more formidable than that of an average individual. Yet, even so, Douluo refrained from risking her absorption of a more powerful spirit beast. Deeming it unnecessary, a century-old spirit ring was simply not worth such peril. In the original narrative, Tianchen frequently engaged in extreme spirit ring absorption. However, such actions are not undertaken lightly by most, for failure could lead to catastrophic consequences. Not everyone is the protagonist. Upon completing her absorption, Douluo rose to her feet and exhaled a breath of murky air, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to her grandfather. "Grandfather, Yen-Er has finished absorbing. Quickly, come see my second spirit ability." Douluo responded with enthusiasm, his gaze filled with eager anticipation. In response to his words, Douluo suddenly unleashed a beam of golden light from her hand, which swiftly struck a nearby stone. In an instant, the stone began to crack and soon transformed into a pool of foul-smelling sludge. "Grandfather, this is Yen-Er's second spirit ability. I call it golden toxic water. It can turn anything it touches into a pool of toxic sludge, exhibiting formidable corrosive power." A hint of pride adorned Douluo's expression, to which Douluo chuckled in reply. After Douluo completed her spirit ring absorption, the five continued onward, now seeking the third spirit ring for Xiaoyu. As they walked, the sunset forest grew increasingly tranquil. At that moment, Yangbai suddenly halted, and around them, flashes of silver light began to dance. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense their presence. A pack of silver moon wolves sought to take action. A group of silver moon wolves, aged around a century, posed little threat, merely a triviality. Yangbai's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he struck down one of the wolves lurking in the shadows, sending it soaring like a severed kite, crashing violently to the ground, lifeless beyond recovery. Douluo observed the mangled remains of the silver moon wolf and then glanced at Yangbai's still furious demeanor, sensing that Yangbai was seizing this opportunity to unleash his pin-up frustrations. Alas, he lacked evidence. At this moment, Yangbai was in high spirits, his sword energy swirling as he swiftly dispatched the remaining hidden silver moon wolves. Just as everything seemed to reach its conclusion, a silvery shadow darted past in the distance. Oh, it was a millennium-old silver moon wolf, indeed. "Allow me to confront you." With that, Yangbai soared skyward, and as he ascended into the clouds, his blazing sun sword materialized. Waves of terrifying sword energy rained down upon the ancient silver moon wolf, severing mighty trees in half. The wolf fled desperately, but in the end, it could not escape. A single sword strike cleaved the silver moon wolf in two. Witnessing this spectacle, Douluo felt an inexplicable unease. He understood that Yangbai had not acted with malice. Chapter 90. Qian Rinshue's Decision, Infiltrating Heavendo City. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of the millennium-old silver moon wolf, Hulayina gasped in disbelief, while Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. Sensing a heavy malevolence from his teacher, Douluo stood behind her grandfather, covering her eyes with her hands. Douluo said nothing, and the five of them soon continued their journey. Several hours later, as Yangbai captured a millennium-old armor-piercing eagle, Xiaoyu's third spirit ring was finally secured. Meanwhile, at the spirit city, in the offering hall, Tianchen looked on with a pained expression at his granddaughter, Qian Rinshue. "Shuer, have you truly made up your mind? This course of action carries significant risk." Qian Rinshue hesitated, aware that her grandfather would not approve of her taking such chances. However, the thought of Bibi Dong's icy countenance steeled her resolve, and she clenched her teeth, determined to stand by her convictions. "Grandfather, although Heavendo City is perilous, with grandfather Shi Miao and grandfather Si Tun by my side, my safety is assured. I refuse to be looked down upon by that woman. I will show her that I, Qian Rinshue, am no burden." Qian Dalu remained silent, simply watching her. He could not fathom why his granddaughter suddenly wished to infiltrate the Heavendo Empire, suspecting it had something to do with Bibi Dong. "Alas, Shuer, I had hoped for you to grow up carefree within the spirit hall, eventually achieving the rank of Title Douluo before you explored the continent and inherited the divine position. However, since you have made your decision, I shall not impede you. You have your reasons for this path. All I can do is protect your safety to the best of my ability." Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Qian Rinxue's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Grandfather, rest assured, I will look after myself. Indeed, I believe in you, Shuer. However, do exercise caution. The power dynamics within the Heaven-Do Empire are intricate. The 7-treasure glazed tile school boasts 2 Title Douluo of level 95 or higher, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has one as well. Although the Haotian school has been reclusive, their leader Tang Xiao recently stepped down, and there is also the ever-elusive Tang Hao. Beyond these, the star-picking tower in Soto City is the most formidable. Fortunately, the influence of the star-picking tower in Heaven-Do City is relatively limited, making your position somewhat safer. Yet, although Grandfather Ci Tun and Grandfather Shi Miao can protect you, they cannot be by your side at all times. Therefore, Shuer, remember that your safety must always come first. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. If necessary, I can send Grandfather Genie to accompany you, though his notoriety may risk exposure. Grandfather, you need not worry. I have grown up and will safeguard myself. Indeed, our Shuer has matured. Might you share your plans with me? Infiltrating Heaven-Do City without a feasible strategy would be futile. While Grandfather believed in Shuer's meticulous planning, he also wished to offer his insights. Qian Rinxue frowned, but, recognizing her grandfather's concern, gradually revealed her plan. Grandfather, my intentions to venture into Heaven-Do City have been in the works for quite some time. The prince of the Heaven-Do Empire, Emperor Shui Ye's son, Shui Qinghe, is of similar age to me. If I can quietly eliminate him when he is out and assume his guise, where could I not go in Heaven-Do City? Oh, so that is your plan. But while Shui Qinghe may be easily disposed of, you do not truly understand him. Disguising yourself is fraught with the risk of being discovered. Qian Douluo pointed out the flaw with precision. Qian Rinxue smiled lightly at his words. Grandfather, I have already considered this. I have thoroughly researched everything about Shui Qinghe, including a disguise technique that is far from ordinary. The art of disguise is a secret passed down by the esteemed Zhu Douluo, capable of creating an illusion so convincing that it would elude even the most discerning of eyes. Shuer has contemplated that should she ascend to the status of the crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire, she would ignite a war within its borders. In such tumult, the enmity between the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and the reclusive Haotian sect would be stoked by her machinations, ultimately leading them to clash and thereby diminish obstacles to the unification of the continent by the Spirit Hall. After much deliberation, Qian Douluo understood that his granddaughter remained unwaveringly focused on Bibi Dong's ambitions. However, these decisions lay solely with Qian Rinxue, and he chose not to intervene, offering only his silent support from the shadows. My dear Shuer, I shall refrain from commenting on your plans, for they are your choices. However, remember this, do not provoke the star-picking tower. Its master is a figure of power comparable to myself, even with your grandfathers. The serpent spear and the porcupine Douluos by your side, do not act recklessly. One day, I shall seek vengeance for your father. This is my only request. Can you consent to it? Qian Rinxue fell into a moment of silence, for she had her own considerations regarding the star-picking tower. Yet, she recognized her grandfather's words were spoken with her best interests at heart. Grandfather, I promise. Upon hearing this resolute response, a weight lifted from Qian Daolia's heart, granting him peace regarding her forthcoming journey. 3 days later, the porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo accompanied Qian Rinxue as they departed from Spirit City, their destination set towards the Heaven-Do Empire. Meanwhile, within Heaven-Do City, the son of Emperor Shui Qinghe, brimmed with joy at the prospect of his annual escape from the city to the royal soul hunting grounds for a brief respite. Riding a magnificent steed, Shui Qinghe reveled in the moment, flanked by numerous knights of the empire ensuring his safety. Soon, they arrived at the royal hunting grounds. Suddenly, as they entered a dense thicket, a veil of white mist enveloped the ground. Shui Qinghe and his entourage mistook it for a mere fog. Yet, as the mist thickened throughout the forest, a sense of disorientation befell them, leading them into a deep slumber before they could comprehend the situation. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the shadows of the forest, Qian Rinxue, the serpent spear, and the porcupine Douluo. Shui Qinghe, it is a pity that as the crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire, you possess such limited capability. Henceforth, I, Qian Rinxue, shall assume your identity. Miss Shuer, let us commence. The porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo transformed seamlessly into Shui Qinghe's personal guards. Undeterred, Qian Rinxue produced a mask, a soul tool capable of altering one's appearance at will, and instantly mirrored Shui Qinghe's likeness. Without hesitation, she summoned a purple soul ring, casting a golden light upon Xueqinghe, erasing him entirely from existence. In his final moments, he remained oblivious to the nature of his demise. The porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo then discreetly lifted the fallen guards, delivering powerful strikes that sent them hurtling 1,000 meters away, their forms shattered upon impact. Minutes later, as the knights regained their senses, they found Qianren before them, her demeanor unchanged. Let us proceed. With her command. The knights felt an oddity but were entranced by her flawless imitation of Xueqinghe's voice and mannerisms. Shaking their heads, they resumed their pursuit under her guidance. As twilight descended, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, Qianren took advantage of the night to return to Heaven-Do City, successfully infiltrating the Crown Prince's palace. Days passed without anyone suspecting the swap. Even Emperor Xueye failed to discern the truth upon encountering Qianren. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Hall, upon receiving news of this development, Bibi Dong's emotions grew complex. Although she held reservations about Qianren, she did not wish to see her daughter undertake such risks. This girl reminds me of myself, so stubborn. If she insists on pursuing this path, let her be. I shall witness how far my daughter can go. Bibi Dong exhaled a cold breath, her expression settling into calm. Upon learning of his granddaughter's success, Qian Douluo's heart eased. There were no immediate threats to Qianren within Heaven-Do City. The only Title Douluo present was the visiting Douluo, and with this reassurance, he approached the statue of the angel to meditate in tranquility. All seemed to settle into a serene stillness. When Yangbai returned to Soto City with Xiaoyu, Douluo accompanied Dugu Yin back to Heaven-Do City. The cultivation of soul masters is a gradual endeavor. Despite the world's incessant conflicts, it is not solely characterized by violence. The star-picking tower, too, appeared to have fallen into a state of quietude. Chapter 91. 5 years pass, Tang San's aspirations. In Nodding City, Tang San lifted his gaze to the stars above, murmuring to himself, "Father, are you truly concerned that I cannot grow strong by your side? Rest assured, I shall strive to cultivate and become a true man. One day, I will make you proud. Though I have been away from the Tang sect for 7 years, I shall always belong to it, and within this Douluo continent, I will ensure its legacy thrives." With hands as white as jade suddenly thrusting forth, countless strands of silvery light soared skyward, and in Tang San's eyes, a brilliant purple radiance emerged. 5 years later, the Barak Kingdom, located to the south of the Tiandu Empire and bordering the Fastno province, is, despite its title, only 3/4 the size of the Fastno province, and it is a vassal of the Tiandu Empire, one of the 4 great kingdoms within its realm. King Kandera of Barak is a cousin of the current emperor of the Tiandu Empire, Okura. To the south of the Barak Kingdom lies the Xinglua Empire, making Barak the most formidable military power among the 4 kingdoms of the Tiandu Empire, serving as the empire's gateway. Originally, the Tiandu Empire comprised 10 provinces. But with the division among the 4 great kingdoms, 6 factions emerged. The empire directly controls 5 provinces, while each of the 4 kingdoms governs one, alongside a duchy, which is the smallest province located in the eastern part of the empire. On the surface, the 4 kingdoms and the duchy appear to be under the dominion of the Tiandu Empire. However, in reality, these 5 nations have effectively become independent entities, operating autonomously aside from necessary tributes. Had it not been for the Tiandu royal family's control over a substantial military force, internal strife may have already erupted. The Xinglua Empire faces a similar predicament. Thus, while both empires appear robust, they are, in truth, in decline. The future remains uncertain, and the entire continent's situation could shift dramatically at any moment. Within the Barak Kingdom, 2 cities of paramount importance stand out. The capital, Barak City, where King Kandera resides, serves as the political and economic heart of the kingdom. The other city, Soto City, is located in the fertile central region of the Lima Plain, renowned as the granary of Barak. Both cities are heavily fortified and are of paramount importance to the entire kingdom. Soto City, a grand metropolis, is evidenced by its former Spirit Hall, which was classified as a Level 3 Spirit Master Hall. At this moment, just past noon, under the scorching sun, 2 young individuals entered through the western gate of Soto City. They appeared to be in their teenage years, carrying no luggage, 1 male and 1 female. The boy, seemingly around 12 or 13, stood approximately 1.70 meters tall, dressed in a simple yet elegant light blue attire. A belt adorned with 24 jade stones encircled his waist, and his shoulder-length dark hair framed his face. Though not conventionally handsome, he exuded an approachable charm, his lips perpetually curled into a gentle smile. In contrast, The girl beside him radiated an aura of distinction. Her silky black hair cascaded smoothly, reaching past her waist, and she was slightly taller than the boy. Clad in a snug pink top that accentuated her developing figure, her slender waist elicited envy from many women. Her naturally arched eyebrows complemented her large, sparkling eyes, set against her slightly rounded, rosy-cheeked visage, creating an impression of both beauty and playfulness. The term adorable seemed tailor-made for her, overshadowing the boy standing beside her. As she brushed her slightly damp forehead with her hand, she remarked with some exasperation, "We finally arrived in this Soto city. I truly wonder what the master was thinking." Several mid-level spirit master academies have expressed their unconditional willingness to accept us. Yet, he insists on having you take the entrance exam at this decrepit institution that lacks even a proper ranking. The boy smiled slightly and replied, "The teacher asked me to take the exam, not you. Who told you to insist on tagging along? Fortunately, the Balak Kingdom shares a border with the Fasnu province. Otherwise, you would have even more to complain about." The girl shot him a reproachful glance. "You've no sense of gratitude. I'm doing this for you, after all. Who told you to be my brother?" She continued, "Regardless, the exam is only the day after tomorrow. You must accompany me in exploring Soto City for 2 days to compensate for the wounds inflicted upon my tender spirit." The boy chuckled. The illustrious little witch of Nodding Academy, with a tender spirit? If your entourage saw you, I wonder if they'd immediately leap into the river. The young man and woman were none other than Tang San and his younger sister, Xiao Ro, who had recently graduated from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Xiao Ro, also 12 years old, wielded a martial soul in the form of an ice bow, though her soul power was somewhat inferior to Tang San's, standing at only 26. After 5 years, Tang San had successfully completed his studies at the academy, and at the tender age of 12, he had already attained a remarkable level of 30 in his soul power. Given his extraordinary talent, the Nodding Academy had intended to recommend him directly to a senior soul master academy, with several prestigious institutions extending invitations, offering him considerable options. However, Yu Xiaojing insisted that Tang Sen decline all offers and apply to a renowned academy called Shrek, located several hundred miles south of Soto City. After 6 years of guidance, Tang San held Yu Xiaojing in high regard, akin to a father figure, understanding that his teacher's insistence stemmed from genuine concern for his future. Thus, he readily agreed. Despite knowing that Soto City was under the influence of the Starry Sky Tower, he adhered to the adage that the most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. As long as he concealed the Haoyan hammer, perhaps Shrek would indeed be a suitable destination. As the martial soul hall's reach did not extend to the vicinity of Soto City. Over the years, the bond between Tang San and Xiao Ro had grown as close as that of siblings. Naturally, when Tang San made the decision to come here, Xiao Ro followed suit. Upon their departure from the academy, Yu Xiaojing informed Tang San that he would be visiting the imperial capital and would come to find them afterward. The 6 years spent in Nodding had been immensely fulfilling for Tang San, filled with classes in the morning, work in the afternoon, and training in the evenings, leaving little time for leisure. At 12, he no longer bore the frail appearance of his youth. His daily labor at the blacksmith shop had endowed him with a robust physique. Though not overwhelmingly muscular, he possessed a body brimming with explosive strength beneath his attire. Xiao Ro pouted, "Regardless, will you agree or not?" Tang San chuckled, "It's up to you." However, after such a long journey, he inquired, "Aren't you tired? Shouldn't we find a place to stay first? It's almost noon. Let's have a meal." Xiao Ro smiled. "That sounds reasonable." Tang San seldom contradicted her. Ever since they established their sibling bond, he had taken on the role of a protective older brother. Despite his busy schedule, the concern he inadvertently expressed brought Xiao Ro immense joy. Soto City was far larger and livelier than Nodding City, with soldiers patrolling the streets and throngs of people bustling about. The relocation of the Starry Sky Tower to Soto City had only heightened the city's vibrancy. After a light meal, they set about searching for accommodation. Before long, Xiao Ro discovered a charming hotel. Although the 3-story establishment was not particularly large, its exterior was adorned in a striking rose red, resembling a grand rose blossom, captivating the eye with its delightful aesthetics. "Rose Hotel, let us stay here," Xiao Ro suggested, pointing toward it. Tang San shrugged, "As you wish." Having worked for several years and received financial support from the Martial Soul Hall, he had accumulated a modest savings. Xiao Ro, unconcerned about the amount of money, spent liberally. To avoid frequent overdrafts, she decided to entrust all her earnings to Tang San, allowing him to manage their finances and ensure she saved a bit. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, They were greeted by a fragrant bouquet of roses that enveloped them in a comforting and somewhat enchanting aroma. The interior decor featured only 3 colors: white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm, unique, and elegant atmosphere that was immediately appealing. Tianchen approached the front desk. "Could we please have 2 rooms?" The attendant behind the counter quickly stood up, glancing between Tianchen and Xiaoro, his eyes shimmering with envy. "Sir, are you certain you wish to book 2 rooms?" Tianchen nodded. "Is there something amiss?" The attendant hesitated. "I'm afraid we only have 1 room left." "One?" Tianchen furrowed his brow. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never crossed any boundaries with Xiaoro during their childhood. However, they were both maturing now, and he clearly remembered the adage concerning propriety between the sexes. The attendant insisted, "Indeed, just 1 room. But rest assured, our rooms are quite spacious, fully equipped, and ample for 2. As he spoke, he cast a suggestive glance at Tianchen, which went completely over Tianxan's head. Chapter 92, Shrek Academy, Daimu Bai? Xiaoro boldly declared. "Then 1 room it shall be. We always shared a dormitory back in Notting. What is the difference? We can save some money for beautiful clothes." Tianchen shook his head in resignation. He was not an obstinate person. If need be, he could sleep on the floor, as he typically practiced at night, which provided the best rest. "Very well, then please book that room for us." Just as the attendant was about to proceed with the reservation, an unexpected voice interrupted his actions. "I believe that room is rightfully mine." Tianchen and Xiaoro turned simultaneously to see 3 individuals approaching the front desk. The trio consisted of 1 man and 2 women, the latter 2 adorned in vibrant attire, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. They possessed tall statures, slightly surpassing that of Xiaoro. What was most astonishing was their identical features, revealing them to be twins. However, Tianxan's attention was not drawn to the exquisite beauties, but rather to the young man striding confidently in the center. This young man stood approximately 6 feet tall, towering over Tianchen by a half head, and seemed youthful, perhaps even younger than the 2 girls behind him. He had broad shoulders and a strikingly handsome visage imbued with a hint of determination. His long golden hair cascaded down his back, reaching near his waist, straight and uncurled. Most arresting were his eyes, bewitching orbs that possessed a peculiar dual pupil configuration. Deep blue, they exuded an icy demeanor, emanating a chilling aura from the depths of his soul. The flickering light within his half-closed lids suggested a sinister brilliance. A mere glance from him felt as if one was being sliced by a blade. Such remarkable beauty, paired with those enigmatic eyes, ensured that he would be the focal point wherever he went. Tianxan's initial thought upon seeing this individual was that he was formidable. The twin girls clung to one of his arms, seemingly indifferent to Tianchen. As their gaze swept past Xiaoro, an ephemeral glimmer of intrigue flickered in the young man's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. Approaching the counter, he addressed the attendant. "You must be new here. I trust a room is reserved for me?" The attendant hesitated before asking, "May I inquire who you are?" The young man, displaying impatience, retorted, "Have your manager come out." The attendant, feeling a chill from his piercing gaze, hurriedly retreated to summon her superior. Tianchen, maintaining a calm demeanor, interjected, "My good sir, it seems we arrived first." Without even turning his head, the young man coldly replied, "And what of it?" He had never been one to offer explanations. Tianxan's temperament was generally mild, but Xiaoro was not easily intimidated. She swiftly positioned herself beside him. "You should leave," she asserted. Finally, the young man turned to her, his cold, eerie gaze lingering, and nodded. "Well, it has been a long time since someone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You possess soul power. You must be soul masters. Why not face me together? If you can best me, I shall leave at once. Otherwise, I kindly request you demonstrate the meaning of leave." Hearing his words, the twin girls beside him erupted into giggles, displaying no concern as they gracefully released their hold on his arm and stepped aside. At that moment, the attendant returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, clearly anxious, had overheard the exchange and implored, "Let us discuss this amicably. Please, do not resort to violence." The young man shot him a sidelong glance. "Manager Wong, your business acumen seems to be improving." Manager Wong, wiping the sweat from his brow, offered a nervous smile. "Please don't say that, young Master Dai. It's merely the fault of my subordinates. This young man is new and unaware of the rules. I apologize profusely. I shall arrange a room for you at once." Turning to Tianchen and Xiaoro, he bowed apologetically. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. That room is reserved for young Master Dai. I kindly ask you to seek accommodations elsewhere." If it had been up to Tianchen, he would have acquiesced. as there were plenty of hotels available. However, Xiao Rou, with her fiery spirit, was not one to easily yield. "We shall not leave. What will you do about it? You arrogant fool? Do not assume we are easy prey simply because we are younger," Dai Mubai scoffed. "Even if you wish to leave, it won't be that simple. Having insulted me, you cannot depart." "Young Master Dai, please," Manager Wang exclaimed, desperation etched on his face. A glint of menace flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. "Enough of this chatter. I will bear all losses." Having grown accustomed to the wild atmosphere of the Nodding Academy, Xiao Rou could not tolerate the young man's brazen demeanor and immediately prepared to confront him. Tang San grasped her shoulder, asserting, "Let me handle this." Xiao Rou, disgruntled, protested. "Why? I can handle it. I'll make sure he doesn't even recognize his own mother." Tang San frowned. "As a lady, choose your words more carefully. Have you forgotten my promise? I will always protect you. This is a matter for men." His refusal to allow Xiao Rou to intervene stemmed from his recognition of the young man's strength, fearing for her safety. Moreover, if a loss were to occur, he would prefer to endure the humiliation himself rather than have Xiao Rou suffer indignity. Upon hearing his vow, Xiao Rou's anger subsided slightly. She glanced at Tang San and remarked, "Be careful. There is no need for bickering. As I said, you may both come at me together," Dai Mubai declared impatiently. Tang San stepped forward calmly. "I welcome your guidance." A flash of malice crossed Dai Mubai's eyes as he abruptly raised his right fist, launching himself forward to strike at Tang San's chest. His movements were straightforward, devoid of any flamboyance. Yet Tang San's expression shifted as he sensed the overwhelming momentum of the punch, which had reached its zenith due to the force and speed behind it. Such mastery of power and velocity could only stem from extensive combat experience. At this moment, Tang San could not afford to retreat. Any step back would only serve to amplify his opponent's momentum, thereby enhancing the power of the impending strike. Thus, rather than retreating, he advanced. With a sudden leap, his right foot surged forward, spanning a distance of 3 meters, effectively closing the gap between himself and his adversary. Tang San's intention was clear, to disrupt the rhythm of his opponent's attack. With a similar motion, he unleashed his right fist, which instantly transformed into a lustrous, pearlescent hue. A muffled thud echoed as Dai Mubai's forward momentum abruptly halted, while Tang San found himself unable to maintain his balance, stumbling back 4 or 5 steps before steadying himself. A flicker of surprise illuminated Dai Mubai's eyes. He had clearly not anticipated that this seemingly younger boy could withstand his powerful blow. What astonished Dai Mubai even more was the resilience of Tang San's fist. Despite having the upper hand in terms of offensive power, his right hand throbbed with excruciating pain, as if Tang San's fist were crafted from the hardest of metals. Tang San, too, was taken aback. His fist not only bore the inner strength of the Xiantian skill, but his own physical prowess belied his age. Years spent working as a blacksmith had endowed him with strength surpassing that of ordinary folk. And coupled with the unique properties of the mystic jade hand, these 3 advantages combined still found him at a disadvantage. His opponent's strength was formidable, not in a frenzied manner, but rather as a concentrated force, as if all the might had coalesced into a fist-sized core, unleashing a shockwave that sent Tang San's internal energy surging tumultuously. "Good. To withstand my punch, you have earned the right to be my rival," Dai Mubai declared with a sharp voice, springing into action once more. This time, his assault was far from simple. He leapt into the air, swiftly positioning himself above Tang San. His limbs extended in an unusual manner, seemingly riddled with weaknesses, yet they moved subtly, as if concealing an array of follow-up techniques. Tang San's expression grew grave. He bent his knees slightly, his toes inward, and with a sudden exertion of his calves, he positioned his left arm from the outer circle and his right arm from the inner side, adopting a peculiar stance. Dai Mubai's strike was his signature technique. Regardless of how an opponent sought to block or counter, he possessed myriad responses. Beneath the facade of vulnerability lay profound and intricate offensive maneuvers, with all limbs capable of becoming lethal weapons. However, just as he prepared to unleash his onslaught, an invisible force surged from below. This power felt viscous, lacking in explosive might yet brimming with resilience. In midair, Dai Mubai found himself without leverage, as his body was unexpectedly diverted from its intended trajectory by this force, causing him to veer off course and lose sight of his target. What force is this? A sense of wonder fleetingly crossed Dai Mubai's mind. However, his extensive combat experience allowed him to swiftly twist his waist midair, executing a horizontal rotation before landing steadily on the ground. At that very moment, Tang San launched his attack. He chose the perfect timing, striking just as Dai Mubai's feet touched the ground, a moment when strength was most difficult to muster. With the ghostly steps of the shadow phantom, Tianchen appeared at Dai Mubai's side, his palms striking out simultaneously toward Dai Mubai's shoulders. A flicker of malice glinted in Dai Mubai's eyes, and his four pupils seemed to shine in unison. Exhaling sharply, he shrugged his shoulders back, his fists shooting forward, aimed at Tianchen's elbows. The fierce force of his punches resonated in the air with a series of explosive booms, testament to the immense power he wielded. As his fists were launched, Dai Mubai's right leg swiftly kicked up, targeting Tianchen's chin at such close range, showcasing his remarkable flexibility. Should either his fists or leg land a blow, Tianchen would instantly be rendered unable to continue the fight, given Dai Mubai's superior strength. But could Tianchen allow that to happen? Let us not forget, this was Tianchen's primary offensive. As his palms aimed at Dai Mubai's shoulders lost their target due to the latter's retreat, Tianchen did not retract his hands. Instead, he swept down, redirecting the previously sensed latent flexibility back into play. Dai Mubai's powerful arms were suddenly forced away, his fists narrowly missing Tianchen as they passed by. In the midst of this, Tianchen's left foot stepped forward, his body shifting to the side as he charged toward Dai Mubai's chest. This timely maneuver allowed him to evade Dai Mubai's rising kick, as if everything had been meticulously calculated. At this juncture, with one foot firmly on the ground, Dai Mubai found himself devoid of any evasion. Tianchen's hands expertly neutralized the force of his attack, putting Dai Mubai at a disadvantage. With a resounding thud, Tianchen's shoulder collided with Dai Mubai's chest, drawing gasps of astonishment from the watching twin sisters. Dai Mubai's body was propelled backward, arching midair as he executed a backflip, traveling 5 meters before finally landing. Chapter 93, The Reunion of Haoyan. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. After touching down, Dai Mubai chose not to continue his duel with Tianchen. Observing the youthful visage of Tianchen, he smiled slightly. I am Dai Mubai, a student of Shrek Academy, with the martial soul of the evil eye white tiger. A level 37 soul sovereign. May I inquire from where you hail, young brother? To possess such strength at such a tender age is truly remarkable. Taken aback by Dai Mubai's sudden cessation of hostilities, Tianchen found himself pleasantly surprised. However, adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face, he regarded Dai Mubai with newfound respect. With clasped fists, he introduced himself. I am Tianchen, hailing from the Nuoding City Soul Master Junior Academy. At 12 years old, my martial soul is the blue silver grass, a rank 30 soul scholar. This is my sister, Xiaoro, also 12, with the martial soul of the ice bow, a rank 26 great soul master. Upon hearing Tianchen's introduction, a flicker of astonishment crossed Dai Mubai's eyes. It was indeed astonishing for one so young to achieve level 30. Yet, what truly captivated Dai Mubai was Tianchen's martial soul, blue silver grass. Tianchen, young brother. Your sister and you possess such extraordinary talent. May I ask what brings you to Soto City? Dai Mubai pondered how advantageous it would be to bring such talent to Shrek Academy, knowing that Director Fred would surely take note. Dai Mubai's gaze shifted to Xiaoro, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. At such a tender age, you are not only remarkably gifted but also possess terrifying strength. To win over such a gem would be far more exhilarating than the twin sisters at my side. Tianchen was momentarily taken aback but soon recalled Dai Mubai's earlier mention of being a Shrek Academy student. A glimmer of joy surged within him, for he had been seeking the whereabouts of Shrek Academy. Ha ha ha, it turns out you are a student of Shrek Academy, Brother Mubai? How fortuitous. My sister and I were just intending to visit Shrek Academy to further our studies. Truly, it is a serendipitous encounter. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of delight crossed Dai Mubai's features. What a wonderful twist of fate. Since we are so destined, let this room be yours, Brother Tianchen. And dear sister Xiaoro. As he spoke, Dai Mubai's gaze lingered on Xiaoro's delicate visage, a smile gracing his lips. Xiaoro sensed something odd but dismissed it, finding no reason to dwell on it given her brother's cheerful demeanor. Their meeting felt like a mere coincidence. Whether it was genuine fate or misfortune, who could truly say? The following morning, Tianchen and Xiaoro arrived early, where they found Dai Mubai waiting at their door before they set off for Shrek Academy. Situated 300 miles south of Soto City, Shrek Academy awaited them. Coincidentally, it was the day of admissions, but due to its stringent criteria, few could meet the requirements. Even fewer came to Shrek, since those who met the criteria could easily gain entry into renowned academies, including the Royal Academy of Tiando. Standing before the admissions board, Director Fred wore an expression of eager anticipation. Just days prior, he had received a letter from his dear friend, Yu Xiaojiang, indicating that his disciple, Tang San, would soon arrive at Shrek Academy. The letter had hinted at Tang San's remarkable talent, sending Fred into a frenzy of excitement as he awaited the young prodigy. As Fred gazed expectantly at the entrance, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight, Dai Mubai. "Director, I bring good news," Dai Mubai shouted from a distance. Fred's brow furrowed at the unexpected interruption, but he soon sensed something amiss. Behind Dai Mubai trailed two petite figures. Before long, the trio stood before Fred. Dai Mubai's excitement was palpable. "Director, look, these two friends of mine are both just 12 years old, and their talents are astonishing, rivaling any of us." "Oh," Fred mused, somewhat puzzled, but he turned to observe Tang San and Xiao Rou. "Do you both seek to join Shrek Academy?" Tang San spoke earnestly. "You must be Director Fred. My teacher has spoken of your esteemed reputation, once one of the Golden Iron Triangle. I am Tang San, and this is my sister, Xiao Rou. I am a disciple of Master Yu." As Fred listened, a wave of recognition washed over him. "So you were Tang San? Haha. Come in, both of you. Your teacher has informed me of your remarkable achievements. 12 years old and already a rank 30 soul scholar. Such youth is indeed formidable. Welcome to Shrek Academy." With those words, Fred grasped Tang San's hand and entered Shrek Academy. Fred led the way, while Xiao Rou silently followed her elder brother, and Dai Mubai brought up the rear. Captivated by Xiao Rou's enchanting figure, Tang San's arrival was remarkably smooth, and soon, Shrek Academy welcomed two new students. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, 12-year-old Ning Rongrong gazed at her father with a troubled expression. "Father, do you truly not intend to allow Rongrong to venture out for some practical experience?" Ning Rongrong said with a hint of disappointment. In front of her, Ning Fingji maintained an impassive demeanor. He could not acquiesce to Ning Rongrong's wishes. "Rongrong, do not blame your father for being harsh. Ever since the star-picking tower arrived in Soto City 6 years ago, the entire Heavendo Empire has been rife with undercurrents. You are my only daughter and the future heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If you were to venture out and encounter unforeseen circumstances, I would have no means to protect you. Both Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu must remain at the sect, and I cannot rely solely on a Title Douluo for your protection. It simply does not sit well with me. You must understand your father's predicament." Upon hearing her father's words, Ning Rongrong felt somewhat dejected. Her father was correct. She was no longer a mere child, and she understood the weight of responsibility. "Ah, Rongrong, while your father cannot allow you to go to the places you desire, if you are willing, I can permit you to travel to Heavendo City and enroll in the Royal Advanced Academy. Rongrong, would you be willing?" Upon hearing her father's proposal, Ning Rongrong's spirits lifted slightly. She merely found her time at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to be a bit dull. A trip to Heavendo City was certainly acceptable. "Yes, Rongrong is willing. I will comply with your arrangements, father." Observing his daughter's understanding, Ning Fingji's face softened with a hint of satisfaction. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away from Shrek Academy, on an open expanse, a cloaked figure was advancing steadily. As he gazed upon the distant Shrek Academy, an enigmatic smile graced his lips. A closer inspection would reveal that this cloaked man possessed only a right arm. He was none other than Tang Hao, who had been missing for 5 years. As he looked toward the far-off Shrek Academy, a flicker of emotion stirred within Tang Hao's heart. For these years, he has been secretly safeguarding Tang San from the shadows. Yet he cannot reveal himself openly. His identity would bring calamity upon Tang San, just as Tang Hao was momentarily lost in thought. A figure cloaked in black suddenly descended from the heavens. In an instant, the figure stood beside Tang Hao. Reacting swiftly, Tang Hao turned around, tightly gripping the Haotian hammer in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung the hammer towards the shadowy figure. However, beneath the black cloak, it seemed as if the figure had anticipated Tang Hao's response. At the critical moment, a Haotian hammer also appeared in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The two Haotian hammers collided, forcing both men to retreat several meters. "Haotian hammer, who are you?" Tang Hao slowly stared at the man in black. His eyes filled with murderous intent. "Me? Humph, have you forgotten me so soon? Haotian brother." As he spoke, the black-cloaked man gradually pulled back his hood. That familiar visage instantly shocked Tang Hao's heart. "Big brother." This man was none other than Tang Xiao, who had resigned from the position of the Haotian clan's leader 5 years ago. Chapter 94, The Changes in the Star-Picking Tower, the Soul-Hunting Operation. 5 years had seemingly brought about a transformation, yet in some ways, nothing had changed. For the Star-Picking Tower, 5 years marked a significant upheaval. Inhe and Yang Bai had successfully broken through to the 96th level. However, their pursuit of further cultivation would not be an easy feat after all. Their martial souls were not divine level, even though their martial souls had undergone some changes after consuming those celestial herbs. Beyond the 96th level, it could be said that fortune and effort were both indispensable. Douluo had advanced 2 levels in soul power over the past 5 years. He was now a 94th level Title Douluo. Besides this, the 3 young ones within the star-picking tower had experienced tremendous transformations as well. At 12 years old, Xiaowu had reached the 30th level and was on the verge of condensing her 3rd spirit ring to become a soul master. Interestingly, Xiaowu's 2nd spirit ring had successfully condensed into a millennium spirit ring. In comparison, Xiaoyu's Lyra was no less impressive. At 17 years old, Xiaoyu had achieved the 50 level, reaching the threshold of a soul king. Lyra was not far behind, standing at 49 level as a soul master. Aside from them, the assassins of the star-picking tower had also undergone significant changes. 12 years ago, the 9 celestial level assassins of the star-picking tower were all at the soul saint realm, but today, without exception, all 9 had become formidable soul Douluo. In fact, 2 or 3 among them were on the verge of breaking through the 90 level, if not for their martial souls appearing rather ordinary in their slower cultivation speed. They would have attained the Title Douluo status long ago within these 12 years. But such is the endeavor of ordinary individuals. Across the Douluo Continent, how many prodigies could there be? In stark contrast to the remarkable advancements of others in the star-picking tower, Tianchen remained utterly stagnant. The leap from 98 to 99 levels was undoubtedly a chasm. Even with his diligent efforts over the past 5 years, Tianchen still felt no signs of a breakthrough. In this regard, Tianchen remained unhurried, well aware of the considerable disparity between the 99th and 98th levels. He understood that harboring the illusion of surmounting such a threshold within a mere 5 years was rather optimistic. One need only observe that even the golden crocodile Douluo had lingered for decades without any notable progress. Thus, Tianchen felt no urgency, nor was there any necessity for haste. During this period, he was acutely aware that breaking through to level 99 would not come easily. Thus, alongside his cultivation, he selectively imparted some of the techniques from his previous life to Innate and Yangbai, primarily focusing on agility skills. Gazing towards the direction of the Star Do Forest, a flicker of excitement shone in Tianchen's eyes. After 5 years, his cultivation at level 98 had become thoroughly stable, and the blood lost in his earlier battle with Tang Hao, who was empowered by a trace of Azura's divine power, had long since been replenished. It could be said that Tianchen was at his most formidable now, better prepared to venture into the Star Do Forest in search of fierce beasts. As Tianchen pondered, Innate and Yangbai simultaneously arrived at the pinnacle of the star-picking tower. Innate Yangbai, we pay our respects to the Lord of the Tower. Tianchen returned to his senses, looking at the two with a slight nod. You may rise. Have the arrangements been made? For this expedition to the Star Do Forest, you two, along with Douluo, shall accompany me. Upon hearing their lord's words, Yangbai nodded affirmatively, reporting to the Lord of the Tower, I have made all necessary preparations. Besides myself and Yinbai, Xiaowu, Xiaoyu, Lyra, and Douluo will also be joining us. Douluo is nearly here. Good. Listening to Yangbai's report, Tianchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. The reason for summoning Douluo was to ensure the safety of the star-picking tower after he helped Xiaoyu and Lyra obtain their spirit rings. With a level 94 Title Douluo guarding, the tower would remain secure for the time being. As for Tianchen, Innate, Yangbai, and Xiaowu, they would naturally continue to delve deeper into the Star Do Forest. Innate, has there been any movement from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect or the Spirit Hall during this time? Tianchen turned to Innate, exercising caution. Innate paused momentarily before shaking his head. Lord, rest assured, both the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect and the Spirit Hall have remained quite tranquil during this period. Tianchen's eyes narrowed slightly. Tranquility often masked the calm before the storm. Never mind them. As long as I remain, those petty individuals would not dare to act recklessly. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart for the Star Do Forest in 3 days. Understood. With that, Innate and Yangbai swiftly vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, after Tang San and Xiao Rou successfully joined, they also made many new friends, including Oscar and Ma Hongjun, apart from Dai Mubai. Due to Tang San's attainment of level 30, Fred, a member of Shrek Academy, decided to personally assist him in hunting for his 3rd spirit ring. With the location also being the Star Do Forest, 3 days passed swiftly, a mere blink of an eye for Soul Masters. once all was prepared. At the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, Tianchen stood with his hands clasped, gazing into the distance. Behind him, Xiaowu stood beside Innate. Lyra was closely aligned with Yang Bai, and Xiaoyu stood side by side with Douluo. Now that everyone is gathered, let us embark, Tianchen declared. I, Tianchen, have returned to the Douluo forest. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the air, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. Innate, Yang Bai, and Douluo remained unfazed, quickly following with their companions in tow. The seven of them sped towards the Douluo forest. After their departure, within Shrek Academy, Fred and Zhao Wujie also took Tang San and the others away from the academy. Simultaneously, within the prince's palace of Tiandu City, Qian Rinxue looked at the old man, entering with a smile. Grandpa Shimiao, you have returned. Shimiao Douluo nodded kindly, his gaze resting on the now graceful Qian Rinxue, and he smiled in return. Miss Schwer, I have returned. Regarding Douluo, it seems your speculations may indeed hold some truth. Oh. Upon hearing Shimiao Douluo's words, Qian Rinxue's smile blossomed even brighter. Since she had transformed into Xueqinghe and arrived in Tiandu City 5 years ago, she had harbored doubts about Douluo. A robe cultivator reaching the level of Title Douluo was not enough to alarm her. Rather, it evoked admiration for the resilience of ordinary practitioners. However, the fact that Douluo possessed a 10,000-year spirit ring piqued her curiosity immensely. Qian Rinxue was well aware of the rarity of a 10,000-year spirit ring. Even the Spirit Hall, the continent's foremost power, could not guarantee its acquisition. So what merit did Douluo, a mere robe, possess? The notion of luck was merely an excuse. Driven by her intrigue, Qian Rinxue had conducted considerable investigations over the years, even discreetly inquiring with her nominal father, the Snow Knight Emperor. Unfortunately, the emperor was no fool and refrained from divulging such secrets to her, regardless of her status as a princess. Hence, out of desperation, Qian Rinxue had no choice but to continue her covert investigations into Douluo. At last, she uncovered some clues. While Douluo primarily resided within Tiandu City, he would occasionally leave for brief periods, though he did not depart frequently within a year, according to Shimiao Douluo's discreet observations over the years. Douluo only ventured to 2 places, the Sunset Forest, likely to gather toxins, and Soto City. It was clear to Qian Rinxue that Douluo was undoubtedly connected to the star-picking tower, which alleviated some of her doubts. The star-picking tower certainly possessed such capabilities. Looking at Shimiao Douluo, Qian Rinxue smiled gently. Grandpa Shimiao, does this mean that Douluo has gone to Soto City? Indeed. Miss, it seems we must exercise some caution regarding Douluo moving forward. Although Douluo was only level 94, Qian Rinxue nodded. Over the years, she had not remained idle. Her influence had extended throughout the court. It could be said that while the previous Xueqinghe had merely attained the title of princess due to being the Snow Knight Emperor's eldest son, the current Qian Rinxue was truly deserving of her position. The prince faction had already become a significant force within the court. Very well, Grandpa Shimiao, I understand. You may retire to rest now. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Shimiao Douluo left with a smile. Watching his retreating figure, Qian Rinxue's lips slowly curled into a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, as Tang San followed Fred and the others towards the Douluo forest, 2 men in black robes quietly trailed them from several hundred meters behind. Chapter 95. In the Douluo forest, the spectral white tiger. After a day and a night, Tianchen and Innate, Yang Bai, and the others finally arrived at the Douluo forest. Stepping once more onto this mystical land, Tianchen felt a surge of emotions. Among the group, the most excited were undoubtedly Xiaowu and Lyra. One was filled with nostalgia, as Xiaowu had lived in the Douluo forest for many years, and her heart was beginning to stir with anticipation. Lyra, filled with pure curiosity about the Douluo forest, could not help but ponder the true purpose of their visit. Although they were ostensibly there to obtain soul rings, her master and teacher had motives that transcended mere acquisition. The notion of ferocious beasts left her astounded. The mere idea of soul beasts with cultivation surpassing 100,000 years, reaching 200,000 years, was utterly terrifying. They had finally arrived at the Douluo forest. At this moment, Xiaowu gazed upon the expansive forest before her, and a wave of emotion stirred within her. Memories of the past began to resurface, and in the blink of an eye, her mood dipped into melancholy. A solitary tear trailed down her cheek, yet she steeled herself, embracing a newfound resolve. As Knight Tianchen surveyed the Douluo forest, a gentle smile graced his lips as he exhaled a breath of tension. He sensed the peril that awaited them in this place, Yet he understood that danger often accompanies opportunity, and he possessed the strength to face it. "Let us proceed into the Star Douluo forest," he declared, "and may the secrets concealed within satisfy my ambitions." With his command, the group ventured deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy had also begun its own journey within the Star Douluo forest. Upon entering, Knight Tianchen did not rush to have Xiaowu guide them to the so-called Lake of Life. Instead, he prioritized the hunting of soul rings for Xiaowu and Lyra. Xiaowu, at level 50, had received a celestial herb from Knight Tianchen 5 years prior. When he broke through to level 30, Lyra, Xiaowu, and Douluo were similarly bestowed with a celestial herb. They had continually fortified their physical bodies with various rare materials, and by the time Xiaowu reached level 40, he had acquired his first 10,000-year soul ring. Now, he sought to obtain his 5th soul ring, which had approached a remarkable age of 30,000 years. The intensity has already reached that of an ordinary person's 6th spirit ring. Lyra is similarly remarkable. Just recently, she has successfully ascended to level 50. Speaking of which, among these two siblings, Lyra's innate talent is indeed slightly more formidable. However, in Yi Tianchen's eyes, Xiaowu is the one most suited for the star-picking tower, while Lyra possesses a touch of exuberance. "Master, do my sister and I really need to attempt the 30,000-year level for our 5th spirit ring?" As they traversed the dense forest, Xiaowu began to voice his concerns beside Yangbai. The last time he absorbed the 10,000-year 4th spirit ring, he nearly met his demise. The disparity between a 10,000-year and a 1,000-year spirit ring is beyond significant. Xiaowu felt a twinge of anxiety, for he had but one life to live. While his own death would be inconsequential, he still had a sister to protect. With this thought, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Upon hearing this, Yangbai chuckled softly. Observing the hint of worry etched upon Xiaoyu's face, he gently reassured him, "Xiaoyu, there is no need for concern. Although the 10,000-year spirit ring is indeed challenging to absorb, this time, we have the esteemed presence of the Tower Master accompanying us. Even if you find yourself overwhelmed by the formidable impact of a 30,000-year spirit beast, the Tower Master will be able to save you." Indeed, Yangbai did not speak falsely. Should any issues arise during the sinister moon, Yi Tianchen could effortlessly absorb the power contained within that soul ring. This is also the reason why Yangbai dares to allow the siblings to attempt this. Upon hearing her teacher's words, Xiaowu gazed towards the master of the building, Yi Tianchen, silently praying in her heart. However, it seemed that Yangbai's words had a profound effect. In no time at all, Xiaowu cast aside her final shred of worry. Observing the resolute determination in Xiaoyu's eyes, Yangbai appeared exceedingly pleased. "Xiaoyu, you must remember that everything you have achieved thus far is due to your status as my disciple and a member of the Star-Picking Tower. You must earn the support of the Master if you wish to better protect your sister in the future. It is quite simple, strength, with each step you take. Given your innate talent, it is merely a matter of time before you achieve the esteemed title of Douluo. I firmly believe you are capable of reaching levels beyond 95. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu began to find tranquility within himself, as the inexplicable fear that had initially gripped him gradually dissipated, replaced by a heartfelt yearning for the future. He could hardly contain his eagerness to grow stronger, for only then could he secure his place in the star-picking tower and protect his sister. Throughout their journey, Yangbai and Xiaowu engaged in continuous dialogue, for Xiaowu was no longer a child. Once he acquired his 5th spirit ring, he would need to embark on his missions. Yangbai was determined to impart all his knowledge to him as swiftly as possible, for the world of assassins is indeed a brutal one. In recent years, Yangbai could not bear to witness Xiaowu, due to his lack of experience, ultimately fading into the crowd or becoming mere remnants of bones. Leading the way, Yi Tianchen, though he did not turn to observe this scene, could sense the subtle shift in Xiaoyu's aura and the fervor within his heart. Thus, within the starry forest, whether it was Yi Tianchen, innate, or Douluo, all were diligently seeking suitable soul rings for Xiaowu and Lyra. Meanwhile, Xiaowu found her emotions to be rather complex. After all, she was still a soul beast. Watching his soul beasts, some over 10,000 years old, were easily slain before her eyes, a thin veil of mist enveloped her heart. This scene was quietly observed by innate, who softly inquired about Xiaowu. "Xiaowu, why must you be so flustered? You appear somewhat unsettled. In just a few days, you are to condense your 3rd soul ring. You must not be careless. Your 1st soul ring is approximately 700 years old, and your 2nd is equally impressive, reaching an age of 1,400 years. This 3rd soul ring, Xiaowu, you must achieve a minimum of 6,000 years. Only in this manner can the crystallization of your 4th soul ring into a 10,000-year soul ring be assured. You are unlike the siblings, Xiaowu, and Hulaina. Even if they absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, it is a considerable challenge, with several of us old fellows present, alongside the esteemed lord of the tower. They would encounter no mishap. However, Xiao Wu, your situation is different. Your soul ring derives from the condensation of your own soul power, and there is little assistance we can offer you. You must navigate these challenges on your own. Yet, rise up. As the ominous voice echoed, Xiao Wu's previously furrowed brow began to relax. Indeed, it is better to perish alongside a friend than to die in solitude. The relationship between humans and spirit beasts is inherently irreconcilable. For humanity to grow stronger, it must absorb the soul rings of spirit beasts. At this moment, Xiao Wu gradually began to draw comparisons in her heart. If she were a human, she too would need to hunt for soul rings to gain strength. Thus, in her quest for vengeance for her mother, she would not hesitate to sacrifice herself. The mere thought of this brought a faint smile to Xiao Wu's lips. Rest assured, Master, if I can gather my soul ring at the Lake of Life, I am confident that my third soul ring will exceed 8,000 years. I have yet to avenge my mother. The ominous figure nodded, having come to regard Xiao Wu as a true disciple after years of companionship. Even though Xiao Wu was a transformed spirit beast of 100,000 years, the ominous figure felt no animosity towards her. In truth, neither the ominous figure, the radiant figure, nor Tianchen harbored a hostile attitude towards spirit beasts. The reason for hunting spirit beasts was merely to fulfill their own cultivation needs, especially now. As they were all Title Douluos at the 9th ring, they had little interest in the soul rings of spirit beasts. Even 100,000-year spirit bone could not be compared to Xiao Wu in the eyes of the ominous figure. After walking for a while, they gradually arrived at the perimeter of the Star Doe forest, nearing the core region. In this realm, where ancient soul beasts have roamed for millennia and occasionally their 10,000-year counterparts grace the land, it is generally unwise for anyone below the rank of Soul King, especially those lacking a cultivation of 50 levels or higher, to venture forth. At this moment, the presence of the Title Douluo, led by Tianchen, had been skillfully concealed. To the soul beasts, the most formidable among them was none other than Xiaoyu. As they gradually progressed deeper into the periphery of the Star Doe forest, the surrounding soul beasts became increasingly diverse. However, these creatures were predominantly of the 1,000-year variety, hardly worthy of Tianchen's attention. Consequently, they chose to disregard them. While the 1,000-year soul beasts, sensing the aura of Xiaoyu, a soul king of 50 levels, were filled with trepidation, unwilling to approach. Yet, as the group continued their advance, a colossal figure suddenly loomed ahead, standing resolutely in their path. Before them stood a 10-meter-long nether-white tiger, its bloodthirsty eyes brimming with madness. In its gaze, the group of individuals appeared as mere prey. This was a nether-white tiger that had existed for over 30,000 years. How fortuitous indeed. Xiaoyu, your 5th soul ring is within reach. Haha. Yongbai laughed heartily, observing the continuously provocative nether-white tiger, preparing to strike and capture it. At that moment, Xiaoyu, who had remained almost silent throughout the journey, suddenly stepped forward. Master, let Xiaoyu attempt this on his own. Upon hearing these words, Tianchen's lips curled into a slight smile, while Yongbai appeared momentarily taken aback. After all, it was a 30,000-year-old soul beast, a nether-white tiger. Despite Yongbai's belief in Xiaoyu's extraordinary talent, he had only just reached level 50, making the prospect of subduing the nether-white tiger seem nearly impossible. However, seeing Xiaoyu's resolute gaze and the faint smile on his master's lips, Yongbai refrained from intervening. Xiaoyu, go forth and exercise caution. Rest assured, master, Xiaoyu will be fine. With that, for soul rings 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, slowly rose beneath Xiaoyu's feet, elevating his aura to its zenith. 2 moon blades suddenly materialized in his hands, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. At this moment, all eyes, be it Tianchen, Inhei Yongbai, Dugubo, Xiaowu, or Hulaina, were fixated upon Xiaoyu. Chapter 96, Sibling Alliance, The Demise of the Nether-White Tiger. The Nether-White Tiger, sensing Xiaoyu's aura nearing level 50, exhibited no semblance of fear. The spectral white tiger, having endured countless battles within the starry forest, possesses a formidable consciousness. In its perception, only a soul emperor could rival its might. Yet before it stands a mere human male, scarcely of level 50. The spectral white tiger is imbued with an overwhelming confidence, convinced that today it shall feast to its heart's content. With a resounding roar, the essence of this 30,000-year-old soul beast manifests with undeniable ferocity. Weaker soul beasts in the vicinity flee in terror, yet Xiaoyu remains unperturbed. At this moment, a glimmer of crimson ignites within his eyes, revealing an emerging thirst for blood. Seizing the initiative, Xiaoyu resolves to act without delay. His first soul skill. Crescent Moon Slash. In an instant, as the first soul ring beneath his feet radiates brilliance, two crescent blades in his hands unleash a myriad of luminous slashes. Nearly imperceptible under the sun's glare. In a heartbeat, they converge upon the spectral white tiger. Yet, the tiger regards Xiaoyu's assault with disdain. Sensing no threat from these light blades, it does not even attempt to evade. Instead, the spectral white tiger rises abruptly, its claws slashing outward, creating a violent rupture in the air. Beneath its paws, the earth bears deep gashes, while Xiaoyu's first soul skill is effortlessly dissipated by a single swipe. Cursed be it. I did not anticipate that this beast possessed such strength. It seems I, Xiaoyu, have underestimated you. Unfazed by the failure of his initial strike, Xiaoyu acknowledges that the spectral white tiger's 30,000-year cultivation is not without merit. As the tiger draws nearer, Xiaoyu also observes the multitude of scars adorning its formidable form. This is a battle-hardened soul beast. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaoyu's heart plummeted to the depths, and a grave expression settled upon his face. He gripped the moon blade tightly in his hand. Come forth. In an instant, instead of retreating, Xiaoyu surged forward, his entire being resembling a soaring bird, swiftly approaching the netherworld white tiger. He aimed to engage in close combat. Second soul skill. New moon manifestation. In that fleeting moment, as Xiaoyu unleashed his second soul skill, his form began to waver, and suddenly, countless ethereal images of Xiaoyu appeared before the netherworld white tiger. Roar. The netherworld white tiger, momentarily dazed, found it difficult to discern which of the figures was the true Xiaoyu. At this moment, the netherworld white tiger felt as though it had been provoked. It inhaled deeply. Following this, with a furious roar, a wave of terrifying sound rippled outward from the beast. In the blink of an eye, before Xiaoyu could launch a fatal blow, the sound wave sent him staggering backward, retreating several dozen meters. Xiaoyu's expression grew even more solemn as he slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, gaining a newfound understanding of the netherworld white tiger's ferocity. Hundreds of meters away, Tianchen observed quietly as Xiaoyu battled the netherworld white tiger. Nodding in approval, he thought to himself that Xiaoyu was indeed a promising candidate for an assassin. The smile at the corner of Tianchen's mouth widened. In stark contrast to Tianchen's demeanor was Yang Bai, who, despite Xiaoyu being his disciple, felt a twinge of worry facing the netherworld white tiger. Gripping the blazing sun sword tightly, he resolved that should Xiaoyu find himself in peril, he would swiftly eliminate this 30,000-year-old beast. At that moment, while Tianchen and Yang Bai focused their attention on Xiaoyu, Lyra was filled with anxiety. Why must her insufferable brother show off? In this realm, for Title Douluo powerhouses are present, alongside a 30,000-year-old netherworld white tiger. Is it not trivial to defeat such a beast? Humph. Stubborn brother. Although the strongest may claim such, witnessing her brother struggle, Lyra could no longer restrain herself. With a sudden leap, she soared like a celestial being, rushing to Xiaoyu's side. She could not bear to see her brother face danger alone. Brother, I am here to assist you. In an instant, for soul rings illuminated beneath Lyra's feet, and her configuration, akin to Xiaoyu's, caused the netherworld white tiger to regard them with growing apprehension. Two level 50 quasi-soul kings, though unable to shake the netherworld white tiger, had already demonstrated their extraordinary prowess during Xiaoyu's prior confrontation with it. Despite being merely level 50, they were not inferior to the average soul king. The advantage of a soul king lies in their fifth soul ring being a 10,000-year soul ring, capable of unleashing formidable 10,000-year soul skills, posing a significant threat to a 10,000-year soul beast. Before them stood a man, merely level 50, yet endowed with a 10,000-year soul ring. Lyra possessed the same advantage. First soul skill, enchanting fox. In an instant, a mesmerizing glimmer sparked in Lyra's eyes, causing the netherworld white tiger to feel as though it was ensnared in a quagmire, its entire form momentarily immobilized. A splendid opportunity. At that moment, Xiaoyu, disregarding his sister's sudden involvement, seized the chance as the netherworld white tiger fell briefly under Lyra's control. His twin moon blades erupted with a radiant light. Fourth soul skill, rain of blades. As Xiaoyu's 10,000-year fourth soul ring ignited, a torrent of black blades descended from the void, raining down upon the netherworld white tiger. Roar. In but an instant, the netherworld white tiger was struck as if by a tremendous blow, its body marred by countless wounds. Drops of blood began to drip from its form. Astonishingly, its ferocity did not wane but instead escalated, becoming even more savage due to its injuries. As the netherworld white tiger's aura surged, Hulaina's control dissipated entirely. A sonic wave erupted towards Hulaina. "Sister, be careful." Sensing his sister was about to be struck, Xiaoyu acted without hesitation. His twin moon blades shone with boundless brilliance. Third soul skill, Crescent Moon Shield. With a leap, Xiaoyu positioned himself in front of his sister. Boom. The netherworld white tiger's sonic wave collided with Xiaoyu's third soul skill. The overwhelming force sent both siblings hurtling backward several dozen meters. Rising slightly, Xiaoyu's gaze turned to his sister, and upon confirming Hulaina was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. However, as he stood, a sharp pain throbbed in his chest, and blood uncontrollably gushed from his mouth. "Brother!" Hulaina gasped, her heart aching at the sight of her injured sibling. In the distance, Yangbai could no longer contain himself. His two disciples were being mercilessly battered by the netherworld white tiger. As their teacher, how could he remain idle? Just as Yangbai was about to intervene, Tianchen extended a long arm to grasp Yangbai's shoulder. "Yangbai, hold your horses. Those two youngsters are not in danger. Allowing them to gain experience is not a bad thing." Upon hearing his master's words, Yangbai regained his composure. With his master assuring him, he believed the brother and sister duo would emerge unscathed. Thus, he continued to observe the unfolding spectacle. As the netherworld white tiger drew closer, a potent killing intent ignited in Xiaoyu's eyes. He could not allow this beast to harm his sister. "Kill." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu tightened his grip on the twin moon blades and charged forward. Arriving before the netherworld white tiger, he swung his blades down fiercely. Yet the beast simply raised its forepaw to counter, the overwhelming force causing Xiaoyu's entire arm to jolt violently. Seeing her brother's desperate struggle, Hulaina refused to delay. Fourth soul skill, Celestial Fox Transformation. In an instant, Hulaina underwent a dramatic transformation, her aura escalating exponentially. Third soul skill, Foxfire Command. In that moment, terrifying flames erupted from Hulaina's hands. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the netherworld white tiger, unleashing torrents of searing fire upon it. Simultaneously, her soul power began to dwindle rapidly. The consumption of soul power by the third and fourth soul skills was terrifying. In just a brief moment, Hulaina felt as though her internal soul power had been nearly drained. However, the results were remarkably effective. Flames continuously engulfed the body of the nether white tiger, whose wounds, previously inflicted by Xiaoyu, began to heal and scar over. Yet, under the stimulation of the flames, all the wounds not only erupted but also tore deeper. A torrent of crimson blood flowed forth. The nether white tiger could hardly fathom that it would suffer such a significant setback one day. At that moment, Tianchen, who was observing from a distance, turned to Yangbai. "All right, Yangbai, you may take action now. Otherwise, if Xiaoyu exhausts his soul power, absorbing the soul ring will carry risks." In an instant, upon receiving permission from his master, Yangbai's fury surged within him, and the blazing sun sword soared skyward. It transformed into a brilliant flash, crashing downward. In that fleeting moment, the nether white tiger had no opportunity to react. With a flash of the sword light, its limbs were severed in an instant. The sword energy did not cease, plunging into the distant forest, where countless towering trees collapsed under its might. This scene left both Xiaoyu and Hulaina utterly astounded. It was the first time they had witnessed their teacher in action. Is this the extent of the power of the Douluo? Swallowing hard, Xiaoyu's face was etched with astonishment, and Hulaina was hardly faring any better. As she turned to glance at her master, exuding an air of unparalleled prowess, her eyes instantly sparkled with admiration. Meanwhile, Inhe, observing Yangbai's ostentatious demeanor, could not help but avert his gaze, and even Tianchen coughed awkwardly. At this moment, no one paid attention to the dismembered Yuming white tiger. Its limbs severed. The Yuming white tiger writhed in agony, acutely aware of its life ebbing away, and began to struggle. Yet, its body could not move, leaving it to emit a series of low, sorrowful roars, its eyes filled with sheer terror. The ethereal white tiger could hardly fathom that those seemingly unremarkable beings had rendered it utterly immobile with such ease. The act of feigning weakness to ensnare the strong was perfectly exemplified in this moment. Chapter 97. Hulaina's Fifth Spirit Ring. Yangbai swiftly approached Xiaoyu and Hulaina, meticulously inspecting the two and finding no injuries, which alleviated his concerns significantly. After a considerable interval, as Xiaoyu's soul power began to recover, he observed that the ethereal white tiger was gasping for breath, and he turned to Xiaoyu, softly stating, "Xiaoyu, proceed. The ethereal white tiger cannot endure for much longer. Quickly absorb your fifth spirit ring." Xiaoyu nodded, rising to her feet and stepping before the ethereal white tiger. Witnessing the beast's wretched state stirred within her an inexplicable yearning for the title of Douluo. Drawing a deep breath, Xiaoyu thrust 2 crescent blades into the white tiger's chest. A wave of warmth surged forth instantly. At that moment, the ethereal white tiger lacked the strength to roar, merely watching helplessly as its life was extinguished. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal white tiger perished entirely, its soul power transforming into a pitch-black spirit ring that materialized in the void. At that juncture, a melody began to resonate gently, and the once ferocious aura of the dark spirit ring began to soften. Immediately, the notes of the melody, akin to delicate threads, penetrated the dark spirit ring, weaving themselves into its essence. Subsequently, a soul was drawn from within the spirit ring, ensnared by these threads. In the instant it was pulled into the void. The threads contracted violently, and the soul was obliterated into nothingness. In that moment, whether it was Innate, Yongbai, or Douluo, they were all taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment as they beheld the dark spirit ring. The difficulty of absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring stemmed from the mental assault of the soul beast during the process. Yet, as they gazed at the dark spirit ring, it no longer radiated any violent energy, appearing remarkably gentle, with even the soul beast's mental power extracted entirely. In a swift motion, their gazes shifted to Tianchen. "Master, you possess such remarkable abilities," they exclaimed in disbelief. Tianchen, having stowed away the Tianchen, smiled faintly. Earlier, he had observed Xiaoyu's considerable depletion of soul power. Had she attempted to absorb the spirit ring through conventional means, the likelihood of failure would have been substantial. Thus, he utilized the Tianchen to modify the spirit ring, directly removing the mental imprint of the soul beast. Consequently, aside from the vast soul power that would require time to absorb, there were no further dangers. Observing Innate, Yongbai, and Douluo, Tianchen began to elucidate. "Do not be astonished. Xiaoyu has expended significant energy, compounded by the deep resentment of the ethereal white tiger before its demise. Absorbing this 30,000-year spirit ring would indeed pose a challenge for her. Fortunately, I am here to assist." At this revelation, Innate and Yongbai suddenly smacked their foreheads, realizing belatedly that since their master could transfer the power of the spirit ring to another, thereby enhancing its age, he could also eliminate the soul beast's mental imprint from within the ring. "We should have known," Innate lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Tianchen. "Master, since you possess such abilities, why did you not remove the soul beast's mental imprint when we absorbed our 9 spirit rings?" Inhate's voice dwindled as he noticed the smile on Tianchen's face fading. In response to Inhate's glum expression, Tianchen matter-of-factly replied, "At that time, you did not inquire. Moreover, you all were quite resilient. What troubles could you have faced?" Innate, Yongbai, and Douluo were left utterly speechless. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu bowed respectfully to Tianchen and began to absorb the 30,000-year spirit ring. Indeed, with the absence of the soul beast's mental assault and obstruction, her absorption proceeded remarkably smoothly. However, the sheer magnitude of the soul power contained within the 30,000-year spirit ring still posed a significant challenge, leaving Xiaoyu drenched in perspiration. Ultimately, though, her endeavor concluded without peril, and she successfully absorbed the spirit ring. Once completed, Xiaoyu slowly rose, her soul power fluctuations evident to Tianchen and the others. 52 levels, she exclaimed. The absorption of the 30,000-year spirit ring had elevated her soul power by 2 levels. The exhilaration radiating from Xiaoyu was palpable. "Thank you, Master. I am deeply grateful." Witnessing this moment, everyone felt joy for Xiaoyu. Given her innate talent, her future ascendance to the rank of Title Douluo seemed assured. Now, let us continue our journey. We still require one more 30,000-year spirit ring before we attend to our urgent business. With Tianchen's declaration, the group nodded in agreement. Their immediate task was to find Lyra a spirit ring of similar age, after which Douluo could guide them away. Meanwhile, Tianchen and Xiao Wu were set to embark on a quest for ferocious beasts alongside Innate and Yongbai. With this thought in mind, Tianchen wasted no time. His vast spiritual energy swept through the depths of the forest, revealing numerous soul beasts within his mental exploration. However, most of the discovered soul beasts were merely 1,000-year ones, with the count of 10,000-year beasts significantly diminished. After an extensive search, Tianchen eliminated numerous 10,000-year soul beasts. And after more than an hour of travel, he suddenly halted. "Master," Innate exclaimed, recognizing that his master had located a target. 20 miles to the west, there resides a fire fox over 28,000 years old. Innate, You shall go, Tianchen commanded. Without hesitation, Tianchen launched himself into the air, racing toward the west. Meanwhile, Tianchen and the others remained in place, awaiting Tianche's return, observing Lyra's radiant smile. Tianchen could not help but smile in return. The young girl has blossomed into a fine young lady. However, she remains a touch naïve and exuberant. It is time for the siblings to embark on their missions, for without weathering the storms, how can one behold the rainbow? The pursuit of soul beasts and the assassination of soul masters are entirely different matters. Never mind, let Yangbai take care of it. After these thoughts flashed through Tianchen's mind, he refrained from expressing them directly. Once they emerged from the Douluo forest, the Zhaixing Tower would need a transformation. After soaring for a while, Tianchen finally spotted the fire fox that his master had mentioned. Its body emanated flames, yet not a single hair was singed. A glance was enough for Tianchen to discern its extraordinary nature. Without allowing the fire fox a moment to react, Tianchen descended from the skies. The aura of a Title Douluo directly locking onto the creature. By the time the fire fox sensed the impending danger, it was already too late. Tianchen suddenly appeared before the fire fox, gently striking it with his palm, sending it crashing down from the towering tree. Its bones shattered upon impact, leaving it unable to resist. With a hint of delight, Tianchen approached the ground and seized the fire fox from the deep pit. Little one, encountering us. Can one deem you fortunate or unfortunate? Shaking his head, Tianchen began his journey back along the same path. In a mere moment, he returned to the side of Tianchen and the others, holding the fire fox aloft. Ha ha ha, master, you truly are remarkable. 20 miles to the west, there indeed exists a fire fox over 20,000 years old. As he spoke, Tianchen presented the fire fox as if it were a rare treasure. Tianchen shook his head. Enough, Tianchen, hand over this fire fox to Lyra. At your command, master. With that, Tianchen casually tossed the fire fox at Lyra's feet. Come now, your fifth soul ring awaits. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Lyra's eyes as she looked at Tianchen, her face beaming with delight. Thank you, master. Thank you, Tianchen, for your offering. Now, let us proceed swiftly. Once completed, you siblings shall accompany Douluo back to Soto City. As soon as Yangbai spoke, Lyra obediently closed her mouth. A flash of cold light appeared in her hand, and in an instant, she ended the life of the fire fox. Turning her gaze towards Tianchen, her eyes seemed to hope he would also assist her in removing the spiritual imprint from the soul beast. Unfortunately, Tianchen was destined to disappoint her. Stop looking. Lyra, I will not help you remove the spiritual imprint. The soul beast is merely over 20,000 years old. If you lack the ability to absorb it, you are unworthy to remain in my Zhaixing Tower. With that, Tianchen closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation. Tianchen and Yangbai, standing by, dared not utter a word. Yu wished to assist his sister, but upon seeing Tianchen's cold demeanor, he swallowed hard and refrained. Left with no choice, Lyra gritted her teeth and resolved to face the challenge head-on. This time, the duration of absorption surpassed that of the evil moon significantly, lasting a full 3 hours. Upon completion, Lyra found herself in a state of excruciating agony. The mental assault from a 10,000-year soul beast is far from trivial. Lyra felt utterly drained. This is the typical reaction of an ordinary individual absorbing a soul ring beyond the usual time limit. After Lyra successfully absorbed her soul ring, she also achieved a breakthrough to rank 51. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of Tianchen, Douluo led the way back with Yu and Lyra. Meanwhile, Tianchen and his companions pressed onward. Chapter 98, The Essence of Xiaowu, the Impulse of the Titan Great Ape. Gradually, Tianchen and his group had completely surpassed the outer regions of the Douluo forest. At this moment, Xiaowu was becoming increasingly exhilarated. Her aura resonating with that of the 100,000-year soul beast, radiating in gentle waves. In the heart of the Douluo forest, a serene and breathtakingly beautiful lake emerged, captivating all who beheld it. This is indeed the lake of life. Suddenly, a colossal bull's head broke through the water's surface, rising majestically into the sky as it gazed upon the distant forest, unleashing a thunderous roar. Moments later, a towering Titan gorilla, standing several dozen meters tall, came rushing from afar. Upon rising, it gazed at the massive bull's head, thumping its chest, and astonishingly began to speak. Brother, what is the matter? The Titan gorilla pondered, bewildered by its elder sibling's usual tranquility now disrupted by such agitation. The azure bull python, with its lantern-like eyes, looked at the Titan gorilla and responded in kind. Xiaowu has arrived at the Douluo forest. Upon hearing the azure bull python's announcement, The Titan gorilla's entire being surged with excitement. Sister Xiaowu has actually returned. Brother, I am going to find Sister Xiaowu. Without waiting for the Azure Bull Python to respond, the Titan gorilla leaped forward, covering hundreds of meters in an instant, swiftly vanishing from the python's sight. Erming, witnessing the Titan gorilla's eagerness, shook its head, realizing it had not yet finished its sentence. While sensing Xiaowu's presence, the Azure Bull Python also detected a trace of aura belonging to a Title Douluo. Concerned for Erming's safety, it gradually lifted itself from the lake's surface, revealing a serpent's body over 100 meters long, apart from its bull's head. Watching the direction in which Erming disappeared, the Azure Bull Python flicked its tail and surged forward with a thunderous crash, carving a deep ravine in its wake. Simultaneously, Shrek Academy, within the Douluo Forest, discovered a suitable spirit beast for Tianchen, a 1,200-year-old azurite centipede. This centipede, laden with lethal venom and possessing astonishing speed, seemed to be the perfect adversary for Tianchen in Fred's eyes. Yet, it was evident that Tianchen was somewhat overconfident. Although a mere strike from Fred would suffice to subdue the azurite centipede, Tianchen insisted on personally hunting it down, claiming it was a means to hone his combat experience. Fred, feeling exhilarated by the challenge, ultimately permitted Tianchen to pursue the centipede. For Tianchen, a 1,000-year soul beast was undeniably formidable. Despite his immense confidence, he would require some time to successfully hunt this creature. Particularly, once the centipede realized it was no match for Tianchen, it began to flee in a frantic escape, leaving Tianchen no choice but to follow closely behind. The speed of the azurite centipede was astonishing. In less than 15 minutes, it had traversed several dozen miles. As the chase continued, the centipede soon discovered that it could not shake off the relentless pursuit of the human behind it. Driven by its instinct for survival, it darted towards the heart of the Douluo Forest. At this moment, Zhao Wujin and Flinder, trailing Tianchen, witnessed the centipede enter the core area of the Douluo Forest, causing immediate alarm. In the outer regions, it was nearly impossible to encounter a 10,000-year soul beast. As soul saints of over level 70, they felt invincible and unafraid. However, within the core area of the Douluo Forest, 10,000-year soul beasts were as numerous as the stars, with many exceeding 50,000 years in age, and even some that were 100,000 years old lurking therein. With little time for contemplation, Fred, observing Tiancen's stubborn determination, urgently called out, "Tianchen, ahead lies the core area of the Douluo Forest. Do not pursue any further." At this moment, Tianchen was resolute in his intent to capture the azurite centipede, disregarding Fred's warnings entirely. Left with no other choice, Fred decided to intervene and capture the centipede on Tianchen's behalf. In an instant, 7 soul rings illuminated beneath Fred's feet. As a level 78 agile soul master wielding an owl spirit, Fred swiftly positioned himself before the azurite centipede, just as he prepared to strike and seize the creature. The centipede seemed to sense imminent danger, abruptly pivoting and launching itself towards Tianchen. This startled Tianchen, causing him to shudder. The ghostly figure flickered, executed to perfection, and he narrowly evaded the lethal strike of the 1,000-legged centipede. As he brushed past, the centipede did not linger but swiftly changed direction and fled in a frenzy. Just as Fred was about to advance further, an elderly figure suddenly emerged in the path of the centipede's escape. Without a moment's hesitation as this figure appeared, a dazzling soul skill instantly brought the centipede crashing to the ground. The centipede thrashed about in vain, ultimately succumbing to its fate, lying still upon the ground awaiting death's arrival. Fred's gaze now fixated upon this figure. Upon a closer look, he instantly recognized who it was. The Snake Lady, Chao Tianxiang. In an instant, Fred felt a surge of tension coursing through him. The Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady. This couple was far from ordinary. Sensing the aura emanating from the Snake Lady, Fred, though he possessed greater strength than her, dared not underestimate her. The Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady were inseparable. And with the Snake Lady before him, the Dragon Lord could not be far behind. This legendary couple, the Dragon Lord was a soul Douluo of over level 80. At this moment, Tianchen also furrowed his brow, observing the elderly woman ahead, acutely aware of the powerful fluctuations of soul energy. Taking a deep breath, Fred approached Tianchen, glancing at the Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang ahead, and slowly inquired, "Golden Iron Triangle, Fred, it is an honor to meet you, Lady Snake." Despite Fred's greater prowess over the Snake Lady, he still maintained an air of humility. Tianchen, somewhat perplexed, kept his focus on the 1,000-legged centipede. The Snake Lady's lips curled into a slight smile as she listened to Fred's words, remaining utterly unfazed. with a gentle wave of her hand. A nimble little girl slowly approached her side. At that moment, the serpent woman finally turned her gaze toward Fred. Fred? The golden triangle? With a cold smirk. She observed the nearly lifeless azure-eyed centipede on the ground, then glanced at Tang San's eager expression. Slowly approaching the azure-eyed centipede, she continued, Fred, it seems I have no interest in entertaining the two of you. My family is still in the process of absorbing the third soul ring. It would be best if you two kept your distance. Upon hearing these words, Tang San's anger flared instantly. After diligently pursuing for so long, he found himself thwarted, and the attitude of this woman was nothing short of audacious. This can Tang San endure? Old fellow, your actions have already paved the way to your demise. A flicker of murderous intent flashed through Tang San's mind as he deftly prepared the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Fred also sensed Tang San's unease. He firmly grasped Tang San's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Lady Snake, his irritation palpable. Lady Snake, you jest. This azure-eyed centipede has been pursued by our Shrek Academy to this very spot. Your interception to claim it for yourself seems rather inappropriate. With that, 7 soul rings slowly illuminated beneath Fred, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, causing Lady Snake to furrow her brow. Yet, she merely chuckled lightly. Fred, do you believe that just because of your cultivation, you can hold sway over me? Today, this azure-eyed centipede shall indeed be mine. What can Shrek Academy and you, Fred, do about it? Boom. Lady Snake's declaration shattered Tang San's composure. Seizing the moment of Fred's fury, he unleashed 3 dragon beard needles that glimmered with a silvery sheen. Stealthily advancing towards Lady Snake, she caught sight of the 3 silver streaks and felt an immediate sense of foreboding. With a thunderous strike of her serpent staff, she deflected 2 of the dragon beard needles to the ground, but one grazed her left cheek, leaving a swift crimson line in its wake. As Lady Snake turned, she wiped the blood with her hand, fury igniting within her. You little wretch, you seek death. She was incensed, recognizing that this child, though appearing to be of similar age to her granddaughter, was astonishingly malevolent. Had she not reacted swiftly, she might have met her end on the spot. At this moment, not only were Shi Po and Meng Iran behind her astonished, but even Fred stared blankly at Tang San. However, in the next second, Shi Po's serpent staff descended with astonishing speed, and the immense soul power jolted Fred back to reality. Alas, this is disastrous. Knowing that there was no turning back, Fred saw that Tang San was about to be struck by the serpent staff. Without a second thought, he leaped in front of Tang San, delivering a powerful blow. His soul power, reaching level 78, surged forth instantaneously. With Shi Po's power barely exceeding 60, she stood no chance against Fred. Under the force of his strike, she staggered backward repeatedly. The tremor reverberating through her arm darkened Shi Po's expression. How dare Fred lay a hand on her? Fred, you! How audacious! You Shrek Academy truly have the audacity to provoke me. In that case, do not blame this old woman for being merciless today. With that, Shi Po raised her serpent staff skyward, summoning a colossal serpent-shaped scepter in the heavens. Observing this spectacle, Tang San felt a twinge of confusion, while Fred's face grew grim. Laden with concern, Tang San, you must flee at once. Seek out teacher Zhao Wujin and leave the Stardow Forest. The Dragon King is nearby. I'll hold them off. Without waiting to see if Tang San understood, he forcefully propelled him away, his gaze fixed sternly on Shi Po. Although Tang San was perplexed, he subconsciously realized that the Dragon King was likely a foe even Fred could not contend with. Contemplating this, Tang San resolved to regroup with teacher Zhao Wujin. For he too was a formidable soul sage at level 76. Perhaps he could aid Fred in this dire predicament. Chapter 99, The Dragon King and the Serpent Queen's Tyranny. Fred faces the wrath of the Old Ones. Soon, as Fred propelled Tang San away, a frail figure appeared several thousand meters behind Shi Po. Gazing at the serpent scepter in the sky with a glimmer of intensity in his eyes. With a swift motion, he propelled himself upward, landing directly before Shi Po in mere moments. Fred, witnessing this scene, could no longer maintain his composure. Upon landing, the Dragon King's gaze fixated on Fred. Observing the fury etched upon his wife's face, the Dragon King let out a cold snort. 8 soul rings slowly ascended from beneath his feet as he regarded Fred, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You, Fred. At that moment, Shi Po approached her husband, whispering all about Fred and Tang San's recent actions into his ear. Instantly, the Dragon King was consumed by rage. Gazing at the blood mark on his wife's face, he raised the dragon staff and charged at Fred. In an instant, the dragon staff loomed larger in Fred's vision, and he was taken aback by the Dragon King's swift response, leaving him no chance to explain. In a split second, Fred braced himself and advanced to meet the oncoming force. Upon collision, it felt as though he had struck an anvil, sending him hurtling backward. "Your Majesty, please allow me to explain." Before Fred could finish, another strike from the Dragon King followed in quick succession, leaving him no time to think. He could only try to evade. 7th Soul Skill, Cat Eagle Transformation. In an instant, Fred soared into the sky, desperately dodging the Dragon King's relentless and furious soul skills. For a moment, Fred found himself in a perilous situation. Meanwhile, the fleeing Tang San had not ventured far when he encountered Zhao Wujin and the others rushing towards him. "Teacher Zhao." From a distance, Tang San's anxious demeanor alerted Zhao Wujin that something was amiss. "Tang San, what are you doing here? Where's Dean Fred?" Zhao Wujin's expression darkened as he noted Tang San's frantic state, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "Teacher Zhao, quickly. Dean Fred is engaged in battle with the Dragon King and the Serpent Queen. The Dragon King's power is formidable. You must go and investigate." After Tang San spoke, he finally caught his breath. Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon King and the Serpent Queen, Zhao Wujin's expression shifted dramatically. While Tang San remained unaware of the implications of the Dragon King and Serpent Queen, Zhao Wujin was all too aware. If this couple were to unleash their martial soul fusion skill, they could indeed contend with the formidable Title Douluo. "This is grave. Dean Fred is in peril." "Tang San, remain here. I shall assist Dean Fred." Realizing that Fred's situation may be dire, Zhao Wujia dared not delay. He spoke swiftly and dashed toward Dean Fred's location. At that moment, despite evading in the sky, Fred found himself in a precarious position against the simultaneous assault of Long Gong and Long Po. However, he could not afford to land. Doing so could spell his doom. Long Gong and Long Po were not anxious either, although Fred was swift. He was merely a soul sage at this juncture. Long Gong unleashed his full might, rendering Fred's speed advantage nearly non-existent. With Fred evading in the air, Long Gong and Long Po felt even less urgency. Flight skills are generally exceedingly draining on soul power. How long could Fred sustain this? At that moment, Zhao Wujia arrived. From several hundred meters away, he leaped into the sky, his 7 soul rings illuminating beneath him. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul Avatar. 2nd Soul Skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. Harnessing the force of his descent, Zhao Wujia shot down like a cannonball. Long Gong noticed too late, as he raised his dragon staff to block Zhao Wujia's devastating strike. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous force staggered Long Gong, sending him reeling backward. As the smoke cleared, Long Gong's expression turned intriguing. "Immovable King, Zhao Wujia, your strength is commendable. But alas, you face me today." 7th Soul Skill, Dragon Staff Avatar. In an instant, a dragon staff radiating brilliant golden light erupted behind Long Gong, exuding overwhelming pressure. With a fierce swing, the staff whirled, unleashing a torrent of soul power. In the blink of an eye, it reached Zhao Wujia. Unyielding. 1st Soul Skill, Immovable King Body. 6th Soul Skill, Dragon Staff Overlord. Bang, bang, bang. Long Gong's dragon staff descended upon Zhao Wujia's martial soul avatar with the weight of a mountain, causing Zhao Wujia's face to flush instantly, and the ground beneath him began to fracture as he sank into the earth. Just as Long Gong prepared to strike again, Fred suddenly intervened from above. 6th Soul Skill, Cat Eagle Fire Feathers. Fiery feathers shot forth like arrows, prompting Long Gong to retreat rapidly. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Wujia shook his feet, propelling himself out of the ground. The atmosphere turned icy. Long Gong became increasingly cautious. Both Fred and Zhao Wujia were top-tier experts within the realm of soul sages. Although he was a soul Douluo, he realized he had to protect his granddaughter from Long Po, preventing their fusion of martial souls. Faced with Fred and Zhao Wujia, Long Gong understood that he had no need to engage further. Without certainty of subduing both, it was prudent to withdraw. Long Gong, that was merely a misunderstanding. The student from Shrek Academy acted out of impulse, inadvertently striking Long Po. "Esteemed Long Gong, I offer this blue-eyed centipede to your granddaughter as a gesture of goodwill. What say you?" Seeing Long Gong hesitate to attack, Fred sighed in relief, knowing Zhao Wujia's arrival had temporarily quelled Long Gong's murderous intent. However, Fred could not overlook Tang San's earlier disrespect. Today, it was Long Gong's granddaughter who restrained Long Po, preventing their joint assault. If this matter remained unresolved, once Long Po was free, they would surely exact revenge on Shrek Academy, leading to its utter destruction. Long Gong turned his gaze toward Long Po, indicating that the decision lay with her. Just as she was about to speak, A commotion arose from the woods, and Tang San reappeared. Instantly, Long Po's expression soured. Fred quickly pulled Tang San close. Tang San quickly apologized to Long Po. This is our only chance to resolve this. Otherwise, Shrek Academy may face a dire calamity. Fred implored, but Tang San was somewhat reluctant. He held reservations about the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower. But what threat did the legendary dragon and snake couple pose? His father, Tang Hao, though overshadowed by the Spirit Hall and Star-Picking Tower, could easily handle the mere legendary couple. Yet, despite his thoughts, Tang San concealed any displeasure from his visage. The current situation demanded compliance, with his father absent. He buried his murderous intent deep within. Slowly approaching Long Po, Tang San bowed. My sincerest apologies, Venerable Long Po. My earlier actions were disrespectful. I hope you can forgive me. Long Po, sensing insincerity in his apology, felt conflicted. Yet, given the circumstances, she had no leverage to retaliate and merely nodded coldly, signifying she would not pursue the matter further. At that moment, Fred truly relaxed, glancing at his tattered garments with a rueful smile. Against a Soul Douluo-level opponent, he felt utterly inadequate, possessing only the ability to evade. Otherwise, he was powerless. Just when everyone thought this encounter had reached a conclusion, the ground began to tremble violently. The tremors, akin to an earthquake, left the legendary couple and Fred, Tang San, and Zhao Wujie swaying unsteadily. Suddenly, the smiles vanished from Zhao Wujie and the others' faces as a hand seized Tang San's shoulder, pulling him close. A chilling aura erupted from Zhao Wujie, and with a low growl, he summoned his martial soul, the mighty Vajra bear, instantly enveloping him. Tang San, hurry, leave. Fred's deep voice echoed urgently in Tang San's ears. Dean, what is happening? Tang San rushed to Fred's side, bewildered. Fred did not answer. Tang San, if anything occurs, do not concern yourself with us. Flee immediately and exit the Stardow Forest. Tang San was bewildered by the sudden tension displayed by his usually self-assured teacher, Zhao Wujie, and Dean Fred. At that moment, they witnessed a bizarre sight. Before them, two towering trees slowly parted, revealing a colossal figure that emerged silently. Upon seeing this behemoth, everyone's breath seemed to halt. And Tang San finally comprehended the source of Zhao Wujie and Fred's anxiety. It was a being resembling a mountain, its dark fur shimmering under the faint starlight. Despite being on all fours, its shoulders towered over 50 meters. If it stood upright, its height would likely exceed 70 meters. At first glance, it appears to be a creature reminiscent of both a monkey and a chimpanzee, its entire form cloaked in a deep black hue, save for its eyes, which gleam like lanterns with a yellow crystalline luster. In the depths of night, one could scarcely discern its body unless it were in motion. The physique of this colossal creature is truly magnificent, so astonishingly robust that it defies belief. Not only is its body immense, but every inch is adorned with muscles more formidable than granite, protruding like small hills. Remarkably, such a massive being moves without making a sound, not even the faintest whisper of breath. It is indeed the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Even the usually composed Dragon King and Queen find their voices faltering at its presence. The Titan Great Ape, when it appears in any soul beast forest, undeniably assumes the role of a dominant ruler. No soul beast dares to offend it, for the consequence is invariably death. Even a Titan Great Ape of merely a century in age can contend with other 10,000-year soul beasts. They possess unparalleled strength and speed, with virtually no flaws in their attack or defense. Most terrifying of all is their ability to wield skills akin to soul techniques. The true nature of the Titan Great Ape's abilities remains a mystery, as those who have witnessed them have met their demise. Though it is also a 10,000-year soul beast, its power is distinctly unmatched, a matter of inherent attributes. Among all soul beasts, the Titan Great Ape evidently ranks as one of the few that stand atop the pyramid. The terror it embodies is a nightmare for all soul masters. Countless soul masters have coveted the Titan Great Ape's might, yearning to slay it for their own soul ring. Yet those who dared to pursue such ambitions have all vanished from this world. Among the known soul masters, it seems only one has ever successfully hunted a Titan Great Ape, and that individual remains unique. Not only does the Titan Great Ape boast immense strength, but it also possesses an intellect that rivals that of humans. Within the forest, it reigns as the absolute sovereign. Chapter 100, The Terror of Erming. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao appear. At this moment, neither the Dragon King and Queen nor Zhao Wujie and Fred could fathom why this king of the forest, a being that should dwell in the heart of the Stardow Forest, would manifest here. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately. Fred spoke solemnly, aware that the Titan great ape could comprehend human speech, especially given the imposing stature of this particular Titan great ape. It was evident that its cultivation had surpassed 10,000 years. He could hardly conceive of another soul beast that could rival its might. The Titan great ape paid no heed to Fred's words. With a simple movement, it sent everyone's hearts racing, for it took a single step, though merely a step. The sheer size of its body closed the distance between it and the group significantly. At that moment, everyone's minds raced. And the only thought that echoed was three words: what to do? Yes, what should be done now? Fred knew well that the terror of the Titan great ape far surpassed that of the Dragon King and Queen. He would rather face a Title Douluo than confront such a king of soul beasts. All were aware that the rampant slaughter of soul beasts by soul masters had engendered a deep-seated animosity among all soul beasts towards humanity. The king of soul beasts would undoubtedly be no exception. In its presence, Fred realized that even his own survival was in jeopardy, let alone the protection of others. However, at this very moment, as the Dean of Shrek Academy, how could he possibly retreat? Gritting his teeth, Fred declared with a grave tone, "Tianchen, Teacher Zhao Wujie, and I will hold it off. You must leave at once. Be swift." With those words, Zhao Wujie and Fred took a deep breath. Their 7 rings radiating brilliance, and charged towards the Titan great ape. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the Titan great ape, the dragon and serpent couple were equally astonished. "My dear, quickly, take Mingyaran and go." Long Gong gazed at the Titan great ape, inhaling sharply as he solemnly spoke. Upon hearing this, Longpa did not hesitate. Unlike Long Gong and Fred, she discerned that the Titan great ape before them likely possessed a cultivation level of 100,000 years. Even if they combined their martial souls, it would be futile, and they could only allow the Serpent Lady to escape first. Without delay, Tang San, the Serpent Lady, and Mingyaran swiftly fled towards the outskirts of the Stardo forest. At this moment, Erming glared at the feeble human obstructing its path, seething with anger. It yearned to meet Xiao Wu. Yet if it were to traverse directly through the core area, it would inadvertently invade the territory of the 7-colored divine deer. The 7-colored divine deer is no ordinary creature. Even the Ming dynasty would not dare claim it as a rival. To avoid unnecessary complications, the two Ming decided to take a detour to this place. Unexpectedly, they encountered a group of humans. Sensing the mediocre strength of these individuals, the two Ming resolved to eliminate them all. How dare humans intrude into the starry forest? They deserve death. The sight of the Titan great ape speaking astonished everyone. This was a soul beast of 100,000 years. Fred and Zhao Wujing turned pale as they gazed upon the massive form of the Titan great ape, their hearts sinking into despair. Long Gong's brows furrowed deeply. It was indeed a soul beast of 100,000 years. With no other choice, they braced themselves to block its advance, as Tang San and Long Mingyaran had not yet retreated far. Zhao Wujing gritted his teeth and took the initiative. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 soul rings shone brightly as he unleashed 4 of his 7 soul skills against the formidable opponent. The brilliance of the 4 soul rings was blinding. The immovable King's protective aura enveloped them, and the gravitational control centered on Zhao Wujing sought to restrict the Titan great ape's movements. Simultaneously, his hands swung with great force. The great strength diamond palm surged forth, releasing a powerful wave of energy. Zhao Wujing leapt from a towering tree, channeling his soul power without reservation, charging directly at the Titan great ape. With a resounding crash, Zhao Wujing's palms, enhanced by 30%, struck the Titan great ape's head. The instant amplification of power and speed left Zhao Wujing immensely satisfied. He was certain this was his pinnacle strength, save for his 7th soul ring. However, a scene that filled Fred and Long Gong with dread unfolded. The moment Zhao Wujing's palms connected with the Titan great ape, his entire body was violently propelled back like a cannonball. At this juncture, Zhao Wujing held nothing back, unleashing a furious roar as his 7th soul ring erupted in a deep black glow. The intense black light enveloped him, and his body began to undergo tremendous transformation. Upon embodying the great strength diamond bear, Zhao Wujing's already imposing physique swelled as if inflated like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, he towered over 5 meters, his muscles exaggeratedly bulging, and a brownish yellow fur sprouted, transforming him into a true giant bear. As his form fully morphed, the brownish yellow fur shimmered with a golden radiance. Unhesitatingly, the bear-like Zhao Wujing charged toward the Titan great ape. With a tremendous impact, Zhao Wujing, now in his true form, proved formidable. His defenses surged by 200%, and this time he did not get sent flying. Nevertheless, as a power-type soul master, he was still significantly outmatched by the Titan great ape. amidst the deafening roar. Zhao Wujin staggered back several steps before barely regaining his balance, while the Titan Great Ape remained unfazed, unleashing another furious roar. Humans, you all deserve death. Gravitational domain. At this moment, the Tu Ming was truly enraged. The soul power of 100,000 years erupted in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the horrific pressure caused Zhao Wujin, Fred, and Long Gong to grimace in agony. Why is 100,000-year soul be so powerful? Even the strongest Title Douluo would not dare claim victory against one. Moreover, the Tu Ming was a Titan Great Ape. Though it had just reached 100,000 years of cultivation, unless a Title Douluo above level 95 intervened, no human soul master could match its might. At this moment, Zhao Wujin, Fred, and Long Gong activated their true forms to resist the terrifying gravitational force from the Tu Ming. With his 8th soul skill, Dragon Staff Annihilation, Long Gong summoned forth his soul power, unleashing his capabilities as a soul Douluo. His 85-level soul power surged forth, causing the dragon staff to expand to several meters in length. With a powerful swing, the colossal staff advanced toward the Tu Ming. In response, the Tu Ming's eyes displayed contempt. A mere soul Douluo dared to challenge it? Such audacity was tantamount to seeking death. With a mighty flex of its muscles, the Tu Ming unleashed a punch that struck the dragon staff with tremendous force. In an instant, Long Gong was sent flying several dozen meters away, spitting blood and suffering several broken ribs. Zhao Wujin and Fred exchanged glances, each reflecting the despair mirrored in the other's eyes. As they witnessed the others attempting to flee, the Tu Ming exerted force through its legs, unleashing a shockwave of gravity that struck Zhao Wujin and Fred, sending them crashing to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. The Tu Ming was not in haste to deliver the final blow. With a single leap, it covered hundreds of meters. In a moment, it landed heavily before Tang San and the others, slowly turning its head, as brimming with murderous intent. At that moment, Tang San felt as though his heart had plummeted to the depths of despair. He knew escape was impossible. Just as the situation grew dire, 2 figures cloaked in black robes approached from the distance. The Tu Ming immediately sensed the threat emanating from them. These are 2 formidable human warriors, their prowess at least equivalent to that of a Title Douluo. In an instant, Erming rose to his feet, incessantly pounding his chest as he roared at the 2 figures before him. At this moment, Tang San also perceived the arrival of these 2 silhouettes. His previously lifeless gaze suddenly ignited with an infinite brilliance. The 2 figures were none other than the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, a 100,000-year-old soul beast. The Titan Great Ape, what a rare sight indeed. Brother Hao, this creature once sought to slay Little San. Today, with our combined strength, it is likely that this great gorilla shall meet its demise here. With a gentle utterance, Tang Xiao's feet began to emanate a series of soul rings. 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose majestically, prompting Erming to adopt a more cautious demeanor. At this moment, the ground beneath Tang Hao began to illuminate with a series of soul rings, 9 in total, shimmering in hues of yellow, purple, and black. The twin Haotian hammers crackled with electricity, casting an even more terrifying aura around Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, the 2 Title Douluo. Alongside their 100,000-year soul rings and the Haotian hammers, elicited an immediate shock from Snake Lady, who seemed to realize the identities of these formidable Title Douluo. Meanwhile, Tang San recognized them instantly as his father and uncle. Father, Tang San yearned to call out, but the presence of Snake Lady stifled his impulse, forcing him to suppress the tumult of emotions within. He could not risk revealing his identity as Tang Hao's son. Such knowledge must remain concealed unless he was absolutely certain he could eliminate Snake Lady. Yet, in her heightened state of alertness, Tang San found no opportunity to act. He could only wait for his father and uncle to drive back the Titan giant ape, which would mark the end for Snake Lady. As the 2 human Title Douluo advanced, the palpable waves of their soul power made Erming uneasy. The legendary beast recognized the might of these 2 human warriors, but, as the king of the forest, he felt a sense of pride. There was no way to ascertain their strength without first engaging them. 7th soul skill, Haotian True Body. Without hesitation, he unleashed this formidable technique. The Haotian hammers expanded at an astonishing rate, stirring the very winds of the forest. Miles away, Deming sensed the fluctuations of the 2 Title Douluo and noted Erming's anxious demeanor, realizing that the situation was dire. Suddenly, he surged forward. Meanwhile, Night Skychen, journeying towards the core of the Star Doe forest, abruptly halted. The familiar essence of soul power wafted towards him, resonating with a profound recognition. It was the aura of a Title Douluo, specifically Tang Hao's. Yet, there was another presence, strikingly similar to Tang Hao's. Who could it be? As the intensity of Erming's and the Tang brothers' auras reached their zenith, Night Skychen noted the pause in his companion's stride, prompting He and Yang Bai to exchange puzzled glances. At that moment, Night Skychen turned towards Xiaowu. Xiaowu, your friend Erming is a 100,000-year Titan giant ape, and his situation is quite precarious at the moment. Tang Hao is currently engaged in battle with him. The mere mention of Tang Hao did not convey its significance to Xiaowu, yet He and Yang Bai understood the grave implications. The 100,000-year Titan giant ape was in grave danger. Enough. I shall eliminate Tang Hao first and, in the process, rescue the Titan giant ape. With that declaration, Night Skychen vanished from view before He, Yang Bai, and Xiaowu. Without a moment's hesitation, He and Yang Bai followed suit, hastening after their master. As the tension escalated, Erming observed Tang Xiao and Tang Hao roaring in defiance. Brother Hao, allow me to confront this behemoth. Sixth soul skill, Thunder Goddess Hammer. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Tang Xiao's eyes as the Haotian hammer radiated apocalyptic thunder, arcs of electricity sizzling in the air around him. As a 95th level Title Douluo, Tang Xiao's might was indisputable. In an instant, a hammer of thunder descended, its impact resonating with the Titan giant ape, whose bloodshot eyes reflected a feral rage that permeated the forest. In response to the Thunder Goddess hammer, Erming clenched his right fist and struck back fiercely. Boom. The moment their forces collided, a cacophony of thunder reverberated through the air, shaking the very heavens. Even Tang San and Snake Lady, watching from a distance, were left in awe by the spectacle. A terrifying shockwave swept through the area, causing Tang San to stifle a groan. The sheer force of the soul power reverberated painfully within him. No longer willing to spectate, Tang San returned to the side of Fred and Zhao Wujin, confident that his father and uncle could handle the Titan giant ape without issue. In such a perilous situation, the Serpent Lady dared not linger. Channeling her entire spiritual energy to its utmost, enveloping herself and her granddaughter within a formidable protective barrier, before hastening towards the direction of the Dragon Prince. After a single strike, the Titan giant ape felt the sting of pain reverberating through its fist, astonished by the presence before it. A Title Douluo, undoubtedly of around level 95. Humans possess considerable strength. Another blow. With a furious roar, Erming's eyes turned bloodshot, his murderous intent palpable. Gravity domain. Boom. As Erming unleashed the full extent of his gravity domain, Tang Xiao felt his body suddenly grow heavy, as if burdened by a mountain. Ha ha. 100,000-year soul beast truly is extraordinary. The Titan giant ape lives up to its title as the king of the forest. Tang Xiao exclaimed. As the Haotian hammer erupted with thunderous energy, bolts of lightning cascading from the heavens above, harmonizing with the Haotian hammer. Terrifying lightning gathered ceaselessly, reaching a climax as Tang Xiao bellowed fiercely, his muscles quaking. The Haotian hammer, infused with celestial lightning, seemed poised for release. Boom, boom, boom. The 8th soul skill. Thunderstrike. Attack. The formidable Haotian hammer descended from the sky, enveloped in endless destruction, magnifying in Erming's gaze. Roar. In an instant, Erming stood firm, crimson soul power swirling around his arms. He unleashed a punch, the terrifying force creating a sonic boom. Bang, bang, bang. As his fist collided once more with the Haotian hammer, even Erming could not withstand the ensuing shockwave, his entire body being pushed back, his arms bearing the scorched marks of celestial lightning. Drops of blood began to fall. Tang Xiao, too, was not unscathed, his body propelled backwards, his arms trembling. A muffled groan escaping his chest, followed by a spurt of blood. Yet, both Erming and Tang Xiao merely sustained minor injuries. The taste of blood only heightened their excitement. At that moment, Tang Hao, who had remained on the sidelines, finally made his move. He discerned that although his elder brother was a Title Douluo of level 95, he still fell short when faced with the 100,000-year Titan giant ape. In an instant, Tang Hao unleashed his own level 95 soul power. The Haotian hammer in his grasp radiating an eerie aura beneath the crimson glow of the 100,000-year soul ring at his feet. Though only his right arm was engaged, Erming sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. The Title Douluo before him was far from simple. 7th soul skill, true body of martial soul. Chaotic cloak hammer. In a heartbeat, Tang Hao's entire being transformed into a whirlwind, and in an instant, he struck down upon Erming. Boom. At this moment, Erming did not perceive any significant terror. Just as he was pondering this, the second strike from Tang Hao followed swiftly. Erming effortlessly withstood the second blow, yet at this juncture, he sensed something amiss. The speed of this Title Douluo is so astonishing that it leaves no time for a counterattack. forcing it into a position of mere defense. However, when compared to the first strike, the second is evidently lacking. This is a moment of gathering strength. Each strike grows more formidable than the last. This human cannot be allowed to persist any longer. Erming understood this well, letting out a furious roar as he clenched his fists, launching a relentless barrage of punches. Yet, Tang Hao showed no signs of faltering, wielding the Haotian hammer with unyielding speed. The terrifying force of his successive strikes left Erming feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Finally, as Tang Hao prepared to unleash his ultimate blow, he soared into the sky. Die. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of soul power poured forth, reducing the ground surrounding Tang Hao and Erming to rubble. Erming was sent sprawling hundreds of meters away by the impact. Witnessing this, Tang Hao swiftly joined the fray, and together they pressed their advantage, leaving Erming struggling to defend himself. Blood flowed continuously from his wounds, and a profound sense of fatigue enveloped his body. 8th soul skill. 1000 gene barrier. 9th soul skill. Thunderous roar of the heavens. Seizing the opportunity. As the Titan Great Ape began to falter, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao poured all their energies into the fight. Erming gazed at the two colossal Haotian hammers hovering in the sky, a wave of desolation washing over him. He had merely come to see Xiao Wu. Yet here he was, confronted by two immensely powerful Title Douluos. Just as Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were about to strike, a massive figure suddenly appeared in the distance. The Tianchen Niumang had arrived. Humans, seeking death. In an instant, the Tianchen Niumang displayed no flair. Its horn was its mightiest weapon. Like a meteorite collision, it rushed towards Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Faced with the sudden appearance of the Tianchen Niumang, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were too stunned to react. Their Haotian hammers crashing down. Bang! The moment of impact was beyond belief. The force emanating from the colossal beast sent them flying, struggling to regain their footing. The brothers finally comprehended the true nature of this formidable entity. They gasped in astonishment. The Tianchen Niumang. It was indeed it. Gazing at the towering azure bull head, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao felt an overwhelming aura engulf them. Brother, this Tianchen Niumang is no ordinary foe, nearly equivalent to a 97th level Title Douluo. You and I. Tang Xiao said nothing, merely nodding slowly. At this moment, the Tianchen Niumang turned its gaze towards Erming, whose wounds continued to bleed, his fury burning ever fiercer. Humans, you shall perish. How dare you injure my younger brother? Today, the Stardo Forest shall be your grave. With that, a crimson light flashed in the Tianchen Niumang's eyes. Chapter 102. Yi Tianchen arrives. Tang Xiao meets a tragic fate. Slow field. In an instant, as the Tianchen Niumang made its move, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao felt an overwhelming pressure. The sensation of being unable to move was utterly terrifying. Before they could react, Erming rejoined the battle. Gravity field. Suddenly, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao felt their bodies being pressed down as if burdened by a mountain. Each step a monumental struggle. Azure Dragon Tail Sweep. Just as Tang Hao and Tang Xiao grappled with the oppressive force, the Tianchen Niumang's tail lashed out like a whip, producing a resounding sonic boom. It swiftly struck towards the brothers. Brother, look out. In an instant, they were sent flying by the terrifying tail. At that moment, Tang Xiao experienced a profound sense of helplessness as a 95th level Title Douluo. He had never felt so fragile. Brother, I shall confront the Tianchen Niumang. You take on the Titan Great Ape. Tang Hao roared, as his soul rings erupted one by one. Great Sumera hammer. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Tang Hao shattered 7 soul rings. Kill. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if he had broken free from the constraints of the gravity and slow fields, soaring into the air and delivering a mighty blow upon the Tianchen Niumang. Boom. As the hammer struck, even the Tianchen Niumang felt a tremor of shock. The formidable Title Douluo, despite possessing only the strength of 95 levels, was presently capable of detonating his rings to enhance his power. The azure bull python narrowed its eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing through, and soon engaged in battle with Tang Hao. Observing this, Tang Xiao did not remain idle. He approached the Titan giant ape and joined the fray as well. After a quarter of an hour, both Tang Xiao and Tang Hao felt their soul power rapidly depleting. At that moment, Tang San arrived with the unconscious Fred and Zhao Wujin. Upon witnessing another 100,000-year soul beast, Tang San remained remarkably composed. Father, uncle, hold on. I will take Dean Fred and teacher Zhao Wujin to safety. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San executed his phantom shadow technique to its utmost and swiftly departed from the Stardo Forest. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, seeing this, hesitated not. They had initially prepared to retreat, but since Tang San had not strayed far, they gritted their teeth and continued to endure. After another 15 minutes, Tang Xiao, unable to withstand the pressure, was sent flying over 100 meters by a punch from the Titan giant ape. Tang Hao, witnessing this, felt equally powerless as he faced the azure bull python. At that instant, a figure resembling a shooting star suddenly descended from the horizon. Tang Hao, alert, immediately sensed its arrival. The familiar aura and terrifying wave of soul power felt as if the sun itself had descended. Tang Hao's pupils dilated in shock. It was the master of the star-picking tower. Instinctively, Tang Hao shattered his 8th and 9th soul rings. With a mighty swing of the Haotian hammer, he sent the momentarily dazed azure bull python flying, then recklessly fled in the opposite direction of Tianchen. Fear gripped Tang Hao. If it were merely the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, he could have persisted a while longer. However, Tianchen, the terrifying master of the star-picking tower, left no room for hope of miracles. He dared not gamble. Catching a glimpse of his elder brother's bewildered expression, Tang Hao's heart ached, yet he could not afford to linger. Brother, I'm sorry. With that, Tang Hao surged forth, covering a distance of nearly 1,000 meters in an instant. At that moment, the azure bull python, the Titan giant ape, and Tang Xiao stood transfixed. From several thousand meters away, the overwhelming wave of Tianchen's 98-level soul power reverberated through the air. In a thunderous moment, Tianchen appeared before the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, observing them but noticing Tang Hao's absence, causing his brow to furrow. Soul rings gradually manifested beneath his feet. 9 rings of black and red left the azure bull python and Titan giant ape agape. Yet, Tianchen's focus was not on these 2 soul beasts. Glimpsing Tang Xiao, Tianchen's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed. You must be Tang Xiao. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never anticipated that Tang Hao could flee so swiftly, abandoning even his own brother. Alas, one can evade the first day of the month but not the 15th. Today, Tang Xiao, you shall meet your end. Tianchen's words echoed ethereally, yet at that moment, neither the azure bull python nor the Titan giant ape dared to make a move. Before them stood a Title Douluo, radiating like the sun. The 2 creatures recognized that if this Title Douluo desired their demise, they possessed no means of resistance. Tang Xiao's eyes were devoid of light, filled with an aura of desolation. Looking up at Tianchen in the void, he mustered the courage to ask his final question. Your Excellency, before I die, may I know the reason for my demise? With a gentle smile, Tianchen shook his head. I am the master of the star-picking tower. As his words fell, Tianchen's figure abruptly flashed to Tang Hao, piercing through Tang Xiao's chest with his right hand and extracting his heart. Leaning close to Tang Xiao's ear, Tianchen smiled faintly. Tang Xiao, you have only yourself to blame for being Tang Hao's elder brother. With that, Tianchen crushed Tang Xiao's heart. And as he felt his life force rapidly ebbing away, Tang Xiao cast a glance at his hollow chest, his eyes filled with sorrow. Finally, his eyelids began to close slowly. Without pausing, Tianchen turned his gaze to the dazed Ming and spoke softly. Titan giant ape, open your mouth. Huh. Ming was momentarily confused but instinctively opened his mouth wide. Tianchen forcefully tossed Tang Xiao into Ming's gaping maw. Cough. Cough. Ming, bewildered, swallowed reflexively, consuming Tang Xiao whole. Observing this scene, Tianchen was thoroughly pleased. Was it not delightful? The body of a Title Douluo offers you substantial benefits. At this moment, the azure bull python had recovered from its earlier stupor. Observing the lack of murderous intent emanating from Tianchen, it could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, though it remained profoundly apprehensive. Tianchen, noticing the caution displayed by the 2 creatures, shook his head slightly. There is no need for you to be so tense. I bear no ill will towards you. You are familiar with Xiao Wu, the little rabbit? I have brought her here to meet you. With a sudden intensity, the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape became alert at the mention of Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, Innate and Yongbai, who had been following Tianchen from a distance, arrived on the scene. The 2 creatures sensed the presence of unfamiliar Title Douluo. Alongside the familiar aura of Xiao Wu, she had indeed arrived. Chapter 103, The Shock of Deming and Ming. Upon sensing Xiao Wu's presence, both the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape were filled with excitement. However, their gazes towards Tianchen still held a trace of wariness. After all, this formidable Title Douluo was human, and the nature of his relationship with Xiao Wu remained uncertain. In an instant, Innate, Yongbai, and Xiao Wu reached the site of the earlier fierce battle. At that moment, Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Deming and Ming. Logically, the 2 brothers should have been in the heart of the Stardoe forest. Why had they come so close to the periphery today? She silently pondered, relieved to see Tianchen standing there without a hint of hostility. Greetings, master. Inhe and Yang Bai approached Tianchen and offered a slight bow. Xiaowu did not immediately engage Deming and Erming in conversation, but, mimicking Inhe, stepped forward to address Tianchen. Greetings, esteemed master. This is Deming, the azure bull python, and this is Erming, the Titan giant ape. After introducing them, Xiaowu turned her gaze towards the two beasts. Deming, Erming. It's been a long time. Hearing Xiaowu's voice, Deming and Erming visibly relaxed. If Xiaowu is unharmed, they too must be safe. Sister Xiaowu, who is this esteemed figure? Erming inquired, pointing a massive finger at Tianchen, filled with curiosity. Xiaowu smiled gently and began to explain. Deming, Erming. Shortly after I transformed and entered the human world, I encountered my master. Though he is a Title Douluo, he has been a savior to me. She continued. My master is the master of the star-picking tower, a Title Douluo of the 98th rank. As she spoke, a subtle envy flickered in her eyes. If only she possessed Tianchen's strength, she believed she could avenge her mother. Yet, these thoughts remained mere fantasies. Star-picking tower? Sister Xiaowu, what is that? Can it be eaten? Erming asked, somewhat obliviously. Earlier, he had devoured Tang Xiao, thrown into his mouth by Tianchen, without even chewing. Yet the body of a Title Douluo had left him with an exquisite taste. Xiaowu felt a sense of exasperation. Erming's intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Meanwhile, the azure bull python had grasped the situation. It was clear that Xiaowu had found a powerful ally in the human world. The Title Douluo before them was undoubtedly one of the most formidable beings, even among humans. Having such a protector was, in essence, a tremendous boon for Xiaowu. In a sense, this is a fortuitous development, thought the azure bull python, sensing that this Title Douluo harbored little interest in 10,000-year soul beasts. Erming, the star-picking tower is not something to consume. It is a major power, comparable to the Spirit Hall. Upon mentioning the Spirit Hall, Erming's demeanor shifted, and a glint of hostility flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Inhe and Yang Bai gradually approached Deming and Erming. Look, Yang Bai. These two magnificent beings are friends of my disciple, Xiaowu. Impressive, isn't it? Yang Bai, somewhat speechless, thought to himself that having 10,000-year soul beast was hardly surprising. At this moment, Xiaowu also noticed her teacher, the Inhe offering, conversing with the Yang Bai offering nearby. She hurriedly introduced them to Deming and Erming. Deming, Erming, this is my human teacher, the Inhe offering, and that one is the Yang Bai offering from the star-picking tower. Both of them are Title Douluo level experts. As Xiaowu's words fell, Inhe and Yang Bai waved at Deming and Erming, signaling their goodwill. Deming and Erming exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. Ever since Xiaowu departed, they had been worried about her well-being in the human world, particularly Erming. On numerous occasions, Erming had been unable to resist the urge to leave the Star Do forest to search for Xiaowu. Had it not been for the intervention of the Tianchen Yomang, Erming would likely have ventured out long ago. Upon learning that Xiaowu had taken a Title Douluo as her mentor, Deming and Erming were astonished yet filled with joy for her. The notion that a Title Douluo would accept a soul beast as a disciple was indeed intriguing. And Deming's keen eyes discerned no signs of pretense or insincerity in the expressions of Inhe and Yang Bai. It was clear that these two Title Douluo held no ill intentions toward Xiaowu. Since Xiaowu's arrival, Tianchen had simply stood by, refraining from interrupting her reunion with the two large beings. As a soul beast, Xiaowu had few intimate friends in the star-picking tower. Her daily endeavors revolved around diligent cultivation, with the singular goal of avenging her mother one day. Observing Xiaowu animatedly conversing with the two, Tianchen felt reluctant to intrude. However, considering matters of divine significance, he ultimately spoke up. All right, Xiaowu. You have ample time to reminisce with the Tianchen Yomang and the Titan Great Ape. I have come today for a reason you are aware of, and I do not wish to delay any further. Upon hearing her master's voice, Xiaowu selectively chose to fall silent and quietly moved to stand beside Inhe. Tianchen stepped forward to address Deming and Erming directly. Tianchen Yomang, Titan Great Ape. I have heard whispers of the mysterious life lake within the Star Do forest. I have come today specifically for this matter. Please guide me to the life lake, and then you may continue your reunion. The life lake? Deming and Erming furrowed their brows, already knowing that Xiaowu must have informed this Title Douluo about it. Although they were uncertain why Xiaowu would share the life lake's peculiar properties with him, they felt compelled to trust her judgment. Esteemed human lord, while we are unaware of your reasons for seeking the life lake, We, as her brothers, cannot decline your care for Xiaowu. Please, allow us to lead you. The life lake was located at the heart of the Douluo forest, several hundred miles away. Nodding in understanding, Tianchen acknowledged their words. Very well, esteemed human lord, please follow us, Deming said, leading the way. Xiaowu leaped gracefully onto Air Ming's arm. Yin He and Yang Bai floated on clouds, keeping pace with Deming and Air Ming effortlessly. In contrast, Tianchen appeared rather ordinary, yet with a single step, he covered an impressive distance, akin to traversing 1,000 meters in an instant. Chapter 104. The Mysterious Life Lake. Deming and Air Ming moved with remarkable speed, but considering Xiaowu's current cultivation level of only 30, Air Ming could have doubled their pace. However, doing so could potentially expose Xiaowu to the fierce winds that could tear her apart. Concurrently, with a stride, Tianchen appeared above Deming, who felt momentarily dazed under the overwhelming aura above him, breathing cautiously. Tianchen smiled gently, understanding the Tianchen Yomang's wariness. Do you know of fierce beasts? Tianchen Yomang, he inquired, gazing thoughtfully at the creature. On this day, the celestial blue bull python had cultivated for over 100,000 years. And Tianchen sensed that its cultivation had reached an astounding 190,000 years. Perhaps it would not be long before it faced its first heavenly tribulation. However, unlike Xiaowu, the celestial blue bull python possessed a vastly different bloodline. Xiaowu, being an ordinary soft-boned rabbit, had fortuitously become a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet her innate strength was not formidable. In the face of a 200,000-year heavenly tribulation, Xiaowu could only meet with one fate, to perish beneath its might. Conversely, the celestial blue bull python, akin to the Titan giant ape, boasted a powerful bloodline and unparalleled strength. Tianchen believed that the celestial blue bull python could withstand the 200,000-year heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing the term ferocious beast, the massive eyes of the celestial blue bull python reflected a glimmer of confusion. It could not comprehend why the formidable Title Douluo, Tianchen, was inquiring about ferocious beasts. However, considering Xiaowu's situation and Tianchen's own might, it chose not to withhold information. Your Excellency, I possess some knowledge regarding ferocious beasts. Unlike humans, we soul beasts must undergo several trials to ascend to divinity. This involves transforming into human form, continuing our cultivation, and attaining a divine position, all while enduring successive heavenly tribulations. With every increase of 100,000 years in cultivation, a heavenly tribulation descends. If fortunate enough to endure it, one is deemed a ferocious beast, capable of taking human form without dispersing their cultivation. However, in all my years within the Douluo Great Forest, I have yet to encounter a single ferocious beast. Nevertheless, I am certain that they indeed exist. I can assure you of this. Upon hearing these words, Tianchen nodded slightly, for it was hardly surprising that the sky blue bull python had attained an astounding cultivation of 190,000 years. After a moment of contemplation, Tianchen continued, Daming, I surmise you too have been a spirit beast for 190,000 years. Perhaps it shall not be long before your tribulation arrives. I have great faith in you. In the not-too-distant future, you might evolve into a formidable beast. Tianchen spoke with an air of ease, yet Daming shook his head repeatedly. Your Excellency, you may be unaware, but the reason no ferocious beasts have emerged from the Douluo forest over the years is indeed related to the tribulations. Countless years ago, I heard from predecessors that, at that time, spirit beasts reaching 200,000 years of cultivation faced their tribulations with little difficulty. However, everything is different now. Several tens of thousands of years ago, within the Douluo forest, a venerable figure sought to transcend their tribulation at the 200,000-year mark. That elder's cultivation was exceedingly formidable, surpassing my current strength by a significant margin. Yet, the terror of the tribulation reduced that esteemed individual to ashes. Alas, perhaps, in the future, I too shall choose to take human form. But by then, I wonder if I shall have the opportunity to join your Excellency in the star-picking tower. The words of the sky blue bull python held a double meaning, responding to Tianchen's inquiry about ferocious beasts while subtly hinting at his own aspirations for the future. Hearing this, Tianchen was somewhat perplexed. Logically, the intensity of tribulations should not have undergone such a drastic transformation. Yet if the severity of the tribulations had remained unchanged, then the disparity in the cultivation of spirit beasts reaching 200,000 years would not be so pronounced. Tianchen gazed up at the vast expanse of the sky, pondering the myriad mysteries it concealed. At this moment, He harbored a vague suspicion that the changes in the tribulations faced by spirit beasts might be inextricably linked to those divine beings residing high above. Shaking his head, he cast aside these strange thoughts for the time being and turned to the sky-blue bull python, smiling lightly, Daming. Would you truly be willing to transform into human form after reaching 190,000 years of cultivation? In this vast world, there exists an abundance of wonders, and everything is imbued with a hint of vitality. There remains some time before your tribulation of 200,000 years, and perhaps a miracle may yet unfold. Though it is not guaranteed, I can assure you that should there come a day when you desire to transform into a human, the star-picking tower shall open its doors to you. At the very least, as long as I exist in this realm, no spirit master shall pose a threat to you, much like the current situation with Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Deming merely smiled. It could sense that the being above was not jesting, yet ultimately, it was a soul beast, and the discord between humans and soul beasts is irreconcilable. Perhaps Knight Tianchen would not strike them down today, but what lies ahead remains uncertain. If not for dire necessity, Deming would never opt for transformation into human form. Knight Tianchen also perceived the subtle shift in Deming's emotions, yet he chose not to elaborate. Some matters, time alone will reveal. Before long, Deming and Ming led Knight Tianchen along with He and Yang Bai to a clearing 1,000 meters from the Lake of Life. Gradually halting his steps, Knight Tianchen leaped down from the head of Deming. Beneath the crown, the Lake of Life lay ahead. Deming's words were tinged with complexity. Prior to this day, it had never conceived that it would one day escort a human Title Douluo to the Lake of Life. Yet, the nature of existence is ever-changing. Contemplating this, the once tightly furrowed eyes of Deming gradually relaxed. If such a transformation could occur, then why not the tribulation? Paying no heed to Deming's transformation, Knight Tianchen now gazed solemnly at the nearby Lake of Life, his expression taking on a grave demeanor. The entire expanse of the Lake of Life emanated an enigmatic aura. The aura emanating from this place bears an uncanny resemblance to the Shura divine power once possessed by Tang Hao. However, Yi Tianchen is certain that it is not the Shura divine power. Moreover, this peculiar aura is laced with a hint of the soul beast's essence. Observing the subtle shifts in their master's expression, He and Yang Bai also grew alert, their 9 soul rings slowly rising beneath their feet. Xiao Wu and Deming, along with Ming, found themselves momentarily at a loss. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yi Tianchen suddenly broke into a smile. Turning to He, Yang Bai, and Xiao Wu, he spoke with amusement. This place is no ordinary sight. Your strength still falls short. He, Yang Bai, take Xiao Wu, Deming, and Ming and make your retreat for now. There may soon be a significant disturbance here. After saying this, Yi Tianchen waved his hand, urging them to depart swiftly. Understanding that their master had undoubtedly discovered something, He and Yang Bai exchanged glances. Recognizing that there must be a valid reason for their exclusion, they nodded in agreement. We shall obey your command. With that, He and Yang Bai quickly took hold of Xiao Wu, retreating at once. Although Deming and Ming were bewildered, they understood that remaining was not a wise choice. Thus, they followed He and Yang Bai, taking Xiao Wu with them to a safer distance. Chapter 105. The Bewilderment of Di Tian and Others. The Red King faces unjust calamity. After He and Yang Bai led Xiao Wu away, Yi Tianchen gazed upon the vast expanse of the life lake, his expression turning grave. With a slight exhalation of impure air, his eyes gradually grew resolute, the weight of his seriousness fading into a mysterious smile. With a gentle push from his toes, Yi Tianchen soared into the air. In an explosive moment, he found himself at the center of the life lake. Instantly, the Tianma Qin appeared in his grasp, and beneath his feet, 9 soul rings radiated enchanting brilliance. His soul power, at level 98, surged like waves, disrupting the tranquil surface of the life lake. I shall uncover what lies concealed within this life lake. As his words fell, the 7th and 9th soul rings beneath him illuminated brilliantly. 7th soul skill, true body of the heavenly demon. 9th soul skill, annihilation of the heavenly demon. In a fleeting moment, a towering phantom of the heavenly demon began to coalesce behind Yi Tianchen. With a powerful leap, he struck down with a mighty hand. The formidable essence of the heavenly demon descended upon the life lake with cataclysmic force. Boom, boom, boom. Countless waters of the life lake were instantly vaporized. In an instant, the entire lake roiled violently, shaking the very earth beneath. After the initial strike, Yi Tianchen hovered in the void, surveying the undisturbed surface of the life lake, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Despite the commotion he had created, If there truly were ferocious beasts hidden within the lake, they should have emerged by now. Contemplation engulfed him. Meanwhile, at a depth of 1,000 meters beneath the life lake, had Tianchen been able to descend to this level, he would have discovered that the lake's bottom resembled a flawless mirror, separating the water from the ethereal blue space above. Crack. As the force of Tianchen's strike reached this mirror-like object, the very fabric of the scene began to tremble. The barrier began to crack inch by inch, fissures appearing in its surface. Beneath the mirrored facade lay an extraordinarily peculiar space. Within this realm, several colossal beings were indulging in the feast of a pristine 100-meter-long giant worm, the timing ice silkworm, a soul beast that had unexpectedly attained a million-year lifespan. Surrounding it were the ferocious beasts of the Douluo forest, concealed within the lake of life. The likes of Emperor Tian, the dark gold terrorclaw bear, and the three-headed crimson demon hound were all blissfully consuming the timing ice silkworm, lost in slumber, oblivious to the world outside. However, the recent strike from Tianchen had shattered the barrier of this space and the lake of life, causing a significant disturbance that inevitably disrupted the slumber of Emperor Tian and the others. Yet, they had been asleep for far too long. In merely the blink of an eye, they fell back into a deep sleep, unbeknownst to Tianchen at this moment. The Tianchen in his grasp radiated an eerie aura, exuding a sense of the uncanny. As he sat cross-legged in the void, his hands descended upon the Tianchen, unleashing a series of extraordinarily strange melodies. The soul beasts that resided in the lake of life, already present, were captivated by these bizarre sounds, their eyes igniting with crimson light and gruesome images flooding their minds. Suddenly, it seemed as though these soul beasts were being eroded by the sinister energy emanating from Tianchen's Tianchen, inciting a frenzy within them. In no time, the affected soul beasts began to attack one another. Gradually, the once serene and clear surface of the lake became tainted with streaks of blood red. The putrid scent of blood began to permeate the air above the lake of life. With the relentless emergence of blood red, the lake began to churn violently. Streams of crimson ascended, transforming into tendrils of blood mist that spiraled into the void. In an instant, this phenomenon enveloped the entirety of the lake of life. At this moment, even from thousands of meters away, Yin He and Yang Bai, along with Xiao Wu and Deming Erming, perceived the bizarre scene unfolding in the lake of life. Deming Erming was already in a state of shock. From the moment Tianchen's towering Tianma form emerged, Deming Erming understood the terror embodied by this man. Yin He and Yang Bai exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by their master's intentions. Nevertheless, this uncanny spectacle prompted them to mentally prepare for any unexpected eventualities. With this thought, soul rings began to manifest beneath their feet, and they gripped their blazing sun sword and cold shadow dagger tightly. Their expressions were fraught with tension. Meanwhile, beneath the surface of the lake of life, Tianchen's eerie melodies penetrated the spatial barrier, infiltrating this realm. Xiangjun was the first to fall victim. Upon hearing the strange tune, he abruptly furrowed his brow. Awakening from his slumber, a surge of violent energy was gradually drawn forth by the uncanny melody. In a short span, Xiangjun was panting heavily, his tightly shut eyes glowing with crimson light. In the recesses of his mind, an exceedingly repugnant soul beast materialized before him. His subconscious urged him to tear this creature to shreds. In a fit of rage, Xiangjun wasted no time, his dark gold bear paw striking out in an instant. The soul beast before him dissipated into nothingness. Yet, within this space, Xiangjun truly raised his dark gold bear paw high and brought it crashing down upon the nearby Qi Wang. Roar! In merely a moment, the fury of Xiangjun, who had cultivated for 400,000 years, unleashed a devastating blow, leaving deep gashes on Qi Wang's back. Blood surged forth, penetrating to the very marrow. Overwhelmed by such an unprovoked calamity, Qi Wang jolted awake from his slumber, gazing at the deep lacerations on his back and the blood dripping from Xiangjun's claws. Qi Wang felt a mix of grievance and bewilderment, swiftly followed by seething anger. Xiangjun, you have gone too far. In his fury, Qi Wang did not take time to contemplate. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of flames upon Xiangjun. Xiangjun was hurled 1,000 meters away. In an instant, the commotion between Xiangjun and Qi Wang stirred the other ferocious beasts from their slumber. After awakening, witnessing the flames still engulfing his body, Xiangjun felt a profound sense of grievance, which soon morphed into boundless rage. His temper flared, ignited by the situation. Qi Wang, you seek death. In a flash, Xiangjun closed the distance, and the two beasts became entangled in a fierce struggle. Although Qi Wang's cultivation was inferior to Xiangjun's, Boasting only 300,000 years of experience, the disparity was negligible. Moreover, in their enraged states, both beasts disregarded their pain, unleashing their fury. Meanwhile, the awakened one Yao Wang Bai Ji and others could only watch in utter confusion at this unfolding scene. Just as the situation spiraled out of control, a figure slowly opened its eyes from slumber. Tian had awakened. In that moment of clarity, Tian beheld the fierce clash between Xiangjun and Qi Wang. A cold snort escaped his lips. Both Xiangjun and Qi Wang felt an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to that of the heavens and earth. "What are you two doing?" As Tian spoke, both beasts, regardless of their injuries, felt their hearts plummet into despair. A chill coursed through them. "Beast God." Qi Wang stammered, struggling to articulate his words. Xiangjun shot a fierce glare at Qi Wang before kneeling before Tian. "Beast God. It was this fellow Qi Wang who initiated the conflict and maliciously injured me, rousing me from my slumber. This fellow is truly filled with malice, even more repugnant than those vile deities." Upon hearing Xiangjun's remarks, Qi Wang was rendered completely speechless, his entire being frozen in astonishment. This. The Bear Lord has audaciously turned the tables on the villains. Meanwhile, the Crimson King cast a glance at Emperor Tian, clearly sensing that Emperor Tian also perceived the Crimson King as the instigator. Just as he was about to admonish the Crimson King for his unruly behavior, he suddenly lifted his head to gaze upon the spatial barrier. A minuscule crystal block descended upon Emperor Tian's head with astonishing swiftness. It was then that Emperor Tian discovered the once intact spatial barrier had begun to crack inch by inch. Chapter 106. The Collision of Beasts and the Celestial Demon Zither. In an instant, the expression on Emperor Tian's face turned grim. Observing this scene, whether it was the Bear Lord, the Crimson King, or Bai Ji, they all followed Emperor Tian's gaze, looking up to witness the profoundly shocking spectacle. With a stern countenance, Emperor Tian's immense spiritual power surged through the already fissuring spatial barrier, revealing the blood-red expanse of the Lake of Life. Without a moment's hesitation, his formidable spiritual force continued to ascend, and upon leaving the Lake of Life, he discerned the figure of the human soul master, Tianchen, who was gently strumming the celestial demon Zither in the void. In that fleeting moment, Emperor Tian detected a frenzied and bloodthirsty undertone emanating from Tianchen's eerie melodies. It dawned on him that the inexplicable conflict between the Bear Lord and the Crimson King was likely intricately linked to this human soul master. At that juncture, Tianchen suddenly opened his eyes in the void, a faint smile gracing his features. "Here it comes." In an instant, the music from Tianchen transformed, unleashing waves of lethal resonance directed at Emperor Tian's spiritual essence. Boom, boom, boom. Although they had not directly engaged in battle, both Tianchen and Emperor Tian were profoundly shaken by this exchange. The magnitude of this spiritual force was at least comparable to that of a 99th level Title Douluo. Indeed, it was even threefold more domineering than that old fellow Title Douluo. While contemplating such thoughts, Tianchen remained utterly unperturbed, even growing more exhilarated. In contrast, Emperor Tian's brows knitted tightly. This human soul master, possessing merely spiritual power, was nearly his equal. Although the fluctuation of his soul power was only at the 98th level, the terrifying configuration of his soul rings instilled a subtle sense of crisis within Emperor Tian. At this moment, Xiangjun and Qi Wang gazed at Tian with expressions of insatiable curiosity. "Beast God, have you discovered something amiss?" inquired Yao Wang, perplexed. Tian sighed softly, gesturing towards the cracked spatial barrier surrounding the Lake of Life. "A human spirit master has arrived, and your recent actions were provoked by this individual. Not only you, but the remaining spirit beasts within the Lake of Life have become utterly frenzied, bloodthirsty. This entire lake has turned into a sea of blood." Upon hearing Tian's words, Xiangjun and Qi Wang were initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of righteous fury. "A human spirit master? It is he who has caused this chaos. Qi Wang, let us swiftly vanquish him." In his rage, Xiangjun neglected to consider the true strength of Tianchen. Tian paused momentarily, contemplating that both Xiangjun and Qi Wang were formidable in their own right, and thus refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, Qi Wang, fueled by an even greater ire than Xiangjun upon hearing that a human spirit master was responsible, soared into the sky, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Upon touching the spatial barrier, he seemed undeterred and plunged into the lake. Observing this, Xiangjun wasted no time in following suit. As the two beasts ventured forth, Bai Ji raised an eyebrow, casting a concerned glance at the somewhat dazed Tian, sensing impending trouble. "Beast God, what is the strength of this human spirit master?" Tian replied with a gentle smile. That fellow is comparable to a 99th level human Title Douluo. Boom. The revelation caused by Ji and Wan Yaowang to frown, silently mourning for Xiong and Qi Wang. Rest assured, they will return shortly, Tian reassured, shaking his head slowly. Meanwhile, in the void, Tianchen sensed the terrifying auras of the two beasts the instant they breached the spatial barrier. Fierce beasts. Two of them. One is nearly at the peak of 97, while the other approaches 98. The realization only deepened Tianchen's smile. Humans dare to disturb our slumber. What punishment shall they face? Xiong, waste no words. Simply kill him. Before Xiong and Qi Wang could reach Tianchen, a resounding beastly roar echoed in his ears. Shaking his head, Tianchen mused that these two ferocious beasts might be somewhat lacking in intelligence. Suddenly, the waters of the lake of life began to churn violently. Boom. In an instant, two colossal figures erupted from the lake, hovering ominously in the air, their fierce gazes locked onto Tianchen. In the distance, Innate, Yongbai, and Deming also witnessed this spectacle. Sensing the terrifying presence of Xiong and Qi Wang, both Innate and Yongbai inhaled sharply, while Deming furrowed his brow in concern. The dark golden terrorclaw bear, with 400,000 years of cultivation, and that the three-headed crimson demon hound, with 300,000 years of cultivation. Deming was momentarily stunned upon hearing Tianqing Yomeng's words. Innate and Yongbai recognized the sheer ferocity of the two beasts. However, seeing their master's relaxed demeanor, they breathed a sigh of relief. If it were merely these two beasts, they posed no threat to their master. At that moment, Xiong and Qi Wang were evidently unaware of the gravity of their predicament. The two beasts exchanged glances and simultaneously launched their assault. Xiong unleashed the full power of his dark golden bear claws, a dazzling display of destructive force. Qi Wang spewed forth torrents of terrifying flames, both beasts eager to ensure that the human spirit master was not vanquished by the other. As this unfolded, 9 soul rings suddenly appeared beneath Tianchen's feet, 6 black and 3 red, emanating the essence of his 98th level cultivation. Waves of soul power surged forth, causing Xiong and Qi Wang's hearts to plummet. This human spirit master. Xiong was momentarily stunned. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary human spirit master possessed such formidable strength. The overwhelming aura that enveloped him and Qi Wang was akin to standing before their own beast god. Before Xiong and Qi Wang could fully comprehend the situation, the 7th soul ring beneath Tianchen glowed fiercely, and a savage intent descended upon them. Following this, the true form of the heavenly demon materialized behind Tianchen. With a single, unadorned punch, the power of the heavenly demon surged forth, and even with all their might, Xiong and Qi Wang were sent hurtling away, plummeting from the sky toward the lake. Before they could regain their footing, the heavenly demon descended upon them with a titanic palm strike aimed squarely at their chests. Boom. In an instant, the impact sent both Xiong and Qi Wang crashing down, blood spewing from their mouths as they plummeted into the lake of life. The speed with which they had arrived was now met with an equally disastrous fall, creating monstrous waves upon their descent. Their bodies, now in freefall, struck the already cracked spatial barrier with catastrophic force. The barrier, unable to withstand such immense pressure, shattered into pieces. Strangely, however, the waters of the lake of life did not follow suit. As Xiong and Qi Wang landed heavily, feeling a dull ache in their chests, they were both astonished and terrified. "See? I told you those two fools would return soon," remarked Wan Yaowang, nodding along with Bai Ji. After all, they were facing a nearly 99th level human spirit master. With only Xiong and Qi Wang engaged, it was naturally insufficient, especially since they were already injured from their earlier skirmishes. Though Tian's tone carried a hint of levity, he remained wary of Tianchen's true capabilities. "Very well. I shall personally confront this human spirit master. You all follow me and observe. How brief has this time been, that among humanity, such a formidable being has emerged." As the words fell, Emperor Tian vanished before the myriad kings of demons in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Tianchen. Chapter 107. A heroic encounter too late? Inquiring the divine. At the moment of Emperor Tian's manifestation, Tianchen met his gaze with unadulterated intensity. At this juncture, Tianchen was undeniably astounded. The middle-aged man before him, with his flowing black hair, exuded not a trace of aura. Yet, merely by the calm demeanor of Emperor Tian, Tianchen discerned that this man was the master of the terrifying spiritual force he had felt at the outset. Despite the absence of any soul beast energy or fluctuations of soul power emanating from Emperor Tian, an inexplicable sense of peril gripped Tianchen's heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. His blood surged with fervor, and an ineffable exhilaration compelled Tianchen to laugh out loud. Emperor Tian scrutinized Tianchen from a close distance, his first impression being youthfulness. The human soul master before him appeared astonishingly young. Although human soul masters experience profound changes in lifespan and appearance upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, Emperor Tian was certain that Tianchen could not be over 50 years of age. The second impression was one of immense strength. The earlier mental clash with Tianchen had merely been a cursory exploration, yet when Emperor Tian truly faced him, he could sense the eerie and formidable nature of Tianchen. The seemingly ordinary Guqin caused a tremor in Emperor Tian's heart. Furthermore, the presence of the 100,000-year soul ring, while unmistakably evident in its appearance, left Emperor Tian in a state of bewilderment regarding the aura it exuded. This human soul master, with his ninth soul ring undeniably formed from a 100,000-year soul beast, held a power that was beyond question. However, the seventh and eighth soul rings, although possessing the capabilities of a 100,000-year soul ring, lacked the ferocious essence of the 100,000-year soul beast. This is rather peculiar. The two individuals locked eyes for several seconds. It was not until Xiong Ji Wang, Wan Yao Wang, and Bai Ji regained their composure and approached Tian's side. At this moment, both Xiong and Qi Wang had evidently transformed into human forms. Despite their current appearance, Tianchen could still perceive the profound aura of the soul beasts emanating from the four formidable creatures that followed closely behind. This revelation also confirmed to Tianchen that the middle-aged man with black hair must undoubtedly be a ferocious beast. Human, your audacity is truly remarkable. You cannot possibly be unaware of the nature of the starry forest. In this realm inhabited by soul beasts, your actions transcend mere boundaries. After speaking, Emperor Tian cast his gaze upon the dwindling soul beasts in the lake of life. Although his expression remained unchanged, an air of authority emanated from him. Knight Tianchen, after a deep glance at Emperor Tian, chose to disregard his words. Surely, you too must be a formidable beast. Do you truly care for the small fish and shrimp in this lake of life? Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian remained unmoved, while the bear king beside him, King Qi, seethed with anger, feeling that this human soul master held the soul beast clan in utter contempt. Even the king of 10,000 beasts furrowed his brow in concern. As Emperor Tian gazed into Knight Tianchen's eyes, a tempestuous aura erupted from him, revealing his cultivation of 890,000 years. Knight Tianchen's temples twitched slightly, and even his soul power momentarily faltered. Human, do you not realize your current actions are tantamount to courting death? Emperor Tian's voice thundered, reverberating across the entire expanse of the lake of life. Knight Tianchen paused, assessing the king of 10,000 beasts and then Emperor Tian, before chuckling softly. You jest. Esteemed one, I am not one to take my life lightly. While I may not discern the depths of your cultivation, you have yet to cross that threshold to attain divinity. Though I may not be your match, I doubt you could easily detain me. Moreover, human, I am not alone in this. How audacious. The Bear King and King Qi stepped forward, their soul power swirling, and overwhelming pressure directed toward Knight Tianchen, signaling their readiness for battle once more. Before Knight Tianchen could respond, Inhe and Yangbai, witnessing the scene from afar, scoffed and soared to Knight Tianchen's side. Merely two ferocious beasts, daring to bare their fangs at our lord. Inhe summoned 9 soul rings beneath him, his formidable 96th level soul power pressing down upon the Bear King and King Qi. Observing her teacher and Yang by charging forward, Xiao Wu hesitated not a moment, swiftly positioning herself behind Inhe. De Ming and Air Ming, seeing this, gritted their teeth and rushed to shield Xiao Wu. As Knight Tianchen witnessed this scene, warmth blossomed in his heart, yet a murderous intent loomed over the Bear King and King Qi. It seems I have not entertained you sufficiently. Do you wish to experience the taste of heavenly tribulation ahead of time? Knight Tianchen's cold words fell upon the ears of the Bear King and King Qi, leaving them feeling somewhat awkward. They glanced at their beast god master, whose face remained impassive, and took a step back. Human, while I cannot detain you, I assure you that those behind you, 2 Title Douluos and 3 traitorous soul beasts, are beyond your protection. Emperor Tian chuckled, contemplating that it was indeed the Tianqing Yomang and others who led this individual here. In this sense, Deming, Erming, and Shalu could be considered traitors to the soul beasts. Knight Tianchen nodded in acknowledgement. I cannot protect them. And you too cannot safeguard this vast Stardo forest behind you, can you? Ah, how bold. You dare to threaten me. Human, your audacity is commendable. I have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, and you are the first human to speak to me in such a manner. With a slight smile, Knight Tianchen shook his head. You two are the first soul beast to address me thus. At this moment, for reasons unknown. Both Emperor Tian and Knight Tianchen felt a profound kinship, recognizing the striking similarities between them. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Tian quelled his hidden murderous intent, regarding Knight Tianchen's arrogant and cold visage, and smiled gently. Human, what is your name? I am Knight Tianchen. Are you fearful? Regretful? Undaunted? What shall transpire? What brings you here? To question the divine? Boom. The moment the word divine escaped Knight Tianchen's lips, Emperor Tian was momentarily stunned. Question the divine? Divine. In that instant, memories of bygone days flooded Emperor Tian's mind, leaving him in a daze. Observing this, Knight Tianchen grew displeased. He had proclaimed his intention to question the divine. Yet this individual remained silent. I wish to learn all there is about the divine and how one might attain divinity. Or perhaps, reveal to me how to slay a god. Esteemed one, having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, do you possess such knowledge? Chapter 108, all about the divine. The hand of the heavens. Knight Tianchen's words resounded like thunder in the ears of Emperor Tian and the others. Upon hearing the phrase slay a god, Emperor Tian quickly regained his composure, gazing at Knight Tianchen with an even broader smile. Meanwhile, the Bear King, King Qi, and the King of 10,000 Beasts stood agape, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Bai Ji furrowed her brow in concern. You wish to slay a god? Human, I must say, you are unlike any other. What prompts such a declaration? Knight Tianchen, intrigued, inquired why the desire to slay a god rendered him so unique. In response, Emperor Tian reflected for a moment before slowly articulating, I am Emperor Tian, my true form being the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. And I have cultivated for nearly 890,000 years. For countless millennia, innumerable human soul masters have traversed this realm, yet without exception. These individuals seem to harbor an inexplicable yearning for the divine. Each one aspires to one day earn the favor of the gods and inherit their sacred legacy. However, you, Yi Tianchen, perplex me. How did you conceive of the notion of slaying a god? My curiosity is piqued beyond measure. Might you elucidate this for me? Upon hearing that the dark-haired man before him was, in fact, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, Yi Tianchen felt a stir within. Yet, regarding the concept of god-slaying, Yi Tianchen was not merely speaking idly. Lord Emperor, what a pleasure! He exclaimed. Ha ha ha, Yi Tianchen. You are quite intriguing. The Emperor replied. Since you wish to know why I uttered the word slay a god, I shall certainly divulge. However, you must first address my previous inquiry. It is a pact. Nodding, Yi Tianchen understood that, as a being with an impressive cultivation of 890,000 years, the Emperor would not renege on his word. This matter is rather lengthy. My understanding of the divine is limited, knowing only that a god represents a realm beyond the 99th level of Title Douluo. When I speak of slaying a god, my target is none other than a deity known as Shura. Shura god. The Emperor gasped in astonishment. Could it be that Yi Tianchen, as a mere human soul master, truly comprehends the significance of the Shura god? Following this, the Emperor erupted into laughter. Yi Tianchen furrowed his brow, observing the Emperor's mirth, aware that he certainly recognized who Shura was. Lord Emperor, why do you laugh? Is it possible that my assertion is incorrect? No, 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 Yi Tianchen. I find your lofty ambitions amusing. Your fearlessness is commendable, yet it is accompanied by ignorance. Do you know who the Shura god is? Allow me to enlighten you. Beyond the 99th level of Title Douluo, there exist gods, yet they are stratified in hierarchy, from third-tier gods to first-tier gods, culminating in the god kings. You must understand, the Shura god is indeed a god king. What merit do you possess, Yi Tianchen, that grants you the audacity to proclaim you can slay a god, to even entertain such thoughts? Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Yi Tianchen felt a slight shock. It was not that he doubted the validity of his desire to slay a god, but rather his curiosity was stirred by the classification of divine powers. This was the first time he realized that there exists a hierarchy even among deities, and from the words of Lord Emperor Tian, it seemed that the Azura god possessed the cultivation level of a god king. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tianchen felt no inclination to retreat. Lord Emperor Tian, you need not concern yourself with the reasons behind my assertions. I simply wish to know, do the gods possess immortality? Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian smiled softly. Indeed. Gods can perish. That much is true. That is sufficient, Yi Tianchen responded. Emperor Tian perceived that Yi Tianchen was, perhaps, somewhat unhinged. At this moment, both Yi Tianchen and Emperor Tian were undoubtedly fixated on one another, while the shadowy figures of Innate and Yangbai, along with the Red King Xiangjun, were utterly astonished, left speechless. The two individuals, on the brink of unleashing a monumental conflict just a moment ago, are now engaged in such an engrossing conversation, which is quite perplexing. Innate Yangbai and Xiangjun Qi Wang exchanged glances, seemingly ready to strike, yet upon observing their respective elders, they once again succumbed to an eerie tranquility. Meanwhile, Di Tian appeared to have a revelation as he gazed upon the ominous and ancient black aura emanating from the night sky monarch's demonic lute. With a slight movement of his lips, Di Tian inquired, Night Sky Monarch, your martial soul is indeed peculiar. This aura exudes a sense of ferocity and bloodshed, predominantly tinged with a thirst for blood. Might I inquire about the essence of this aura? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianchen turned his gaze towards the wisps of demonic energy emanating from his Tianma chain, casually remarking, it is merely demonic energy. It poses no threat. Demonic energy? Di Tian expressed surprise. This aura bore the bloodthirst of the Shura god and the sinister nature of the evil god. Di Tian could hardly fathom how such a phenomenon could be disregarded by both the Shura god and the evil god. The answer was unequivocally impossible, which elucidated why Yi Tianchen was entangled with the Shura. At least, this was Di Tian's impression at that moment. However, only the Shura god himself comprehended the truth. He had never contemplated any connection with Yi Tianchen, a mere human. His sole desire was to protect the inheritor of his divine position, as it had always been. Little did he expect Yi Tianchen to intervene along the way. Now, Your Excellency Di Tian, it is your turn to enlighten me on how one becomes a god. Upon hearing Yi Tianchen's inquiry, Di Tian momentarily set aside the peculiar demonic energy surrounding him. Achieving divinity is no easy feat, yet for you human soul masters, it is somewhat simpler. There remains a glimmer of hope. If you, Yi Tianchen, could locate a site for divine inheritance and gain the favor of that god, you too could inherit a divine position and ascend to godhood. However, that is applicable to ordinary human soul masters. Since you have offended the Shura god, it is unlikely that anyone would grant you divine inheritance. Your sole hope lies in self-proving your divinity. Yet, this is fraught with insurmountable challenges, nearly devoid of opportunity. Hearing Di Tian's words, Yi Tianchen fell silent. He was certain he would not stoop to ingratiate himself to any god. Whether or not the Shura god obstructed him made no difference. As for self-proving his divinity, from Di Tian's sardonic expression, it was clear that it was a distant and hopeless endeavor. Seemingly perceiving Yi Tianchen's subtle disappointment, Di Tian let out a self-deprecating smile. Yi Tianchen, as a human soul master, you at least have the path of self-proving your divinity, while we soul beasts are deprived of any chance to ascend to godhood. It is often said that a soul beast can attain divinity after 1,000,000 years of cultivation, yet I understand it is merely a ruse. The heavenly tribulation has claimed countless powerful souls among us. As I awaken this time, I will soon face a 900,000-year heavenly tribulation. Those gods are unlikely to spare me. In a certain sense, we are both wretched souls. Upon hearing Yi Tianchen's words, Di Tian's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration. Yet he asserted, whether one believes in fate or not, what is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Just as I must confront my 900,000-year heavenly tribulation. I do not trust in fate. However, I cannot claim absolute certainty. Yi Tianchen, after all that has been said, do you still believe that slaying gods is a feasible endeavor? Do you still consider your aspirations to be unchildish? Your future, achieving the rank of a 99th level Title Douluo, is but a matter of time. Perhaps, if you were willing to compromise with the Shura god, you might also ascend to godhood. At this, Yi Tianchen chuckled, scrutinizing Di Tian closely. Your Excellency Di Tian, I had presumed that as an 890,000, your soul beast, you would harbor a deep-seated hatred for the gods. After all, if your assertions hold true, the enmity between gods and soul beasts is profound. You expect me to bow and scrape to the Shura god? Absolutely not. What power has the Shura god over me? From the moment I arrived in this world, I have feared neither death nor deity. In contrast, Your Excellency Di Tian, your centuries of tranquil cultivation appear to have yielded little significance. Tian's expression darkened as he furrowed his brow, suppressing the anger brewing within. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Tianchen, you do not comprehend, nor do you grasp the true strength of the gods. I am not afraid of them. Allow me to share a tale with you. Tianchen remained silent, eager to discern whether Tian's long-standing frustrations still lingered. Eons ago, this world did not house the Douluo Continent. It was our sanctuary as soul beasts. During that time, the divine realm was not solely governed by the gods. Our soul beast clan had a formidable presence, the dragon god. He was our sovereign, immensely powerful, and also a god. Even the Shura god and others among the human deities were once enabled to attain divinity through the mercy of the dragon god. In those days, soul beasts could ascend to godhood without facing the heavenly tribulation one merely needed to cultivate for 1,000,000 years. Alas, 1,000,000 years ago, the Shura god, along with the evil, good, life, and destruction deities, instigated a rebellion in the divine realm. They conspired to ambush the dragon god, ultimately leading to his defeat and eternal imprisonment. The dragon god was divided into the golden and silver dragon kings. The golden dragon king was imprisoned by the gods, while the silver dragon king returned to this continent, reclaiming his territory among the soul beasts. These gods cannot easily traverse this world, which is why they cast you human soul masters into it. Originally, humans required only to absorb the soul power of the heavens and earth for cultivation. Yet these gods altered the rules, necessitating that human soul masters rely on soul beasts for soul rings to progress in their realms. For ages, their goal has been to eradicate our soul beast clan. They even manipulated the heavenly tribulation. At this juncture, Tian ceased his narration, and Tianchen began to grasp the implications. He had long questioned the necessity for soul rings for soul masters to advance in their cultivation since arriving in this world. In his previous life, regardless of sect or discipline, the philosophy of unity with nature prevailed, as practitioners absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth to enhance themselves. The cultivation methods of the Douluo Continent seemed rather opportunistic to Tianchen, especially concerning soul skills. Though Tianchen employed these soul skills, over time, he discerned inconsistencies. The application of soul skills was grossly simplistic, and all his current soul skills diverged significantly from those he initially acquired. Now, they were the result of his own refinements. Therefore, upon hearing Tian's revelations, Tianchen could ascertain that Tian spoke the truth. As Tianchen contemplated these unsettling thoughts, he noticed a subtle shift in Tian's gaze. What is it, Tianchen? After hearing my account, have you begun to fear? Rest assured, I will not ridicule you. As a human soul master, the Shura god may not genuinely target you, and your aspirations for godhood are not entirely devoid of hope. Now, having shared what is necessary, it is time to settle accounts. Tianchen found himself bewildered. Why did Tian assume he was afraid? He was perplexed but saw no need to clarify anything. Observing the slight furrow in Tian's brow, Tianchen smiled gently. Your Excellency Tian, what accounts do you wish to settle with me? I find myself most curious. Hearing the brazen words of Tianchen, who displayed not the slightest hint of fear, Emperor Tian could not help but smile in exasperation. He gestured towards the life lake, now stained a deep crimson and shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, and promptly expressed his displeasure. This life lake is a sacred site within my Stardo forest. Tianchen, your recent actions have nearly obliterated it. Moreover, you have awakened us from our slumber. Do you not consider this an egregious offense? Shaking his head, Tianchen remained nonchalant. Emperor Tian, my actions require no justification to others. This life lake is of little consequence. If you wish to engage in battle, simply say so. I shall indulge you today. Upon hearing Tianchen's flippant remarks, Emperor Tian suddenly burst into laughter. Tianchen, do you not desire to face me in combat? Tianchen smiled faintly in response. Very well, Your Excellency Emperor Tian. Today, I shall ascertain what is truly remarkable about your arduous cultivation over these 890,000 years. As you wish. Xiangjun, you, and the others may withdraw. Inhe and Yang Bai, along with Xiangjun and Qi Wang, exchanged puzzled glances before reluctantly retreating several thousand meters. Tianchen, come forth. It has been far too long since I have clashed with a human soul master. Ha ha ha, do not disappoint me. Rest assured, Your Excellency Emperor Tian. I shall thoroughly satisfy your expectations. With that, they ceased their conversation, and the atmosphere above the life lake transformed into a tempestuous frenzy. Your Excellency Emperor Tian, I have a melody to share, and I hope you will indulge in its appreciation. Celestial Dragon's 8 sounds, engulfed in fiery wrath. With a flourish of his hands upon the strings of his instrument, Tianchen unleashed a torrent of terrifying sound waves directed at Emperor Tian, distorting even the fabric of space itself. In an instant, these bizarre sound waves reached Emperor Tian. Yet, he stood unperturbed, exuding confidence that Tianchen's techniques would pose no threat to him. However, in the next moment, flames of wrath ignited as the sound waves collided. Emperor Tian observed this scene with a grimace, not out of fear of being unable to cope, but rather due to the ferocity of these flames. This is an extraordinary phenomenon that Emperor Tian has never encountered before. Chapter 110. The flames of karma envelop him. The Emperor Dragon roars. At this moment, curiosity overwhelmed Emperor Tian, rendering him unyielding to evasion, as the flames of karma descended upon him without restraint. Boom. The terrifying sensation of searing heat caused Emperor Tian to furrow his brows in distress. This is no ordinary flame. Tian instantly sensed the extraordinary nature of this enigmatic fire. The flames astonishingly burn with the essence of his negative emotions. Indeed, this is what Tian perceives. After all, with nearly 900,000 years of cultivation, the karmic burdens he has accumulated throughout his life are considerable. Under the searing heat of this karmic fire, the burdens upon Tian seem to act as a catalyst. In an instant, he transforms into a raging inferno. At this moment, if it were an ordinary Title Douluo, they would likely have been consumed by this terrifying karmic blaze. Even a ferocious beast like the Bear King would probably shed a layer of skin. Yet, Tian, aside from a slight furrow of his brow, remains utterly unperturbed. His physique is immensely robust, and although this karmic fire is fearsome, it struggles to inflict harm upon him. As he senses the peculiar nature of this extraordinary flame, a faint smile graces Tian's lips. Tianchen, your melody seems rather ill-fated. While it may have some effect on an ordinary Title Douluo, it appears to be akin to striking a stone with an egg against me. Listening to Tian's calm yet haughty words, Tianchen also offers a faint smile in response. The infernal flames are far from simple. Had the esteemed Emperor Tian directly dispersed them with his immense soul power, it would have been a different matter. However, should he choose to disregard them, allowing the flames to ignite from within, the consequences would be dire. Ha ha ha, esteemed Emperor Tian, my melody is without flaw, yet it seems you hold it in disdain. Allow me to play another piece. The 8 sounds of the celestial dragon, flames of retribution, break. Waves of sound, entwined with the fierce inferno, surge forth like a legion of fiery beasts, encircling Emperor Tian from all directions. In an instant, tendrils of infernal fire began to penetrate his proud defenses, invading his very being. Boom. Like a thunderclap on a clear day. Suddenly, these tendrils ignited the entirety of the infernal power within Emperor Tian. The searing heat caused him to break into a cold sweat, as if he were about to face judgment. This flame's might is indeed formidable. I have underestimated this Tianchen. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Emperor Tian wasted no time. His boundless soul power surged forth, intent on extinguishing the raging inferno within him. Yet, when his soul power met the flames, the inferno remained unrestrained, showing no regard for his overwhelming force. In fact, it seemed as though his soul power merely fueled the flames, causing them to swell even further. This fire is truly extraordinary. At this moment, Emperor Tian's assessment had undergone a complete transformation. He could not deny that this infernal flame was indeed a formidable adversary. Yet, he is Emperor Tian. 900,000 years of cultivation cannot be dismissed as mere happenstance. In an instant, as his aura surged, torrents of soul power erupted forth, and all the infernal flames were like tinder to a gale. Yet even a storm can quell a blaze. The infernal fire within him was forcibly expelled, and with a firm grasp, he crushed the flames into nothingness. Observing this scene, Tianchen felt no surprise. After all, Emperor Tian was a fearsome beast of nearly 900,000 years of cultivation. If such minor infernal flames could compel him to retreat, it would be an unrealistic notion. Ha ha ha, Tianchen, does your flame possess a name? It is indeed curious, reminiscent of your own essence. Hearing these words from Emperor Tian, Tianchen nodded gently. Esteemed Emperor Tian, this is the infernal flame, capable of incinerating all karmic burdens. Karmic burdens? Emperor Tian pondered this novel term, unaware of its true meaning, yet sensing that this infernal fire bore unique qualities. Gazing at Tianchen, he sought answers. However, at that moment, Tianchen smiled faintly at the blood-soaked visage of the Lake of Life. Esteemed Emperor Tian, I have yet another melody. The 8 sounds of the celestial dragon, purifying heaven and earth. As Tianchen's hand moved over the celestial demon Zither, an even more astounding phenomenon began to unfold. On this occasion, the melody composed by Tianchen posed no threat to him. In fact, it was rather pleasurable to listen to. However, Tian was astonished by the sight of the lake of life beneath his feet. The lake, once stained crimson with blood, began to churn violently. Hints of the sanguine hue started to fade, and all the deceased soul beasts seemed to vanish into oblivion. Within mere moments, the lake of life regained its former tranquility and clarity, the odor of blood having entirely dissipated without a trace. Witnessing this miraculous transformation, Tian felt a surge of excitement. His master, the Silver Dragon Prince, had fallen into slumber due to the contamination of unclean elements. If Tianchen's melody could exorcise the lingering essence of that malevolent deity, Tian believed there might still be a glimmer of hope for ascension to divinity. Haha. Tianchen, you truly are an enigma that defies my predictions. This piece is splendid. I am thoroughly satisfied. However, this Guqin of yours appears to possess a formidable aura. Imbued with an overwhelming sense of darkness, it is quite astonishing to discover such a capability. Tianchen nodded slightly. The Tianchen is indeed classified as a demonic weapon, a truth that has persisted throughout the ages. Yet, it is essential to note that the Tianchen is not eternally bound to the identity of a demonic weapon. The distinction between the celestial and the demonic is often elusive. At times, a demonic weapon may transcend its stereotypical portrayal. Under the auspices of Emperor Tian, all things in the world are interdependent, flourishing in a cycle of mutual creation and restraint, harmonizing the yin and yang, thus achieving everlasting existence. Whether it is to purify the heavens and the earth or to slaughter the myriad beings, the celestial demon harp in my hands remains merely a tool, devoid of any remarkable significance. Upon hearing these philosophical words from Tianchen, Emperor Tian shook his head in confusion, utterly unaware of the meaning behind them. Tianchen, having played two melodies, it would be discourteous not to reciprocate. Thus, I shall offer you my own hand. With a roar, Emperor Long transformed into his true form. A colossal dragon spanning hundreds of meters, coiling majestically in the sky. The aura exuding from his nearly 900,000 years of cultivation enveloped the realm. With a thunderous roar, the world was consumed by a singular sound. In an instant, a tidal wave of sonic force surged forth, causing Tianchen to squint as trees and the very earth were swept violently towards him. In that moment, Tianchen chose not to evade. Instead, he planted his feet firmly, and the fourth soul ring illuminated brilliantly. The fourth soul skill, Celestial Demon Shield. With a resounding boom, the mere roar from Emperor Tian unleashed a terrifying shockwave upon Tianchen, comparable to the full-force strike of a rank 95 Title Douluo. In the distance, both Bear King Qi Wang and Yin He Yang Bai widened their eyes in astonishment. They understood that both Tianchen and Emperor Tian were merely testing each other's strength. Neither had truly commenced their battle. Yet, even so, whether it was the two enigmatic melodies from Tianchen or the imperial dragon roar unleashed by Emperor Tian, should they collide, though life-threatening danger was absent, a painful transformation was inevitable. Consequently, beads of sweat trickled down the foreheads of Yin He and Yang Bai, a manifestation of their tension. Meanwhile, in Xiaowu's eyes, an overwhelming admiration shone brightly. This formidable strength, represented by Emperor Tian, signifies the unparalleled prowess of soul beasts, while their master embodies the utmost power of humanity. Each, when isolated, possesses the capacity to profoundly impact the Douluo Continent. The clash between these two titans is indeed a rare spectacle. On the side of Xiangjun and his companions, observing the seemingly evenly matched battle between their beast god and Tianchen, a sense of urgency envelopes them. Xiangjun, shall we join forces? The Red King suggests. His meaning unmistakable. Should they engage in the fray, Tianchen, regardless of his might, would stand no chance against their combined strength. Xiangjun hesitates, while the King of 10,000 Beasts merely smirks in disdain. Enough, Red King and Xiangjun. Have you not considered that the beast god regards this human as a rare confidant? Upon hearing the words of the King of 10,000 Beasts, both Xiangjun and the Red King are momentarily incredulous. Yet, when reflecting on the character of their beast god and his demeanor towards the human soul master before them, they cannot dismiss the possibility. Upon reflection, both Xiangjun and Qi Wang refrained from acting impulsively. In the arena, the atmosphere between Tianchen and Tian had suddenly transformed. If their earlier exchanges were merely tentative, now they were prepared to engage earnestly. Lord Tian, you must exercise utmost caution henceforth. Tianchen laughed heartily. I eagerly anticipate this encounter. Heavenly Demon Zither, 8 sounds of the celestial dragon. slay, 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 in an instant. As Tianchen strummed the zither strings, terrifying demonic apparitions surged forth like an army, brandishing demonic blades, rapidly converging upon Tian. Witnessing this, a faint smirk appeared at the corners of Tian's mouth. Unperturbed, he stepped forward with his right foot, and his presence underwent a remarkable transformation. Dragon God transformation. Suddenly, a colossal black-eyed dragon materialized behind Tian, its thick scales forming an impenetrable barrier before him. As the demonic shadows approached, Tian remained steadfast, unyielding. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless onslaught of demonic shadows crashed against the true form of Tian's black dragon, exploding upon impact. The tremendous force caused the ground within a 10-meter radius to collapse, yet Tian remained composed, utterly unaffected. Ha ha ha. Lord Tian, you are indeed a beast of unparalleled prowess, boasting an invincible defense. Tianchen declared. Once more. Fifth soul skill, illusory feather of the divine. As he unleashed his fifth soul skill, black feathers began to materialize in the sky above the battlefield, cascading down like snowflakes. Each feather ignited spontaneously upon contact with the ground, engulfing Tian's black dragon form in flames in an instant. At this moment, Tian felt as though his black dragon form was being eroded. The black feathers assailed his very soul, rendering his once proud physical defenses utterly ineffective. Tianchen, this technique is quite intriguing. You possess remarkable skills. Among the human soul masters I have encountered in my lifetime, you are indeed the most formidable. Dragon God Whirlwind Slash? In the blink of an eye, Tian transformed into a whirlwind, using his black dragon form as the epicenter to conjure a fierce gale. All the descending black feathers were swept away in an instant. Without hesitation, Tian recognized that their exchanges had merely been a prelude. It was time for earnest combat. Tianchen, brace yourself. Dragon God Break. In a flash, a golden radiance streaked past. Like a formidable meteor, everything in its path was obliterated in an instant. Tianchen, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, did not dare to underestimate his opponent, for Tian was a being of extraordinary power, boasting an astonishing cultivation of 890,000 years. Seventh soul skill, true form of the heavenly demon. Eighth soul skill, wrath of the heavenly demon. Almost immediately, a shadow of the heavenly demon emerged behind Tianchen, its demonic energy coalescing into a colossal hand that obscured the sun, crashing violently against Tian's dragon god break. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the Stardow forest, as the vitality of all living things was instantaneously annihilated. Even those standing thousands of meters away, including Yin He and Yang Bai, alongside Xiang Jun and Qi Wang, were profoundly shaken by the tremendous shockwave. Following the clash, Tian exhaled a breath of foul air. Even he could not remain unaffected by the release of his true form and dragon god break. Meanwhile, Tianchen fared even worse, beads of sweat forming upon his brow, his soul power significantly depleted. With gritted teeth, Tianchen resolved to take decisive action. Faced with Tian's relentless advance, he could no longer afford to prolong the confrontation. He sought to determine the outcome with a single strike. After all, Tian was a beast of 890,000 years of cultivation, and it was unwise to compete with him in terms of soul power. Ninth soul skill, transformation into the heavenly demon. Ninth soul skill, annihilation of the heavenly demon. In mere moments, Tianchen prepared to employ the two soul skills granted by his 100,000-year soul ring. However, he soon sensed something amiss as he transformed into the heavenly demon. He realized that his internal soul power could not sustain him for long. Moreover, it appeared that Tian had yet to unleash his full potential. With a devilish smile, Tianchen extended his right hand. As droplets of crimson blood fell from his fingertips, they splattered onto the heavenly demon Zither. Blood sacrifice to the heavenly demon. Grant me your power. Once more, he offered a blood sacrifice to the celestial demon harp. The pallid-faced Tianchen, in but an instant, seemed to transform entirely. From the harp, torrents of demonic energy surged forth, enveloping Tianchen's form in an instant. In that fleeting moment, his nearly desiccated soul power was replenished. Akin to an inexhaustible river, the second ninth soul skill was successfully unleashed in an instant. In a heartbeat, a towering celestial demon stood majestically above the lake of life. Its entire being radiated with a swirling miasma of demonic energy. Tian was abruptly thrown backward over 100 meters. This was his first encounter with Tianchen, and he was unaware of the formidable might of Tianchen's ninth soul skill. However, he soon realized that retreat was futile. Tianchen, embodying the celestial demon, stepped forward. traversing 100 meters in an instant, appearing before Tian. The celestial demon clenched its fist and struck fiercely at Tian's form. With a resounding thud, Tian was sent flying, having had no opportunity to react. Aware that evasion was futile, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on. Tianchen, you are indeed impressive. But this ends here. Dragon God's Claw. As Tian concentrated all his soul power into a singular point, the black dragon's true form expanded to a staggering 100-meter length. Its chest was enveloped in a thick layer of golden light, the most resilient part of its being. In an instant, the black dragon began to spiral with astonishing speed, stirring fierce winds across the lake of life. Even the Douluo forest exuded a terrifying aura. At last, his charge reached a critical point. Like a meteor descending from the heavens, Tian extended a claw and launched a powerful strike towards Tianchen's celestial demon form. Unyielding, Tianchen amalgamated all his soul power with threads of demonic energy, forming a colossal sword. In a heartbeat, he swung the sword down. The collision with Tian's Dragon God's Claw was as fierce as the ultimate move he had once executed against Tang Hao, empowered by a fragment of Shura's divine might. In fact, it was even more terrifying. At the moment of impact, a catastrophic shockwave sent Tianchen hurtling backward, crashing several thousand meters away with a resounding thud, causing the earth to cave in. Slowly rising from the depths of the crater, Tianchen coughed up a mouthful of blood, realizing he had sustained significant injuries. Even more alarming was the claw mark glowing red on his chest, a testament to his own blood. Yet, in comparison, Tian fared relatively better at that moment. The moment of collision had also sent him flying, creating another deep pit upon landing. Despite his unparalleled defensive capabilities, his bones creaked and groaned under the strain. He had exerted all his strength in that last blow. But alas, Tianchen had also fought with all his might, struggling to crawl out of the crater. Tian gasped for breath, crimson seeping from his joints. Glancing toward Tianchen, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. Tianchen, how do you fare? This 890,000 years of cultivation has not been in vain. Though your martial spirit is indeed strange and powerful, you still fall somewhat short. Hearing this, Tianchen, several thousand meters away, could only manage a bitter smile. This was the first taste of defeat for him since arriving on this continent. To speak candidly, Tianchen felt rather unwell. With a gentle push of his toes, he soared before Tian, exhaling a deep breath of frustration. Gazing at Tian with an undeniable admiration. Chapter 112, The Silver Dragon King, Gyuna. In that fleeting moment, the figures of Yin He, Yang Bai, and Deming Erming Shawu swiftly appeared before Tianchen. My lord, are you unhurt? Yang Bai inquired, his gaze falling upon the ghastly claw marks on his lord's chest, clearly exhibiting concern. At this moment, Xiong and Qi Wang had also approached Tian. Witnessing their beast god's formidable display, filled with a sense of pride as they perceived Tianchen's weakened aura. Yet, in that instant, as they regarded Tianchen, a glimmer of malice flashed in the eyes of Xiong and Qi Wang. Clearly, the human soul master before them was in the most vulnerable state, stirring a sense of temptation within them. However, before they could act upon their impulses, Tian's piercing gaze fell upon them, causing an immediate chill to envelop their bodies. In that heartbeat, Xiong and Qi Wang retracted their thoughts. Tian turned to Bai Ji, and with a mere glance, she understood his intent. Bai Ji, whose true form was that of an emerald swan, boasted an impressive cultivation of 590,000 years. She was the kindest among the 10 ferocious beasts. The guardian of the Douluo forest. Slowly approaching Tianchen, Bai Ji offered a beguiling smile. My lord, I can heal your injuries. Tianchen met Tian's eyes and nodded in agreement. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Bai Ji. There is no need for such formalities. With that, Bai Ji conjured a gentle light imbued with life force, which gracefully descended upon the dragon claw wound on Tianchen's chest. In an instant, the bleeding ceased. Before long, Tianchen had fully recovered. Brother Tian, may I address you as such? Ha ha ha, Brother Tianchen, it is entirely permissible. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Xiong and Qi Wang began to comprehend why the king of all beasts had spoken in such a manner. Even Yin He and Yang Bai were momentarily bewildered. Was their master now fraternizing with ferocious beasts? They had been so anxious for nothing. Just now, thank you, Brother Tian, for your mercy. Otherwise, my injuries would have been far more grave. In this world of formidable beings, there exists the Title Douluo Douluo of the Spirit Hall, at the pinnacle of the 99th level, who, when compared to Brother Tian, may indeed fall short. An impressive cultivation of 890,000 years, truly terrifying. Tianchen sighed. This was not flattery towards Tian, for he was not that kind of person. It was merely a candid reflection. Tian's strength had already surpassed the limits of a 99th level Title Douluo. It had not ascended to the realm of the divine. If Tianchen were to draw a conclusion, he would assert that Tian had already attained a semi-divine form. Hearing Tianchen's words, Tian smiled gently. Brother Tianchen, why just about me? To this day, I have long since lost count of the time spent in cultivation. It is but through the passage of countless years that I have acquired this brute strength. Yet you, Brother Tianchen, are merely in your 30s. Among human soul masters, none have ever reached your level at such a young age throughout history. In the future, you shall undoubtedly break through to the 99th level Title Douluo. At that time, our battle will yield an uncertain victor. Tian spoke truthfully. After all, he had trained for an extended period, while Tianchen was still so youthful. Moreover, the disparity between the 98th and 99th levels is quite significant. Tianchen's current power was already equivalent to that of a 99th level Title Douluo. It is conceivable that in the future, should Tianchen ascend to the 99th level, Tian could not guarantee victory in battle. Tianchen nodded, acknowledging that he still had room for improvement. Brother Tian, to have met you today, I have indeed learned much about the secrets of the divine. This journey has been fulfilling. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Upon hearing Tianchen's words, Tian realized that he was preparing to depart. However, the thought of Tianchen's extraordinary abilities stirred something within him. Brother Tianchen, I presume you wish to leave the Stardow Forest. Yet, before you go, I have one matter I would like you to attempt. Tianchen responded, somewhat puzzled. Yet he did not refuse. Tian was a figure worthy of trust, especially considering that they had just had the opportunity to act against him. Brother Tian, what do you need my assistance with? Please, speak freely. Tian glanced at Xiong Jun and In Hei Yang by beside him, his brow furrowing slightly. Bai Ji. Wan Yao Wang, please ensure that you properly entertain our guests. I have matters to discuss with Tianchen. Bai Ji nodded, and Wan Yao Wang indicated his agreement as well. Tianchen observed In Hei and Yang Bai, who appeared somewhat uneasy in the presence of the ferocious beasts. Without his protection, they found themselves in a rather perilous situation. In Hei, Yang Bai, you may stay here for now. Rest assured, since Brother Tian has spoken, they shall not harm you. Simply wait patiently. With that, Tianchen followed Tian to the skies above the Lake of Life. In Hei and Yang Bai exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of trepidation. Even Xiaowu and the others felt helpless, cautiously awaiting what would transpire. Similarly, Xiong Jun and Qi Wang were anxious, fearing that due to their own actions, the subordinates of Tianchen might grow displeased, incurring the wrath of their beast god. Hovering over the Lake of Life, Tian turned to gaze deeply into Tianchen's eyes. Brother Tianchen, do you know who I refer to as my master? Naturally, Tianchen was unaware, having initially overlooked Tian's mention of a master. Brother Tian, please clarify. Nodding in understanding, Tian proceeded to explain. This tale is lengthy. After the dragon god divided into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, the Silver Dragon King arrived in our continent. I, Tian, became a loyal servant to the Silver Dragon King. Upon hearing this, Tianchen was taken aback. This meant that Tian was aware of the whereabouts of the Silver Dragon King. Moreover, the Silver Dragon King had paid a significant price to enter this realm, particularly when he was gravely wounded by the evil god, causing him to fall into a deep slumber due to the vile aura that surrounded him. Brother Tianchen, that soul technique you used to purify the world was unlike anything I have ever encountered. It was truly extraordinary. If possible, could you cleanse my master of the evil god's corrupting influence? At this point, Tianchen finally grasped Tian's intention. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Brother Tian, this is not an issue. However, my strength is still limited, and your master is undoubtedly a divine being. Whether it is feasible remains uncertain. Fear not, Brother Tianchen. Simply give it a try, Tian urged. Follow me, Brother Tianchen. With that, Tian waved his hand, and a rift in space appeared above the Lake of Life. Leaping down, Tian was closely followed by Tianchen as they entered the rift. In an instant, they found themselves in a space beneath the Lake of Life. Upon landing, Tianchen beheld a massive creature, 100-meter-long worm. Tian seemed to sense Tianchen's astonishment and spoke. Brother Tianchen, do you know what soul beast this is? Tianchen shook his head. He had no knowledge of such matters. Brother Tianchen, this is a million-year soul beast, the sky dream eye silkworm. This individual, unbeknownst to me, has somehow managed to attain the remarkable level of 1,000,000 years, though regrettably, he possesses little strength. Rather than allowing him to perish beneath the tribulations of heaven, it would be more advantageous for us to consume him as sustenance for our cultivation. Chapter 113. Tianchen's audacious attempt. Upon hearing Tian's words, Tianchen could not help but feel a measure of astonishment. The colossal creature before him is indeed a 1,000,000-year-soul beast? It appears rather foolish and poses no significant threat. Sensing the hint of disdain in Tianchen's gaze, Tian smiled subtly. Brother Tianchen, do not underestimate this dream ice silkworm, although its strength falls short of even that of a Title Douluo level human soul master. Its mental power is formidable, comparable to that of a deity. It possesses a treasure trove of potential, yet remains oblivious to it. Otherwise, capturing it would be no small feat for us. Comparable to a deity's mental power? Tianchen's interest was instantly piqued. Tian seemed to notice the slight curve of Tianchen's lips. Brother Tianchen, it appears you have taken an interest in this dream ice silkworm. Rest assured, if you can assist my master in dispelling that malevolent divine power, you may take this dream ice silkworm with you. For Tian, should Tianchen truly succeed in ridding his master of that sinister divine force, what value would the dream ice silkworm hold? Moreover, they had already nearly drained it of its essence. Upon hearing this, Tianchen's curiosity was ignited. Brother Tian, let us not linger on this matter. Let us first go see your master, the Silver Dragon King. Ha ha ha, indeed. Brother Tianchen, please follow me. Before long, Tian led Tianchen to a crystalline stone wall. With a unique infusion of soul power from Tian, the crystalline wall gradually became transparent until it entirely vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianchen followed Tian into this wondrous space. As he entered, Tianchen was enveloped by an intoxicating aura that permeated the surroundings. Upon closer examination, he discerned certain similarities to the power of the Shura. This is a realm of crystalline ice. Just a few dozen meters ahead, Tianchen finally encountered the fabled Silver Dragon King. There lay an immense ice bed, upon which rested a breathtakingly beautiful maiden, unlike any Tianchen had ever seen. Her hair, shimmering like ice crystals, caused Tianchen to furrow his brow in astonishment. The maiden appeared to be in a deep slumber, utterly still. Yet Tianchen could distinctly sense the rhythmic thumping of her heart, echoing like the pulse of life itself. With a deep exhalation of cold air, Tianchen turned to Tian. Brother Tian, is she truly the Silver Dragon King, your esteemed master? Tian offered a bittersweet smile. Indeed, she is my master, the esteemed Silver Dragon King. Her power was comparable to that of a first-tier deity before her slumber. Upon hearing this, Tianchen nodded in understanding. He then took several steps closer, arriving before the Silver Dragon King, Gyuna. She resembled a sleeping sprite, her skin as fair as jade, her features exquisitely delicate, stirring a profound emotion within Tianchen's heart. Quickly suppressing this feeling, he began to observe her intently. The Silver Dragon King appeared to be in a state of deep slumber, yet the malevolent aura emanating from its chest revealed a sense of unavoidable despair. Tianchen, the speaker implored, behold, my master has been in this sleep for countless millennia. Throughout these years, due to the slumber of our sovereign, the spirit beasts of Douluo Continent have nearly retreated into seclusion. Should my master awaken, perhaps our clan of spirit beasts might find an opportunity for resurgence. As he spoke, Emperor Tian showed no concern for whether Knight Tianchen would hear his words. Although they had only just met, Emperor Tian recognized that Knight Tianchen was not among the feeble-minded. Only the hypocrites would claim to act for humanity. In truth, every spirit master, from the moment they embark on the path of cultivation, ultimately seeks personal power. What Knight Tianchen desired was simply to grow stronger. As for whom he would ally with, that lay entirely in his own discretion. Upon hearing Emperor Tian's words, Knight Tianchen extended his hand, gradually approaching Gyuna's chest, at a distance of 10 centimeters from that full, inviting spot. The sinister aura caused Knight Tianchen to furrow his brow. With a slight movement of his finger, a wave of malevolent divine power surged towards his fingertip. Tianchen, be cautious. Once this malevolent divine power contaminates you, it will be difficult to resolve. Emperor Tian's warning fell on deaf ears. The moment Knight Tianchen entered this space, his martial soul, the heavenly demon Zither, unleashed an overwhelming desire within him, a desire for this malevolent divine power. With such an opportunity before him, Knight Tianchen was determined not to let it slip away easily. Fear not, Brother Emperor Tian, he declared, as he allowed his finger to make contact with the thread of malevolent divine power. In an instant, a force of attraction emerged from his fingertip, drawing the malevolent energy into his body. At that moment, the yearning expressed by the heavenly demon Zither intensified, yet Knight Tianchen remained cautious, needing to discern why this strand of malevolent divine power could allure his martial soul. Without further hesitation, he settled into a meditative position, earnestly attuning himself to the malevolent energy that had entered his being. Observing this, Emperor Tian did not dare to relax his guard, standing vigilantly beside Knight Tianchen, perplexed as to why he would brave the absorption of such a dangerous force. Even Emperor Tian held a deep-seated fear of this entity. Meanwhile, Knight Tianchen paid no heed to Emperor Tian's concerns, focusing intently on the sinister energy within him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the heavenly demon Zither was gradually absorbing and refining this strand of malevolent divine power. This left Yi Tianchen utterly astonished. On that day, could the celestial demon Guqin be wielded in such a manner? Before Knight Tianchen could fully comprehend the situation, a trace of malevolent divine power was entirely absorbed by the celestial demon Guqin. In an instant, an exceptionally pure soul energy surged directly into Knight Tianchen's being. The soul energy, which had been depleted from his recent battle with Emperor Tian, was instantly replenished. Moreover, some of this soul energy flowed directly into Knight Tianchen's first soul ring, originally around 30,000 years old. The first soul ring astonishingly soared to a level of 50,000 years. This bewildered Knight Tianchen, who was taken aback by the abundant soul energy within him and the fluctuations from the first soul ring. He finally grasped the reality of the situation. Suddenly, Knight Tianchen's eyes widened, sparkling with brilliance. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew ever more pronounced, leaving Emperor Tian in a state of astonishment. Confused and perplexed, Emperor Tian wondered if Knight Tianchen had been rendered senseless by that malevolent divine power, reaching out to wave his hand directly before him. In a swift motion, Knight Tianchen stood up, startling Emperor Tian. "Brother Tianchen? You." Knight Tianchen smiled slightly. "Rest assured, Brother Emperor Tian, I am perfectly fine. Perhaps I truly have a method to deal with this malevolent divine power." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian's breath quickened. "Brother Tianchen, are you truly serious?" Knight Tianchen responded with a mysterious smile before approaching. "Do you not? Brother Emperor Tian, do you perceive me as one who speaks boastfully?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian could confirm that Knight Tianchen indeed possessed a solution. "Ha! Who would have thought, Brother Tianchen, that my master has slumbered for countless years? And your arrival is truly a timely blessing. For thousands of years, from the initial celestial beings to the later sea deities, each has sought to uncover the whereabouts of my esteemed master. Brother Etienne, you cannot fathom how we spirit beasts have endured all these years." Alas! Upon hearing the words of Emperor Tian, Yi Tianchen could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment, for it seemed that the spirit beasts he had hunted were indeed numerous. Emperor Tian was well aware of this, yet he chose to overlook it. Chapter 114. The Faint Radiance of Guyuna. However, upon hearing the mention of the celestial and sea deities, Yi Tianchen's curiosity was immediately piqued by Emperor Tian. "Brother Emperor Tian, did you just speak of the celestial and sea deities?" Upon seeing Yi Tianchen's heightened interest, Emperor Tian shook his head, knowing that any news regarding deities would captivate Yi Tianchen. "Brother Tianchen, you may not be aware. After my master arrived on the Douluo Continent, the divine realm did not cease its pursuit of him. First, the celestial deity descended upon the Douluo Continent, employing despicable means to amass faith and achieve a rank 1 divinity. Subsequently, they relentlessly sought information about my master. Since the advent of the celestial deity, the Douluo Continent has come to regard the human race as supreme, forcing our spirit beasts to retreat. However, this favorable situation did not last long, as the celestial deity seemingly had conflicts with the other gods of the divine realm and ceased to heed their commands. Later, to neutralize the ticking time bomb that was the celestial deity, the sea deity descended upon the Douluo Continent, consolidating faith from the ocean to attain a rank 1 divinity. He forcibly removed the celestial deity from the Douluo Continent. One can imagine that the fate of that celestial deity would not be a pleasant one. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianchen pondered thoughtfully. "Brother Emperor Tian, why can't the gods of the divine realm directly descend upon the Douluo Continent? Why resort to such seemingly complex means?" Emperor Tian smiled gently. "This is intrinsically linked to the unique nature of the Douluo Continent. The Douluo Continent is not merely what you perceive, Brother Tianchen. Beyond the Great Sea lies another continent inhabited by spirit masters. When we combine our continents, they are quite substantial. For the gods, they cannot exert their divine powers from the outside into our world. At most, they can only manifest a strength of around 99 levels. This can be regarded as a form of self-preservation in this realm. Otherwise, if those deities could easily descend upon this land, we would not have our present circumstances. Upon hearing these words, Tianchen appeared contemplative, his heart filled with a sense of astonishment. It turns out that the Douluo Continent harbors so many secrets unknown to him. After a moment of reflection, Tian suddenly recalled something. Brother Tianchen, it seems that there is an island in the ocean known as Sea God Island, which holds the legacy of the sea god. The guardian high priest is almost invariably a Title Douluo of the 99th rank in each generation. The same applies to the angel god, as well as the spirit hall, where the leaders are descendants of the angel family, nearly all of whom are Title Douluo of the 99th rank. Upon hearing the mention of the angel god in the spirit hall, Tianchen felt a sense of familiarity. He recognized the veracity of Tian's words. Regarding the ocean, a seed of thought was now sown in Tianchen's mind. All right, Brother Tianchen. To return to the main topic, those deities are merely remnants of their legacies. If the opportunity arises in the future, we may also obliterate their divine inheritances. For now, Brother Tianchen, let us focus on how to treat our esteemed master. Tianchen suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him and directed his attention to the silver dragon king before him. Sensing the unyielding yearning of the heavenly demon harp, Tianchen did not delay. He placed his hand upon Guyu's chest, and shortly thereafter, a stream of malevolent divine power began to flow along his arm into his body, subsequently absorbed by the heavenly demon harp. Tian watched in astonishment, initially believing Tianchen had devised a solution. However, upon closer observation, he realized the simplicity of the act. Yet, it was not long before Tian's expression shifted. Tianchen was indeed capable of drawing that malevolent divine power into his own being. This startled Emperor Tian momentarily. However, he soon regained his composure. Tianchen was not a reckless individual. It was wiser to wait a while longer. An hour later, Tianchen was drenched in sweat. Absorbing the malevolent divine power was indeed a considerable burden on his body. At this moment, he had to endure the destructive force of that evil divine energy until the arrival of the heavenly demon Zither. Just as Tianchen was suffering immensely, the heavenly demon Zither suddenly ceased its absorption of the malevolent divine power. Upon witnessing this, Tianchen dared not act rashly and swiftly withdrew his hand. After a brief moment, through the information conveyed by the heavenly demon Zither, Tianchen realized the reason. The instrument had become satiated. There was nothing more Tianchen could do at this point. Sensing the malevolent divine power radiating from the Silver Dragon King, Tianchen felt that he had nearly absorbed 1/3 of it. This is no trivial amount. Even the mighty Emperor Tian would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand a surge of malevolent divine power. Upon noticing that Tianchen had ceased absorbing the sinister energy, Emperor Tian grew anxious. Why have you stopped? Brother Tianchen, continue. In response to his plea, Tianchen shot a glare at Emperor Tian. My dear brother, my capabilities are limited. I can only assimilate 1/3 of the malevolent divine power from your esteemed master this time. This is quite a lot. I fear it may take me several years to achieve purification. You should be content. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, he had been rather impatient. The fact that Tianchen possessed a solution was already a tremendous blessing. It would be wise for him to proceed with caution. Haha. I see. Brother Tianchen, you should have mentioned it earlier. I was under the impression that you could tackle it in one go. Tianchen smiled, choosing not to respond. As he gazed upon the angelic visage of the Silver Dragon King, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. For countless millennia, he lay dormant here. Were it him, Tianchen, he would find it utterly intolerable. Brother Tian, in order to heal your esteemed master, I will require 2 years to purify these malevolent divine forces. Henceforth, I shall visit every 2 years, after 2 more visits. The wicked powers within your master shall be completely eradicated. I trust that when His Highness the Silver Dragon awakens, he will not seek to trouble me, Tianchen. Will he? Tian was left utterly speechless. On this night, Tianchen is indeed remarkably cautious. However, there is some truth to this assertion. Should our master awaken, he would undoubtedly possess the strength of a second-level deity, and Tianchen is, after all, a human soul master. The dynamics between soul beasts and humans are complex. Shaking his head, while he dare not speak for the others, he believes that within the star-picking tower, even if our master were to regain consciousness, there would be no cause for alarm. Tian is acutely aware of his master's temperament. Rest assured, Brother Tianchen, Even if my master awakens in the future, he will not repay kindness with enmity. I know my master well. After speaking, Tian approaches Guyuna, feeling the dissipating malevolent divine power. And his joy is palpable. Listening to Tian's unwavering confidence, Tianchen cannot dismiss it, yet he remains prudent and prepares for all eventualities. Just as Tianchen is lost in thought, Guyuna, still in slumber, suddenly twitches her eyebrows. This revelation left Emperor Tian utterly astonished. My lord, Tianchen also turned his gaze towards the Silver Dragon King. In a moment of clarity, Guyuna's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Before her lay the unmasked visage of Tianchen. Her lips quivered as if she wished to articulate something, yet she succumbed to slumber once more. Tianchen felt a complex mix of emotions. Just moments before, within the depths of the Silver Dragon King's eyes, he sensed a wave of goodwill intertwined with an inexplicable sentiment. Brother Emperor Tian, your lord merely momentarily suppressed the malevolent divine power. Perhaps upon my next visit, your lord will awaken. Nodding in understanding, Emperor Tian acknowledged the truth in this statement. Indeed, today marks a fortuitous occasion for my soul beast clan. Chapter 115. Encounter at the Star-Picking Tower with Shrek. In response, Tianchen simply smiled. There are matters beyond his control. During this expedition to the Starry Forest, Tianchen not only acquired extensive knowledge about the divine, but perhaps the most significant aspect was his encounter with Emperor Tian, culminating in a fierce battle. Tianchen suddenly realized that there exist countless terrifying entities in this world. Moreover, the continent across the vast ocean, as mentioned by Emperor Tian, is undoubtedly formidable. Along with the sea god's palace submerged within the ocean, the high priest of the sea god at level 99. These are all entities that Tianchen has never encountered before. The unknown often heralds opportunities, accompanied by a heart that never ceases to beat. At this moment, Tianchen is eager to depart from the starry forest and return to the star-picking tower, hastening to enhance his own strength. As he envisions journeys across the sea and even to the distant continent beyond, in the realm of Douluo Continent, apart from the intriguing Title Douluo, there seemed to be no other captivating presence. With this thought, Tianchen resolved to tender his resignation to Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian had long sensed the restlessness within Tianchen. In his youth, he too had experienced a similar fervor. However, unlike Tianchen, he had never dared to entertain such thoughts. Brother Tianchen, I can see your eagerness to return. I shall not detain you. After 2 years, you may revisit the Stardow Forest. By then, my master will awaken, and you shall take away the million-year-old dream ice silkworm as well. Would that be agreeable? Upon hearing Emperor Tian's words, Tianchen recognized that Emperor Tian understood his own agitation. Without hesitation, he slightly cupped his fists. Brother Tian, we shall meet again in 2 years. I hope to seek your guidance once more. May I? Emperor Tian smiled warmly in response. As you wish. Ha ha ha. Farewell, Brother Tian. With that, Tianchen turned and soared into the sky, swiftly departing from the lake of life. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Innate and Yangbai, along with Xiao Wu, appeared somewhat reserved in the presence of Xiong Junqi Wang and Bai Ji. After all, each being before them possessed a cultivation level exceeding 300,000 years. Even a mere ferocious beast would pose a significant challenge for Innate, Yangbai, and the two Ming brothers. Fortunately, Innate and Yangbai had accompanied Tianchen, and Xiong Junqi Wang and Bai Ji would not defy Emperor Tian's orders. Thus, they treated Innate and his companions with relative courtesy. Moreover, Innate and Yangbai were not weaklings. Both were Title Douluo at level 96. While the two Ming brothers were 10,000-year soul beasts, and even Xiao Wu had transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast. Just as Innate and Yangbai felt a sense of restlessness, a figure suddenly burst through the surface of the lake of life, ascending into the sky with immense soul power. The overwhelming wave of energy immediately heightened everyone's tension. Once they recognized their own master, Innate, Yangbai, and Xiao Wu gradually calmed down. Observing the silhouettes of Innate and Yangbai, Tianchen approached them step by step without hesitation. At this moment, the Bear King, Xiangjun, found himself gripped by anxiety. Their gazes turned somewhat frantic as they sought refuge, all the while anticipating the arrival of their divine beast master. In the presence of Tianchen, it was the Emperor Tian who provided them with courage. Taking a deep breath, Xiangjun involuntarily stepped back. As Tianchen cast a glance at Xiangjun, the two beasts were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Observing their reaction, Tianchen simply smiled. Innate, Yangbai, let Xiao Wu proceed to the Lake of Life to gather her third spirit ring. Once she succeeds, We shall depart from the Douluo forest. At these words, Inhe and Yongbai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Deming and Erming, Inhe escorted Xiao Wu directly to the center of the Lake of Life. Afterward, Inhe quietly withdrew, leaving Xiao Wu to commence the gathering of her third spirit ring, as Tianchen and the others awaited Xiao Wu's success. On the outskirts of the Douluo forest, Tang San, accompanied by Zhao Wudria and Principal Fred, was nearing the exit of the forest. Teacher Zhao, Principal Fred. We're almost there. Just hold on a little longer, and soon we shall return to Shrek. Tang San, drenched in perspiration, supported Principal Fred with one hand and Teacher Zhao with the other. Though each step seemed arduous, he dared not slacken his pace. Driven by the urgency to escape the Douluo forest, this journey through the Douluo forest had etched profound astonishment deep within Tang San's heart. To encounter two legendary soul beasts, a presence thought to be mythical, all at once was truly staggering. This marks his inaugural venture into the Douluo forest to hunt for soul rings. Just as Tang San and his companions were on the verge of exiting the Douluo forest, a chilling voice resonated from behind them. Humph. Shrek Academy has truly encountered misfortune, crossing paths with you wretches, while the old hag and my esteemed elder just faced this 100,000-year soul beast. Were it not for the appearance of the Title Douluo from the Houtian sect, wouldn't Shrek Academy be dragging my family down into the abyss alongside them? Behind Tang San, the Snake Lady, now supporting the Dragon Lord, gradually approached. Upon sighting Tang San, she was overwhelmed with a surge of indignation. The silent Tang San hesitated, reluctant to let the news of his father and uncle's presence in the Douluo forest slip into the ears of the Snake Lady and Dragon Lord. If possible, he wished to confine them eternally within the depths of the Douluo forest. Just as the Snake Lady drew closer and Tang San prepared to act, an immense aura surged forth, enveloping them in an instant. Accompanying this presence was a voice, laced with fury. Everyone step aside. At the sound of this command, Tang San's murderous intent towards the Snake Lady swiftly dissipated. Upon glancing back, he beheld two youthful figures and an elder clad in green gradually materializing behind them. This is precisely the presence of Douluo and the sinister Yu Lyra. Feeling the formidable soul power emanating from the latter, who possesses over 50 levels of strength, the Snake Lady could not help but feel a surge of irritation. However, the moment her gaze shifted to the elderly figure in the green robe behind her, she was instantly rendered speechless with fear. Douluo. Boom. The three characters incessantly flashed through the mind of the Snake Lady. She would never forget the visage of Douluo. Several years ago, the Heavendo Empire hosted a grand banquet in honor of Douluo, and naturally, the couple, the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, did not miss the occasion. In an instant, the Snake Lady realized she had spoken too freely and promptly bowed in respect. Esteemed Poison Douluo, it is an honor to meet you. Upon hearing her words, Douluo remained utterly unchanged, his gaze now fixed upon Tang San. For some inexplicable reason, this 11 or 12-year-old child instilled within Douluo a sense of chilling unease. This left Douluo in a state of perplexity. Meanwhile, when Tang San heard Douluo mention the Title Douluo, his mind went blank. Having just escaped the clutches of a 100,000-year soul beast, how could he possibly encounter a formidable Title Douluo upon turning around? No matter how hard he tried, Tang San simply could not comprehend it. However, he swiftly attributed the entire situation to his father and uncle. At that moment, Tang San believed that it was precisely because his father and uncle had come to the Douluo forest and exposed their whereabouts that these 100,000-year soul beasts had traveled great distances to trouble them. The formidable Title Douluo before him seemingly arrived in search of his father and uncle. In that moment, Tang San's thoughts were utterly chaotic, inundated with an array of bizarre notions. Chapter 116. The overbearing Lyra, Tang San's humiliation. Regardless of the tumult within Tang San's heart, Douluo sensed an ominous foreboding. The young man before him elicited an inexplicable surge of murderous intent deep within Douluo's soul, as if this boy bore an ancient grudge against him. Yet, there lingered a hesitation, for although Douluo was known for his merciless nature, he wished not to reveal such tendencies before the sinister Lyra. Moreover, the faint sense of foreboding he felt was rather weak. After all, he was a Title Douluo of the 94th rank, endowed with a soul ring of 100,000 years. Such a vague intuition was something he could hardly take seriously. He possessed sufficient strength to confront whatever may come. Furthermore, he had the backing of the star-picking tower and the peak powerhouse, Tianchen. Contemplating thus, The subtle murderous intent within Douluo gradually subsided. He gazed at Tang San, his eyes reflecting a serene depth, unwavering as an ancient well. Meanwhile, Lyra cast a displeased glance at Tang San, her irritation palpable. The moment her voice echoed, Tang San's heart skipped a beat, revealing a hint of panic within. The girl beside the formidable Douluo, known for her prowess, appears to hold little reverence for the poisoned Douluo. Tang San furrows his brow, taking a deep breath to quell the anxiety swelling within him. Pointing to himself, he strives to present a more harmonious smile. I am Tang San, a student of Shrek Academy. I pay my respects to your excellency, the poisoned Douluo, and to both of you. His smile radiates warmth, reminiscent of a kind-hearted ordinary soul master. However, Lyra, witnessing this scene, reveals a hint of mockery at the corners of her mouth. Shrek Academy? That name rings a bell. The previously silent Xiaoyu slowly interjects, eliciting a faint smile from the side of Douluo. Indeed, Xiaoyu. Shrek Academy is quite renowned among Soul Master academies in Soto City. Its principal is one of the so-called Golden Iron Triangle, the rank 78, Battle Soul Saint, Fred. Alongside another rank 76, Battle Soul Saint, Zhao Wujie. It stands rather well among Soul Master institutions. Xiaoyu nods, observing the two middle-aged men accompanying Tang San. Likely Fred and Zhao Wujie as mentioned by Douluo. At this moment, Tang San quietly listens to the exchange between Xiaoyu and Douluo, his smile remaining brilliantly bright. Tang San, is it? You seem to have encountered some terrifying soul beast, considering Fred and Zhao Wujie are both high-ranking soul saints. Meng Shu is an 85-rank soul Douluo. I wonder what kind of soul beast it was. As Douluo's sharp gaze settles on Tang San, the latter, still unable to respond, notices the subtle smile on the face of the snake lady beside him, who, eyes lowered, dares not conceal anything. Your Excellency poisoned Douluo. You may not be aware, but we were peacefully searching for soul rings in the Star Doe forest when, for some reason, the Titan giant ape, a 10,000-year soul beast, suddenly appeared. This nearly cost us our lives. Fortunately, at a critical moment, two formidable Title Douluos appeared unexpectedly. They appeared to be from the Haotian sect, particularly. One of them, who had lost his left arm, possessed a soul ring of 100,000 years. This individual is most likely the infamous Tang Hao, who has been wanted by the Spirit Hall. The sincerity in Snake Lady's words resonated deeply. She felt a sense of reassurance regarding the poisoned Douluo, for there was no enmity between their couple and him. Douluo would not resort to violence against them. Yet, she dared not conceal anything. Upon hearing Snake Lady's declaration, Tang San's heart brimmed with an urge to obliterate her into 1,000 pieces. The old hag, at a critical juncture, sabotaged his endeavors, seizing his soul beast, and now, at this very moment, she audaciously exposed her own father and uncle. Should the esteemed Title Douluo before him become vigilant and decide to scrutinize him, the Haotian hammer in his grasp would be impossible to conceal. Once the Haotian hammer is revealed, Tang San would undoubtedly meet his demise. For when Douluo heard the name Tang Hao, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Indeed, as soon as Douluo heard Tang Hao's name, his expression shifted dramatically. He had heard numerous tales from Yang Bai regarding the past entanglements between his master and Tang Hao. So that was it, the Titan Great Ape. Could it be that the Titan Great Ape was the soul beast companion of Xiaowu? Observing Douluo's furrowed brow, the snake lady grew increasingly animated. Under the auspices of the poisoned Douluo, not only that, but subsequently, a sky blue bull python also appeared. And it too was a soul beast of 100,000 years. Its formidable strength rendered Tang Hao and another Title Douluo seemingly incapable of contending. The old crone seized this opportunity to escape with my old man and granddaughter, fortuitously encountering the poisoned Douluo, surely with your presence. The 100,000-year soul beast would not dare pursue. The snake lady's words bore a hint of flattery. After all, who among them did not relish hearing commendations? Douluo nodded. At this moment, he was certain that the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python were indeed Xiaowu's companions and the targets of his master. Thinking of his master's presence, Douluo refrained from further contemplation. What he could perceive, his master likely already knew. Very well, Snake Lady. It seems you and your husband are fortunate to escape unscathed. Now, hasten your departure. Following Douluo's command, the Snake Lady quickly expressed her gratitude and, without delay, whisked away her husband and Meng Yiran. Meanwhile, Tang San, witnessing this, also sought to assist Fred and Zhao Wujie in leaving. Just as Tang San took a step forward, Lyra's voice resounded once more. Hold on, you are Tang San, right? The snake lady may leave, but you cannot. Suddenly, Tang San's foot was suspended in midair. Slowly turning his head to gaze at Lyra, the resentment within Tang San surged. Suppressing his fury, he maintained a facade of cordiality as he addressed Lyra. Lady, what is your intention? Though I, Tang San, am merely a 30-level quasi-soul master, I am not a villainous person. Why do you prevent my departure? Sister. You are, Xiaoyu began, but he was met with a fierce glare from his own sister, prompting him to fall silent. At that moment, even Douluo furrowed his brow, puzzled by Lyra's true intentions. However, as Lyra was indeed a disciple of Yang Bai, Douluo could not overstep. Whatever she desired, even if it meant slaying the young man before her, he would not intervene. Young man, it is not a matter of what I wish to do. You, however, are not innocent. I saw clearly when we arrived. Your gaze toward that old woman was filled with murderous intent. You've concealed it well, but every detail has its flaws. You are no good person, and I find you quite displeasing. Today, should you wish to leave, it shall not be easy. With a rush of despair, Tang San felt his heart plummet, a glimmer of coldness flashing through his eyes. Lady, you jest. Tang San is not one to harm others from behind. Surely you must be mistaken. Humph, whether I am mistaken or not is not for you to decide. The moment her words fell, Lyra transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing beside Tang San and delivering a thunderous punch. Tang San was sent flying several dozen meters. Rising slowly, he violently coughed up blood, clearly sustaining significant injury. Lyra was somewhat perplexed. Her strike, though powerful, could typically be dodged by a soul master. Yet this young man before her stood rooted, as if he were dazed. This revelation left Lyra utterly astonished. My dear girl, we harbor no grievances. Why must you persist in tormenting me? At this moment, Tang San appeared woefully wretched, yet the true nature of his thoughts eluded Lyra's perception. Tang San's reasoning was rather straightforward, although this young maiden had discerned a hint of his secret, as long as he refrained from revealing himself. That Title Douluo would not permit her to indiscriminately take innocent lives. Tang San was placing a wager, for at this juncture, he had no alternative but to gamble. Once exposed, he understood that before a Title Douluo, death was the sole path that lay ahead. Lyra was seething with fury, suspecting that this fellow was merely feigning vulnerability to provoke her into striking again. In her rage, she prepared to press Tang San further, but in that very instant, Xiaoyu grasped her arm firmly. Enough, sister, do not be so suspicious. We must hasten back to Soto City. Tang San, is it? My sister's temper can be quite volatile. Please exercise patience. You may leave now. Upon hearing these words, Tang San was filled with exhilaration. Chapter 117, The Hypocrisy of Tang Hao, the Death of the Second Elder. At this moment, the pain he had just endured seemed trivial in comparison. Nonetheless, Tang San did not display overt joy, maintaining a calm demeanor. He slowly assisted Dean Fred and Master Zhao Wujie as they gradually departed from the Stardow Forest. Brother! Lyra exclaimed in indignation, watching Tang San's retreating figure, stomping her foot in frustration, ignoring his sister's resentful expression. Xiaoyu inclined his head respectfully to Douluo before hastening towards Soto City. Witnessing this, Lyra could only shake her head helplessly. Yet her determination remained as she gazed in Tang San's direction, only to find that he had vanished from her sight. Alas, with no other recourse, Lyra hurriedly followed her brother and Douluo. An hour after their departure, Tang San reappeared at the original site. Lyra, Xiaoyu, Douluo, I, Tang San, shall remember you all. The humiliation I endured today, I shall repay double in the future. With clenched teeth, the fury within Tang San was known only to himself. How he wished his father were present. How dare Lyra provoke him so brazenly? At this moment, Tang San felt a pang of nostalgia for his father. However, unbeknownst to Tang San, his father, Tang Hao, was oblivious to these events. Several hours after Tianchen and the other two departed, Tang Hao finally returned to the battlefield where he had initially clashed with them. It must be said, there seemed to be an unspoken connection between the father and son. Observing the eerily still forest, Tang Hao felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. Brother! Tang Hao cautiously surveyed his surroundings, still haunted by the memory. Had he not fled swiftly, he was keenly aware that if Tianchen had seized the opportunity, he might have truly met his demise. Thankfully, he had his elder brother by his side. Yet now, as he revisited this place, he understood that his brother had likely. But one must see the living and the dead. Tang Hao felt it was imperative to grant his brother peace. ensuring he would not be left to rot in the wilderness. As he examined the ravaged ground, Tang Hao searched meticulously and, at last, just as he held on to a flicker of hope that perhaps his brother had survived, he stumbled upon a heart, crushed and exposed in a hollow. Beside the heart lay tattered remnants of black robes, unmistakable evidence of a violent struggle. Even in his naivety, Tang Hao deduced this was indeed his brother's heart. What had his brother endured? In an instant, a wave of murderous intent surged through Tang Hao, intertwining with a profound sense of defeat and rage, his elder brother. After what felt like an eternity, Tang Hao finally moved, gently cradling the shattered heart of Tang Xiao in his hands. Gazing at the coagulated blood strewn across the ground, he dared not linger. With a sudden tremor beneath his feet, his entire being vanished from that place. 3 days later, beneath the mountain of Haotian sect, a figure clad in black robes materialized. This is indeed Tang Hao. He intends to bring his elder brother's heart to the Haotian sect for burial, slowly approaching a mountain peak where he and Tang Xiao often played in their youth. Tang Hao retrieved his brother's heart from his bosom, gazing at the heart of Tang Xiao, which had long since decayed and emitted a foul odor. Tang Hao could not help but frown. Nevertheless, he gently placed it on the ground, then stamped his foot, causing the earth to collapse instantly. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao placed Tang Xiao's heart into the deep pit, and with a swift motion, the soil covered the heart completely. The once great sect leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, a formidable Title Douluo at level 95, had ultimately met such a fate. As he gazed at the distant Haotian sect looming before him, an inexplicable fury surged within Tang Hao. He blamed the elders of the Haotian sect. Had they not been so ruthless in the past, he would not have been forced to wander for so many years. He had to endure the relentless pursuit of the Spirit Hall and the Star Tower. If it were not for these elders, his elder brother would not have resigned from his position in anger, leading to their current predicament. Cursed elders, you all deserve to perish. Enveloped in rage, Tang Hao's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he let out a cold smile, then vanished from sight, heading toward the Haotian sect with a haunting determination. Within the Haotian sect, ever since Tang Xiao's departure, the leadership had fallen upon the second elder. Consequently, the second elder naturally ascended to become the new sect leader of the Haotian sect. In recent days, the second elder has felt an unsettling disturbance within his heart. Ever since assuming the role of the leader of the Haotian sect, harmony has reigned supreme. Yet, he cannot fathom what might be causing his unease. After much contemplation, he realizes that apart from the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, there seems to be no other reason for his disquiet. Alas, why must the Haotian sect be burdened with the likes of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao? These two individuals, who are more adept at causing trouble than achieving success. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the second elder can only shake his head in resignation as he steps outside, lightly pressing his toes against the ground. He ascends to the pinnacle of the Haotian sect's grand hall, gazing at the luminous moon rising in the heavens. The second elder finds a momentary solace for his troubled soul. At that very moment, a shadow approaches the summit of the grand hall, none other than Tang Hao himself. Concealing his aura entirely, Tang Hao regards the second elder before him, believing that all misfortunes stem from him. At this instant, Tang Hao's murderous intent can no longer be contained. With a sudden flash, the Haotian hammer appears in his grasp, and he leaps high into the air. 7th soul skill, Haotian true body. The great Sumeru hammer, boom, boom, boom. In an explosive moment, Tang Hao unleashes the devastating ring of explosion technique. It has not been long since he last executed this move, but fortunately, that previous instance was in the name of escape, and he did not exhaust too much energy. Now, he is prepared to strike with lethal precision, for if any other elders from the Haotian sect were to discover his actions and surround him, he would be utterly defenseless. In an instant, as he senses the overwhelming aura approaching, a name flashes through the second elder's mind. Tang Hao. A profound sense of life-threatening danger leaves the second elder no time to retreat. The Haotian hammer materializes in his hand as well. 7th soul skill, Haotian true body. 9th soul skill, Haotian strike. With no time for further contemplation, the second elder swings his hammer forcefully behind him. Yet, it is all too late. In the very moment he turns, Tang Hao's massive hammer descends from above. With a thunderous crash, Tang Hao's Haotian hammer sends the second elder hurtling hundreds of meters away. The force carves a deep trench in the ground. Observing the second elder, whose breaths are becoming shallow and labored, Tang Hao realizes that his fate is sealed. Brother, he vows, I shall avenge you.